The first thing I did upon crossing into the high martial world was to continuously apply to join the Enforcement Bureau every day. Everyone scoffed at this, wondering why a decent person would want to serve as a lapdog to the powerful. However, I merely smiled faintly, dismissing the notion of defending justice as nonsense. Joining the Enforcement Bureau was just to liven things up. Congratulations, Xin Xiao, your 18th review has been approved. Sitting across from the reviewer, I was filled with excitement. Thank you, Team Leader Zhang. I will work hard to uphold justice. What nonsense about defending justice? What does that have to do with me? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have awakened the justice system. The functions of this system are as follows. First, the host can see the evil values of others. Second, the host can earn justice points by performing acts of justice. Third, justice points can improve cultivation in martial arts. Fourth, when a criminal with an evil value over 100 is killed, there is a chance that their martial arts, items, or talents will drop. The beginner gift pack from the system store has been issued, granting the host 3,000 justice points. Listening to the system's voice, my heart raced slightly. I then looked up at Team Leader Zhang and saw a frame above his head. It displayed an evil value of 409. Zhang Bing was guilty of abusing his power, deliberately killing and assaulting women, and had embezzled premium body refining liquid while pursuing fugitives, killing 2 colleagues and 3 bystanders. My pupils trembled slightly. He turned out to be a hypocritical character. At that moment, Team Leader Zhang handed over the onboarding rewards. Here is your enforcement robe to wear while on duty, along with a basic breathing technique and an enforcement token. Enforcers are divided into white robes and yellow robes. I had no idea what that meant. The enforcement token can issue task recordings and has spatial storage capabilities. I reached out to accept the onboarding rewards. Team Leader Zhang suddenly smiled and said, "You're still a senior in high school. In a month, it will be the martial arts exam. During this time, you won't be allowed to participate in unnecessary tasks. Work hard and aim for a good martial arts university." I stared at the evil value above his head and said with a smile, "I will definitely work hard, and I'll make sure to earn some for you." After leaving the Enforcement Bureau and returning to my rental, I eagerly checked the panel. Name, Xin Xiao, age, 18, cultivation level, first stage, first layer, talent. No breathing technique, no martial arts, basic earth level grappling fist, basic earth level martial arts, mysterious steps, justice points, 3,000. First, I would practice the breathing technique, then use the justice points to enhance my cultivation, which could save a lot of points. With a thought, I infused the points into the earth-level justice breathing technique. It consumed 20 justice points, and I successfully cultivated the earth-level justice breathing technique to the beginner level, increasing my cultivation speed by 30%. My pupils trembled. Even at the lowest level, the earth-level breathing technique had increased my cultivation speed by 30% at just the beginner level. Those martial arts aristocrats start with GS-level techniques. How fast must their cultivation speed be? The system went all in for me. It consumed 80 justice points, and the earth-level justice breathing technique reached the perfected state, increasing my cultivation speed by 170%. In an instant, I felt a surge of spiritual energy flooding into my body. The proficiency of martial arts is divided into 4 levels: beginner, proficient, expert, and perfected. Generally speaking, reaching proficiency is already extraordinary. Even low-level martial arts are nearly impossible to perfect. Yet I only used 100 justice points to perfect the earth-level breathing technique. Suddenly sensing something was off, I felt that this breathing technique seemed to be upgradable. I tried to continue infusing justice points. Ding! Consumed 100 justice points. The D-level justice breathing technique upgraded to C-level beginner. My pupils widened in shock. This breathing technique could actually be upgraded. Could it be because I cultivated using justice points? To verify this hypothesis, I began practicing another martial art. Ding! Consumed 100 justice points. The earth-level grappling fist reached the perfected state. I continued to choose to cultivate. This trash technique isn't worth practicing, and I failed to cultivate. I twitched my lips slightly. Alright, it seems not all martial arts can break through level limits. I decided not to dwell on it anymore and continued practicing the breathing technique. The host consumed a total of 2,000 justice points, and the D-level justice breathing technique accumulated to perfection, increasing cultivation speed by 1,500%. I let out a long sigh. The A-level breathing technique was perfected, granting me a 15-fold cultivation speed, and my cultivation level also broke through. I had never felt cultivation so easy. I sensed this technique might even break through to S-level, but the remaining 900 justice points would definitely not be enough, and I couldn't neglect my level 5 cultivation either. Ding! consumed 100 justice points. The D-level technique, mysterious steps, consumed 500 points to reach perfection, elevating my cultivation to the peak of the first stage, 9th layer. With 3,000 justice points spent, I underwent a complete transformation, an 18-year-old at the peak of the first stage, 2 perfected D-level martial arts, and an A-level perfected breathing technique. I could definitely be called a genius. The next morning, on my way to school, I saw various people with evil values displayed above their heads. After observing, I concluded that ordinary people had very low evil values, often in the teens or even single digits. Dancers rarely had evil values below 50. The higher the cultivation, the higher the evil value. The children of those prominent families had evil values starting at over 100. It truly confirmed the saying, when capital descends upon the world, every drop of blood is tainted with evil. As soon as I arrived at school, I saw my deskmate, Yang Shan, running over with a gossiping expression. Shingu, I heard you joined the enforcement team. Don't forget about me when you get rich. The school rankings have been updated. You'll definitely be shocked. I instinctively looked at the top of Yang Shan's head. In the realm of evil, some people seem kind simply because they are weak. Once they have the chance, they will pounce without hesitation like evil dragons. The system's introduction was particularly striking. After years of interaction, I knew my deskmate fairly well. I could only say the system was quite accurate in judging people. I smiled ambiguously and said, "Aren't the top ranks just those few people?" Yang Shan smiled knowingly and said, "In the top 20, half are from the Lu family. The eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Ruen, is already at the peak of the first stage. Having an impressive father is great, but this time it's different because the martial training secret realm is about to open." Upon hearing about the secret realm, I immediately became interested. Yang Shan winked and said, "Only the top 20 students can enter. I've heard there's an S-level weapon in the martial training secret realm that has never been found in years. If I could enter the secret realm and happen to find that S-level weapon, I would be on my way to the pinnacle of life." Just as Yang Shan was lost in thought, I quickly darted towards the teacher's office. The Mediterranean teacher, over 50 and sipping on ginseng tea gifted by students, frowned upon seeing me and said, "Xin Xiao, I heard you joined the enforcement team. What are you trying to prove? The most important thing now is to focus on your training for the martial arts exam. You're just dragging down the class with Yang Shan. Is that not embarrassing?" Gazing at the 245 on his head representing his sins, I coldly replied, "Director Zhang, I want to participate in the martial arts secret realm trial." Director Zhang was momentarily stunned, then scoffed, "Qin Xiao, do you think just joining the enforcement team makes you capable? To enter the martial arts secret realm, you must at least be at the 7th level of the first rank. What do you think you are compared to students like Lu Ruen, Xiao Wei, and Wang Xiaoyu? You have no parents. How can you compete with these prodigies?" Director Zhang spoke as if recounting familiar tales of noble offspring. I smiled lightly and said, "Teacher, I remember you are only at the peak of the first rank, right?" Director Zhang's face instantly flushed. "So what if I'm at the peak of the first rank? Teaching you the basics is more than enough. I'm a theoretical expert." I threw a punch, stopping just before it hit his nose, the fierce wind from my fist tousling his sparse hair. Director Zhang froze at his desk, his pupils constricting as his heart raced, realizing that my cultivation was at the peak of the first rank, a once perennial underachiever. I had unexpectedly broken through to the peak of the first rank, on par with the acknowledged genius Lu Ruen, and my solid cultivation was not inferior to hers. "Is this strength sufficient?" I asked calmly. Director Zhang looked troubled. The parents of those top 20 students were not people he could afford to offend. Though Qin Zhao's strength was impressive, it would be foolish to anger the second-generation elite for him. I leaned closer and whispered, "Director Zhang, you wouldn't want people to find out that the student who committed suicide a few years ago was driven to it by you." Director Zhang's pupils widened in shock. How did he know about this? Sweat poured down his face. He forced out a smile that looked worse than crying and said, "What are you saying? The teacher doesn't understand. But you'll definitely have a spot in the martial arts secret realm." Ding the host defended his rights through strength and wisdom, earning 100 points of justice. I raised an eyebrow, realizing I could earn justice points this way, and nodded in satisfaction. Just as I exited the library, I ran into Yang Shan, who asked, "Where did you run off to? You disappeared in a flash." I replied, "I went to the library. It was filled with useless Earth-level martial arts. I didn't find anything worthwhile." Yang Shan scoffed, "Oh, Earth-level techniques can't satisfy us. Let me tell you a secret, young Master Qin. I've almost mastered the grappling technique we learned together last time. I was on the verge of mastering it. I still had some talent." Just as Yang Shan was feeling proud of herself, a furious roar erupted, and Qin Xiao turned to look. He saw a short-haired girl walking by with a long-haired girl of exceptional demeanor. Lu Ruen had skin as fair as jade, and her eyes sparkled with a noble elegance in every gesture. Yang Shan looked at me with confusion, wondering, when did this guy start hanging out with the goddess Lu? Lu Ruen stepped forward and coldly said, Xin Xiao, who allowed you to take Xiaoyu's spot? Give it back quickly, and I can overlook this. I looked up at the two of them. Wang Xiaoyu had a sin value of 175, unremarkable, but still not a good person. Then I looked at Lu Ruen, who had a sin value of 998, having colluded with the witch cult to murder multiple female classmates and even gifted their bodies to the cult. Just the fact that she colluded with the witch cult was enough to warrant extermination of her entire family. This was the most notorious evil organization in the entire Qian Empire. I was astonished by her almost 1,000 sin value. I then let out a cold laugh and said, what qualifications do you have to make me return anything? At this, Yang Shan and Wang Xiaoyu were left stunned. What did he just say? Doesn't he know that the Lu family has absolute power in Tianhai? How dare he speak to the young lady of the Lu family like that? Lu Ruyan's expression grew even colder. A mere orphan dares to speak to me like this? I calmly replied, isn't it natural that my strength surpasses yours, allowing me to enter the martial arts secret realm? Yang Shan, hearing this, looked terrified. Old Qin, what are you babbling about? Wang Xiaoyu is at the 7th level of the 1st rank. Lu Ruyan sneered, you think you're stronger than Xiaoyu? Everyone knows you and your friend are the biggest losers in the school. At that moment, Wang Xiaoyu stepped forward and said, you're despicable, using underhanded methods to steal my spot and still dare to speak so shamelessly. I couldn't be bothered to say much more. Let's just fight. If you lose, get lost. Wang Xiaoyu was contemplating how to provoke me for a disdainful showdown, but unexpectedly, I took the initiative to propose it. Lu Ruyan smirked and coldly said, alright, Xiaoyu, make sure to cripple him, turn him into a real waste. Wang Xiaoyu hesitated, Yan, isn't this a bit much? I heard he joined the enforcement team. Lu Ruyan laughed derisively, a mere enforcer? What's that? I have 1,000 ways to kill him, and with me around, nothing will happen if he's dead. With the assurance of safety, Wang Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with resentment. He had flattered Lu Ruyan for so long to finally reach 20th place. How could he let someone easily take that away? The martial arts arena quickly filled with students eager to watch. Xin Xiao must have taken something wrong today. Wang Xiaoyu's 7th level of the 1st rank might be a bit inflated, but his cultivation is there. I heard he got a martial arts technique from the goddess of the 8 precepts. Xin Xiao probably only knows a few basic techniques. The disparity in strength between the two sides was immense. Yang Shan felt a bit anxious. Don't be impulsive. Old Qin, if you admit your mistake, there might still be a way out. But deep down she thought, you're going to get kicked out of the group. Wouldn't that make me the absolute worst? Wang Xiaoyu sneered, his gaze upon me like that of a predator. Are you looking to have your left arm or right arm broken? I calmly replied, why not break both arms? Wang Xiaoyu revealed a twisted smile, then I'll make sure to fulfill that request. I immediately unleashed the D-level perfect mirage step, moving as swiftly as the wind. What does it matter if it's a D-level technique? At the perfect stage, it is still powerful. Wang Xiaoyu didn't even have time to react. I had already reached behind him and whispered, Wang Xiaoyu, let's start with your right hand, then executed the D-level perfect grappling fist. With a crack, bones shattered. Ah! Wang Xiaoyu screamed, an unbearable pain radiating from his right arm. What's happening? Wang Xiaoyu's mind went blank from the pain. By the time he realized what had happened, his right arm was already broken. With a grimace, he roared, I will kill you. But he hadn't even turned around yet. I then grabbed his left arm, and with a crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed again. I followed up by kicking him to the ground. Wang Xiaoyu's arms flopped uselessly. He could no longer lift them, writhing on the ground like a dead dog. The host defended their rights with strength, gaining 300 justice points. The entire venue was silent, and the whole battle ended in less than 30 seconds. It was simply a one-sided massacre. How is that possible? That useless Qin Xiao actually defeated Wang Xiaoyu in seconds. Doesn't he only know first-level martial arts? This is too strong, isn't it? I looked at Wang Xiaoyu lying on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. Why can't you do more evil? Your evil value is so low. Just as I was about to leave the stage, a roar sounded, telling me to stop. What else is a young lady? I said lightly, if I kill Lu Ruen, there will definitely be a massive amount of justice points, but it has to be done secretly, otherwise the Lu family's revenge is not something to be taken lightly. However, since Lu Ruen colluded with the witch to call it off, the Lu family is obviously involved as well. Once they are strong enough, they can wipe out a family for fun. Lu Ruen shouted angrily, you are too ruthless, you actually disabled a classmate's arms. Do you really think that joining the law enforcement team means you can do whatever you want? I suddenly effaced speechless. This is the legend of the princess disease. You let him kill me all right. I play disabled, he cannot. You promised to fight for him, and now he is a waste of women on the eye. Seeing so many people watching, Lu Ruyen's face turned ashen, and she argued stubbornly, "Today, I will clear the way for Uncle Fei." The director of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, Fei Tianxiang, has the Lu family dominating in Tianhai City, and even the whole family colluding with the witch cult. What good can this director be? I suddenly became interested. If I can't kill you openly and above board, then I'll just take some interest from you first. Clean up the door, you're not even worthy. The aura of Lu Ruen is the same as mine, both at the peak of the first level, while my cultivation is infused by the system, the ultimate of the ultimate. Isn't it enough to beat the pampered young lady with the complete level of martial arts? Sun Ruinen's expression was venomous as she unleashed her strongest martial technique. She intended to let Zhao Huangqiao die directly on the martial arts stage. Is being at D level so impressive? In the end, it's just D level. Let this lowly commoner see the power of A-level martial techniques. The Sun family had a hereditary S-level martial technique. As the only daughter of the Sun family, she naturally inherited this technique. The reason she didn't use it was simple. She couldn't learn it. It was just too damn difficult. Zhao Huangqiao was also going all out, preparing to unleash his grappling fist. Just as the two were about to clash, a towering figure stepped between them, easily catching Zhao Huangqiao's fist. Enough! The man's voice was deep, and the aura of spiritual power emanating from him overwhelmed both of them. Cousin. Sun Ruinen was very displeased with the man's sudden appearance. A second-tier warrior. Zhao Huangqiao's brow twitched slightly. The opponent's cultivation and martial skills were above his own. Zhao Huangqiao's expression turned wary, but he wasn't completely out of options. If necessary, he could forcibly break through to the second tier. The number one on the rankings, Xiao Wei, actually came. A relative of the Sun family, this is a genuine second-tier powerhouse. Xiao Wei looked at Zhao Huangqiao and said, "Peak of the first tier, huh? Your strength is decent. You qualify to enter the martial refinement's secret realm. This matter ends here." No one expected that Xiao Wei, as a member of the Sun family, would actually uphold justice, but Zhao Huangqiao wouldn't take him for a good guy. Evil value, 678. Members of the Sun family were all treasure boys. Zhao Huangqiao nodded, indicating that it was over. He didn't want to force a breakthrough unless necessary. That would leave hidden dangers. Xiao Wei reluctantly dragged the unwilling Sun Ruinen away to a secluded corner. Sun Ruinen was anxious and jumped up and down. "Cousin, what are you doing? Why let that kid go?" Xiao Wei explained, "The family head's plan is at a critical moment, and that kid is from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Killing him in front of so many people would have a bad impact." Sun Ruinen still couldn't swallow this anger, but that lowly commoner shouldn't get off so easily. Xiao Wei revealed a cold smile. "I said we can't kill him openly, but..." Sun Ruinen immediately understood. She happily hugged Xiao Wei's arm. "Ha, I knew cousin was the best to me. But, how did Zhao Huangqiao's strength advance so rapidly? His cultivation is actually the same as mine." Xiao Wei pondered for a moment and speculated, perhaps he used some secret method to overdraw his potential. With the martial arts exam approaching, many desperate candidates will pay a painful price to enhance their cultivation. Sun Ruinen's lips curled slightly as she coldly said, "Then let his price be even more painful." Below the martial arts stage, many onlookers stared in shock at the young man on the stage. What did Xiao Wei just say? Peak of the first tier. Didn't this guy just break through to the first tier last month? What kind of monstrous talent is this, reaching peak of the first tier in just a month? With this strength, he might rank in the top 5. Yang Shan, standing at the edge of the martial arts stage, stared blankly at his deskmate. Looking at the young man's back and listening to the conversations around him, they were only a few meters apart, yet it felt like they were worlds apart. The once-waist duo now had one of them as a figure admired by countless people. Peak of the first tier. D-level martial arts perfected. Yang Shan murmured. He recalled how he had been boasting to Zhao Huangqiao about how he was close to reaching the proficient threshold. He didn't feel embarrassed or ashamed. He only felt wronged. Why? Why are you at peak of the first tier while I'm only at the first tier, first level? Why is your martial skill perfected while I'm still a beginner? Yang Shan clenched his fists tightly. A surge of jealousy, even resentment, grew deep within. Sun Ruinen, that favored daughter of heaven, from a martial arts family. He couldn't bring himself to feel jealous, he even wanted to be a dog. But what right did Zhao Huangqiao have? On stage, Zhao Huangqiao's white robe and law enforcement token suddenly began to tremble. He took out the token. A voice from Team Zhang came through. "Zhao Huangqiao, come quickly for support." Location, the Tiansong dense forest in the northern suburbs. Zhao Huangqiao was taken aback. Wasn't it said that the martial arts exam was coming up, and he wasn't allowed to participate in missions? Listening to the urgent voice on the other end, it seemed something big had happened. Is there a reward for completing the mission? Zhao Huangqiao asked sincerely. Team Zhang was stunned. He cursed loudly. Is this really the time to ask about that? We've discovered a spy from the witch church, hurry up. Zhao Huangqiao shrugged and said, so there's no reward then? You know, Team Zhang, the martial arts exam is coming up, and I'm under a lot of pressure. He was definitely going to take on the mission. A spy from the witch church. There must be a lot of evil points on him. If he could kill him, not only would he gain a large amount of justice points, but he might also drop high-level martial skills. More importantly, by killing the evildoer, he wouldn't have to bear any responsibility and would even be rewarded. Team Zhang's face turned red with anger. There is. Law enforcers executing missions will receive merit rewards. Promotion requires not only cultivation level but also merit. With a higher position, there are greater privileges, and you won't lack martial skills, treasures, or secret realms for cultivation. Zhao Huangqiao's eyes lit up. Great. I'm coming right now. Team Zhang. In the suburbs, Tiansong dense forest. Team Zhang and several law enforcers hid behind a rock. They all wore white robes. The back was printed with the large characters, Justice. The group looked disheveled. Team Zhang put down the law enforcement token in his hand and couldn't help but curse. Damn, a mere cannon fodder thinks he can earn merit? We brought you here just to take the hits. The team members looked around in fear. Team Zhang, why are there so many spies from the witch church lately? In a small city like Tianhai, even evil martial artists looked down on them. This group of law enforcers lived in comfort, treating feathers as arrows. They had never truly fought against the evildoers of the witch church. The sudden mission made them feel like they were facing a great enemy. You ask me, who should I ask? Team Zhang covered his wounds. They weren't serious, but he valued his life. With so little money in a month, why risk it? Damn it. This evil martial artist is actually a second-tier first-level powerhouse. He heavily injured me in 3 moves. I must go back and have the director apply for a second-class merit. The team members looked at Team Zhang's injuries. They could heal themselves even if they went to the hospital later. Team Zhang, aren't you also a second-tier first-level martial artist? Team Zhang's old face turned red. He certainly isn't my opponent. This is called caution, understand? Let's hide first. Let Zhao Huangqiao, that big soldier, be the cannon fodder and lure the evil martial artist out. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the surroundings. A strange wave of spiritual energy rippled through the air. The law enforcer's hair stood on end, feeling like they were facing a great enemy. In the open space ahead, dark purple mist appeared out of nowhere. A short-haired man, as thin as a dried corpse, emerged. The man's expression was sickly, and he grinned, revealing his white teeth. Gentlemen, I heard you were looking for me? A second-tier first-level evil martial artist from the witch church appeared. Law enforcers? Who the prey is, it's still hard to say. Everyone felt the pressure emanating from the man. Their hearts trembled. The opponent was indeed a second-tier first level, but the pressure he brought far exceeded that of Team Zhang. Don't be afraid. As the captain of the small team, Team Zhang shouted in a deep voice to steady their morale. It's one of him against 5 of us. The advantage is ours. Who isn't a second-tier martial artist? I say 3, 2, 1, charge together, he will definitely die. The others looked at team leader Zhang. Instantly, they felt a sense of security. Good. Team leader Zhang hoarsely shouted, 3, 2, 1, charge. For justice, kill. The 4 enforcers instantly activated their spiritual power. Their figures flashed and they charged forward. As soon as team leader Zhang's voice fell, he turned and ran, glancing back as he ran. Damn it. Those madmen from the witch church are all reckless. You bunch of first-tier warriors can die, but I'm a second-tier, I have to survive. Team leader Zhang hadn't run a few hundred meters when he saw a figure behind him, emanating a dark purple mist, rushing towards him. In the distance, 4 corpses lay on the ground. Team leader Zhang's pupils trembled. What? So fast at killing? Zhao Huangqiao hurried to the agreed location. He didn't find team leader Zhang but saw blood and bones everywhere. Seeing this tragic scene, Zhao Huangqiao's mind went blank. No, it can't be. Did this group of enforcers get killed by evil warriors? No, Zhao Huangqiao was extremely saddened. He followed the blood trail and ran wildly. Finally, in a hidden thicket, he found the severely injured team leader Zhang. Seeing that team leader Zhang was still alive, when he saw Zhao Huangqiao coming, team leader Zhang seemed to grasp a lifeline. Here, I'm here. Zhao Huangqiao almost cried out in joy. Team leader Zhang! Team leader Zhang! It's great that you're not dead. Team leader Zhang was heavily injured, blood still spilling from his mouth. Seeing Zhao Huangqiao so concerned for his safety, team leader Zhang felt a bit moved. I didn't expect you to care about me so much. Quick, take me back. In the future, I'll treat you to good food and drinks. Damn it, this bunch of useless people couldn't even hold on for a minute. Zhao Huangqiao walked over and squatted down. Of course I care about you. Team Leader Zhang, you are truly outstanding. Team Leader Zhang felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. This is only natural. That evil warrior is stronger than me, but I still fearlessly resisted to the death. Even heavily injured, I won't retreat. Remember, when we get back to the station, I'll say it like this: you have to help me testify. Zhao Huangchao wore a faint smile, shaking his head slightly. This smile looked particularly eerie. No, what I mean is, your evil value has increased again, really excellent. This is what a qualified experience monster looks like. Evil value, 499, during the mission, fleeing in the face of danger, deliberately harming teammates, resulting in the death of 4 people. Team Leader Zhang? What evil value? What are you talking about? In the dense forest of Tiansong. Evil value? Zhao Huangchao, what are you talking about? Although Team Leader Zhang didn't understand what Zhao Huangchao was saying, he sensed a strange atmosphere. Zhao Huangchao smiled meaningfully. That's not important. Team Leader Zhang, did you turn on the enforcement recording? Enforcers' enforcement tokens all have this function. Team Leader Zhang hesitantly said, I forgot to turn it on. If he had turned on the enforcement recording, wouldn't it have recorded the fact that he fled in the face of danger and harmed his teammates? Moreover, every enforcer's enforcement recording is connected to the local enforcement bureau, equivalent to live broadcasting plus recording. The existence of enforcement recordings is to protect the safety of enforcers while also limiting excessive enforcement. So Team Leader Zhang had turned off the enforcement recording early. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huangchao's mouth slightly curved up. What a coincidence, I didn't turn it on either. Team Leader Zhang felt increasingly uneasy. Quick, take me away, the evil warriors will find us soon. Zhao Huangchao revealed his white teeth and said, Team Leader Zhang, how does the top-grade body refining liquid taste? Is it good? The elixirs that assist warriors in their cultivation are divided into 5 grades, S, A, B, C, D. Ordinary body refining liquid can enhance a warrior's physical strength and is classified as D grade. It is the most common auxiliary potion. The top-grade body refining liquid, however, is B grade. Martial arts can be inherited, while potions and elixirs are consumables. So, in a certain sense, B-grade potions are rarer than B-grade martial arts. This is something that warriors like Team Leader Zhang and Zhao Huangchao cannot access. At the very least, it requires the dominance of the Sun family in Tianhai City to possess it. Team Leader Zhang's pupils trembled incessantly. He stared at Zhao Huangchao in disbelief, his eyes filled with panic. How do you know about this? Zhao Huangchao revealed a wicked smile and slowly stood up. Team Leader Zhang of the 2nd Squad of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, on a mission in the Yushinsong Forest, engaged in a life-and-death battle with the evil warriors of the Witch Church, fighting to the death, defending justice, heroically sacrificing. Upon hearing the last 4 words, Team Leader Zhang's heart trembled violently. No, you can't. Bang! Zhao Huangchao struck Team Leader Zhang on the forehead. Although the latter was a second-tier warrior, he was already on the brink of death. Zhao Huangchao sent him off on his final journey. Ding! Host maintains justice, kills a second-tier warrior, gains 2,000 points of justice value. Detected that the host's target's evil value exceeds 100. Dropped items have entered the system store. Please check, including the justice value obtained earlier. Zhao Huangchao now had a total of 2,600 points. The amount of justice value rewarded seems to be determined by the target's evil value and strength. Zhao Huangchao checked the system store. B-grade martial art, flowing rock smash fist, price, 300 points of justice value. B-grade treasure, top-grade body refining liquid, price, 200 points of justice value. Seeing these 2 items, Zhao Huangchao's heart raced. He had originally thought that after killing Team Leader Zhang, he would get some high-tier martial arts. He didn't expect that not only was there B-grade martial arts, but he also dropped top-grade body refining liquid. This thing can increase physical strength, which is exactly what he urgently needed. Killing and dropping items seems to include not just treasures and martial arts on the body. Even treasures that were previously consumed have a chance to drop. And this is too cheap. B-grade martial arts, 300 points. B-grade treasure, 200 points. What's the difference from being given away for free? The system couldn't help but complain. All martial arts and treasures below S-grade are trash. Zhao Huangchao, you are so noble, so impressive. First, exchange for the top-grade body refining liquid. After consuming 200 points of justice value, a glass test tube appeared in his hand. Inside was a blood-red liquid. Upon closer inspection, he found that the liquid was still writhing and bubbling, exuding a strong vitality. Zhao Huangchao drank it in one gulp. In an instant, a wave of heat filled his internal organs. There was no pain, but it felt as if every cell was boiling. The powerful vitality washed over his bones. This body, which had never consumed any treasures, greedily absorbed the essence of the body refining liquid. After the absorption ended, Zhao Huangqiao felt his muscles, tendons, and bones undergoing transformation. The physical strength has increased by several times. Just one bottle of top-grade body refining liquid had such powerful effects. One can imagine how great the gap is between the warriors of martial arts families and ordinary people. If I had been drinking this stuff every day since I started cultivating, even a dog could become a martial arts genius. With this level of physical strength, I should barely meet the standard to break through to the second tier. Many unparalleled geniuses would polish their skills to perfection at each realm before choosing to break through. Zhao Huangqiao did not dare to delay. After all, there was still an evil second-tier warrior hidden in this forest. Wait! Just as Zhao Huangqiao was about to exchange for a B-grade martial art and start cultivating, he suddenly discovered that there was still top-grade body refining liquid in the system store. The price was still 200 points of justice value. Killing the dropped treasures will be permanently stored in the system store and can be exchanged infinitely. Damn! Just take off. What are we waiting for? System, give me the best body refining liquid. Once, I couldn't even afford a bottle of body refining liquid. Now, the best body refining liquid, drink it straight from the box. When he exchanged for the 5th bottle of the best body refining liquid, Zhao Huangqiao felt like his body was about to explode. If he didn't break through soon, he would suffocate. His skin radiated a soft golden glow. His body was filled with a terrifying power of vitality. The vitality was so strong it could exhaust a technician. Does the host still need the best body refining liquid? Zhao Huangqiao shook his head. No more. I can't drink anymore. Little brat, if you can drink, drink. If you can't, don't. Zhao Huangqiao. Immediately after, Zhao Huangqiao felt a wonderful change happening within him. The digested vitality began to condense inside his body. Then it spread to his limbs and bones. Congratulations to the host. At the first level of cultivation, you have broken through the physical shackles and forged a golden body. Comprehended D-level talent, diamond body. It's actually a talent. Zhao Huangqiao was greatly astonished. Warriors from martial arts families, relying on monopolizing resources, they created a vast gap with ordinary warriors. And there are indeed true prodigies. 1 in 10,000. Those with talent can be called geniuses. Even a D-level talent is far ahead of ordinary warriors. Talent. Part of it is innate. Other warriors can also gain it through hard work and opportunities. As far as I know, there isn't a single person in the entire Tianhaino, one high school who possesses talent. Moreover, this talent obtained through the system seems to be able to continue upgrading, because on the system panel, talent, D-level diamond body, cultivation progress 1%, then, Zhao Huangqiao exchanged for B-level martial skill, flowing rock smash fist. He still had 1,300 justice points left. A cold and eerie laughter suddenly rang out. A thin man suddenly appeared behind Zhao Huangqiao. The warrior from the witch church had not left the dense forest. He didn't rush to attack, still mocking as he said, killing even your own captain, is this the Justice Church? In the pine forest, just as Zhao Huangqiao was helping Team Zhang, forcibly heroically sacrificing, the evil warrior from the witch church appeared. Killing even your own captain, is this the Justice Church? The thin warrior mocked. Zhao Huangqiao turned around, his expression unchanged. Don't slander the good. Wasn't he killed by you? He glanced at the opponent's evil value. Evil value, 666, goodness, higher than Team Zhang's heroic sacrifice. No wonder he was an evil warrior from the witch church. The thin man sneered disdainfully. This waste is average at fighting, but he's quite good at escaping. He was only heavily injured by me, not dead. He was killed by you. None of that matters now. The thin man's eyes were cold, as if he were staring at prey. At such a young age, peak first level, you can be considered a genius, but I love hunting geniuses the most. Just as the thin man was about to make a move, Zhao Huangqiao suddenly shouted, "Wait!" The thin man halted, as if toying with prey in his palm. If you have any words of surrender, say them, I love to hear. Zhao Huangqiao took out the white robe law enforcement token. He activated the law enforcement recording. Then he looked at Team Zhang's corpse, weeping uncontrollably. Team Zhang, you were actually killed by an evil warrior. Your death was so tragic. He turned to the thin man, furious. Damn evil warrior from the witch church, I will definitely kill you to avenge Team Zhang. The thin man was momentarily stunned. Then he burst into laughter. Ha, this is really interesting. Then let me see how you take your revenge. The thin man urged his spirit body. The total amount of spiritual power between the second and first tiers was simply not on the same level. In an instant, a fierce wind rose around them, and the ground was torn apart. The thin man stepped into the void and charged forward aggressively. Zhao Huangqiao squinted slightly. This second-tier warrior was different from Team Zheng. He was the strongest person Zhao Huangqiao had ever seen. Zhao Huangqiao simultaneously unleashed 2 D-grade martial arts, the Misty Steps and the Capture Fist. His figure moved like a swimming dragon. He dodged the thin man's strongest strike and then punched out. The thin man reacted extremely quickly. His fists turned into palms, easily neutralizing the attack. Seeing his attack fail, Zhao Huangqiao immediately retreated to create distance. The thin man wore a face full of surprise and confusion. D-grade martial arts? You, a peak first-tier warrior, can only use D-grade martial arts? Ha ha ha, how ridiculous. Zhao Huangqiao remained calm. A gentle blue light appeared in his hands, as if wrapped in flowing water. I just wanted to test the power. Who said I can only use D-grade martial arts? He unleashed the flowing water-shattering rock fist. The fist technique appeared gentle and slow but was actually full of explosive power. A light punch could shatter a giant rock. At the same time, this fist technique was perfected, balancing offense and defense. It could both attack and defend. The thin man put away his smile, revealing a serious expression. D-grade martial arts? Zhao Huangqiao attacked. His fist technique rippled through the air like waves of clear water. The thin man twisted and turned, constantly dodging, feeling the intense aura of the attack. His expression shifted from serious to surprised. That useless captain also used this set of fist techniques. His fist techniques are more proficient than yours. Unfortunately, your B-grade martial arts are just at the entry level, and they are countered by my B-grade body technique that I have mastered. Die! The thin man continued to dodge, leaving behind trails of afterimages, his figure ghostly. Finding the right moment, he struck Zhao Huangqiao's chest with a palm. Bang! The thin man's pupils trembled. Damn! So hard! This palm, wanting to kill the opponent directly, was somewhat difficult, but seriously injuring a first-tier warrior was still very easy. However, Zhao Huangqiao's body remained unmoved, like Mount Tai. Talent, diamond body. The thin man quickly retreated, staring at Zhao Huangqiao in disbelief. Impossible. You, a first-tier warrior, even at the peak, how could your physical strength be so high? Did you practice some physical martial arts? Looking at Zhao Huangqiao's seemingly smiling expression, the thin man suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Talent. You have talent. Realizing this, the thin man's expression shifted from shock to malice. I absolutely cannot let you grow. A peak first tier with talent and outstanding combat ability. Unfortunately, you encountered me. You will definitely die today. Zhao Huangqiao finally spoke. What confidence do you have to think you can kill me? The thin man stood up straight, confidently saying, Martial arts, we are both B-grade, but my proficiency is higher than yours. In terms of cultivation, I am second tier, you are first tier. What chance do you have? Zhao Huangqiao's expression remained indifferent. Who said, my proficiency in B-grade techniques is only at the entry level? He thought to himself, system, let me practice the flowing water-shattering rock fist. Ding! The host has consumed 500 points of justice value. You have begun to diligently practice the flowing water-shattering rock fist. Although it is merely a trashy B-grade martial art, yet the fist technique overcomes rigidity with softness. Containing many subtle aspects, the host has a large amount of residual body tempering liquid effect, increasing the speed of martial arts training in the 3rd year. You finally reached the proficient realm in the 8th year. During one observation of the waterfall washing the rocks, you gained enlightenment from the dripping water piercing through stone. You grasped the essence of the flowing water-shattering rock fist, achieving enlightenment in a single moment, surpassing the proficient realm and reaching the perfect realm. It took 8 years of cultivation to reach perfection, but in reality, it was fleeting. The emaciated man watched as Zhao Huangqiao's momentum continued to rise. The surrounding air rippled like a stone thrown into a river. A mysterious aura circulated. You are having an epiphany. Damn it! Who has an epiphany in the midst of battle? What kind of monstrous freak is this? Zhao Huangqiao's eyes widened. Is my martial art being restrained by you? Then can you still restrain a perfect realm B-grade martial art? The emaciated man's pupils trembled incessantly. At this age, to cultivate a B-grade martial art to the perfect realm? Even a peerless genius would find it extremely difficult. Proficient and perfect are only one realm apart, but the difficulty in between is like heaven and earth. A martial art. Aside from the founder, very few can cultivate it to perfect. Proficient is already the limit for everyone. Yet, feeling the aura emanating from Zhao Huangqiao, the emaciated man, despite his unwillingness to believe, had to admit, this, indeed, is a perfect realm B-grade martial art. The emaciated man felt a sense of retreat. So what if it's perfect? There is still a chasm between a first-tier warrior and a second-tier warrior. This cannot be compensated by a perfect B-grade martial art. Saying this, he himself did not believe it. Zhao Huangchao let out a series of cold laughs. Is that so? Then what about now? System, infuse me with cultivation. Ding! The host has consumed 800 points of justice value. Your internal energy surges wildly, and your spiritual power has reached the peak of the first tier, easily breaking through to the second tier. Your cultivation continues to break through, finally stopping at the second tier, second level, watching the other party's spiritual power surge. The momentum has completely crushed him. The emaciated man's mind went blank. In battle, an epiphany of martial arts. In battle, also breaking through realms. Monster, monster. In the dense forest of Tiansong. Monster, monster. The emaciated man was filled with terror. He could no longer muster a shred of fighting desire. He turned to flee. This kind of monstrous genius. He could never be a match. But Zhao Huangchao would not give him the chance. This was a treasure boy with a sin value higher than Team Zhang. Flowing water, shattering rock fist. Zhao Huangchao unleashed the B-grade martial art at the perfect realm. The ground instantly cracked with fissures. With a single punch, the emaciated man's body was directly pierced through. He turned his head with great effort. His face twisted in pain. He used all his strength to say, for the witch. Thud. The body went limp and fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a second-tier warrior of the Witch Church, gaining 3,000 points of justice value. Dropped items have entered the system store. Please check. Zhao Huangchao gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. He closed the law enforcement record. 3,000 points of justice value. This should be enough to directly cultivate to the peak of the second tier. It can also elevate the breathing technique to S grade. 2 choices. You cannot have both fish and bear's paw. The martial arts exam is imminent. Directly pushing the cultivation to the peak of the second tier is the most stable. Cultivating the breathing technique to S grade, in the long run, has the highest returns. A decision must be made. Let's first see what items this evil warrior dropped. That B-grade body technique seems quite good. Zhao Huangchao checked his system panel, but found the evil warrior, besides a B-level movement technique, also dropped an item. The first item, B-level movement technique, Phantom Shadows, price, 500 justice points, both are B-level martial skills. The price of Phantom Shadows is higher than that of Flowing Rock Fist, which indicates that Phantom Shadows is more effective. The second item, Secret Realm, Puppet Realm, price, 1000 justice points. Zhao Huangchao's pupils trembled. Besides the treasures the warrior had consumed before, even the secret realm they entered earlier can drop items? This is even more thrilling than hunting legends. With one slash, anything could potentially drop. The host's kills drop different secret realms from normal ones. This secret realm has been optimized by the system. All dangers within the secret realm have been minimized, becoming a pure experience dungeon. After hearing the system's explanation, Zhao Huangchao unhesitatingly exchanged for Puppet Realm. Then he exchanged for Phantom Shadows. But he did not enter the secret realm immediately. There were still many things to handle on site. He first contacted the Law Enforcement Bureau of Tianhai City to report the situation. He emphasized the matter of team leader Shang's heroic sacrifice. However, the focus of the Law Enforcement Bureau was not on this at all. The logistics staff, Operator Yang Duo, exclaimed in shock. What? You single-handedly killed a second-tier warrior from the Witch Church? Although team leader Zhang was here, she knew very well what kind of person he was. All he did was tease female employees and had no real skills. Even if he participated, the main force would definitely be this newcomer named Zhao Huangchao. Zhao Huangchao did not hide anything. Yes, I broke through to the second tier during the battle. You can check the law enforcement footage yourself. He had no intention of concealing his strength. If he were to hide, when would he do it? If he cultivated to the third tier and then revealed his strength, there would still be fourth-tier warriors above him. If he cultivated to the fourth tier and then revealed his strength, there would still be fifth-tier warriors above him. He had already obtained the system. Did he really want to live a life of cowardice? After finishing the matter in the Tiansong forest, Zhao Huangchao returned to his rented room. The Law Enforcement Bureau was very shocked and stated that they would issue merit rewards after reviewing the law enforcement footage. In a couple of days, there would be a gathering. All law enforcers in the city were required to attend. It seemed a big shot would be present. However, Zhao Huangchao did not care about any of this. He looked at his panel. Cultivation, second tier, second level, talent, D-level diamond body, breathing technique, A-level justice breathing technique, martial art, B-level martial art phantom shadows, beginner, B-level flowing rock fist, perfect. Justice points, 1500, I wonder what rewards this puppet realm will bring. I can't afford to lose these 1,000 justice points. Zhao Huangchao first checked the introduction of puppet realm. The witch church has many branches besides the bishop. Among them, there is a branch called the puppet sect, which specializes in puppet manipulation techniques. A certain generation of puppet sect leader was nearing the end of their life and wanted to break through their realm and seclusion, ultimately failing and perishing in the seclusion place. Although the puppet sect leader has died, their corpse still emits a powerful spiritual magnetic field, turning all living beings within 100 miles into powerful corpse puppets. This place has also become a training ground for witch church followers and warriors below the 3rd tier, with the secret realm limited to 3 days. Puppet sect? Zhao Huangchao had never heard of this sect, but the system had mentioned that the secret realms purchased from the system store had all been optimized. There would be no dangers. Zhao Huangchao felt at ease entering. Using puppet realm, the surrounding space rippled. A powerful spatial force directly tore through dimensions. A light blue energy ring emerged, forming a spatial entrance in the rented room that could only support one person. Zhao Huangchao entered. As if traversing through time and space, he arrived at a desolate mountain range. The rocks were steep, and the peaks were stacked upon one another. The surrounding environment carried a sense of eerie decay. Not far away, there were wolves, their fur dark and their bodies robust. A pack of wolves, all above 1st tier strength. These must be magical beasts infected by the corpse of the puppet sect leader. The wolf beasts also noticed Zhao Huangchao. With a low growl, one lunged towards him. Zhao Huangchao executed Ghost Shadow Heavy and easily dodged the attack. With his 2nd tier strength, dealing with 1st tier magical beasts was very simple. However, the aura emitted by this magical beast indeed meets the standards of a 1st tier warrior, but its speed is nowhere near 1st tier level. Could this be what the system refers to as optimization? If that's the case, not to mention 1st tier magical beasts, even 3rd tier ones could be handled with ease. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out. Host used Ghost Shadow Heavy to evade the attack of a 1st tier wolf. Proficiency in Ghost Shadow Heavy increased. Zhao Huangchao raised an eyebrow. This can also increase the proficiency of martial skills? Although Ghost Shadow Heavy was still at the beginner level, he could clearly feel the proficiency rising. He estimated that after dodging another 10 or 20 attacks, it would reach the proficient realm. Just using martial skills can enhance proficiency. No wonder it's an experienced dungeon. This pack of wolves likely numbered in the hundreds. Moreover, there were other types of magical beasts. With a satisfying punch, Zhao Huangchao instantly killed a wolf beast. Host killed a 1st tier wolf. Cultivation increased. Such strong spiritual power. Zhao Huangchao couldn't help but exclaim. Just by killing a single 1st tier magical beast, he could feel a significant boost in his cultivation. This was no mere training secret realm. It was practically a leveling dungeon filled with experience packs. Zhao Huangchao recalled when the school organized a secret realm training. It was a very basic, simple, and safe secret realm. He had killed magical beasts there. After killing them, he indeed received a portion of spiritual power. But that spiritual power was so minimal it could be ignored. The main value of killing magical beasts lay in gaining combat experience and the economic value of their fur, bones, and flesh after death. The primary method of enhancing cultivation was still through breathing techniques to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yet in the current secret realm, Zhao Huangchao's cultivation remained at 2nd tier 2nd level. However, he could feel a clear increase in spiritual power. I estimate that after killing 50 more magical beasts, I can advance to 2nd tier 3rd level. After a magical beast dies, most of the spiritual power remains in its flesh. A small portion is released, temporarily increasing the spiritual power concentration in the surrounding space. This is why warriors feel a slight increase in cultivation after killing magical beasts. The proportion of this released spiritual power absorbed by the warrior is roughly between 1 in 1,000 to 1 in 10,000. In this experienced dungeon, however, the small amount of spiritual power released into the air after a magical beast dies directly enters Zhao Huangchao's body. 100% absorption. The spiritual power gained from killing a 1st tier magical beast here is equivalent to killing thousands of magical beasts outside. Zhao Huangchao stared at the pack of wolves, filled with excitement. Let's start killing. After some time of testing, Zhao Huangchao had also figured out some patterns. Repeatedly using Ghost Shadow Heavy on a single magical beast resulted in a significant increase in proficiency the first time, while subsequent increases were minimal. Dodging the attacks of stronger magical beasts yielded more proficiency. Therefore, he summarized a set of strategies for the fastest leveling. Instead of directly mass killing, he would provoke the wolves to attack him, then use Ghost Shadow Heavy to dodge. After dodging, he would kill, maximizing efficiency. Ghost Shadow Heavy Proficiency increased. Cultivation improvement. Shadow of the Ghost skill proficiency increased. After killing over 100 wolves, including the alpha, Shadow of the Ghost skill proficiency increased to mastery. Host's cultivation level increased to second stage. Fourth layer. As the sun set and the sky darkened, Zhao Huangqiao found a cave to rest. There are 3 days in the secret realm. The progress on the first day was a bit slow, only second stage, fourth layer. But the progress in martial arts training was quick. I should reach perfection tomorrow. The leveling speed for the next 2 days needs to be accelerated. I'll strive to reach the peak of the second stage before the secret realm ends. The next morning, Zhao Huangqiao moves deeper into the secret realm. He arrived in a valley. It was silent all around. Not even a single bird was present. Beneath the calm lay hidden danger. Buzz! Suddenly, a strange cry echoed. From between the rocks, a giant rhinoceros slowly approached. Its size was 3 times that of a normal rhinoceros. Its eyes were dark and incredibly ferocious. With the cry of the rhinoceros beast, a massive herd of over 500 rhinoceroses emerged from the rocks and caves. Most of them were above the first stage, fifth layer. Many of the beasts had even reached the second stage. Zhao Huangqiao? Wait, why are there rhinoceroses in this mountain? There was no time for complaints. The massive herd charged towards Zhao Huangqiao, shaking the ground. Hundreds of mid-level first-stage beasts, plus over 50 second-stage beasts. Zhao Huangqiao did not deliberately use Shadow of the Ghost to train his martial arts. At this rate, he would definitely reach perfection. He immediately unleashed flowing water-shattering rock fist. Waves of water surged, then coalesced into a torrent. What's this about using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds? I'm going to move 10,000 pounds with 1,000. With one punch, the ground around him exploded. Dozens of massive rhinoceroses were blown apart. One punch killed a whole group of beasts. These rhinoceros beasts were known for their physical strength. In the outside world, at least a third-stage warrior would be needed to achieve this. After system optimization, in a secret realm where even third-stage warriors had to be cautious, Zhao Huangqiao's second-stage strength allowed him to slaughter freely. Host's cultivation level increased. Host killed 10 first-stage rhinoceros beasts, 2 second-stage rhinoceros beasts. The progress of the diamond body training increased by 14%. Diamond body training progress? Zhao Huangqiao clearly felt his physical strength increasing. He immediately checked his attribute panel. Talent, D-rank talent diamond body, 14%. Zhao Huangqiao pondered, when the progress reaches 100%, it should upgrade to C-rank talent. It seems this experienced dungeon is even more powerful than I imagined. Killing ordinary beasts can enhance martial arts proficiency and cultivation, and killing specific beasts can additionally enhance other attributes. Zhao Huangqiao simply chose not to attack. He activated his talent diamond body to withstand the attacks of the rhinoceros beasts. Bang bang bang, one by one, the beasts crashed into Zhao Huangqiao's body. He staggered back slightly. The ground was trampled into deep pits. Host withstood the charge of the rhinoceros beasts. Diamond body training progress increased by 2%. This increase was significantly more than killing the rhinoceros beasts. After enduring repeated charges, his diamond body improved greatly. Zhao Huangqiao held on until his body was nearly at its limit before he began to counterattack. While killing beasts to gain cultivation and physical strength, he waited for diamond body to recover, then continued to endure the impacts. Thus, Zhao Huangqiao spent the entire day in the valley, playing with the herd of rhinoceroses. Congratulations, host, the progress of the diamond body cultivation has increased by 2%. Congratulations, host, the progress of the diamond body cultivation has increased by 1%. Congratulations, host, your cultivation level has risen to the second stage, 5th level. Congratulations, host, your cultivation level has risen to the second stage, 6th level. Until late at night, Zhao Huangqiao finally killed off the group of magical beasts. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cultivation level has risen to the second stage, 7th level. Congratulations, host, the proficiency of Ghost Shadow has reached perfection. Congratulations, host, the D-level talent diamond body cultivation progress has reached 100%. Upgraded to C-level talent iron bone golden body. 2 perfected B-level martial arts. This allowed Zhao Huangqiao to not suffer any losses in martial arts when fighting at the same level, or even when fighting above his level. At the same time, his cultivation had reached the late stage of the second level. The greatest improvement was the evolution of the D-level talent to C-level. There was not a single person in Tianhai No. 1 high school with talent. And among the martial artists in Tianhai City, there were very few who could be found with D-level talent. As for C-level, there was probably only Zhao Huangqiao. After the diamond body upgraded to iron bone golden body, in addition to a significant increase in physical strength, his power also received a huge boost. His bones were as hard as steel. A punch thrown out, without using any martial arts, still carried a strong punch wind. With my current physical strength, if I were to go outside, I could fight against second-level magical beasts barehanded without using any martial arts. There's only one day left, and this secret realm will end. I'll strive to raise my cultivation to the peak of the second level before the secret realm ends. Early on the third day, Zhao Huangqiao arrived at the deepest part of the secret realm. Upon seeing the magical beasts here, Zhao Huangqiao gasped and couldn't help but complain. I could tolerate rhinos in the mountains, but why are there fish too? A group of large-headed fish, comparable in size to sharks, with heads that made up half of their body volume, were bouncing around on land. There were hundreds of them, creating a very bizarre scene. Big-headed spirit fish, we learned about them in school. These fish seem to have strong mental power. At the deepest part of the puppet realm, Zhao Huangqiao tried to provoke the big-headed spirit fish to attack him. Then he used the iron bone golden body to defend. He found that his physical strength had hardly increased. It seems that in the secret realm, different magical beasts enhance different attributes. The hundreds of big-headed spirit fish in front of him were almost all at the initial stage of the second level. After system optimization, their vitality and defense remained unchanged, but their attack power was greatly reduced. Thick blood, no damage. This was a qualified experience pack. Zhao Huangqiao used martial arts to kill a big-headed spirit fish. Host's cultivation has increased. Host's mental power has increased. Zhao Huangqiao instantly felt his brain become refreshed. Mental power increase? Besides spiritual power, physical vitality, and so on, martial artists could also cultivate mental power. However, very few martial artists focus on this area. On one hand, the difficulty of cultivating mental power is extremely high, requiring a lot of resources and talent. On the other hand, even if one succeeds, the increase in combat power is not significant. Only a very small number of martial artists with special talents or who practice special martial arts would focus on cultivating mental power. For Zhao Huangqiao at this stage, the effect of mental power was not very significant. But something given for free is better than nothing. Zhao Huangqiao began to slaughter crazily. One punch for a big-headed spirit fish, one kick for a little friend. After several hours, he cleaned up over 100 big-headed spirit fish. His cultivation soared. Ding! Congratulations, host's cultivation has reached the second stage, 9th level. Congratulations, host. Your mental power has received a significant boost. Zhao Huangqiao let out a long breath. Now, the magical beasts in the secret realm should be cleaned up. The gains from this secret realm were beyond imagination. Just as Zhao Huangqiao was about to leave the secret realm, the ground suddenly trembled. The surrounding desolate mountains trembled in response. Bang! A loud noise, and the rocks exploded. After the rocks shattered, a cave appeared. An old man draped in a black robe, with hollow, lifeless eyes, slowly walked out. The old man was tall, over 3 meters. There was not an ounce of flesh on him. He was completely just a layer of skin wrapped around bones. He emanated a strange aura. Zhao Huangqiao narrowed his eyes slightly. There's actually a secret realm boss. This should be the leader of the puppet sect mentioned in the secret realm introduction. Even in death, the old man still carried a strong fluctuation of spiritual power. It's hard to imagine what level of cultivation this old man had before he died. 4th stage? 5th stage? No, he might be even stronger. But, here, it doesn't matter what stage of warrior you are. Zhao Huangqiao activated his movement technique. His body turned into a phantom, like a ghost. In an instant, he arrived beside the old man. Flowing water shattering rock fist. He unleashed a full-powered punch. Since you're already dead, just be a corpse. Boom! With a punch, cracks like spider webs appeared on the surface of the corpse. A deep blue light, like the ocean, burst forth. The corpse of the puppet sect leader was directly shattered into pieces. In an instant, Zhao Huangqiao felt a rich surge of spiritual and mental power flowing into his body. The system's voice echoed continuously. Host has killed the puppet sect leader, cultivation level increased, reaching peak second stage. Host gains mental power enhancement. Mental power meets the standard. During the kill of the puppet sect leader, comprehended talent, D-level control, non-upgradable. There are actually talents that can drop in the secret realm? Although it was only a D-level talent, having it was better than not having it. Final boss of the secret realm has been killed. Secret realm ends. After a bizarre wave of spatial fluctuations, Zhao Huangqiao left the secret realm and returned to his rented room. He checked the time. The same as when I entered the secret realm. It seems that although 3 days passed in the secret realm, the real world passed in the blink of an eye. The time laws of the two spaces are different. In a normal secret realm, the flow of time is consistent with the outside world. It seems this is also a result of system optimization. Zhao Huangchao looked at his system panel. Cultivation, peak second stage, talent, C-level iron bone golden body, 3%, D-level talent control, non-upgradable, breathing technique, A-level justice breathing technique, martial arts, B-level ghostly shadows, perfect, B-level flowing water shattering rock fist, perfect. Justice value, 1,500. The gains from this secret realm can only be described in 4 words. Terrifying indeed. This 1,000 points of justice value was well spent. Cultivation directly broke through to peak second stage. Just using justice value to infuse cultivation is worth more than 1,000 points. Ghostly shadows, martial art has also been cultivated to the max level. The biggest improvement is upgrading the D-level talent to C-level, and additionally gaining a D-level talent. Zhao Huangchao immediately checked the newly acquired talent. D-level talent control can briefly control the target. Control time and quantity increases with the enhancement of mental power. Looking at this talent, Zhao Huangchao pondered. This talent can only be used on warriors with lower cultivation than mine. It doesn't directly increase combat power. It's more of an auxiliary type of talent. Zhao Huangchao was deep in thought. Control is D-level and non-upgradable. How can he maximize the effect of this talent? Warriors I can control will most likely not withstand my single strike. So where does the effect of this talent lie? Got it. Zhao Huangchao's mind lit up. A cunning smile appeared on his face. I can fish for law enforcement. Everyone thinks he will be the first to strike. Then, Zhao Huangchao looked at his 1,500 points of justice value, deep in thought. How to spend the remaining? My current cultivation is at the peak of the second stage. My physical strength is sufficient, and I can break through to the third stage at any time. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Huangchao chose not to break through directly. He wanted to refine his body to the limit before choosing to advance, just like when he was at the first stage. His current strength at the peak of the second stage was completely adequate. In case of danger, he could still break through temporarily in a desperate situation. If I can upgrade Iron Bone Golden Body to be grade, it should be the limit of the second stage's physical body. Thus, he consumed 200 justice points to purchase a bottle of top-grade body refining liquid. After taking it, the host consumed B-grade top-grade body refining liquid, and the cultivation progress of Iron Bone Golden Body increased by 1%. His physical strength increased somewhat, but the effect was poor. Relying on the top-grade body refining liquid to upgrade to C-grade talent is unrealistic. I can only seek other methods, Zhao Huangchao speculated. It wasn't that the B-grade top-grade body refining liquid was ineffective, rather, he had developed a resistance to it. To enhance his physical strength, he needed to find other treasures. System, infuse 1,000 justice points to practice the breathing technique. He needed to keep 300 points for a breakthrough in a desperate situation. Ding! The host consumed 1,000 justice points. The host begins to practice A-grade perfect justice breathing technique. In the first year, you find that A-grade seems to be the limit of martial arts. No matter what, you cannot break through to S-grade. Between A-grade and S-grade, there seems to be a chasm. In the 10th year, you do not give up. Through perseverance, you come to understand the connection between martial artists and spiritual energy. It seems that you have vaguely touched the threshold of that layer. In the 20th year, the host has practiced the breathing technique to S-grade. In these decades of cultivation, there was no sudden enlightenment, only the perseverance of dripping water penetrating stone, step by step, returning to simplicity, ultimately reaching perfection. Congratulations to the host, the justice breathing technique has been cultivated to S-grade. From D-grade to S-grade, the host resonates with the justice breathing technique. Gaining feedback from the breathing technique, Soul of the Black-Robed Enforcer. Soul of the Black-Robed Enforcer? What is this? Zhao Huangchao was somewhat surprised. He did not expect to gain an unexpected reward from practicing the breathing technique. From the system's prompt, it was clear that this was not a reward from the system but a feedback for evolving the breathing technique from D-grade to S-grade. Checking the introduction. Soul of the Black-Robed Enforcer, remnant soul after death, possessing 1% of its strength from when it was alive, lasting for 10 minutes. Zhao Huangchao frowned slightly. It turns out to be the remnant soul of a powerful martial artist. Black robe. In the Justice Church, I only know of the white robe, yellow robe, and purple robe. Could the next be the black-robed enforcer? He remembered that the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau in Tianhai City was merely a yellow-robed enforcer. The specific strength was unclear. Black-robed enforcer. What stage of martial artist must that be? This one-time magical item would be Zhao Huangchao's strongest life-saving tool. Even if it was just a remnant soul, even if it only had 1% of its strength from when it was alive, this remnant soul's power was still terrifying. Zhao Huangchao rested at home for a day to consolidate his realm. The next morning, he went to school. He still had to attend classes. After all, there was the treasure girl he longed for. On the way to school, Zhao Huangqiao kept thinking, Sun Ruen and colluded with the witch church, so the Sun family was most likely involved. He needed to find an opportunity to meet other members of the Sun family and see the situation regarding their evil points. If his guess was correct, he would need to think of a way to take down the Sun family in one fell swoop. With my current strength at the peak of the second stage, I definitely cannot confront the Sun family head-on. If I can determine the specific strength of the soul of the black-robed enforcer, perhaps I can use this to annihilate the Sun family. It wasn't just a matter of strength, he also needed a reason to wipe them out. If we control the Sun family and attack ourselves, we would be in a position of justifiable defense. No, that wouldn't meet the conditions for extermination. Unless we can find solid evidence of their collusion with the witch church. Colluding with the witch church would certainly be a crime punishable by extermination of the 9 clans. Zhao Huangqiao thought of this and felt a headache coming on. The Sun family had occupied Tianhai City for many years. Since they dared to collude with the witch church, they must have done so without leaving any traces. Even if he could see the evil value, finding evidence would still be very difficult. Zhao Huangqiao pondered all the way to school. Yang Shan was pacing back and forth at the school gate, looking serious. Suddenly, he saw Zhao Huangqiao and immediately forced a smile, but one could still see a hint of panic in his eyes. Old Zhao, big news. Yang Shan ran over with a mysterious look. He patted Zhao Huangqiao on the shoulder and said, "You little brat, you've actually reached the peak of the first stage. You've been fooling me for so long, making me worry to death. Forget it. Let me tell you about a huge matter. A monster cave has been discovered in the western suburbs of the city, and the monster is about to die, guarding a treasure. Though it's on its last legs, it still has nearly second stage strength." Zhao Huangqiao revealed a meaningful smile. "You want to take me to the western city to find that monster cave?" Yang Shan, suddenly interrupted, was taken aback. "How did you know?" "Ha, we're brothers, of course I thought of you first when there's good news." "How did I know?" Zhao Huangqiao sneered as he looked at Yang Shan's evil value. Just a few days ago, it was only 17, but now, evil value, 121. Yang Shan, accepting bribes from Chao Wei, lured Zhao Huangqiao to the west of the city, leading him into a prepared trap. Yang Shan wanted to continue explaining. "You know, my uncle works in the Urban Construction Bureau, he told me." Zhao Huangqiao pretended to be excited and said, "We're brothers, how could I not trust you? What are we waiting for? Let's not go to school. Hurry up, or someone else will snatch it away." Yang Shan's nervous mood finally eased. "Okay, I'll lead the way." In the western city, in the wilderness. Along the way, Yang Shan kept chattering. "Old Zhao, don't worry, we're almost there. Trust me, my uncle wouldn't lie to me. Don't think this place is all flatland. There really is a monster cave." Yang Shan was afraid Zhao Huangqiao would change his mind and leave. Meanwhile, Zhao Huangqiao remained silent the entire time. Suddenly, he distinctly sensed fluctuations of martial artists' auras around him. Most of them were at the first stage. With his current peak second stage strength, combined with his far superior mental power compared to others of the same stage, his perception was particularly strong. Yang Shan frowned as he looked at the surrounding environment, secretly thinking, where did Chao Wei want me to bring him? Is it here, or have we already passed it? Zhao Huangqiao suddenly stopped. "It's right here, if we go any further, we will have passed it." Yang Shan was taken aback. In an instant, he broke out in a cold sweat. Old Zhao, what are you talking about? We're here to find the monster cave. Chao Wei isn't here. No, the monster cave isn't here." Realizing he had misspoken, he quickly corrected himself. "Idiot! I told you to lead the way, and you're dawdling." A sudden angry shout rang out from behind Yang Shan. Chao Wei, accompanied by a dozen people, slowly approached. These dozen people all had some connection to the Sun family, and they were all classmates of Zhao Huangqiao. Their strengths were all at the mid-first stage, and Chao Wei, even more so, possessed terrifying second-stage strength. With a mocking smile on his face, Chao Wei said, "Zhao Huangqiao, how does it feel to be betrayed by your own brother?" Seeing that the cards were already on the table, Yang Shan's face turned red as he shouted, "Zhao Huangqiao, I took you as a brother, but you secretly sought opportunities behind my back. Don't blame me. The path of martial arts is one of the survival of the fittest. As long as I have the support of the Sun family, I too can rise above the rest." Zhao Huangqiao looked at the evil values of the crowd. All were above 200. The core member of the Sun family, Chao Wei, had an evil value close to 700. Zhao Huangqiao looked at everyone with great interest. Betrayed by a brother? Ha ha ha, how could my brother betray me? He said he would bring me to seek opportunities. Isn't this all an opportunity? He turned to Yang Shan and said, "As expected of my brother, he has sent me such a great gift." A member of the Sun family sneered, "Are you already so scared that you're starting to babble? I know you are at the peak of the first stage, but we have so many people here, and there's also Big Brother Chow. Zhao Huangchao looked at Chow Wei, unhurried and calm, and said, Chow Wei, I remember that there seems to be no entanglement between us, right? The qualification for the martial refinement's secret realm that I snatched is Wang Xiaoyu's, not yours or the Sun family's. Chow Wei sneered. Zhao Huangchao, are you being a bit too naive? In Tianhai City, the Sun family is the sky, it is everything. Anyone who goes against the Sun family will not have a good end. Zhao Huangchao replied, is it just because I said a couple of words against Sun Ruinen? Chow Wei's expression turned cold. The Sun family does not need a reason to act. You want to go to the martial refinement's secret realm, isn't it just for the martial arts examination? I'll cripple you right now and see what you use for the exam. In the western suburbs, Zhao Huangchao and Chow Wei's group were at a standoff. Zhao Huangchao opened the law enforcement record. I am an enforcer from the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau. You attacked an enforcer without cause, this is a serious crime. Faced with the threat, Chow Wei laughed. He stepped forward and pointed at his own face. Law enforcement recording? Ha, ha ha ha. Come, record my face. Do you really think anyone in the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau will help you? Even if you report it upwards, so what? This recording will never reach the top. The Law Enforcement Bureau of the Justice Church has a process. The law enforcement recording is stored in the local law enforcement bureau. If there is a dispute, the recording will be uploaded to the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement General Bureau. If there is still a dispute, it will then be uploaded to the headquarters of the Justice Church. Zhao Huangchao sneered inwardly. A group of ignorant fools. He secretly activated his talent, control. He randomly controlled a first-stage martial artist. The person's eyes trembled, and then he shouted loudly at Zhao Huangchao, you dare to go against the Sun family? You will be torn to pieces. We came here today to kill you. It's a pity you have no family, otherwise, they would already be corpses. Chow Wei looked at the person in astonishment. What's going on? Wasn't it said that we just needed to teach Zhao Huangchao a lesson and cripple him? Why are we suddenly talking about killing? It's not that Chow Wei was afraid to kill. It was just that this was a critical period in the Sun family head's plan. It was best not to make too much noise. Moreover, Chow Wei, am helping my cousin Sun Ruinen take revenge. Why are you jumping around here? But Chow Wei did not intervene. He thought it was just tough talk, a way to scare this ignorant kid. Zhao Huangchao played along, smiling and saying, I am an enforcer, do you dare to kill me? The controlled martial artist scoffed. Heh, so what if you are an enforcer? If we kill you, there will be no witnesses, and as for the law enforcement recording, the Sun family will naturally have a way to handle it. Someone wants to kill me? Zhao Huangchao felt delighted. The mental control was lifted, and the shouting martial artist looked confused. He frowned and pondered. What just happened? Why does my brain feel foggy, and it seems like I said something? Zhao Huangchao shouted loudly, you people actually conspired to murder an enforcer. This is a death penalty. The controlled martial artist was even more bewildered. He looked at Chow Wei and whispered, Xiao Lauda, weren't we just going to teach him a lesson? How did it turn into murder of an enforcer? Aren't you going a bit overboard? Chow Wei stared at him with a strange expression. I'm the one going overboard? Wasn't it you who was shouting and provoking? I'll find trouble with you when we get back. Chow Wei threw him a harsh remark. The warrior's face was full of grievance. Who did I provoke? Yang Shan, who was hiding on the side, heard their conversation and felt a surge of joy in his heart. Great! If Zhao Huangchao was killed directly, it would save me a lot of trouble. After all, I didn't lay a hand on him, so it has nothing to do with me. Chow Wei looked at Zhao Huangchao, and the surging spiritual power within him began to stir. The pressure of a second-tier warrior was fully displayed. A long spear appeared in his hand. The tip of the spear was silver, intricately carved with beautiful patterns. The sharp spearhead glinted with a hint of cold light. Spiritual power swirled around the spear. Everyone gasped in awe at the sight of this weapon. Chow Lauda is really angry this time. Shattered mountain spear. I heard this is the weapon that the head of the Sun family gave to Chow Lauda during his coming-of-age ceremony. Once Chow Lauda uses this weapon, he is nearly invincible among second-tier warriors. Holding the shattered mountain spear, Chow Wei pointed the spearhead to the ground. Zhao Huangchao, today you'll know the difference between a first-tier warrior and a second-tier warrior. Chow Wei shouted. With a push of his toes, the long spear thrust out. A glimmer of cold light pierced through the air, and the surrounding spiritual power coalesced into a vortex. A strong aura of killing intent surged forth. Zhao Huangchao did not dodge or evade, standing there as the spearhead approached his chest. Chow Wei's pupils trembled. He never expected Zhao Huangchao would not move. If this spear pierced his chest, he would undoubtedly die. Killing an enforcer would be a bit of a hassle, but if he was just injured, there would definitely be no trouble at all. Chow Wei wanted to change the direction of the spearhead, but it was already too late. Zhao Huangchao's expression was calm. You are not wrong. There is indeed a world of difference between a second-tier warrior and a first-tier warrior. But, clang, the shattered mountain spear struck Zhao Huangchao's chest. A hole was punctured in his clothing, but when the spearhead touched his skin, it stopped. Zhao Huangchao's C-grade talent, Iron Bone Golden Body, caused a dark golden halo to flow over his skin. A second-tier early-stage warrior like Chao Wei could not break through his defense at all. Chao Wei's heart trembled. Damn, so hard. Chao Wei's forehead bulged with veins as he forcefully urged the shattered mountain spear. The spear bent, but the spearhead still couldn't pierce even a fraction. How is this possible? Zhao Huangchao looked completely unfazed. But I am also a second-tier warrior. Chao Wei immediately broke out in a cold sweat. You broke through from the peak of the first tier to the second tier? Impossible. You just reached the peak of the first tier. How could you break through so quickly? Impossible. This can't be. Even if he had also broken through to the second tier, his strength should definitely be beneath mine. I am a late-stage second-tier warrior. I had the chance to break through to the second-tier second stage before the martial arts exam. Why can't my attack hurt him at all? Could it be talent? A terrifying thought emerged in his mind. Although he was a second-tier warrior, his talent was weaker than that of his 2-year younger cousin, Sun Ruonan. Even someone as proud as him had to bow down before Sun Ruonan's talent. It was said that the family had planned to use resources to help her accumulate talent when she broke through to the second tier. If that were the case, Sun Ruonan would become a true prodigy. And now, whether Sun Ruonan was a prodigy was unclear, but the young man before him was definitely a genius. He actually possessed talent, and it was very likely innate. However, what shocked Chao Wei even more was yet to come. Suddenly, a powerful surge of spiritual power erupted from Zhao Huangchao's body. The overwhelming spiritual power surged, instantly enveloping Chao Wei. You're not wrong, I have indeed broken through. From the peak of the first stage to the peak of the second stage, Chao Wei, who was straining against the shattered mountain spear, was taken aback. Breaking through from the peak of the first stage to the peak of the second stage? What a niche vocabulary. Chao Wei took a long time to process the meaning of this sentence. Impossible. No one can cross a major realm in a single day. Saying it was impossible, but feeling the overwhelming pressure of spiritual power crushing him, his legs had already begun to tremble uncontrollably. There was only one thought in his mind. Monster. This is definitely a monster. Zhao Huangchao revealed his gleaming white teeth. In Chao Wei's eyes, it was nothing short of a devil's smile. Are you ready to accept the judgment of justice? The onlooking martial artists standing not far away were all puzzled. What is Chao Lauda doing? Why hasn't he taken care of Zhao Huangchao yet? What are they chatting about over there? How come Chao Lauda's spear didn't hurt Zhao Huangchao? Could it be Chao Lauda can't win? What nonsense are you talking about? Chao Lauda is a second-stage martial artist. He must not be using his full strength, just testing him. Look, Chao Lauda is moving. Under the immense pressure of spiritual power, Chao Wei turned his head. He looked back at the crowd, struggling to say, help, help me. The group of first-stage martial artists were stunned. What? Chao Lauda said. Said to save him? Impossible. We must have heard wrong. Yeah, how could Chao Lauda? Bang! Zhao Huangchao suddenly struck. His palm was enveloped in a pale blue halo, and with a slap, Chao Wei's head exploded. Blood splattered. Ding! Host's law enforcement successful, killed Chao Wei, reward justice points, 2,000 points. At the moment Chao Wei's head exploded, many martial artists felt their own heads buzz. What? What happened? This can't be real. Chao Lauda was killed by Zhao Huangchao, and it was a one-hit kill. Dead. He's dead. These 10 or so people who followed Chao Wei, committing crimes. Some had killed before, while others were seeing death for the first time. But these people all had low sin values, none were good people. After killing Chao Wei, Zhao Huangchao moved like a ghost. Shadows were left behind, and in a flash, he appeared before everyone. The young man who had just killed Chao Wei still had blood on his face, but his expression was surprisingly calm, because after 2 years of crossing over, the young man had come to a profound realization. This seemingly modern world, just like his previous life, would never have a safe order because of the existence of spiritual energy and martial artists. The weak are prey to the strong, and life and death become incredibly casual. If you don't harden your heart to kill others, others will come to kill you. Zhao Huangchao, like a ruler, surveyed everyone. Murdering a law enforcer is a capital offense. Now, it's your turn. The martial artists trembled, their bodies dominated by fear. If even a second-stage martial artist like Chao Wei could be killed in one move, they didn't even have the courage to run away. One martial artist's mouth twitched, his voice trembling. Zhao Huangchao, we are classmates. Everything is Chao Wei's plan and has nothing to do with us. Yeah, it's all the Sun family's conspiracy. Don't worry, we definitely won't spread it, we saw nothing. Facing the pleas of the crowd, Zhao Huangchao sneered. Why can't it be spread? As a law enforcer of the Enforcement Bureau, maintaining justice and killing criminals, isn't that a great achievement? So far, the biggest threat to Zhao Huangchao was the Sun family, the overlords of Tianhai City. The head of the Sun family had unfathomable strength, but with the soul of the black-robed enforcer, he wasn't that afraid of the Sun family. At worst, it would be a fight to the death. Thud! A warrior knelt directly before Zhao Huangchao, crying out, "Please, spare me. Don't kill me. Kill." That word felt both distant and unfamiliar to him. Today, he had merely followed Big Brother Chao. Just like countless times before, he had come to bully his classmates, relying on his power. So ordinary that it couldn't be more ordinary. No one could have imagined it would develop into this. The kneeling warrior continued to plead, "Whoa, I've worked hard for so many years just for the martial arts exam. My parents have worked so hard for so many years just to see me enter a martial arts university. I don't want to disappoint them. Can you understand?" He began to play the emotional card. Zhao Huangchao looked at the sin value above his head, his eyes filled with a hint of disgust. "I can't understand at all, because I have no parents. But, that introverted boy you bullied to death, he had parents. That female classmate you humiliated, she also had parents. You used your family's connections to smooth things over, while the boy's mother crashed into the law enforcement bureau's door, yet no one cared." The warrior's pupils trembled violently. He collapsed to the ground. How do you know these things?" Zhao Huangchao shook his head slightly. "Not important, what's important is this." Zhao Huangchao kicked out. With the enhancement of sea-level talent iron bone golden body, the kick was like a mud truck crashing. With a bang, the kneeling warrior died on the spot. Host kills criminal, justice value increases by 600 points. The remaining warriors all turned pale. A first-stage 8th-level warrior suddenly shouted, "Damn it, we're all going to die anyway, let's team up." The remaining dozen first-stage warriors all took action. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Zhao Huangchao's figure flashed. He unleashed his martial skills with all his might, like a demonic butcher, stirring up a bloody storm. This one-sided massacre ended within 10 minutes. Justice value plus 200, justice value plus 300, justice value plus 300. A large number of items have dropped in the system store. Please check, host. The system prompt sounded continuously. The ground was littered with corpses. Yang Shan's pupils trembled incessantly. Once, that brother who was just as useless as him, now seemed to belong to entirely different worlds. After Zhao Huangchao finished killing everyone, he slowly walked up to Yang Shan. His eyes were cold, filled with disdain. "Do you have anything else to say?" Yang Shan's forehead bulged with veins. "Do you think you can humiliate me now? I don't need your pity." Seeing Zhao Huangchao unmoved, Yang Shan sighed deeply and looked up at the sky. His anger dissipated, as if he had come to terms with it. "Old Zhao, I don't recognize you anymore. We are people from two different worlds now." But, Yang Shan smiled in relief. "I will work hard too. The Sun family gave me a sea-level martial skill and a bottle of body-refining liquid. When the time comes, we'll see who is better in the martial arts exam." "Old Zhao," Yang Shan said with a strong tone, "I will definitely catch up to you. He, ha ha ha." Zhao Huangchao suddenly laughed. Yang Shan was taken aback. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Huangchao reined in his wild laughter. "Yang Shan, you still love to add drama to yourself. Martial arts exam? On what basis do you think you can survive until the martial arts exam?" Yang Shan's expression suddenly stiffened. What do you mean?" Seeing Zhao Huangchao's expression gradually turn cold, Yang Shan panicked. "Are you going to kill me too? Old Zhao, I'm your deskmate, your brother. Have you forgotten how we used to attend classes together, eat together, and be punished by teachers together? I have no background, I just wanted the resources from the Sun family. What wrong have I done? You are unharmed." Zhao Huangchao stepped closer. Yang Shan's face was filled with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. No, don't. Thud. A punch. Zhao Huangchao ended the life of his deskmate of 2 years with a single blow. His heart was devoid of any waves. Zhao Huangchao looked at Yang Shan's corpse and said lightly, "The system was right. Some people have low sin values simply because they are weak. Once given the chance to harm others, they will turn into demons. If they can stab me in the back once, there will be a second time, a third time." Zhao Huangchao ignored the bodies sprawled on the ground. He looked at his panel. Cultivation, peak of second stage, talent, C-level iron bone golden body, 7%, D-level talent manipulation, non-upgradable, breathing technique, S-level justice breathing technique, beginner, martial arts, B-level martial art ghostly shadows, perfect, B-level flowing rock fist, perfect. Justice value, 4,000. This ambush not only left Zhao Huangqiao unscathed but also provided a large amount of justice value. Many items had also dropped in the system store. System, check the store. The system store opened. D-level earth splitting palm, 100 justice points. C-level rampaging bull charge, 200 justice points. C-level savage body, 300 justice points. D-level ordinary body refining liquid, 80 justice points. C-level chi blood pill, 150 justice points. Zhao Huangqiao roughly browsed through. There were no useful martial skills or treasures. Aside from Chao Wei, all were first-stage martial artists. It was impossible to drop anything good. As for Chao Wei, he dropped a B-level weapon and all C-level treasures. These were of little use to Zhao Huangqiao. What he needed were A-level or even S-level martial skills. System, help me exchange for chi blood pills and ordinary body refining liquid. The B-level top-grade body refining liquid was more effective than these. But unfortunately, Zhao Huangqiao had already developed a resistance. After the exchange, he immediately consumed them. Ding, post-absorbed chi blood pill, iron bone golden body training progress increased by 5%. Ding, post-absorbed ordinary body refining liquid, iron bone golden body training progress increased by 3%. Zhao Huangqiao exchanged all the treasures that could increase chi blood and physical strength several times. He kept taking the pills until he developed a resistance. C-level talent iron bone golden body, 40%. Looking at the training progress of his talent, Zhao Huangqiao was very dissatisfied. Raising the C-level physical talent to B-level should be the limit of what a second-stage martial artist's body can bear. At that time, it would also be the day he broke through to the third stage. Only upon reaching the third stage could he truly enter the ranks of the strong. The number of first-stage and unranked martial artists was as numerous as dogs. The number of second-stage martial artists sharply decreased, but they could not be considered strong either. Only third-stage martial artists were the true elites. The principle of Tianhai No. 1 was only at the second stage, perfected. The training progress of this talent is too slow, it needs to be accelerated. Zhao Huangqiao directly ignored the corpses on the ground, deep in thought. Justice value can be used to cultivate realms and martial skills, and it can also be used for shopping in the system store. It cannot directly cultivate talent progress. Ordinary martial artists compete in realms, martial skills, and so on. But among talented martial artists, the competition is in talent. The same martial skills, when executed with or without talent, yield completely different effects. For example, possessing lightning talent and then practicing lightning martial skills results in twice the effect with half the effort, and the power is even greater. With strong talent, fighting across levels is also easy. If one truly wants to stand at the peak of martial arts, talent is more important than martial skills, and even more important than the current realm. Zhao Huangqiao's goal was not to dominate a small Tianhai city. There wasn't a single fourth-stage martial artist to be found in the entire Tianhai city. Zhao Huangqiao began to focus on researching how to improve the training progress of his talent. The only way to improve the progress of talent cultivation at the moment is to purchase treasures that increase vitality and physical strength in the system store. As for the cultivation secret realms, experience dungeons, in the system store, such things are rare and hard to come by. Hiss. Increase vitality and physical strength? Zhao Huangqiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Why didn't I think of this sooner? If it's just about enhancing vitality and physical strength, isn't that simple? System, open the system store. Zhao Huangqiao glanced over the array of garbage martial arts in the store. Exchange martial skills, brutal body, mighty bull strength, surge of blood. The martial skills Zhao Huangqiao exchanged were all D-grade and C-grade trash weapons. However, these martial skills were all about enhancing physical strength. Many martial artists, with mediocre talent and no background or resources, often choose the path of body refinement. It has low costs, requires little investment, and low-level martial artists perform well in combat. Zhao Huangqiao practiced these martial skills solely to increase his physical strength and energize his talent. C-grade iron bone golden body. Cultivate martial skills. Ding! Host consumes 800 points of justice value. Host begins to cultivate 7 body refinement martial skills simultaneously. By analogy, the difficulty of cultivation is reduced by 80%. In the first year, relying on talent, the 7 low-level martial skills are cultivated with ease, quickly mastering the basics. In the second year, the 7 body refinement martial skills surpass the proficient realm, reaching mastery. 1 leads to 7, and by analogy, you can progress smoothly on the path of cultivation, but each martial skill has its unique aspects, easy to grasp, difficult to perfect. The 7 body refinement martial skills represent 7 different body refinement philosophies. This makes the path to perfection in cultivation quite challenging. In the 5th year, you finally master all 7 different body refinement philosophies, achieving perfection. The powerful vitality surged around Zhao Huangchao's body. It was like a towering wave crashing against scorched rocks. Suddenly, a beast-like aura erupted. Zhao Huangchao opened his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. His formidable physique had reached an astonishing level. Even though the 7 body refinement martial skills were all low-level, the benefits gained after perfecting them were beyond imagination. Zhao Huangchao checked his talent progress. See Great Iron Bone Golden Body, 85%, in one go. I increased the progress by 45%. Indeed, this path is feasible. Although low-level martial skills increase progress slowly, the quantity is significant. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Moreover, the justice value required to cultivate low-level martial skills is also minimal. If I can access more A-grade or even S-grade body refinement martial skills, my physical talent can definitely be elevated to S-grade. S-grade talent appears only once in many years throughout the entire Qian Empire. And now, Zhao Huangchao not only clearly has a way to promote to S-grade talent but also likely has more than one method. After finishing his cultivation, the remaining justice value, 2,000. Looking at these 2,000 points of justice value, Zhao Huangchao was momentarily unsure how to use them. He felt like he had so much money that he didn't know how to spend it. System, cultivate the breathing technique for 1,000 points of justice value. Not knowing how to spend it, he decided to invest in the breathing technique, a one-time investment for long-term benefits. He kept another 1,000 points of justice value for emergencies. Ding, host consumes 1,000 points of justice value to cultivate the justice breathing technique. S-grade justice breathing technique reaches mastery. The previous S-grade breathing technique was already close to proficiency. It took 1,000 points to reach mastery. If I want to achieve perfection, I need at least 3,000 points. Thinking of this, Zhao Huangchao, who had just had a bit of a nouveau riche mentality, calmed down again. S-grade martial skills are simply money-gobbling beasts. Zhao Huangchao looked at the surrounding corpses. He took out the white-robe law enforcement token. It's time to handle the scene. Zhao Huangchao finished his cultivation. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, he took out the white-robe law enforcement token and contacted the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau. Besides the enforcers, the bureau was also equipped with many logistical staff, including operators. The main job of the operators was to connect various enforcers. If every enforcer had to go to their director or deputy director for issues, they would be overwhelmed. In simple terms, it was a customer service job. When operator Yang Duo heard Zhao Huangchao's voice, she was clearly a bit excited. She had also been responsible for the call last time. Hearing Zhao Huangchao say that he single-handedly killed a second-tier warrior from the witch cult, she was thrilled. This is operator Yang Duo. May I ask what the problem is? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhao Huangchao thought that the operators assigned to the enforcers were likely fixed. It's nothing major. I encountered a group of warriors provoking and looking for trouble, deliberately attempting to murder an enforcer. A dozen first-tier warriors and one second-tier warrior. Oh, by the way, many of them are from the Sun family, and the others are also connected to the Sun family. Upon hearing this, Yang Duo immediately became furious. The Sun family is really going too far. They do whatever they want in Tianhai City, and the director can't do anything about them. You are the hero who killed the witch cult warriors, and they still dare to lay hands on you. Zhao Huangchao agreed with a I also think they are too much, so I killed them all. Right, they should all. What? You killed them all? Yang Duo's tone rose several notches. The Sun family? You killed them all? Are you joking? Zhao Huangchao replied calmly, there is law enforcement footage, the bureau can check. Yang Duo was left stunned at her workstation. Why did you kill them all? Deliberate murder of an enforcer is a capital offense. Should I let them live to celebrate the new year? Zhao Huangchao retorted. Yang Duo was almost in tears. The reasoning was sound. She despised the Sun family. But the problem was, did you not think about your own fate after killing them? Zhao Huangchao could tell that Yang Duo was in a difficult position, so he said, just report it truthfully. Yang Duo worriedly said, you must be careful of the Sun family's retaliation. Contact me immediately if you encounter danger. At the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, the bureau chief was in his office, panicking. What? What did you say? The steward sent by the General Bureau of Jiangnan Province is arriving today? Wasn't it said it would take a few more days? Where's the deputy director? Damn it, who takes a vacation at this hour? The chief was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. An assistant explained, the General Bureau said that Tianhai City has been calm for years. Recently, a large number of warriors from the witch cult have suddenly appeared. They are worried that something is being plotted, so the steward is coming early. With someone from above coming to inspect, how could the chief not be sweating profusely? quickly notified the enforcers below to behave themselves these days. Knock knock knock. At this moment, young Duo came to knock on the door. Enforcers executing tasks need to follow procedures for reporting, but Zhao Huangchao's matter was too significant. After thinking it over, she decided to go directly to the chief, mainly because she was worried that an ordinary enforcer wouldn't be able to withstand the Sun family's retaliation. Chief, a dozen warriors deliberately attempted to murder enforcer Zhao Huangchao, and he killed them all. Yang Duo added. These people are all from the Sun family. The chief was furious. For such matters, just follow the procedures. How dare they deliberately attempt to murder an enforcer? Shouldn't they be killed? Wait, what did you say? The Sun family. Just when he was worried, such a thing happened at this critical moment. In Class 3 of Tianhai No. 1 High School, Director Zhang sat in the classroom, threatened by Zhao Huangchao, feeling frustrated. Upon entering the classroom, he saw that more than half of the 30-plus students were absent. Chao Wei, Zhao Huangchao, Yang Shan, and many others were not there. Looking at the empty classroom, Director Zhang was furious. He scolded the remaining dozen students. How many times have I said it? With the martial arts exam approaching, the most important thing is to stay calm. You all are so restless, not even coming to class. What are you going to take the exam for? Taking advantage of Zhao Huangchao's absence, Director Zhang began to vent his emotions. I especially want to criticize Zhao Huangchao. The martial arts exam is almost here, and he insists on showing off by joining some law enforcement team. Academics and the martial arts exam come first. Look at how distracted he is, not even coming to class. People like him, even if they get into college, won't amount to anything. A student who had seen Zhao Huangchao completely dominate Wang Xiaoyu couldn't help but speak up for him. So many people didn't come to class, but Chao Wei didn't come either. A student muttered softly. Director Zhang shot a glance. Not from the Sun family. He immediately reprimanded. Don't you look at your own cultivation? What right do you have to talk about Chao Wei? Chao Wei is first in the grade every year. Can you compare? He has the Sun family paving the way for him. What do you have? Do you also want to learn from Zhao Huangchao and join the law enforcement team to carry out missions? Sitting in the front row, Sun Ruen had a hint of a cold smile on her pretty face. Only she knew why Chao Wei and the others were absent. She also knew that Zhao Huangchao might never be able to come to class again. Sun Ruen immediately echoed, Director Zhang is right. The teacher is thinking of us. We all know how important the martial arts exam is. Joining the law enforcement team to carry out missions is very dangerous. If something happens at this time, it could ruin your life. Director Zhang is worried about our safety. Director Zhang couldn't be happier. He almost shed 2 lines of tears. Look, we're all students. How can the gap be so big? Sun Ruen not only has a good family background but also cares for her teachers. What about you? A hint of a wicked smile appeared at the corner of Sun Ruen's mouth. Pretending to be worried, she said, Director Zhang, do you think Zhao Huangchao might have had an accident while carrying out a mission? Director Zhang snorted coldly. If something happens, he deserves it. Sorry everyone, to disappoint you. A voice filled with mockery rang out. Zhao Huangchao appeared at the classroom door without warning. He leaned against the door, his expression calm, his clothes intact, but on the corners of his clothes and shoes, there were obvious bloodstains. Sun Ruen's pupils trembled, her expression stiff. How could he appear at school? Didn't her cousin take people over there? Where did her cousin go? Could it be that her cousin didn't catch Zhao Huangchao? Blood. If he didn't catch him, then why was he covered in blood? Sun Ruen stared in shock. The two exchanged glances. At the moment their eyes met, Sun Ruen was so frightened that she immediately looked away. Her heart trembled incessantly. A terrifying thought began to grow within her. Director Zhang didn't give him a good look. So you know to come back to class? You took leave to carry out a mission. I don't remember it being this many days. Today counts as an absence, and you will be marked. Where's your desk mate Yang Shan? Did he go out to mess around with you? In Class 3 of Tianhai No. 1 High School, when Director Zhang asked why Yang Shan wasn't at school, Zhao Huangchao replied indifferently, he's dead. Director Zhang's mouth twitched. Dead. Zhao Huangchao, you are classmates after all, you can't make such jokes. It's one thing to mess around privately, but now you're trying to play games with me? He's really dead, Zhao Huangchao repeated. Director Zhang furrowed his brows tightly. How do you know he's dead? Did you see it? I just can't believe that a living person. Of course I saw it. I killed them. A simple sentence. In an instant, Director Zhang was stunned. The whole class's minds buzzed. What did he say? He killed them. What a joke. But looking at Zhao Huangchao's indifferent expression, it didn't seem like a joke at all. Then, what about Chao Wei and the others? Director Zhang asked. Zhao Huangchao shrugged helplessly. Chao Wei and the others conspired to murder the enforcers, that's a death penalty, so I killed them all. In that moment, everyone's minds went blank. All killed? That was Chao Wei, the top second-tier martial artist in the whole school, and from the Sun family. Just like that, they were all killed? They thought everyone skipping class was just playing hooky. They didn't expect they had directly escaped to the underworld. Zhao Huangchao ignored the fearful gazes of the crowd and walked to his seat. As he passed by Sun Ruinen's imposing seat, he leaned down and whispered, "Miss Sun, you might be next." Sun Ruinen went pale, her delicate body shuddering violently. She looked up at Zhao Huangchao with eyes filled with fear, resentment, and anger. Biting her red lips tightly, she coldly said, "Dare to kill my cousin, the next one to die will definitely be you." The whole class of students shrank back, lowering their heads. As Zhao Huangchao passed by, it felt as if a bone-chilling cold swept through. This madman, he killed nearly half the class. Even his deskmate, even Chao Wei from the Sun family, he dared to kill. They couldn't even think straight anymore. Zhao Huangchao could kill a second-tier Chao Wei. Just how powerful was he? They only felt immense fear. Who wouldn't be afraid to be in the same room as such a killing god? Without doing anything, their grades inexplicably improved by several ranks. It wasn't that they worked too hard, but that their killing god classmate was too crazy. The fastest way to improve grades was to solve the problem at its source. After Zhao Huangchao returned to his seat, the whole class fell silent, not even daring to breathe loudly. For 2 consecutive classes, even during breaks, no one moved, obediently staying in their seats. Occasionally, they would sneak glances at Zhao Huangchao sitting in the corner of the classroom. If caught peeking, they would be scared into a cold sweat. The atmosphere of fear continued to spread throughout the classroom. The space seemed to have solidified. Director Zhang sat on the podium, unsure whether to speak or leave. His legs trembled uncontrollably, lacking the strength to stand up. Until Zhao Huangchao. A deep, angry voice suddenly rang out at the classroom door. A plump, balding middle-aged man appeared at the entrance. Everyone's gaze turned towards him. Upon seeing this person, Director Zhang looked as if he had seen a savior. "Principal, what brings you here?" Director Zhang asked, feigning ignorance, quickly standing up. He wished he could escape the classroom right then. Principal and Donghai shot a glare at Director Zhang. "Look at the good deeds your class has done." Director Zhang forced a smile. As long as he could avoid being in the same classroom as this killing god, he didn't care how much he was scolded. He hid behind in Donghai, and Donghai glared at Zhao Huangchao, his remaining few hairs standing on end from anger. "Zhao Huangchao, come out." Zhao Huangchao wore a nonchalant expression, shrugged, and followed him out. As soon as Zhao Huangchao left, the classmates immediately breathed a sigh of relief. My God, that madman finally left. What do you think the principal wants with him? What else could it be? It must be about him killing Chao Wei and over 10 others. I don't know, but I feel like this is a bit unreliable. Isn't he at the peak of the first tier? Chao Wei is a second-tier martial artist. Don't believe it? Then why were you just too scared to even breathe? Just now, the aura that Zhao Huangchao emitted was too terrifying. It was the first time I felt what killing intent really is. Do you think Chao Wei is not dead? Definitely not dead. He is a second-tier martial artist, and the martial artist speaking secretly glanced at Sun Ruinen and whispered, he is still from the Sun family. You make a good point. I also think there are too many doubts about this matter. A student leaning at the window looked at the crowd gathered at the school gate and cursed, isn't it unreliable? Chao Wei's mother is literally carrying a coffin to the school gate. At the school gate, Chao Wei's mother, also Sun Ruinen's aunt, Sun Cheng, carrying a coffin, accompanied by a large group of martial artists, blocking the school gate, holding a long banner, kill for a life, hand over the murderer Zhao Huangchao. Passers-by and students in the school building all craned their necks to watch. Sun Cheng, already with a large group of people, along with the onlookers, completely surrounded the school. The passers-by whispered among themselves, isn't that Sun Hua Group's president, Sun Qing, the sister of the head of the Sun family? Why is she blocking the school? Kill for a life? Who died? Who else could it be that made Sun Qing cry like this? It must be her precious son. Her son is that martial arts genius Chao Wei, who is said to be second only to the daughter of the head of the Sun family. Hiss, didn't we hear that Chao Wei was the first student in Tianhai City to break through to the second tier? He was killed? My God, a second-tier genius martial artist, with a mother who was a group president and an uncle who was the head of the Sun family, who would be so bold? Although Sun Cheng is from the Sun family, her martial arts talent is quite average. Even with resources piled up, she has only remained a first-tier martial artist all these years, so she turned to business, helping the head of the family manage the commercial company. Being in Tianhai and backed by the Sun family, there was no real competition in business. She easily monopolized all high-profit industries in the city. At this moment, Sun Cheng did not have her usual domineering attitude. The moment she learned of the bad news, she completely broke down and cried. Her eyes were still red and swollen from crying. After all, the Sun family is a martial arts family, where strength is paramount. Her own talent was lacking, and her son was her only hope. She had spoiled Qiao Wei since he was little, and fortunately, he had not disappointed her. But now, all hope had turned to dust. Sun Cheng disregarded everything, madly blocking the school gate, and Donghai hurriedly brought Zhao Huangqiao to the school gate. Clearly the principal, clearly a peak second-tier martial artist, when he saw Sun Cheng, a mere first-tier martial artist, he showed great respect. Miss Sun, he is the culprit who killed your son, Zhao Huangqiao. At the gate of Tianhai No. 1 High School, the moment Sun Cheng heard the name Zhao Huangqiao, she instantly broke down in tears. Tears streamed down her face, her eyes red and about to burst. She lunged at Zhao Huangqiao, screaming, "You demon! Return my son's life!" At this, the crowd gasped. What the hell? Qiao Wei is really dead. The head of the Sun family's nephew, Sun Cheng's son, who dares to touch him in Tianhai City? This is bad. Tianhai City is going to be in turmoil. Who is this person? He looks like a student too. He is undoubtedly dead. Dead? You are too naive. You know the Sun family's methods. Death is a luxury. Facing Sun Cheng's wild gestures, Zhao Huangqiao dodged with a swift move. Sun Cheng stumbled and fell. Zhao Huangqiao showed no fear and calmly said, "I am an enforcer from the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau. Are you going to attack an enforcer? That is a death penalty." At this moment, the onlookers finally realized Zhao Huangqiao's true identity. Besides being a student of Tianhai No. 1 High School, he was also an enforcer. The crowd whispered, "Enforcer?" According to the law of the enforcers, every member of the Sun family deserves to die. Who doesn't know the relationship between the Sun family and the Enforcement Bureau? Who can judge them? This young enforcer actually dares to take action against the Sun family. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. The crowd watched coldly. Zhao Huangqiao enforced the law against the Sun family's crimes. They didn't think this action was particularly just. They merely mocked him, self-proclaimed maturity. Young. Sun Xing's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and her face still bore the traces of unshed tears. Death penalty? Kill me. Then go ahead and kill me now. Do you dare? Zhao Huangqiao narrowed his eyes. Killing intent surged. Sun Xing's evil value, 960, almost the same as Sun Ruanen. As the sister of the head of the Sun family, she was also the most core figure in the family. How could her evil value be low? And Donghai saw this and immediately scolded, "You dare." Zhao Huangqiao, kneel down quickly. Although Donghai was older and had not fought for a long time, his vitality was weak. He had been a peak second-tier martial artist for many years. He immediately released his spiritual pressure to suppress Zhao Huangqiao's killing intent. However, Zhao Huangqiao remained unmoved. Who wasn't a peak second-tier martial artist? I did nothing wrong, why should I kneel? The host bravely resists, justice value plus 100, and Donghai saw that more and more people were watching. Angrily, he said, "Still claiming you did nothing wrong? I ask you, did you kill Qiao Wei?" He only cared about Qiao Wei's life or death. As for the other dozen or so wrongdoers, if they died, they died. At this moment, Sun Ruanen ran out of the classroom. He helped Sun Cheng up and looked at the crowd, saying, "Zhao Huangqiao has always had ulterior motives. Recently, he gained some opportunities, and his cultivation skyrocketed. He secretly sought opportunities to kill my cousin, Qiao Wei. Such a person still lives. It is against the natural order." And Donghai sternly reprimanded Zhao Huangqiao. "The evidence is irrefutable. What else do you have to argue? Kneel down." Zhao Huangqiao sneered repeatedly. Irrefutable evidence? You think just because each of you says something, it counts as evidence? Looking at Sun Cheng's increasingly cold expression, and Donghai's heart trembled, fearing she would hold him accountable. "You killed Qiao Wei. Isn't that irrefutable evidence?" "Zhao Huangqiao, you are a student, I am the principal. Do you want to rebel?" All these years, which student was not respectful to him? Even the Sun family's children, no matter how they felt inside, they still treated him with courtesy on the surface. You, a powerless and insignificant martial artist who merely lucked into breaking through to the second tier, why do you act so arrogantly in front of me? Who knew? Zhao Huangqiao took out the enforcer's white robe from the enforcement token and put it on. He retorted, "Now, I am the enforcer, and you are an ordinary martial artist. You dare." I see that the one who wants to rebel is you. And Donghai's face turned red with anger, looking fierce and menacing. But a hint of confusion also arose in his heart. This kid clearly lucked into breaking through to the second tier. Why could he remain so calm under the pressure of a peak second-tier martial artist? Zhao Huangqiao looked at Sun Cheng. I did kill Qiao Wei. But aren't you curious why I killed Qiao Wei? The onlookers perked up their ears. From the conversation, they could grasp the gist. This student named Zhao Huangqiao was not only an enforcer but also a gifted martial artist. To break through to the second tier at this age was unparalleled in the entire Tianhai city. But why would such a person seek trouble with the Sun family? Moreover, he even killed Sun Cheng's son. Zhao Huangqiao responded, Qiao Wei, Yang Shan, and a dozen others colluded to commit murder, putting me in a deadly situation. Murdering an enforcer is a death penalty. Whether it is self-defense or punishing criminals, I have every reason to kill him. As soon as she heard her son was in the wrong, Sun Qing instantly exploded. You're talking nonsense. My son is so outstanding. How could he possibly want to kill you for no reason? Zhao Huangqiao smiled and said, you should ask your dear niece about that. Sun Chang looked at Sun Ruinen in surprise. Sun Ruinen's expression was flustered. Chang, Aunt Chang, let me explain. It's all Zhao Huangqiao's fault. He bullied me first, and my cousin stood up for me. Sun Ruinen suddenly realized. It seemed she had found Zhao Huangqiao's flaw and immediately shifted all the blame. She shouted excitedly, you said my cousin wanted to kill you, so you killed him in retaliation. He's lying. My cousin's initial intention was just to teach him a lesson. He never thought of killing you. This is at most a fight between students, yet you went so far as to kill. You're more vicious than the warriors of the witch cult. Zhao Huangqiao had anticipated this. Is that so? The white-robed enforcer's badge shone brightly. A video was projected into the air. Let's see if this group wanted to teach me a lesson or kill me. In the video, the warrior controlled by Zhao Huangqiao's talent, manipulation, was shouting madly, threatening to tear Zhao Huangqiao into pieces. Zhao Huangqiao's methods were indeed despicable. But so what? Evil people have their own ways of dealing with evil. To deal with evil, one must be even more ruthless. Sun Ruinen saw the group led by Qiao Wei, who said they wanted to kill Zhao Huangqiao. Even after Zhao Huangqiao stated that murdering an enforcer was a death sentence, they still showed no fear and even used the Sun family as a backing. In an instant, Sun Ruinen's face turned pale. No, that's not how it started. If Qiao Wei had really lost his temper during the fight and killed Zhao Huangqiao, she would have just sneered. But now, Zhao Huangqiao was still alive, and Qiao Wei was dead. Bystanders began to whisper their criticisms. The Sun family is too lawless, even the Enforcement Bureau can't control them. Could it really be true, as the rumors say, that the Enforcement Bureau is actually controlled by the Sun family? Recently, Tianhai City has been unstable, with warriors from the witch cult frequently appearing. Could this also be related to the Sun family? At the school gate, hearing the bystanders speculate about the witch cult's frequent appearances and whether it was related to the lawless Sun family was just idle gossip. The speaker had no intention, but the listener took it to heart. Sun Ruinen, Sun Qing, and even in Donghai all changed their expressions simultaneously. And Donghai's crime value, 895, crime, colluding with the witch cult. Zhao Huangqiao looked coldly at everyone. The Sun family and Tianhai know. One high school were colluding with the witch cult. Combined with the recent frequent appearances of the witch cult, Zhao Huangqiao had reason to believe they were plotting a huge conspiracy. Just then, the enforcement video played the scene of Zhao Huangqiao smashing Qiao Wei's head with a palm. As a mother, Sun Qing saw her son's tragic death in the bloody footage, and her emotions instantly collapsed. Tears streamed down her face. My son! Kill him for me! And Donghai saw the crowd growing larger and shouted angrily, Zhao Huangqiao, don't you realize your mistake yet? What mistake have I made? They wanted to kill me. Should I just let myself be slaughtered? Zhao Huangqiao retorted. And Donghai's face turned dark with anger. Now that Qiao Wei is dead and you are unscathed, isn't that your fault? Zhao Huangqiao couldn't help but sneer. Heh, if I were weak, I would deserve to be killed. Is that the logic? And Donghai saw that the people around were supporting Zhao Huangqiao, and his heart grew more anxious. Still dare to argue. Zhao Huangqiao's eyes turned cold. Let me tell you, that's exactly the logic. The weak should be bullied. And Donghai angrily said, what have you been learning all these years? Is this what school teaches you? I'm stronger than you now, so I can bully you at will? You can try, Zhao Huangqiao said. And Donghai seized the opportunity and immediately struck. Today, I will clear the way for Tianhai No. 1 middle school. Many of the thugs brought by Sun Chang were mostly late-stage first-tier martial artists, with quite a few second-tier martial artists among them. They all rushed forward, and Donghai came up with lethal intent. showcasing his most skilled B-level martial technique, Tiangang Fist. Despite Donghai's stout figure, his fist wind was fierce. Shadows of fists gathered in the air, filled with killing intent. After all, he was a peak second-tier martial artist, and his strength should not be underestimated. The students in the teaching building widened their eyes. It was the first time they had seen the principal make a move since enrolling. The principal is fighting. A peak second-tier martial artist, Zhao Huangqiao, is in serious trouble. What kind of martial technique is this? I can feel the fist wind from so far away. Zhao Huangqiao stood with his hands behind his back, his figure flickering like a ghost. All of Donghai's fist winds were evaded, striking the ground and leaving cracks, and Donghai was taken aback. So fast. What kind of body technique is this, even faster than A-level techniques? It wasn't that Zhao Huangqiao's ghostly shadows was too strong, but rather that a perfected cultivation technique was never weak. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind Donghai. Principal, you taught us that we must not be distracted during battle. Zhao Huangqiao's fist was enveloped in a faint blue light. A punch struck Donghai's back. This punch seemed not fierce at all, even a bit soft and powerless, but when it hit, it felt like being struck by thousands of fists. The force of the punch continuously assaulted his body. Zhao Huangqiao frowned slightly. The sensation was off. This is a spiritual tool? Spiritual tools are rarer than martial techniques and treasures. They are infused with spiritual power to assist in battle. Common examples include weapons like knives, guns, and sticks, as well as battle armor, etc. The rarity of spiritual tools lies in the difficulty of their creation, requiring a massive amount of manpower, resources, and finances to produce one. However, the benefit is that as long as they are not completely destroyed, they can be used indefinitely. They can even be passed down as family heirlooms. And Donghai was wearing a spiritual tool that withstood most of the attack. He suddenly turned around, his expression ferocious. Then have you forgotten that I taught you to consider all situations during battle, including spiritual tools? And Donghai suddenly counterattacked, using one hand like an eagle's claw, aiming directly for Zhao Huangqiao's heart. Zhao Huangqiao remained motionless. The enhancement of the Seven Gates body refining technique manifested its effect at this moment. The near B-level talent iron bone golden body erupted with terrifying vitality. His skin was as hard as metal, and Donghai had used all his strength but could not budge him in the slightest. His pupils trembled. You have a spiritual tool too? No, this is physical strength. Cold sweat broke out on Donghai's back. Even a peak second-tier magical beast could not possess such formidable defensive power. Zhao Huangqiao fully unleashed the terrifying vitality within him. Like a ferocious beast, many first-tier Sun family martial artists were directly intimidated. A few second-tier martial artists teamed up to beat him. Zhao Huangqiao once again used ghostly shadows, constantly dodging while throwing punches. The flowing water-shattering rock fist combined with his terrifying physical strength. Each punch forcefully shattered the spiritual tool hidden beneath Donghai's clothing. Precious metal fragments fell from his clothes. The metal fragments still carried wisps of spiritual power. No, my spiritual tool. Although he was the principal of Tianhai one middle school, a spiritual tool was still very precious to him. All his wealth combined could not compare to a single spiritual tool. Zhao Huangqiao sneered. Still have time to feel sorry for your spiritual tool? Boom! A punch was thrown, and Donghai fainted on the spot. After all, he was a peak second-tier martial artist. It was still somewhat difficult to kill him with a single punch. Ding! Severely injure Anton Hai, justice points plus 1000. Severely injure Sun family martial artist, justice points plus 200. Severely injure Sun family martial artist, justice points plus 100. The system's notification sound kept ringing. Seeing the strongest Anton Hai had already fainted. The remaining first and second tier martial artists surrounded Zhao Huangqiao, but none dared to step forward. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. Whether it was the onlookers or the students watching from the teaching building, everyone was stunned, their mouths agape. The principal has been defeated? Oh my, a student knocked down Old Fatian. This has probably never happened in the history of Tianhai One high school. Old Fatian is a peak second tier martial artist. So, does that mean Zhao Huangqiao has also reached the peak of the second tier? Wasn't it said he just broke through to the second tier? What kind of monster is this in terms of cultivation speed? Chao Wei didn't die unjustly. Sun Ruinen was so frightened that she took steps back. The once worthless person she looked down upon, the bottom of the class, had now surpassed her by a whole realm, especially when she locked eyes with Zhao Huangqiao. Feeling the sharp and decisive killing intent in his gaze, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Zhao Huangqiao walked towards Sun Qing and Sun Ruanen. The surrounding martial artists didn't dare to intervene. Sun Qing had already forgotten about her son's death. She was just a first-tier martial artist, collapsing to the ground and shrinking back. Zhao Huangqiao said lightly, gathering a crowd to cause trouble, attacking law enforcers. Now, it's your turn. At the entrance of Tianhai No. 1 High School, the originally curious onlookers retreated far back, all the way to the opposite side of the road. Two peak second-tier martial artists clashing could easily harm innocents. Moreover, the bloodlust emanating from Zhao Huangqiao was like a terrifying beast, making them dare not approach. Among the crowd, an inconspicuous limping old man squinted his eyes slightly. A glimmer of light flashed in his deep-set eyes. He murmured, 18 years old, peak second tier, and possesses sea-level physical talent. The most crucial thing is that he has an unyielding heart. What a good seedling. Zhao Huangqiao stepped closer to Sun Qing and Sun Ruanen. One was a middle-aged woman with mature charm, and the other was a youthful beauty, the dream goddess of countless students. But Zhao Huangqiao's gaze grew colder. Given the identities and backgrounds of the two women, merely causing trouble, even if they verbally said, "I want to kill myself," it would be hard to execute them. However, both had high sin values, and severely injuring them would still yield a considerable amount of justice points. Stop! A furious shout rang out. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a figure leap over 10 meters, soaring through the air to block Zhao Huangqiao's path. This person was tall and thin, with elongated eyes and prominent cheekbones. Just by appearance, he gave off a sinister and ruthless vibe. Bold Zhao Huangqiao. Attacking in the street, do you still have the tenets of the Justice Church in your eyes? Zhao Huangqiao assessed the person before him. The opponent's spiritual energy fluctuations were stronger than his own. He couldn't discern the exact cultivation level, but he was undoubtedly a third-tier martial artist, estimating he was around the early stage of the third tier. Looking at his sin value. Sin value, 844 crime, colluding with the witch church, good heavens. Another one colluding with the witch church. Are there any good people left in Tianhai City? Everyone is a villain. Could he be a high-ranking martial artist from the Sun family? Zhao Huangqiao sneered. As a law enforcer, is there any problem with my actions? What qualifications do you have to stop me? So what if he was an early-stage third-tier cultivator? Not to mention, Zhao Huangqiao's physical condition already had the capability to break through to the third tier. It was just that his realm was not yet perfect. The remaining justice points could allow him to break through at any time, even if he didn't break through. He also did not believe that relying on perfect techniques and sea-level physical talent could defeat a third-tier martial artist. Sun Qing and Sun Ruanen saw this person. Their hearts, filled with panic and fear, instantly calmed down. Sun Ruanen looked at Zhao Huangqiao with a wicked smile. Even when death is imminent, he still flaunts his identity as a law enforcer. The tall, thin man squinted his eyes slightly. A law enforcer, is it? Immediately, a flash of light appeared in the man's hand. A 3-foot-long green blade materialized in his grasp. The sword was made of a special metal, radiating a milky yellow halo around it. The words law enforcer were carved into the hilt. Without a doubt, this was another spiritual weapon. The man's demeanor changed as he held the long sword, filled with solemnity and authority. Upon seeing the long sword, the onlookers were all astonished. What the hell? This is the law enforcer's sword. What is that thing? This is a weapon that only high-ranking law enforcers can wield. Besides being a spiritual weapon, it is also a symbol of status. The bystanders recognized it. As a law enforcer, Zhao Huangqiao naturally knew as well. This person was a yellow-robed law enforcer. Zhao Huangqiao was unclear about the specific path to life. He only knew that to upgrade from a white robe to a yellow robe law enforcer, one had to meet certain cultivation requirements and also have merits. The man sneered repeatedly, his gaze filled with disdain. Is being a law enforcer really that impressive? Just because you're a law enforcer, can you do whatever you want? I command you in my capacity as the Deputy Director of the Law Enforcement Bureau of Tianhai City. You seriously injured so many people. Return to the Bureau immediately for investigation. Now, do I still have the qualifications, Deputy Director? Zhao Huangqiao had only joined the Law Enforcement Bureau a few days ago. Besides the heroic martyr team leader Zhang, he didn't know anyone else. But, what if you are the Deputy Director? No qualifications, Zhao Huangqiao said. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue was stunned. You dare to retort the Deputy Director? This kid must have eaten the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. The Deputy Director was also slightly taken aback. Zhao Huangqiao said leisurely, they gathered to cause trouble and attack me. They should be the ones taken back for investigation. And you, as the Deputy Director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, cannot enforce the law impartially. I suspect you are colluding with the Sun family. Now, Zhao Huangqiao's gaze was sharp. I want to take them along with you back to the Law Enforcement Bureau for questioning. His peak second-tier strength might not necessarily lose to a third-tier martial artist. Moreover, he still had his ultimate trump card, the soul of the black-robed law enforcer. Although he didn't know the strength of the black-robed law enforcer, a remnant soul would definitely be more than enough to deal with a third-tier martial artist. Zhao Huangchao's words left everyone in the venue in shock. What? What did this law enforcer say? He's just a newcomer, and he wants to arrest the deputy director? The new generation is cleaning up the workplace, and now they want to clean up the Law Enforcement Bureau too. This law enforcer is really fierce. The deputy director was furious. What qualifications do you have to judge me? All I see is that you have seriously injured many people and now want to harm the innocent. Zhao Huangchao retorted, you jump to conclusions without distinguishing right from wrong. What qualifications do you have to judge me? The deputy director waved the sea-level law enforcer's sword in his hand, and two sword energies sliced through the air, landing at Zhao Huangchao's feet. With a loud bang, the ground was directly torn apart. The deputy director wore a face full of provocation. Now tell me, where is your qualification? I am a third-tier martial artist. I have the qualification to judge you and decide your life and death. So now, tell me, as a second-tier martial artist, what qualifications do you have? Just as Zhao Huangchao was about to make a move, a piercing sound suddenly came from the sky. A long sword rushed through the air, surrounded by intense sword energy, accompanied by the sound of sword cries. The terrifying pressure made everyone's hearts tremble. Even Zhao Huangchao was filled with trepidation. The long sword, like a meteor falling, has not yet touched the ground. The earth begins to crazily sink. With a thud, the long sword plunges into the ground, causing the surroundings to explode like a spider web. It directly sends the deputy director flying. The dark purple light emitted by the long sword. At the hilt, these two characters are also engraved law enforcement. The deputy director lies on the ground, the intense pressure making him feel as if someone is stepping on him, unable to rise. His pupils tremble as he stares at the long sword embedded in the ground. He struggles to say, This is the purple robe. The sword of the yellow robe law enforcer is Class C. The purple robe, however, is Class B. The two are not on the same level in terms of power and momentum. There are only two yellow robe law enforcers in Tianhai City. One is himself, and the other is the director. As for the purple robe law enforcer, the small Tianhai City is not worthy of having one. Therefore, the identity of the long sword's owner is evident. The steward of the Law Enforcement General Bureau of Jiangnan Province. Thud thud, the dark purple light of the law enforcer's sword is embedded in the ground. It emits waves in all directions. Like a thunderpool, it firmly controls everyone. Everyone's hearts tremble, their bodies stiff, not daring to move. The sudden change even surprises Zhao Huangchao. Feeling the purple long sword emitting a sword aura like an abyss, Zhao Huangchao's expression becomes grave. With his cultivation level, he cannot fathom the strength of the swordmaster. He can't help but wonder, if he uses his trump card, the soul of the black robe law enforcer, can he deal with the swordmaster? The answer is unknown. Among the dull onlookers, a limping old man struggles to step out of the crowd. His voice is not loud, but it is deep and powerful, and everyone present can clearly hear every word. The old man looks at the deputy director and says lightly, Does this old man's sword have the qualification to judge you? Ordinary people cannot sense anything different about the old man, but if one is a martial artist, they can feel the terrifying strength of the old man's aura. Like a mountain, like an abyss, it commands respect. When Zhao Huangchao looks at the old man's sin value, he can't help but be surprised. Sin value, 7, a single-digit sin value. Such a sin value is hard to find even in ordinary adults, let alone a martial artist who has cultivated to such a level. Martial artists cultivate to contend with heaven and earth, and to compete with other martial artists. The higher the martial artist's level, even if he is not a bad person, the sin value will still be relatively high. A powerful martial artist with such a single-digit sin value is something Zhao Huangchao did not expect. A pure heart, unblemished within. The deputy director is filled with extreme fear. He speaks out of turn, I didn't know the steward had arrived in Tianhai City ahead of time. The old man has a blank expression. He pulls out the law enforcer's sword from the ground. I ask you, do I have the qualification to judge you? The deputy director lowers his head, drenched in sweat. Of course you do. Why do I have it? The limping old man retorts. Although the onlookers do not know what a steward is, they can see that this old man's identity is extraordinary. The deputy director stutters. Because the deputy director cannot speak, cursing in his heart. Wasn't it said that the steward would arrive in Tianhai City in a few days? Why is he here today? The old man answers for the deputy director. because I am a purple robe law enforcer, and you are a yellow robe law enforcer, so I have the right to judge you, right? The deputy director lowers his head in silence. The old man becomes furious. Nonsense! The original intention of the Holy See in establishing the Law Enforcement Bureau was to supervise the martial artists of the Crimson Flame Empire. Regardless of the cultivation level of the law enforcer, regardless of the status of the lawbreaker, this is an ironclad rule. The Pope has said that even a first-tier martial artist has the right to judge the royal nobility, even the royal family of the Crimson Flame Empire. As the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, what is your intention in colluding with local tyrants to suppress an ordinary law enforcer? The old man shouted angrily. The deputy director was scared into a cold sweat. I dare not. Dare not? Poof! The old man snorted coldly. The witches of Tianhai City have been frequently appearing. To say there are no insiders among you is absolutely impossible. The inspection must start with self-examination. The self-examination of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau starts with you. From now on, you are dismissed. The old man raised his hand. The sword of the enforcer in the deputy director's hand was directly pulled over. Wait until the case is resolved, then come to retrieve it. The deputy director's face turned ashen, but he dared not utter a word of complaint. Is my son's death in vain? Sun Chang's face was filled with unwillingness. The old man with a limp had seen too many powerful nobles. Although he could not see the sin value of others like Zhao Huangqiao, he could generally tell a person's character just by looking into their eyes. The old man retorted, Has your son never killed anyone else? Have you never persecuted anyone else? Are the lives of others not lives? Is your son's life more precious? Even Sun Sheng, no matter how foolish, could see that the old man before her was not someone to be trifled with. Even her own brother, the head of the Sun family, could not provoke this man. Sun Qing nearly bit her silver teeth to pieces, waiting for Zhao Huangqiao with bloodshot eyes. I will never let you go. Zhao Huangqiao smiled. He stepped forward and executed a capture move, controlling Sun Qing. What a coincidence. I won't let you go either. Gathering a crowd to cause trouble, come back with me for interrogation. Her son was beaten to death. She came to find the murderer, only to be captured by the murderer instead. Sun Chang was nearly going mad. My brother is the head of the Sun family. I will kill you. I will kill you. Sun Ruinen's face was cold. Let Aunt Chang go. Zhao Huangqiao looked at her, a look of realization on his face. Almost forgot. There's you too. Sun Ruinen's eyes were filled with fear. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I didn't participate in the trouble. Zhao Huangqiao said domineeringly, I suspect you participated. Is that reason enough? On what basis? On the basis that Zhao Huangqiao's figure flashed, and with two punches, he left Sun Ruinen unrecognizable, knocking her out cold. On the basis that I am stronger than you. He looked around at the enforcers who had come with the deputy director. What are you still dawdling for? The criminals have been subdued. Why aren't you arresting them? Ding! Host arrests Sun Ruinen and Sun Qing, justice value plus 2,000. Although they were arrested, they were not truly punished. Sun Chang might be sentenced, but with the Sun family's connections, she would be out in no time. As for Sun Ruinen, she would be released after just going through the motions. However, Zhao Huangqiao did not care about these things. Whether it was Sun Ruinen or the Sun family, his goal was not to bring them to justice, but to annihilate them. The many enforcers looked at each other in dismay. They had originally come to support their boss, but now their boss was dismissed, and the daughter of the head of the Sun family, the head's own sister, had been beaten unconscious. Everyone felt like crying but had no tears. Feeling Zhao Huangqiao's cold gaze, the enforcers hurriedly stepped forward, handcuffing the few people and taking them away. A crowd of onlookers and students in the teaching building were left in shock. The Sun family causing trouble was initially thought to be Zhao Huangqiao's disaster. After all, the Sun family was recognized as the overlord of Tianhai City. But today, Zhao Huangqiao shattered all of the Sun family's protective layers with his fists. The principal, and Donghai, was protecting you? He was directly knocked out. The Law Enforcement Bureau was protecting you? The deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau was sent in. After this incident, Zhao Huangqiao gained a deeper understanding of the importance of strength, monopoly, aristocracy, power, privilege. These mountains overshadowing ordinary people could never be escaped in a lifetime. But as long as one has absolute personal strength, one can shatter these mountains with a single punch. After handling the scene, Zhao Huangqiao looked at the limping old man and respectfully said, Thank you for your help, senior. Zhao Huangqiao did not respect the old man's strength. Rather, he admired that someone with such powerful abilities had a sin value in the single digits. He knew he was not a good person. If he could see the sin value on himself, it would surely exceed 1,000. But for someone in this chaotic world to still remember their original intentions and uphold justice and kindness, he felt genuine respect. Thank you for your help, senior, Zhao Huangqiao said again. The limping old man glanced at him. He didn't seem unhappy, but rather had a naturally serious and solemn expression, rarely smiling. No need to thank me, even if I hadn't intervened. That early-stage third-tier martial artist probably wouldn't have been your match. C-level physical talent, and at such a young age, you managed to fully cultivate a B-level technique. In the old man's eyes, Zhao Huangqiao's peak second-tier cultivation was nothing remarkable. He had seen many prodigies younger than Zhao Huangqiao with even higher cultivation levels. However, reaching full mastery of a B-level technique was indeed rare. Zhao Huangqiao was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the old man to see through him just by observing his actions. It was just luck, Zhao Huangqiao replied. The limping old man spoke earnestly. Being young and impetuous is not a good thing. Being too rigid can lead to breaking. There are many geniuses, but those who cannot grow will ultimately be fleeting. Sometimes you need to learn to temper your brilliance. Zhao Huangqiao smiled and said, temper my brilliance, cater to the powerful, and turn a blind eye to evil martial artists? If I only think about self-preservation, no matter how high my realm is, I will only think about self-preservation. Some things, once experienced, will lead to countless repetitions. I doubt you are that kind of person, senior? Zhao Huangqiao understood this chaotic and messed up world too well. It is impossible to uphold one's bottom line and avoid wrongdoing while also being smooth and not offending anyone. You either sink into corruption or uphold your principles, or one misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. And the limping old man, as a purple-robed enforcer, still had a sin value in the single digits. He must belong to the latter. The old man did not expect Zhao Huangqiao to say such words. After a moment of surprise, a smile suddenly appeared on his serious face. Ha ha ha. You are still a high school senior, right? My name is Zhong Hongshan, an enforcer at the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau. Come find me after the martial arts exam. In the Justice Church, to become a purple-robed enforcer, one must at least have a fifth-tier cultivation. Zhao Huangqiao speculated that the old man was not just an ordinary fifth-tier martial artist but likely at the peak of the fifth tier. Yes, old Zhong, I also have some questions I would like to ask. Old Zhong greatly appreciated this young man. He was very much like himself when he was young, but he was more talented and smarter. Go ahead. The two walked together toward the Law Enforcement Bureau, chatting along the way. Although Zhao Huangqiao had a system, his understanding of this world was still too limited. In the past 2 years, he could only glean a little from textbooks. Zhao Huangqiao respectfully asked, as a junior in cultivation, I have many confusions and hope the senior can clarify a few. Old Zhong nodded slightly. Zhao Huangqiao asked, for each major realm, should one refine their body to the limit before breaking through? Or can one break through as soon as possible, encountering the next bottleneck earlier to have more time to refine? Old Zhong was somewhat surprised. Why would such a fundamental question come from a genius like him? Has your family not taught you these things? Zhao Huangqiao replied, I have no father or mother, and no resources or background. Old Zhong was taken aback. He had thought that someone as talented as Zhao Huangqiao, even if not from a prestigious family, would at least come from a well-known martial arts family in the area. It's fine not to have that. The path of cultivation is inherently a struggle against the heavens and the earth. Without a family, without attachments and obstacles, one can instead let go and be free. Immediately, old Zhong began to answer his questions seriously. The body is the vessel of spiritual power. Even if they are at the same level, the total amount of spiritual power within a warrior's body can never be the same. Reaching the peak of the body before breaking through is far stronger than combat power at the same level, and future achievements will be higher. What is talent? It manifests differently at different stages. For you warriors in the first 3 stages, the strength of the physical foundation, comprehension, and the affinity of the body to spiritual power, these different attributes divide a person's talent into various ranks. In simple terms, it refers to physical strength, the speed of learning martial arts, and the progress of breathing techniques. Zhao Huangqiao had significant advantages in all 3. Pure physical talent, righteous value-infused martial arts, and S-class breathing techniques. With the system, he had cultivated top-tier talent in the first 3 stages. What about after the 3rd stage? Zhao Huangqiao asked. Old Zhong replied calmly, the transition from the 3rd to the 4th stage is a huge watershed. You are still too early to touch on these. It's not surprising that the cultivation speed in the first 3 stages is fast, but after the 4th stage, the cultivation speed of warriors decreases significantly. You should focus on refining your realm now. The path ahead will be much smoother. Zhao Huangqiao pondered. In the entire Tianhai city, the strongest warriors were only at the peak of the 3rd stage. This shows how significant the divide between the 3rd and 4th stages is. At the same time, he felt a bit confused. As far as I know, the paths of warrior cultivation are varied, including body cultivation, sword cultivation, as well as thunder techniques, fire techniques, and so on. If every breakthrough at each stage has such high requirements for the body, wouldn't that mean everyone is a body cultivator? Old Zhong patiently explained, the path of martial arts is extremely complex, but it can also be simply summarized. External training of muscles, bones, and skin, internal training of one's breath. Only after completing all of these can one be considered to have entered the threshold of martial arts. Later stage warriors may have different paths, but in the early stages, they all need to refine their foundations. Old Zhong thought for a moment and decided to share more with Zhao Huangqiao. You are currently at the peak of the second stage. That next step is not far off. Do you know why there is such a huge gap between the third and fourth stages? Zhao Huangqiao shook his head. Old Zhong continued, the first three stages are just ordinary warriors, but upon reaching the fourth stage, there is a completely new titled blood-flesh realm. This is the first major hurdle in martial arts cultivation, the external training of muscles, bones, and skin. A warrior must refine their physique to the extreme to reach the blood-flesh realm. Having only spiritual power is not enough. If the physique is mediocre and one barely breaks through to the fourth stage, it is very likely they will be stuck at the first level of the fourth stage for their entire life. Zhao Huangqiao suddenly understood. Now he realized why there were only peak third stage warriors in the vast Tianhai city. So what specific standard must the physique reach? Zhao Huangqiao asked. This question caught Old Zhong off guard. After reaching the peak of the third stage, warriors do their utmost to enhance their physique until there is no room for further progress before choosing to break through. As for the specific standard, Old Zhong recalled the many cases he had seen. He then carefully assessed Zhao Huangqiao. He thought to himself, this kid has exceptional talent but is a bit arrogant. He needs to face some challenges. Without using spiritual power or martial techniques, you must lift a single arm with a weight of 108,000 pounds. This was not the requirement for an ordinary warrior to break through to the fourth stage, but rather the standard set by those top-tier prodigies for themselves. Warriors at the peak of the third stage who can reach this level have a high chance of advancing to the fifth stage, or even the sixth stage. 108,000 pounds? That's quite a high requirement. Zhao Huangqiao was somewhat surprised. Since obtaining this system, he had never tested his arm strength. A long time ago, when he had just broken through to the first stage, he had tested it and barely reached 1,000 pounds of strength. That was nowhere near the threshold for breaking through to the fourth stage. He thought he should find a time to test it. But he wasn't worried. With a sea-level talent of iron bones and golden body, and the ability to infinitely cultivate body refinement techniques, I can boost my physique no matter what. Old Zhong's mouth twitched slightly. A single arm lifting 80,000 pounds is just a bit challenging? The Law Enforcement Bureau has testing facilities. You'll know when you test it out then, Old Zhong said. Zhao Huangqiao suddenly asked, what level of strength does a black-robed enforcer have? The question was quite a leap, and Old Zhong frowned slightly. Black-robed enforcers. That was something this kid couldn't even touch. The director of the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau hadn't even reached the black-robed level. Old Zhong still responded, if we don't consider merits and only look at cultivation levels, first to second tier warriors are white-robed enforcers. Third to fourth tier warriors are yellow-robed enforcers. Fifth to sixth tier warriors are purple-robed enforcers. And black-robed requires reaching the seventh tier. A glint flashed in Zhao Huangqiao's eyes. The reward he received for deducing the Yi breath of justice to S level turned out to be the remnant soul of a guaranteed 7th tier powerhouse. So, can 1% of a 7th tier warrior's strength defeat a peak 3rd tier warrior? Old Zhong was quite puzzled as to why he would ask such a strange question. He thought it was just the curiosity of a boy confined to a small city, encountering the outside world for the first time. You underestimate 7th tier warriors too much, even 4th tier warriors are no match. Zhao Huangqiao was overjoyed inside. This remnant soul was his confidence against the Sun family. As the two exchanged words, they arrived at the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau. Director Fei Tianxian was already waiting at the door to greet them. Elder Zhong, my subordinates were unaware of your arrival in Tianhai City today. Director Fei Tianxian wore a flattering smile. Over 60 years old, he looked no different from an ordinary 40-year-old. He exuded a strong aura of vitality. Zhao Huangqiao sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from him, which were above his own. He was much stronger than the deputy director. This person was most likely a peak 3rd tier warrior. He glanced at Fei Tianxian's evil value. Evil value, 999, crime, colluding with the witch church, accepting bribes, trampling on human life. The list of crimes was long and damning. Zhao Huangqiao was not surprised that the director was colluding with the witch church. In this seemingly peaceful small city, the Sun family, the Law Enforcement Bureau, and Tianhai No, one high school were all in collusion with the witch church. There must be some ulterior motive. Coupled with the recent frequent appearances of witch church warriors, it could be concluded that a huge conspiracy shrouding Tianhai City was about to unfold. Old Zhong said coldly, "You knew when I was coming, so you prepared in advance for the inspection, didn't you?" Fei Tianxian's body trembled slightly. "My subordinates dare not. I was also shocked and angered by the deputy director's actions, and I am very pained. I didn't expect him to engage in collusion right under my nose. I will definitely eradicate this unhealthy trend." Old Zhong had heard too many flattery words like this and said, "I will report truthfully to the headquarters. As for how to handle it, that will be left to their judgment. I am here to investigate the matter of the witch church warriors. You all should be careful." Fei Tianxian nodded repeatedly. He then looked at Zhao Huangqiao with a face full of satisfaction. "You single-handedly killed a second-tier warrior of the witch church and were awarded D-level merit. The reward has been issued. You can check it with your law enforcement token. Well done. After the martial arts exam, there will be a training camp, and once the training is over, you will be made the captain, leading the team on your own. I believe in your abilities." Zhao Huangqiao immediately checked his law enforcement token. Inside were 3 B-level martial arts techniques and a B-level vitality pill. Fei Tianxian leaned in to look together and said, "The martial arts exam is coming up soon. Choosing a new technique now will be difficult for short-term improvement and may even have side effects. I recommend you choose the B-grade blood chi pill, which can temporarily increase your strength and is more beneficial for the martial arts exam." Fei Tianxian's recommendation was very reasonable. However, Zhao Huangqiao exchanged for a B-grade body refining martial skill Xuanning body without hesitation. For a moment, Fei Tianxian felt a bit embarrassed. Zhao Huangqiao smiled and said, "Sorry, director, a poor kid is afraid of being poor and hasn't come across any good martial skills. Difficult to cultivate? He could directly infuse it with justice points to achieve perfection. This would enhance his talent and cultivation speed." Zhao Huangqiao had no worries about the critical transition from peak 3rd tier to 4th tier. What he needed most now were high-level martial skills, A grade, or even S grade. The more, the better. Compared to other martial artists, his greatest advantage was the ability to quickly cultivate martial skills. Currently, the only way Zhao Huangqiao could access martial skills was through the martial arts trial in the secret realm before the exam. It was said that there were S-grade techniques within the secret realm. Fei Tianxian's mouth twitched slightly. "No good martial skills? Did you beat up Donghai and the deputy director?" Old Zhong glanced over but said nothing more. He just thought Zhao Huangqiao was young and eager to face challenges. After that, everyone entered the Law Enforcement Bureau. They held a memorial service for Team Zhang, who had bravely sacrificed. Following that was a discussion about the frequent appearances of the witch church's martial artists. They were all speaking in official tones, and Zhao Huangqiao felt drowsy listening. It wasn't until that evening that the meeting finally ended. Old Zhong was completely baffled and couldn't understand what the witch church was plotting. Zhao Huangqiao shook his head helplessly. "You definitely won't understand. It's a game of werewolf, and you're the only clergy member. The rest are all deep-water wolves." After the meeting, Zhao Huangqiao, under Old Zhong's guidance, arrived at the testing ground of the Law Enforcement Bureau. This was a training martial arts hall for enforcers. Enforcers needed to apply in advance to test and train. With Old Zhong leading the way, all applications were waived. The old and the young approached a giant crystal. The diamond-shaped crystal was clear and transparent, emitting a special energy substance. Zhao Huangqiao reached out to touch it. He couldn't directly touch the crystal. As he got closer, he felt a resistance. The closer he got, the greater the resistance, similar to how magnets repel each other. The strength-testing crystal wasn't particularly precious, but it could withstand impacts of up to 1,000,000 pounds. Therefore, relatively formal testing venues would be equipped with one. Zhao Huangqiao moved his body to prepare for the test. Old Zhong watched from the side, curious about how much strength this physically gifted young man would achieve. Old Zhong said, "You are currently at the peak of the 2nd tier. If your single-arm strength reaches 30,000 pounds, you can break through to the 3rd tier." Zhao Huangqiao suddenly asked curiously, "Old Zhong, what is the physical limit for a 2nd-tier martial artist?" This question stumped Old Zhong. Generally, martial artists in the early stages of cultivation do not excessively pursue physical strength. Only when they reach the peak of the 3rd tier do they slow down their cultivation, temper their bodies, and strive for the fourth tier's flesh and blood realm. But seeing the young man's curious and somewhat admiring gaze, old Zhong felt embarrassed to admit he didn't know. Ahem, well, the physical limit for a second-tier martial artist is 50,000 pounds. His old Zhong couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. It was rare for a martial artist at the peak of the third tier, after long-term body tempering, to reach 100,000 pounds. Would saying that the limit for a second-tier martial artist is 50,000 pounds be too exaggerated? Forget it, he didn't know anyway. In the testing ground of the Law Enforcement Bureau, watching Zhao Huangqiao, who was eager to try, old Zhong casually asked, "What was your last arm strength test?" Zhao Huangqiao clenched his fist and said, "I tested at the first tier, 1,000 pounds. After saying that, he let out a loud shout. Without using spiritual power, he unleashed a punch with pure physical strength, striking the testing crystal. Bang, the crystal trembled slightly. Then the numbers on it began to jump wildly. Then, staying at 32512, Elder Zhong frowned slightly. "You already have 1,000 pounds of strength at the first level. How come at the peak of the second level it's only 3,000? 30,000. Elder Zhong rubbed his eyes, looking at the numbers above in disbelief. Single arm 30,000 pounds? Elder Zhong couldn't help but gasp. He stared at Zhao Huangqiao as if he were a monster. Zhao Huangqiao looked innocent. "Isn't the limit for the second level 50,000? My punch is only 30,000. Only?" Elder Zhong, who was usually serious and aloof, had a strange expression. Ahem. Those who can reach 50,000 are a very small number of top geniuses. 30,000 is already quite good. Did he have 30,000 at the peak of the second level back in his day? It seemed like it was only 20,000, or maybe even less. For an ordinary peak second level warrior, having 10,000 pounds of strength means their physical strength is enough to break through to the third level. 20,000 pounds of strength is already considered a solid foundation. Only a small number of ambitious warriors would choose such a path. The true test of a warrior's body is not the transition from the second to the third level, but the breakthrough from the third to the fourth level of flesh and blood. He couldn't even imagine how easy it would be for Zhao Huangqiao, who had 30,000 pounds of strength at the mere peak of the second level, to break through the flesh and blood realm in the future. However, Zhao Huangqiao was quite dissatisfied and said, 30,000 pounds isn't enough to break through to the third level, I still need to refine it to the limit. Elder Zhong's face darkened. What 50,000 pounds at the peak of the second level? That was just something he had said offhand. Actually, 30,000 pounds is already very good. One must learn to be content. Blindly pursuing limits may backfire. It takes time and effort, delaying one's own cultivation progress. Elder Zhong was very worried. What if his words misled a top genius and wasted their potential? He would feel guilty for life. Zhao Huangqiao narrowed his eyes. No, it won't take long. Zhao Huangqiao checked his panel. Cultivation, peak of the second level talent, C-level iron bone golden body, 85%, D-level talent manipulation, non-upgradable, breathing technique, S-level justice breathing technique, mastered, martial arts, B-level martial arts Shenming body, beginner, B-level martial arts ghost shadow, perfect, B-level flowing rock fist, perfect, justice value. 4,500 C-level talent iron bone golden body is just one step away from upgrading to B-level talent. The B-level body refining martial art Xuanming body he chose as a merit reward is the stepping stone for this final step. For Zhao Huangqiao, B-level, C-level, or even A-level martial arts have little direct effect in actual combat, but practicing these martial arts can enhance his talent, which is crucial. System, let me practice Xuanming body, Zhao Huangqiao thought. Elder Zhong commented and advised, the young should be more down to earth. Go back and ponder it yourself. Zhao Huangqiao stood before the testing crystal and said, Elder Zhong, I want to try again. Elder Zhong suddenly felt an unusual aura rising within Zhao Huangqiao. It kept swirling inside him, a mysterious feeling spreading out. Elder Zhong, with his extraordinary insight, immediately sensed the source of this aura. Is this the body-refining martial art Xuanming body you just chose? Elder Zhong frowned slightly. Using martial arts for strength testing is meaningless. However, Zhao Huangqiao's eyes were slightly closed, and the mysterious feeling kept erupting. Elder Zhong, realizing too late, felt his pupils tremble incessantly. This is entering a state of enlightenment. A moment of enlightenment can transform a dragon from a serpent. For any warrior, enlightenment is something to be desired. Whether in cultivation realm or martial arts, once one enters a state of enlightenment, they will make rapid progress. And for Zhao Huangqiao, to achieve enlightenment, he only needed to take down a few deserving individuals. Ding! The host consumes 1,500 points of justice value to cultivate the Shenming body. The Shenming body is only B rank, but it was created by a top martial artist who observed the ancient fierce beast, Xuanwu, and gained insights. Its intricacies involve a trace of the ancient fierce beast's secret methods, making the cultivation extremely difficult. In the first year, the host quickly reached the peak of entry-level cultivation thanks to multiple experiences in body-refining martial arts. In the second year, a sudden enlightenment led to frequent breakthroughs, surpassing the proficient stage and reaching mastery. The rapid breakthroughs made you feel that the Xianning body was nothing special, but after reaching mastery, progress became incredibly difficult. In the fifth year, you still remained at the early stage of mastery, and every time you practiced the Xianning body, it felt as if a colossal monster was watching you. In the 10th year, relying on your strong willpower, you gradually pushed the martial arts to the peak of mastery, just one step away from perfection. But you are well aware that this one step may never be reached in your lifetime. In the 11th year, while training outside, you encountered a magical beast with Xuanwu bloodline. During a life and death struggle with it, you broke through your shackles, and the cultivation of the Xianning body reached the pinnacle of perfection. Zhao Huangqiao opened his eyes. A domineering aura radiated from around his body. Continuously using justice value to cultivate martial arts, Zhao Huangqiao also discovered some patterns. The same martial arts consumed different amounts of justice value during cultivation, not remaining constant. The amount consumed is determined by the difficulty of the martial arts, opportunities, environment, and so on. For instance, this time of cultivation, the Xianning body took 10 years to go from entry level to mastery. However, from mastery to perfection, due to encountering an opportunity, it only took 1 year. If it weren't for that opportunity, the consumed justice value would have been even greater. Zhao Huangqiao speculated secretly. If I cultivate fire-type martial arts in an environment rich in fire elements, the consumed justice value might be greatly reduced. Ding, the host's B-rank martial arts Xianning body has reached perfection, and the talent cultivation progress increases by 30%. Ding, the host's C-rank talent Iron Bone Golden body has reached great success, upgrading to B-rank talent Flesh and Blood as desired. Zhao Huangqiao looked at his system panel again. Cultivation level, second stage peak talent, B-rank Flesh and Blood as desired, 15%, D-rank talent manipulation, non-upgradable, breathing technique, S-rank justice breathing technique, mastery, martial arts, B-rank martial arts Xianning body, perfection, B-rank martial arts ghost shadow heavy, perfection. Justice value, 3000. After the talent upgrade, Zhao Huangqiao's vitality reached an astonishing level. He could even feel that every cell was bursting with powerful life force. It seemed that no matter what kind of injury he sustained, he could automatically heal. The B-rank talent Flesh and Blood as desired not only enhanced physical strength but also brought terrifying healing abilities. In the Law Enforcement Bureau's testing ground, watching Zhao Huangqiao's aura rise steadily, old Zhong was left dumbfounded. You achieved perfection in the Xianning body with a single enlightenment? However, it didn't stop there. A force far beyond the Xianning body erupted within Zhao Huangqiao. It was like the blood of a fierce beast boiling, causing the surrounding air to begin to ripple. A mysterious aura close to the secrets of martial arts flowed continuously. Old Zhong felt this mystery, and the long silent bottleneck showed signs of loosening. Observing others breaking through greatly benefits one's own martial path. But what old Zhong couldn't understand was why, with his much higher realm than Zhao Huangqiao, observing his breakthrough would lead to insights. This is not a breakthrough in martial arts realm, it's a breakthrough in talent. Even the well-informed old Zhong looked incredulous at this moment. Some martial artists are born with talent, while others gain it through later opportunities. Although there have been cases where talent was upgraded due to certain opportunities, it is extremely rare. The proportion of warriors among ordinary people is very small. Among warriors, those with talent are about 1 in 100,000. The upgrade of talent is even less than 1 in 100,000. Having talent already makes one a dragon or phoenix among people. Upgrading talent is far more important than improving one's realm. This is equivalent to a complete transformation. This is the first time Elder Zhong has witnessed the evolution of a warrior's talent. Elder Zhong murmured, a C-level talent upgraded to a B-level talent. This kid is truly a monster. With this level of talent, although it is merely a physical talent, it is enough to rank among the top talents. Zhao Huangqiao stabilized the flow of energy within his body. The B-level talent, Flesh and Blood as desired, has already reached the second-tier physical limit and can break through to the third tier at any time. But he was not in a hurry. Ha! Zhao Huangqiao threw a punch at the testing crystal. He did not use any spiritual power, relying purely on physical strength. The force of this punch carried a domineering wind. It was even closer to the crystal's core than the previous punch. The wall behind the testing crystal was cracked in several places. The numbers in the crystal jumped wildly. Finally, they settled at 80,021. 80,000. Elder Zhong couldn't help but shout. 80,000 pounds at the peak of the second tier. This means that when he breaks through to the third tier in the future, he will definitely be able to reach 100,000 pounds with one arm at the peak of the third tier. This does not even account for the deepening of physical refinement after reaching the peak of the third tier. The increase in physical strength brought about by the growth of pure spiritual power and realm is enough to elevate him to the top level. Zhao Huangqiao looked at the numbers on the testing crystal, feeling quite satisfied. It's about what I expected. After the talent evolved to B level, it can break through the second tier limit. Elder Zhong, who had come back to his senses from the shock, couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why is this kid's B-level talent so much stronger than other warriors' B-level talents? He had seen many martial arts freaks with astonishing talents. Warriors with B-level physical talents are far inferior to Zhao Huangqiao's physical quality. At least they must be A-level to be comparable. Why is that? What he did not know was that Zhao Huangqiao's B-level talent was achieved through perfected body-refining martial arts. It evolved from D-level. Perfected body-refining martial arts can increase physical strength. At the same time, it can also increase the progress of talent cultivation, allowing talent to evolve and further increase physical strength. Under the dual enhancement, it has resulted in the current B-level talent being comparable to A-level. After careful consideration, Elder Zhong asked, "Are you willing to be my student?" He did not want to see such a fine piece of jade being damaged by the corrupt world. With talent, perseverance, and a clean background. More importantly, he has a sense of injustice in his heart. Zhao Huangqiao was slightly taken aback. Then, he clasped his hands in salute. Student pays respects to the teacher. Although he had a system, he still lacked background resources. He needed high-level martial arts and more opportunities to come into contact with rare materials and fortuitous encounters. And the old man in front of him, his strength is at least that of a fifth-tier warrior, and he is also upright. This would greatly help him in gaining justice points in future law enforcement. Elder Zhong, who originally came to Tianhai City for work guidance, was in a great mood after gaining a beloved disciple. I will be in Tianhai City for a while. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can come find me. After the martial arts exam, come to the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau to find me, and I will pass on my secret methods to you. As he spoke, lightning flickered around Elder Zhong's body. Threads of lightning intertwined, carrying a destructive aura. I specialize in lightning techniques. Although you do not have lightning talent and possess physical talent, a strong body also has many conveniences for practicing lightning techniques, as the body can withstand stronger lightning elements. Student understands. Zhao Huangqiao thought to himself. His physical talent was obtained through taking top-grade body-refining liquid and practicing body-refining martial arts. If he practices lightning techniques in the future and takes treasures related to lightning elements, can the thunder system talent be awakened? However, that is a matter for later. The most important thing right now is to improve strength, to prepare for the upcoming Martial Arts Refinement Secret Realm and Martial Arts Examination. The Martial Arts Refinement Secret Realm is open to low-level martial artists, rich in spiritual energy, and has a very low danger level. Its main purpose is to absorb spiritual energy to enhance one's realm. He plans to go to the Martial Arts Refinement Secret Realm to break through to the third level inside, consuming less justice value, and to try to find the legendary S-level martial arts technique. The Martial Arts Refinement Secret Realm can elevate his strength to another level. Next comes the most important martial arts examination. After bidding farewell to Elder Zhong, Zhao Huangqiao left the Law Enforcement Bureau. At the entrance of the Law Enforcement Bureau, he saw a middle-aged man who had been waiting there for a long time. The man had a square face, thick eyebrows, and bright, piercing eyes. He wore an expensive custom suit that showcased his robust physique. He exuded an imposing aura that commanded respect without anger. Beside the man stood a young and beautiful girl. This girl was Sun Ruinen. The middle-aged man strode forward and said, "Hello, I am Sun Ruinen's father, Sun Badian." His voice was deep and powerful, carrying a sense of righteousness and authority. The head of the Sun family, Sun Badian, also a peak third-level martial artist, the pressure he exerted was far greater than that of the Law Enforcement Bureau chief, Fei Tianxiang. Zhao Huangqiao narrowed his eyes, instantly becoming alert. The visitor was not here for good. He had hit his daughter, fought his sister, and even killed his nephew, Chao Wei. Hiss! Why did it feel like he was more of a villain with no redeeming qualities? Head of the Sun family, do you have something to discuss with me? Sun Beishan's self-introduction was as Sun Ruinen's father, but Zhao Huangqiao did not address him as Uncle Sun or anything similar. Instead, he directly referred to him as the head of the Sun family, because in his eyes, the girl known as the pride of the heavens, Sun Ruinen, was no longer on the same level as him. He had the capital and confidence to speak on equal terms with the head of the Sun family. Head of the Sun family, do you have something to discuss with me? Zhao Huangqiao said calmly. Sun Baishan's gaze was direct and unwavering, filled with sincerity. My daughter had some conflicts with you before. I understand the ins and outs, and indeed, my daughter was at fault first. He pulled the reluctant Sun Ruen over. Apologize to Zhao classmate. Dad, why should I apologize to him? Clearly, he, Ruenen. Sun Baishan's roar startled Sun Ruenen into silence immediately. Apologize. Sun Baishan's tone was very firm. Sun Ruenen bit her red lip tightly, her face flushed with anger and embarrassment. She awkwardly bowed to Zhao Wangchao. I'm sorry, the previous matter was all my fault. Conflicts between students and the other party's parents come to apologize with their child. Zhao Wangchao felt no discomfort at all, as long as you know you were wrong. Sun Ruenen's expression twisted. How ungrateful. But due to her father's authority, she could only endure it. Sun Badian glared at his daughter with disappointment and scolded, "Go home and reflect properly." Then he turned to Zhao Wangchao. As the head of the Sun family, he was actually lowering himself to speak to a student. Family matters are busy. It was my negligence and discipline that led to this incident. I was also very angry when I heard about it. Chao Wei's death was his own doing, lawless and murderous against enforcers. We will not pursue this matter. And my sister, Sun Cheng, is indeed a bit overbearing. She is still detained in the Law Enforcement Bureau. I will not interfere in this matter, but, Sun Badian said softly, my daughter is indeed naive and did not participate in it. I used a bit of influence to bail her out of the Law Enforcement Bureau early. I hope you can overlook this. Otherwise, with the martial arts examination coming up, it could delay her for a lifetime. As a parent, I hope you can understand. Of course, our Sun family will definitely compensate you. According to the normal judicial process of the Law Enforcement Bureau, coupled with the influence of the Sun family, Sun Ruenen could not possibly be in trouble. Even so, Sun Badian still found Zhao Wangchao, speaking sincerely, hoping to gain the others' forgiveness. This showed his genuine attitude. My nephew is dead, I won't pursue it. My sister was caught, she brought it upon herself. I just hope you spare your daughter and don't delay her martial arts examination. Anyone would have no reason to refuse. Zhao Huangchao suddenly smiled. What are you talking about, Master Sun? I have a good relationship with Sun Ruenen. It's just a small friction between classmates. I'm not some great villain. How could I possibly hold a grudge? Sun Badian smiled and took out a card from his pocket. Here's 1 million. Consider it the Sun family's compensation to you. Please be sure to accept it. Money is also very important for martial arts cultivation. Especially for low-level martial artists, it can be used to purchase treasures and low-level martial techniques. Zhao Huangchao was not polite and accepted it directly. A black luxury business car drove over and stopped behind Sun Badian. Then I won't disturb you in finding your classmates. The father and daughter got into the car and left. Zhao Huangchao watched the luxury car speed away, his eyes suddenly turning cold. He certainly could not be deceived by Sun Baishan's sweet words. Sun Baishan's evil value, 1,100, crimes, collusion with the witch church, murder, rape, plunder. The source of darkness in the entire Tianhai city originates from this person. He was also the only one Zhao Huangchao had seen with an evil value exceeding 1,000. The assessment of evil value is very flexible. It's not that killing someone automatically results in a high evil value. The system comprehensively judges a person's evil value based on the causes and consequences, motives for killing, and other factors. The Sun family's attitude is even more suspicious. The more they kept a low profile, the more it indicated they were plotting something big. 1,100 evil value. Zhao Huangchao's eyes gradually became frenzied. Deep down, he thought, if he exterminated the Sun family, how much justice value would he gain? Behind Zhao Huangchao, on the rooftop of the Law Enforcement Bureau building, a limping old man stood by the window, looking out with indifferent eyes. Inside the black luxury car, Sun Ruenen puffed her cheeks, arms crossed, sulking. Sun Badian looked at his daughter's cute appearance and couldn't help but smile. Nanan, still angry? Sun Ruenen huffed in complaint. Why should I apologize to that waste? Sun Badian smiled awkwardly. Although he played the role of a strict father in front of Zhao Huangchao, he was actually very indulgent towards Sun Ruenen in private. The act isn't for that kid to see, it's for the steward sent down from the headquarters. Sun Ruenen looked slightly surprised. Sun Badian continued, that old man has already taken Zhao Huangchao as his disciple. And just now, he was watching us from the building. The idiots from the witch church exposed their whereabouts, drawing the headquarters' attention. causing us to have to keep a low profile. Nanan, just bear with it, the martial arts examination isn't far off. The sacrificial formation on the witch church's side is also almost ready. As soon as the martial arts examination starts, our Sun family will soar to new heights. The martial arts examination is held once a year, but for this year's examination, the Sun family has been preparing for 10 years. Sun Ruen knew she had to prioritize the bigger picture, but she still couldn't swallow this anger. He has already attacked me, he must pay the price. Sun Badian sighed helplessly. He knew his daughter's temperament too well. She wouldn't be satisfied without revenge. That's simple. Create an accident and kill his parents and relatives. He's an orphan, Sun Ruen said. Then, kill his close friend? Close friend? Sun Ruen frowned slightly, with only one candidate in her mind. He does have a deskmate, who ranks second to last in the entire grade. They were kindred spirits before. Then just kill him. Sun Baishan's brows relaxed. His deskmate is already dead, killed by Zhao Huangqiao. The corners of Sun Baishan's mouth twitched slightly. This kid has a ruthless heart. Oh, forget it. Sun Badian sighed, then said nonchalantly, then just kill him directly. Be a bit discreet about it, the overseers at the headquarters won't notice. That night, in a rented room, although Zhao Huangqiao had received 1 million from the Sun family, he didn't rush to find a better place to live. He still squeezed into the cramped, cheap rental. Zhao Huangqiao didn't hurry to break through to the third stage. Instead, he continued to practice the justice breathing technique. Tomorrow is the day the martial arts secret realm opens. The spiritual energy inside will be even more abundant. I can perfect the breathing technique and break through once I enter the secret realm. System, continue practicing the justice breathing technique. Ding, the host consumes 2,000 points of justice value and begins practicing the justice breathing technique. In the first year, you will evolve the D-level breathing technique to S-level mastery, greatly boosting your confidence, preparing to push through to perfection. In the 5th year, you try various methods but still cannot touch the ultimate realm of the breathing technique. In the 8th year, you invest a lot of energy into the breathing technique, but your cultivation stagnates, and you begin to break down and go mad. In the 12th year, time passes, and the breathing technique becomes your heart's demon. In the 20th year, peering into the truth amidst madness, rebuilding confidence in the midst of collapse, you rise again, ultimately achieving perfection, S-level justice breathing technique fully mastered. In the rental room, Zhao Huangqiao let out a long breath. A surge of spiritual energy spread around him. With each breath, the surrounding spiritual energy surged madly into his body. The host has fully mastered the S-level justice breathing technique, increasing cultivation speed by 5,000%. Zhao Huangqiao didn't even need to actively cultivate. Even while sleeping in a place with scarce spiritual energy, the energy within him would continuously rise. This was the power of the fully mastered S-level breathing technique. It was also the highest existence among all breathing techniques. A martial artist typically chooses only one breathing technique to assist in cultivation. Changing midway has a significant impact on oneself. The saying 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river only exists in fantasy. In reality, it's 30 years east of the river, 30 years east of the river, 30 years of grass on the grave. Even if you are a rare genius, if you start cultivating without resources and are forced to choose a trash breathing technique, you will never achieve much in your lifetime. Zhao Huangqiao now, compared to any top family genius, was only stronger in breathing techniques. Compared to martial artists without breathing techniques, my cultivation speed has increased 50-fold. Feeling the changes within him, he was just one step away from becoming a third-stage martial artist. Zhao Huangqiao looked at his system panel. Cultivation, peak of second stage, talent, B-level flesh-like wishes, 15%, D-level talent manipulation, non-upgradable, breathing technique, S-level justice breathing technique, perfect, cultivation method, B-level method Shinming body, perfect, B-level method ghostly shadows, perfect. Justice value, 1,000, although the justice value is running low. But tomorrow, with abundant spiritual energy in the martial arts secret realm, I might be able to break through to the mid-third stage in one go. In the neighboring city of Tianhai City, Sanglin City, the Lan family, head of the family, head of the family. The butler of the Lan family ran in excitedly, holding a secret letter. The head of the Lan family frowned slightly, displeased, and said, "What's with all the shouting? Ruwashi is meditating and cultivating, don't disturb her." The butler immediately controlled his voice but couldn't help but excitedly say, "Head, the young lady has been admitted to the Wind Sword sect as an exception." The Wind Sword sect is one of the top 3 martial arts sects in Jiangnan province. Far from being comparable to the powerful families of their small city, the head of the Lan family looked surprised. He took the confidential letter and burst into laughter. "Ahaha, good, good. Ru Shi, at the peak of the first stage, has been admitted as an exception. This is a true martial arts genius. Sun Batian from Tianhai City has been bragging about how amazing his daughter is. No matter how amazing, can she be recognized by the Wind Sword sect? Lan Ruoxi and Sun Ruenan. Both girls are the only daughters of martial arts families. Since childhood, they have been showered with endless love and resources. Both are as beautiful as celestial beings, making it inevitable for people to compare the two. Although they do not attend the same martial arts school, they have been secretly competing since they were young. They have clashed several times at exchange meetings. Lan Ruoxi has always been slightly inferior to Sun Ruenan. The Sun family's martial arts techniques are too domineering, especially for low-level martial artists. Their lethality is astonishing. This has almost become a mental demon for Lan Ruoxi. However, things took a turn last year. Lan Ruoxi unexpectedly comprehended sword intent and began a year-long closed-door training. She then awakened her sea-level swordsmanship talent. She was noticed by the Wind Sword sect and admitted as an exception. This directly placed her and Sun Ruenan in two different worlds. However, this news has been suppressed by the Lan family and has not spread. During this time, Lan Ruoxi has been continuously closing herself off to consolidate her sword intent. Until this moment, the door to the closed-door training area opened. A woman in a short skirt with long hair like a waterfall walked out. The woman had cherry lips and a delicate nose, her eyes like water, and a tall figure. A pair of snow-white, long legs. This person is none other than Lan Ruoxi, the daughter of the Lan family. Her aura was powerful, with strands of sword energy swirling around her. This was not the aura that a first-stage martial artist should possess. The head of the Lan family looked at his daughter, overjoyed. Ruoxi, has your sword intent improved again? It doesn't matter if you haven't broken through to the second stage. Your strength is invincible among those of the same level. Lan Ruoxi looked at her father and smiled gently. Though I am at the peak of the first stage, I can easily slay those at the second stage. She was suppressing her cultivation, wanting to break through to the second stage as easily as drinking tea. She was admitted to the Wind Sword sect without needing to take the martial arts exam or apply to any martial arts university. In a few days, she would go to the Wind Sword sect to become a disciple. And tomorrow, in the martial arts training secret realm, she would put an end to the struggles of so many years. In tomorrow's martial arts training secret realm, with one sword, I will let Sun Ruenan know the gap between us. Looking across Tianhai, Linson, and the other 5 cities, how many third-year students have broken through to the second stage? But those who can truly be called geniuses are only these 2 only daughters. Tomorrow is the competition for the first genius among the 5 cities. The head of the Lan family laughed heartily. How can his daughter, Sun Batian, be compared to my daughter? After awakening her sea-level swordsmanship talent, my daughter is the first genius among the 5 cities. The next day, at the border between Tianhai City and the neighboring Songlin City, elite students from martial arts high schools in the nearby 5 cities gathered here, all because of the opening of the martial arts training secret realm. Hundreds of students, including Zhao Huangchao, were among them. He observed the elite martial artists from other cities. Among these more than 100, most were in the mid to late stages of the first level, with a small number at the second stage. But the truly talented ones were not those who had broken through to the second stage early. Instead, it was those at the peak of the first stage. They were continuously suppressing their cultivation and honing their realms. Only the direct descendants of martial arts families had the capital to do so. After the martial arts training secret realm ends, many second-stage martial artists will inevitably emerge among the 5 cities. But these people pose no threat to Zhao Huangchao. At the same time, he also observed a phenomenon. Martial artists from other cities also follow the trend that the higher the martial artist's realm, the generally higher the evil value. But compared to Tianhai City, they are much lower. Many second-stage martial artist teachers leading the groups had evil values generally only in the dozens. Some martial artists from the martial arts families have sin values around 100. Compared to Tianhai City, where it easily reaches several hundred or even over 1,000, this is much better. As a woman in a blue gauze dress appeared, the crowd erupted in discussion. The daughter of the Tsanglin Blue family, Lan Ruoxi, has arrived. So beautiful. Since Lan Ruoxi went into seclusion last year, we rarely see her. Who do you think is stronger, Lan Ruoxi or our goddess Sun? Whenever the 2 women appeared together, comparisons were inevitable. Lan Ruoxi walked straight towards the direction of Tianhai No. 1 high school, arriving in front of Sun Ruenan. Upon meeting, both exchanged glances filled with hostility. Hee, long time no see. I thought you had perished in your seclusion. Sun Ruenan mocked. Lan Ruoxi refused to back down. I'm afraid if I don't come out soon, any clown could claim the title of the strongest in the 5 cities. Today, let me show you the gap between us. Today, let me show you the gap between us. Lan Ruoshi's voice was icy, yet filled with the scent of gunpowder. The crowd was thrilled to see the two prodigies clash, eager for them to start pulling each other's hair. Sun Ruonen's pupils narrowed, and a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted. Following that, waves of sword energy wrapped within it sliced through the air like sharp blades. Explosive sounds rang out. The Sun and Blue families both specialized in swordsmanship, but the Sun family had a more profound foundation. Is that so? I was just thinking the same. Sun Ruonen's smile was filled with arrogance. Those with keen eyes felt the sword energy and were utterly shocked. This is swordsmanship talent. Oh my, the goddess Sun has actually comprehended swordsmanship talent. No wonder the Sun family is so formidable. Their foundation is truly deep. It wasn't innate talent, it must have been acquired, either through an unexpected epiphany or through resource accumulation. The crowd leaned more towards the latter. With such astonishing talent, surpassing ordinary people in martial skills, breathing techniques, and cultivation speed, now comprehending talent as well, she is undoubtedly the strongest in the 5 cities. A peak first-tier martial artist, yet her pressure is stronger than that of a second-tier martial artist. Many second-tier martial artists from other cities felt inferior in the face of Sun Ruonen's murderous sword energy. Sun Ruonen raised her delicate face. That's right, D-grade talent, violent sword energy. With her confirmation, the crowd gasped in awe. There was no denying that talent was exceedingly rare. Lan Ruoshi's beautiful eyes flashed with brilliance. In an instant, her short skirt moved without wind. Sun Ruonen's violent sword energy was instantly suppressed. Waves of sword energy, like ripples on a blue lake, spread through the air. This sword energy was softer and denser than Sun Ruonen's. The area within a dozen meters was enveloped by the sword energy. There was even a hint of sword intent mixed within. The difference was clear. Sun Ruonen's heart trembled. You also comprehended talent? With the resources of the Blue family, it was impossible to produce a martial artist with talent, right? Could it be she had obtained some kind of opportunity? C-grade talent, blue water sword body. Lan Ruoshi's voice was calm but filled with superiority. Heavens, there is actually a second genius with talent in the 5 cities. C-grade swordsmanship talent, that's even higher than the goddess Sun. With D-grade swordsmanship talent, one can apply to the Wind Sword sect. C-grade might even allow for special admission. All sword cultivators in Jiangnan province wished to join the Wind Sword sect. It was said that the rare D-grade talent in Tianhai City was merely the entry threshold for the Wind Sword sect, and it didn't guarantee passing the assessment. To join the Wind Sword sect with 100% certainty, one needed at least C-grade talent. Sun Ruonen's face turned ashen, her beautiful eyes filled with jealousy. Talent is not the only factor determining a martial artist's strength, she exclaimed, and the chaotic, violent sword energy surged around her uncontrollably. Since childhood, she had always been overshadowed by Lan Ruoshi, feeling quite resentful in her heart. She desperately showcased her talents, even preparing to use martial skills. Her pretty face flushed red as she barely managed to compete with the calm and composed Lan Ruoshi. The clash of their sword energies grew increasingly intense. Waves of sword energy collided in the air, bursting apart. Many mid to late stage martial artists around them struggled to withstand the pressure. Zhao Huangchao stood inconspicuously among the crowd, his expression calm and unruffled. Although the sword energies were fierce, they felt like a drizzle against his flesh and blood as desired. All right, everyone stop, an elderly voice suddenly rang out. The voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of every martial artist. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy surged, separating the two fighting women. An old man, wearing reading glasses and stooped in posture, slowly walked over. The old man appeared frail, but his spiritual energy was thick and powerful. With just a slight raise of his hand, he dispelled the sword energies of Lan Ruoshi and Sun Ruonen. Upon seeing this elder, the 140 students from the 5 cities and the dozen or so accompanying teachers all became respectful. This man was the retired principal of the first martial arts high school in Tianhai City. He had also founded several schools and martial arts academies in the 5 cities, making him the foremost figure in martial arts education in the region. Highly respected and esteemed by both students and teachers, he was also a powerful third-tier martial artist. His name was He Lai, and regardless of any powerful families, they all had to respectfully address him as Principal He. After retirement, he mainly managed the various trial secret realms in the 5 cities. Everyone respectfully greeted, "Hello, Principal He." Principal He smiled at the crowd. This year's students are still so full of energy. Save your strength for when you enter the secret realm, Zhao Huangchao said, looking at Principal He. Sin value, 75, he then glanced at Lan Ruoshi. Sin value, 30, Zhao Huangchao couldn't help but sigh. Why is everyone so normal? Can't there be more treasure families like the Sun family? Principal, he raised his hand. The space around him rippled like the surface of water. The entrance to the martial arts secret realm was opened. Principal, he cleared his throat and spoke in a voice that made others feel drowsy as soon as he began. Unhurriedly, he drawled, before entering the secret realm, let me briefly introduce a few things. The martial arts secret realm is a training ground for the most ordinary martial artists. Under normal circumstances, when very powerful high-tier martial artists engage in battle, they create spatial rifts, and if high-tier martial artists die, after many years, a martial arts secret realm will form. Martial arts secret realms are not exclusive to the 5 cities, many regions have them. The secret realm is rich in spiritual energy, suitable for cultivation and breakthroughs. If you're lucky, you might even find treasures left behind by high-tier martial artists. Many years ago, 5 purple-robed enforcers surrounded a severely injured 7th-tier high-tier martial artist from the Witch Church. In the end, they perished together, forming this secret realm. There are very few magical beasts in the secret realm, and they are not very powerful, but everyone still needs to pay attention to safety. Anything can happen in the secret realm. The bodies of the evil martial artists from the Witch Church have never been found. According to speculation, where the martial artists from the Witch Church fell, there exist A-level and even S-level martial skills. As soon as this was said, many students began to stir. Many martial arts families only possessed an A-level martial skill as a family heirloom. If they could find an S-level martial skill, they would soar to great heights. Principal, he reminded them, although the martial artists from the Witch Church have fallen for many years, they were after all 7th-tier powerhouses. Unexpected events may occur, and there are certain risks. If you happen to encounter them, you should act according to your abilities. After all, living is the most important. Alright, everyone prepare to enter the secret realm. Lan Ruoshi glanced at Sun Ruonin, her eyes filled with provocation. For many years, Zhao Huangchao had been suppressed by Sun Ruonin, holding back a breath of frustration in her heart. Understanding her sea-level talent was her source of pride. Let's settle this once and for all in the secret realm. Sun Ruonin instinctively glanced at Zhao Huangchao in the crowd. Then she looked at Lan Ruoshi, a cold smile on her face. Alright, she had prepared enough means to ambush Zhao Huangchao in the secret realm. If one died in the secret realm, who would know how they died? As for you, Lan Ruoshi, let's die together. The time for the martial training secret realm to open is only one day. Everyone, don't waste time searching for elusive treasures. If you encounter them, it's your own fortune, don't force it. Make the most of this day to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Consolidate or break through your realm. That is the most prudent choice. Principal, he reminded everyone. Although the martial training secret realm was the most ordinary of secret realms, any secret realm was precious. He didn't want this group of young martial artists to waste their opportunities in vain. Most students had known about the opening of the martial training secret realm long in advance. They had been holding back their realms, waiting for this moment. Wishing everyone prosperity in martial arts, the secret realm officially opened. Everyone stepped inside. Amidst a bizarre array of sights, they entered another space. Inside the martial training secret realm, all martial artists were randomly teleported to different locations. On a mountain peak, Zhao Huangchao appeared contemplative. Feeling the sensation of spatial transition upon entering the secret realm, she mused, is this the power of the laws of space? It feels just like traveling through time. Looking at the endless mountains and rivers, Zhao Huangchao couldn't help but exclaim, to think that a battle between 7th-tier martial artists could tear apart such a vast space. High-tier martial artists could reverse mountains and rivers with a mere gesture, causing the sun and moon to flip. These were things she had only read about in books. What it meant to hold the sun and moon, to reverse the universe, was now vividly realized. I thought it was just a cramped spacetime rift, but this is practically a complete world. Zhao Huangchao pulled her thoughts back. She still had important matters to attend to. Zhao Huangchao had originally planned to search for the legendary S-level martial technique. However, upon seeing the vastness of the martial training secret realm, she abandoned that idea. The secret realm was too large, and the time was too short. With only one day, searching for an S-level martial technique would be a pure waste of time. With that time, it would be much better to practice more and absorb the abundant spiritual energy in the air. After entering the secret realm, Zhao Huangchao had also conducted some investigations. Within the mountains and rivers of the secret realm, there are nearly 100 feng shui caves of various sizes. Due to their unique locations and the flow of spiritual energy, the spiritual energy within the caves is exceptionally abundant. They are much better than many training grounds specially built by martial arts families. There were nearly 100 feng shui caves, and not every cave would be found. Moreover, the number of students entering the secret realm trial exceeded 100. With so many wolves and so little meat, only the strong had the right to use them. Zhao Huangqiao wandered between the mountains in search of caves. With every breath, countless spiritual energies surged forcefully into her body. At the peak of the second tier, she might accidentally break through. Now is not the time to break through. I need to find a suitable place. There should still be a sense of ritual. After half an hour of searching, she finally found a feng shui cave in a mountain gorge. As she approached the cave, the temperature around her dropped significantly, and the spiritual energy became even more abundant. Hidden, tranquil, comfortable, and rich in spiritual energy, this was practically made for breaking through realms. Just as Zhao Huangqiao got close to the cave, a furious shout came from inside. A woman's voice echoed out. Who dares to approach? Get lost! From the shadows of the cave emerged a female student dressed in a school uniform. Martial arts school uniforms differ from those of cultural course schools, with designs that are more diverse. The white shirt outlines a proud figure, with delicate features. She sports a refreshing short haircut, radiating youthful vitality. The woman glares menacingly at Zhao Huangqiao. Just finished clearing the monsters in the cave, and someone comes to snatch the spot. The woman glanced at Zhao Huangqiao's school uniform. Tianhai No. 1 High School. Tianhai City is the strongest city among the 5 cities in terms of overall strength. But so what? Who can enter the secret realm if not an elite? Moreover, the only ones to be wary of from Tianhai No. 1 High School are Sun Ruen and Chao Wei. It is said that Chao Wei was shot dead by the law enforcement team for some offense. As long as it's not Sun Ruen, Zhao Huangqiao fears no one coming to snatch the spot. Since you dare to come and snatch the spot, don't think I'll go easy on you. Evil value, 31. Zhao Huangqiao's face was full of disappointment. You only have the cultivation of the first stage, 8th level. What makes you think you can hold your ground? The opponent directly exposed her cultivation level, indicating that her realm was above his. But the short-haired woman remained unfazed. What makes me think? Of course, it's because 6 people slowly walked out from the cave behind the short-haired woman. 7 people share one cave. All 7 are first-stage martial artists. They know very well that it's hard to defend the cave alone, especially since they need to meditate and cultivate, making it even easier to be ambushed. So they teamed up. That's a good idea, Zhao Huangqiao commented, his gaze fixed on a fat man in the crowd. Evil value, 101 just barely passing. The short-haired woman, looking heroic, declared, everyone, let's go together. Today, I'll let you know. Whoa, bro, I was wrong, don't hit me anymore. You can have the cave to cultivate, we'll leave right now. The 7 were left bruised and battered. In less than 30 seconds of fighting, they were all knocked down. The short-haired woman was on the verge of tears. How could this guy also be a second-stage martial artist? Zhao Huangqiao stroked his chin and walked up to the fat man. I'm not a great villain, if you cooperate, I won't make it hard for you. Saying this, he slapped the fat man's face twice. The already plump face swelled up even more. Zhao Huangqiao frowned slightly. Not enough force? He slapped him again. The system's voice echoed again. Host injures the thug, justice value plus 100. Although it was only 100 points, even a fly is meat. The fat man was dazed from the beating, covering his stinging face. Bro, what's this for? Why are you focusing on me? Because I don't like you, Zhao Huangqiao replied succinctly. The fat man trembled in fear. Good reason. Zhao Huangqiao looked at the 7 people and said, don't rush to leave, I'm a reasonable person. I just want to borrow your place for a bit, and I'll return it to you when I'm done. The 7 people left at the cave entrance looked puzzled. The martial arts secret realm only lasts a day. What does it mean to finish cultivating and leave? Is there even such a thing as finishing cultivation? Everyone was confused but also scared, so they obediently stayed at the cave entrance. On the other side, Sun Ruen and Lan Ruoshi each found their own cultivation caves and began to cultivate. Lan Ruoshi felt the abundant spiritual energy in the cave, just a step away from breaking through her realm. In this environment, I'll definitely break through to the second stage within 3 hours. Sun Ruen, watch me break through to the second stage in no time, then I'll kill Zhao Huangqiao and go find that bitch Lan Ruoshi. Zhao Huangqiao, system, start cultivating my realm with all the justice value. Inside the cave where Zhao Huangqiao was located. Ding, the host consumes 1,100 points of justice value, beginning meditation and cultivation. S-level justice breathing technique perfected. Cultivation speed increased by 5,000%. Surrounding spiritual energy detected to be abundant. Cultivation speed increased by 1,000%. Under the dual amplification, the cultivation speed directly increased by 500 times. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire martial refinement's secret realm began to flow towards one place. The spiritual energy condensed in the sky into a sea of clouds, like the Milky Way hanging upside down. Lan Ruoshi, Sun Ruen, the 2 women, who were meditating and preparing to break through their realm, began to sweat profusely. The second-tier bottleneck was far more difficult than they had imagined. Why is it getting harder the more they cultivate? Under the continuous wash of spiritual energy, how could this already loosened realm become even harder to break through? Moreover, the surrounding spiritual energy. It's becoming increasingly thin. Have I absorbed it all? Does breaking through the second tier require this much spiritual energy? Is my second tier different from that of ordinary martial artists? It must be so. Hands on hips. I'm really amazing. In the cave where Zhao Huangqiao was located, the short-haired woman and her companions saw the spiritual energy in the sky condensing, visibly materializing, flowing towards them like the Milky Way. Even just staying outside the cave, the concentration of spiritual energy was higher than that of an ordinary cave. The short-haired woman looked at the cave in shock. What is going on? Her companions were also greatly astonished. It seems like the spiritual energy of the entire secret realm is flowing this way. Could it be that great figure's doing? What kind of power is this? It's too terrifying. This isn't just power, it's a background. What kind of breathing technique is that big shot cultivating to mobilize the spiritual energy flow of the entire secret realm? Martial artists draw spiritual energy into their bodies through breathing techniques. Once the spiritual energy enters the body, it washes the internal organs to enhance cultivation. A straightforward analogy would be like curing meat. Long-term soaking, accumulating little by little, allows the body to possess spiritual energy. After the spiritual energy enters the body, only a small portion will merge with the flesh, while most will naturally dissipate. Since improving the fusion rate is difficult, one must increase the intake. This is the origin of breathing techniques. Using breathing techniques allows for a broader and more powerful acquisition of spiritual energy compared to normal meditation. An ordinary D-level breathing technique can quickly absorb the spiritual energy within a 10-meter radius. And at this moment, Zhao Huangqiao was actually drawing in the abundant spiritual energy of the entire secret realm. The short-haired woman's pupils trembled incessantly. This is absolutely impossible. What kind of breathing technique can draw such a large area? Could it be an S-level breathing technique? The group had never even encountered a B-level breathing technique. They could only guess that it might be the S-level, which they wouldn't even dare to dream of. But, even if it's an S-level breathing technique, it shouldn't be this exaggerated, right? Could it be that the S-level breathing technique has been cultivated to perfection? Someone made a guess. The group had never encountered an S-level breathing technique, so they had no idea what a perfected breathing technique looked like. They knew nothing, only that it was impressive. In fact, even a perfected S-level breathing technique could not cause the spiritual energy of the entire secret realm to flow. This effect was achieved in conjunction with the system. Within the secret realm, with abundant spiritual energy, you begin to cultivate and break through. On the first day, you found a feng shui treasure location and began your cultivation to break through to a new realm. The S-level perfected breathing technique, abundant spiritual energy, and the ultimate peak realm made this breakthrough quite simple. You relaxed your vigilance and started to cultivate. However, you accidentally entered a deep state of meditative enlightenment, missing the time to leave the secret realm and becoming trapped inside. On the seventh day, your meditative enlightenment ended, and you broke through to the third stage, directly reaching the second level of the third stage. But everyone else had left the secret realm, leaving you as the orphan. Zhao Huangqiao? I was already an orphan. The secret realm is great, but it won't stay open forever. This is because the environment inside the secret realm is very unstable. Strong fluctuations are filled with danger, making it difficult for martial artists to survive, let alone cultivate. Therefore, it will only open when the secret realm stabilizes. Cultivation continues. Although this is a secret realm for low-level martial artists to train, you cannot break through the space and can only wait for the next opening to leave. However, the good news is that this secret realm is aimed at ordinary first and second stage martial artists, and you possess peak second stage strength, so surviving shouldn't be a big problem. Since you are here, you decide to settle down and continue your cultivation. In the second month, your cultivation successfully broke through to the third stage, third level. In the third month, you broke through 2 realms in a row, advancing to the 5th level of the third stage. But you also noticed that the spiritual energy was gradually becoming thin, and your cultivation speed significantly decreased. So, you decided to look for other opportunities within the secret realm. In the 4th month, your cultivation did not break through, but the increasingly unstable spiritual energy environment made it difficult for you to progress. In the 6th month, you continuously fought against the harsh environment and gradually adapted, resulting in a significant increase in your physical strength. B-level talent Flesh-like Wishes cultivation progress increased by 10%. Zhao Huangqiao's brow twitched during cultivation. Can physical strength really be enhanced? This is an unexpected joy. In the 7th month, your cultivation broke through to the 6th level of the 3rd stage, and you made a significant discovery. You kept moving southwest and discovered a strange cave at the foot of a mountain shaped like a broken finger. Near the cave, the vegetation was withered, and magical beasts roamed, but the spiritual energy was exceptionally abundant. You ventured deeper and were astonished to find that this was the place where a 7th stage powerhouse had fallen. Zhao Huangchao's heart trembled. To cultivate to this level and actually find the site of a 7th stage powerhouse's fall. This system cultivates martial skills and realms. It is not merely about infusion and enhancement. It feels more like a deduction. Various opportunities may arise within it, and there are no risks involved. There is a high possibility of S-level martial skills inside. And just as you were excited, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred. Zhao Huangchao? What is the unexpected situation? Is there any danger inside? System, insufficient balance. To know what happens next, please recharge. This is clearly taking advantage of my insufficient justice value. Forget it, at least I know where the 7th stage martial artist fell. Zhao Huangchao ended his cultivation. The spiritual energy within him had increased several levels. His cultivation reached the 6th level of the 3rd stage. Every movement carried a wave of spiritual energy. His internal vitality had also increased significantly. Spending just 1,100 justice points, he gained such a significant enhancement and important information. This is a huge profit. Where there are profits, there are losses. Not long ago, in another cave, Lan Ruoshi was on the verge of cultivating a heart demon. No matter how hard she tried, the 2nd stage bottleneck showed no signs of loosening. The surrounding spiritual energy was becoming increasingly thin. Lan Ruoshi spat out a mouthful of blood. What is going on? She walked out of the cave in despair, only to see an unforgettable scene. Inside the martial training secret realm, Lan Ruoshi, who had been struggling to break through to the 2nd stage for a long time, left the cave, preparing to find another place. However, she saw that spiritual power was condensing into clouds in the sky, surging wildly in one direction. The spiritual energy was so abundant that it became tangible. A pale blue light filled the sky, creating a striking scene. What is going on? This was the first time Lan Ruoshi had witnessed such a phenomenon. After a brief shock, she suddenly realized, no wonder I failed to break through to the 2nd level. It turns out there has been a change in the secret realm, and the spiritual energy is flowing in one direction. I knew it. With my talent, how could I possibly break through to the 2nd level? Although Lan Ruoshi was the eldest daughter of the Lan family in Sanglin City, she was inherently self-deprecating. In terms of family background, talent, and even appearance, she was always inferior to Sun Ruanen. Now, having comprehended a C-level talent and being admitted to the Windsword sect as an exception, her heart was filled with pride. But this pride was very fragile. Failing to break through to the 2nd level almost shattered her resolve. Now that she knew it wasn't her fault, her mood improved greatly. Since the spiritual energy is flowing, people should move along with it. With such abundant spiritual energy over there, perhaps with my talent, I can directly break through to the 2nd level. Lan Ruoshi's figure flashed as she moved in the direction of the flowing spiritual energy. Outside the cave where Zhao Huangchao was cultivating, a short-haired girl and her companions were practicing outside the cave. With Zhao Huangchao's spiritual guidance, even outside the cave, the spiritual energy remained abundant. However, none of them could concentrate on their cultivation, shocked by the extraordinary abilities of the big shot inside the cave. Suddenly, a graceful figure landed lightly on the ground, having stepped on the cliff. The girl wore a pale blue short skirt, with slender, beautiful legs clad in white stockings. A hint of pride sparkled in her autumn-like eyes. The short-haired girl saw someone arrive at her cultivation spot and, instead of feeling nervous, exclaimed excitedly, "Senior Ruoshi, what brings you here? Did you succeed in breaking through to the 2nd level?" The few people who had been driven out by Zhao Huangchao, along with Lan Ruoshi, were all students of Sanglin No. 1 high school. Upon hearing this, Lan Ruoshi's pretty face flushed slightly, and she looked a bit embarrassed. Ahem. There was a little accident during cultivation, and I'm still one step away from the 2nd level. Lan Ruoshi's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. She had only just arrived here for a short while, and she felt the bottleneck of the 2nd level loosening. This place was indeed a paradise. She added, I can easily break through to the 2nd level now. The short-haired girl and her companions looked at her with admiration. Wow, as expected of senior Lan Ruoshi, definitely the best in the 5 cities. Lan Ruoshi enjoyed the adoration, her pretty face unable to hide her pride. Xiaoyu, why aren't you cultivating inside the cave but rather outside? The short-haired girl named Xiaoyu replied calmly, our strength isn't enough to hold the cave. Although they couldn't hold the cave, the big shot inside was gathering spiritual energy. It was still good for them to soak up some energy outside. At this moment, Zhao Huangqiao finished his cultivation and walked out of the cave, muttering, "The time for this secret realm to open is too short. I must quickly find the place where the 7th level powerhouse fell." That place held the S-level martial arts he had longed for. Unlike Sun Ruonin, who had a family heirloom S-level martial art but couldn't learn it, Zhao Huangqiao was different. As long as his justice value was sufficient, he could easily cultivate any profound martial art to perfection. Just as Zhao Huangqiao was pondering, a sharp sword energy suddenly sliced through the air. Zhao Huangqiao slightly turned his body and easily dodged it. The sword energy struck the rock wall behind him, leaving a deep sword mark. Lan Ruoshi held a 3-foot green blade, which emitted a faint wave of spiritual energy. This was clearly also a spiritual tool. The sword energy floated around Lan Ruoshi, her clothes fluttering slightly. Coupled with her exquisite features, she indeed had the aura of a female sword fairy. "So it was you who took over Qiao Yu and the others' cave?" Zhao Huangqiao felt a bit excited when attacked. Another experience-giving little monster had come to him. Just when he needed to replenish his justice points after using them all up, he saw Lan Ruoshi and instantly lost interest. His expression couldn't hide his disappointment. With only a small amount of evil points on him, even if he killed her, he wouldn't receive any justice points as a reward. "That's right, I took it," Zhao Huangqiao admitted generously. Lan Ruoshi let out a cold laugh, and the sword energy in her hand continued to condense. "In the secret realm, students are indeed allowed to fight each other. But since you dared to steal someone else's cave, you must be prepared to be robbed." Although Qiaoyu beside her didn't know Zhao Huangqiao's cultivation level, he was definitely not weak. He immediately pulled Lan Ruoshi back, fearing a situation where both sides would suffer. "Senior Ruoshi, his strength is not weak, and he is a student of Tianhaino One High School. It was better not to mention it." As soon as she heard it was from Tianhaino One High School, Lan Ruoshi's fighting spirit surged even more. She slightly raised her chin and arrogantly said, "Tianhaino One High School, huh? You're not good enough. I'll give you a chance to call Sun Ruonin to back you up." Zhao Huangqiao didn't intend to get entangled with this group. He had other matters to attend to. "Don't thank me. This cave is left for you to cultivate. I have things to do." Seeing the other party about to leave, Lan Ruoshi unhesitatingly thrust out her sword. "This cave originally belongs to us from Sangli No One High School. You can't escape." Zhao Huangqiao's eyes turned cold. "You're just asking for trouble." Facing Lan Ruoshi's sword strike, which carried her swordsmanship talent, Zhao Huangqiao didn't even use martial skills or spiritual power. He activated his blood energy and punched out. The powerful blood energy collided with the sword energy, exploding in the air. Intense waves of energy rippled outward. Zhao Huangqiao stood firm, while Lan Ruoshi was sent flying. After landing, she staggered back repeatedly, and it was Qiao Yu and the others who helped her steady herself. Zhao Huangqiao glanced at her and said lightly, "Thanks to the fact that I haven't done anything bad for the past 10 years, otherwise it wouldn't be as simple as just getting a little hurt." After saying that, Zhao Huangqiao performed the martial skill Phantom Shadows, leaving behind numerous phantoms while his real body moved at high speed toward the southwest, searching for the fallen place of a 7th-tier powerhouse. Only Lan Ruoshi and the others were left behind. A student exclaimed, "Is this person really that strong? Even Senior Ruoshi can't stop him." A companion nodded slightly. "Yeah, I didn't expect that besides Qiao Wei and Sun Ruonin, there would be such a strong student from Tianhaino One High School. With such strength, he must be a 2nd-tier warrior, right?" Lan Ruoshi stood up, listening to the discussions of her junior classmates, her pretty face flushed. "He is a 2nd-tier warrior, and he specializes in body refinement. Such warriors have a significant advantage in the early stages. If I break through to the 2nd tier, he definitely won't be my opponent." Although the people around her were somewhat skeptical, they still echoed, "That's right, Senior Ruoshi is a swordsmanship genius with sea-level talent." Lan Ruoshi brushed off the dust from her skirt. "He just got a head start, snatched your cave, and broke through to the 2nd tier ahead of time. Once I break through to the 2nd tier, whether it's him or Sun Ruonin, they won't be my opponents." Qiaoyu hesitated for a moment but still said, "Senior, the reason the spiritual energy here is so rich is because..." At that moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged from Lan Ruoshi's body. The surrounding spiritual energy rushed wildly into her. A golden light flashed in Lan Ruoshi's beautiful eyes. "The time to break through to the 2nd tier has come." The martial training secret realm was open for a limited time of 24 hours. Nearly 20 hours had already passed. At this time, most warriors stuck at their bottlenecks, with the help of the rich spiritual energy in the secret realm, had broken through. Those who couldn't break through had no hope left in the remaining 4 hours. Thus, most warriors left the cultivation cave. They wandered around the secret realm, hoping for luck. In a certain cave, Sun Ruen opened her eyes, a hint of crimson in her beautiful gaze. Violent sword energy erupted around her, producing loud booms. A powerful and domineering aura suddenly surged up. Sun Ruen's expression was weak, sweat soaking her clothes, strands of hair sticking to her fair face. Finally broke through to the second level. With the precious medicine given by her father, along with the abundant spiritual energy in the secret realm, she had originally planned to break through in at most 2 hours. Now, it had taken a full 20 hours. To break through to the second level, she had almost gone mad. Seeing that Sun Ruen had successfully broken through, 2 people dressed in school uniforms, looking no different from ordinary students, walked in. "Congratulations, miss, on successfully breaking through to the second level," they said in unison. Sun Ruen was in a very bad mood. "Uncle Gong, Uncle Hao, have you found Zhao Huangchao's whereabouts?" These 2 were core members of the Sun family, both over 100 years old, third-level monsters. They had disguised themselves using disguise techniques and secretly mingled with the school to obtain 2 spots to sneak into the secret realm. They came in, of course, not to cultivate, but to kill. The one called Uncle Gong said, after Zhao Huangchao entered the secret realm, it seems he had a conflict with the martial artists from Sanglin One high school, and then he kept moving southwest, which is our direction. Sun Ruen was holding back her anger, just in time to vent it on Zhao Huangchao. "Zhao Huangchao, do you think just because you have some talent, you can provoke the Sun family? It took you too long to break through to the second level, giving you an extra 10 hours to live." Uncle Gong hesitated for a moment and said with a strange expression, Miss, actually, the difficulty in breaking through to the second level is not your problem. It's just that for some unknown reason, the spiritual energy in the entire secret realm is flowing in one direction, making the energy around here as thin as the outside world." Upon hearing this, Sun Ruen almost broke down on the spot. "How could this happen? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I saw you in deep meditation and was afraid of disturbing you, so I didn't say anything." Uncle Gong felt a bit guilty. Sun Ruen ground her teeth. Many curses rose to her lips but were swallowed back down. After all, these 2 were third-level martial artists and held a high position in the Sun family. Moreover, she was relying on them to get things done. Sun Ruen was so angry that she clutched her chest, her breath rising and falling in waves. "Forget it. Immediately come with me to find Zhao Huangchao. This time, I will kill Zhao Huangchao first, then that bitch Lan Ruoshi. Anyone who stands in my way must die." Uncle Hao looked a bit worried. Killing a helpless Zhao Huangchao is fine, although he has a close relationship with that steward. He is still an outsider and won't stay long in Tianhai City. But if we kill Lan Ruoshi, even if they have no evidence, the Lan family won't let it go easily. Sun Ruen tidied her hair, speaking arrogantly. "The Mirlan family, how can they compete with our Sun family?" Uncle Hao cautiously surveyed the surroundings and whispered, "Miss, the family head and the people from the witch church have already set up a sacrificial array in the martial examination area. As long as the martial examination begins, the sacrificial array will be activated, and the family head will break the shackles and enter the flesh and blood realm. At that time, no one in the 5 cities will be able to stop our Sun family. A small impatience can ruin a great plan." However, Sun Ruen completely disregarded this. Lan Ruoshi is very likely to be admitted to the Wind Sword sect without having to participate in the martial examination. As soon as the martial training secret realm ends, she will head to the Wind Sword sect. "I must kill her." In the martial training secret realm, southwest direction, racing all the way, Zhao Huangchao spent more than 10 hours finally finding the place. Looking at the broken mountain before him, it stood like a pillar reaching the sky compared to the surrounding low hills, but it looked as if it had been cleaved in half by a sword. This should be the mountain that resembles a broken finger mentioned during system cultivation. The broken peak was clearly not a natural collapse but a wound left by battles between high-level martial artists. At the foot of the broken finger mountain, a thick miasma permeated the air, carrying a slight toxin that numbed the body. Zhao Huangchao summoned his flesh and blood power. Layers of thin barriers of vital energy formed on the surface of his body to resist the onslaught of the miasma. In the miasma swamp, poisonous second-tier magical beasts, the miasma frogs, emerged. These creatures were extremely dangerous. Even a third-tier magical beast could easily miscalculate in their presence. But for Zhao Huangchao, who possessed a terrifying physique, this level of toxin was hardly a concern. With the techniques Ghost Shadow Heavy and Flowing Water Shattering Rock Fist, along with its Shen Ming body, all 3 B-level perfected martial arts were used simultaneously. Ghost Shadow Heavy allowed him to leap quickly across the swamp. Flowing Water Shattering Rock Fist struck down the magical beasts that attempted to ambush him. He then used Xianming body to protect himself from the toxins of the miasma frogs. Quack quack, one miasma frog after another was killed, and Zhao Huangqiao suddenly felt a twinge of regret. These miasma frogs, though only second tier, are quite rare. If encountered in an optimized experience dungeon, killing them would yield decent rewards. In the real secret realm, killing magical beasts meant nothing, there were no rewards. With sparks flying, Zhao Huangqiao easily traversed the swamp and arrived at the entrance of a cave at the foot of the mountain. Standing outside the cave, he couldn't help but shiver. A cold, eerie aura rushed towards him. It felt as if a terrifying monster within the cave was staring at him. The more dangerous it was, the more excited he felt. This only indicated that an S-level martial art was within. Stepping into the cave, the surroundings grew increasingly cold. A single drop of water falling on him felt like being pierced by an icicle. He reached the deepest part of the cave. A skeleton sat cross-legged, still wearing tattered clothing. Could this be the fallen 7th-tier powerhouse? Suddenly, the cave trembled. Cracks appeared on the rock walls, and amidst the violent shaking, the mountain began to collapse. Zhao Huangqiao, relying on his sturdy body, charged upward through the collapsing mountain. Standing atop a pile of rubble, he found that the skeleton had not been buried but sat cross-legged amidst the ruins, only 100 meters away from him. Zhao Huangqiao stared at the skeleton, his expression slightly wary. "Stop pretending, I know you're not completely dead. Come forth, remnant soul." The skeleton suddenly emitted a chilling, eerie dark purple mist. The mist swirled and rose in the air, eventually condensing into a shadow without facial features, with a slender body. The remnant soul of a 7th-tier powerhouse. According to Elder Zhong, such a remnant soul was comparable to a 4th-tier warrior. It might even be stronger. At the sight of the 7th-tier powerhouse's fall, the powerful remnant soul revived from the skeleton. At the moment of awakening, a terrifying pressure descended. The world suddenly changed color, and the rubble trembled continuously. Zhao Huangqiao's expression grew serious. Is this the 7th-tier powerhouse? Even after many years of life and death, it still possesses such terrifying power. The remnant soul floated in the air, carrying a trace of its former will. Ignorant junior, harboring greedy thoughts, daring to covet the martial arts I left behind. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huangqiao speculated. It wasn't that no one had found the site of the 7th-tier powerhouse's fall before, they had all perished here. Since you're already dead, keeping the martial arts is a waste. Why not pass them on to future generations? It would be a way to accumulate some merit for yourself. The remnant soul instantly became furious. Countless dark purple auras transformed into sharp blades, shooting out in all directions. No, no. This is the martial art granted to me by the Lady of the Witch, it belongs only to me. Zhao Huangqiao instantly felt a powerful pressure. The ground beneath his feet shattered, sinking down. Xianming body. Zhao Huangqiao unleashed his martial art. Such an intense attack was difficult to withstand with just his body. The phantom turtle shell rose in front of him, adorned with mysterious totems. While defending against the attack, Zhao Huangqiao quickly thought in his mind. The S-rank martial arts are indeed precious, but for a 7th-tier martial artist, they shouldn't be important enough to make even their lingering soul think about guarding them after death. Or is it that this S-rank martial art has something special about it? Just as Zhao Huangqiao was pondering this, the lingering soul suddenly flickered behind him, its shadowy arm transforming into a sharp spike, its face twisted in a terrifying grimace. Even in death, I will protect the honor of the demon lady. A piercing scream echoed as the spike lunged toward Zhao Huangqiao's heart. The speed was far beyond that of an ordinary 4th-tier martial artist. Zhao Huangqiao felt a chill run down his back and immediately activated, Ghost Shadow Heavy. His figure flickered to evade the attack. Even though Zhao Huangqiao's reaction was incredibly swift, he was still injured by the spike. A massive blood hole appeared on his left shoulder, but Zhao Huangqiao's expression remained calm. The blood on his shoulder boiled, each drop dancing joyfully. The wound healed at a visible speed. This was the effect of the B-rank talent, flesh and blood as desired. A powerful self-healing ability. As long as the gap in realms wasn't too great or it wasn't a fatal injury, it could heal quickly. Zhao Huangqiao's expression grew serious. The strength of this lingering soul is far greater than I imagined. The power of a 4th-tier martial artist is no longer something I can withstand. When he was at the peak of the 2nd tier, he could defeat early 3rd-tier martial artists. But now, at the 6th level of the 3rd tier, even if he cultivated to the 9th level of the 3rd tier, it would be difficult to resist a first-level 4th-tier martial artist. The difference between the 3rd and 4th tiers is like two different worlds. The first 3 tiers of martial artists do not have specific realm names. It is only upon reaching the 4th tier that a true transformation occurs. Blood and Flesh realm martial artists. The Black Robe Enforcer is at least a 7th-tier martial artist. The soul of the Black Robe Enforcer might be able to deal with the 7th-tier martial artist before me. To defeat the lingering soul and obtain the possibly special S-rank martial art, he could only bring out his trump card. But, was it worth it to use his trump card for this martial art? Tianhai City was fraught with danger. The head of the Sun family, Sun Badian, was infinitely close to being a 4th-tier martial artist. The director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Fei Tianxiang, was a peak 3rd-tier martial artist, and there were spies from the demon church lurking in the shadows. Zhao Huangqiao regarded the Black Robe Enforcer as a means of survival. He truly did not want to use it unless absolutely necessary. If this lingering soul only possesses an ordinary S-rank martial art, I would leave without hesitation. But an S-rank martial art that a 7th-tier powerhouse would want to guard even in death must be extraordinary. Zhao Huangqiao weighed the pros and cons in his heart. 1. This S-rank martial art is very special, but after all, it is just a martial art and cannot be used as a life-saving trump card. Perhaps in the future, as his realm improves, this S-rank martial art could have a greater effect than the lingering soul, but he also had to live to see that time. 2. As a lingering soul of a 7th-tier martial artist, there is still a gap in strength between lingering souls. If he used the Black Robe Enforcer's soul, and still couldn't defeat this lingering soul, wouldn't that be losing both the lady and the soldiers? 3. If he used the lingering soul to wipe out the Sun family, the massive amount of justice points and resource stocks he could gain would be more important for him at this stage. He analyzed the stakes very clearly, but humans are inherently greedy. Zhao Huangqiao was no exception. The martial art that a 7th-tier powerhouse would die to protect. Should I take the risk? Suddenly, 2 powerful forces surged from behind him. A sneak attack. Zhao Huangqiao glanced slightly. Compared to this lingering soul, such a level of sneak attack was hardly worth mentioning. Zhao Huangqiao's figure flickered, evading the attack. Behind him appeared 3 figures, Sun Ruanen, Uncle Gong, and Uncle Hao. Uncle Gong looked at the terrifying lingering soul, his face changing drastically. I didn't expect you to find the place where the 7th-tier powerhouse fell. Uncle Hao revealed a greedy expression. It is said that he carries an extremely special S-rank martial skill with him. If we could just... Uncle Gong immediately interrupted his fantasy. No way. This remnant soul far exceeds the strength of an ordinary 4th-tier martial artist. Even if our family head came, he would not be a match. Zhao Huangqiao squinted his eyes, sizing up the 3. Although the 2 looked like ordinary students, their cultivation level surpassed the 3rd tier, making them definitely not ordinary people. In an instant, Zhao Huangqiao understood what was going on. He looked at Sun Ruanen with great interest. Hee, I didn't expect you to want to kill me so badly. Under the pressure of the 4th-tier powerhouse, Sun Ruanen could barely stand. Her pretty face turned pale with fear. This is all your own doing. The man with the surname Hao still did not want to give up. Zhao Huangqiao had easily dodged his attack earlier. Although it was just a test, it showed that this kid was not to be underestimated. He shouted, "Kid, how about we team up to deal with this remnant soul? After we get the S-rank martial skill, we can let you go." Zhao Huangqiao's lips curled up slightly. Sure. After saying that, he flashed and immediately fled the scene, leaving behind a parting remark. You guys fight first, I'll come back later to help collect the corpses. He had been hesitating. The arrival of the Sun family made him immediately abandon the idea of seizing the S-rank martial skill. Greed can lead to one's downfall. Missing out on one S-rank martial skill means there will be another, but one only has one life. The mockery from Zhao Huangqiao left the man with the surname Hao's face ashen. Miss, we should hurry and leave this place. The remnant soul could only move near the site of its fall. They couldn't win, but with their 3rd-tier strength, they could definitely escape. The group moved in the opposite direction. The members of the Sun family quickened their pace, blocking Zhao Huangqiao's path ahead. Zhao Huangqiao stopped, looking at the 2 3rd-tier martial artists. Their sin value exceeded 500. Feeling Zhao Huangqiao's indifferent gaze, Sun Ruanen retreated behind the 2 3rd-tier martial artists. Zhao Huangqiao, let's settle old and new scores together. Now you'll know the consequences of offending the Sun family. Just a mere 2nd tier, in front of the Sun family, you're nothing but an ant. Inside the martial refinement secret realm, Zhao Huangqiao was surrounded by 2 3rd-tier martial artists from the Sun family. He calmly took out the white-robed enforcer's token and activated the enforcement recording, attacking outside, afraid of leaving evidence. So you went to great lengths to ambush me inside the secret realm. Don't you know there are enforcement recordings? Sun Ruanen couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhao Huangchao, how naive can you be? Do you really think a recording can serve as evidence? Do you believe that if we kill you, this enforcement recording will disappear forever from the Enforcement Bureau, and no one else will see it? Only the living have the right to view enforcement recordings. If Zhao Huangchao was alive, this enforcement recording would be evidence of the Sun family's crime. If Zhao Huangchao was dead, the enforcement recording will vanish from the Enforcement Bureau for some undisclosed reasons. If anyone asks about this later, they will only say that Zhao Huangchao never activated the enforcement recording at all. The reason Sun Ruen was so bold was that she was convinced Zhao Huangchao was doomed. Zhao Huangchao began his act as a master of disguise. Murdering an enforcer is a capital offense. You Sun family have repeatedly attempted to murder enforcers. Aren't you afraid of the Enforcement Bureau's punishment? Sun Ruen looked at him, who was stubbornly resisting, and revealed a mocking smile. In Tianhai City, our Sun family is the law. I know you are not an ordinary second-tier martial artist, but a peak second-tier. To be honest, this talent is far beyond what I can compare to. But as long as I kill everyone ahead of me, I will still be the number one genius in the 5 cities. Sun Ruen's pride was different from Lan Ruoshi's. If someone had a higher talent than her, she would not be discouraged. Her pride came from her family. It is like a rich second generation worth hundreds of millions, who sees classmates with better grades and more intelligence, feeling no ripple in their heart. No matter how good your grades are or how smart you are, what does it matter? After graduation, you will still have to come work for me. Zhao Huangchao's gaze was sharp, as if he were staring at his prey. Just before the slaughter, he suddenly became interested. So, is your way to become the number one genius to kill all the martial artists ahead of you? Sun Ruen felt no shame in such behavior. In fact, he nodded proudly, his expression filled with pride. First, I'll kill you, then I'll kill that bitch Lan Ruoshi. Who made me be born into a martial arts family? And who made you be born without any support? This is fate. You have to accept it. Zhao Huangchao's eyes narrowed, a chilling killing intent emanating from him. If monopoly is the shackles of ordinary people, then I will personally break these shackles. Sun Ruen found it amusing. My Sun family has accumulated generations of martial artists, and you think you can just break it? Ignorant. In front of you are 2 third-tier martial artists. Where do you get your confidence? Uncle Gong, Uncle Hao, I'll trouble you. The two activated their spiritual power, and their disguises faded away, revealing 2 elderly men with silver hair. Although old, there was no sign of decline in their vitality. Years of accumulated foundation made their strength surpass that of ordinary early third-tier martial artists. The 2 elders had calm expressions, not taking Zhao Huangchao seriously at all. The elder with the surname Gong simply said, "In your next life, choose a good family." The 2 elders struck simultaneously, flanking him. One was a sword cultivator, the other a body cultivator. Their figures streaked across the sky like meteors, unstoppable. One side was filled with countless sword shadows, while the other was a surge of boiling blood. Zhao Huangchao remained unfazed. Are third-tier martial artists really that strong? Zhao Huangchao no longer held back, fully unleashing the surging power within him. With the realm of third-tier 6th level, even against a peak third-tier, he had the strength to fight. A mysterious body shield surrounded him. He unleashed the flowing water-shattering rock fist to fend off the attacks from both sides. One punch shattered thousands of sword shadows, and another broke through the powerful physical body. Bang bang, the 2 third-tier martial artists paused. Feeling the terrifying power erupting from the young man, their pupils trembled uncontrollably. The elder sword cultivator did not underestimate him. He immediately used his strongest killing move. But now, not to mention killing the boy in one blow, even his proud sword energy could not advance an inch. How is this possible? Zhao Huangchao grinned, revealing his white teeth. Sword cultivators are reputed to have the strongest lethality among all cultivation systems. But now, you can't even break my defense. What do you have to kill me? The elder Gong felt a ringing in his ears. His aged face was filled with fear. No, why is this impossible? Zhao Huangchao raised his fist, enveloped in a faint blue light. His fist conjured numerous phantoms in the air. Do you want to know why? Zhao Huangchao punched out. The profound foundation erupted at that moment. The rich spiritual pressure directly crushed the early third-tier elder. At that moment, the elder's heart sank completely. You are also a third-tier martial artist. How old is he? Isn't he a classmate of the young lady? Although Tianhai City is just a remote small town, he has seen many elite martial artists from top universities. At this age, they are usually around third-tier 6th level, that is the answer. Zhao Huangchao spoke calmly. The powerful fist wind directly shattered countless sword energies. The elder didn't even take out his spiritual tool, dying on the spot. The other third-tier body cultivator was pinned down by Zhao Huangchao's palm. The boiling blood power, in front of Zhao Huangchao, was like a pet facing the king of the forest. The suppression on his bloodline prevented him from exerting even the slightest bit of power. The old man with the surname Hao trembled uncontrollably. He opened his mouth but could not make a sound. At your age, you're out here trying to scam people. A simple punch directly pierced through the body of the old man with the surname Hao. Blood dripped from Zhao Huangchao's arm onto his clothes. Zhao Huangchao shook his hand and tossed the corpse aside. Ding! Host has killed a third-tier thug. Reward, 3,500 justice points. Ding! Host has killed a third-tier thug. Reward, 3,500 justice points. The two thugs had a crime value exceeding 100. The dropped rewards are stored in the system store. Host, please check. Together, that's a total of 7,000 justice points. This was the most Zhao Huangchao had ever earned in one go. Moreover, a large number of rewards had also dropped in the system store. But there was no time to check those now, because there was an even bigger prey. Zhao Huangchao raised his head and looked at Sun Ruen ahead. The latter's legs had already gone weak, collapsing to the ground. Two third-tier martial artists were taken out in an instant. Zhao Huangchao strolled towards Sun Ruen. The boy had a handsome face, but in Sun Ruen's eyes, he looked like a man-eating demon. The beautiful girl lay on the ground, scooting backward. Sharp stones scraped against her fair, beautiful legs, tearing her exquisite clothes. Please, don't kill me. Proud as she was, Sun Ruen was now in tears. My father is the head of the Sun family. Woo woo. Sun Ruen looked disheveled, her former arrogance gone. Big tears fell one by one. Woo woo. My father is the head of the Sun family. Woo woo. Zhao Huangchao looked at the beautiful girl crying pitifully. She curled up like a little cat. Where is your father? This is a secret realm. Without outside interference, isn't this what you wanted? Sun Ruen's pride shattered into pieces. If she had regained her composure, she would have firmly believed that Zhao Huangchao would not dare to act against her out of fear of the Sun family. But at this moment, she was utterly terrified. Don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. I can marry you, let you have a union with the Sun family, and my father will support you. You must like me like everyone else, right? Those who lived were all different. Those who were about to die were all the same. Sun Ruen puffed out her proud chest, tore her skirt, revealing her snowy, rounded legs. I can serve you, I'll do anything you want. Feeling the boy before her, the killing intent grew stronger. Spiritual energy slowly rose and condensed. This was no sign of backing down. Sun Ruen instantly broke down, screaming and crying. Why? Why do I have to die? Why must I be killed by you? Whoa, I am the only daughter of the Sun family. I still have a future. Whoa, Zhao Huangchao finally spoke. He repeated a phrase that Sun Ruen had said not long ago. This is fate. You have to accept it. Zhao Huangchao threw a punch, striking Sun Ruen. Suddenly, a strong golden light erupted from her. Energy close to the peak of the third tier splashed outward. Such a huge change caught Zhao Huangchao off guard. He was knocked back several dozen meters. A long wound opened on his chest, but not a drop of blood flowed out. Under the powerful talent, it healed rapidly. Where Sun Ruen had been left a massive pit. The ground around it spread like a spider web, and far away, a disheveled figure was fleeing in panic. Zhao Huangchao looked over. Is this a life-saving spiritual tool? No wonder she's the only daughter of the Sun family, she still has such treasures. Blocking a fatal blow and unleashing a near-peak third-tier full-force strike. This must be at least a C-grade disposable spiritual tool. Spiritual tools are precious. Disposable spiritual tools are even more so. But everything is just in vain. Inside the secret realm, there were no outsiders to interfere. Zhao Huangchao would definitely not let this good opportunity slip away. A martial artist who has just broken through to the second level still thinks they can escape? On the other side, Sun Ruen's expression was panicked as she fled frantically. She didn't even think about whether that last attack had killed Zhao Huangchao. She just wanted to escape quickly. There's only a little time left in the secret realm. As long as I can get out. With tears still wet on her face, Sun Ruen gritted her teeth and said, Zhao Huangchao, I will make you die. Suddenly, Sun Ruen saw a faint blue figure appear ahead, and her expression froze. Ahead. Lan Ruoshi also saw Sun Ruen rushing towards her, her eyes narrowing. Enemies meeting each other were especially fierce. Lan Ruoshi's body was flowing with waves of spiritual power. It was clear from her aura that she had broken through to the second level. A D-grade spiritual sword was firmly held in her hand. Sun Ruen, I didn't expect you to break through to the second level as well, but you still won't be my opponent. The competition for the number one in the 5 cities should come to an end today. watch my sword. She was eager to prove that she was the most talented martial artist among the 5 cities. This was almost her inner demon. Today, she would personally shatter this inner demon. Looking disheveled and with a twisted expression, Sun Ruonen screamed madly, "Get out of the way! Don't block my path! A duel? I don't want to fight you. There's a monster chasing me from behind." However, when these words reached Lan Ruoshi's ears, she thought it meant not to block her path in martial arts. Lan Ruoshi's lips curled up as she sneered, "After comprehending your talent, you and I are simply not from the same world." Lan Ruoshi mobilized all her spiritual power, unleashing a powerful aura. She thrust out her sword. This was also her strongest strike. Feeling the surging spiritual power within her after breaking through to the 2nd level, she believed she was invincible now. Just when Lan Ruoshi was filled with confidence, she sensed something was wrong. Until the two were about to collide, Sun Ruonen showed no intention of making a move. The other party's body was almost charging straight towards the tip of her sword. With no defense, this strike was almost certain death. In an instant, Lan Ruoshi's face turned pale with fear, and she hurriedly retracted her sword. She held some resentment towards Sun Ruonen, but she absolutely did not dare to kill her. How could a conflict between students involve taking lives? Are you crazy? Or are you afraid to face me? Lan Ruoshi scolded angrily as she retracted her sword. Sun Ruonen pushed Lan Ruoshi away, her hair disheveled and her expression breaking down. "Get away! You get away!" A wave of murderous intent surged from behind, like a hurricane rampaging, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Before Lan Ruoshi could ask, Sun Ruonen, with a terrified expression, glanced back. She pushed Lan Ruoshi aside and continued to flee for her life. Lan Ruoshi was completely confused. She had no idea what was happening. Just as she opened her mouth, a burst of explosive energy rushed towards her. Like a meteor, it carried a scorching power that destroyed everything around. Lan Ruoshi was directly knocked back by the shockwave, crashing into the rocks behind her. A young figure swept past her. Seeing the young man's handsome face, Lan Ruoshi was momentarily stunned. "Isn't this the student from Tianhai No? 1? This powerful aura. Has he already reached the peak of the 2nd level?" Lan Ruoshi was greatly shocked. She had thought that once she reached the 2nd level, that young man would not be her opponent. Now that she had reached the 2nd level, feeling the other party's strength more clearly, she realized the gap was so vast. However, what shocked her even more was yet to come. Zhao Huangchao completely ignored her and charged straight at Sun Ruonen. Sun Ruonen turned her face, her pretty face twisted in fear. No, my father is." Boom! Zhao Huangchao struck out a punch without hesitation. That face that countless boys are infatuated with. That face that countless victims wish to tear apart. In an instant, it exploded into a mist of blood. Under the frozen gaze of Lan Ruoshi, a headless corpse fell to the ground. "Ding! Host has killed the eldest daughter of the Sun family, Sun Ruonen. Reward justice points, 5,000. Dropped items have been stored in the system shop." Zhao Huangchao glanced at the corpse on the ground, his expression complex. "You're right, this is fate. If it weren't for the system, that would be me lying on the ground. People at the bottom will never be seen. But now, I will kill until there are no monopolies." After saying that, he shook off the blood on his hands, his gaze becoming incredibly resolute. A piercing scream suddenly pierced Zhao Huangchao's ears. Lan Ruoshi curled up in the corner, her pupils filled with terror as she looked at the corpse, at that boy. He killed Sun Ruonen in one move? She knew all too well what kind of strength Sun Ruonen had. She had always regarded her as a rival, but now she was killed in an instant. Could she withstand even one move from the boy? She had naively thought that as long as she defeated Sun Ruonen, she would be the #1 talent in the 5 cities. At this moment, her proud heart was completely shattered. The talent she took pride in was nothing but a joke in the eyes of others. What terrified her even more was not Zhao Huangchao's strength and talent, but that he actually dared to kill the only daughter of the Sun family. The image of Sun Ruonen's head exploding kept surfacing in her mind. Were she and Sun Ruonen not both direct descendants of martial arts families? Wasn't the path of martial arts supposed to be smooth? Wasn't there supposed to be endless resources provided? Wasn't there supposed to be someone to protect them once they fully grew up? How could she be dead? Sun Ruonen had done many bad things alongside her father, and the lives on her hands were countless. Lan Ruoshi, on the other hand, was more like a flower grown in a greenhouse, having never seen such a bloody scene. "Why you killed Sun Ruonen?" Lan Ruoshi said in utter terror. Zhao Huangchao, the person involved, seemed unfazed. He simply replied with a "HM." The boy did not speak again. The girl also fell silent. Only the boy's heart was as calm as still water, while the girl's heart surged with waves. A gentle breeze blew, carrying a faint smell of blood in the air. It stirred the boy's clothes. Looking at that back, Lan Ruoshi covered her chest, feeling a wave of heaviness, as if a giant stone was pressing down on her. That tall figure was like a towering wall that she could never surpass in her lifetime. Who exactly was he? What kind of cultivation did he have? And why did he kill Sun Ruenen? How could he dare to kill Sun Ruenen? Countless questions arose in her heart, but she did not dare to ask. She could only hide in the corner, curling up, hugging her trembling body. Her proud spirit was extinguished, like a lost dog with nowhere to rely on. Not long after, ripples appeared in the air. An exit radiating the power of spatial laws was opened. The secret realm time was over. Everyone left the secret realm. At the border between Tianhai City and Sanglin City, many teachers leading the group waited anxiously outside. The martial arts exam was imminent, and this secret realm experience directly affected the students' exam results. Some would soar to great heights, while others would gain nothing, falling far behind. Many students' parents were also waiting outside. Retired principal, he sat in a reclining chair, looking relaxed. After managing the secret realm for many years, he had become quite composed. Principal, he, long time no see. How have you been lately? Principal, he's half-closed eyes opened. He immediately stood up and smiled. So it's the head of the Sun family. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. The visitor was none other than Sun Badian, the head of the Sun family. He was naturally here to pick up his precious daughter. Sun Badian showed a look of panic, supporting Principal He. Please don't call me that. You were my teacher when I was still a student. Principal He's face, lined with deep wrinkles, was filled with smiles, but there was a hint of vigilance deep in his eyes. Having mingled in the 5 cities for many years, he knew all too well what the Sun family was like. Even back when he served as principal at Tianhai No. 1 high school, he had a terrifying thought while watching the young Sun Badian, who displayed astonishing talent in his childhood. That thought was to exchange his life for Sun Baishan's, to cut off the next generation of the Sun family. Unfortunately, he never acted on it. Now, with age, he increasingly regretted his indecisiveness back then. Principal, he said with a faint smile, your daughter Sun Ruenen's talent is no less than yours back in the day. The Sun family truly has a wealth of talent. Sun Badian humbly replied, my daughter is foolish and still needs Principal He to guide her more. Principal He, no longer in Tianhai City, suddenly asked curiously, I heard that Tianhai No. 1 high school has produced another exceptionally talented martial artist? There was indeed one. Unfortunately, he was destined to die in the secret realm. Sun Badian sneered coldly in his heart. Yes, his name is Zhao Huangqiao. He is not only a student but also an enforcer of the Law Enforcement Bureau. His talent is even stronger than my daughter's. Principal, he had heard some rumors. It was said that Zhao Huangqiao killed Qiao Wei of the Sun family. That person was a genius martial artist, second only to Sun Ruenen among the current generation of the Sun family. If the rumors were true, this young man had such courage and ambition. He might become an important figure to topple the Sun family in the future, provided he could survive until then. In recent years, the 5 cities have been strange. Many geniuses have died young. Many young martial artists have mysteriously died or gone missing. I hope Zhao Huangqiao won't be one of them. Principal, he spoke with a hint of warning. Although he had no evidence, he was convinced that the disappearances and deaths of these talented martial artists were closely related to the Sun family. I certainly hope so too, Sun Badian replied insincerely. The secret realm has opened. Suddenly, someone shouted excitedly. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up at the exit of the secret realm. Everyone was curious about what enhancements the students had gained inside. Watching one student after another emerge from the secret realm, some looked excited while others appeared dejected. Each had their own opportunities and destinies. Sun Badian frowned slightly. Among the crowd, he had yet to find his daughter's figure, until he saw a blood-stained young man walk out. His heart sank. There were many students with blood-stained clothes. Many had fought with magical beasts, so it was inevitable. But this person was different. This person was Zhao Huangqiao. Lan Ruoshi followed closely behind Zhao Huangqiao as he exited the secret realm. She thought that once Zhao Huangqiao came out, he would flee in a panic. To her surprise, he not only didn't run away but strolled toward the direction of the Sun family. Sun Badian was completely confused. Why was he not dead? Could it be that Ruenen didn't find him in the secret realm? He could never have imagined the outcome of being counter-killed. After all, there were 2 third-tier martial artists who had followed him in. Principal he, this is our Tianhai No. 1 high school's genius, Zhao Huangqiao. Sun Badian frowned slightly, feeling a bit puzzled. Why couldn't he see the boy's realm clearly? Was this mid-second tier? Could it be late second tier? No matter how he guessed, he wouldn't think to guess third tier. Principal, he nodded in satisfaction. At such a young age, his vitality is so robust, and his realm is at second tier. Second tier cultivation, not bad, not bad. Principal, he also couldn't tell what level this kid was at in the second tier. Sun Batian tentatively asked, "Did you see Ruanen in the secret realm?" Zhao Huangchao nodded. "I saw her." Sun Batian felt even more confused. Saw her? Shouldn't they have not encountered each other? Why is Zhao Huangchao not dead? Zhao Huangchao replied calmly, "I killed him. I killed him." The boy's words were as light as a feather, like a thunderclap that exploded in the stillness. Those around who heard this sentence felt their minds buzz. Killed? Who was killed? Who did the killing? Weren't they just discussing Sun Ruanen? It couldn't be that young lady who was killed, could it? Sun Batian and Principal He both froze in place. This sentence was no longer a joke, but combined with the boy's calm tone, it carried a hint of reality. Sun Batian forced a smile on his frozen face, but his tone was serious. "Zhao Huangchao, you can't make such jokes casually." Zhao Huangchao lifted his head, showing the bloodstains on his clothes. There were even bits of flesh stuck to it. "Your daughter brought 2 third-tier martial artists to kill me, and they were all killed by me." The weight of this statement was too much. Many people couldn't react for a moment. What do you mean bringing third-tier martial artists to kill someone? How did the students from Wuxia enter the secret realm and get involved with third-tier martial artists? Others couldn't understand. Sun Batian couldn't possibly not understand. His pupils gradually changed, his face slightly pale, his arms began to tremble, and he looked terrifyingly gloomy. Zhao Huangchao continued, "Isn't it clear enough? If you don't believe your daughter is the murderer, I have law enforcement footage here that recorded the entire process." The head of the Lan family, watching the drama unfold, turned to his daughter and asked, "Ruoshi, did this really happen in the secret realm?" Lan Ruoshi looked dazed and nodded woodenly. The image of Zhao Huangchao punching Sun Ruanen to death kept flashing in her mind. It had almost become an inescapable nightmare for her. Principal He, with keen eyes, snapped back to reality. He quickly shielded Zhao Huangchao behind him. "My God, what time is it? And there's still law enforcement footage? Is evidence important? This child is talking nonsense. Take him to the law enforcement bureau in Sanglin City." Sun Baishan's face was ashen. "You, really? Really?" Zhao Huangchao replied firmly. Since he dared to kill Sun Ruanen in the secret realm, he wasn't afraid of the Sun family's revenge. Old Zhong was still in Tianhai City. This group of people wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Even if they were determined to kill him, he had the soul of the black-robed enforcer as a protective talisman. "You!" Principal He turned around and glared at Zhao Huangchao in anger. It was one thing for the Sun family to act recklessly, but why were you being so bold? He, ha ha ha. Sun Batian suddenly laughed maniacally. The people around were so frightened that they began to back away. "He's gone mad, gone mad. This boy actually killed the Sun family's only daughter. Run, the head of the Sun family is about to go insane." Sun Baishan's face was twisted, and his terrifying cultivation was evident. The ground beneath his feet sank deeply. Zhao Huangchao felt the impact of a top-tier martial artist for the first time so directly. On the surface, the head of the Sun family was at the peak of the third tier, but his true strength was definitely far beyond that. Sun Baishan's eyes were bloodshot. "Zhao Huangchao, I will peel your skin and strip your tendons, making you wish for death." Sun Batian, not hiding his aura, was like a humanoid beast. His entire body was filled with an overwhelming vitality. Zhao Huangchao was also taken aback. Not only was his cultivation higher than his, but his vitality also surpassed his. Principal He's pupils trembled slightly. He knew Sun Batian very well. This person was exceptionally talented. Breaking through to the fourth tier and reaching the realm of vitality was almost a certainty. However, due to an accident in his early years, his foundation was damaged, and he could only remain at the peak of the third tier for life. But the current fluctuation of his aura was clearly not that of an ordinary third-tier peak martial artist. You have reached half-step vitality realm? The damage from that accident was irreversible. It is absolutely impossible to break through even a fraction. How did he do it? Principal He didn't have time to think about these things. He angrily shouted, "Sun Batian, are you going to disregard the law? Zhao Huangchao is the enforcer. He says your daughter committed the crime first. The facts will be determined by the Enforcement Bureau. What do you want to do?" Sun Batian punched Principal He, causing him to stagger back repeatedly. Principal He was also a third-tier martial artist, but Sun Baishan's punch didn't even use any martial skills. The gap between them was evident. "Old fool, I give you face by calling you principal. Without it, you're just an old dog. Do you really think that just because you taught me, you deserve to be my teacher? If you don't get out of the way, I'll kill you too." Principal He fiercely protected Zhao Huangchao, refusing to budge. "You dare! Although I can't defeat you, my students are spread across 5 cities. Do you really not fear that killing me will provoke public outrage?" Sun Batian grabbed Principal He's face with one hand, applying slight pressure with his arm. 5 cities? Among the 5 cities, who would dare offend the Sun family for a dead person? I don't even take the 5 cities seriously. I'll kill you right now. Let my daughter accompany you to the grave. Sun Batian lifted Principal He with one hand while charging his fist with the other. Boom! Sun Baishan's hand suddenly stopped in midair. Zhao Huangchao flashed to Principal He's side, taking the punch for him. The flesh and blood as one was pushed to the extreme. The mysterious body was also used. Sweat beaded on Zhao Huangchao's forehead as he blocked the punch with both hands, his arms bulging with veins. The clash of their blood and energy created bursts of red lightning in the air. Sun Batian looked at Zhao Huangchao in astonishment. Physical talent? To be able to block my punch at this age, this body will almost certainly break through to the 4th tier in the future. In an instant, Sun Baishan's heart began to twist. Back then, I also had this kind of strength. If it weren't for the accident, why would he have struggled in the 3rd tier for so many years? Jealousy, anger, and grievance intertwined within him. He threw Principal He aside and punched Zhao Huangchao again. The mysterious body shattered instantly. Zhao Huangchao was sent flying back dozens of meters, slightly injured, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. The flesh and blood as one was quickly recovering. Sun Baishan's expression shifted from astonishment to a hint of fear. 3rd tier cultivation, at least B-level physical talent. No wonder he died. You can't be left alive. Sun Batian, filled with the pain of losing his daughter, activated his martial skills. With a powerful punch, he aimed to kill Zhao Huangchao on the spot. Zhao Huangchao's expression was cold, showing no fear. He prepared to use the soul of the black-robed enforcer. Although Sun Batian was formidable, the sense of crisis he brought Zhao Huangchao was far less than that of the 7th-tier stronghold's remnant soul in the secret realm. That was a being stronger than an ordinary 4th-tier blood realm warrior. Sun Batian would surely die. Die! Sun Batian roared ferociously. Zhao Huangchao stood with his hands behind his back and calmly said, "The one who will die is you." Just as the two were about to decide each other's fate. Stop! Stop! Dozens of figures rushed in. These dozens of people were all dressed in white enforcement robes, with the 2 large characters Justice printed on the back. The leader wore a yellow enforcement robe, holding a 3-foot green blade and carrying a spirit sword on his back. He descended from the sky. The sword was crossed in front of his chest, blocking Sun Baishan's full-force strike. Boom! The sword bearer was hit hard, disoriented, and spat out blood continuously. But fortunately, he managed to block it. He propped himself up with the sword and slowly stood up. "Brother Sun, calm down, calm down. You must not kill." The newcomer was none other than Fei Tianxiong, the head of the Tianhai City Enforcement Bureau, a peak 3rd-tier martial artist. Just as Sun Batian, the head of the Sun family, and enforcer Zhao Huangchao were about to decide each other's fate, Bureau Chief Fei Tianxiong arrived just in time, risking his life to barely block Sun Baishan's full-force strike. "Brother Sun, calm down." Sun Batian strode over like an enraged lion, his presence imposing. "Fei Tianxiong, what do you mean by that? He killed my daughter. If you dare block my way again, I'll kill you too." Zhao Huangchao interjected recklessly. "She brought it upon herself," Fei Tianxiong shot back with an angry glare. "You should say less too." He jogged forward to block Sun Batian, whispering, "Brother Sun, calm down, the martial arts exam is approaching. Don't forget our plan." Sun Batian hesitated for a moment, but the fire in his eyes did not diminish. "If I kill him now, the plan can still be completed." Fei Tianxiong nervously glanced around, lowering his voice. "You can't kill him. The elder of the General Bureau is nearby. Do you think that's why I suddenly appeared here? If Zhao Huangchao is in life-threatening danger, he will definitely intervene." Sun Batian breathed heavily, glancing back at Zhao Huangchao, who seemed unfazed. His eyes were nearly dripping with blood. "Are we just going to let this go?" Fei Tianxiong brought the latest confidential information, whispering, "The elder won't stay in Tianhai City for long. Someone will transfer him away. Once the martial arts exam is over, won't we have the final say within the 5 cities? It won't be too late to kill him then." Sun Baishan's mind was racing, taking deep breaths to calm himself. After planning for so many years, he couldn't let it all fall apart at a critical moment. He had to endure. After years of ups and downs, he was indeed a formidable figure. His hands clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms, blood dripping. Humph! A cold snort signified that this matter was over. Fei Tianxiong let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it hadn't affected the overall situation. He turned to Zhao Huangchao, his expression complex, but mostly helpless. Sai, 18 years old, a 3rd-tier martial artist. So extraordinarily talented, yet so prone to trouble. White-robed enforcer Zhao Huangchao, repeatedly achieving merit, a stunning genius, reaching the 3rd-tier martial artist level. According to the regulations of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau, promoted to yellow-robed enforcer. I hope you will continue to work hard to maintain the peace and justice of the Crimson Flame Empire. After saying this, Fei Tianxiang took out a brand new set of enforcer gear, a yellow enforcer robe, a yellow-robed enforcer badge, and a C-grade spiritual tool, the sword of the yellow-robed enforcer. There's also a promotion reward that will be issued after a while. Zhao Huangqiao accepted the spiritual tool. Although it was only C-grade, it was his first weapon. The moment he took the spiritual tool, the sword trembled slightly, its edge sharp. With a spiritual tool sword, he also needed to find a way to acquire swordsmanship techniques, Zhao Huangqiao thought. Thank you, Director, I will definitely uphold justice and eliminate all evildoers. Director Fei Tianxiang felt a bit embarrassed. He said smoothly, there's no need for such hostility. You are now a yellow-robed enforcer, on the same level as me, so there's no need to be so polite. In theory, our powers are equal. Your stage is not in the small Tianhai city. Thinking to himself, your stage is indeed not in Tianhai city, but you won't leave Tianhai city alive. On the day of the martial arts exam, they all must die. Zhao Huangqiao nodded slightly. Sun Baishan's eyes were filled with resentment and anger. This time Fei Tianxiang saved your life. Next time you won't be so lucky. Zhao Huangqiao put away the spiritual tool and said provocatively, I hope you understand that the one who was saved is you. If Fei Tianxiang hadn't come, Zhao Huangqiao would have used the black-robed enforcer's soul, and Sun Badian would have undoubtedly died. However, unless absolutely necessary, he didn't want to kill Sun Badian so soon. He was colluding with the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau and the Witch Church. There was a high possibility that high-level martial artists from the Witch Church were hidden within Tianhai City. Killing Sun Badian outright would put him in great danger. Sun Badian took Zhao Huangqiao's words as mere bravado. With a cold snort, he turned to leave. Wait a minute. Zhao Huangqiao's voice rang out slowly. Did I let you go? Sun Baishan's forehead bulged with veins. What else do you want? Fei Tianxiang's heart trembled, nearly losing his balance. An ominous premonition rose within him. What on earth did this little ancestor want to do? The onlooking teachers and students all cast curious glances. The only daughter of the Sun family was dead, which was already shocking news. This kid was lucky not to be killed by the head of the Sun family, yet he still wanted to stir up trouble? Zhao Huangqiao's expression was calm, as if he were discussing something very ordinary. The head of the Sun family, Sun Badian, attacked an enforcer and provoked them. Bring him back to the Enforcement Bureau for investigation. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room widened their eyes, unable to believe what they had just heard. Brother, you killed the only daughter of the Sun family, and they let you off, yet you still want to arrest him? Have you always been this brave? Humiliated like this, Sun Badian was furious. Do you know what you're saying? Zhao Huangqiao was unafraid, retorting powerfully, do you know what you're saying? Are you going to resist law enforcement? Do you know the consequences of resisting law enforcement? Even if Fei Tianxiang was smooth and wanted to mediate, he was still quite angry at this moment. Zhao Huangqiao, don't go too far. How am I going too far? Am I not stating the facts? Zhao Huangqiao countered. At this moment, everyone was sweating for Zhao Huangqiao. In fact, the vast majority felt that Zhao Huangqiao was being a bit excessive. Fei Tianxiang questioned, were you injured? One should spare others when possible. The head of the Sun family just lost his daughter, his emotions should be understood. Zhao Huangqiao sneered coldly. Emotional? To be understood? If we use this reasoning, what is the purpose of the Enforcement Bureau's existence? Just because of emotional turmoil, one can act against others without facing consequences? He wanted to kill me, but because I didn't die, he doesn't violate the law? Is there such reasoning? Just because he is the head of the Sun family? Fei Tianxiang, in a fit of anger, said, his only daughter has died. How can you be so inconsiderate? Zhao Huangqiao scoffed. His daughter brought 2 third-tier martial artists and illegally entered the secret realm to kill me. I retaliated according to normal law enforcement procedures. What is wrong with that? Just because I enforced the law normally, does he have the right to attack me? If it were like this, which enforcer would dare to enforce the law? Zhao Huangqiao looked at the teachers and students. The root cause is still because he is the head of the Sun family. Everyone, think about it. If your child commits a crime and is sentenced to death, would you dare to resist the law enforcement system? If you resist, what will happen to you? Will the head of the Enforcement Bureau personally come to negotiate and send you away? Is that possible? You would have been arrested long ago. The first law of the Justice Church, everyone is equal. Zhao Huangqiao's declaration of everyone is equal was deafening. This was a truth so simple that even a 3-year-old would understand. Everyone knew it, yet everyone ignored it. Many who felt Zhao Huangqiao's actions were excessive had knelt for too long, their knees softening. They believed that since he was the head of the Sun family, he naturally had privileges over common folk like themselves. In fact, these noble families and martial arts clans enjoyed privileges that they should not have. They had grown accustomed to it. The common people had grown accustomed to it. And Zhao Huangqiao's appearance was to break this abnormal normality. Some were inspired by Zhao Huangqiao, filled with passion and fervor. Others began to seriously ponder whether the martial arts families had privileges, and if that was reasonable. If one has strength, should they have privileges? If that were the case, what would be the meaning of the countless common people who believed in the Justice Church? What would be the meaning of the existence of the Crimson Flame Empire? Fei Tianxian felt an overwhelming panic as he saw the crowd beginning to reflect. The moment the common people started to think, it was the day of destruction for those in power. Zhao Huangqiao, I now command you in my capacity as director to immediately stop your nonsense. Zhao Huangqiao flashed his yellow robe law enforcement token and called him by name. Fei Tianxian, don't forget your identity. Everyone was a law enforcer in yellow robes. You yourself said the rights were equal. Now, what are you pretending to be a big bad wolf in front of me? You! Fei Tianxian's face turned red, tightly grinding his back teeth. Zhao Huangqiao looked at Sun Badian. Master Sun, come with me for a moment. Sun Badian was struggling to control his anger. You think you're worthy of making me go with you? Suddenly, a female student from another city shouted, you have violated the laws of the Justice Church and must accept punishment. Everyone is equal, no privileges. A spark can start a prairie fire. More and more students began to raise their arms and shout, everyone is equal, no privileges. The teachers remained silent. Under the public condemnation, Sun Badian clenched his fists tightly. Originally, the Sun family planned to act low-key before the martial arts examination, but because of Zhao Huangqiao's appearance, they had already been brought into the public eye. Boom! A sudden flash of lightning illuminated the sky. Like a winding giant dragon, it tore through the heavens. The rumbling thunder evoked a deep-seated fear within everyone, a primal instinct. The sky was filled with dark clouds, blocking out the sun, creating an oppressive feeling as if it were the end of the world. What is happening? Oh my, is this a heavenly chasm? The crowd fell into panic. Several bolts of lightning descended from the sky, transforming into sharp blades of thunder, accurately striking around Sun Badian. The lightning blades coalesced, forming a net of thunder that enveloped him. Sun Badian tried to struggle and escape, but as soon as he reached out to touch the thunder net, he was instantly repelled. An old man with a limp hobbled out from the crowd. His dry throat emitted a hoarse laugh. Combined with the thunder in the sky, his voice echoed repeatedly. Well said, everyone is equal, no privileges. The newcomer was none other than Zhong Hongshan, the steward of the Law Enforcement Bureau of Jiangnan Province, a purple-robed law enforcer. Everyone felt the old man's overwhelming pressure and dared not speak. Fei Tianxian looked tense and lowered his head, saying, Steward, it is my failure to act. Old Zhong's tone was unreadable. No, you did very well. Fei Tianxian just raised his head to show a smile. Who knew? Old Zhong's next sentence immediately chilled him. You have stirred up the people's anger. This is a weapon to overthrow the powerful families and a precursor to officials being deposed. The frail old man, surrounded by lightning patterns, had a glimmer of thunder in his eyes. Sun Badian, do you accept punishment? Sun Baishan's face was filled with fear. It seemed that as long as he said no, the old man could turn him to ashes with a snap of his fingers. I accept. Zhao Huangqiao heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding, the host is not afraid of power, upholds the law impartially, and cooperates with the law enforcer to arrest the head of the Sun family, Sun Badian, reward justice points 3,000. Zhao Huangqiao's brow twitched. He hadn't killed Sun Badian, nor had he even seriously injured him. Just by cooperating with old Zhong to arrest him, he was rewarded with 3,000 points. Old Zhong said lightly, take him away, escort him to the Law Enforcement Bureau building, and wait for interrogation. With a final word, the curtain fell. The Sun family was completely overthrown. The onlookers felt a sense of relief. At the same time, they were shocked by the extraordinary talent of the young man, Zhao Huangqiao. These 3 words would surely resonate throughout the 5 cities from today onward. It might not take many years. This name could even shake the entire Jiangnan province. Zhao Huangqiao looked at the old man and cupped his fists in salute. Teacher, I've troubled you. Old Zhong shook his head, his expression kind. No, you did very well. The Sun family is just an insignificant one among the myriad martial arts families. But today, you have taken this step, fighting to the end. I hope you can stay true to your heart in the future. Old Zhong's suddenly deep eyes flickered with a glimmer of light. He stared intently at Zhao Huangqiao. Has your physical talent improved again? Compared to the elevation of realms, the enhancement of talent is even more important. Zhao Huangqiao nodded. In the secret realm, I fortuitously gained some opportunities. Old Zhong smiled with narrowed eyes, realizing he had truly struck gold this time. I primarily practice thunder techniques. If your physical talent can reach a level, combined with thunder body forging, your physical strength will reach an astonishing level, and there's even a considerable chance of comprehending thunder-related talents. Even if you don't comprehend it, cultivating thunder techniques with A-level physical talent is not weaker than C-level thunder talents. Zhao Huangchao clasped his fists. I will remember, teacher. Old Zhong smiled with satisfaction, nodding slightly. You've broken through too quickly. Go back and solidify your cultivation. With the Sun family's downfall, Tianhai City can enjoy a period of peace. Prepare well for the martial arts examination. After the martial arts examination, I will formally teach you thunder techniques. The reason old Zhong hadn't taught him thunder techniques yet was that he was worried that exposure to these things before the martial arts examination would be counterproductive. Martial arts are too diverse and could affect the examination results. The crowd dispersed. The new generation leader of the Sun family, Sun Ruen, and Xiao Wei had both died. The head of the Sun family, Sun Badian, and his sister Sun Qing, were both imprisoned. Everyone thought the Sun family had completely fallen, but undercurrents were stirring. The real crisis had never diminished. Inside the rental room, after experiencing so much, even Zhao Huangchao, with his third-tier 6th-level cultivation, felt exhausted. He went home, took a hot shower, and sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate and recuperate. Hours later, he returned to peak condition. This time, the gains from the martial arts secret realm were almost exaggerated. He looked at the system panel. Cultivation, 3rd-tier 6th level, talent, B-level flesh manipulation, 25%, D-level control talent, non-upgradable, breathing technique, S-level justice breathing technique, perfect, martial arts, B-level martial art Shenming body, perfect, B-level martial art ghost shadow, perfect, justice value, 15,000 points of justice value, plus a system store filled to the brim. In the rental room, Zhao Huangchao looked at his 15,000 points of justice value. The corners of his mouth rose wildly. For a moment, he didn't know how to spend it. In addition to these, the Law Enforcement Bureau also rewarded a C-level spiritual tool, the Yellow Robe Enforcer's Sword. The Enforcer's Sword is not a primary combat spiritual tool for many enforcers. It is more of a symbol of status. Zhao Huangchao currently had no other suitable weapons, so he would use this for now. Check the system store. This time, after killing 2 third-tier martial artists and the wealthy Sun Ruen, a large number of items dropped in the system store. Killing the old man with the surname Hao and the old man with the surname Gong dropped an A-level body forging martial technique and an A-level sword technique, respectively. A-level phantom sword dance, 800 points of justice value. A-level dragon roar body, 1000 points of justice value. Both are A-level, but the price of dragon roar body is higher, clearly indicating better effects. It is also the high-level body forging martial technique that Zhao Huangchao urgently needs. Without hesitation, he exchanged for Dragon Roar Body. Now that I have a spiritual sword, I can get a sword technique. Just as Zhao Huangchao was about to exchange, his gaze was suddenly drawn to another spot. Wait, this is S-level all swords return to origin, 3,000 points of justice value. Zhao Huangchao's pupils trembled. S-level martial technique. He suddenly remembered. The Sun family had a hereditary S-level martial technique. Could this be it? This should be the martial technique dropped after killing Sun Ruen. Zhao Huangchao's face was filled with excitement. This was his first encounter with an S-level martial technique. S-level martial arts are extremely difficult to cultivate. Sun Ruen has been exposed to it since childhood, yet he hasn't even reached the entry level. But these are not problems for him. The higher the sin value, the greater the probability of dropping precious items upon killing. Besides martial arts, there are also many consumable treasures. Zhao Huangchao couldn't help but exclaim, the direct descendants of martial arts families are all like medicine jars. B-level treasure, diamond fruit, 500 points of justice value. C-level treasure, barbarian bowl essence, 200 points of justice value. A-level treasure, heavenly spirit sword heart fruit, 1000 points of justice value. In the system shop, there are 12 slots per page. This time, after killing 3 people, the dropped items have already exceeded 1 page. Just the content on this first page has left Zhao Huangchao dazzled. He exchanged for Dragon Roar Overlord Body, an S-level, 10,000 swords return to origin, consuming a total of 4,000 points of justice value. A martial art requires 3,000 points. It's a bit expensive, but absolutely worth it. Zhao Huangchao didn't rush to cultivate. His gaze lingered on A-level treasure, sword heart fruit, 1,000 points of justice value. Effect description, can be consumed once the realm reaches the first stage, increases comprehension of swordsmanship. Zhao Huangchao frowned slightly in thought. Increases comprehension of swordsmanship? I remember, Sun Ruen had no talent before. Today, he suddenly displayed D-level swordsmanship talent, clearly having consumed some rare treasure. Although the Sun family is the overlord of Tianhai City, they are not wealthy enough to get an S-level treasure for their precious daughter. From a certain perspective, A-level treasures are far more precious than A-level martial arts. After all, treasures are consumables. Once used, they are gone, while martial arts can be passed down. So, Sun Ruenen's talent might stem from this Heavenly Spirit Sword Heartfruit. Anyway, there's no shortage of justice points. Let's exchange one to see how it goes. What if I also comprehend swordsmanship talent? If one doesn't work, then I'll get another. After all, consumables can be exchanged repeatedly. The spending money plan was set. First, enhance physical strength. Then, ponder swordsmanship talent. Zhao Huangqiao spent a considerable amount of justice points to exchange for treasures like diamond fruit and beast essence to enhance physical strength. B-level talent, flesh and blood as desired, 25%. B-level talent, flesh and blood as desired, 45%. Increased by 20%. Zhao Huangqiao exchanged for treasures again, but the effect was minimal. System, cultivate A-level body refining martial art, Dragon Roar Overlord body. Ding, host consumes 1,500 points of justice value, cultivating Dragon Roar Overlord body. In the first year, although Dragon Roar Overlord body is an A-level martial art, the difficulty of cultivation is quite high, but with your multiple body refining experiences and strong physical talent, you quickly reach the entry level. In the third year, steadily progressing, Dragon Roar Overlord body reached a proficient level. In the fifth year, Dragon Roar Overlord body was cultivated to mastery. The road ahead was relatively smooth, but you know that reaching mastery is just the beginning. In the 8th year, you began to touch the threshold of perfection. Perhaps soon you will glimpse its mysteries. In the 10th year, you successfully cultivated to perfection. Looking back on 10 years of cultivation, although it was arduous, it was still quite normal. Ding, host's Dragon Roar Overlord body cultivation is perfected. B-level talent flesh and blood as desired cultivation progress increased by 35%. Zhao Huangqiao let out a long breath. The cultivation progress of flesh and blood as desired has reached 80%. It's about to advance to A-level talent. This time, cultivating martial arts only consumed 1,500 points, much less than expected. The reason for this is not hard to figure out. I possess B-level physical talent and have cultivated body refining martial arts to perfection multiple times, so the consumption of justice points is low. Physical cultivation stopped at 80% progress of flesh and blood as desired. After that, Zhao Huangqiao began to focus on studying swordsmanship. He didn't rush to cultivate S-level martial arts. Instead, take the Heavenly Spirit Sword Heartfruit first. If I'm lucky enough to comprehend my talent, practicing sword techniques will save a lot of justice points. He took out the Heavenly Spirit Sword Heartfruit, which was round and smooth, with a crystal-like texture, glowing with a mysterious aura. Although it was called a fruit, it resembled a type of mineral more. Zhao Huangqiao forced it into his mouth, and it melted instantly, like a fine nectar. Immediately, a wave of heat surged through his body. A pure energy violently washed over his limbs and bones. The energy was not gentle, but rather frenzied. Zhao Huangqiao quickly used his blood energy to forcibly suppress this energy. His body emitted a faint glow, and runes flowed around him. It lasted for a full half-hour before gradually calming down, as if gentle sword energy was helping him temper his body and comprehend the sword path. Ding! Congratulations to the host for comprehending D-level sword talent. Violent sword chi. Zhao Huangqiao's eyes sparkled. A surge of violent sword energy spread out. His physique seemed to easily comprehend talent. Just like Sun Ruenen's sword talent, both are D-level violent sword chi. But mine can be upgraded. Zhao Huangqiao exchanged for another Heavenly Spirit Sword Heartfruit to repeat the process. D-level talent violent sword chi, 40%. The first A-level treasure allowed him to comprehend sword talent. The second one increased his training progress by 40%. The third one increased it by 30%. The fourth one only increased it by 10%. The effect had greatly diminished. Zhao Huangqiao stopped exchanging. After all, this thing cost 1,000 each, not cheap. After that, Zhao Huangqiao exchanged for the A-level martial skill Phantom Sword Dance. After buying all this, he was left with only 4,000 justice points, having spent 11,000. But money, well, it's meant to be spent. Justice points that aren't used for improvement have no value. System, practice the A-level martial skill Phantom Sword Dance. He exchanged for 3 martial skills, worth 3,000, 1,800, totaling 4,800 justice points. He exchanged for 4 Heavenly Spirit Sword Heartfruits, 4,000 justice points. Practicing Dragon Roar Body consumed 1,500 justice points. Exchanging for some treasures to increase physical strength consumed 700 justice points. Remaining, 4,000 points. Zhao Huangqiao suddenly felt he had spent a bit too much. With this amount of justice points, Could he practice Phantom Sword Dance first and then the S-level all swords return to origin? But his way of consuming justice points was definitely the most cost-effective. The justice points consumed for practicing all swords return to origin would definitely be much higher than for Phantom Sword Dance. So he would practice Phantom Sword Dance first to raise his sword talent to C-level, thus saving a lot of justice points when practicing all swords return to origin. The thought was correct. It wasn't that he didn't have enough money to spend, it was that he simply didn't earn enough. Ding! The host consumes 500 justice points to practice the A-level martial skill Phantom Sword Dance Jiao Huangqiao. 500 points? Is this martial skill so easy to practice? In the first year, you consumed 4 Heavenly Spirit Sword Heart Fruits in one go, leaving a large amount of sword path comprehension in your body. Practicing sword techniques, you directly reached the mastery realm in the first year, Zhao Huangqiao suddenly realized. So it was the effect of the Heavenly Spirit Sword Heart Fruit that was still active. Spending 4,000 for 4 was a huge profit. In the third year, the sword heart became transparent, and the practice of Phantom Sword Dance was perfected. Is this the end? Is this the charm of spending money? Ding! The host's A-level martial skill Phantom Sword Dance has been perfected. D-level talent Violent Sword Chi, training progress increased by 40%. D-level talent has advanced to C-level talent, Blood Sword Intent, 20%, Blood Sword Intent, Strong Killing, Fighting to sustain fighting, Fighting to stop fighting. This was very much in line with the path Zhao Huangqiao wanted to take. System, continue my training, all swords return to origin. The host consumes 3,000 points of justice value and begins to cultivate the 10,000 swords returning to 1 with the help of the Heavenly Spirit Sword Heart Fruit and C-level Sword Dao talent. Your speed in cultivating sword techniques greatly increases in the first year. You easily reach the entry-level realm in the third year. You gradually deduce and practice, reaching the proficient realm. But you also notice that your cultivation speed has significantly decreased. In the 7th year, you successfully cultivate to the mastery realm, but encounter a huge bottleneck. The difficulty of cultivating S-level martial arts far exceeds expectations in the 17th year. 10 years pass in the blink of an eye, and you remain stuck at the mastery realm, unable to advance even a bit. In the 20th year, you have become very proficient in the 10,000 swords returning to 1, and you believe you have fully comprehended this martial art. Yet you still have not reached the perfect realm. You cannot even imagine what the effect of a perfect S-level martial art would be in the 21st year. You have suffered, hesitated, and despaired, yet sought hope in despair. This year you decide to enter seclusion in the 31st year. After 10 years of seclusion, you still have not broken through, but your mindset has undergone a tremendous change. You no longer pursue realms, but rather feel the martial arts. You no longer demand perfection, but firmly hold the sword in your hand. For you, whether it is mastery or perfection is no longer important. The sword is the sword in hand, and the person is the true self wielding the sword across the world, not seeking results, but simply doing this year. As the year end approaches, you comprehend the Tao in the icy world as single sword sweeps away 10,000 miles of snow, the 10,000 swords return to 1. Comprehending the heart of the Tao S-level martial art 10,000 swords returning to 1, cultivation perfected. Zhao Huangqiao opened his eyes. At a young age, he carried a hint of a return to simplicity. The system has simulated cultivation for over 30 years. It felt as if he had truly spent these 30 years in bitter cultivation. The sword heart is transparent, the sword intent extraordinary. Clearly, he has just comprehended the sword Dao talent. But at this moment, he seems like a sword Dao master who has practiced for many years. The sword intent is profound. Ding! The host's S-level martial art 10,000 swords returning to 1 has been perfected. C-level sword Dao talent cultivation progress increased by 79%. C-level blood sword intent, 99%, 99%, just one step away from achieving B-level sword Dao talent. Zhao Huangqiao looked at the progress bar and smiled calmly. He did not demand too much, did not feel regret, nor did he feel sorrow. On the first day of comprehending the sword Dao talent, directly upgraded from D-level, just one step away from reaching B-level, he was already very satisfied. Martial arts below S-level each have their own merits, breaking moves with moves. But upon reaching S-level, martial arts incorporate many profound insights. To cultivate to perfection is not just about faster strikes and stronger power, but about deeper insights into martial arts. Zhao Huangqiao retracted his aura and solidified his understanding. After several hours, his aura completely stabilized. He opened his eyes, as if reborn, transformed. He looked at the system panel. Cultivation level, 3rd stage, 6th layer talent, B-level flesh and blood adaptation, 80%, C-level talent blood sword intent, 99%, D-level talent manipulation, non-upgradable, breathing technique, S-level justice breathing technique, perfected, martial arts, S-level martial art 10,000 swords returning to 1, perfected, A-level martial art phantom sword dance, perfected, A-level martial art dragon roar body, perfected, justice value, 502A level perfected, 1S, level perfected. Plus, with a physique talent close to A level, and a sword Dao talent nearing B level. The realm has not improved, but combat power has increased several levels. What to spend the remaining 500 points of justice value on? Zhao Huangqiao pondered. He thought, might as well directly invest these 500 points into Cultivation realm. 500 points of justice value, and the surrounding environment is not a place rich in spiritual energy. It might only cultivate to the 3rd stage, 7th layer, or perhaps only the peak of the 3rd stage, 6th layer. Even the smallest fly is still meat. It feels a bit regrettable to cultivate the realm like this. Zhao Huangqiao browsed the system shop. This time, the Martial Refinement's secret realm has added a total of 13 items to the system shop. Each page displays 12 items. The 13th item happens to be on the 2nd page. When Zhao Huangqiao saw this item, his pupils trembled. Unexpectedly dropped this. Martial Refinement's secret realm, 500 points of justice value. That's right. It dropped from the Martial Refinement's secret realm. 2 third-tier martial artists and Sun Ruanen. The 3 of them entered the Martial Refinement's secret realm together, and all 3 had high evil values. The probability of dropping from the Martial Refinement's secret realm is not small, although it is unknown who the kind-hearted person was that dropped it. Selling for 500 points of justice value, just enough to spend. Although the justice value is exhausted, once inside the secret realm, you cannot use justice value to cultivate with the abundant spiritual energy inside. But there is a treasure here that is even more important than the cultivation realm. An S-rank martial skill that even a 7th-tier martial artist, whose body has perished and only has a remnant soul left, still wants to protect. After being optimized by the system, let alone a remnant soul, even a real 7th-tier martial artist would not be afraid. System, help me exchange for the Martial Refinement's secret realm. With the justice value spent, Zhao Huangqiao immediately entered the system-optimized, Martial Refinement's secret realm. Once again entering the Martial Refinement's secret realm, time is still only 1 day. This time, Zhao Huangqiao was teleported to a location far from where the 7th-tier martial artist fell. But he didn't need to spend time cultivating. 1 day was enough to reach there. After a day of travel, he arrived again at Broken Finger Mountain, but it was already a ruin. A skeleton sat atop the ruins. As Zhao Huangqiao stepped onto this ruin, the temperature around him plummeted, and a remnant soul emerged from the skeleton. The massive remnant soul's body blocked out the sun. The voice of the remnant soul was deep and resonant. You are too greedy, daring to come here again. Get out now, or I will make you stay here forever. Zhao Huangqiao clearly felt that the remnant soul's strength had greatly diminished. It was only about mid-3rd tier. The system optimization seems to adjust the strength of enemies like beasts and remnant souls in the secret realm according to one's own strength. I couldn't defeat you before, but now I have the system. Zhao Huangqiao manifested a sword sheath in his hand, placing 5 fingers on the sword hilt. The Qingfeng sharp blade slowly unsheathed. Just the sword leaving the sheath caused sword energy to swirl. Rings of blood-like energy floated around his body, wrapping in circles. Blood sword intent. Each strand of sword energy carried a strong killing intent. The remnant soul sensed something was off and immediately attacked. A massive hand grasped in the air, as if the sky were collapsing. A punch shattered the void. Zhao Huangqiao unsheathed his long sword and immediately executed the martial skill, Phantom Sword Dance. In an instant, he slashed out thousands of times. The sword body moved so fast it left after images, and the sword shadow swirled like a whirlwind, combined with the blood sword intent, flowing with a crimson hue. Just as the giant fist landed on Zhao Huangqiao's head, it was shattered into pieces by countless sword shadows, exploding with a loud bang. The solidified remnant soul suddenly scattered, like a swift wind blowing through colorful clouds. Following his arm, Zhao Huangqiao charged upward. Just a single contact, and the remnant soul's face was filled with disbelief. Impossible! Impossible! You are just a 3rd-tier martial artist. How can you disperse my soul body? Zhao Huangqiao was like a meteor diving upward. In an instant, he killed his way to the remnant soul's face. It's not that I'm too strong, but you are too weak. The remnant soul finally realized the problem. Even in death, this remnant soul possessed the strength of a mid-4th-tier martial artist. Yet at this moment, it felt as if an unobservable shackle was sealing its power. This power completely exceeded its understanding. What is this power? The remnant soul roared madly, its voice filled with fear. Zhao Huangqiao didn't waste words with it. He directly executed the S-rank martial skill, 10,000 swords returned to origin. In an instant, tens of thousands of longsword phantoms hovered in the air like warships. Zhao Huangqiao swung his sword forward. Tens of thousands of sword shadows mimicked his movements, striking out simultaneously. Waves of sword energy sliced through the air, whistling as they came. Boom! Amidst the continuous bombardment, the remnant soul completely collapsed, dissipating between heaven and earth. As it faded away, his unwilling and furious voice still echoed in the world. No, this is the martial skill granted to me by the Lady Witch, mine. For the Lady Witch, the voice seemed to grow fainter until it completely vanished. Zhao Huangchao slowly landed on the ground, taking a deep breath to regulate the energy within his body. The sword path truly deserves its reputation as the most lethal martial art. Body cultivation integrates offense and defense. It possesses formidable physical strength and decent defense. Meanwhile, sword cultivation represents the ultimate form of attack. Although the remnant soul's cultivation was suppressed, its vitality is robust. If I continue to rely on physical strength, it would likely take a long time to determine the victor. Zhao Huangchao twirled his sword and sheathed his spiritual weapon. He found a martial skill book from the bones. The cover was yellowed, and the corners of the pages were curled, clearly having endured the passage of time. Protected by the bones and nurtured by the remnant soul, it had barely survived to this day. The name of the martial skill was even stranger. The Witch's Hymn? On the other side, it was now around 1 or 2 in the morning. Tianhai City was just a small town, with not much nightlife. The dew-soaked streets had no pedestrians, only the occasional passing car. Law Enforcement Bureau Prison. This place specifically held martial artists who violated the law. At night, only a small number of law enforcement officers remained on duty. A man dressed in a black hoodie and wearing a baseball cap arrived at the prison entrance. The on-duty officer looked around nervously, greeted the man, and whispered, "Hurry inside, you only have 20 minutes." Under the officer's irregular operation, the man in the baseball cap approached a cell. This type of cell for holding martial artists was inscribed with special formations. They were used to suppress the spiritual energy within the martial artists. Of course, not all martial artists could be suppressed. High-level martial artists required more advanced formations, which were also more costly to create. The on-duty officer directly opened the cell door. The prisoner inside had no intention of escaping. Nowadays, there was still a guaranteed 50-year-old monster living in Tianhai City. Attempting to escape would be courting death. The man in the baseball cap entered the cell. He slightly raised his head, revealing a pair of sinister, piercing triangular eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, carrying a hint of mockery. The head of the Sun family, who once ruled Tianhai City, how has he become a prisoner now? The person locked inside this cell was indeed Sun Badian. And this strangely acting man in the baseball cap was an evil martial artist from the Witch's Church. Despite being imprisoned, Sun Badian still exuded an air of arrogance. "Humph, so what if I'm in prison? I've already done what I promised you. I hope you can also keep your word." The man in the baseball cap let out a harsh, hoarse laugh that sent chills down the listener's spine. He, do you think we are the despicable, shameless, and hypocritical righteous church? Extend your arm. Sun Badian complied, rolling up his sleeves. The man in the baseball cap extended his palm, a purplish-red light swirling, then slowly coalescing into a formation. With the other hand, he grasped Sun Baishan's arm, pressing down with the palm that was forming the array. A small formation was imprinted onto Sun Baishan's arm. Sun Badian looked at the totem-like formation and asked, "What is this for?" The man in the baseball cap, hands in his pockets, explained, "The martial examination venue has been set up for the witch's sacrificial array. On the day of the martial examination, the lives of students from the 5 cities will be sacrificed. Part of the power will be offered to the Lady Witch, while another part will be returned to the sacrificer, and the magic circle on your arm will siphon a small portion of power. Don't underestimate that small portion of power. It's enough to help you break through to the 4th tier." This was Sun Baishan's plan that he had schemed for many years. In order to break through to the 4th tier, he had almost reached a state of madness. After the incident, he would inevitably be hunted down by the entire Justice Church. But he no longer cared about that. After breaking through to the 4th tier, he would turn around and join the Witch Church, gaining protection. Seeing Sun Baishan's somewhat dissatisfied expression, it seemed he felt that after doing so much, he only gained a small portion of power. The man in the duckbill cap was also somewhat unwilling. Don't feel like you're at a loss. The materials for setting up the witch's sacrifice array, although collected by you over the years, are just that. But the most difficult part of the sacrifice ritual is not setting up the array, but activating it. To activate the sacrifice array, one must master the S-rank martial skill, Witch's Hymn. Since the witch fell into slumber, this martial skill has nearly been lost. Only a very small number of highly respected elders within the church have a grasp of it. To invite these old geezers, who cherish their lives, out of retirement, we have paid a great price. Witch's Hymn? Sun Badian in the prison felt a bit curious. It was the first time he had heard such a strange name for a martial skill. The man in the duckbill cap thought that since they were all in the same boat, he might as well say a bit more. This is the martial skill passed down personally by the witch before she fell into slumber. To set up the sacrifice array, one must chant the witch's hymn, sacrificing all living beings within the array. Let me put it this way, although the conditions for sacrifice are harsh, it allows for cross-tier sacrifices. Moreover, it allows for sacrifices across two major realms. A third-tier warrior can sacrifice a fifth-tier warrior, and a fifth-tier warrior can sacrifice a seventh-tier warrior. Upon hearing this, Sun Badian felt a wave of shock in his heart. A fifth-tier warrior was indeed strong, but he had encountered them before. However, a seventh-tier warrior was almost a godlike existence, something to be looked up to. The fact that a fifth-tier warrior could use this array to sacrifice a seventh-tier warrior was astonishing. Of course, the conditions for completing the array were strict, requiring preparation time, and a seventh-tier warrior would not foolishly stand inside to be sacrificed. But this was enough to prove the power of witchism. The man in the duckbill cap continued, if the sacrificial target does not leave before the array is completed and is marked as a sacrifice, they cannot escape no matter what. Even a seventh-tier powerhouse, if they do not leave when they can only obediently be sacrificed by a fifth-tier warrior. After the sacrifice array completes the sacrifice, about 40% of the power is directly contributed to the witch. About 10% of the power enters the body of the chanter. The higher the proficiency in witchism, the more power the chanter can obtain. It is said that reaching perfection allows one to gain 40% of the power, just like the witch. Unfortunately, the original version of this martial skill has been lost, and the old geezers who master witchism now only learn inferior versions. Even reaching the entry level, no matter how low their cultivation, their status within the church is quite high. This time, we invited 3 old-timers who have mastered the entry level witchism out of retirement. Do you know how great a price we paid? Sun Badian stroked his chin and began to ponder. After years of scheming, success was within reach. He had to be cautious. So how can you be sure that the students participating in the martial arts examination will obediently stay within your array? Why, after so many years of planning, the martial arts examination, although unified across the province, did not mean that all students from the province would be together. The examination took place in an artificially created secret realm. It was impossible to create a secret realm that could accommodate the entire province at once. Therefore, several neighboring cities would take the exam together. The specific city was random each year. This year, the martial arts examination for the 5 cities was finally randomly assigned to Tianhai City. The Sun family had the opportunity to set traps in the martial arts examination venue. The man in the duckbill cap revealed a confident smile. We have already created the illusion in advance. Sun Badian still had one last concern in his heart. What about the steward sent down from the headquarters? The purple-robed enforcer, at least a 5th rank. That old man's attack on me didn't feel like an ordinary 5th rank martial artist at all. The man in the duckbill cap showed a sinister smile, as if everything was within his plan. Don't worry. That old man won't stay in Tianhai City for long. In the rental apartment, Zhao Huangchao checked the introduction of the witchism. He felt a bit overwhelmed. With my current 3rd rank strength, I can sacrifice a 5th rank martial artist. Strong, but the requirements are too harsh. Just the materials for setting up the formation. He glanced at the materials. All were rare treasures he had never heard of. He didn't know how many years it would take to collect them all. Even if he collected them, he wasn't a formation master. Creating formations required extremely high talent and was time-consuming and labor-intensive. To take a step back, even if he collected the materials and found a reliable formation master to help complete the formation, who would he sacrifice? Cultivating S-rank martial arts required a large amount of justice points. Zhao Huangchao was currently broke. He couldn't use it even if he cultivated for a short time, so he set it aside for now. After the Sun family's downfall, life returned to normal. There were still half a month until the martial arts examination. All the students used this last time to improve their strength. Even a single point higher in score could change their fate. Zhao Huangchao rarely came to school, spending most of his time on missions, capturing martial artist fugitives and spies from the witch church to earn justice points. The enforcer team usually consisted of 4 members, 1 captain and 3 team members. On one occasion, while out on a mission, Captain Zhao, we received intel from an informant that this fugitive from another province is in this abandoned building. Zhao Huangchao nodded slightly. This fugitive is close to 3rd rank strength, everyone be careful. The 3 nodded in agreement. One of the enforcers prepared to turn on the enforcement recording. Zhao Huangchao frowned and asked, somewhat dissatisfied, what are you doing? The deputy director had been dismissed. Besides the director, Zhao Huangchao was the only yellow-robed enforcer in the enforcement bureau. And everyone knew that this man had a terrifying background, with a big shot from the headquarters backing him. Everyone was very afraid of Zhao Huangchao. The enforcer who was suddenly questioned was a bit at a loss. I'm turning on the enforcement recording. Is there a problem? The other two showed puzzled expressions. Zhao Huangchao sighed helplessly. With a tone of disappointment, he said, "Do you know why I was able to rapidly increase my cultivation and become a yellow-robed enforcer in such a short time?" The man shook his head. Zhao Huangchao lowered his voice and explained, "Think about it, the fugitive has strength close to 3rd rank. Can they have few treasures and martial arts techniques on them? They might even have spiritual tools. According to the Enforcement Bureau's regulations, how should the confiscated dirty goods be handled?" The enforcer immediately answered, "Turn them in for public use." Right. But do the people above know what treasures this fugitive has? Watching Zhao Huangchao's animated expression, everyone suddenly understood. Embezzlement. Rather than turning it in, it was better to embezzle it for themselves. If they could keep every treasure from each captured criminal, would they still worry about lacking cultivation resources? Everyone immediately understood, and no one turned on the enforcement recording. "Captain Zhao, I will definitely follow you closely from now on." Being pointed out by Captain Zhao is more useful than enlightenment in cultivation. As expected of Captain Zhao, we understand. The three showed greedy expressions. Suddenly, the concrete on the rooftop suddenly fell. With a loud crash, it broke open a hole. A disheveled warrior with blood-red eyes descended from the sky. He licked his lips. "Damn enforcers, if you want to catch me, you should at least consider if you have the life for it." The fugitive appeared. The three enforcers were clearly a bit flustered. Target appeared. "Damn, he seems to have broken through to the 3rd level. Don't be afraid, we have team leader Zhao, he's also a 3rd level warrior." Where's team leader Zhao? Zhao Huangchao appeared behind the three enforcers at some point, wearing a sinister smile. Zhao Huangchao looked at the sin value above the heads of the three enforcers. 301, 299, 311. Do you know why I chose the three of you as team members back then? In the abandoned unfinished building, Zhao Huangchao's voice echoed behind the three. The three enforcers were taken aback. They didn't understand why team leader Zhao would ask this question at this moment. Zhao Huangchao answered himself, "Of course it's because the three of you are too outstanding. In your hands, there are 17 ordinary lives and 4 innocent warriors' lives. Corruption, arson, robbery, TSK, truly so wonderful." One of the quicker reacting enforcers sensed that the atmosphere was off. He stealthily picked up the enforcement badge, preparing to start the enforcement recording. Swish, Zhao Huangchao instantly drew his sword. A sharp flash of sword light passed, and no one could see what happened. All that could be seen was that the enforcer who was about to start the recording had his arm severed. Blood sprayed. The man lay on the ground, wailing in pain. The other two's legs went weak, completely panicking. Zhao team leader, what are you doing? Are you going to kill your colleagues? Murdering enforcement teammates, that's a death sentence. Zhao Huangchao grinned. If you don't start the enforcement recording, who will know it was me who killed? Swish swish swish, killing intent of blood, gathered on the long sword. The cold sword body glimmered with a hint of red light. 3 heads fell to the ground. Zhao Huangchao's gaze was indifferent as he looked at the 3 still warm corpses, his heart showing no fluctuation. Go to hell and think about why you were killed. Ding! Host has killed 3 first-level warrior criminals, reward justice value, 4,000. The fugitive warrior who had broken through to the 3rd level looked on with a confused expression. Wasn't it said they were coming to catch me? Why are they fighting among themselves? Suddenly, he burst into mad laughter. Is this what enforcers are like? Mutually slaughtering each other, disregarding human life. You bunch of people in enforcement robes are no different from a fugitive like me. Killing your own teammates, even more beastly than I am. Zhao Huangchao took out the enforcement badge and said lightly, "Let me answer your first question." No difference. And the second question? Zhao Huangchao's lips curled up slightly. What killing teammates? Didn't you kill them? He then started the enforcement recording, skillfully beginning to act. It's all my fault. I arrived late, allowing you to kill my teammates. If I had known, I shouldn't have let them act alone. Fugitive? Tianhai City Enforcement Bureau. Zhao Huangchao, with bloodstained clothes, walked down the corridor. His cold demeanor combined with the bloody smell emanating from him made everyone passing by avoid him. Arriving at the director's office, Zhao Huangchao looked at Fei Tianxiang and straightforwardly said, "The fugitive Li Chuan has broken through to the 3rd level and has been killed by me." After the incident with the Sun family, the smooth-talking Fei Tianxiang tried his best to get along with Zhao Huangchao to avoid further trouble. As expected of team leader Zhao, a case that the Provincial Enforcement Bureau couldn't solve, you finished in a day. This is a great achievement. I will definitely report it to the higher-ups. Zhao Huangchao interrupted him. Moreover, my 3 teammates have bravely sacrificed themselves. Please help me reassign 3 team members, just like before, and let me choose the people. Fei Tianxiang's smile instantly froze on his face. The corners of his mouth twitched continuously. Again? They died again? Zhao Huangqiao replied lightly with an Captain Zhao, although your efficiency in completing missions is very high, isn't the death rate a bit too high? Fei Tianxiang expressed some doubt. None of the law enforcers who went out with you returned alive. Zhao Huangqiao shrugged, indicating his helplessness. It's normal for there to be some casualties in law enforcement. Too many law enforcers had died, and he, as the director, had to take responsibility. Fei Tianxiang became a bit anxious. You call this a bit? 3 waves of law enforcers have died this month. Zhao Huangqiao said meaningfully, although the head of the Sun family is in prison, the case of the Sun family is far from over. If we continue to investigate, it should involve quite a few people. Since the director thinks I'm an unqualified captain, then I won't go after criminals. Since I'm idle anyway, I'll investigate the follow-up of the Sun family case. Fei Tianxiang gritted his teeth, secretly cursing. This kid uses this matter to threaten him every day. But he still forced a smile and said, how could I think Captain Zhao is unqualified? It's just pay attention to safety next time you carry out a mission. Before the martial arts examination, before everything settled down, he must endure. In the time that followed, the 5 cities were relatively calm. The only major event that people talked about was the Lan family in Sanglin City. The only daughter of the Lan family, Lan Ruoshi, did not participate in the martial arts examination and directly joined the Fengjian sect. It is said that when Lan Ruoshi joined the Fengjian sect, she was valued by an elder in the sect and accepted as a closed-door disciple. This meant that the Lan family would soar to great heights. Many martial arts families came to pay their respects and congratulate them. Fengjian sect. On a steep cliff, the cold wind howled. A blue figure sat cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Surrounding her were strands of sword energy swirling and floating. The person meditating was Lan Ruoshi. Compared to half a month ago, Lan Ruoshi's aura had surged significantly. Her talent was revealed. Beside Lan Ruoshi stood a slightly older, mature beauty. The beauty wore a light pink body-hugging long dress, her graceful and voluptuous figure fully displayed. She observed Lan Ruoshi's aura and spoke, "Your heart is unstable. Ruoshi, are you hiding something? Continuing like this will easily give rise to inner demons." Lan Ruoshi opened her eyes. Even after half a month, she could not forget the scene of Zhao Huangqiao brutally killing Sun Ruonen. She and Sun Ruonen had been rivals since childhood. The other party had almost become a mirror of herself, and Zhao Huangqiao shattered that mirror in front of her. "I'm sorry, master." The beauty was an elder of the Fengjian sect and also Lan Ruoshi's master. She recounted everything that had happened to her master. The beauty listened and slowly said, "That boy who defeated Zhao Huangqiao has undoubtedly become your inner demon. If you do not defeat him, you cannot go far on the path of martial arts. If you defeat him, you will undergo a transformation, and your realm will greatly increase." Lan Ruoshi asked with great insecurity, "But he is really strong. Can I defeat him?" The beauty laughed, her laughter like flowers swaying in the wind. She affectionately ruffled Lan Ruoshi's hair. "Ruoshi, your talent is even higher than you think, and you are my disciple. No matter how strong Zhao Huangqiao is, he will definitely not be your opponent." Lan Ruoshi thought of her master's powerful strength, and the endless resources of the Fengjian sect. Her confidence instantly surged. She looked towards the direction of Tianhai City and murmured, "Zhao Huangqiao, I am already the closed-door disciple of an elder of the Fengjian sect, and you still need to participate in the martial arts exam, attend the martial arts university, and follow the path of an ordinary martial artist. The gap between us will only grow larger." Time flashed by. Soon, it was 2 days before the martial arts exam. Everything remained as calm as ever. The students preparing for the exam were engaging in psychological counseling, ready to face this life-changing moment. Zhao Huangqiao was busy capturing criminals. Elder Zhong Hongshan was investigating the matter of the witch cult spies. The head of the law enforcement bureau, Fei Tianxiang, the head of the Sun family, Sun Batian, and the principal of Tianhai One High School, and Donghai, were secretly plotting. They were making final preparations for years of planning. In the small city of Tianhai, dark clouds loomed, each harboring their own thoughts. Until that night, Elder Zhong, who stayed at the Law Enforcement Bureau, repeatedly reviewed the case files of the witch cult spies. They had already arrested and killed quite a few first and second tier spies from the witch cult, but he always felt that things wouldn't be so simple. Suddenly, his purple-robed law enforcement token rang. It was a message from the headquarters. "Zhong Hongshan, I now order you to return to the Jiangnan provincial headquarters as quickly as possible." The voice from the headquarters was very unfamiliar. It sounded like a young man, with a clear voice. Elder Zhong frowned and said cautiously, "Who are you?" From the headquarters, the newly appointed deputy director of the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau, the purple-robed enforcer, Bai Long, So Young, parachuted into the position of deputy director of the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau. This could only mean that the young man had a terrifying background. Bai Long? From the Bai family? Elder Zhong thought to himself. Seemingly sensing that the other party did not believe him, Bai Long added, "You can contact the director at any time to verify my identity." Elder Zhong replied calmly, "No need. Why do you want to recall me? No one is foolish enough to impersonate the headquarters. The risk is high and easily exposed." Bai Long spoke with a tone of reproach. "How dare you ask? In a mere Tianhai city, how long have you wasted there as a purple-robed enforcer? This is a waste of resources." Elder Zhang was not angered by the other party's attitude and replied calmly, "Tianhai City has been peaceful for many years, and now spies from the witch cult have suddenly appeared. I came to investigate this matter. What is wrong with that?" Bai Long snorted coldly. "Then what are the results of your investigation? Almost a month has passed, and you've only caught a few first and second-tier martial artists. Such matters could be handled by ordinary yellow-robed enforcers. Elder Zhong, they may be plotting a huge conspiracy. This place is a mix of fish and dragons, and it needs some time." Bai Long shamelessly belittled and mocked. "What conspiracy? A group of first and second-tier martial artists. What big things can they accomplish? Zhong Hongshan, you are getting old, daydreaming about imaginary enemies. Other purple-robed enforcers are on the front lines, while you are in Tianhai City, leisurely playing house with a bunch of low-tier martial artists." A new official takes office with 3 fires. Faced with a much younger junior, Zhong Hongshan remained as calm as usual despite the unreasonable reprimand. "All right, the martial arts exam is in 2 days. I will return after the exam." "What do you mean in 2 days? Can't you understand orders? Come back now." Bai Long pressed aggressively. "I worry that something unexpected might happen during the martial arts exam here. I need to stay," Zhong Hongshan said. Bai Long would not relent. "Damn it, how many candidates can there be in such a small city? Over the years, when has there ever been an accident? Come back now. Are you going to defy the orders of the headquarters?" Upon hearing this, Zhong Hongshan fell silent for a long time. Bai Long impatiently shouted, "Where are you? Are you mute? Speak." After a long while, Zhong Hongshan finally spoke. "All right, I will return now." However, his tone had a slight change. "But Bai Long, you need to understand one thing." Hearing Zhong Hongshan's deep and resonant voice, which carried a hint of coldness, Bai Long, far away at the headquarters, couldn't help but shiver. The position of Deputy Director of the Law Enforcement Bureau of Jiangnan Province does not represent power, but responsibility. "If an accident happens in Tianhai City, I will hold the Bai family accountable." After saying this, Zhong Hongshan cut off the connection to the law enforcement token. He packed his things and prepared to return to report. Before leaving, he left a message for Zhao Huangqiao, warning him to be cautious of Wu Kao. Inside the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau, Bai Long listened to Zhong Hongshan's last words filled with murderous intent and was furious. A mere purple-robed law enforcer, a 5th-tier martial artist, dares to take revenge on the Bai family? "If you dare to come to the Bai family, I'll be the first to kill you." 2 days later, the Unified Martial Arts Examination Day for all of Jiangnan Province. Location, Tianhai City. 100,000 martial artists from the 5 cities gathered here. The martial arts examination is slightly different from the cultural examination. Any martial artist under the age of 20 can register for the martial arts examination. Since the examination takes place in an artificially created space, the registration fee is not low. Most martial artists from average families choose to complete their senior year of high school and participate in the first martial arts examination around the age of 18, as it increases their chances. Among these 100,000 martial artists, there are about 20,000 who haven't even reached the first tier. These martial artists are purely there to make up the numbers. The remaining martial artists are mostly at the first tier. Once they reach the first tier, they have a chance to get into a martial arts university. To have a stable university admission, one must at least reach the 3rd level of the first tier. As for second tier or even higher 3rd tier martial artists, there are only about 100 combined from the 5 cities. These individuals are mostly stuck at the age limit for the martial arts examination, which is 20 years old. Not long ago, Chao Wei was a 2nd-tier martial artist, while Sun Ruanen, at the peak of the 1st tier, was hailed as the greatest talent of Tianhaino. 1 high school. This was due to the age difference. Chao Wei was already 20, while Sun Ruanen had just turned 18. Besides the 100,000 students participating in the martial arts examination, all the big shots from the 5 cities were present. They are invited every year for the martial arts examination to act as witnesses and ensure the fairness of the examination. There are also proctors sent from above. The proctors are responsible for opening the spatial secret realm and maintaining order in the examination hall, among other duties. The strength of the proctors is generally not lacking. This time, the proctor sent to Tianhai City is a peak third-tier martial artist. The proctor walked up to the podium. In the front row below sat the big shots from the 5 cities. Behind them were the candidates waiting to enter the examination hall. Zhao Huangqiao was among them. He looked at his system panel. Cultivation, 3rd tier, 6th level, talent, B level flesh and blood adaptation, 99%, C level blood sword intent, 99%, D level manipulation, non-upgradable, breathing technique, S level justice breathing technique, perfect, martial arts, S level martial technique which is Soon, not yet mastered, S level martial technique 10,000 swords return to origin, perfect, A level martial technique phantom sword dance, perfect, A level martial technique dragon roar dominance, perfect, justice value, 20,000, over the past half month, Zhao Huangqiao's B level talent, flesh and blood adaptation, was just a step away from upgrading to A-level talent. Not only that, but he also accumulated 20,000 justice points. Half of this was contributed by his colleagues from the Law Enforcement Bureau who bravely sacrificed themselves. Thank you, colleagues. During this time, Zhao Huangqiao had hardly used any justice points. The martial arts examination venue is an artificially created secret realm. Inside, there are not only tests but also opportunities, and the concentration of spiritual energy is higher than in the outside world. In previous years, many martial artists have broken through their realms during the martial arts examination. Luck is also a part of a martial artist's strength. Therefore, there are plenty of opportunities within the martial arts examination venue. Carefully calculating and saving justice points to use during the martial arts examination, Zhao Huangqiao shrugged his shoulders and couldn't help but shiver. This was not due to nervousness about the martial arts examination. Rather, Zhao Huangqiao surveyed the surrounding area and felt that something was off. Ever since I arrived at this venue, I've always felt a strange sensation. At this moment, the proctor on stage began to speak. In the year 1024 of the Red Flame calendar, the recruitment examination for martial artists in Jiangnan province is about to begin. Before we start, let me go over some important points. First, this examination is fair and just, supervised by esteemed martial artists from the 5 cities. They are Fei Tianxiang, the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau of Tianhai City, and Donghai, the principal of Tianhai No. 1 High School, Guolin, the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau of Sanglin City, and the head of the Lan family of Sanglin. If any cheating is discovered, the examination qualification will be immediately revoked, and the offender will face sanctions from the Law Enforcement Bureau. Among the 5 cities, important figures from the martial arts community, such as heads of martial arts families, Law Enforcement Bureau directors, and principals, were all present. Second, there are many magical beasts within the examination grounds. Killing magical beasts will earn you points, which will also count as your examination score. The examination will last for 3 days. If you encounter danger, crush the provided teleportation stone, and you will be teleported out of the examination grounds. This will also be considered the end of the examination. Following this were some details about the examination. These details had been repeated countless times by teachers at school. The proctor clasped his hands in salute. I wish everyone success in the examination and prosperity in martial arts. Then the proctor performed a special martial technique. He opened the entrance to the examination grounds. However, after the technique was executed, there was no change at the scene. Hundreds of thousands of curious and confused eyes were fixed on him. The proctor felt puzzled and somewhat flustered. There could be no mistakes in the examination. Strange, why hasn't the entrance to the examination's secret realm opened? He had served as a proctor for many years and had never encountered such a situation. It wasn't until 3 to 5 minutes later that there was a response. The surrounding space rippled. It spun like a vortex and then stabilized. The spatial entrance opened in front of the students who were lining up. Everyone, please enter in an orderly manner. The proctor called out, but his brow furrowed. He felt that the sensation of opening the entrance this time was quite strange. As the students queued to enter the examination grounds, a live broadcast was simultaneously initiated. Since it was an artificially created secret realm, there was greater control over the intervention. Images could be obtained from within for live broadcasting. Countless parents of candidates outside were nervously watching the broadcast, searching for their own children in the footage. In another space, Zhao Huangqiao observed his surroundings. Mountains and rivers, lush vegetation, and occasionally the distant calls of bird-like magical beasts could be heard. He could also clearly feel that the spiritual energy around him was more abundant. Not far from the foot of the mountain, there was a magical beast cave. A hint of danger emanated from the dark cave. Everything matched his understanding of the examination grounds. Opportunities were always accompanied by a sense of crisis. It simulated the wilderness and the battle with magical beasts to the greatest extent. But it was precisely because it was too in line with his understanding that it felt somewhat strange. It was like how one cannot find the apple they imagined. At the same time, Zhao Huangqiao felt a familiar sensation. It wasn't that the surrounding environment was familiar, but rather that there was a faint aura circulating between heaven and earth that he seemed to have felt before. Something's not right, this examination ground is too eerie. Coupled with Elder Zhong being suddenly reassigned and warning him to be cautious during the examination, Zhao Huangqiao became increasingly vigilant. Bang! Suddenly, a punch wind struck out of nowhere. It appeared almost instantaneously. Zhao Huangqiao couldn't dodge and was hit directly. Although the ambush was swift, its power was weak. Zhao Huangqiao didn't even need to use any martial technique. He simply relied on his talent, flesh-like wishes, to easily withstand it. Feeling the punch wind, Zhao Huangqiao pondered, the punch wind contains spiritual energy, with form and technique. This is clearly not a magical beast or some kind of trap, but the work of a martial artist. And from the perspective of power, this warrior only possesses the strength of the first or second level. Facing a warrior of this realm, with Zhao Huangqiao's current physical strength, he could stand still and let them strike without being killed. But Zhao Huangqiao couldn't fathom how a warrior of this level could attack him, let alone a sneak attack. He didn't even know where the opponent was until he was hit. Suddenly, 3 sword energies from different directions struck Zhao Huangqiao. Even with a previous lesson learned, he believed he was quite vigilant. Yet, he still couldn't evade the sudden attack. However, the attack was not strong, and he easily blocked it. These 3 sword energies use different martial techniques. Clearly, they are from 3 different warriors. Their cultivation level is probably only at the initial stage of the first level. Why couldn't I evade? Zhao Huangqiao carefully recalled the sensation when he was hit. His eyes widened. It's not that I couldn't evade. It's that this attack only appeared when it struck me. He had previously fallen into a misunderstanding. He always thought someone had suddenly attacked with such speed that he couldn't dodge. In reality, the speed of the attack was unknown, but it indeed appeared only upon impact. To achieve this, there is only one method: an illusion. The witch church infiltrated Tianhai City, brewing a conspiracy. Old Zhong was suddenly reassigned, warning him to be cautious during the martial examination. Before entering the secret realm of the martial examination, he felt the surrounding environment was strange. After entering the examination venue, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Combining all the previous signs, a bold guess emerged in Zhao Huangqiao's mind. The only thing left to do now was to confirm that this place was an illusion. He immediately activated the Xianning body to resist the sudden attack. At the same time, he used an S-level breathing technique. His body, like a whale, frantically absorbed the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment. After a moment of cultivation, his cultivation level showed almost no growth. Zhao Huangqiao's eyes narrowed. The spiritual energy in this realm is extremely thin. The so-called abundant spiritual energy is merely an illusion within the illusion. Illusions can only deceive the senses, but the concentration of spiritual energy cannot be faked. Ha ha ha. Zhao Huangqiao laughed excitedly. So this is the conspiracy of the witch church. Unfortunately, all your efforts have become my wedding dress. From beginning to end, everyone was trapped in the illusion. The martial examination venue was an illusion, and the place the candidates entered was not the secret realm of the martial examination, but another illusion. That familiar feeling was the witch's sacrifice array. The witch church deceived the candidates into the illusion, setting up the witch's sacrifice array, preparing to sacrifice 100,000 candidates. System, help me cultivate the witch's hymn to perfection. Ding, the host consumes 10,000 points of justice value, beginning to cultivate the witch's hymn. Upon hearing this information, Zhao Huangqiao's brow twitched violently. 10,000 points of justice value? What kind of martial technique is this, a money grab? The justice required for this far exceeds that of the S-class martial art. All swords return to 1. In the first year, you began to read the Song of the Witch, but you couldn't understand a single word. It was an ancient script, so you started learning the language. By the 3rd year, through your continuous investigation, you finally found the era to which the script belonged. The history of that era recorded only fragments, making it impossible to learn the script. Not knowing the content expressed by these strange symbols halted your progress in learning. In the 7th year, you hunted down more and more warriors of the witch church and learned many martial arts from them, giving you a new understanding of their martial cultivation system. By the 265th year, your achievements in martial arts reached their peak. Limited by your talent, your strength did not reach the world's top level, but by integrating the strengths of various schools, your martial arts were perfected, allowing you to understand the path of martial arts like no one else. With difficulty in advancing your realm, you spent a lot of time researching martial arts, progressing from D class to S class. In the 302nd year, your realm still had not improved, but aside from extremely rare martial arts like incomplete manuscripts and family secrets, all remaining martial arts were perfected, and your understanding of the path of martial arts reached a new level. It was also in this year that you accidentally opened a strange martial art book you had obtained in your youth, The Song of the Witch. Years later, you clearly remembered that the script in this martial art was an ancient language that had already been lost. But today, when you opened it, you found that you seemed to understand the symbols inside. You were very certain that you hadn't studied this over the years, nor had you come into contact with this system of writing. Yet at this moment, you truly understood part of what some of the symbols represented. In that instant, you had an epiphany. What was recorded in the Song of the Witch was not some ancient language, but rather a form of symbols that expressed a martial arts experience. Symbols are not words, they have no specific meaning and cannot be translated. Only those who share the same experience will feel a connection upon seeing these symbols. The following year, from the time you obtained the Song of the Witch to today, 303 years later, you finally officially entered the path. Each symbol represents a tone, and within each tone lies a unique feeling of martial arts. Through the method of chanting, you communicate with the witch, allowing her to bestow supreme power. In the year 305, you had entered the Song of the Witch, but despite chanting several times, there was no response. In 306, that year you gathered all the materials for the Witch Great Array, created the formation, and chanted again, summoning divine power that struck directly within the formation. Through continuous attempts, you discovered that the power of the Song of the Witch depended not only on your proficiency with it but also on the strength of the witch's sacrificial array. In 316, through 10 years of constant use and refinement, the Song of the Witch reached a proficient level. In 326, another 10 years passed, and the Song of the Witch reached a mastery level. But during these 20 years, you continuously sacrificed death row inmates to create the witch's sacrificial array, draining your family's resources. This was the most resource-intensive and costly of all the martial arts you practiced. The hundreds of accumulated resources could only bring you to mastery. You no longer had enough resources to support your continued cultivation. Unwilling to accept this, you decided to infiltrate the headquarters of the witch church, secretly searching for clues about the Song of the Witch. Because you knew that even if you had unlimited resources, you could not cultivate to perfection. There must be other methods of cultivation. Disguised as an undercover agent, you entered the headquarters and learned an astonishing piece of news during a sacrificial ceremony. The witch had fallen into a deep sleep many years ago and was missing. In that moment, you come to understand many things. The so-called witch's hymn is merely a means to resonate with the witch, who is unaware of her own location, and to steal a fragment of power from the slumbering witch's body. The witch's sacrificial array serves as a coordinate, providing the witch with a target for her strikes. Once the ritual concludes and everyone has evacuated, you find yourself alone at the altar, gazing at the statue of the witch. According to a certain elder within the witch's church, this is no ordinary statue. It contains the witch's power and is the witch's protection over the entire church. Thus, a thought arises. What would happen if you used the witch's hymn to sacrifice this statue, using the witch's power against the witch? This endeavor carries risks, but as an undercover agent of the just church, and given the danger posed by this statue, you have an obligation to destroy it. You use the last of your dwindling resources to set up the witch's sacrificial array around the statue. You look at the statue, which lacks facial features, revealing only a female form. You slowly open your arms and begin to chant. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon occurs, your vision goes dark, and you fall into a faint. Whether it is a dream or reality, you see a woman enveloped in black mist slowly approaching, whispering in your ear, "Awaken me, Ding." The training is complete. The witch's hymn has reached perfection. Zhao Huanchao suddenly opens his eyes. His pupils tremble slightly, and a bead of cold sweat trickles from his forehead. It feels as if he has just experienced an endless nightmare. This is his first time having such an experience. Fortunately, the training of the witch's hymn is complete. Although it cost him 10,000 points of justice, after truly experiencing the difficulty of mastering the witch's hymn, Zhao Huangchao feels that this cost is not too high. Training the witch's hymn not only consumes resources, but the subsequent push for perfection, delving into the headquarters of the witch's church, is fraught with danger. From what he learned in textbooks, combined with this experience, the witch seems almost like a divine being to him. Fortunately, I trained using the system, so there was no real danger. Otherwise, suddenly, Zhao Huangchao unconsciously recalls the woman shrouded in black mist. A sound like silver bells, crisp yet tinged with a hint of eerie laughter, echoes in his mind. Hee, I found you. Zhao Huangchao feels a moment of daze. The laughter abruptly stops. This voice is identical to the one he heard during system training. A witch. Cold sweat breaks out on Zhao Huangchao's back. His training with the system has somehow affected his reality. What kind of power does this legendary witch possess? 9th tier? Or the rumored 10th tier? Zhao Huangchao is uncertain about what will happen now that he has caught the witch's attention. He silently vows, before reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, I should avoid dealing with this mysterious witch as much as possible. Regardless of the consequences, at least Zhao Huangchao has achieved his current goal. The witch's hymn is perfected. At the site of the martial arts examination, prominent figures from the 5 cities and tens of thousands of parents are watching the broadcast. However, this year's examination has left everyone perplexed. The atmosphere is filled with noise. The prominent figures in the front row wear expressions of confusion, and some even show anger. What is going on? Did something go wrong with the examination? The head of the Lan family from Linsong City looks at the proctor sent from above with a cold gaze and asks, Proctor, shouldn't you provide an explanation? Although his daughter did not participate in the examination, many members of the Lan family are within the examination's secret realm. Yet now, in the live feed being transmitted to the outside world, there is not a single person. No matter how the camera shifts perspectives, all that can be seen are the mountains and waters within the examination's secret realm, along with the wandering magical beasts. I didn't see any student warriors. This is impossible. The proctor was now sweating profusely, his expression flustered. He had overseen dozens of martial arts examinations in different districts. There had never been any accidents. The big shots had come here just to go through the motions. Everyone had originally adopted an attitude of indifference. But seeing the unexpected situation in the martial arts examination, their expressions turned serious, and they began to whisper among themselves. Only the people from Tianhai City wore faint, almost imperceptible smirks. Principal, he said angrily, what do you mean impossible? The facts are right in front of us. The images transmitted from the martial arts examination secret realm show no issues. This can only mean that the students participating in the martial arts examination never entered the secret realm at all. Where exactly did you send them? Problems had arisen in the martial arts examination. The proctor bore the main responsibility. The proctor was on the verge of tears. He was more afraid than anyone else about this situation. I will report this immediately. The director of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, Fei Tianxiang, suddenly stood up. He slammed his hands on the table, breaking from his usual demeanor, and shouted angrily, report, report, report. Only when there's a problem do you think to report. I'm saying this seriously, right now the students' lives are unknown. Do you need to go through procedures to report? Will reporting solve the problem immediately? Do those big shots up top need to verify? How long will it take for them to rush to Tianhai City? I ask you, are you trying to shirk responsibility? Under a barrage of questions, the proctor was flustered. I absolutely did not intend to shirk responsibility. Fei Tianxian smiled and nodded. In that case, find out the cause quickly. Everyone, please lend a hand. The proctor nodded repeatedly. Everyone also began to help. After all, many of the warriors participating in the martial arts examination were from prominent families. They all had intricate connections, and some even had their sons and daughters inside the secret realm. The scene was in constant turmoil. Fei Tianxiang directly dispatched all law enforcement officers from the bureau to the scene. On the surface, it was to maintain public order, but the big shots on stage frowned slightly, as it looked a bit like intimidation. About half an hour later, amidst the ongoing investigations by everyone, an elderly man from another city, skilled in formations, discovered a clue. Here, everyone come look. He found materials for setting up formations and some strange runes that were almost fading at the edge of the venue. Everyone gathered around. The head of the Lan family asked, "What is this?" The elderly man skilled in formations explained, "This is a very rare formation. Setting it up is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it looks a bit like an illusion formation." Upon hearing the word illusion, some people immediately realized what was going on. Principal, his expression changed drastically. Someone set up an illusion in advance, and when we entered the venue, as well as when the martial arts students entered the secret realm, they were all trapped in the illusion. When the martial arts examination secret realm opened, another spatial entrance opened simultaneously. Under the influence of the illusion, the students entered another spatial entrance, making us mistakenly believe they had entered the illusion. The witch cult had set a trap here long in advance. Everyone was in the venue, but they were wrapped in a layer of illusion. The entrance to the martial arts examination's secret realm and the spatial entrance created by the witch cult opened simultaneously. The entrance to the martial arts examination's secret realm was outside the illusion. The trap in the spatial entrance was within the illusion. The head of the Lan family glared angrily at Fei Tianxiang. What is going on? Fei Tianxiang's expression flickered. You ask me, who should I ask? The head of the Lan family said in a deep voice, whether it's an illusion or creating another spatial trap, this requires a lot of time. This is your Tianhai City's area. Why do you think I should ask you? How do you handle things? Letting the enemy set traps right under your nose. Principal, his gaze was sharp, like a sword. A while ago, spies from the witch church were rampant. Could it be that your law enforcement bureau in Tianhai City is colluding with the witch church? The silent Fei Tianxiang immediately became agitated. You dare to slander law enforcement personnel. You will bear legal responsibility. Do you have evidence? What do we gain from colluding with the witch church? Do we want to shorten our lives and die sooner? Principal, he shouted loudly. Everyone, stop arguing for now. The urgent matter is to find a way to get the children out. Every second we delay, they face more danger to their lives. The terrifying part is not that the enemy has set an ambush in advance. Rather, it is that we have no idea where the enemy is or what their intentions are. The Law Enforcement General Bureau of Jiangnan Province. The purple-robed enforcer Zhong Hongshan suddenly received a call from the director. An incident occurred at the martial arts examination in Wushi, suspected to be the work of the witch church. 100,000 candidates have gone missing. We are currently dispatching more personnel to Wushi. Do you want to join? The bureau chief specifically contacted Zhong Hongshan before taking action. Every region has powerful families with hundreds of years of heritage. Those who can become directors are not only strong but also adept at handling affairs. He knew that the forced recall from Wushi had led to some disputes between Zhong Hongshan and the new deputy director. Zhong Hongshan was very concerned about Wushi, so he thought to bring him along this time since an incident had occurred in Wushi. Who would have thought? Zhong Hongshan did not show any signs of surprise. Instead, he was unexpectedly calm. His response shocked the bureau chief. No, it's too late. Zhong Hongshan's calmness sent a chill down the bureau chief's spine. He spoke in a firm tone. Zhong Hongshan, what do you want to do? Zhong Hongshan's tone was icy, laced with a hint of anger. I want nothing. I just want those responsible for this matter to take responsibility. After saying this, Zhong Hongshan cut off the connection. On the other side, the director, busy and overwhelmed with the martial arts examination in Wushi, slammed the table and cursed, "Damn it, at such a critical time, none of you are listening to orders." A subordinate beside him asked, "Director, do you want to go to Wushi?" The director couldn't help but curse, "Go where? I need to go back for a while. If I don't, the backyard will catch fire." The martial arts examination site was shrouded in an illusion, causing the students to not enter the martial arts secret realm. Instead, they entered another space. This space also contained illusions, making the students mistakenly believe they were in the secret trial. But in reality, this space only contained a massive formation, and the formation was the witch's sacrifice array. The enormous formation slowly rotated, dark red light scattering everywhere. This dark world appeared particularly eerie under the red light. In different corners of the formation stood 12 third-tier martial artists from the witch church, maintaining the operation of the formation. At the forefront stood 3 old men dressed in purple-black robes, hunched over, their faces withered. They emitted a cold, hoarse, eerie laughter. These 3 were among the few martial artists in the witch church who mastered the witch's hymn. Even if they were only at the entry-level realm, they still held a high status within the witch church. One of the old men said, "He, 100,000 fresh blood, the great witch will surely be very pleased." Another old man, resembling a withered branch, trembled continuously. "Ah, what a wonderful life! I can almost feel the joy of the great witch. Bestow supreme power upon your people." The 3 looked at the center of the formation. Standing there were 100,000 martial arts examination candidates. They had no idea they were trapped in the formation. They moved in different directions, dodging and attacking, but in reality, they remained in the same place. They thought they were battling magical beasts, but in fact, the martial skills they used were all directed at the martial arts students beside them. This flock of lost lambs is truly delicious. An old man licked his cracked lips, his eyes filled with a morbid gleam. What a pity, they cannot witness their own death. The most wonderful moment of life is missed. Another old man said, "It's almost time, prepare to use the witch's hymn. Praise the great witch." The 3 of them slowly raised their hands in unison. Their expressions were filled with sincerity, ready to begin their chant. Suddenly, one of the old men noticed something was off. In the center of the sacrificial array, amidst a crowd of 100,000, a young boy was slowly walking towards the three. He might just be walking in a mirage, but he was moving in a straight line towards the three old men. This made them feel uneasy. What's wrong with this kid? Has he broken through the illusion? It's impossible for anyone to see us. The strength of this illusion is enough to trap a third-tier warrior, and since it relies on the witch's sacrificial array, even a fourth-tier warrior could be trapped. But this kid is staring straight at us and walking over. He doesn't look like he's in an illusion. The one walking towards them was Zhao Huangchao. Hee, do you think I can see you? A light, airy sentence precisely reached the ears of the witch cult warriors. The three old men trembled simultaneously. Clearly, this boy had stepped out of the illusion. Why you can't possibly break the illusion? Relying on the witch's sacrificial array, even a fourth tier can't do that. Could it be you have an extraordinary mental talent? Zhao Huangchao walked towards the three at a leisurely pace, a sinister smile playing on his lips. How I broke the illusion isn't important. What matters is that I must thank you for delivering such a great gift. One of the old men revealed a grotesque smile. You're right. How you broke the illusion isn't important. The witch's sacrificial array has already begun to operate. You will be most honored to become the witch's sacrifice. They were merely shocked that Zhao Huangchao had stepped out of the illusion, but they showed no signs of panic. The illusionary array was merely a fragile shell layered over the witch's sacrificial array. As long as the sacrificial ritual was unaffected, it was fine. The other two men beside the speaking old man slowly raised their hands. In hoarse voices, they began to chant, "Great Witch, you are the redemption of this foolish and filthy world. Your sweet and wonderful voice has helped me find my lost self." The voices resonated with the array. Each note materialized at that moment. An ancient solemn hymn unconsciously echoed in their minds. The old man standing in the center revealed a morbid smile. You will witness your own death, and before you die, you will hear the hymn personally composed by the Great Witch. What an honor this is. Kid, do you have any last words before you die? Zhao Huangchao dug at his ear. Of course I have something to say. Your singing is really terrible. You bastard. How dare you slander the Great Witch's hymn? The old man shouted angrily. A mad smile slowly appeared on Zhao Huangchao's face. He raised his hands. Your song is a blasphemy against the witch. Let you feel what true joy is. Great Witch, Zhao Huangchao nearly screamed. With a buzzing sound, the entire world trembled. The witch's sacrificial array began to shake violently. The previously materialized notes instantly turned to dust and dissipated. All the warriors of the witch cult on site felt their hearts skip a beat at the same time. It was as if, in the faintest sense, their hearts were gripped by something, making it hard to breathe. What is happening? Why has my witchism failed? The three were horrified. If before, seeing Zhao Huangchao walk out of the illusion was merely a curiosity, now, it was a fear that came from the depths of the soul. Zhao Huangchao opened his hands and raised his head. In those clear eyes, there was a trace of ghostly purple light. I beg you to forgive my sins. I have lost everything, and now I have received your grace. I was deeply lost, and now I have received your guidance. I was blindly following evil thoughts, and now I have received your enlightenment. Many dangers, the net of purgatory. I am no longer afraid. The sea of blood and the mountains of knives, walking with death. Everything. For the witch. From somewhere unknown, the sound of drums echoed, as if coming from a distant paradise, welcoming the suffering people of the world. Accompanied by Zhao Huangchao's chanting, the light emitted from the witch's sacrificial array reached its peak. The three old men all showed expressions of horror. Is this the witch's hymn? You actually know the witch's hymn? Impossible. Even within the witch's church, the witch's hymn is nearly lost. They not only recognized that Zhao Huangchao was chanting the witch's hymn, but they also deeply felt that his proficiency far exceeded their own, even reaching a state of perfection. Such a flawless hymn was something they had never heard in their lives. Zhao Huangchao turned to look at the 100,000 candidates in the center of the sacrificial array. He could clearly see the sin values above each head. Among them, more than 3,000 had sin values exceeding 200. They, like the warriors of these evil churches, were all sacrifices. Great Witch, descend your supreme divine power and cleanse the sins of the world. Cleanse the sins of the world. Zhao Huangchao's chanting came to an end. In the sky outside, dark clouds gathered, and a fierce wind rose. The heavy black clouds were very low to the ground, as if pressing down on everyone's heads, within reach. A sense of oppressive heaviness filled the world. Everyone involuntarily raised their heads, frowning tightly. The well-informed principal, he spoke up. Why is there a sinister aura filling the world? A beam of light descended from the sky, carrying a powerful pressure, shattering the ground and causing it to sink. Everyone looked up, filled with dark despair. This power was absolutely beyond their ability to resist. But just as the beam was about to descend, it stopped above their heads, shattering the spatial barrier. That position was exactly where the martial examination students had entered the secret realm space earlier. The beam shattered the space, entering the secret realm, directly reaching the witch's sacrificial array. At this moment, inside the witch's sacrificial array, the supreme divine power descended by the witch was extremely fierce, but the targets were very precise. More than 3,000 students with sin values exceeding 200 were instantly obliterated. At the same time, 12 third-tier warriors of the witch's church, along with 3 elders who mastered the witch's hymn, were also sacrificed. This power exploded right before Zhao Huangchao's eyes. Although it did not harm him in the slightest, it stirred up huge waves in his heart. Zhao Huangchao's pupils trembled incessantly. This power far exceeded his understanding of warriors, truly a miracle. Subsequently, after the sacrifice ended, a second wave of power descended from the sky. Compared to the first wave, the beam of light that descended at this moment was much gentler. When it had descended halfway, this beam split into one large beam and several smaller beams. They landed in different places in Tianhai City. This was the effect brought by the witch's hymn, the witch's blessing. After the sacrifice was completed, half of the power was offered to the witch. Another 40% of the power descended upon the chanter Zhao Huangchao, and those several smaller beams landed on Sun Badian, Fei Tianxiang, and Donghai, and others. They collaborated with the witch's church to obtain a special secret method array. After the sacrifice ended, they secretly took a small portion of the power. Zhao Huangchao felt the baptism of the witch's blessing power. The light column enveloped his entire body, washing over him repeatedly. The blood and cells throughout his body were boiling madly. An unprecedented surge of power continuously merged with his being. His flesh gradually solidified, his physical strength skyrocketed, and his comprehension of the sword path rapidly improved. Zhao Huangchao looked at his system panel. The values inside were leaping rapidly. B-level talent flesh of fulfillment, 99%, enhancement, talent upgrade. A-level talent undying body, 1%. B-level talent broke through to A-level. Although it was only 1% away from breaking through, but that 1% was much harder to cultivate than the normal 1%. A-level talent. In the entire Qiyan Empire, it could be considered the son of a genius. Not only that, his physical strength was continuously breaking through. A-level talent undying body, 1%, 5%, 15%, 20%. His physical strength surged rapidly, until it stabilized at 80%. The higher the talent level, the more difficult it was to improve. Once reaching A-level talent, cultivating any D-level or C-level body refining martial arts yielded almost no growth. Even cultivating A-level body refining martial arts had only average effects. This growth of 80% was extremely important. If I cultivate an S-level body refining martial art, I estimate I could break through to S-level physical talent. The power of the light beam continued to wash over him. His sword talent was also rapidly increasing. C-level talent blood sword intent, 99%, enhancement, talent upgrade. C-level talent blood sword intent upgraded to B-level talent slaughter sword intent, 1%, B-level talent slaughter sword intent, 1%, 7%, 24%, B-level talent slaughter sword intent, 99%, in terms of sword talent. It directly upgraded from C-level top talent to B-level top talent. Only a thin line separated him from A-level sword talent. Both talents were significantly enhanced. The witch's blessing had not yet ended. The energy from the blessing transformed into spiritual power, exploding within him in an instant. Third stage, 6th level. Third stage, 7th level. Third stage, 8th level. Third stage, 9th level. Zhao Huangchao's pupils trembled, realizing something was wrong. No, my body hasn't been refined to perfection yet. Breaking through to the 4th stage of flesh realm now would be a disadvantage. Zhao Huangchao's current physical strength was enough to break through to the 4th stage, and it wouldn't affect his future breakthroughs to the 5th and 6th stages. But his goals were far beyond that. Old Zhong had once said that all martial artists at the 3rd stage, 9th level, their purpose was no longer to cultivate and absorb spiritual power, but to continuously refine and temper their bodies, until their physical strength reached their own limits. His physical talent had already reached the late A level, not far from S level. At the very least, he had to wait for the S-level physical talent to break through. Zhao Huangchao's forehead bulged with veins as he desperately suppressed his cultivation. The surging spiritual power was being compressed without limits. Yet even so, his cultivation continued to break through. Midway through the 3rd stage, 9th level. Late 3rd stage, 9th level. For the first time, Zhao Huangqiao experienced that having too much spiritual power in his body could also be a headache. Suppress it down. Zhao Huangqiao gritted his teeth, desperately trying to hold it back. Suddenly, a weak surge of blood energy leaked out, like a flood breaking through a dam. He couldn't hold it back. Bang bang bang, the blood energy materialized, transforming into streams of blood mist that continuously shot out. The peak realm of the third stage, 9th level, broke through once again. The outward release of blood energy was a precursor to breaking through to the 4th stage of flesh realm. At a critical moment, Zhao Huangqiao came up with a clever idea. He fused the overwhelming, inexhaustible spiritual power within him with the continuously outward releasing blood energy. Two completely different forces collided and neutralized each other. From initial rejection to gradual fusion, the spiritual power carried a faint red glow, more powerful than ordinary spiritual power. Spiritual power and blood energy can actually fuse. After fusion, releasing spiritual power with blood energy enhancement has even greater destructive power. Zhao Huangqiao felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. Two different energies fused together, not only making him stronger but also maximizing the compression of energy volume. This meant that his body could store more energy, a stronger explosion, a longer endurance. Under continuous fusion and compression, Zhao Huangqiao finally came to a halt. His cultivation stopped at half-step blood qi realm, without truly breaking through to the 4th tier. The so-called half-step blood qi realm is actually a realm fabricated by the martial artists themselves. A peak martial artist at the 9th level of the 3rd tier, unable to break through to the blood qi realm after years of cultivation. However, after years of hard training, their strength far exceeded that of an ordinary peak martial artist at the 9th level of the 3rd tier, showing signs of blood qi emanation. Hence it was called half-step blood qi realm. Zhao Huangqiao retracted his aura and let out a breath. The enemies killed by the witch's song don't seem to count as my own kills, so the system didn't reward me with justice points. After all, the witch's song was merely a chant that summoned the sleeping witch to act. Although there are no justice points, both talents and realm have received a significant boost. As for the justice points, Zhao Huangqiao's eyes flashed with cold light. The Sun family will provide them. Tianhai City. In a special cell of the Law Enforcement Bureau prison, a dark purple beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the prisoner. This person was none other than Sun Badian, the head of the Sun family. Ha. Feeling the ultimate power washing over his body, Sun Badian let out a mad laugh. I finally succeeded. Due to internal injuries, he had been unable to break through to the blood-flesh realm for life. But today, he would finally break the shackles. Pure blood qi power surged wildly outward. The internal injuries healed, and his blood qi reached its peak. The walls that had blocked him for years finally collapsed today. Sun Badian, the head of the Sun family, broke through to the 4th tier blood-flesh realm. Sun Baishan's eyes glowed red, and he was as frenzied as a wild beast. In the 5 cities, no one can stop me anymore. He looked at the prison walls. This was a cage tailored for martial artist prisoners, but it was only a low-tier prison aimed at the first 3 tiers of martial artists. Sun Badian punched through the wall, and sunlight poured in. He had never felt such warm and gentle sunlight. Today, all grudges are resolved. Inside the martial examination venue, everyone saw the strange beam of light descending from the sky, but it remained suspended in mid-air, breaking the spatial barrier. Many were still rejoicing, having survived the calamity. Fortunately, that thing didn't land directly, otherwise, no one would have been able to withstand it. People looked at the open spatial rift in the sky, feeling both fear and dread. It's terrifying. If that beam of light comes down, we might all die. That spatial rift seems to be the space where martial examination students enter. What exactly happened inside to attract such terrifying power? Principal, he suddenly reacted, his body shaking violently, almost losing his balance. The head of the Lan family immediately supported him. Principal, what's wrong? Principal, he gasped heavily, trembling as he said, no, it's bad, 100,000 martial examination students are all dead. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Everyone cast incredulous glances. Although Principal, he was not the strongest in the field, he was definitely the most knowledgeable. His words could not be ignored. The head of the Lan family was dumbfounded. How did you figure that out? Principal, he was filled with deep sorrow. We've all fallen into a trap. Someone set up an illusion at the scene in advance, causing the martial examination students to not enter the martial examination's secret realm, but rather into a space they had prepared beforehand. Using secret methods, they killed all 100,000 martial examination students. The head of the Lan family looked as if all his strength had been drained. Among those 100,000 students, many were from the Lan family. Their deaths dealt a heavy blow to the Lan family's foundation. Even without the members of the Lan family, the death of all 100,000 martial arts examination students in the 5 cities is enough to chill one to the bone. Who did this? Why? The head of the Lan family could not contain his anger. Principal, he was in tears. The witch church. They often hold sacrificial ceremonies and use living people as offerings. Our 100,000 students from the 5 cities have all been treated as sacrifices. 100,000 students. But, Principal, he glared at the prominent figures from Tianhai City and said, relying solely on the witch church, the sacrifice could never be completed. There is a traitor. Everyone reacted. The prominent figures from the other 4 cities looked towards the people of Tianhai City. The head of the Lan family stepped forward and questioned, Fei Tianxiang, as the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau of Tianhai City, do you have nothing to explain? The head of the Lan family released his internal spiritual power and blood energy. It was clear he intended to take action. He and Fei Tianxiang were both 3rd-tier 9th-level martial artists. However, as the overlord of a city, his strength was slightly superior to Fei Tianxiang's. Fei Tianxiang stood up, stretched lazily, and with a hint of disdain said, it's hard for me to explain to you because this is what we did. Upon hearing this, the entire audience was momentarily stunned. Rather than anger, they found it hard to believe that these people would so generously admit to it. The head of the Lan family said in a deep voice, do you know what you are saying? At this moment, the people of Tianhai City all stood up. They were laying their cards on the table. Good, good, good. The head of the Lan family repeated 3 times. The heads of the other 4 cities and the heads of the law enforcement bureaus all surrounded them. A total of 8 3rd-tier 9th-level powerhouses, along with other experts from these cities. There were also more than a dozen 3rd-tier mid to late-stage powerhouses, and dozens of 3rd-tier martial artists. The 4 cities were besieging Tianhai City. Principal, he walked to the front and shouted angrily, colluding with the witch church to harm 100,000 students, such a crime deserves death. Faced with the encirclement of many experts, Fei Tianxiang showed no fear. Who kills whom is still uncertain. At that moment, several beams of light descended from the sky, landing on Fei Tianxiang and Donghai, and the others from Tianhai City. They were all marked with the witch church's magical array. They had stolen a small portion of power from the witch's blessing. Everyone's cultivation level was raised. Fei Tianxiang advanced from 3rd-tier 9th level to half-step blood chi realm, and Donghai leaped from early 3rd-tier to late 3rd-tier powerhouse. Not only that, many of the Sun family's 3rd-tier martial artists also received boosts. The head of the Lan family's pupils trembled violently. 3rd-tier. No, this is half-step blood chi realm. A cold smile appeared on Fei Tianxiang's face. Since we planned to slaughter 100,000 martial arts examination students, did we not consider a way out? Principal, his hair and beard stood on end, and his decaying blood energy suddenly erupted with unprecedented strength. He was prepared to burn his life away. We have 8 3rd-tier 9th-level martial artists, and more than a dozen late 3rd-tier martial artists. Even if you reach half-step blood chi realm, what of it? 100,000 wronged souls, you must accompany them in death. Principal, he stepped forward, determined to bring them to justice even at the cost of his own life. At that moment, a red streak of light flashed across the sky. With a loud bang, it landed among the crowd. A wave of heat rushed towards them. Principal, he, at the front, had not yet seen the newcomer when he was suddenly seized by the throat. As the smoke cleared, everyone was taken aback. Sun Badian. Principal, he struggled continuously, but even burning his life away could not shake him. Sun Badian wore a sinister smile. Old man, on the day my daughter was killed, you stood in my way. You really like to stand up for the lowly, don't you? Yes, I remember now. Back in school, you liked to protect these lowly people. You even forced me to kneel and apologize to them. Principal, his face turned red, and he said with all his might, I was wrong. Sun Badian revealed a smug smile. Now you know you were wrong? Principal, he gritted his teeth. I should have killed you back then. Sun Baishan's expression turned cold, and he clenched his fist. Crack! He directly twisted Principal his neck. Kill them all. The warriors of the witch church, who had been lying in ambush, all appeared. 33rd-tier warriors, plus his own 4th-tier cultivation. He wanted to slaughter the 4 cities. At the martial arts examination venue, blood filled the air, and corpses lay everywhere. The martial arts families of the 4 cities, except for Tianhai City, were being slaughtered madly. Sun Badian was here, killing the heads of the martial arts families. The witch church acted in the shadows, heading straight for their residences to burn, kill, and plunder. They would surely seize the foundations of these 4 cities. Sun Badian stood on the chest of the examiner, looking down with a mocking expression. The examiner, severely injured, said in a deep voice, "It won't be long before the law enforcers from the Jiangnan Provincial Bureau arrive. None of you will escape." He had a cultivation of 3rd tier 9th level. In this small area of 5 cities, he was originally a top-tier powerhouse. However, now someone had broken through to the 4th tier flesh realm. The difference of one realm reduced him to an ant. Faced with the threat, Sun Badian remained unfazed. "Heh, you don't need to worry about such trivial matters. Before the people from the Bureau arrive, we will have already brought the foundations of the 5 cities to the Witch Church, setting up the witch's sacrificial array, sacrificing 100,000 candidates, relying on the cultivation gained from the sacrifice, plundering the foundations of the 5 cities, and then siding with the Witch Church." This was the entire conspiracy plotted by the Sun family and the Witch Church. The examiner's eyes were filled with regret and unwillingness. At the same time, he was filled with self-blame. 100,000 wrong souls. Sun Badian, you will be punished by heaven. Sun Badian stepped down. The blood power of the 4th tier flesh realm was simply something a 3rd tier warrior could not withstand. The examiner's chest instantly caved in, and the sound of cracking bones echoed. Blood gushed out of his mouth. Sun Badian snorted disdainfully. "Oof, heaven's punishment? Who in the entire 5 cities can stop me?" Suddenly, a sword energy unexpectedly struck from behind Sun Badian. The sword energy was sharp and silent, yet powerful and deadly. Sun Badian turned his head, standing with his hands behind his back, his expression calm. The head of the Lan family merged with his sword, like a silver dragon breaking through the air. Fei Tianxiang and Ndonghai, who stood beside Sun Badian, acted simultaneously. Almost in an instant, they knocked the attacking head of the Lan family to the ground. The head of the Lan family had been lying in ambush, looking for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. However, the gap in strength was too great. Facing the head of the Lan family, whom he once had to look up to, and Donghai mocked, "Isn't this the head of the Lan family, who is said to be second only to the Sun family? How come you're lying on the ground?" The head of the Lan family was unwilling. And Donghai, as the principal of Tianhai know. 1. How many students from your school died in the secret realm? Do you feel no guilt at all? And Donghai not only felt no guilt but laughed heartily. You, as the head of a family, are still so naive. What nonsense guilt? What warriors pursue is always just one thing, and that is more powerful strength. For the sake of power, anything can be sacrificed. The heads of the other 3 martial arts families are dead. You should go accompany them. And Donghai killed the severely injured head of the Lan family in one blow. That once revered martial arts family was now trampled underfoot by him. Ha 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 ha. And Donghai, who had been submissive for half his life, felt the joy brought by power. He laughed more and more crazily. Suddenly, and Donghai's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He felt a cold breeze on his back. The chill penetrated to the bone, carrying a hint of murderous intent. It was as if a terrifying beast was lurking behind, ready to pounce at any moment. And Donghai's body stiffened, a drop of cold sweat sliding down his neck. "Thank you, Principal, for teaching me my last lesson. As a martial artist, everything can be sacrificed for power." A voice, both familiar and unexpected, emerged from behind. He turned his stiff neck and saw that familiar, delicate face. Zhao Huangqiao. A long sword, glowing with a faint yellow light, pierced through Ndonghai's abdomen. Bright red blood dripped continuously from the sword tip, and Donghai's pupils trembled uncontrollably as he looked down at the sword in his belly. "No, don't!" Zhao Huangqiao's speed was so fast that no one reacted in time. It wasn't until the sword pierced through the fat belly that Sun Badian, Fei Tianxiang, and the others finally realized what had happened. Zhao Huangqiao grinned. "My graduation project, are you satisfied?" With that, Zhao Huangqiao raised the sword, directly slicing Ndonghai in half. Blood gushed forth, splattering onto the young man's pale face. Ding! Host has killed the villain Ndonghai, justice points plus 5,000. The young man stood with one hand holding the sword, the other behind his back. His gaze swept over the crowd with indifference. Fei Tianxiang looked as if he had seen a ghost. Zhao Huangqiao, how did you end up here? Weren't you sacrificed?" Zhao Huangqiao replied calmly, "I was lucky to survive, but you won't be so fortunate." What was going on? Did the witch cult's sacrificial formation malfunction? No, the sacrifice should have been successful, otherwise, his strength couldn't have increased. Out of 100,000 candidates, not all could have been sacrificed. There must have been some who escaped, and Zhao Huangqiao was one of them. Fei Tianxiang and the others were filled with suspicion. But Sun Badian was not so calm. The grudge against the woman he killed was irreconcilable. "Ha ha ha, what if you survived? I was regretting that I couldn't kill you myself, but I didn't expect you to still be alive." Sun Badian stepped forward, leaving footprints on the ground. His powerful blood energy radiated outward. Zhao Huangqiao's eyes narrowed. Blood energy realm? Wasn't it said that Sun Badian couldn't break through? Zhao Huangchao quickly understood the situation. The Sun family was willing to serve the witch cult. Perhaps breaking through to the 4th stage was their reward. But what of the 4th stage? Zhao Huangchao was now half a step into the blood energy realm. With 2 top-tier talents and an S-rank martial skill at perfection, defeating a 4th stage opponent was not difficult. Die! Just as Zhao Huangchao was pondering, Sun Badian charged like a ferocious beast. The Sun family's ancestral sword technique was renowned for its sharp sword energy, but now, he was not using a sword. Instead, he unleashed the thick blood energy unique to the blood energy realm. Like crushing ants, he aimed to obliterate Zhao Huangchao. A faint red blood energy swirled around Sun Badian's arms, and every movement carried a terrifying pressure. Many surviving citizens looked up at the sky, their faces pale. In the small Tianhai city, a 4th stage martial artist going mad was enough to destroy the entire city. Moreover, behind this 4th stage martial artist were the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, the Sun family, and the witch cult, among others. We're doomed. The Sun family might sacrifice all living beings in the 4 cities. What about the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau? Can't anyone stop them? It's useless. By the time they arrive, it will be too late. Whoa, I don't want to die. What about that young man? He just killed in Donghai in an instant. Sigh. It's difficult. The gap between the 3rd and 4th stages is like heaven and earth. Standing behind in Donghai's corpse, Zhao Huangchao calmly looked at Sun Badian. Blood energy radiating outward? How coincidental. I can do that too. Ha ha ha, go die. Sun Badian's expression was frenzied. He raised his palm and slapped down, the blood energy surging forth. Just when Sun Badian thought Zhao Huangchao would turn into minced meat in an instant, Zhao Huangchao raised his palm to block the punch. The fists collided. Sun Badian was instantly dumbfounded. Blocked? How is that possible? Zhao Huangchao's forearm bulged with veins. In the next moment, Zhao Huangchao's body erupted with a rich power of blood and energy. His stance was not at all inferior to Sun Badian. His entire body was enveloped in a red glow, and his momentum surged dramatically. The two forces continued to clash, causing ripples in the space around them. Although he was only half a step into the blood energy realm, possessing the strength to fight above his level, receiving this punch was not easy. Zhao Huangchao secretly sighed. No wonder he had been honing his skills as a martial artist for many years at half a step into the blood energy realm. Even if he wasn't a body-refining martial artist, this power could definitely rival that of other ordinary early-stage 4th-tier martial artists. Compared to Zhao Huangchao's thoughts, Sun Badian's pupils constricted, filled with shock. You are also in the blood energy realm? Sun Badian opened his mouth. That rebellious aura was instantly suppressed. How old is he? A 4th-tier martial artist? Such talent, there probably aren't many in the entire Jiangnan province, right? Looking at Zhao Huangchao's half-smiling expression, Sun Badian suddenly realized. No, you are not in the blood energy realm. You are only half a step into the blood energy realm, so you can release your blood energy. Confirming that the opponent was only half a step into the blood energy realm, Sun Badian did not breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, he became even more nervous. The blood energy power of the opponent at half a step into the blood energy realm was actually not inferior to his own. Given time, if the opponent truly took that step, how terrifying would their strength be? Half a step into the blood energy realm is enough to kill you. Zhao Huangchao's voice was cold as he exerted force again, sending Sun Badian flying back, creating distance between them. Many martial artists below witnessed this scene, their expressions mirroring that of Sun Badian. Blood energy release? That young man is actually also in the blood energy realm. He is a student from Tianhai No. 1 high school, only 18 years old, in the blood energy realm. It could also be half a step into the blood energy realm. Can someone at half a step into the blood energy realm possess such powerful blood energy? After the shock, hope appeared on many faces, but many experienced martial artists still held a pessimistic attitude. So what if that young man was truly in the blood energy realm? Sun Badian was an established martial artist. If it weren't for his hidden injuries, he would have broken through to the blood energy realm long ago. Years of accumulation, a sudden rise to prominence. His strength was probably not as simple as an ordinary blood energy realm martial artist. After creating distance, Sun Badian stood with one hand behind his back, his expression serious. The hand behind him trembled continuously. Although the two seemed evenly matched, he knew very well that if they continued to struggle, he would undoubtedly lose. Half a step into the 4th tier is ultimately just half a step. Without truly stepping into the blood energy realm, you will always be an ant in my eyes. The opponent's blood energy was strong, but Sun Badian did not believe he would lose. Zhao Huangchao's lips curled slightly. Is that so? then why create distance? If your blood energy is insufficient, eat more goji berries to replenish it. Sun Baishan's face darkened. Ridiculous. The power of blood energy is ultimately just a minor path. Let me show you the true strength of a fourth-tier martial artist. After saying that, Sun Badian raised his hand. Inside the Sun family ancestral hall, a wooden box instantly exploded. A silver light shot through the air, darting into the sky like a meteor, falling from the heavens. It landed in Sun Baishan's hand. It was a long silver sword, thick in the blade, as if it had not been sharpened, carved with two python dragons, the sword humming incessantly. The moment Sun Badian grasped the sword, his momentum soared. Silver python sword. It is the Sun family's ancestral B-grade spirit weapon. Many elderly martial artists, upon seeing the long sword, could not hide the fear in their eyes. Many years ago, the Sun family's ancestors relied on this B-grade spirit weapon to carve out a place in Tianhai City. At that time, the heads of the major families in Tianhai City were all peak third-tier martial artists. The Sun family's ancestors relied on a B-grade spiritual weapon, overpowering numerous third-tier martial artists, bloodily wiping out many noble families, allowing the Sun family to rise to prominence in Tianhai City. Sun Badian raised his long sword, unleashing an incredibly domineering sword aura. As he swung the sword, one could even hear a faint dragon's roar. Zhao Huangqiao also took out a long sword from his enforcer token. The long sword was enveloped in a pale yellow glow, with waves of radiance containing a sense of authority. A D-grade enforcer's blade. It was clear that this was a preparation for a sword duel. What a coincidence! I also have a spiritual weapon. Sun Badian was taken aback for a moment, then laughed arrogantly and disdainfully. Ha ha ha, D-grade? A piece of trash spiritual weapon issued by the Enforcement Bureau, it shatters at a touch, and you dare to take it out? Zhao Huangqiao carefully examined his weapon and said, it's not much, but it's enough to deal with you. Sun Badian no longer wasted words. Gathering spiritual power on the silver python sword, he shouted, 9 pythons covering the sky. He immediately unleashed his most proficient A-grade martial skill. His body vanished into the air with the sword, and the sound of dragon roars made the earth tremble. Countless sword auras erupted from the sword, coalescing into the shape of a giant python in the air, the aura terrifying. Many first and second-tier martial artists on the ground trembled under the intense pressure. The wind blew, stirring Zhao Huangqiao's clothing, and the boy's eyes became incredibly clear. Just as the opponent's attack was about to descend, he raised his long sword. As the long sword was lifted, 1, 2, dozens of long sword phantoms were left in the wake of the sword's movement. A-grade martial skill, phantom sword dance, perfect. The movements were slow, yet it seemed to produce countless afterimages. Bang bang bang, countless sword shadows collided with the giant python phantom. Sun Badian initially thought he would crush his opponent and end the battle. However, the opponent's swordsmanship was not inferior to his own. How many hidden cards did this person have that he was unaware of? Ha! Sun Badian shouted, once again unleashing a strong sword aura. He couldn't believe that his mastered A-grade martial skill couldn't handle a mere kid. The sword auras from both sides continued to wear each other down until their blades clashed together, the friction producing a grating sound. Zang zang zang. In an instant, Zhao Huangqiao unleashed hundreds of sword body phantoms, enveloping Sun Badian. At that moment, Sun Badian finally recognized the martial skill his opponent was using. Phantom sword dance? This was the same A-grade martial skill he used, 9 pythons covering the sky. The Sun family's armory also had this technique, but he had only barely reached the entry level. The difficulty of mastering the phantom sword dance was immense, and at the entry, proficient, and mastery stages, its power was not much different from 9 pythons covering the sky. Those martial arts that were extremely difficult to cultivate only revealed their true power at the perfect level. Could it be that this kid has perfected the phantom sword dance? Just as Sun Badian was lost in thought, Zhao Huangqiao's aura suddenly changed, a domineering sword intent spreading out. The bloody smell in the air seemed to thicken. Its overwhelming power made even Sun Badian retreat 3 steps. Sun Badian kept backing away, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. Sword intent? You actually comprehended sword intent? The daughter of the Lan family was noticed by the Wind Sword sect precisely because she grasped a hint of sword intent. At around 18 years of age, being able to comprehend sword intent was indeed remarkable. Sun Badian himself had also begun to touch the threshold of sword intent at that age. Yet Zhao Huangqiao's application of sword intent was incredibly skilled. This was not merely touching the threshold, but mastery. The way Sun Badian looked at Zhao Huangqiao was no longer that of a mere opponent. Instead, it was as if he was facing a completely unknown monster. Zhao Huangqiao manipulated the surrounding slaughtering sword intent at will. After obtaining the system, his talents grew more numerous and stronger. the more he could feel the importance of talent. The difference between practicing martial arts with or without talent was like two different worlds. Without talent in swordsmanship, let alone understanding sword intent, even releasing sword energy was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. With B-level swordsmanship talent, comprehending sword intent was as easy as drinking tea or water, effortlessly observing the patterns. Zhao Huangqiao did not answer Sun Baishan's question and said lightly, "You should still have one last trump card. Use the Sun family's ancestral S-level martial skill, so you can die with your eyes closed." Sun Baishan's expression darkened, his palm tightly gripping the sword in his hand. He did want to use the Sun family's ancestral S-level martial skill, but the cost was a bit too high. The difference between S-level and A-level martial skills was like heaven and earth. Even if he were lucky enough to perfect an A-level martial skill, it wouldn't guarantee he could even reach the entry level of an S-level martial skill. Each S-level martial skill was an extremely special existence. Sun Badian had learned swordsmanship since childhood, and at 16, under his father's guidance, he began studying the S-level martial skill 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. Decades passed, and he had only just reached the entry level, a step away from proficiency, but he hadn't crossed the threshold in over 10 years. His father, until his death, had barely reached proficiency. In the vast Sun family, he was the only one who had managed to reach the entry level of the ancestral S-level martial skill. This showed just how difficult it was to cultivate S-level martial skills. Moreover, due to the overwhelming power of S-level martial skills, if the user could not master them proficiently, recklessly using them could lead to great dangers. Sun Baishan's expression was conflicted. Should he escape, call for help, or, in a normal battle, whether it was a contest of physical strength or swordsmanship, he was being completely crushed. Continuing would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. Zhao Huangqiao casually said, "It's a pity Sun Ruen didn't cultivate the S-level martial skill, otherwise, she could have struggled a bit longer in my hands." Upon hearing this, Sun Badian was immediately filled with rage, his entire being resembling an enraged lion. Escape? The one standing before him was the murderer of his daughter. As a father, how could he even think of fleeing? Sun Badian might be a good father, but Zhao Huangqiao didn't care about that. He was a good dad, but not his dad. Countless families were shattered, countless wronged souls perished. Zhao Huangqiao, today either you die or I die. The continuous confrontations had severely drained Sun Badian. He used all the remaining spiritual energy in his body, betting everything. In an instant, the world changed color. Thick, dark gray clouds swirled ominously in the sky, as if they could fall to the ground at any moment. The distance between heaven and earth seemed to shrink, and the heavy, oppressive feeling made everyone feel as if a giant stone was pressing on their hearts, making it hard to breathe. Countless corpses lay scattered on the ground, the scene resembling the end of the world. Sun Baishan's face turned red. Already at the end of his strength, he shouted with all his might, 10,000 swords, return to origin. The four characters rang out like a great bell, echoing through heaven and earth. Many martial artists, hearing this familiar yet strange name of the martial skill, involuntarily shivered. They all knew that the Sun family had an ancestral S-level martial skill, but no one had ever seen it used. 10,000 swords returned to origin? Is that the S-level martial skill? This was also the only S-level martial skill in the entire Tianhai city. Is this really the effect that martial skills can achieve? With the S-level martial skill, that boy named Zhao Huangqiao is undoubtedly doomed. What a pity, top talent, yet he falls to martial skills. No, not necessarily. Someone closely observed Sun Badian, who was performing the martial skill, and noticed something. He is not proficient in using the S-level martial skill. The surrounding violent sword energy could even hit him. He is very likely only at the entry level. Moreover, due to the excessive consumption from the previous battle, he cannot unleash the true power of the S-level martial skill. Although they had never encountered S-level martial skills, they had practiced martial skills of other ranks. Normally, martial skills that have only reached the entry level cannot be used in actual combat. At the entry level, there is a high chance of making mistakes, which could lead to adverse effects. Only when martial skills are cultivated to a proficient level can they be considered truly mastered. Upon hearing this analysis, everyone instantly regained hope, all expecting Sun Badian to make a mistake. Sun Baishan's expression was ferocious. Even in peak condition, he could not guarantee that the 10,000 swords return to origin would succeed 100%, let alone now when he was at the end of his strength. One after another, his own phantoms struggled to detach from his physical body. When he split into 6 phantoms, the first one had already begun to dissipate and could not be maintained. The remaining phantoms were also beyond his perfect control. If he wasn't careful, the sword energy released by the phantoms could hit himself. The 10,000 swords return to origin could release up to 10,000 phantoms, but now he could only release a few. Sun Baishan's face turned red, his eyes bulging with rage. Looking at Zhao Huangqiao, he wished he could eat his flesh and drink his blood. I must kill you. Sun Badian felt a wave of dizziness in his brain, and in an instant, his physical body detached from over 100 phantoms. Each phantom stood like a loyal soldier, quietly hovering in the air. Sun Baishan's pupils brightened. I broke through. I have reached the proficient level. Once at his peak, he could release a maximum of 30 phantoms at a time. Now, he had directly released over 100. He had never felt that releasing and controlling these phantoms could be so effortless. Heaven is helping me. In the shadows, figures quietly observed the battlefield, their expressions calm, as if watching a performance. In a moment of desperation, breaking through to the proficient level with S-class martial skills, now we don't need to intervene. This Sun Badian has decent talent. He will be of great use when brought back to the witch church. It's about time. If we delay any longer, the law enforcement bureau might arrive, so let's kill this boy and clear the scene. At the scene, many martial artists were stunned to see Sun Badian break through, as if struck by lightning. No, he actually broke through to proficient. Alas, fate is cruel. Whoa, I don't want to die yet. At the 5-city martial examination site, Sun Badian had cultivated his S-class martial skills to proficiency, achieving great mastery. Hundreds of his phantoms stood in the air, each holding a silver python sword, exuding extraordinary sword energy. It was as if a celestial sword immortal had descended from the heavens. Sun Badian regained that aura of overlooking the world, gazing down at Zhao Huangchao. Didn't you want to see S-class martial skills? I've really used them. Why are you silent now? Zhao Huangchao smiled and said, isn't it called 10,000 swords return to origin? Why are you using 100 swords return to origin? Sun Badian snorted coldly. How would an ant know the power of S-class martial skills? Sun Badian controlled hundreds of phantoms, all stabbing towards Zhao Huangchao. It was like 1,000 troops charging forward, the momentum grand. Zhao Huangchao stood there, not dodging, not even raising his sword to defend. To outsiders, it seemed he had already admitted defeat, accepting his death. The 100 swords fell. Whoosh! Zhao Huangchao's body instantly shattered, not blocking even a bit. However, Sun Badian did not feel triumphant. He stood frozen in place. That sensation. Why did it feel off? Did he really kill Zhao Huangchao? Would someone who had crawled up from the bottom really be so willing to die? Master Sun, your strength was a bit lacking. Zhao Huangchao's voice suddenly echoed from behind. Sun Badian felt a chill run down his spine and immediately turned to slash at Zhao Huangchao with his sword. Whoosh! Zhao Huangchao's body shattered again, but he appeared on Sun Baishan's right side. Sun Baishan's mind buzzed, and he suddenly realized, this is a phantom? The first and second strikes had both hit Zhao Huangchao's phantoms? What kind of martial skill allows for infinite evasion? Wait, why does the aura released by this phantom feel so familiar? An extremely terrifying guess brewed in Sun Baishan's heart. Could it be that he also? No, absolutely impossible. This is the ancestral martial art of the Sun family. Even if he really came into contact with the 10,000 swords returning to origin through some means, this is an S-rank martial art. A mere 18-year-old boy, no matter how monstrous his talent, could not possibly wield it so effortlessly. Zhao Huangchao did not let him continue guessing and directly revealed the answer. This is your Sun family's ancestral S-rank martial art, 10,000 swords returning to origin. After saying that, countless phantoms detached from Zhao Huangchao's body, instantly swelling to hundreds. Sun Baishan's mind went blank. He was utterly certain that the martial art Zhao Huangchao was demonstrating was indeed 10,000 swords returning to origin. This is 10,000 swords returning to origin? Impossible. How could you possibly know this martial art? Zhao Huangchao grinned. Of course, it was a gift from your precious daughter. Ding, host punishes the criminal, Sun Baishan's Dao heart shatters, reward 2,000 points of justice value. This also rewards justice value? It seems that for those with a high evil value, any punishment they carry out will be deemed successful by the system and rewarded with justice value. Sun Baishan's eyes were about to burst, and he was in a state of extreme madness. Zhao Huangchao, I will definitely tear you to pieces. He forcibly overdraws his own essence, manifesting 500 phantoms, imposing in momentum, but still giving a sense of being insufficiently grounded, strong on the outside but hollow within. Zhao Huangchao had had enough fun and did not intend to waste more time. He fully activated 10,000 swords returning to origin. In an instant, tens of thousands of Zhao Huangchao's phantoms filled the sky, like a multitude of deities judging the world. S-rank martial art. Great perfection. Sun Baishan's heart raced violently. No matter what, he could not believe that an 18-year-old boy could cultivate an S-rank martial art to perfection. But the fact was right in front of him. Moreover, he could no longer care about that. He launched a final strike at Zhao Huangchao. The sword energy clashed in the air, creating intense ripples. Zhao Huangqiao almost crushed Sun Badian in an overwhelming manner. Sun Badian roared in a deep voice, "All Sun family warriors, attack! Law Enforcement Bureau, aren't you going to take action? If I die, you will be next." In an instant, the Sun family, the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, and the Witch Church, all warriors moved out in full force. Hundreds of second-tier warriors, dozens of third-tier warriors, among which there were even a few peak third-tier warriors. Apart from Tianhai City, the third-tier warriors from the other 4 cities were almost slaughtered. Now, Zhao Huangqiao was facing nearly all the top experts within the 5 cities. Sun Badian did not plan to rely on this group of warriors to kill Zhao Huangqiao. Instead, he aimed to exhaust him completely. After all, the opponent was not a genuine 4th-tier warrior. He had already consumed a large portion of his energy. How much spiritual power could the opponent still have left? Zhao Huangqiao's eyes narrowed as he looked at the hundreds of warriors charging at him, his eyes slightly reddening. A strong bloodthirsty killing intent surged around him, making him extremely bloodthirsty. Do you think you can win just by relying on numbers? 10,000 swords returning to origin. Phantom Sword Dance. Zhao Huangqiao displayed astonishing talent, simultaneously executing an S-rank perfected martial art and an A-rank perfected martial art. The tens of thousands of phantoms from 10,000 swords returning to origin mimicked Zhao Huangqiao's sword moves, performing the Phantom Sword Dance. Although their power was far inferior to the main body, their sheer number was overwhelming. The Phantom Sword Dance relied on extreme swordsmanship and speed to unleash a large area of sword energy attacks in a short time, combined with 10,000 swords returning to origin. In an instant, the heavy dark clouds in the sky were stirred by the sword energy. Streams of sword energy continuously gathered, converging into a sword energy tornado, sweeping through heaven and earth. At the center of the storm, Zhao Huangqiao appeared like a sword immortal descending to the mortal realm, looking down upon the world. All the second-tier warriors close to the sword energy storm were almost instantly torn apart, turning into a mist of blood that scattered between heaven and earth. A few third-tier warriors attempted to resist, but it was all in vain. Under the fierce onslaught of sword energy, they became corpses riddled with wounds. Ding! Host has killed second-tier warrior Huang Yu, reward 1,000 justice points. Ding! Host has killed second-tier warrior Zhang Xuanyu, reward 1,500 justice points. Ding! Host has killed third-tier warrior Li Wenba with an evil value of 423, reward 2,500 justice points. Dropped items have entered the system store. The system's voice echoed continuously in his mind. Each time it sounded, a corpse would fall. The blood-red sword energy merged with the blood mist, appearing even more crimson. Clang! Zhao Huangqiao swung his sword down. Now, Sun Badian was fighting alone. He raised his silver python sword to defend, his arm trembling uncontrollably, his body already enveloped by the opponent's bloodthirsty sword intent. Fear filled Sun Badian's eyes, a fear of death. He shouted desperately, "Master Messenger, please come save me, Master Messenger." No matter how he called for help, there was no response. Zhao Huangqiao squinted, glancing at the nearby hill, and smiled knowingly. Then he said, "It seems your Master Messenger has already slipped away." At the 5-city martial examination site, the Master Messenger that Sun Badian was calling out to was clearly someone from the Witch Church. As for why they had not appeared, the answer was obvious. Zhao Huangqiao showed no mercy. After Sun Badian was pushed back repeatedly, he struck a fatal blow, separating the head from the body. The once invincible overlord of Tianhai City, and even the 5 cities, had now become a still-warm corpse. Ding! Host has killed the criminal Sun Badian with an evil value exceeding 1,000, reward 10,000 justice points. Zhao Huangqiao raised an eyebrow. 10,000 justice points? The reward for killing Sun Ruenan was only 5,000 points. Sun Badian's evil value was not much higher than Sun Ruenan's, yet the reward was double. The justice point reward should not only depend on the opponent's evil value but also consider their strength, the gap between us, and even the forces behind them, Zhao Huangqiao thought to himself. The best proof was that when he killed a second-tier early warrior, he received over 2,000 justice points. Now, killing a mid-tier second-tier warrior only yielded 1,000 justice points. Regardless, this time's harvest could only be described as terrifying. Over 100 warriors, plus Sun Badian. Just the rewards from justice points had exceeded 100,000. This did not even account for the various spiritual artifacts, martial skills, treasures, and so on that had dropped in the system store. 100,000 justice points should be enough for me to cultivate to a 5th-tier warrior. Although he did not know how much he would need to consume later, at least he wouldn't have to worry about justice points in the short term. The surviving warriors of the 5 cities looked up at the sky. Watching the towering corpse fall down, they felt as if they were in a dream. Sun Badian was dead? Many were moved to tears of joy. Woohoo! this is great, we survived. Is Sun Badian really dead? Zhao Huangchao slowly descended to the ground. His current cultivation was not enough for flight, so he could only hover briefly in the air. The surviving warriors of the 5 cities cautiously observed Zhao Huangchao, filled with admiration yet tinged with fear. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The yellow robe enforcer's sword, in Zhao Huangchao's hand, broke. After all, it was just a degrade spiritual artifact. Facing such intense combat and the release of super martial skills, it had held up quite well until now. The enforcer's sword was not a powerful spiritual artifact. More often, it served as a symbol of status, playing a role in intimidation. As everyone saw the long sword in Zhao Huangchao's hand shatter, they finally noticed that he was holding the law enforcement sword. He is a law enforcer? Upon learning that he was a law enforcer and seeing the sword break, the slight fear in everyone's hearts dissipated. It was as if that sword was a deadly weapon, the most dangerous of arms. Now that it was shattered, it seemed less threatening. The martial artist slowly approached. Hero! You are the hero who saved the 5 cities. Whoa, thank you, you saved us. Hero, hero, hero. The shouts of hero rose higher and higher. Meanwhile, Zhao Huangchao himself looked at the crowd with a face full of indifference. He possessed a justice value system that allowed him to clearly see the evil in people's hearts. Having climbed up from the bottom, he understood the ugliness of human nature. He felt no enjoyment from the crowd's praise, nor did he feel annoyance. It was a cold indifference. In ancient times, when a great flood submerged the city, the first thing people did after the waters receded was not to rescue the victims but to build a Dragon King temple to seek solace for their hearts. Just like these people, they were originally lambs waiting to be slaughtered under the butcher's knife of the Sun family, but now, thanks to Zhao Huangchao's appearance, they had been saved. Many had died, while they had survived by chance. Did they truly thank Zhao Huangchao from the bottom of their hearts? It was likely that very few were sincere. Their praise and gratitude towards Zhao Huangchao were akin to building a Dragon King temple after the flood, merely for their own peace of mind. Zhao Huangchao ignored them, directly sitting cross-legged to begin recovering his spiritual power. The battle with Sun Badian had nearly exhausted all his strength. As the crowd saw Zhao Huangchao starting to recover his spiritual power, they were momentarily at a loss. The prominent figures in the 5 cities had almost all perished. At that moment, a beautiful woman bravely stepped forward. The woman had a graceful figure and wore a form-fitting long dress, cautiously approaching. From the spiritual power fluctuations she emitted, she seemed to be just a first-tier martial artist. Enforcer, hello, may I ask where my child is? Zhao Huangchao suddenly opened his eyes. The beautiful woman panicked and quickly apologized. And no, I'm sorry, my child is a student participating in the martial arts exam. What happened to them? Zhao Huangchao glanced at the evil value above the woman's head. It was only a single digit. He replied, most of them are fine, they will be out soon. The witch church had set up a magic array in advance, luring 100,000 martial arts exam students into the space they had arranged for sacrifice. Zhao Huangchao then took the opportunity to sacrifice a portion of the students who had committed grave sins, enough to warrant the death penalty. That space was very fragile and could not be maintained for long. Just as their conversation ended, waves of spatial fluctuations arose around them. Tens of thousands of students walked out of the space, looking bewildered. Aren't we supposed to participate in the martial arts exam? Where is this? Why are we back? Damn, have I been disqualified from the exam? Disqualified my ass, something must have happened, all the candidates are out. Some students screamed upon seeing countless corpses lying on the ground. There are dead people. That corpse is the head of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau. God, what happened here? The scene was chaotic, and the students were in a panic. The anxious parents, seeing their children emerge, rushed forward to find their own kids. Whoa, thank goodness you're alive. Mom, what happened here? Why are you crying? Quick, come home with Mom, it's not safe here. Son, Dad will take you home. Many parents held their children and wept bitterly. Some students emerged only to see their parents' cold bodies, crying out to the heavens in despair. Not long after, the crowd at the scene gradually dispersed, unwilling to stay in this dangerous place. At least returning to their own city meant there was a law enforcement bureau to maintain order. But, is the current law enforcement bureau really trustworthy? The law enforcement bureau of Tianhai City has actually allied with the witch church. As the performance ended, only a few hundred parents remained at the scene, looking around but ultimately failing to find their children. In this battle, many wealthy and powerful martial artists had died. The remaining few hundred parents were those with some influence who had survived by luck. They united and approached Zhao Huangchao. Where are our children? At the martial arts examination site in Wushi, the scene was in disarray, and the air was still thick with the smell of blood. The crowd had scattered, leaving only a small number of parents who were still alive and had not found their children. They stepped forward, surrounding Zhao Huangqiao. "Where are our children?" This question sounded less like an inquiry and more like an accusation. During that apocalyptic battle, they had hidden behind the scenes. After it ended, they donned their glamorous clothes, standing atop the ruins, scrutinizing and questioning others. This kind of crowd is referred to as elites. These few hundred people were almost all martial artists, and there were even some second-tier martial artists among them. Even those who were not martial artists were elite lawyers, doctors, company presidents, and so on. Zhao Huangqiao raised his eyes and glanced at the crowd. These people did not seem as heinous as the Sun family, but their level of guilt was not low either. Most were around 200. A guilt value of 200 was enough to warrant execution. Indeed, like father, like son. Zhao Huangqiao said calmly, "If you haven't found your children, then they should be dead." Zhao Huangqiao's words were like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone stunned. How is this possible? They had already lost the courage to survive after witnessing Sun Baishan's massacre. Now, having miraculously survived and found that the students participating in the martial arts examination were all fine, they felt a mix of great sorrow and joy. Yet now, they were told that their children were dead. How could they accept that? If they had never seen hope, there would be no disappointment or sadness. "Are you joking? Why would my child die?" "Yeah, other people's children are all fine. What exactly happened? I need an explanation." Zhao Huangqiao had never held any hope for this group of ordinary martial artists, or rather, ordinary people. Their current attitude naturally brought him no disappointment. The Sun family colluded with the witch church, designing to lure all the students participating in the martial arts examination into a different space, and then used a sacrificial array to take their lives. "My abilities are limited, and I cannot save everyone." Zhao Huangqiao spoke very calmly, not afraid that this group would discover that the one who performed the sacrifice was actually himself. Because no one would think that an ordinary martial arts school student could possess the long-lost S-rank martial skill of the witch church, which is him. Even less would anyone think that he would be so heartless as to sacrifice those students. Zhao Huangqiao was not only unafraid but also felt not a shred of guilt. A woman with curly brown hair and a plump figure stepped forward, tugging at Zhao Huangqiao's collar, furious. "What are you joking about? Why is it that their children came out alive, but my child had an accident? Why?" Zhao Huangqiao's eyes turned cold, releasing a chilling killing intent. The woman was so frightened that she immediately let go. "I have no obligation to ensure that your children are all alive." No. A middle-aged man in a well-fitted suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with a slender build, stepped forward. He adjusted his glasses and said, No, Zhao Huangqiao, you may have misunderstood something. You, as an enforcer of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, have the duty to protect the safety of ordinary citizens. Although they are martial artists, they are also children and students. Even if you sacrifice yourself, you must ensure their survival. According to the laws of the Church of Justice, this is your dereliction of duty. Zhao Huangqiao looked at the man and asked lightly, "Who are you?" The man met Zhao Huangqiao's gaze, his eyes full of confidence, showing no fear at all. "I am Yang Quan, one of the founders of a prestigious law firm in Tianhai City. I am just an ordinary person, but..." He took out a simplified version of the Church of Justice's laws from his briefcase and said confidently, "Because of the existence of this law, we can have a fair dialogue. Although they are martial artists, they must also abide by the law, especially since you are an enforcer." Lawyer Yang even pointed the law in front of Zhao Huangqiao's face. It was like a Taoist holding a talisman to suppress a zombie in a horror film. He was very certain that even if the other party was a powerful martial artist, as long as they wanted to continue living in the Qian Empire, they had to treat him with respect. Otherwise, he would make sure they spent a lifetime in prison. Zhao Huangqiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was amused by the naivety of this group of people. Ha, what? Do you still want to sue? Seeing the other party laughing at him, Lawyer Yang said coldly, "If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, that is your dereliction of duty, and we will definitely unite to bring you to court." The woman with brown curly hair quickly echoed, "Right. Protecting us is your duty. Now that you have derelicted, you must pay the price." The Sun family had dominated Tianhai City for years, being arrogant and ruthless, burning, killing, and looting without anyone daring to confront them with the law. But this group dared to stand up and threaten Zhao Huangqiao with the law. It was simply because they believed deep down that Zhao Huangqiao would protect them and would never harm them. Good people are often bullied. Zhao Huangqiao suddenly stood up. The crowd was so frightened that they immediately stepped back. Lawyer Yang quickly took out his phone to record, shouting, "What are you going to do? I have this all on video. If you dare to use force against me, you will definitely face sanctions from the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau." Zhao Huangqiao looked into the distance and said, "I am a bit curious. If you threaten me like this, if danger comes later, will you beg me to save you? What do you think?" If you beg me, will I save you or not? Lawyer Yang's face turned pale, saying, what threat? Don't slander us. We are just making reasonable demands. The crowd echoed. Yeah, you are the enforcer, getting paid, you should do your job. If you had other skills to make money, would you still be an enforcer? You have martial skills. If you don't protect the people, what else can you do? The crowd chimed in, almost drowning Zhao Huangqiao in their spittle. Zhao Huangqiao's lips curled slightly. Sorry, I enforce the law entirely based on my mood. Lawyer Yang's eyes lit up, fearing his phone camera would shake, holding the phone with both hands. He had caught Zhao Huangqiao's weakness and happily said, everyone heard that. This is what he said himself. He enforces the law entirely based on his mood. This is a complete dereliction of duty and a threat to ordinary citizens. This video is evidence. You're done for. Thunder rumbled. Before Lawyer Yang could finish his sentence, the sky thundered, heavy dark clouds rolled again, and the wind howled incessantly. All of this signaled the arrival of danger. The phone in Lawyer Yang's hand cracked with a snap and shattered. Everyone looked around in panic. What happened? Could it be that Sun Batian is not dead? How is that possible? His body is still there. At the martial arts examination site of the 5 cities, heavy dark clouds rolled continuously in the sky. 2 black figures descended from the sky to the ground. With a loud bang, the ground cracked open, creating 2 massive deep pits, instantly killing a dozen or so rioters nearby. One of the 2 was short and stout, while the other was tall and thin like a skeleton. However, they were dressed uniformly in black cloaks, exuding a chilling aura. Hee, this kid is the one who killed Sun Batian, the thin one said coldly, letting out a strange laugh. The short, stout figure looked him up and down. He hasn't even stepped into the blood chi realm, yet possesses such thick blood chi. This kid must at least have an A-grade physical talent. Such a body is perfect for sacrifice. Zhao Huangqiao was not surprised by their appearance at all. You two must be the esteemed messengers mentioned by Sun Batian. You really have the patience to wait until now to show up. The thin one sneered and said lightly, what does it matter? Can you turn the tables? Zhao Huangqiao replied, aren't you afraid of whether I have others behind me, which is why you dare not come out? Why speak so grandly? Don't worry, I'm all alone, with no other reinforcements. But I am quite curious, after colluding with the Sun family for so long, why did you let Sun Batian give up so easily? The stout man revealed a playful smile and said, Sun Batian, a waste who needs the witch's blessing just to break through to the 4th stage. What's the use of keeping him? Our witch church's plan is merely to harvest the lives of young warriors in the 5 cities, but now, it seems you have some remarkable secret. You are worth more than Sun Batian. Upon hearing this, the rioters finally realized that these 2 were evil warriors from the witch church. The witch church? How can there be warriors from the witch church? Among them, a few second-stage warriors could clearly sense that the spiritual power released by these 2 was significantly stronger than Sun Batian's. At the very least, they were both 4th-stage warriors. A single 4th-stage warrior could almost wipe out the entire 5 cities, and now there were 2. Aren't you the enforcer? Hurry up and take action. Isn't your duty to kill the witch church? Lawyer Yang sat down on the ground, his legs trembling uncontrollably, saying, hurry, take action. What are you waiting for? Zhao Huangqiao said with a half-smile, Lawyer Yang, don't you still have the code of justice in your hand? Quickly use the code to sanction them. Take them to court. Lawyer Yang's face turned pale, holding back a breath of anger. Have you forgotten your own identity? How can someone like you be fit to be an enforcer? You. The thin black-clad man waved his hand, and Lawyer Yang's body instantly split open, evenly divided from head to groin. Noisy, the thin black-clad man said. Zhao Huangqiao nodded in agreement, saying, your thoughts are the same as mine. Zhao Huangqiao snapped his fingers. Although he currently had no spiritual energy sword, possessing the talent for swordsmanship still allowed him to unleash numerous sword energies. In an instant, the rioters were cut in half. Zhao Huangqiao's action stunned the witch church members. Wait, aren't we the bad guys? Why are you the one killing? The thin man was taken aback and said, you really are ruthless. Aren't you afraid that your killings will be known by the Justice Church? Zhao Huangqiao's lips curled slightly, his eyes barely concealing his fervor. As long as you die, no one will know. The thin man scoffed. Die? You mean with your barely 1 in 10 chance of survival plus your half-step blood chi realm cultivation? The stout man said, are we killing him directly, or bringing him back alive? The 2 had already begun discussing how to deal with Zhao Huangqiao. Zhao Huangqiao stretched lazily and said lightly, 1 at the 4th stage, triple, and 1 at the 4th stage, quadruple. Using them against you 2 isn't a loss. The evil values of these 2 were on par with Sun Batian. Both had a minimum of 20,000 justice points. Adding the equipment that had dropped and the fact that he was in poor condition and needed to save his life, no matter how he considered it, using his last trump card was not a loss. Soul of the black-robed enforcer. Zhao Huangqiao activated his final trump card, the remnant soul of a guaranteed 7th stage warrior. Even if it was just a remnant soul, it was enough to deal with 2 4th stage warriors. The emaciated man in black had no awareness of the impending danger and coldly said, "What is that person mumbling about?" The fat man seemed to sense something was off and said, "Hurry up and act. If we delay any longer, the people from the Enforcement Bureau will really come." Boom! At the moment the two raised their hands, they both froze. A terrifying aura surged from behind, as if an ancient giant beast was staring at them. The oppressive force of that terrifying aura sent chills down their spines. This level of power exceeded their understanding. With stiff necks, they turned to look behind them. They saw a massive soul floating in the air, emanating black mist, yet it did not exude any eerie or sinister feeling, instead radiating endless majesty. Its hollow eyes looked down on all living beings. After years of erosion, the power of the remnant soul was only that of a peak 4th stage warrior, but the level of that power remained unchanged, a genuine 7th stage warrior's pressure. At the moment the remnant soul of the black-robed enforcer was summoned, Zhao Huangqiao himself was stunned. He could not imagine that this was the power that a flesh-and-blood body could unleash, akin to a deity that one could only look up to. Zhao Huangqiao's eyes were filled with obsession for power as he murmured, "Is this the aura of a 7th stage warrior?" The fat man in black was blank, astonished. How could a warrior of this level appear in such a place? As for how the other party appeared, whether it was a strong person's avatar or a remnant soul, the two had no energy to think about it. The true power that the remnant soul could exert was only that of a peak 4th stage warrior, but neither had ever felt such fear when facing a 5th stage warrior. They had completely lost the ability to resist. The remnant soul raised its arm, and a gigantic palm fell from the air like a hill. With one strike, the two were sent flying hundreds of meters, spitting blood, their bones shattering one by one. They did not die immediately, but lay on the ground completely giving up resistance. In fact, facing the power of this peak 4th stage warrior, the two could not win, but if they could overcome their inner fear, there might be a glimmer of hope in escaping. But now, it was all too late. Ding! The host has killed 2 4th stage warriors, reward of 20,000 justice points. Both criminals have evil values exceeding 100. Dropped items have entered the system store. The system's voice rang out. Zhao Huangqiao let out a breath and sat on the ground. Everything is finally over. The threat in Tianhai City had been completely eliminated. But in the larger world, dark currents were stirring. Jiangnan Province Enforcement Bureau. The director of the Enforcement Bureau, Shen Liang, hurriedly ran back to the bureau. He had been out on a mission when he learned of the news that 100,000 candidates from the 5 cities were about to be sacrificed. This matter was of great importance. After all, it involved 100,000 lives. But compared to these 100,000 lives, there was an even more important matter, which was that his newly appointed deputy director, Bai Long, seemed to be related to this incident. Zhong Hongshan's strange temper would not care about Bai Long's family background or who was behind him. If the two of them caused any injuries, this matter would be more important than the lives of 100,000 ordinary warriors. There were 100,000 students participating in the martial arts examination in the 5 cities, who could be wiped out. But among these 100,000, how many could cultivate to the 3rd stage, and how many could cultivate to the 4th stage? How many people can break through to the 5th rank of martial artist? I'm afraid none. Bai Long and Zhong Hongshan are both purple-robed law enforcers, guaranteed to be 5th rank powerhouses. Director Shen Liang is not a great villain. He is merely extremely selfish and calculating, weighing the pros and cons. Before anything happens, he always considers his own interests first, even if it means disregarding others' lives for a slight benefit. It is this very nature that allowed him to rise step by step from the bottom, without any family background, relying on talent and shrewdness, to the position of director of the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau. Shen Liang hurriedly ran back to the Law Enforcement Bureau and arrived at Deputy Director Bai Long's office. He burst through the door and saw Bai Long sitting comfortably in his chair, even crossing his legs and leisurely sipping tea. Bai Long, noticing the director rushing over, showed no intention of getting up and continued to lean back in his chair, smiling. "Oh, Director Shen, what's got you in such a hurry?" Director Shen was used to Bai Long's arrogance and didn't dwell on the details. Are you okay?" He had expected to see Zhong Hongshan and Bai Long in a fierce fight, grappling with each other. No, it should be Zhong Hongshan unilaterally beating Bai Long. Shen Liang, Bai Long, and Zhong Hongshan are all purple-robed law enforcers. But even among purple-robed law enforcers, there are differences in strength. Shen Liang only knew that Zhong Hongshan was stronger than him, but the specifics were unknown. The last time he saw Zhong Hongshan go all out was 10 years ago. At that time, Zhong Hongshan was at the peak of the 5th rank, fighting for his life against a martial artist who had just broken through to the 6th rank. It was that battle that left Zhong Hongshan with lasting injuries, resulting in a disability in his left leg, earning him the nickname Limping. It was said that the damage from that battle was severe, making it difficult for Zhong Hongshan to improve his cultivation, and even damaging his heart of martial arts. He didn't know if Zhong Hongshan had broken through to the 6th rank now. Bai Long still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and asked with a smile, "What could possibly be wrong with me?" Shen Liang was somewhat angry, glanced outside the door, walked over to Bai Long, and lowered his voice, "It's just the two of us here, are you still going to play dumb? I sent Zhong Hongshan to Wushi to investigate the spy activities of the witch cult, and you had no reason to withdraw him." Not long after he was withdrawn, something happened in Wushi. The witch cult sacrificed 100,000 candidates. If this isn't handled well, it could attract the attention of the Justice Church headquarters. Don't tell me you don't even know what happened in Wushi. Bai Long waved his hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. Director Shen, don't panic when something happens. Of course, I know about this matter. Don't worry, Wushi is fine. After all, it was just a bunch of 4th-rank martial artists causing a ruckus, and the situation was stopped by a martial artist who broke through to the 4th rank at the last moment. Only a few thousand students died, and tens of thousands of ordinary citizens perished. A few families in Wushi were almost wiped out by the witch cult. Shen Liang's face turned red, and he said in a deep voice, "Over 100,000 people have died, and you call this nothing?" Bai Long shook his head slightly, his expression carrying a hint of disdain. "So what if you are the director? In the end, you are just a country bumpkin with a narrow perspective. Director, it seems you still don't understand the nature of those people above. No matter how many people die, as long as no high-ranking martial artists or top geniuses are killed. Even if 1,000,000 ordinary citizens die, the higher-ups will only give a loud warning with little action, nothing serious. What can 1,000,000 ordinary citizens do while alive? Can they deal with the witch cult or the magical beasts on the border? At most, it will make the news, a nationwide report, scolding our Jiangnan Provincial Bureau a few times, and then randomly pulling a powerless scapegoat with a decent position to take the blame." Hearing this, Shen Liang's expression darkened. "Clearly, I am also a powerless official with a high position, a scapegoat. Although this matter does not fall on me to take the blame, what if in the future, the Jiangnan Provincial Bureau encounters a bigger mistake and needs a more heavyweight figure to take the fall? Will it be my turn then? And will there be anyone to help me at that time?" Looking at Bai Long's seemingly smiling yet indifferent expression, Shen Liang became more aware that no matter how high the position of the Jiangnan Provincial Bureau Director, in front of the heritage of hundreds or thousands of years of aristocratic families, I am nothing. Power and influence are too important for me. Bai Long's words were also a warning to Shen Liang. Don't think that just because you are the director and I am the deputy director, you can act arrogantly in front of me. I can parachute in as deputy director, and I can also make you, the director, disappear without a trace. Shen Liang's tone softened somewhat, and his attitude even became somewhat flattering. As the director, he slightly bent over and said beside Bai Long, "If there's nothing going on at the Justice Church Bureau, there's still a problem." Shen Liang did not dwell on the witch church's attack on Wushi, as it seemed to be related to Bai Long, or even the forces behind Bai Long. That was his cleverness. So what if there is a connection? Can I move them? He didn't care who would ultimately win between the witch church and the Justice Church. Working for someone is still working. What mattered was how he could climb up. Bai Long asked with great interest, "What other problems are there?" Shen Liang replied, "Zhong Hongshan." Although Bai Long was from Jiangnan province, he had spent many years in the capital and did not know much about the internal situation of the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau. He only knew that Zhong Hongshan had a strange personality and was also a purple-robed law enforcer, and it seemed that there were no other forces in Jiangnan province. Shen Liang continued to explain, "Zhong Hongshan's temper is very strange, and he only sticks to his principles. I have never seen such a stubborn person in my life. Years ago, a martial artist who had just broken through to the 6th level wanted to try a new martial skill, and the aftermath accidentally injured a civilian, but that person was only seriously injured and did not die. But Zhong Hongshan insisted on arresting that 6th level martial artist, and they fought fiercely, not stopping until one of them was dead, ultimately leaving him with lifelong health issues. That 6th level martial artist had just broken through, his foundation was unstable, and seeing Zhong Hongshan's determination to fight to the death, he chose to surrender and was imprisoned for more than a year. Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau. Upon hearing this, Bai Long spat out a mouthful of tea. Holding his stomach, he rolled back and forth in his seat, laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha, is this true?" Shen Liang nodded with absolute certainty. Bai Long laughed so hard that his body shook, as if he had heard the greatest joke. Ha ha ha, a 6th level martial artist accidentally injures a civilian and ends up in prison? Ha ha ha, how can there be such a funny thing in this world? That 6th level martial artist is too aggrieved. This is the first time I've heard of someone as foolish as Zhong Hongshan. I thought he was just reclusive, but it turns out he has a problem with his brain. Shen Liang felt a wave of exhaustion. Was this what it felt like to interact with rich young masters? If Zhong Hongshan hadn't been transferred from Wursher, this wouldn't have happened, and I heard he took on a disciple over there. He might very well cause you trouble. Bai Long's smile faded, and he sneered. He dares. A peak 5th level martial artist dares to be an enemy of the Bai family? Shen Liang said, but he is Zhong Hongshan. Who knows when he might go crazy and insist on arresting you? Then let him die. Looking at Bai Long's confident demeanor, Shen Liang was very sure that the Bai family had the power to make a 5th-level purple-robed law enforcer die mysteriously without anyone knowing. Shen Liang couldn't help but sigh. Back then, Zhong Hongshan was also the top genius in the entire Qian Empire, enjoying boundless glory. It's a pity that he had to stand out, leaving behind hidden wounds. Now even breaking through to the 6th level is a problem. Shen Liang envied Zhong Hongshan's talent. If he had that talent, he would probably be considering how to break through to the 7th level by now. Bai Long said lightly, this world is not lacking in geniuses. Without the protection of a powerful family, no genius can grow. Shen Liang nodded in strong agreement. So, do we still need to send someone to deal with the situation over in the 5 cities? Bai Long replied, you don't need to worry about this matter. I've already sent someone to handle it. Shen Liang was very worried. Was this second-generation martial artist really going to clean up the mess or silence witnesses? He sighed deeply. Whatever happens, happens. After all, the Bai family behind Bai Long can always back him up. As for himself, being a lone wolf, one wrong step could lead to irreparable consequences. Bai Long said, keep an eye on Zhong Hongshan for me. If he shows any abnormalities, report to me immediately. Shen Liang's mouth twitched slightly. You want me to give you face, and you take it as an opportunity to climb higher, huh? I'm the director, and I should report to you, a deputy director? That's too much. Alright, I'll keep a close watch on Zhong Hongshan, Shen Liang said with a forced smile. What can he do? After all, the other party is a second-generation martial artist. Leaving Bai Long's office, Shen Liang happened to pass by Zhong Hongshan's office. Zhong Hongshan's office was very messy, filled with various documents. Law enforcers who reach the yellow robe level or above generally have their own enforcement teams, ranging from a few to dozens or even hundreds of people. To deal with various emergencies, high-level law enforcers have significant authority. However, Zhong Hongshan's enforcement team was very small, with only 4 members, including himself. The other 3 were his disciples. When Shen Liang entered the office, he saw a yellow-robed law enforcer organizing documents. The law enforcer stopped what he was doing as soon as he saw the director and said, "Hello, director." Shen Liang nodded and asked, "Wang Yu, just broke through to the 4th level, is your foundation stable?" Wang Yu, Zhong Hongshan's 3rd disciple, had just recently broken through to the 4th level of the Qi and Blood realm. Although he was only a 4th level martial artist, he had accompanied Zhong Hongshan on several missions and had rich practical experience. Wang Yu, quick-witted, smiled and said, "Master always told me to suppress my cultivation and not to rush to breakthrough. Now that I've broken through to the Qi and Blood realm, there are no issues with my foundation." Shen Liang nodded in appreciation and said, "Breaking through to the 4th level at 25 years old, that talent is something even I envy. Your future achievements won't be lower than those of your 2 senior sisters." Hearing this, Wang Yu's face darkened, and he said dejectedly, "I can't compare to those 2 monsters. One broke through to the 4th level at 18, and the other at 16. No matter how hard I try, I can't catch up." Among Zhong Hongshan's 3 disciples, Wang Yu was the 3rd disciple but the oldest. The ranking of disciples is not based on age or strength but rather on the time of apprenticeship. Shen Liang's mouth twitched slightly. Although he had heard the story of breaking through to the 4th level at 16 many times, he was still shocked every time he heard it. Even those prodigies from the ancient families in the capital probably only reached this level, right? Where did Zhong Hongshan find these monstrous disciples? Moreover, these people were all wholeheartedly following this seemingly crazy master. Even the least talented Wang Yu broke through to the 4th level at 25, which was faster than Shen Liang had been at that age. He was about to touch the threshold of the 6th level martial artist, which meant that Wang Yu would at least be a 6th level martial artist in the future. Zhong Hongshan was incredibly lucky in his lifetime. He would probably only reach the 6th level. TSK, taking in disciples is indeed an art. After beating around the bush for a while, Shen Liang finally stated his purpose. "Where's old Zhong? Is he out catching criminals again?" Wang Yu, tall and strong, with a sturdy build and an honest face, sported a buzz cut. But with a delicate and clever mind, he knew from the moment he saw Shen Liang enter what the other party intended to do. Master is in seclusion. Xun Liang frowned tightly. Seclusion? With such a big mess in the 5 cities, didn't old Zhong hold a grudge against the White Dragon? Why was he in seclusion at this time? Xun Liang hadn't returned to the bureau, thinking this place had already been turned into ruins. Who would have thought that one party was lounging in a chair drinking tea while the other was in seclusion? The development of this situation was nothing like he had imagined. The more it exceeded his expectations, the more worried Xun Liang became, further asking, what is old Zhong in seclusion for now? Is he about to break through to the 6th level? A cold smile flashed briefly in Wan Yu's eyes, quickly disappearing as he shook his head. I don't know what the old man wants to do. Xun Liang nodded somewhat disappointedly, but Wan Yu then spoke again. However, it shouldn't be a breakthrough to the 6th level. Master should only be in seclusion for a day or two before coming out. Xun Liang was even more confused. What could be accomplished in a day or two of seclusion? The progress in cultivation over 1 or 2 days would at most just be a state adjustment. Alright, then you can be busy. Late at night, Tianhai City. After the chaos of the Sun family, the infrastructure of Tianhai City and the surrounding 4 cities remained intact, but many civilians and martial artists had died. Jiangnan Province initiated emergency assistance and public security management for Tianhai City. Law enforcement officers from the general administration came to maintain order, but no one had sought out the key figure Zhao Huangchao. Until that deep night, a man and a woman, both dressed in black business suits, stood outside an old residential building in the slums. This is the place, right? Yeah, try to bring back someone alive. If they resist, kill. In a cheap rental room in the slums of Tianhai City, Zhao Huangchao sat cross-legged on the bed. Regarding the arrival of the law enforcement officers from the general administration to maintain order in Tianhai City, and the fact that he, as the only surviving law enforcer in the entire Tianhai City, had not been sought out for questioning, Zhao Huangchao felt no surprise or astonishment, because earlier that day, before Zhong Hongshan entered seclusion, he had already sent him a message. The situation in the general administration is complex. The Sun family chaos involves many parties. I have sent someone to pick you up. It seems the Sun family chaos is not just about the Sun family. Zhao Huangchao could also figure these things out. A small Sun family had no ability to stir up such great chaos. There must be other family forces or more complex relationships behind it. Those high-ranking figures might not be the masterminds of this Sun family chaos, but the Sun family's connection with the Witch Church could not be without their manipulation. Zhao Huangchao couldn't help but mutter to himself, it seems that in any world, there is no true unified stance, only deceit and self-serving agendas. The higher-ups in the Justice Church colluded with the Witch Church. They didn't really want the Witch Church to replace the Justice Church, they just chose to cooperate for immediate benefits. True believers of the Church are few and far between, and their real purpose is for their own interests. Zhao Huangchao also somewhat believed in the ethereal angels worshipped by the Justice Church and the witches worshipped by the Witch Church, but he trusted his own strength more. All purposes are to make oneself stronger. Zhao Huangchao looked at his system panel. Cultivation, 3rd level great perfection, talent, A-level indestructible body, 99%, B-level slaughter sword intent, 99%, D-level manipulation, non-upgradable, breathing technique, S-level justice breathing technique, perfection, martial arts, S-level martial technique witchism, perfection, S-level martial technique all swords return to origin, perfection, A-level martial technique phantom sword dance, perfection, A-level martial technique dragon roar dominance, perfection. Justice value, 130034, the Sun family chaos ended, and although the martial arts examination was disrupted, he still had a full 130,000 justice points. Whether or not to attend the martial arts university meant little to Zhao Huangchao, as he had the system anyway. As long as he had justice points, his strength could be infinitely enhanced. Besides justice points, the system store was also filled with various martial arts techniques, treasures, and spiritual artifacts. There was even Sun Baishan's silver python sword inside, and B-grade spiritual artifact was sufficient for Zhao Huangchao at this stage. Even if he broke through to the 4th level in the future, a B-grade spiritual artifact would still be enough. However, Zhao Huangchao did not exchange for it because, why exchange for something that could be picked up directly? Zhao Huangchao looked at the longsword in front of him, its blade engraved with python patterns, heavy and accompanied by a humming sound when activated. After killing Sun Badian, Zhao Huangchao directly stored this spiritual artifact in his law enforcement token. If exchanged in the store, a B-grade spiritual artifact would require nearly 10,000 justice points. The price of spiritual artifacts was exceedingly high, far surpassing that of martial arts techniques and treasures. In the system store, C-grade martial arts technique rockskin technique, 300 justice points, B-grade martial arts technique spirit water sword technique, 1000 justice points, A-grade martial arts technique star rock explosion body, 2,000 justice points. The various martial arts techniques and treasures in the store dazzled Zhao Huangqiao. Currently, my cultivation is half a step into the blood chi realm, and I'm just one step away from breaking through to the 4th level, ready to break through at any time. But before that, I need to raise my physical talent to S grade. Any S grade talent of any kind would place one among the top talents in the entire Qian Empire. Any prestigious family would extend an olive branch to you. Even the top families in the capital, if they had 2 or 3 descendants with S grade talents, could at least ensure the family's prosperity for 1,000 years without decline. Zhao Huangqiao exchanged for an A-grade martial arts technique, Star Rock Explosion Body, from the system store and then used justice points to max it out. Ding! The host consumes 2,000 points of justice value to cultivate Star Rock Explosion Body. In the first year, you possess top-tier A-level physical talent, making it very easy for you to cultivate an A-level body refining martial skill. In just 1 year, you reached the proficient realm. In the second year, without any accidents, you advanced to the mastery realm, but encountered a bottleneck while comprehending perfection. For you, who has repeatedly practiced martial skills, it has long been a norm. Even the simplest martial skills are quite difficult to cultivate to perfection, even if you possess A-level talent. In the third year, Star Rock Explosion Body can increase the hardness of the skin, equivalent to condensing a layer of armor on the surface of the skin, and when the hardness reaches its peak, it can be detonated without harming oneself. 3 years of cultivation have allowed you to find a breakthrough in perfecting martial skills, which differs slightly from other body-enhancing martial skills. The key to maximizing the power of Star Rock Explosion Body lies in the hardness of the condensed armor. If you can cultivate the hardness to its peak, Star Rock Explosion Body will undoubtedly reach the level of perfection. In the 5th year, after another 2 years of exploration, you gradually found a way to enhance the hardness. Every time you use a martial skill, you always feel a sense of emptiness within. The armor condensed on the surface is actually derived from the conversion of vital energy. The stronger the vital energy within, the harder the condensed armor becomes, and the greater the power generated upon detonation. Like other body-refining martial skills, to unleash power, in addition to spiritual power and cultivation level, one also needs to rely on their own vital energy. Star Rock Explosion Body acts as a converter, transforming vital energy into physical armor. You firmly believe that with your top-tier A-level talent, your vital energy is sufficient to bring the martial skill to perfection. Since Star Rock Explosion Body is a converter, it also requires efficiency enhancement beyond just your own vital energy. Now, only one problem remains to achieve perfection: how to improve the utilization of your own vital energy. In the 8th year, you finally discovered the application tricks of vital energy. Vital energy has similarities and differences with spiritual power. You cannot use the mindset of utilizing spiritual power when using vital energy, otherwise, it will lead to a significant waste of vital energy. In the 11th year, you summarized a unique approach to vital energy that allows you to apply it as effortlessly as spiritual power, with vital energy changes, explosions, and endurance all developed to an extraordinary level. For you, this is not just a martial skill. It represents a transformation in the entire combat mechanism. Years pass swiftly, and while cultivating and using vital energy, you effortlessly brought Star Rock Explosion Body to perfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfecting Star Rock Explosion Body. In a cheap rental room in Tianhai City, Zhao Huangqiao opened his eyes, and a faint wave of vital energy spread around his body. So this is how vital energy can be used. The system had cultivated for 11 years, feeling as if he had personally trained for 11 years. This sensation was incredibly real. This system reward does not simply stuff everything into you at once, but truly gives you a sense of time. The difficulty of cultivation and internal consumption can be clearly perceived. Only by experiencing lows and hardships can one more clearly understand how to use it. This cultivation was a huge profit. Not only did I perfect the martial skill, but I also comprehended the method of using vital energy. It turns out I made so many mistakes when I fought Sun Badian before. In that battle, Zhao Huangqiao himself consumed more than half of his energy before being killed by Sun Badian. Now, reviewing the entire battle, he realized he fought like a wealthy brute, relying solely on numerical crushing without any technique. If he were to fight Sun Badian again, he was confident that by consuming 1/3 of his spiritual power and vital energy, he could defeat him. Understanding the use of vital energy is far more significant than the effect of a perfected A-level martial technique. This time, it just so happened that I gained insight into it by chance. Blood Prophet. Wait a minute. This A-level body refining martial technique has been perfected, so why is my physical body still stuck at 99% of A-level? Previously, when my talent was at A-level, practicing an A-level body refining martial technique could enhance my talent by about 10% or even more. But now, it hasn't even increased by 1%. Zhao Huangchao carefully sensed the changes in his body. Both my physical body and vital energy have strengthened, but my talent hasn't improved. It seems, to break through my physical talent to S-level, I must practice an S-level martial technique. But S-level martial techniques are not so easy to come by. In my system shop, most of the martial techniques are D and C level. There are 7 or 8 B-level martial techniques, and only one A-level martial technique, the Star Rock Explosion. I got that from those 2 envoys of the Witch Church. Sigh, although my physical talent hasn't increased, my vital energy has grown, and I've grasped the correct way to use it. The thousands of justice points spent aren't in vain. Zhao Huangchao then exchanged some treasures in the system shop, all of which were for restoring spiritual energy, vital energy, and healing. I prepared them in advance, placing them in the law enforcement token just in case. After all, these items aren't expensive, costing less than 2,000 justice points in total. Continuing to browse the system shop, Zhao Huangchao's attention was suddenly drawn to a treasure. B-level treasure Linglong Sword Fruit, price, 2,000 justice points, Linglong Sword Fruit? This should be a treasure dropped after defeating Sun Batian. Besides Sun Batian, it seems there are no other masters who use swords. The pricing in the system shop reflects this as well. Spiritual tools treasures martial techniques, but this pricing is too one-sided. In the real world, it's much more complex. An S-level treasure can transform a waste into a genius, but an S-level martial technique can create a significant family force. Treasures are indeed rarer and more expensive, but they are ultimately one-time use items, and that's why they are rare. Martial techniques can be passed down. This is also why, regardless of the situation, as long as the quality is the same, spiritual tools are always the most expensive. Not only can they be passed down, but they are also extremely rare, and the difficulty of forging them is incredibly high. The higher the level of the spiritual tool, the rarer it is. Even the most powerful blacksmiths today can only forge A-level spiritual tools, and that requires a bit of luck. Those S-level unparalleled spiritual tools have been passed down since ancient times. Spiritual fruits related to swordsmanship are already very rare. I didn't expect the Sun family to have obtained quite a few. Zhao Huangchao exchanged for the Linglong Sword Fruit without hesitation. Most treasures that enhance qualifications are body-refining fruits, body-refining liquids, thunder spiritual fruits, fire spiritual fruits, water spiritual fruits, and so on. After consuming a Linglong Sword Fruit, B-level talent Bloodthirsty Sword Intent, 99%, still remains at 99%, but Zhao Huangchao can clearly feel that the Linglong Sword Fruit is not useless. This time, the feeling is different. The swordsmanship talent has clearly improved, just not by 1%. Zhao Huangchao was overjoyed and immediately exchanged for another Linglong Sword Fruit. The swordsmanship talent still remains at 99%. There is an improvement, but not much. It seems that improving swordsmanship talent is much more difficult than improving physical talent. It's not that the Linglong Sword Fruit is ineffective, the improvement is evident, but the talent hasn't leveled up. To elevate the swordsmanship talent to A level, I need to consume A-level swordsmanship treasures, or learn another A-level swordsmanship martial technique, or perhaps a fortuitous encounter. Every time talent levels up, it is a hurdle. If Zhao Huangchao had already elevated his swordsmanship talent to A level, consuming the Linglong Sword Fruit would definitely yield more than a 1% increase. But at this stage, the Linglong Sword Fruit is insufficient to help him overcome that hurdle. Thinking this through, Zhao Huangchao no longer felt conflicted. After all, the enhancement of his talent was just a matter of time. As long as he had enough justice points, he wouldn't worry about these things. With money, who would fear not having a place to spend it? Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Click, the door opened, and a man and a woman in formal attire walked into the room. Upon seeing the two, Zhao Huangchao's expression immediately tensed, and he said in a deep voice, "I don't recall inviting you two in." After they entered, Zhao Huangchao quickly checked the evil points above their heads. Wang Yan, evil points, 588, external personnel of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau, assassinated multiple law enforcers for a powerful family. Zhang Chang, evil points, 631, the charges against both were similar. It seemed they were the hounds raised by a martial arts family, specifically used for attacks and assassinations. Moreover, with their identity as external personnel of the Law Enforcement Bureau, they could impersonate law enforcers outside. Wang Yan got straight to the point. "Law Enforcer Zhao, we are special agents dispatched by the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau to handle the chaos in the Sun family. Please cooperate with our investigation." The two were trying hard to suppress their spiritual energy fluctuations, but the subtle waves they released were still keenly sensed by Zhao Huangchao. Both were fourth-tier martial artists, but it was hard to determine their exact weight. It seemed a fierce battle was about to ensue. Even if both were late-stage 4th-tier martial artists, as long as they weren't the kind at the 8th or 9th weight of the 4th tier, he was confident he could escape. If he couldn't win, could he not run away? After all, his physical body was strong. Besides withstanding damage, his strongest skill was escaping. Zhao Huangchao let out a cold laugh and said lightly, "Law enforcers of the Law Enforcement Bureau? Where are your credentials? Your law enforcement tokens? Show them to me." The man named Zhang Chang tossed the law enforcement token to Zhao Huangchao. It was a yellow-robed law enforcement token. Zhao Huangchao didn't even glance at it and tossed it back. Since the other party dared to come out, they were naturally prepared. Distinguishing between true and false was meaningless. "Heh, you even brought the law enforcement token. It seems you are quite well prepared. In a cheap rental room in Tianhai City, you brought the law enforcement token. It seems you are quite thorough." Zhao Huanchao's words immediately angered the two. Wan Yan, with her long wavy hair and proud figure, had a charming face and captivating eyes, but at that moment, she scolded coldly, "What do you mean? Are you questioning our identity? We have already proven our identity. If you question it again, you are challenging the authority of the Justice Church's law." Zhao Huangchao was used to such hatchet jobs right from the start. He simply chose not to argue with them, only responding with a few sarcastic remarks. "Of course, I believe you are people sent by the Bureau. I was just lamenting how timely your arrival is. I just resolved the chaos in the Sun family, and you came knocking. What efficiency, TSK. After saying that, Zhao Huangchao lay back on his bed and provocatively stretched. Zhang Chang didn't bother to argue with him and said, "You should know that Tianhai City is an edge city of Jiangnan province, and the Bureau is far from here. You say the chaos in the Sun family has been resolved. I have something to discuss with you." Zhao Huangchao lazily replied, "Oh? What is it?" Wang Yan's attitude suddenly changed, and she shouted loudly, "Zhao Huangchao, yellow-robed law enforcer of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau, what crime should you be punished for?" After saying that, she immediately released a powerful wave of spiritual energy, and with a loud bang, cracks appeared in the walls of the room. The lazy expression on Zhao Huangchao's face vanished instantly, and he immediately released his blood energy to counter the pressure of the other party's spiritual energy. It was confirmed. One was at the 3rd weight of the 4th tier, and the other at the 4th weight of the 4th tier. 1 against 2 was difficult but had a bit of a chance. But if he wanted to escape, the other party couldn't stop him at all. In an instant, his blood energy directly overwhelmed the other party's spiritual energy without causing any damage to the surrounding walls. Perfect control of vital energy. Wan Yan and Zhang Chang both retracted their spiritual pressure, their hearts in turmoil. Wasn't it said that the other party hadn't reached the 4th stage of vital energy? Why was their vital energy so powerful, even surpassing their own? Even if the other party was a body cultivator, such vital energy shouldn't appear in a 3rd-stage martial artist. Moreover, it was the first time they had heard that vital energy could easily suppress spiritual pressure, unless the other party's vital energy far exceeded their own. In fact, Zhao Huangchao was able to achieve this not only because of his strong vital energy but also due to his newly learned control over it. If one didn't know how to use it, no matter how strong the power, it would be in vain. Suppressing the two, Zhao Huangchao said lightly, "What crime have I committed?" Wang Yan immediately replied, "As an enforcer, you failed to stop the chaos of the Sun family in time. This is your dereliction of duty. Surrender obediently and come with us to the headquarters for investigation." Surrender? After surrendering, he feared he wouldn't return to the headquarters. "Heh, with so many enforcers in Tianhai City, why are you investigating me? I just joined the Enforcement Bureau. I'm not the director. How could I be derelict? If you don't look at my achievements since joining the Enforcement Bureau, capturing so many martial artists who disrupted the ban, can this still be considered dereliction?" Zhang Chang said coldly, "But in the entire Tianhai City Enforcement Bureau, you are the only enforcer who survived. Everyone else is dead. Are we supposed to pursue the responsibility of the dead? If they were still alive, we would enforce the law impartially and naturally wouldn't let them go." The Sun family colluded with the Witch Church, sacrificing 100,000 candidates and killing countless civilians and martial artists. Such absurdity happening in your Tianhai City. As an enforcer, do you not have any dereliction of duty? The Justice Church provides a large amount of cultivation resources to you enforcers every year. Is this how you handle things? You can't even detect traitors appearing right under your nose? What do you call this if not dereliction? The other party was aggressive, and Zhao Huangchao let out a faint laugh. "Commissioner, on what basis do you determine my dereliction of duty?" Zhang Chang confidently replied, "Naturally, it is based on the laws of the Justice Church, which specifically stipulate the regulations for enforcers." If Zhao Huangchao's actions were truly exposed, even being executed 10 times wouldn't be enough. Living on the edge of the death penalty, he was naturally well-versed in the Justice Church's code. Knowing the law makes it easier to break it. According to the Justice Church's code, it is stipulated that ordinary martial artists wishing to join the enforcement department must meet the local enforcement department's selection system. If one does not meet the system but performs well and has a correct attitude, they may be accepted as an external member, subject to the Enforcement Bureau's dispatch but without resource rewards. External members, if they later cultivate and meet the requirements of enforcers and have made contributions during that time, may skip the internship period and be directly employed as formal enforcers. Enforcers who join the Enforcement Bureau under normal conditions have a 3-month probation period, during which their main responsibility is to learn legal knowledge and enforcement requirements. They can apply to the local Enforcement Bureau for a temporary enforcement qualification. After becoming formal enforcers, they must shoulder the responsibilities of upholding justice and protecting the people. Stop. Zhang Chang interrupted impatiently. I'm a commissioner from the headquarters. Are you lecturing me on the law here? Am I not more familiar with this than you? Your dereliction of duty has already been established. Just say whether you will come with us or not. If you resist enforcement, the crime will be increased, and we will have to take strong measures. Zhao Huangqiao looked at the two mockingly and said, You're not wrong. If a major incident occurs within the jurisdiction of a formal enforcer, there is indeed a responsibility for dereliction. But, I am not a formal enforcer. I am still in the probation period. This sentence immediately left the two of them dumbfounded. What? Internship period? Are you joking? You're a martial artist who's almost reached the 4th level and has captured so many criminals, and you tell me you're just an intern? Zhao Huangqiao chuckled. What's there to fake about this? When I started my job, you could just check it. I joined the Law Enforcement Bureau 2 months ago, and I still have a month of internship before I can become a full-time employee. At that time, I hope you two will take good care of me. The Code of the Justice Church clearly states that as an intern law enforcer, my main responsibility is to learn. Do you know what learning means? If I haven't learned the law well, that would be called dereliction of duty. If you two really want to make trouble for me, how about testing my knowledge of the law? If I perform poorly, perhaps you can report me, and they will determine that I am derelict in my duties. Zhao Huangqiao was already trying hard to suppress his laughter but couldn't help but laugh out loud. That laughter was very grating to Zhang Chang and Wang Yan's ears. The two were thinking of picking bones from eggs, planning to arrest Zhao Huangqiao on baseless charges, thinking that if he resisted, they would have a legitimate reason to act. Who knew that there were truly no bones to pick from this egg? In a cheap rental room in Tianhai City, Zhang Chang and Wang Yan's faces were ashen. They had been aggressive, ready to arrest the other on unfounded charges. Who knew that this unfounded thing was truly absent in Zhao Huangqiao's case? At this moment, Wang Chang suddenly noticed. Beside Zhao Huangqiao lay a spirit weapon, its sword body long and heavy, emitting faint fluctuations of spiritual power. It was clearly an impressive spirit weapon, but his focus was not there. Instead, on the other side, there was a broken spirit weapon that had only the hilt left. From the hilt, it could be determined that this was indeed the enforcer's sword, but it had been shattered, leaving only the hilt. This was what remained after Zhao Huangqiao's duel with Sun Batian today. Thinking that it was just a piece of a spirit weapon, and it was issued by the Law Enforcement Bureau, Zhao Huangqiao casually brought it back thinking it might need to be returned later. Zhang Chang immediately seized the opportunity and scolded, Zhao Huangqiao, as an enforcer, where is your enforcer's sword? Do you know what it means to lose the enforcer's sword? This is a serious crime. The enforcer's sword is not just a spirit weapon, it is also the enforcement power granted to all enforcers by the Justice Church, a symbol of identity. If the lost enforcer's sword is picked up by criminals, and they use this identity to harm the country, it tarnishes the Justice Church, and your sins will be great. Come back with us for an investigation. Zhao Huangqiao glanced at the hilt beside him and said, Who said the enforcer's sword is lost? Isn't it right here? Zhang Chang said, Who knows if what you say is true or false? The only way to verify the enforcer's sword is through the layer of brilliance unique to the Justice Church that the sword body bestows. Since you no longer have the sword body, anyone could take a replica hilt and claim it's the enforcer's sword. Who would believe that? Zhao Huangqiao replied calmly, When I fought Sun Batian, the sword body was damaged, and many citizens witnessed the scene. Just ask around, and you'll know whether what I said is true or not. Zhang Chang smiled. After so long, the other party had finally fallen into his trap. All right, then please come with us to the headquarters for an investigation. According to the laws of the Justice Church, if the enforcer's sword is damaged, and it was damaged for legitimate reasons, it needs to go through an investigation and review by the headquarters before a new sword can be issued. So, you still have to return to the headquarters with us. Even if you are still in your internship period, it's the same. Zhao Huangqiao's expression darkened. He had never planned to get through this night peacefully, so he hadn't thought carefully about how to deal with their difficulties. You went around in circles just to take me away, right? So what if I refuse? After saying that, Zhao Huangchao's breath surged sharply, a faint red halo appearing on the surface of his body, a rich killing intent continuously filling the room. This killing intent was extremely pure, having lost all reverence for life, making one tremble uncontrollably. Zhang Chang shouted in a deep voice, Zhao Huangchao, what are you trying to do? Are you preparing to resist arrest? We are both fourth-tier martial artists. If we accidentally kill you, we won't have to bear any responsibility. They had originally planned to take strong measures to arrest the other party, but that was only because they thought the other side was just an ordinary third-tier martial artist before coming. Now, from the fluctuations of the opponent's spiritual power, it could be seen that he was stronger than an ordinary third-tier perfected martial artist but had not yet reached the level of a fourth-tier martial artist. However, he was not an ordinary third-tier martial artist. His blood and chi power was excessively strong, completely overwhelming Zhang Chang, a fourth-tier martial artist. It would be best if the opponent could surrender, otherwise, Zhang Chang really did not want to conflict with him. Better safe than sorry. Zhao Huangchao let out a cold laugh. Weren't you planning to make a move from the beginning? What? Are you scared now? Wang Yan, whose cultivation was slightly higher than Zhang Chang's, immediately joined him in releasing pressure, saying, let's attack together. So what if he is not an ordinary third-tier martial artist? We are both close to mid-fourth-tier martial artists, can we not take him down? The two sides were on the verge of conflict when suddenly bang, Zhao Huangchao's window shattered. Zizizizi, a surge of purple lightning was released, carrying a sense of destruction that would evoke deep-seated fear in all living beings. The lightning spread like a spider web throughout the room. Zhao Huangchao's eyelids twitched. The power of this lightning was terrifying, and even with his strong physique, he could not withstand it head-on. What level of martial artist had suddenly appeared? Peak 4th tier or 5th tier? But soon he realized that the lightning filling the room would avoid him as it approached, locking onto Zhang Chang and Wang Yan instead. Allies! Zhao Huangchao made the judgment almost immediately. What is this thing? Zhang Chang and Wang Yan shouted in fear. The power of thunder directly trapped the two of them and continuously attacked their bodies. The defenses they released were instantly shattered. In almost no time, a graceful figure burst in through the window. From her figure, it could be determined that she was a woman. The woman stepped on the void, instantly appearing in front of the two, her palm enveloped in rich lightning, the electricity flickering constantly. With two punches, she directly pierced through Zhang Chang and Wang Yan's bodies, the extreme power of thunder instantly destroying their internal organs along the wounds. The entire battle lasted less than 10 seconds, and the two were killed in an instant. In his dying moments, Zhang Chang saw the appearance of the newcomer, his face filled with disbelief. It's you! How dare you offend the Bai family? The woman smiled playfully. Once you die, no one will know it was me. Goodbye. With a push, the two charred corpses fell to the ground. The woman lightly touched the ground with one foot, having just been a ruthless killer, now playfully turning around and giving Zhao Huangchao a grin. Zhao Huangchao carefully examined her. The woman had a perfect figure, her legs long and shapely, with a ponytail, her exquisite face almost flawless, her crescent-shaped eyes seemed to smile, and shallow dimples adorned her cheeks. Although he knew she bore no hostility towards him, Zhao Huangchao still did not let his guard down. After all, her strength was evident. Even if he wanted to escape, he probably couldn't. You are. The woman tilted her head, curiously examining Zhao Huangchao. She murmured softly, wow, he's really handsome. What are you saying? Zhao Huangchao suddenly asked. The girl quickly spat a few times, and although she coughed lightly, it seemed very formal, her demeanor playful and cute. My name is Li Shuya. Hello, little junior brother. Little junior brother? Zhao Huangchao was very surprised by this title. Li Shuya nodded with certainty. My master is Zhong Hongshan, and you are the new disciple my master took in. Naturally, you are my little junior brother. Hee, quickly call me senior sister and let me hear it. In a cheap rental room in Tianhai City. Senior sister? Zhao Huangchao was momentarily dazed, carefully examining Li Shuya. The battle had just ended, and faint electric sparks still flickered around her delicate body. Judging from the quality of the electric sparks and her usage habits, it was indeed somewhat similar to Master Zhong Hongshan. He then looked at the evil value above Li Shuya's head. Evil value, 12. From the battle just now, she possessed strength close to a 5th-tier warrior, yet had only a little over 10 in evil value. Such warriors were rare throughout Jiangnan province. Li Shuya smiled and said, Tianhai City is not a place to stay for long. There should be more than one wave of assassins coming for you. My master sent me to pick you up. Let's hurry back to Jinling City. Jinling City is the capital of Jiangnan Province, a city whose area is several times larger than the combined 5 cities. It is also the city with the highest quality of warriors in the entire Jiangnan Province, home to many martial arts families, including some old families with a history of over 1,000 years, a mix of fish and dragons. A 4th-tier warrior can walk sideways in the 5 cities, and if they go crazy like Sun Badian, they could even destroy the 5 cities. However, in Jinling City, a 4th-tier warrior must keep a low profile, as there are 5th-tier and even 6th-tier warriors. A mere 4th-tier warrior can stir up no waves. Zhao Huangchao pondered for a moment and said, okay, the 5 cities were too small, staying here was no longer meaningful. He now needed an A-level swordsmanship treasure or martial skill to elevate his swordsmanship to A-level as well. As for S-level body refining martial skills, Zhao Huangchao did not expect that for now. Such things were extremely rare, even in the capital. S-level martial skills, especially those that required body refining, were scarce throughout the entire Qian Empire. Zhao Huangchao no longer dwelled on these matters. If he had it, he would practice, and if not, he would wait. On the way to Jinling City with his second senior sister Li Shuya, Zhao Huangchao couldn't help but ask, what did those 2 assassins who came to kill me mean by the Bai family? Li Shuya had heard some information about her little junior brother from her master. He was an orphan, without parents, and had no backing, relying entirely on himself to get to where he was now, still living in Tianhai City, naturally having little knowledge of the outside world. Li Shuya patiently explained, whether it's a family force or an organization, they are generally divided into unranked, third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate forces. For example, the Sun family in Tianhai City belongs to an unranked force. That's not right. In the end, the head of the Sun family, Sun Badian, broke through to a 4th-tier warrior, and the family has an inherited S-level martial skill, so they can barely be considered a third-rate force. Generally speaking, only second-rate forces possess the inheritance of S-level martial skills, but the overall strength of the Sun family is too weak. Only Sun Badian broke through to the 4th tier in the entire family. Zhao Huangchao listened, secretly clicking his tongue. The Sun family, which dominated Tianhai City, was a nightmare for countless warriors, yet when looking at the entire Qian Empire, they were merely an unranked force. Moreover, Sun Baishan's final collaboration with the Witch Church to break through to the 4th tier could barely be considered a third-rate force, and even that was at the tail end of third-rate forces. Zhao Huangchao roughly understood that the ranking of forces was based on the overall strength of the warriors and the depth of their inheritance, assessed comprehensively. The Sun family, in this case, belonged to those with poor strength but good luck, managing to obtain the inheritance of an S-level martial skill. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Li Shuya continued, in a family or organization, possessing a 5th-tier martial artist, along with an S-rank martial arts inheritance and a certain level of foundation, can be considered a second-rate power. If there are many 5th-tier martial artists, and each generation can steadily cultivate several 5th-tier martial artists, or if there is a 6th-tier martial artist within the power, it can be regarded as a first-rate power. Zhao Huangchao nodded and said, there should be others above first-rate powers, right? Li Shuya smiled lightly, revealing her dimples, and said, of course, we are only discussing 5th-tier martial artists for now. Above first-rate powers, there are 3 more. They are the Millennium families, which, as the name suggests, are powers with a legacy of over 1,000 years, and during this millennium, they have never lacked 6th-tier martial artists, or they possess 7th-tier martial artists. Next is the Transcendent powers, which have a legacy of several thousand years, never lacking 7th-tier martial artists, and each generation has several 7th-tier martial artists. Above Transcendent powers is the Immortal powers, with a legacy of over 10,000 years, and historically, they have produced 10th-tier powerhouses. Immortal powers are truly entities that can cover the sky with one hand, their movements determine the fate of entire nations, and these people are both incredibly powerful and extremely dangerous. Listening to the second senior sister's description, Zhao Huangchao couldn't help but yearn for that grand world. In the entire Qian Empire, is the Justice Church the only immortal power? The fact that the Justice Church has produced a 10th-tier powerhouse is almost like a myth passed down among ordinary people and martial artists. The most classic story is that of the 10th-tier powerhouse of the Justice Church battling the witch, causing the heavens to darken and the earth to split. It ended with both sides perishing together. Naturally, the Witch Church also belongs to the immortal powers. Li Shuya's eyes dimmed, her smile fading as she slightly shook her head and said, the Justice Church is indeed an immortal power, but it is not the only one in the Qian Empire. Zhao Huangchao, being quite perceptive, noticed that the second senior sister had no intention of continuing and did not ask about other immortal powers. Such matters felt too distant for him, who had yet to step into the 4th tier of martial artists. After a moment of silence, Li Shuya suddenly spoke, oh, I almost forgot, besides the second and first-rate powers, Millennium, Transcendent, and Immortal powers, there is another power you should pay close attention to. That would be the ancient clans. Not all powers participate in the surface, with their strength known to outsiders. In the Qian Empire's history of over 10,000 years, many powerful families have emerged, choosing to retreat and hide in secret places at their peak. Ancient clans have a long legacy. They are skilled in many long-lost secret techniques, and their specific strength is hard to determine. After all, in the long river of 10,000 years of history, some once glorious families have now lost their inheritance, while others not only continue their ancestors' glory but also rise to new heights. Ancient clans are very old and mysterious, their strength unknown. They may have withered into second-rate powers or may still stand shoulder to shoulder with transcendent or even immortal powers. Regardless, you must be cautious when encountering people from ancient clans. They cannot be judged by common sense. Zhao Huangchao nodded slightly. Li Shuya said, the Bai family in Jinling City is a millennium family, and even among millennium families, they are among the best. Li Shuya continued to explain to Zhao Huangchao, among all the powers in Jinling City, the Bai family can rank in the top 3. The foundation of a millennium family is truly terrifying. There are several 6th-tier martial artists in the Bai family, which already meets the requirements of a 1,000-year-old family. And, Li Shuya paused, looking around cutely, and cautiously said, it is said that there is also an old monster in the Bai family who has reached the 7th tier. That old monster might already be dead, and the Bai family could be deliberately spreading rumors to scare people, or it's possible that the old monster is really still alive. Tisk TSK, a 7th-tier martial artist? If he is really still alive, that would be terrifying. Zhao Huangchao nodded slightly, feeling a bit surprised. He didn't expect that a small Sun family in Tianhai City would actually have connections with the Bai family in Jiangnan province. However, from the current perspective, the Sun family was merely an insignificant pawn of the Bai family, the kind that could be discarded at any time. Zhao Huangchao suddenly asked, second senior sister, what is your cultivation level? Li Shuya placed her hands on her hips, puffed out her unremarkable chest, and said proudly, peak of the 4th tier, heh, impressive, right? I'm only one step away from breaking through to the 5th tier, but unfortunately, Master always says my foundation is unstable and refuses to let me break through. Zhao Huangchao's mouth twitched slightly. Peak 4th tier martial artist? How old is Li Shuya? She looks only a few years older than him, yet her cultivation has reached the terrifying peak of the 4th tier. Such talent might not appear in a small place like Wuxi for hundreds of years. Sun Baishan's lifelong hope was to break through to the 4th tier and become a martial artist of the Qi and Blood realm, while for her, it might have been a casual breakthrough when she just came of age. This is the gap in talent. It is also a gap in regions. It is impossible to have any contact with a genius of this level in Tianhai City for a lifetime. This is also the reason why Zhao Huangchao wanted to go to Jinling City. Zhao Huangchao then asked, what about third senior brother and senior sister? Li Shuya chuckled, your third senior brother, his talent is average, and he has only just entered the 4th tier, but Master is very strict with our requirements, and only has very low expectations for third junior brother. Even though he has just broken through to the 4th tier, Master has no complaints at all and even praises third junior brother for his hard work, always saying that third junior brother's future achievements will not be below mine and senior sister's. Master is clearly biased. Zhao Huangchao's expression was complicated. From what he knew about Elder Zhong, he didn't seem like someone who would show favoritism. Third senior brother was older than both second senior sister and senior sister, yet his cultivation was much lower. Elder Zhong even said that his future achievements would be high, so it was likely that this third senior brother was also a freak with a special physique. Many special physiques only show their power later on, appearing ordinary at first, but once they cross that threshold, their cultivation skyrockets, just like himself now. What about senior sister? Zhao Huangchao asked. Mentioning that terrifying senior sister, Li Shuya's little head immediately drooped, her eyes filled with melancholy. Senior sister. She is simply a monster. Her talent is extremely terrifying. I have always suspected that she might be from some powerful ancient clan. She broke through to the 4th tier at 16, and now her cultivation has already reached the 5th tier, though I'm not sure exactly how high in the 5th tier. Zhao Huangchao's mouth twitched wildly. 16 years old and at the 4th tier? Now she is already at the 5th tier? Before awakening the system, in his world, Sun Ruanen was already a top genius, reaching the 1st tier martial artist level at 16, and the peak of the 1st tier at 18, about to break through to the 2nd tier. This was already an unattainable level for him, and this senior sister, whom he had yet to meet, had already fulfilled Sun Ruanen's father's lifelong dream of becoming a 4th tier martial artist at the age when Sun Ruanen broke through to the 1st tier. Is there really a genius in this world who has such talent without relying on a system? Could it be? Is this talent S level? Li Shuya shook her head and said, I don't know either. Since I joined the sect, I've hardly seen the senior sister. The senior sister closes herself off every day, and when she does, it lasts for years. When she finally comes out, she takes care of some major affairs, like hunting a few great demons at the border of the Qian Empire. She relies on hunting great demons to stabilize her realm, then goes back to seclusion. In fact, many people don't even know that my master has 3 disciples, and the senior sister is the only one among us who hasn't joined the Justice Church. This makes me think even more that she might be from some ancient clan, and due to family restrictions, she can't join the Justice Church. Don't think that senior sister's talent is common, although I don't know the specific type and level of her talent. Just based on her cultivation speed, looking across the entire Qian Empire, even among those transcendent families in the capital, there are very few geniuses of this level. Taking in disciples is a skill, and Zhong Hongshan has perfected this skill to the utmost. Zhao Huangchao couldn't help but click his tongue. If he hadn't awakened the system, he probably would never have come into contact with a genius of this level in his lifetime, let alone now being his senior sister. Where is the master now? The headquarters suddenly reassigned him away from Wushi, and then the Sun family turmoil broke out in Wushi, with 100,000 candidates to be sacrificed. Given his character, this matter cannot just pass by, Zhao Huangchao suddenly asked. Mentioning this, Li Shuya put away her smile, becoming serious, her eyes showing a hint of worry, and said, if there are no other matters, the master would come personally to pick you up, but he is in seclusion. Breaking through the realm? Zhao Huangchao asked. Li Shuya shook her head and said, adjusting his state, preparing for a fight. You already know about the Bai family. The second young master of the Bai family, Bai Long, has been parachuted into the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau as the deputy director. It was Bai Long's order that reassigned the master away from Wushi. Clearly, the master is going to fight the Bai family. Zhao Huangchao's expression also became serious, saying, parachuted deputy director? A director of the Tianhai City Law Enforcement Bureau wields frightening power, and that's just a small city. The deputy director of the entire Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau holds such a transcendent position, and Bai Long can just parachute in? Li Shuyan nodded. Zhao Huangchao continued, the master is a purple-robed enforcer of the Justice Church and also part of the headquarters. The Bai family shouldn't do anything, right? Even if the Bai family is one of the top 3 forces in Jinling City, shouldn't they still be wary of the headquarters? Li Shuya shook her head slightly and said, you should know one thing, the strength of the Justice Church is the Justice Church's business. In Jinling City, the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau is also one of the top 3 forces, but it ranks below the Bai family. Zhao Huangchao. While Zhao Huangchao and Li Shuya were chatting, they had already arrived in Jinling City. Zhao Huangchao didn't rush to report to the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau. Nowhere was safe now, and the only place to go was Old Zhong's residence. Old Zhong's place is in the suburbs of Jinling City, surrounded by mountains and rivers, with beautiful scenery and few outsiders disturbing it. Jinling City is located on the plains, and the few small mountains in Jinling City are nearby. The ancient and quaint original buildings, classic large quadrangle courtyards, lack the luxurious and resplendent architecture, presenting a calm and elegant atmosphere that is refreshing. As Zhao Huangchao stepped into the courtyard, he found it hard to imagine that in such a bustling metropolis filled with skyscrapers, his master could find such a feng shui treasure. You're here. A deep and calm voice suddenly came from inside the house, low but full of energy. An old man with a limp slowly walked out from inside. His hair was white, and his eyes were bright and spirited. Zhao Huangchao was somewhat surprised. Compared to the last time he saw Elder Zhong, the man's aura had significantly improved, becoming more unfathomable, like a bottomless lake. Li Shuya immediately bent down and performed a bow, putting away her playful demeanor, and respectfully said, I've met the master. Zhao Huangchao mimicked Li Shuya's actions and said, Fourth disciple Zhao Huangchao has met the master. Elder Zhong slowly walked over to the two, saying, It seems you little girl have talked a lot with your junior brother along the way. Li Shuya stuck out her tongue and replied, Master, you haven't taken in new disciples for a long time. I was just excited to see my junior brother, so I chatted a bit more on the way. Elder Zhong did not scold her. Among the 4 disciples, Li Shuya had the most lively personality, and he could only smile helplessly. He then turned his gaze to Zhao Huangchao. The old man's eyes seemed to possess a magical power, capable of seeing through everything in the world, filled with wisdom accumulated over the years. The purple-robed enforcer of Zhong Hongshan was for 5th and 6th tier martial artists. Zhao Huangchao could not believe that Zhong Hongshan was an ordinary 5th tier martial artist. Even his second disciple was on the verge of breaking through to the 5th tier, and his eldest disciple had already reached the 5th tier. Moreover, with the old man in front of him, he sensed not a trace of spiritual power leaking. He was about to reach the 4th tier, and the 5th tier was not out of reach. An ordinary 5th tier martial artist could not give such a feeling. Facing the old man felt like an ancient and towering mountain standing before him. The old man carefully examined Zhao Huangqiao and slowly said, "You really surprise me. Your physical talent should be on the verge of breaking through to S rank, right? And you've also comprehended the sword path talent. Having dual talents is quite impressive." Zhao Huangqiao was shocked. His secret was fully revealed to the old man with just a glance. Zhao Huangqiao replied, "It's just luck. Breaking through to S rank is extremely difficult, and my comprehension of the sword path talent was merely due to the Sun family head in Tianhai City practicing the sword path. I unintentionally comprehended it while interacting with the Sun family." Li Shuyua's eyes sparkled. When she interacted with Zhao Huangqiao, she only felt his strong vitality, completely unlike a third-tier martial artist, and guessed that he should have physical talent. She did not expect him to have dual talents, and they were top-tier A-rank physical talents, just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to S rank. Li Shuya exclaimed, "Wow, junior brother is so strong. Dual talents? Isn't that just like senior sister?" Elder Zhong shot her an annoyed glare and said, "If you don't work harder, you'll be at the bottom in the future. As the second senior sister, you can't be at the bottom and not work hard on your cultivation?" Li Shuya pouted and muttered softly, "I'm not afraid. Anyway, there's third senior brother at the bottom." Zhong Hongshan snorted and admonished, "That kid Wan Yu is in a special situation. As long as he gets past that hurdle in the future, you won't be able to catch up." Li Shuya knew that her master usually spoke very little, but once he started nagging, it would go on endlessly, so she quickly changed the subject, saying, "Master, didn't you say you were going into seclusion? Has it ended so soon?" When it came to serious matters, Zhong Hongshan's expression slightly darkened and said, "It's just a nearby family. It doesn't require such a long seclusion." He looked at Zhao Huangqiao and said, "Tomorrow, you will follow me, and I will give you a meeting gift." Li Shuya expressed her concern, "Master, are we really going to war with the Bai family?" The Bai family was an old established 1,000-year family, with several 6th-tier martial artists within, and there were rumors of an old monster at the 7th tier. She certainly believed in her master's strength, but her master's hidden injuries had not healed, and she was genuinely worried about him sustaining further injuries. Zhao Huangqiao also chimed in, "Master, didn't I come back alive and well? The 5 cities haven't suffered too much damage. Those who died were just parasites, monopolizing the cultivation resources of the 5 cities, leaving no chance for other martial artists in the 5 cities. Their disappearance might actually be a good thing for the 5 cities," Zhong Hongshan said, shaking his head slightly. "My battle with the Bai family is not for you. I don't care whether those who died in the 5 cities were good or evil, but when the dignity of the law is trampled upon, someone must stand up to uphold it. If we ourselves do not act according to the law, but judge others based on our personal will, how are we any different from those clans that serve the tiger?" Zhong Hongshan said seriously to Zhao Huangqiao, "Child, everyone has their own standards of good and evil. The same person can be seen as a heinous villain deserving of death by some, while others see him as a good person. Everyone's perspective is valid, none are wrong. But if everyone judges others' crimes according to their own will, wouldn't the world descend into chaos? We are martial artists. No matter how chaotic it gets, we have the chance to protect ourselves. But what about those ordinary people? They lack the ability, and once chaos erupts, they can only wait for death. What meaning does their existence have? Their lives are entirely dependent on others' perceptions. Can they still believe in living? I know there are many with ulterior motives within the Church of Justice, but the promulgation of the Code of the Church of Justice has indeed given many ordinary people hope for survival. As martial artists, we must protect this hope." Zhao Huangqiao agreed with Zhong Hongshan's words. He didn't see it as naive but rather as profound wisdom. However, he also knew he could never reach the level of his master in his lifetime. Zhong Hongshan sighed softly and looked up at the sky, saying, "I don't expect you to be as stubborn as this old fossil in the future. I only hope that in the future, when you stand at the peak and countless common people see you, their feeling is not despair, but hope for survival." Jiangnan Province, Jinling City. The next day, at the residence of the purple-robed enforcer Zhong Hongshan, Zhao Huangqiao woke up in the morning and saw 2 people standing in the courtyard. One was his second senior sister, Li Shuya, and the other was a man. He was tall and sturdy, with a buzz cut and a very honest appearance. But Zhao Huangqiao could tell at a glance that this person was not the kind of honest man who wouldn't retaliate when hit or insulted. There was a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes, yet he didn't come off as annoying. This should be his senior brother, Wang Yu. After all, he was a disciple of old Zhong, and his character wouldn't be too bad. Wang Yu had decent talent, also an A-grade lightning attribute, but his cultivation progressed slowly. "Greetings, third senior brother, second senior sister," Zhao Huangqiao said respectfully as he approached. Zhao Huangqiao was not cold and hot-tempered towards everyone, rather, in specific environments, he had to act this way to survive. He also wanted to have a few friends around him and didn't want to be on edge all the time, fearing someone would plot against him. Wang Yu chuckled and said, "We're all family, no need for so much formality. Just call me Wang Yu." Li Shuya immediately protested, "No way, you must call me senior sister." With such a handsome junior brother, calling him by his name every day felt too distant. She had to be called senior sister to feel the connection. Wang Yu looked Zhao Huangchao up and down and said, "You have a physical talent, right?" Zhao Huangchao nodded. Wang Yu looked enlightened and said, "No wonder your blood power is so strong. Physical talent is good. Both the second senior sister and I have lightning attributes and study lightning techniques under our master. You possess physical talent, which allows you to temper your body with thunder. Not only can it rapidly increase your physical strength, but you might also gain insights into the laws of lightning by chance. When cultivating lightning martial arts, in the end, it all comes down to physical strength. Only with a sufficiently strong body can one withstand more thunder power." Zhao Huangchao nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for informing me." Wang Yu smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Don't call me senior brother, huh? I'm the oldest in the sect, but my generation is the lowest, so I've always been called junior brother." At first, it felt awkward, but now I'm used to it. "Just call me by my name, or I can be a few years older than you, and you can call me Yugu." Li Shuya casually patted Wang Yu's head and said, "Huh, that's just how he is, always pretending to be polite. You don't have to be too restrained here." Zhao Huangchao nodded and said, "Okay, Li Shuya." Li Shuya immediately blushed and said, "Call me senior sister. Or you can call me sister, just don't call me by my full name." Calling him senior brother or brother, but when it comes to me, it becomes a full name, huh? "You, Zhao Huangchao, with that pretty boy look, didn't expect you to be so scheming. Alright, stop messing around." A deep voice came from inside the room as Zhong Hongshan limped out. His deep-set eyes carried a hint of cold, killing intent. The three of them straightened up and wiped the smiles off their faces upon seeing their master's demeanor. Wang Yu whispered, "Master, are we setting off now? Should we avoid the eyes of the Law Enforcement Bureau? This way, we can end the battle before they come to stir the waters." Wang Yu looked at the burly figure, but he was always the most thoughtful in everything. Zhong Hongshan snorted coldly and said, "Avoid? No, we want them to see. Sometimes, showing strength is the best deterrent. It's been too long since I've fought, these people are becoming more and more lawless. I want the entire Jiangnan province to know that Zhong Hongshan is neither old nor dead." Zhong Hongshan still had a certain reputation in Jiangnan province, not just because of his strength, but also because of his character. Few people liked this character, and he had no close friends. Zhong Hongshan was also very clear that what he had to do could not involve friends, he could only be a lone wolf. Many people were wary of Zhong Hongshan clinging to them, so they acted with restraint, but in recent years, this group had become bolder, blatantly breaking the law. Zhong Hongshan aimed to make them restrain themselves through this display of strength. Years ago, Zhong Hongshan fought against a 6th-tier martial artist at the peak of the 5th tier. Although it left him with an incurable hidden injury, making every step of cultivation extremely difficult, it also had its benefits. It established Zhong Hongshan's reputation. Many came to know that there was a mad dog in the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau. A mad dog that would tear into you without hesitation if it sensed any illegal activity on you. Wang Yu looked deeply at his master. To be honest, he didn't even know what level of strength his master had now. Going to the Bai family to settle scores so openly? The Bai family was a top-tier 1,000-year-old family with deep roots. Whether they could win was another matter. The second young master of the Bai family was also the deputy director of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau. If he went to the Bai family, the bureau would definitely get involved. Even if his master was a purple-robed enforcer, the bureau might side with the Bai family. There were still 2 or 3 6th-tier martial artists in the bureau. Wang Yu felt a headache coming on, but since his master had already decided, he could only choose to support him. "Let's go, to the Bai family," Zhong Hongshan said. Zhao Huangchao followed behind the others, feeling a bit excited. Was he about to witness a battle between high-level martial artists? Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau. Director Xin Liang hurriedly rushed back to the bureau and came to Bai Long's office, directly breaking the door open. A woman's scream came from inside. A 4th-tier female enforcer was disheveled, lying on Bai Long. Upon seeing someone suddenly burst in, she screamed in shock. Shen Liang was immediately dumbfounded. "Yu Tian, don't you have a husband?" The female law enforcer named Yu Tian quickly put on her clothes and hurried away. Before leaving, she shot a glare at Shen Liang and snorted coldly. Shen Liang felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. After all, he was the director, a purple-robed law enforcer, a 5th-tier martial artist. Even a woman who casually played with the white dragon dared to glare at him. Sigh. The white dragon, unhurriedly dressing, said, "Don't you know to knock when entering?" The white dragon knew that Shen Liang was in a hurry for a reason. "Knock? Did I disturb you while you were messing around in your office?" "Forget it. I'll endure it. Important matters come first. Shen Liang took a deep breath and said, the latest intelligence, Zhong Hongshan has finished his closed-door training and left his residence with a few disciples, heading towards the Bai family. The white dragon did not panic but frowned slightly and asked, what are they going to the Bai family for? He could not fathom that a mere purple-robed law enforcer would dare to seek trouble with the Bai family. Shen Liang felt speechless and replied, given Zhong Hongshan's character, he is probably going to fight. Jiangnan Province, Jinling City. The Bai family, a 1,000-year-old heritage family. The Bai family mansion stood tall, resembling a palace fortress. The entrance was grand and imposing, with 2 towering wooden pillars, made from extraordinary materials, ancient trees struck by lightning 5,000 years ago, which the Bai family purchased at a high price. The pillars were carved with 2 vividly lifelike divine dragons, coiling and standing guard. Below the divine wood was 110 steps of stairs, each step meticulously crafted, with inscriptions carved at the front, taken from the wooden methods of the Northwest Zen sect, meant to bless the family with prosperity and immortality. Approaching the Bai family gate, one could smell a refreshing fragrance. Zhao Huangchao wrinkled his nose, sniffing the scent in the air. Beside him, Wang Yu explained, this fragrance is released by the 10,000-year golden lotus. The golden lotus itself is not a divine herb, but living for 10,000 years is indeed rare and extremely expensive. Although the golden lotus is not a divine medicine, over 10,000 years, it has accumulated a vast amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and long-term inhalation of its fragrance can enhance physical strength. There are even rumors that the Bai family uses the 10,000-year golden lotus as the core of their formation, setting up a supreme formation deep within the Bai family's ancestral land to draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, turning the Bai family into a blessed land. All Bai family disciples can achieve twice the result with half the effort in their cultivation. Zhao Huangchao secretly clicked his tongue. Such extravagant spending could only be done by a 1,000-year-old heritage family. Li Shuya beside him snorted disdainfully. It's all some side methods. This approach at most allows a few first, second, or third-tier martial artists to gain a bit more. If you want to break through to the 4th tier and beyond, relying on this spirit-gathering formation is of no use at all. A martial artist who breaks through to the 3rd tier through the spirit-gathering formation will never hope to reach the 4th tier in this lifetime. The Bai family's extravagant methods have some effect on enhancing the overall strength of the family, but not much. More so, it serves to showcase the family's status and heritage. Just as a few of them were about to approach, they were stopped by a group of martial artists at the entrance. The gatekeepers of the Bai family were all 3rd-tier martial artists. Stop! What are you doing? This is the Bai family's stronghold. Hurry up and get lost. Zhong Hongshan and his 3 companions, 1 purple-robed law enforcer and 3 yellow-robed law enforcers, were clearly identifiable by their law enforcement robes. Indeed, Zhong Hongshan had come in his law enforcement robe, intending to capture the murderer in the name of the headquarters. In fact, Zhao Huangchao was somewhat puzzled by his master's decision to come in a law enforcement robe. He was clearly here to cause trouble for the other side. Although the Bai family's second young master, Bai Long, was very likely involved in the Sun family turmoil, there was no evidence. If they were to judge the other party through the means of law enforcers, they should first investigate and gather evidence before coming. Is it really possible to come here without any evidence? Zhao Huangchao couldn't understand, but he didn't question Zhong Hongshan. He believed that his master wouldn't act without reason. There must be a plan behind his actions, so he said nothing and obediently stood back to watch. Zhong Hongshan remained silent, and Wang Yu scolded, "Open your eyes wide and see clearly, we are the law enforcers." The martial artist sneered twice and said, "So what if you're law enforcers? This is our Bai family's territory, get lost quickly, or don't blame us for using force. Do you think just because there's a purple-robed law enforcer, you can flaunt your power in front of the Sun family? Bringing along an old fossil, do you think you can go anywhere?" Whoosh! A fierce and powerful gust of wind flashed by. Zhao Huangchao's figure appeared before the two like a ghost in an instant. The evil value above their heads exceeded 300. Zhao Huangchao grabbed one by the neck and pinned both against the wall, saying in a deep voice, "When the law enforcers are enforcing the law, when did it become your turn to speak? Do you know what crime it is to insult a law enforcer? I can take you to the Enforcement Bureau for severe interrogation and lock you up for a year and a half." The martial artist being choked was nearly suffocating, his eyes bloodshot, and he threatened in a low voice, You're dead. Daring to attack a Bai family member in front of the Bai family, you won't survive today." Zhao Huangchao's eyes lit up. "Good. Daring to threaten a law enforcer, that's an added crime. I will arrest you now." While saying he would arrest them, Zhao Huangchao directly let go of the two. Why let go? To wait for them to resist. Sure enough, the two freed martial artists immediately activated their spiritual power to counterattack. Zhao Huangchao sneered and said lightly, "Arresting and attacking a law enforcer, according to the law, is punishable by death. After saying that, Zhao Huangqiao showed no mercy and directly drew the silver python sword. The sword energy surged, a silver light flashed in the air, and then 2 columns of blood spurted out. 2 heads rolled, and the Bai family's gatekeeper martial artist died on the spot. Zhong Hongshan beside him showed no change in expression. This undoubtedly offended the Bai family, but he had come today to hold the Bai family accountable. Li Shiya's beautiful eyes sparkled with a smile. Although she looked harmless, she was about to step into the 5th rank of martial artists. She had killed far more people than Zhao Huangqiao and had seen countless criminals in the darkness of humanity. Junior brother is indeed decisive in killing. Wang Yu nodded in agreement, saying, "This is a very good method. First provoke the opponent, they will definitely speak disrespectfully. Insulting a law enforcer isn't a big deal, but if it escalates, we can catch them off guard. And if they say something like they'll kill you, that's no longer just insulting a law enforcer, but threatening one, which is a serious crime. And then we can arrest them. Generally, those who say such things will definitely be arrested, and the arrest will increase the sentence. But the arrest of a martial artist can also be considered an attack, assaulting a law enforcer, which is a death penalty. Wonderful, killing a Bai family member this way, the other side will be speechless, at least from a normal law enforcement procedure, they can't pick out any problems." The Bai family gate opened, and a burly man stepped out. The man was bare-chested, covered in tattoos, with a pointed head and a small tuft of long hair, his inverted triangle eyes looking very fierce. "You dare to kill in the Bai family? Are you tired of living?" Zhao Huangqiao stood in front of Zhong Lao and the others, the breeze stirring his clothes as he looked at the burly man and said lightly, "Who are you? Bring out someone from the Bai family who can speak. My master Zhong Hongshan has arrived. Is this how you Bai family welcomes guests?" The burly man wielded dual axes, his muscles bulging, a strong aura of blood and energy surged, stirring up layers of dust. "Ha, a mere 3rd-tier warrior dares to provoke the Bai family? I am Zhou, the great general guarding the Bai family." Zhou's erupting aura was not that of an ordinary 4th-tier warrior. He was at least a mid to late 4th-tier warrior and a body-refining warrior at that. Zhao Huangqiao showed no fear and snorted coldly. "Isn't he just a security captain? And he calls himself a general?" Jiangnan Province, Jinling City. At the entrance of the Bai family, Zhou, the security captain of the Bai family, was instantly furious upon hearing Zhao Huangqiao's provocation. His skin glowed faintly red, and a violent surge of blood energy erupted uncontrollably, resembling a frenzied beast. Wang Yu said, "Be careful, his strength is at least 4th-tier 5th level, the gap between you two is too great. Step back, let me handle this." Wang Yu practiced thunder techniques and was also considered a half-body refiner. Although he had just entered the 4th tier, his rich combat experience was enough to deal with a 4th-tier 5th-level warrior. Just as Wang Yu took a step forward, Zhong Hongshan reached out a large hand to block him and said lightly, "Your junior brother can handle it." Zhao Huangqiao drew his silver python sword, shaking it in the air to shed the blood on it. A series of faint sword cries echoed in the air, and a bloodthirsty sword intent lingered, making the air smell even more pungent with blood. Zhao Huangqiao exuded a chilling killing intent that was terrifying. Although Zhou was fierce, he was not a fool. Being the security captain of the Bai family meant he possessed both strength and intelligence. He immediately sensed that Zhao Huangqiao was unusual. His blood energy was thick, like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, but it seemed he had not yet unleashed it. This kid should be a 3rd-tier perfection or a half-step blood energy realm warrior, a sword cultivator? Zhou thought to himself. He knew that Zhao Huangqiao, at such a young age, had achieved such accomplishments, indicating he was a genius, with talent surpassing his own. But a genius that has not fully developed is not truly a genius. His own cultivation level was right there. What if you were a 3rd-tier perfection or half-step blood energy realm? A warrior who has not reached the 4th tier is ultimately an ant. The difference between the two is vast. And he was not just an ordinary 4th-tier warrior, but a 4th-tier 5th-level warrior. In the early stages of a warrior's journey, body refiners held a significant advantage, especially during the blood energy realm. Once past the blood energy realm and into the 5th tier, the advantages of body refiners would gradually decline, and they might even have considerable disadvantages compared to other warriors of the same level. Zhou snorted coldly and said, "A mere 3rd-tier warrior dares to come and provoke? A sword cultivator, huh? Do you really think that just because you have some talent in swordsmanship, you can fight above your level? Today, let me show you the gap in hard power." With that, Zhou strode forward, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. The violent blood energy rolled around his body, and the 2 large axes in his hands were enveloped in spiritual power, releasing astonishing might. Clearly, these 2 axes were not ordinary weapons but high-quality spiritual tools. Every time Zhou swung his axes, waves of blood energy surged outward. Blood energy release was the most basic requirement for a 4th-tier blood energy realm warrior, but Zhou could not only release blood energy but had also learned to wrap it around his fists or weapons. By enchanting his weapons with blood energy, he could fight without being distracted by controlling the blood energy, simply needing to wield his weapon to deliver attacks infused with blood energy damage. This fighting style may not reach the upper limits of Zhao Huangchao's free control over blood energy, but it was convenient and simple, allowing many warriors to learn it. Finding a 4th-tier warrior who could perfectly control blood energy was a rarity. Zhao Huangchao's lips curled slightly as he said, "Just a 4th-tier warrior." He held his sword with one hand, and the bloodthirsty sword intent exploded instantly. Zhao Huangchao immediately unleashed the B-level martial skill, Ghostly Shadows, his figure flickering like a ghost. Arriving beside Zhou, a sword thrust out, enveloped in an astonishing amount of sword energy that continuously burst forth around him, leaving deep sword marks on the long pillars at the entrance of the Bai family. The silver python sword clashed with Zhou's large axe, sparking countless sparks that flew everywhere, emitting a screeching sound. After a brief exchange, the two immediately distanced themselves. Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly sizing up Zhao Huangchao. He thought to himself, this person wields a long sword, and his swordsmanship is truly unique. At first glance, the sword seems unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, it is clear that it is no ordinary weapon. The sword blade is wide and heavy, as if containing endless power, yet when this person wields it, it can unleash astonishing might, each strike like a thunderous force that cannot be underestimated. Zhou no longer underestimated him and prepared to show his true skills. Zhou continuously gathered strength, the power within him swirling, its might even astonishing. He swung his axe again, shouting, "Mountain Splitter!" A powerful axe light, infused with vigorous energy, cleaved towards Zhao Huangchao. Zhao Huangchao's eyes sharpened, his feet moved in an unusual pattern, and he spun like a top, the silver python sword transforming into a shadow of blades blocking in front of him. Clang! The axe light collided with the sword shadow, erupting a powerful airflow that rustled the clothes of those nearby. Seizing the moment, Zhao Huangchao's internal energy surged wildly. He knew that a direct assault would be difficult to overcome Zhou, and he had to find a flaw. Suddenly, he noticed that after Zhou swung his axe with great force, there was a brief moment of defensive vulnerability on his right side. So he deliberately feigned a flaw, luring Zhou into a full-force strike. Just as Zhou's right axe came down, Zhao Huangchao's figure flashed, evading the edge, and then, like lightning, he moved to Zhou's right side, thrusting the silver python sword straight at him. Zhou was taken aback, and in a moment of urgency, could only dodge to the side, but still got his arm grazed by the sword. At this moment, Zhou roared in anger, disregarding the pain, and crossed his axes to form a barrier, preventing Zhao Huangchao from attacking further, and the two fell into a standoff once again. A fierce glint flashed in Zhou's eyes. He knew that if this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. Suddenly, he gripped the axe tightly, muttering incantations, and a dazzling red light erupted from his body, the glow seeming almost tangible, like a layer of armor attaching to him. He was using the family's secret life-saving technique, Blood Fury Battle Armor. Once activated, this armor would greatly increase his power and defense for a short time, but afterward, he would be weak for a long period. Seeing this, Zhao Huangchao frowned slightly, feeling a sense of foreboding. He tightened his grip on the silver python sword, pointing the tip towards the sky, and shouted, "Phantom Sword Dance!" In an instant, the sky darkened with clouds, and countless sword energies erupted outward, charging towards Zhou. Zhou, undaunted, charged towards the lightning with the Blood Fury Battle Armor, swinging his axe to forcefully block the attack. Taking advantage of Zhao Huangchao's astonishment, Zhou quickly closed in, bringing both axes down. Zhao Huangchao had no time to evade and could only block with his sword. But Zhou's strength was immense at this moment, pushing Zhao Huangchao back step by step. With a loud bang, Zhao Huangchao accidentally had his long sword knocked away. Zhou, thinking victory was in his grasp, mocked, "As a sword cultivator, your long sword has been knocked away. Prepare to die." In Jiangnan Province, Jinling City. At that moment, a chilling smile suddenly appeared on Zhao Huangchao's usually calm face. He took a deep breath, and the muscles all over his body swelled as if ignited by gunpowder, rapidly expanding. The once frail figure vanished, replaced by a robust physique. At the same time, a terrifying pressure seemingly from ancient times suddenly descended. This pressure was like a peerless giant beast that had slept for millions of years suddenly awakening, opening its enormous mouth that could block out the sky and the sun, letting out a deafening roar. Where the sound waves passed, the air was torn apart, creating visible ripples. In the face of this suffocatingly powerful force, the surrounding space seemed to be greatly compressed, beginning to undergo violent twisting and deformation. The originally smooth and flat surface of space now resembled a piece of dough being kneaded, constantly stretching and folding. Light in this distorted space lost its original path of propagation, sometimes refracting strange colors, and at other times disappearing without a trace. Zhou widened his eyes. "Aren't you a sword cultivator?" Zhao Huangchao grinned, revealing his white teeth. Who said I'm just a sword cultivator? Today, let me show you my body cultivation techniques. As he spoke, he withstood Zhou Hu's axe strike with his physical strength, gripping the axe blade, blood flowing down his arm, yet he remained unfazed. Just as the sharp blade in Zhou Hu's hand was about to swing down, he suddenly felt an unprecedented resistance coming from the axe. It was as if his strike was not aimed at flesh and blood, but rather smashing against indestructible steel. In an instant, Zhou Hu's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief, and his heart surged with tumultuous waves. How is this possible? However, before Zhou Hu could recover from his shock, he saw a glint of cold light flash in Zhao Huangchao's eyes, and then his powerful right arm suddenly swung. Like a fierce beast, with an incredibly sharp momentum, he hurled a punch at Zhou Hu. As this punch was thrown, the surrounding air was violently stirred, producing a series of piercing howls. It was as if a raging dragon was roaring in fury. What was even more terrifying was that this punch contained the terrifying power brought by the A-level talent Immortal Body. This power was so strong that it could make any enemy tremble in fear. Zhou Hu hurriedly tried to block with another axe, but was shaken to the point of numbness in his arms, retreating repeatedly. Meanwhile, his senior sister Li Shuya and senior brother Wan Yu stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg, their faces filled with disbelief. They never expected that the side that had just been at a disadvantage, seemingly without the power to fight back, could turn the entire battle around in the blink of an eye. This sudden change left them astonished, and for a moment, they didn't know how to react. The two stood there dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on the astonishing scene in the center of the battlefield, silently pondering, how is this even possible? Wan Yu couldn't help but say, although I have lightning talent, I am also half a body cultivator, and I have entered the blood chi realm, but my blood chi power is simply incomparable to that of junior brother. Master said junior brother possesses A-level physical talent. This is probably close to S-level, right? Wang Yu had never seen S-level talent. Perhaps his mysterious senior sister had S-level talent, but he had never seen her go all out. However, Zhao Huangchao's A-level physical talent was definitely stronger than any A-level physical talent he had ever seen. Zhou Hu, who was retreating step by step, was filled with horror. Aren't you a sword cultivator? How did you suddenly become a body cultivator? With such terrifying physical talent, why bother practicing swordsmanship? One force can overcome 10 skills. Although overall, among high-level warriors, sword cultivators are stronger, and body cultivators only have an advantage among low-level warriors. This means that the upper limit of sword cultivators is higher, but as the saying goes, one force can overcome 10 skills. As long as the power is great enough, all those flashy sword techniques are nonsense. Zhao Huangchao pressed the attack, throwing several punches, each one precisely hitting the weak points of Zhou Hu. Although Zhou Hu was bolstered by his blood rage battle armor, he gradually found himself unable to withstand Zhao Huangchao's fierce assault. Zhou Hu's eyes widened, and he cursed furiously, damn it. He took a deep breath, intending to fully mobilize the surging blood and energy hidden within him. However, when he tried to channel this powerful force, he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, the energy that should have surged forth like a runaway wild horse was instead gripped tightly by an invisible hand, unable to move an inch. This situation left Zhou Hu in a state of panic, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. He had always believed he had absolute control over the energy within him, but now, facing this mysterious and powerful opponent, the strength he prided himself on was effortlessly suppressed, unable to be unleashed even in the slightest. Once arrogant and self-important, Zhou Hu's pride now shattered like glass struck by a heavy blow, scattering into pieces that could never be reassembled. Among the fragments lay only an endless tide of fear. This fear felt like an invisible hand, tightly choking his throat. As he watched Zhao Huangchao charge at him like a terrifying ancient beast, he trembled, unable to move. Death. The fear of death spread throughout his body. Zhou Hu still had the strength to fight, but Zhao Huangchao's terrifying physique and overwhelming killing intent crushed his spirit. Zhao Huangchao gathered his blood and energy for a full strike. Zhou Hu's pupils trembled, and he opened his mouth. No, don't kill me. Zhao Huangchao glanced at the evil value above Zhou Hu's head. Evil value, 533. Zhao Huangchao said coldly, countless people have said the same thing in front of you before. Today, let you experience this despair. Just as Zhao Huangchao's fist was about to fall, a thunderous sound erupted. Boom, the Bai family's gate suddenly swung open, and a powerful gust of air burst forth from within. The strong spiritual energy fluctuations stirred the surrounding air, making it impossible for Zhao Huangchao's released blood and energy to resist. It was like a hurricane howling past. You dare, brat! At the entrance of the Bai family gate, a deep voice emerged as the door swung open. A middle-aged man, his face filled with rage, slowly floated out from within. The man did not touch the ground, hovering in the air, his clothes moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. Standing there, The years seemed to have left some traces on his slightly weathered face, but this did not diminish the imposing aura he exuded. He was tall and upright, like a sturdy pine tree, giving a sense of standing tall against the heavens. His physique was well-proportioned and strong, each muscle seemingly containing boundless power. He held his head high, and every gesture carried the unique air of someone in a position of authority, evoking a sense of reverence. This aura was not feigned but rather a natural result of long-standing power and control. From his deep-set eyes, one could see the calmness and wisdom that came from weathering storms, as if nothing in the world could escape his insight. Undoubtedly, this middle-aged man possessed extremely powerful strength. He stood like a silent mountain, quietly imposing an invisible pressure on everything around him. This man was none other than Bai Feng, the head of the Bai family, a martial arts lineage with a 1,000-year heritage. After Bai Feng appeared, Zhao Huangqiao showed no intention of holding back. His fist continued to smash down towards Zhou Hu. Bai Feng's gaze turned cold, and with a wave of his sleeve, a strand of spiritual power shot out, wrapping around Zhao Huangqiao's wrist. Zhao Huangqiao sensed the danger and had to change direction. His fist struck the ground, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust and creating a large dent in the earth. Bai Feng did not use his full strength because he sensed the presence of Zhong Hongshan. As a local power in Jinling City, the Bai family had a legacy spanning 1,000 years. There was more than just the purple-robed enforcer Zhong Hongshan. This was their first meeting, but Bai Feng had heard stories about Zhong Hongshan, though he did not know the specifics of his strength. Nevertheless, the other party was a purple-robed enforcer, so some respect had to be given. After all, it was not the right time for the Bai family to be overly arrogant. They needed to act discreetly. Bai Feng himself appeared to be a middle-aged man, but one could not judge a martial artist's age by their appearance. In reality, he was over 100 years old, long past the age of being competitive. He looked at Zhao Huangqiao and said lightly, "You dare to fight in front of my Bai family and attempt to take a life? Do you not regard my Bai family at all?" Zhao Huangqiao straightened his body, secretly sizing up Bai Feng. This person's strength was unclear, but he was definitely above the second senior sister, so he was undoubtedly a martial artist of the 5th rank or higher. Considering the other party's identity as the head of the Bai family, he estimated that he should be a 6th rank martial artist. As for how he compared to his master, Zhao Huangqiao could not guess, as both their strengths were far beyond his own. Facing the pressure from the head of the Bai family, Zhao Huangqiao showed no fear, and the yellow-robed enforcers behind him fluttered in the wind. The enforcers of the Justice Church have the right to monitor all martial artists within the territory of the Crimson Flame Empire. I have come to the Bai family to investigate a case, and your Bai family's guards dare to threaten and attack an enforcer. This is a capital offense. Bai Feng's eyes slightly chilled, and the pressure emanating from him grew stronger as he angrily said, "I am speaking to you calmly, entirely out of respect for Zhong Hongshan. Do you really think that just because you wear this yellow robe, everyone will fear you? That is simply a delusion. Do not forget your own weight. Even if he is guilty, it is not for you to punish him. This is the territory of the Bai family." After saying this, Bai Feng immediately unleashed the pressure of a 6th-rank martial artist, causing the gravity in the surrounding space to surge. Zhou Hu beside him collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in pain. Meanwhile, Zhao Huangqiao's body suddenly erupted with terrifying physical strength. The A-grade talent, Immortal Body, was not strongest in terms of intensity, but in recovery ability. Immortal and indestructible, with infinite recovery. In that instant, Zhao Huangqiao's body trembled violently. Then, a layer of rich, blood-like light slowly emerged around him. That blood-red light burned like a raging flame, resembling a surging sea of blood, tightly enveloping him. At this moment, the powerful pressure from the opposing 6th-rank martial artist came crashing down like a mountain. This pressure seemed capable of crushing any object that stood in its way, rushing directly toward Zhao Huangqiao with unparalleled force. However, astonishingly, in the face of such terrifying pressure, Zhao Huangqiao showed no sign of retreat. On the contrary, the blood-red light around him began to fiercely counter it. Each collision triggered earth-shattering booms and energy fluctuations, causing the entire space to tremble. Even more incredible was that Zhao Huangqiao's astonishing regenerative ability was fully displayed at this moment. No matter how severe the injury, as long as the blood-red light existed around him, the energy within him would recover and regenerate at an unimaginable speed. This terrifying ability made even Bai Feng, who was watching from the side, widen his eyes in astonishment. Bai Feng naturally did not use his full strength, otherwise, no matter how powerful Zhao Huangqiao's physical talent was, he would not be able to withstand it. It was just to give the other party a warning. However, Zhao Huangqiao's talent truly shocked him. Bai Feng thought to himself, could this young man have an A-level physical talent? No, A-level physical talent shouldn't possess such a robust physique, and besides, he hasn't even broken through to the 4th tier. Could it be S? No, that doesn't seem right. It's probably the highest level of A-level talent. The Bai family, as a martial arts family with a 1,000-year heritage, primarily inherited martial arts focused on swordsmanship and body cultivation. Among the younger generation of the Bai family, body cultivators accounted for a large portion, while 1/3 of the martial artists were sword cultivators. Among them were also those with astonishing talents, possessing A-level physical talents, but none could compare to Zhao Huangqiao. At this moment, Elder Zhong made his move. He slightly waved his hand with an indifferent expression, and that seemingly casual gesture contained boundless power. Instantly, a powerful and formless aura erupted from him, like a surging torrent, directly clashing with the 6th-tier martial pressure released by Bai Feng. The two forces collided violently in the air, producing a dull roar, as if the entire space trembled. However, surprisingly, Bai Feng's 6th-tier martial pressure, which could terrify countless people, was utterly powerless against this force, like fragile paper meeting a raging fire, quickly disintegrating and dissipating into nothingness. Zhao Huangqiao, who had originally felt the heavy pressure weighing down on him like a mountain, suddenly found all the pressure vanish with that gentle wave of the hand. He felt his whole body relax, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted off him. Bai Feng couldn't help but gasp in surprise, staring at Zhong Hongshan. What level of cultivation does this old man have? He had heard that after a battle years ago, he was left with hidden injuries, stuck at the peak of the 5th tier, unable to advance. Could he have broken through to the 6th tier? No, he doesn't look like a 6th-tier martial artist. Bai Feng was very cautious and did not act immediately, instead saying lightly, "You suddenly barged into my Bai family, you should at least give an explanation, right? You suddenly barged into my Bai family, you should at least give an explanation, right?" Bai Feng's tone was cold, but this statement clearly showed some concession. It wasn't that Bai Feng was truly afraid of Zhong Hongshan. The Bai family, as a martial arts family with a 1,000-year heritage, had a terrifying foundation. Although the top combat power was not all present in the Bai family at the moment, there were still 4 6th-tier martial artists stationed at the Bai residence. How could they possibly fear a mere purple-robed enforcer? Rather, the Bai family was currently at a critical juncture and could not be too arrogant. Zhong Hongshan slowly stepped forward, and Zhao Huangqiao knew that he could no longer participate in what was to come. He retreated behind his master, as it was now a matter of true powerhouses clashing. Zhao Huangqiao looked at Bai Feng, the head of the Bai family. Evil value, 1300, crime, occupying Jinling City for many years, secretly supporting various forces, and controlling the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau, helping himself eliminate competitors, and secretly having connections with many evil cults, including the Witch Church, all to turn the Bai family into a transcendent family head. Zhao Huangqiao raised his eyebrows slightly. This head of the Bai family was somewhat different from Sun Badian. The head of the Bai family probably knew that he had no hope of advancing to a 7th-tier martial artist in this lifetime, so he planned to turn the Bai family into a transcendent family head. The system introduction also mentioned that Bai Feng had cooperated with many evil forces. Clearly, they were not like the Sun family, conspiring with the Witch Church for some earth-shattering plot, nor were they pawns of the Witch Church. Their cooperation with various forces was merely mutually beneficial. It was possible that after today's cooperation ended, they might respond to the call of the Righteous Church tomorrow to hunt down the Righteous Church. For them, whoever provided benefits would be their partner, but becoming a pawn was absolutely out of the question. Believing in the foundation of the Witch Church, it is impossible to say that any family can become a transcendent family. Bai Feng stared at Zhong Hongshan and asked, "You say you are here to enforce the law. What law has my Bai family broken?" At that moment, many thoughts flashed through Bai Feng's mind. The Bai family's underhanded dealings, burning, killing, and looting, there was no end to it. But because the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau had almost become a puppet of the Bai family, every action was executed flawlessly, leaving no trace. Just as Bai Feng was deep in thought, even starting to feel a bit guilty, Zhong Hongshan's words nearly broke his defenses. With no expression on his face, Zhong Hongshan said calmly, 3 years ago, the Bai family began construction on a super-large training ground in the bamboo forest northwest of Jinling City. At the time of construction, some villagers were unwilling to relocate. There was a conflict with your Bai family's martial artists. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng couldn't help but lose his composure, his eyes widening as he stretched his neck, meaning, "Just this? I thought it was about colluding with the Witch Church being discovered, or perhaps an assassination of the headquarters of the Capital Law Enforcement Bureau, with the dispatched special envoy being killed, or colluding with the beast cult to create chaos at the border, resulting in the deaths of over 1 million border civilians and hundreds of thousands of border soldiers. And you bring this up? I thought you were building up to something, but who knew you were just dragging it out?" Cough, cough. Bai Feng coughed a few times and said, I do remember some follow-up on this matter. The day after the conflict, my Bai family sent someone to negotiate with the local villagers. A group of unreasonable people, unwilling to relocate their ancestral hall just because the compensation hadn't arrived. After renegotiating the compensation, they moved out faster than rabbits. What? Is this also illegal? You can check the records. Our construction was all in accordance with the procedures. The others behind Zhao Huangqiao and Li Shuya also widened their eyes, completely dumbfounded. It's not just any master, it's the Bai family. Such a colossal entity, entrenched in Jinling City, you can't bring them down with this matter. It's like a gang leader running a red light and a whole squad of police officers surrounding them. Is this really necessary? Zhong Hongshan nodded slowly and said, I naturally know this. But on the day of the conflict, your family's martial artist accidentally injured a villager, and you used the martial artist's status to pressure them into suppressing the matter. Bai Feng waved his sleeve angrily and said, Nonsense. Injured, but not dead, just pay a little money, and those unreasonable villagers will naturally understand. Does my Bai family lack this little money? Besides, I said before, we have already negotiated with the villagers and distributed the compensation. Doesn't this compensation include the medical expenses and compensation for the injured person? Zhong Hongshan nodded and said, Of course it does. But this medical fee and compensation did not reach the injured villager. Instead, it was embezzled by the martial artist who acted. I have clear evidence. The testimonies of the parties involved, video recordings, everything is complete. Do you want to take a look? After that seemingly trivial incident occurred, Zhong Hongshan found the parties involved, understood the entire process, and collected all the evidence before personally paying the compensation. He has kept all the evidence of the crimes of every family in Jinling City, big and small. Many powerful families thought those crimes were in the past, but in fact, they have all been preserved by Zhong Hongshan. He knows well that these families are deeply intertwined and collude with each other, and he cannot bring them down all at once. Instead, it might expose him to danger. So he has kept this evidence, waiting for the right moment. Zhong Hongshan is in an excellent position, being a purple-robed law enforcer. Even if he is stubborn and the only one daring enough to confront the enforcers of the martial arts families, these families will still be somewhat wary of him and won't dare to be too arrogant. However, if he were to show an absolute threat, even threatening the very survival of their entire family, then they wouldn't care what level of enforcer he is. They would use any means necessary to eliminate him. Therefore, Zhong Hongshan's approach is to instill fear in them, but not to the point of overwhelming terror. Their fear can suppress their arrogance, but if that fear reaches a certain limit, they will go mad and resort to extreme measures. Bai Feng's face shifted between red and green. After all, he is the head of a 1,000-year-old martial arts family and a 6th-tier martial artist. Yet here he is, squabbling over the medical expenses of an ordinary person, lowering his own status. He felt embarrassed. So what exactly do you want? Bai Feng said in a deep voice. Zhong Hongshan replied calmly, naturally, to capture the real culprit and give the people justice. Bai Feng furiously retorted, Nonsense. The murderer from 3 years ago is just a trivial matter. With so many people in the Bai family, who even remembers who it was? Zhong Hongshan said, Such trivial matters need not trouble the head of the Bai family. Just open the Bai family gate and let us in to investigate one by one. Such trivial matters need not trouble the head of the Bai family. Just open the Bai family gate and let us in to investigate one by one. Zhong Hongshan said indifferently. This immediately infuriated Bai Feng. A martial artist who injured an ordinary citizen 3 years ago is a matter he doesn't want to deal with at all. He wouldn't even bother to protect that person. If he could hand him over, he would do so immediately. But the problem is, he doesn't even know who that person is now. Impudent! My Bai family is a sacred ground. How can you come and go as you please? There is an ancestor in seclusion within the Bai family ancestral grounds. Can you disturb the ancestor's meditation? The ancestor mentioned by the Bai family refers to a 7th-tier martial artist who has been rumored to be alive. No one knows for sure if there are any 7th-tier old monsters still alive in the Bai family. There are only whispers suggesting that this old monster is still around. However, some doubt that this news was released by the Bai family itself, intending to use it to intimidate others. Even if someone doubts it, it doesn't matter, as no one can accurately determine whether a 7th-tier martial artist is alive. Even if they have likely passed away, what if? The wrath of a 7th-tier martial artist would be something no one in the entire Jiangnan province could bear. Better to be safe than sorry. At this moment, Bai Feng's words to Zhong Hongshan were also a warning. indicating that his family has a 7th-tier ancestor watching over them. But who is Zhong Hongshan? How could he be intimidated? He said in a deep voice, "So, is the Bai family planning to resist the law? Do you know what the consequences of resisting the law are?" The Red Flame Empire has authorized the Justice Church to manage martial artists nationwide and oversee law enforcement. We all know that the family forces in the Red Flame Empire are deeply entrenched, causing great harm to ordinary martial artists and the common people. In recent years, the Justice Church has been intent on suppressing family forces. If your Bai family is willing to abide by the law, assist in the construction of the Red Flame Empire, unite against the common enemy, deal with the Witch Church and other evil cults, and confront the magical beasts at the borders, then the Justice Church will surely provide strong support and assistance. But if there are ulterior motives, you should know what the consequences are. Individual resistance to the law is a crime that adds to the punishment, but if it is a family resisting the law, that is no longer resistance, it is treason. Bai Feng's face darkened. This guy was clearly here to pick a fight. With no other choice, Bai Feng could only secretly send a message. He certainly couldn't allow this group to enter and exit the Bai family gate at will. In fact, there was nothing shameful within the Bai family, but if he opened this door, he was very clear that the Law Enforcement Bureau would come to search the Bai family from time to time, using various unfounded charges. When that happened, it would have a significant impact on the Bai family's development and severely affect their reputation in Jiangnan province. Bai Feng secretly communicated with others in the Bai family. Before long, a severely injured martial artist was escorted out, bound hand and foot. Bai Feng said, "This is the martial artist who injured a villager and pocketed the compensation back then." Bai Feng glanced at the martial artist and said in a deep voice, "You tarnished the Bai family's reputation, do you plead guilty?" The situation on the Bai family's side was escalating, and many onlookers gathered around. "What happened here?" "I don't know, I just arrived. It seems the law enforcement team is causing trouble for the Bai family." "What the hell? Did I hear that right? Trouble for the Bai family?" "The Bai family is a martial arts family with a 1,000-year legacy. Who dares to cause them trouble?" "Hey, do you think there's some new movement from above, preparing to settle accounts with the Bai family?" "Damn, that would mean the Bai family did something intolerable, crossing the line, and the Justice Church is starting to clean them up." True, the Bai family is such a huge entity in Jiangnan province. Even the Law Enforcement Bureau turns a blind eye to their illegal activities. It really has to be crossing the line for the Justice Church to take action. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. "What do you think the Bai family crossed? Could it be colluding with the Witch Church, committing treason?" "I heard that a small family in Wushir colluded with the Witch Church, almost causing the deaths of 100,000 candidates in the martial arts exam." "Wow, these people are getting bolder. Could the Bai family be involved in this?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Until things are settled, you should be careful with your words. Be wary of the Bai family settling accounts later." "Nonsense. That's not the intention from above. If it were really the Justice Church's orders, would they send just this many martial artists? One purple-robed enforcer and 3 yellow-robed enforcers. This number isn't even enough for the Bai family to use as toothpicks." "Yeah, with just these enforcers, the Bai family claims to have several 6th-tier martial artists stationed." "What's going on? What's going on? Just look at that person, and you'll understand." The speaker pointed at Zhong Hongshan. Many people immediately understood the situation upon seeing Zhong Hongshan present. His stubbornness was well known in Jinling City. His coming to the Bai family to handle the case clearly wasn't the intention from above. It was just his own foolishness. Damn, Zhong Hongshan. He actually came to cause trouble for the Bai family. If it's Zhong Hongshan, then it makes sense, but coming to trouble the Bai family, isn't that just asking for death? I've always heard that the purple-robed enforcer Zhong Hongshan has a problem with his head. I thought, what kind of problem could a 5th-tier martial artist have? Now that I see him, it turns out he really has a problem. And it's a big one. More and more onlookers gathered, eager for the spectacle. Bai Feng looked at Zhong Hongshan and said, "Now that the criminal has been caught, are you satisfied?" Zhong Hongshan nodded slightly and said, "The head of the Bai family understands the greater good, sacrificing personal ties for justice, cooperating with the law enforcement team. I represent the Law Enforcement Bureau in thanking you." Zhong Hongshan didn't dwell on whether the captured criminal was truly the culprit. Most likely, he was just a scapegoat, but under the Bai family's authority, that person would insist he was the criminal. Bai Feng coldly said, "Don't flatter me. Since you've caught the criminal, hurry up and take your people away." Zhong Hongshan said leisurely, "Alright, let's start the next case." Bai Feng's eyelids twitched. "What the hell? There's another case? Is it never ending?" Zhong Hongshan said, 6 years ago, the Bai family. "Wait a minute." Bai Feng shouted angrily, interrupting him. He didn't care what case Zhong Hongshan would bring up. After all, it was an old story, a trivial matter. The other party was clearly looking for trouble on purpose. There are limits to what one can tolerate. Bai Feng was furious. Zhong Hongshan, you came here today to provoke me on purpose, didn't you? Speak. What exactly do you want? Speak. What exactly do you want? Bai Feng said in a deep voice. Zhong Hongshan remained as calm as ever, like water in a deep pool, undisturbed, making it impossible to gauge its depth. As an enforcer, I naturally come to enforce the law and capture criminals. Zhong Hongshan did not directly state his purpose but circled around it with the other party. If he revealed his purpose now, the other party would certainly not agree. Negotiation requires skill. Simply talking would lead nowhere. One must strike first, then negotiate. Bai Feng's face turned red and green. The other party was clearly toying with him. With a loud rumble, suddenly, an extremely powerful and violent airflow erupted like a volcanic explosion, shaking and stirring the entire space with its astonishing force. Bai Feng's figure swayed, emanating a heart-pounding aura, his terrifying pressure as a sixth-tier martial artist instantly enveloping the entire area. Faced with the other party's repeated provocations, the anger in Bai Feng's heart had already reached its peak. He could no longer endure such wanton humiliation and offense. Glaring at his enemy, Zhong Hongshan, he shouted fiercely, Zhong Hongshan, do you really think I, Bai Feng, have no temper at all? You must give me an explanation for today's matter. At the same time, a surge of white light seemed to emerge behind Bai Feng. The light flowed like a surging river, showcasing his steadfast determination to defend the honor of the Bai family. Our Bai family has never been a group to be bullied. How could we tolerate a madman like you insulting us here? If you don't give me an explanation today, you won't be able to leave. With this roar, the true energy within Bai Feng surged like a wild horse breaking free, and the surrounding air became heavy and oppressive due to this powerful momentum. The crowd, which had been bustling and whispering, suddenly fell silent as if under a spell after witnessing Bai Feng's sudden outburst. They widened their eyes, staring at Bai Feng in shock, their hearts overwhelmed by waves of fear crashing against their mental defenses. Some involuntarily gasped, while others clenched their fists tightly, their palms even sweating coldly. The entire scene fell into a dead silence, with only Bai Feng's angry roar echoing in the air. The head of the Bai family is angry. This terrifying pressure, is this the power of a sixth-tier martial artist? It has been years since we last saw the head of the Bai family take action. The strength is no ordinary sixth-tier martial artist. The head of the Bai family's talent is indeed terrifying. With such strong talent and the Bai family's terrifying foundation, his future achievements are limitless. This pressure has likely reached the mid-sixth tier. The rise of the Bai family is unstoppable. Zhong Hongshan is finished. Years ago, his cultivation was stuck at the peak of the fifth tier. Even with significant opportunities afterward, he could barely step into the sixth tier. Ah, what a pity. Zhong Hongshan was also a top genius back then. His talent stronger than that of the head of the Bai family. I once heard that Zhong Hongshan's talent back in the day even shocked the capital, and the Justice Church wanted to bring him into their headquarters for secret training. Unfortunately, he later suffered a hidden injury, and his talent plummeted, causing his cultivation to stagnate. Otherwise, Zhong Hongshan wouldn't still be at the Law Enforcement Bureau in Jiangnan Province. Faced with Bai Feng's fury, everyone thought Zhong Hongshan was doomed. Only Zhao Huangqiao, standing behind Zhong Hongshan, noticed something amiss. He realized that his master's robe didn't even flutter, and his entire aura was unaffected by the other's rage. Bai Feng's seemingly terrifying pressure as a sixth-tier martial artist stirred up chaos. But in reality, all the shockwaves vanished silently as they approached Zhong Hongshan, without any warning. Even he and his senior brothers and sisters, standing behind their master, were not affected in the slightest. The two had yet to engage, but from their master's calm demeanor, it was clear that Bai Feng was no match for him. However, Zhao Huangqiao felt a hint of doubt. From both passers-by and his senior sister Li Shuya, he knew that his master had suffered a hidden injury in a battle years ago. This was also the main reason he had become a limping old man. That battle had damaged his master's talent, causing his cultivation to stagnate at the peak of the fifth tier. But why, when facing a mid-sixth tier martial artist, could he still remain so composed? What secret did his master hold? Father, please don't be angry. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Shadows of martial artists swept through the air. Everyone felt a fierce pressure above their heads, terrifying enough to make them unable to lift their heads. In the distance, a silver light shone brightly, and upon closer inspection, it was Bai Long leading his awe-inspiring law enforcement team, slowly approaching. Bai Long was clad in an extraordinarily magnificent silver armor. This armor shimmered with dazzling light, as if forged from countless stars. Each piece of armor fit his strong physique, outlining his majestic silhouette. This was clearly not ordinary armor, but a high-quality spiritual artifact. He held a silver dragon spear tightly in his hand, its tip radiating cold light, resembling a roaring silver dragon ready to leap out. This spear was not only a deadly weapon but also a symbol of Bai Long's power and authority. Draped over his broad back was a deep purple robe. The robe danced in the wind, its color deep and rich, contrasting with Bai Long's silver armor, further enhancing his extraordinary demeanor and heroic appearance. Among the purple-robed law enforcers, Bai Long's attire appeared extremely luxurious. He stood tall and imposing, like a young god of war, looking down upon the masses. Besides Bai Long, his law enforcement team included 2 other purple-robed enforcers and 12 yellow-robed enforcers. Such a luxurious lineup left people dumbfounded. Upon seeing his son arrive, Bai Feng withdrew his spiritual power. After all, his son was now the nominal deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and it was more appropriate for him to handle many matters than for Bai Feng to step in. Bai Long pointed his spear at Zhong Hongshan and said in a deep voice, "Zhong Hongshan, do you know your crime? Killing members of my Bai family is a heinous crime." Zhong Hongshan raised his eyes, a hint of irritation appearing in his deep gaze, and said, "You are not qualified to judge me." Bai Long was instantly furious. "We are all purple-robed enforcers, and I am still the deputy director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Am I not qualified?" Just then, another purple light flashed from the horizon. Upon landing, the newcomer was also a purple-robed enforcer, but of a higher rank. If he is not qualified, then what about me? The newcomer was none other than the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Xin Liang. After Bai Long arrived, Xin Liang also personally came to the scene. The situation was escalating, and the crowd of onlookers was growing larger. Xin Liang reprimanded in a deep voice, "He has no qualifications. What about me? Zhong Hongshan, hurry up and come back to the headquarters with me. What you did this time is too much." The onlookers were buzzing with discussion. "Damn, even the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau is here. Zhong Hongshan is completely finished." It seems Zhong Hongshan has no backing. The only one who can help him is the Law Enforcement Bureau. Now that the second young master of the Bai family, Bai Long, has come with the enforcement team to encircle him, and even the director has come personally to question him, Zhong Hongshan is now utterly isolated and helpless. Of course, he is isolated and helpless. He is facing the Bai family, a martial arts family with 1,000 years of heritage. Even the Law Enforcement Bureau has to look to the Bai family in Jinling City. Xin Liang, as the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, must consider the bigger picture. If he angers the Bai family, the Law Enforcement Bureau will probably find it difficult to move an inch in Jinling City. Zhong Hongshan is confused. He originally had a bright future and top-tier talent. This talent made countless people envious. Even the headquarters of the Justice Church valued him. If he had joined the headquarters of the Justice Church, with abundant resources for training, combined with his talent, he might have reached the peak of the 6th stage by now. But now, his superior Xin Liang probably doesn't even have the qualifications to sit at the same table with him. Unfortunately, such a bright future was destroyed by his own hands. All of this was due to his character. His stubborn nature led to his current predicament. Many couldn't help but sigh. He was once a generation's pride, but now he has fallen to such a state. What a pity. Everyone thought that with the director personally coming, Zhong Hongshan would have to soften. Who knew? Zhong Hongshan merely glanced at Xin Liang and calmly said, "You have no qualifications either." As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap splitting the sky, instantly exploding throughout the entire venue. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden statement, gasping in shock. In an instant, the previously noisy scene fell silent, all eyes wide open, staring in disbelief at the speaker, Zhong Hongshan. God, has this person gone mad? How dare he say such a thing? The director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. That is a person of great power and high status, and someone actually dares to say that even the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau has no qualifications? This is simply a contempt and provocation against the entire law enforcement system. Who is so arrogant and reckless to utter such ignorant words? Oh dear, what on earth is going on with Zhong Hongshan? Has he suffered some incredibly heavy blow? To be foolish to this extent is simply beyond cure. I really don't know what is in his head. Could it be all glue? Such a level of stupidity is truly astonishing. I think, even if a deity descended, it would be difficult to save his already rotten brain. At this moment, Bai Long, seeing Zhong Hongshan's ignorance of the situation, slightly curled his lips, sketching a disdainful cold smile. His icy gaze pierced like a cold blade straight at Zhong Hongshan, then he slowly spoke, "Director, you can just stand aside and watch, no need to intervene. This kind of ignorant fool is for me to deal with. Today, I will make him understand what it means to have a sense of awe." After saying this, a powerful and fierce aura emanated from Bai Long, as if the surrounding air had become heavy due to his momentum. Bai Long pointed his silver dragon spear at Zhong Hongshan and said, "Zhong Hongshan, you are now under arrest. Even if you are a purple-robed enforcer, I will kill you on the spot, and no one will hold me accountable. Prepare to die." Zhong Hongshan calmly replied, "Come at me then. I know you are strong, but you are ultimately a purple-robed enforcer, and I have 3 purple-robed enforcers on my side." As soon as the words fell, the white dragon's figure flashed and instantly transformed into a streak of white lightning, rushing forward. He tightly gripped a silver dragon spear that gleamed with a chilling light, the tip radiating a terrifying cold glow. With a roar of fury, he lunged toward his target like an arrow released from a bow, carrying the momentum of thunder and an unwavering determination, vowing to slay the enemy in one blow. The white dragon showcased his terrifying strength. A mid-stage 5th-tier warrior. At this age, this level of cultivation, he could be considered a top genius. Heavens, has he really reached mid-stage 5th tier? The white dragon's talent is so terrifying, he might not be any worse than his elder brother. Perhaps the Bai family doesn't even need to take action. The second young master of the Bai family and those purple-robed enforcers could easily kill Zhong Hongshan. Suddenly, the white dragon leaped, his figure agile as he shot into the sky like lightning. He held the spear tightly, its tip shimmering with cold light, as if containing endless power. In an instant, an incredibly powerful aura erupted from the white dragon, surging like a volcanic eruption. He shouted, "Dragon Breaker Kill." These 3 words thundered like a clap of thunder, deafening. As the white dragon roared, the spear in his hand instantly burst forth with dazzling brilliance, its power unprecedented. The light surged forward like a torrent, sweeping away everything in its path. Where it passed, the winds and clouds changed color, and the earth trembled. The surrounding air was stirred into a rolling vortex by this immense power. Sand and stones flew from the ground, trees were uprooted, and the entire scene was terrifying, as if the apocalypse had arrived. In the midst of this chaos stood the white dragon, like a war god descending, imposing and majestic. In that moment, the silver dragon spear in his hand glimmered with a cold light, racing toward Zhong Hongshan like lightning. This thrust carried a fierce momentum and a deadly resolve, as if it aimed to pierce through the enemy before him. However, at that critical moment, Zhong Hongshan, who had been standing still, finally moved. He slightly shifted his body, evading the sharp edge of the silver dragon's spear like a ghost. At the same time, his right hand shot out swiftly, accurately grasping the spear shaft, and with a flick of his fingers, he sent the white dragon flying. The white dragon was startled and quickly adjusted his posture. He thrust again, the spear shadows heavy, blocking all of Zhong Hongshan's escape routes. But Zhong Hongshan's hands moved like lightning, directly grasping the spear's body. The white dragon pulled back with all his might, but found it immovable. Zhong Hongshan's gaze sharpened, and with a low shout, he suddenly exerted force. The white dragon felt a tremendous power surge through him, and his body uncontrollably flew backward. The few purple-robed enforcers saw this and immediately rushed forward to attack Zhong Hongshan. Zhong Hongshan stomped the ground, leaping high into the air, flipping mid-flight. A strong surge of spiritual power erupted from his palm, accurately striking the advancing purple-robed enforcers. At this moment, Zhong Hongshan slowly landed, his aura growing increasingly intense. The entire scene fell silent. At the entrance of the Bai family, countless people were shocked by Zhong Hongshan's terrifying strength. What level of cultivation is this? He actually isn't stuck at a standstill. How is this possible? Everyone had always believed he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, unable to make any further progress no matter how hard he tried. Yet the strength displayed before them completely overturned their previous understanding. What could have caused him to suddenly become so powerful? Had he been hiding his true strength all along? Or had he obtained some rare treasure or mysterious inheritance, leading to a breakthrough in his cultivation? It was truly shocking and perplexing. The White Dragon is a mid-stage 5th-tier warrior, and he has countless high-quality magical artifacts at his disposal. Not to mention, he is not alone. Are so many purple-robed enforcers unable to defeat just one Zhong Hongshan? Is the peak of the 5th tier really that powerful? Or is it that Zhong Hongshan, by some stroke of luck, has broken through to the 6th tier? Hiss! What kind of luck is this? He has hidden injuries, his cultivation has stagnated, yet he can still break through to the 6th tier? Standing not far away, Xun Liang's face was filled with terror, his body trembling slightly from extreme fear. He stared wide-eyed at the two fighting ahead, his heart already in his throat. After all, he himself possessed the cultivation of a peak 5th-tier warrior. Yet even so, when he saw the scene, he could clearly feel the suffocating wave of powerful energy. There was no doubt that Zhong Hongshan had successfully broken through to the 6th tier. The gap in strength at this level filled Xun Liang with despair and helplessness. Xun Liang couldn't help but think, if he were to rely solely on his own strength to lead that group of purple-robed enforcers to capture Zhong Hongshan, then the final outcome would likely be as tragic as that of the White Dragon. After all, Zhong Hongshan was not an easy opponent, his strength was unfathomable. And while those purple-robed enforcers usually appeared imposing, they would struggle to perform effectively against such a formidable enemy. If the operation failed, it would not only bring shame and humiliation to the entire enforcement team, but it could also lead to their own demise. No! A shrill and desperate roar echoed through the skies, as if it were tearing the world apart. The white dragon, who had stood up again, widened his eyes, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. His face was flushed, veins bulging, like sinister worms crawling across his forehead and neck. This is absolutely impossible. Another furious roar erupted, deafening. At this moment, the white dragon resembled an enraged lion pushed to the brink. He exuded a chilling aura. As the second young master of the Bai family, he had always been the center of attention since childhood. This mere Zhong Hongshan, also a purple-robed enforcer, could not possibly defeat him. The white dragon was unwilling to accept this and stood up again. His expression was as dark as water, his eyes wide open, and he suddenly let out a deep and soul-stirring roar, Azure Dragon 9 Heavens. This roar sounded like a thunderclap echoing in the heavens, shaking the entire world. As those 4 words resounded through the skies, the entire world trembled and changed color. A fierce wind howled in, sweeping up clouds of dust and debris, surging like monstrous waves. The originally clear sky was instantly shrouded in dark clouds, the sunlight completely blocked out, leaving only a dim and gloomy atmosphere. Brilliant lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by deafening thunder. It was as if the heavens were showcasing their unparalleled majesty and power, instilling fear in the hearts of all. The earth began to shake violently, as if it would be torn apart by this immense force. People looked on in terror at the scene before them, filled with awe and fear. Azure Dragon 9 Heavens? Isn't that the Bai family's ancestral S-rank martial technique? My god, the second young master of the Bai family has truly mastered Azure Dragon 9 Heavens, and from the looks of it, he might have reached proficiency. This is the first time in my life I've seen someone use an S-rank martial technique. They say S-rank martial techniques can defeat enemies of higher tiers. I wonder if Zhong Hongshan can withstand it this time. The world was in constant turmoil. The power of the White Dragon's S-rank martial technique was truly terrifying. However, Zhong Hongshan still stood there, his eyes as calm as a deep well, listening to the roar of the Azure Dragon, and said lightly, "The martial arts are good, but it's a pity they are wasted in your hands." In the vast, boundless, and deep sky, a gigantic phantom of the Azure Dragon began to slowly coalesce at some unknown time. This Azure Dragon phantom was lifelike, as if it truly existed. It coiled and twisted its body, rolling freely in the heavens above, each movement stirring up a howling gale and a rumbling thunder. Accompanying the movements of the Azure Dragon Phantom were deep and soul-shaking dragon roars that echoed continuously. It was as if 1,000 drums were beating in unison, resonating through the clouds, shaking the eardrums painfully, almost causing deafness. These dragon roars seemed to be the wrath of ancient times, containing endless majesty and power. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Phantom was continuously absorbing the spiritual energy and power of the heavens and earth, constantly accumulating its own might. As time passed, the radiance emanating from it became increasingly dazzling, making it impossible to look directly at. Finally, when the power accumulated by the Azure Dragon Phantom reached its peak, it suddenly opened its massive mouth and let out a world-shattering roar, then dove down like a bolt of lightning, charging straight towards Zhong Hongshan below. At this moment, Zhong Hongshan finally moved, letting out a deep, angry shout. Heaven's punishment! In an instant, the calm, restrained elder erupted with a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spine. It was as if the gods and demons of the heavens had descended to the mortal realm, the terrifying pressure forcing people to prostrate themselves. Zhong Hongshan stood quietly, his deep-set eyes flashing with lightning like silver snakes. Each flash seemed to tear apart the darkness. Meanwhile, the heavy dark clouds in the sky were being stirred by an invisible hand, rolling and surging continuously. These clouds grew thicker and lower, creating a suffocating sense of oppression that made it hard to breathe. Zhong Hongshan's gaze was like lightning. He straightened his body, exuding a powerful aura. He spoke in a deep voice, "Humph, a mere azure dragon dares to stand in the heavens? It truly knows no bounds." His voice was as loud as a great bell, echoing between heaven and earth, as if it would shatter the entire sky. At the Bai family gate, at that moment, the many onlookers witnessed Zhong Hongshan truly unleash his shocking abilities. In an instant, gasps of astonishment rose and fell. Thunder technique. It was actually Zhong Hongshan's unique thunder technique. Some were so excited their voices trembled. Such terrifying and unparalleled thunderous power was hard to imagine. What kind of extraordinary talent did he possess to achieve such a feat? Another person looked astonished, mouth agape as if a chicken egg could fit inside. The dazzling bolts of lightning, like divine punishment descending from the heavens, instilled fear, causing involuntary shivers throughout their bodies. Yet another person turned pale, legs weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. How could this still be called ordinary martial arts? It was clearly a punishment technique sent down from above, one that no one could withstand. The exclamations in the crowd surged higher and higher, everyone deeply shaken by the scene before them, their eyes fixed on Zhong Hongshan, afraid to miss any thrilling moment. At first, everyone thought this battle was without suspense. How could Zhong Hongshan have any chance against the powerful law enforcement bureau? They all shook their heads and sighed, convinced he would surely fail miserably this time. However, just when people had no hope left, Zhong Hongshan began to reveal his shocking strength. He moved like a ghost, his form flickering unpredictably, each move infused with boundless power and exquisite technique. The once imposing and arrogant members of the Law Enforcement Bureau gradually found themselves at a disadvantage before him. As time passed, Zhong Hongshan grew bolder in his attacks, while those from the Bureau struggled increasingly to withstand his onslaught. At this moment, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream, their eyes wide in disbelief at the incredible scene before them. There truly was someone in the world who could stand against the vast Law Enforcement Bureau with sheer strength. Moreover, it appeared he still had strength to spare. Perhaps, this time, the Bai family was truly in for a disaster. Boom, accompanied by a deafening, earth-shattering roar. The explosive thunder sounded like a roar from ancient times, suddenly echoing across the boundless sky. It was as if the heavens were delivering a judgment upon all things, heralding an impending, heart-stopping divine punishment about to descend upon the world. The once invincible azure dragon still soared high among the clouds, its enormous body twisted and stretched like a towering mountain range. Covered in scales as hard as iron, it shimmered with a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine. However, facing the sudden thunder, the azure dragon was caught completely off guard. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, thick as a dragon, struck directly at the azure dragon. The lightning carried a terrifying power that tore apart the surrounding air, forming a massive vortex of energy. The azure dragon instinctively opened its massive mouth to unleash a torrent of flames in an attempt to resist the force of the thunder, but the lightning surged through effortlessly, piercing through the fiery defense and striking the azure dragon's body with a fierce blow. In that moment, flashes of lightning and thunder clashed brilliantly, illuminating the entire sky as bright as day. The azure dragon struggled fiercely against the power of the thunder, twisting its body and desperately swinging its sharp claws to break free from the binding. Yet, after just a moment, the azure dragon gradually succumbed to the endless lightning. Countless bolts struck it like a torrential downpour, gradually enveloping it completely. Ultimately, the once majestic figure of the azure dragon was entirely consumed by the relentless lightning. Screams of anguish echoed from within the sea of lightning, reverberating between heaven and earth, sending chills down spines. At this moment, the azure dragon could only make a final, desperate struggle before the overwhelming force of nature. Every person present, whether seasoned warriors or fresh recruits, was profoundly shaken to their core by the scene unfolding before them. They stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, as if time had frozen, leaving only the astonishing spectacle. Some even forgot to breathe in their shock, their bodies stiff as statues. Others felt their hearts racing violently, as if they might burst from their chests. This shock swept over them like a violent storm, shattering their previous understanding and imagination. With a loud bang, the once imposing and magnificent figure of the azure dragon shattered into pieces, and the white dragon, who had just unleashed an S-rank martial technique, now fell like a kite with its string cut, plummeting from the sky. He crashed heavily onto the hard ground, blood gushing from his mouth like a crimson fountain, a horrifying sight. Not only that, but his body twitched uncontrollably on the ground, each convulsion accompanied by painful groans. The heavenly thunder that had descended was like a merciless giant sword, striking down upon the white dragon. The damage and fear brought by this strike had deeply imprinted on his soul, becoming an indelible shadow. No, this is impossible. How could you possibly break through to the 6th level? The white dragon's face was filled with terror. Zhong Hongshan's ability to easily break through his Sanglong Jotian undoubtedly marked him as a 6th-level warrior. Zhong Hongshan was ready to continue his attack. With a thunderous roar, a fierce sword energy surged forward. The sword energy swept across the ground, leaving a long gash, within which emanated strands of intense sword intent. How dare you! Bai Feng shouted angrily. The one releasing the sword energy was indeed him. Bai Feng suddenly had a long sword in his hand, its blade elongated and its hilt snow-white, continuously releasing an icy aura as if it aimed to freeze the entire world. The bone-chilling cold made everyone present tremble uncontrollably. The head of the Bai family, Bai Feng, specialized in swordsmanship, wielding the sword known as Tianling Bingren, a top-tier A-grade spiritual weapon. Waves of cold air rampaged, as if the heavens and earth were about to be frozen. When Zhao Huangchao saw this scene, his pupils constricted. Such intense sword intent. Even just standing there, the sword intent released by that person could suppress his bloodthirsty sword intent. Zhao Huangchao thought to himself, Bai Feng's talent should not be at S level, he probably has top-tier A-grade swordsmanship talent. Feeling the icy sword intent around him, Zhao Huangchao attempted to release his bloodthirsty sword intent to resist. Suddenly, Zhao Huangchao's brow twitched. His B-level, 99%, swordsmanship talent seemed to be loosening. At the entrance of the Bai family, the White Dragon was easily defeated by Zhong Hongshan, another purple-robed enforcer, and was in a dire situation. At the critical moment, Bai Feng made his move. He slightly raised his hand, and a cold light suddenly appeared, revealing an ancient yet sharp long sword slowly materializing in his grasp. The sword's blade shimmered with a cold light, resembling brilliant cold stars in the night sky, making it hard to look directly at. A terrifying chill continuously emanated from the sword, instantly enveloping the entire space. This long sword was the Bai family's ancestral A-grade spiritual treasure, Tianling Bingren. As one of the top-tier A-grade spiritual treasures, the terrifying pressure it emitted was simply suffocating. The many onlookers felt a tightening in their chests, an indescribable fear surged within them, and some even trembled involuntarily, their legs going weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. It should be noted that in the entire Jinling city, while A-grade spiritual treasures were not rare, treasures like Tianling Bingren, which were at the pinnacle of A-grade, were extremely rare. It is no exaggeration to say that there were very few people in Jinling City who could possess such a treasure, perhaps only a handful. Looking at the Tianling Bingren itself, its blade was entirely snow-white like jade, crystal clear as if it were flawless mutton-fat jade. However, within this beauty lay endless danger and coldness, as if the ice of 10,000 years would never melt. When Bai Feng grasped the hilt, his immense sword intent resonated with it, the two perfectly merging together. In an instant, the might of Tianling Bingren surged, awakening like an ancient ice god that had long been asleep, bringing with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Bai Feng's expression was as dark as water. He widened his eyes, his face filled with rage as he shouted in a deep voice, "How dare you!" This roar was like thunder erupting from the ground, akin to the booming sound of a great bell rolling down from the heavens, resounding in everyone's ears. The magnitude of the sound and its ferocity made the onlookers cover their ears, their faces contorted in pain, and some even struggled to stand, nearly falling to the ground. Zhong Hongshan, do not bully others too much. Bai Feng's eyes blazed with fire, staring directly at the person before him, continuing to shout loudly. At this moment, his chest was heaving violently, clearly filled with rage to the extreme. I have endured you time and again, but that does not mean I will let you trample on my bottom line at will, nor will I allow you to take advantage of me. Do you really think the Bai family is a soft persimmon that can be squeezed at will? Let me tell you, the Bai family will not tolerate any insult. By the end of his sentence, Bai Feng shouted with all his might. The endless fury and authority in his words seemed capable of igniting the air around him. The terrifying pressure of a sixth-tier martial artist erupted like a volcanic explosion, completely unleashed. At this moment, Bai Feng resembled a fully enraged lion, his fur standing on end, eyes wide open, letting out a deafening roar. As his might was released, the hard ground actually caved in, forming a bottomless pit, as if the earth itself trembled before this immense power. Meanwhile, waves of chilling spiritual energy rippled outward, mixed with strands of piercing cold, continuously spreading outward. However, in the face of such a terrifying scene, Zhong Hongshan remained calm and composed, as steady as a towering mountain. He merely waved his large palm lightly, and the countless surging cold energies vanished as if they had encountered a nemesis, disappearing without a trace, leaving not even a hint behind. From beginning to end, Zhong Hongshan exuded an aura of unshakable stability and unfathomable depth. Whether it was when he faced the imposing Bai Long, who had come with several law enforcers in purple robes to demand accountability, or later when the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Shen Liang, personally came to investigate, or even now facing the top powerhouse of the Bai family, Bai Feng, he remained exceptionally calm, showing no signs of panic or emotional fluctuation. He was like a mysterious and profound abyss. No matter how hard others tried to probe, they could hardly touch his true depth and strength. Zhong Hongshan still spoke calmly. I am a purple-robed enforcer from the Jiangnan Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau. I am here not for other matters, but solely to enforce the law. Bai Feng's face flushed with anger. Enforce the law? How dare you say that? The matters you refer to are trivialities from years ago, even over a decade ago. They are all insignificant issues that even if Bai Feng wanted to cooperate with the investigation, there would be nothing to investigate. Just say it if you're looking for trouble. Bai Feng's originally fair face now showed a slight tinge of black, as if shrouded in dark clouds, looking terrifyingly gloomy. At this crucial moment, deep down, he did not wish to provoke any trouble, yet that did not mean he would retreat time and again without a bottom line, swallowing his anger. In an instant, Bai Feng flicked his wrist, and the long sword in his hand sliced through the air like lightning, producing a sharp sound of breaking air. As the sword swung rapidly in the air, the surrounding air seemed to freeze instantly, condensing into glistening frost that fell like snowflakes. Since you insist on seeking trouble, don't blame my sword for not recognizing people. Bai Feng glared angrily, his voice booming like thunder, deafening. It's been too long since I've stretched my muscles, to the point that even these insignificant pests dare to come to our Bai family to act recklessly and flaunt their power. As he spoke, he pointed the long sword at the opponent, his eyes flashing with cold light, sending chills down the spine. Today, I will use you to make an example. Let the entire Jinling city understand clearly that our Bai family is not a soft persimmon to be bullied, and we possess formidable strength that cannot be underestimated. As he spoke, Bai Feng's aura suddenly surged, like a volcano on the verge of eruption, exuding endless pressure and fury. Countless onlookers were both fearful and curious. Bai, the head of the Bai family, is actually going to make a move. One is a purple-robed enforcer, representing the Law Enforcement Bureau, and the other is the head of the Bai family, representing the Bai family. Could it be that these two major forces are about to tear each other apart? A bystander couldn't help but say, "What a joke. The Law Enforcement Bureau is going to confront the Bai family? Do they even have the right?" You probably don't know the weight of the Bai family in Jinling. The Law Enforcement Bureau is merely a puppet of the Bai family. Zhong Hongshan is simply seeking death. At the entrance of the Bai family, no one believed Zhong Hongshan would survive the day. Shen Liang in the crowd sighed and shook his head. He couldn't help but lament. What a pity, the once top genius is about to perish here today. With top talent but no good sense, wanting to seek death, I can't save you. Indeed, Shen Liang was not there to deal with Zhong Hongshan, on the contrary, he was there to save him. Shen Liang was not a villain, more often than not, he was a reflection of the dark side of an ordinary person's heart. Coming from a low background, he wanted to climb up, and many things required him to curry favor and turn a blind eye. But if it came to truly heinous acts, he had never committed any. Which ordinary person isn't like this? Who doesn't have darkness in their heart? Yet it isn't entirely dark. There will always be some conscience. Shen Liang came today to stop Zhong Hongshan from escalating the situation and to prevent him from seeking trouble with the Bai family. As long as he could take Zhong Hongshan back, he believed the Bai family would not pursue the matter further. After all, who didn't know Zhong Hongshan's character? He was completely a madman. Why bother getting angry with a madman? Moreover, this madman was also a purple-robed enforcer with some strength. A cornered dog could still jump over a wall. But now, it was all too late. Zhong Hongshan had severely injured Bai Long and even sought his life. Even though Bai Feng, the head of the Bai family, had already revealed his bottom line, Zhong Hongshan still provocatively challenged him without knowing his own death. In this situation, even if the director himself intervened, he couldn't protect him. Shen Liang could only sigh and shake his head. Waves of spiritual energy rippled outward from Bai Feng, continuously releasing a powerful force that seemed to tear the surrounding air apart. Bai Feng's eyes, once deep as a pool, now shone with a dazzling white light, sharp and cold like a moon in a frigid night, making it hard to look directly at him. At the same time, as the spiritual energy surged within him, the temperature around him plummeted sharply, and even a thin layer of frost began to form in the air. At this moment, the Tianling ice blade tightly gripped in Bai Feng's hand shone with a mesmerizing brilliance, dazzling like stars falling from the sky. Accompanied by this light, sharp sword chi rapidly coalesced. These sword chi were not ordinary but composed of countless tiny frost particles, slowly drifting in the air like crystal-clear snowflakes, beautiful yet containing deadly danger. Bai Feng's deep voice rang out, "With one sword, I can take your life." Though his voice was not loud, the chilling killing intent it conveyed made everyone present shudder. Bai Feng gripped the glimmering Tianling ice blade tightly, his arm muscles tensed, and with a sudden burst of strength, he raised it high and thrust it fiercely into the air. In an instant, the sky seemed to be torn apart, and crystal-clear snowflakes fell like goose feathers. These snowflakes were not ordinary, each one contained a chilling sword chi. The power carried by a single snowflake is enough to easily kill an ordinary third-tier martial artist. As Bai Feng shouted, "Heavenly snow and sword," the entire space seemed to tremble. A buzzing sound suddenly echoed in the minds of the onlookers, like the roar of thunder. They looked on in astonishment, unable to believe the scene before them. Someone exclaimed, "It's actually the heavenly snow one sword." Another person murmured in horror, "This is the ultimate sword technique that the head of the Bai family is famous for." Others gasped in amazement, "This is a top-tier A-level martial skill." Back then, the head of the Bai family challenged a martial artist of a higher level, and the two fought fiercely. At a critical moment, the head of the Bai family used the heavenly snow one sword to turn the tide. That battle was also the moment of fame for the young Bai Feng, shocking the martial arts community of Jinling, as the Bai family produced another prodigy. At the scene, martial artists with considerable cultivation observed from a distance, speculating, from the stance of the sword technique, could it be that the head of the Bai family has already reached perfection? Upon hearing this, those around couldn't help but gasp in shock. Perfection! This was the perfection of A-level martial skills, How many in the entire city of Jinling could achieve that? They looked up to Bai Feng's transcendent status, but forgot that he was once a prodigy himself. An elder beside them slowly shook his head and said, "No, it is not perfection. Martial skills are divided into 4 realms: entry, proficiency, mastery, and perfection. In fact, entry is simple, and most martial artists can reach proficiency. One could say that an ordinary martial artist can truly showcase martial skills only at the proficiency level. Reaching mastery is a rare feat. To cultivate a martial skill to mastery is already at the level of a grandmaster. And perfection." The elder's eyes revealed a hint of despair as he said, "Throughout history, only the creators of martial skills have been able to reach this realm. And aside from the creators, even a C-level or D-level martial skill would require great fortune to achieve perfection. A-level martial skills reaching perfection have been extremely rare throughout history. Only absolute talent, combined with opportunity, offers a slim chance. Perfection and mastery are worlds apart. Reaching perfection is almost like a completely new martial skill." Listening to the explanation from this esteemed elder, a nearby martial artist couldn't help but ask, "Even the head of the Bai family's renowned skill hasn't reached perfection?" The elder shook his head slightly, and the young man's eyes seemed to fill with despair. He couldn't help but ask again, "If it hasn't reached perfection, why does it seem that the head of the Bai family's martial skill is not merely mastery, but seems even more extraordinary?" The young man naively thought this was the martial skill of the perfection realm. The elder slowly replied, "Within the mastery realm, there are 4 levels: mastery, subtlety, transcendence, and half-step perfection. Only after these can one reach perfection. Only an unparalleled prodigy can leap from mastery to perfection in one step. If one truly wants to cultivate a martial skill to perfection, they must go through these 4 minor realms, step by step, to have a chance at perfection. Among the countless strong individuals I have seen, none have been able to cultivate a martial skill to perfection. Those who claim to have achieved perfection are actually stuck at the half-step perfection realm, unable to take the final step." The curious young man asked, "Then what level does the head of the Bai family's heavenly snow one sword belong to?" The elder's eyes sparkled as he said, "Subtlety. Subtlety." Upon hearing the elder mention subtlety, the young man's pupils constricted. Then, a hint of despair appeared in his eyes. With the pressure of a prodigy like the head of the Bai family and the endless resources of the Bai family, could his renowned skills be anything but superficial? How exactly should one train to perfect martial arts? There's no need to think, he certainly isn't that once-in-a-millennium genius. But Zhao Huangchao, who possesses a system, is that kind of person. He still has no idea what it means to be subtle or transcendent. Mastering martial arts doesn't just require a bit of justice value to reach perfection, does it? Is that really so difficult? The young man sighed and looked up at the utterly predictable duel, saying, "Just a mere purple-robed enforcer, yet he dares to use his renowned skills. It seems he really wants to finish in one blow." This time, the old man agreed with the young man's view, nodding slowly and saying, "Bai Feng wants to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Only a single blow can create enough shock to deter other restless martial artists." The young man asked, "Can Zhong Hongshan withstand this blow?" The old man shook his head slightly, saying, "Absolutely not. Zhong Hongshan's talent was even higher than Bai Feng's back in the day. But he suffered hidden injuries, his cultivation stagnated, stuck at the peak of the 5th stage, and he will never break through to the 6th stage in his lifetime. Moreover, with Bai Feng backed by the Bai family and possessing endless resources, the gap between them is not trivial." Many people present shared the same feeling as the old man and the young man. Facing just a purple-robed enforcer, the head of the Bai family actually used such a powerful and ruthless martial skill without hesitation, which seemed like overkill, akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, only Bai Feng himself knew best that this opponent named Zhong Hongshan brought him an unprecedented sense of oppression in crisis. This feeling told him that the other party could not possibly be just an ordinary purple-robed enforcer. This person likely concealed unfathomable strength. It was even possible that he was a 6th-stage martial artist. Thinking of this, Bai Feng couldn't help but gasp, not daring to harbor any contempt. "Die!" Bai Feng shouted angrily, like thunder shaking the heavens, and in an instant, the entire world changed color. A fierce wind howled and swept in, lifting up the flying snow, which fell like dense goose feathers. This violent wind and snow seemed to transform into an incredibly ferocious beast, opening its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs, vowing to devour everything in the world. Wherever it passed, trees were uprooted, and boulders rolled about, creating a scene of chaos. However, in the very center of that raging, all-encompassing blizzard, Zhong Hongshan stood like an ancient mountain, unmoving. He slowly extended a hand, weathered and wrinkled from the passage of time, and in that instant, an invisible yet chillingly terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from him, rolling outwards like a tide. At the same time, his originally deep-set eyes, which seemed capable of swallowing everything, suddenly shone with brilliance. Like two bolts of lightning cutting through the night sky, they were too dazzling to look at directly. Then, he let out a deep, angry shout. Ha! In an instant, a brilliant purple lightning bolt appeared in his palm without warning. At first, this lightning was merely an extremely weak point of light, but it seemed to have a life of its own, joyfully dancing in Zhong Hongshan's palm, flashing with a charming yet dangerous glow. However, as Zhong Hongshan suddenly exerted force, that seemingly small and fragile lightning underwent an astonishing transformation. It rapidly expanded at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an incredibly thick electric python, coiling and twisting in midair. In the blink of an eye, this electric python had already split into countless strands of purple lightning of varying thickness, intertwining and wrapping around each other, quickly filling the entire sky. In an instant, the thunder roared, the booming sound deafening, echoing through the clouds. The dazzling and powerful bolts of lightning continuously streaked across the horizon as if they were about to tear apart the very fabric of this world. Such a terrifying sight left people trembling in fear, their souls involuntarily shivering. At this moment, the entire sky had seemingly transformed into an endless sea of thunder, while Zhong Hongshan stood alone, proudly atop the sea of thunder, one hand raised high, commanding the raging lightning that danced and roared across the sky. He exuded an unparalleled aura of majesty, like a legendary thunder god descending to the mortal realm, instilling a deep sense of awe. In that fleeting moment, the thunderous magic descended upon the world like a brilliant flash of lightning piercing the dark night sky. The entire scene was suddenly engulfed in dead silence, as if time had frozen at that instant. The originally noisy environment became utterly quiet. Everyone stared in shock at Zhong Hongshan, their eyes filled with disbelief and profound astonishment. At that moment, Zhong Hongshan resembled a god king from ancient times, radiating a chilling aura. He was surrounded by endless thunderous power, these violent forces surging like a tumultuous ocean, sweeping across the entire world. The raging blizzard, upon encountering the thunder, began to retreat in panic like a frightened beast. However, Zhong Hongshan showed no signs of holding back. He continued to unleash even more powerful and wild lightning. Every person present felt a fear that seeped from the depths of their souls, spreading rapidly like a plague. They watched helplessly as the endless wind and snow gradually dissipated under the onslaught of the thunder, until it completely vanished. Zhong Hongshan stood firm in the center of the thunder pool, his expression calm as water, and he slowly spoke, "It's nothing more than this." His voice, though not loud, clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying an irresistible authority. Everyone on site was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? Zhong Hongshan actually blocked the attack? This is more than just blocking. I feel that if Zhong Hongshan wanted to, he could even kill the head of the Bai family with a single strike. Is this true thunder magic? The real thunder magic. The most destructive force, bar none. Thunder magic. This is the true king of thunder magic. The strongest single-target attacker is the sword cultivator, but in terms of destructive power, it is undoubtedly the thunder element cultivator. And Zhong Hongshan is the top cultivator who has perfected the use of the thunder element. He is definitely not a fifth-tier cultivator. In that instant, a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly erupted. It was as if the sky had been torn apart, accompanied by a deafening roar, illuminating the entire venue in an instant. When this thunder magic appeared, the previously noisy scene fell into complete silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at what was happening before them. Among the crowd watching from a distance, an old man and a young man stood out particularly. They were far away, but could still clearly feel the powerful fluctuations of energy. At this moment, both of them were equally stunned, their mouths agape, almost large enough to fit an egg. The young man murmured, "How is this possible? Such terrifying thunder magic, how can there be someone in the world who can wield it?" His face was filled with shock as he turned to the old man beside him, urgently asking, Master, what is going on?" However, his master was also in a state of shock, completely frozen, as if he had lost the ability to think. After a long time, the old man slowly came back to his senses, his eyes still filled with shock and confusion. "No, it can't be." The young man, seeing his master's bewildered expression, asked, "Master, could it be that Zhong Hongshan has miraculously broken through to the 6th level and is now a 6th-level warrior?" Zhong Hongshan had suffered internal injuries in the past, his cultivation stuck at the peak of the 5th level. But after so many years, with some opportunities, it wasn't impossible for him to have broken through to the 6th level. After all, there have been precedents of the dead coming back to life, let alone internal injuries. The old man shook his head slightly. The frail old man closed his eyes tightly, his brow furrowed, as scenes flashed through his mind like a movie. The breathtaking moment when Zhong Hongshan unleashed his lightning technique kept flickering before him. The sky was overcast, thunder rumbled, and dazzling lightning streaked across the sky, as if it were going to tear the entire world apart. Zhong Hongshan stood between heaven and earth, his hands dancing, chanting incantations. With his movements and the sound of his spells, countless bolts of lightning erupted from his hands, like a group of furious dragons roaring and rampaging in the air. The overwhelming thunder carried a destructive power, causing mountains to collapse and trees to be instantly reduced to charcoal wherever it struck. The ground was also pockmarked with deep, bottomless craters. Such a terrifying scene was enough to send chills down one's spine. The old man couldn't help but tremble, his body shaking like a sieve, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Even though it was just a memory, the shock was deeply etched in his soul, leaving him unable to calm down for a long time. The old man slowly said, "No, this isn't just a matter of the 6th level. Forget about the lightning technique. Just the pressure he released before using it proves he is undoubtedly a 6th level warrior. But this lightning technique is indeed strange. It's too absurdly strong. I remember Zhong Hongshan had an A-level lightning talent back in the day, hailed as the future king of lightning. An A-level talent is already astonishing, let alone an A-level lightning technique. But the talent Zhong Hongshan is displaying now doesn't seem like an A-level. It feels more like..." The old man suddenly paused halfway through, because that S-level was hard for him to say. S-level? Is it possible? But Zhong Hongshan indeed seemed to possess an S-level talent. An S-level lightning technique is truly terrifying. In martial arts, perfection and mastery are worlds apart. The difference between S-level talent and A-level talent is even greater. If it really is S-level talent, he probably wouldn't even have the qualification to look up to it. Among the crowd, Shen Liang was equally shocked. His pupils trembled continuously. At the moment Zhong Hongshan unleashed his lightning technique, he felt as if he had stopped breathing. What is this? He was so shocked that he could hardly speak. In the past, when working alongside Zhong Hongshan, he knew Zhong Hongshan was incredibly powerful, certainly much stronger than himself. After all, he was once a top genius. Even if he had been injured, a dead camel is larger than a horse. Shen Liang naturally thought it was normal for Zhong Hongshan to be stronger than him, even though both were at the peak of the 5th level. But Zhong Hongshan had cultivated for so many years, it would be strange if he weren't stronger than himself. Every time they carried out a mission, Zhong Hongshan always appeared to be tireless and unhurried. But at this moment, he couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Stronger than me? But does it have to be this much? This is not even on the same level." Even more shocked, or rather, terrified, was Bai Feng. Bai Feng thought he could defeat Zhong Hongshan in one move, but was instead forced to retreat repeatedly. After barely stabilizing himself, his eyes were filled with fear. He looked at Zhong Hongshan, who stood in the lightning pool, seemingly not having used all his strength. He slightly opened his mouth, only to find his throat dry. Lightning continued to swirl around his body. In a brief encounter, he had already sustained some injuries, but outsiders could not tell. The thunder technique is actually this powerful? Bai Feng was filled with many questions. He had seen many thunder technique warriors, but it was the first time he had fought against a thunder technique warrior who was evenly matched with him, and the power of the thunder technique far exceeded his imagination. He feigned ease, flicked his sleeve, and said coldly, "You have already broken through to the 6th level?" After all, many people were watching, and he couldn't lose face. Zhong Hongshan noticed Bai Feng's strong and calm demeanor and couldn't help but smile slightly. "It's just the 6th level. Breaking through is effortless." Many of the onlooking warriors were actually taken aback by Bai Feng's darkening expression, arrogant and conceited. Immediately, Bai Feng's body was surrounded by a surge of sword intent, rising wildly like a raging tide. This time, its might was several times stronger than before. In an instant, dazzling white light erupted from Bai Feng's hands, resembling 2 bright moons hanging in the sky. His expression was serious, his gaze sharp as a sword, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Humph! Even if you have already broken through to the 6th level, what of it? You are merely at the early stage of the 6th level. How could my Bai family take you, a small character, seriously? During our first encounter, I indeed let my guard down, which gave you an opportunity. This time, I will not make the same mistake again. I will ensure you perish on the spot." At this point, Bai Feng's aura grew even stronger, as if he were a volcano about to erupt, containing endless power and killing intent. "Absolute zero!" Bai Feng shouted angrily, and many experienced warriors were immediately stunned. This is another S-rank martial technique. Unlike the S-rank martial technique used by Bai long before, this martial technique is the true treasure of the Bai family. Absolute zero? One of the 2 S-rank martial techniques passed down in the Bai family? I heard that the learning threshold for this S-rank martial technique is the 6th level. Just as Bai Feng unleashed the S-rank martial technique Absolute Zero, the entire scene felt as if a heavy bomb had been dropped. It instantly caused an uproar, with gasps and discussions rising one after another, filling the air. Everyone stared in shock at Bai Feng in the arena, secretly amazed. It should be noted that most people present were very clear that Bai Feng's use of this move was clearly a last-ditch effort, determined to fight desperately. Unlike the previous trivial skirmishes, at this moment, the two powerful 6th-level warriors standing in confrontation were truly astonishing. Once they truly engaged in a life-and-death struggle, it would undoubtedly be a thrilling and relentless battle. It is not an exaggeration to say that if these two top-tier powerhouses really fought without restraint in the center of this bustling city, the terrifying energy released would likely be enough to easily level the entire city, turning it into ruins. In the crowd, Xin Liang's expression suddenly changed, panic written all over his face. This is bad. This is going to escalate. If the two 6th-level warriors fought and caused excessive destruction, he, as the head of the Law Enforcement Bureau, would undoubtedly bear responsibility. If there were casualties, it would be fine if Zhong Hongshan died. But if Bai Feng died, the entire Jinling would be thrown into chaos. Zhong Hongshan's death would simply be a death. As a purple-robed law enforcer and a 6th-level warrior, that identity carried enough weight, his death would inevitably cause a stir, and even the Holy See would pay a little attention. But it would only be a brief commotion, and after a while, it would naturally calm down. However, if Bai Feng died, the consequences would be entirely different. As the head of the Bai family, Bai Feng's family power was immense, with intricate connections. The Bai family openly had 4 or 5 6th-level warriors, but how much true depth they had was unknown. The number of 5th-tier martial artists is countless. Coupled with many puppet forces controlled by the Bai family, their foundation is geometrically significant. All of this combined represents almost half of Jinling City's foundation, and the level of terror is unimaginable. With Bai Feng's death, these people will all become unstable factors. Will they cause chaos to compete for resources or the position of the Bai family head? Or will they create turmoil to avenge Bai Feng? At that time, will they direct their conflicts at Zhong Hongshan, or at the Law Enforcement Bureau? No one can say for sure. The Law Enforcement Bureau is like a watchdog in front of the Bai family, easily controlled by them. But other forces are different. Among the 1,000-year-old families, there are only 2 major families in Jinling City, while many first-rate family forces still fear the Law Enforcement Bureau. In fact, the emergence of the Law Enforcement Bureau has greatly restricted their privileges as first-rate forces and hindered their development. With Bai Feng's death, those first-rate family forces are restless and might come to accuse the Law Enforcement Bureau of malicious murder under false charges, uniting against the Bureau. Thinking of this, Xin Liang has already begun to sweat profusely. Unable to help himself, he said, "This is bad. We're really going to be finished." He desperately thought about how to salvage this impending disaster, but his own strength was only at the peak of the 5th tier, and he had no ability to stop any of this. With 2 6th-tier martial artists fighting to the death, there were probably only 1 or 2 old monsters in all of Jinling City capable of stopping it. If Zhong Hongshan can hold on, Xin Liang muttered to himself, the best outcome at this point would be for the two to be evenly matched, with Zhong Hongshan resisting this attack, and both sides realizing that continuing to fight would lead to mutual destruction, thus ceasing hostilities. This would be the best scenario. Of course, the premise is that Zhong Hongshan's stubborn personality can be slightly flexible. Just as Xin Liang was lost in thought, without any warning, the temperature around him suddenly dropped by more than 100 degrees. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze solid, and a suffocating, terrifying chill surged like a tidal wave, mixed with an incredibly sharp sword aura, as if a pack of ferocious beasts were roaring and rampaging wildly. In the blink of an eye, the originally normal environment had completely transformed into a silver-clad world of ice and snow. Many onlookers, witnessing this scene, displayed extreme terror on their faces. Someone trembled and exclaimed, This is actually the powerful cultivation of mid-6th tier." Another person speculated with a shaking voice, could it be that Bai Feng has already broken through to the 6th tier, 5th level? Far more than that. Just look at the level and proficiency of this S-rank martial skill. It has definitely reached the mastery level. Once Bai Feng revealed his true strength, those who had initially come to watch the excitement were instantly thrown into a panic, losing all desire to continue watching. Fear spread rapidly, and the crowd began to scatter like headless flies. They knew very well that if they didn't hurry to escape this place of trouble, and continued to stay and watch, the only fate awaiting them would likely be death. In the distance, an old man and a young man were also dumbfounded, watching everything unfold. Before Zhong Hongshan's thunderous technique had finished shocking them, Bai Feng showcased the deep foundation of the Bai family S-rank martial skills, and it was a top-tier S-rank martial skill. The old man squinted, his expression complex. "I didn't expect Bai Feng to have reached the 6th tier, 5th level. With such talent, it seems there is still hope for him to break through to the 7th tier in the future." the rise of the Bai family is likely unstoppable. The young man crossed his arms, shivering from the cold. It should be noted that he was a fourth-tier martial artist with thick blood energy. Even from such a distance, he could still feel such a bone-chilling cold. Master, is the difference in S-rank martial skills really that great? The Azure Dragon 9 Heavens used by the White Dragon and the Absolute Zero used by Bai Feng are simply not on the same level. The old man nodded slightly and said, martial skills, like spiritual weapons, are external objects. Their quality is important, but what matters more is who uses them. For martial artists, what truly belongs to them is their talent, which is the greatest dividing line among all martial artists. Moreover, even if both are S-rank martial skills, Absolute Zero itself is of a higher quality than Azure Dragon 9 Heavens. Oh, the young man cast a curious glance at the old man. The old man explained, first of all, the level of proficiency is not even comparable. The White Dragon has just begun, while Bai Feng has mastered the S-rank martial skill. Coupled with the difference in their strengths, can their power be the same? And there is another key factor. Do you know what the head of the Bai family practices? The young man replied, the Bai family has many martial artists and various cultivators, but the main focus is on body refinement, followed by sword cultivation. The old man nodded slightly, exactly, body refinement and sword cultivation. The Bai family has two top-tier S-rank ancestral techniques, one for sword cultivation and one for body refinement. At this moment, in front of the Bai family's solemn and heavy gate, a thrilling battle was unfolding fiercely. The crowd that had originally gathered around to watch, upon sensing the terrifying pressure emanating from the battle, scattered in fear. However, there were still some audacious individuals who remained, either confident 5th-tier strong warriors or a few bold 4th-tier martial artists with exceptional skills. These people stood at a distance, nervously watching every move in the center of the battlefield. As for those below the 4th tier, they did not dare to approach at all, because in the face of Bai Feng's fearsome strength, even a slight ripple from the battle could instantly obliterate them, leaving no trace behind, and their souls would struggle to escape the fate of being devoured. On a distant hill, an old man and a young man were secretly observing the battle. The young man, hearing his master mention the Bai family's ancestral martial skills, couldn't help but feel curious and asked, Master, what are the two ancestral martial skills? Although the young man was also from Jinling, his unique physique and extraordinary talent had kept him in seclusion for years, leaving him with little knowledge of the outside world. The old man gazed into the distance and slowly said, the ancestor of the Bai family was a great hero, known as the #1 swordsman in Jiangnan 1,000 years ago, a mid to late 7th-tier sword cultivator with extraordinary strength. It is said that this old predecessor single-handedly swept through all of Jiangnan, unmatched by anyone. He slowly looked at his disciple and said, the reason why a family can last for 1,000 years is that there have been many 6th-tier martial artists or one 7th-tier martial artist guarding the family during this millennium. And often, the ancestors of a 1,000-year family must be stronger than ordinary 7th-tier martial artists. Do you know why? The young man thought for a moment and replied, the emergence of a super genius who can advance to 7th tier is ultimately a small probability. Even with family resources, a family founded by 7th-tier martial artists, regardless of the consequences of pouring resources, can at most only elevate 6th-tier martial artists. To advance to 7th tier, even for large families, it is a rare genius among thousands. So, to ensure that the family continues to have 7th-tier martial artists, the founder must be a powerful martial artist at the late 7th tier to have that opportunity. The old man nodded with satisfaction and said, exactly, during the process of family inheritance, it often declines. Not to mention being stronger than the ancestors, even if they do not regress or only regress slightly, that generation of the family can be considered to have made great achievements. This is also why there are so many 7th-tier strong warriors, while families with 1,000-year inheritance are so rare. Back then, the ancestor of the Bai family was a mid to late stage 7th-tier sword cultivator, with astonishing talent. By certain fortuitous circumstances, he obtained the S-rank martial art Absolute Zero and gradually deduced and cultivated it, even reaching a peak level of proficiency. It is said that he was only one step away from achieving half-step perfection. Such talent truly makes him a generation's hero, but with such strength, it is still somewhat difficult to establish a family that can last for 1,000 years. However, the ancestor of the Bai family had the fortune to meet a peerless woman, and the two became husband and wife. This woman's talent was even above that of the ancestor of the Bai family, ultimately achieving the first level of the 8th tier. Listening to the master's narration, the young man couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 8th tier? The wife of the ancestor of the Bai family was actually an 8th tier powerhouse. The old man nodded slightly. He was equally shocked when he first heard this news. His wife was a generation's body cultivator, said to be a martial artist from an ancient clan. The martial art she cultivated, S-rank Dragon God 6 transformations, is the top-tier S-rank martial art, even surpassing Absolute Zero in quality. With the support of this 8th-tier martial artist, the Bai family became a family with a 1,000-year legacy. The young man nodded continuously, as if he were hearing a heavenly book. The old man continued, "Do you know that the Azure Dragon 9 Heavens previously displayed by Bai Long is actually just one transformation of the Dragon God 6 transformations?" The young man's brows twitched, shocked. What? One form of an S-rank martial art can actually evolve into an entirely new S-rank martial art? The old man slowly nodded, saying, "The mysteries of martial arts are myriad. We can only glimpse a corner of it. That's why I say Dragon God 6 transformations is the absolute top-tier S-rank martial art. But also because its cultivation difficulty is too great, even the top-tier geniuses with a chance to advance to 7th-tier warriors find it hard to cultivate even one transformation. It is said that in the 1,000 years of inheritance, the Bai family has only had one exceptionally talented body cultivator who managed to reach the entry level of the Dragon God 6 transformations. The Bai family had no choice but to break down the Dragon God 6 transformations, simplify it, and divide it into several different S-rank martial arts. The young man's mouth dropped open in shock, as if it were the size of an egg. Even the martial arts that were broken down and simplified were still S-rank. Just how powerful must the Dragon God 6 transformations be? Especially since this is a body cultivation martial art, if cultivated to perfection, could the body truly rival that of an ancient divine dragon? The old man continued, "This is also why the head of the Bai family is a sword cultivator, but the main inheritance remains body cultivation, followed by sword cultivation. This is because the Bai family wants to recreate the grandeur of their ancestor, and only the path of body cultivation can be taken. The Bai family cultivates body cultivators in large numbers, just to find that 1 in 10,000 genius. If one truly cannot walk the path of body cultivation, they will choose to cultivate swordsmanship at the 4th-tier blood realm. Back then, the head of the Bai family, Bai Feng, was the same. He walked the path of body cultivation, but no matter how hard he studied or how many resources were poured into him, he could not cultivate the Dragon God 6 transformations. He even almost fell into madness before finally choosing the path of sword cultivation. The young man suddenly understood, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Even a genius like Bai Feng couldn't cross that threshold. What kind of genius can cultivate the Dragon God 6 transformations?" The old man felt he had said too much, seemingly discouraging his disciple, and comforted him, "Your talent is no less than Bai Feng's. If you have great fortune in the future, you have the chance to become a 7th-tier powerhouse. There's no need to lose heart." The young man nodded, but his expression was somewhat complex. He couldn't help but yearn for the Dragon God 6 transformations. Being a body cultivator himself, with a special physique and extraordinary talent, what if he could obtain the Dragon God 6 transformations? What if he was that 1 in a million genius? If I can cultivate the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon, then a 7th-tier warrior will definitely not be my limit. Thinking of this, a hint of greed appeared in the young man's eyes, but feeling the bone-chilling icy wind in the air, the greed immediately vanished. "This is the heirloom of the Bai family, which they cannot provoke. Master, do you think Senior Zhong Hongshan can really withstand this battle?" the burly young man asked with a worried expression. His concern was not whether Zhong Hongshan could achieve victory, but whether the old man could endure such intense confrontation. It is known that although Zhong Hongshan's lightning technique is indeed astonishing, each bolt of lightning seems to contain world-destroying power. However, this is far from enough to ensure his victory against a powerful opponent, because Zhong Hongshan is already old, and his body is no longer as strong as it once was. Worse still, he suffered severe injuries in his youth, and those old wounds have now become incurable ailments, constantly affecting his strength. Judging solely from the level of cultivation, Zhong Hongshan is roughly at the early stage of the 6th tier. In contrast, his opponent Bai Feng has already reached the 5th level of the 6th tier. This huge gap puts Zhong Hongshan at a clear disadvantage from the very beginning. When it comes to martial skills, the young man felt a wave of despair. He simply could not think of any martial skill that could compare to the S-rank martial skill, Absolute Zero. That is a terrifying skill that can instantly freeze everything around into ice sculptures, leaving no room for counterattack. Considering all these factors, no matter how one compares and analyzes, the final result seems destined for Zhong Hongshan to end in failure. The old man shook his head and said, "Difficult." The burly young man couldn't help but retort, "You said before that Zhong Hongshan couldn't withstand a single strike from the head of the Bai family." Cough, cough. The old man awkwardly coughed twice, knocked on his disciple's head, and said firmly, "This time, Zhong Hongshan absolutely cannot survive. You have no idea how terrifying the S-rank martial skill, Absolute Zero, is. The ice attribute sword technique perfectly complements Bai Feng. Combined with the heavenly spirit ice blade and his solid and terrifying cultivation, he is invincible. You must know that when Bai Feng uses Absolute Zero, he can challenge opponents of a higher level. Even a 6th tier 6th level warrior must avoid his edge, as a careless move could lead to being counter-killed. Even against a 6th tier 7th level warrior, Bai Feng is not without the strength to fight. Before the imposing and solemn gate of the Bai family, it has now completely transformed into a scene of ice and snow. The piercing cold wind roared and howled like a pack of wild horses, as if it wanted to swallow the entire world into its cold embrace. The extremely cold air was filled with a heart-pounding aura, intertwined with a sword intent brimming with killing intent. This sword intent was like countless incredibly sharp swords, flying and crisscrossing in the air, tearing apart the very fabric of space wherever it passed. The earth appeared so fragile in the face of this powerful force, being forcibly cracked open into one deep, bottomless chasm after another, like a terrifying giant mouth, ready to swallow everything that came near. Immersed in this endless atmosphere of slaughter, a deep sense of despair surged involuntarily in people's hearts. This feeling spread rapidly throughout their bodies like a tide, tightening every nerve, not daring to relax in the slightest. Because everyone knows that what is being displayed before them is the terrifying power of the S-rank martial skill, Absolute Zero. Standing behind Zhong Hongshan's towering figure were Wang Yu and Li Shuya. With a face full of shock, they discovered a startling fact. When they tried to mobilize the spiritual energy within them, the smooth sensation that should have flowed like clouds in water vanished without a trace. At this moment, their spiritual energy seemed to be firmly suppressed by an invisible force, making it exceptionally difficult to operate, and the speed became extremely slow. It was as if they were trapped in a thick swamp, requiring immense effort to move even an inch. Worse still, as time passed, this situation worsened. In the end, their spiritual energy was almost completely stagnant, unable to circulate normally. Faced with such a bizarre situation, Wang Yu and Li Shuya were filled with fear and unease. If it weren't for their master's powerful protective force enveloping them, providing a glimmer of warmth and safety, they would have likely been unable to withstand the bone-chilling cold brought by this icy world, let alone hold on for a moment. They might not even be able to endure for a few breaths. Li Shuya's eyes widened in terror, her lips trembling slightly, her voice filled with disbelief and fear. Could it be that Bai Feng's martial arts are so terrifying that they can even freeze spiritual energy? I tried to mobilize the spiritual energy within me, but it feels as if it is being firmly suppressed by an invisible force, completely unable to be unleashed. Standing beside her, Wang Yu's face was as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He echoed Li Shuya's words, saying, "It's not just the spiritual energy. Even the blood energy within us seems to be frozen, as if our blood has instantly solidified into ice, heavy enough to make it almost impossible to move. That feeling is truly terrifying, simply suffocating, as if the entire world is about to swallow us whole." Zhong Hongshan released his spiritual energy to protect his 3 disciples, saying calmly, "When Absolute Zero is cultivated to perfection, it can even freeze time." This Bai Feng is still a bit lacking. Li Shuya was full of surprise. Freezing time? Is that really something martial arts can achieve? She couldn't imagine, if it really came to that, who could be a match. No matter how powerful you are, once time is frozen, you can only surrender and be at the mercy of others. Zhong Hongshan stood tall, with a surging, majestic thunder pool at the foot of the mountain. In that thunder pool, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, countless bolts of lightning tearing through the sky like ferocious dancing thunder serpents, twisting their bodies and releasing a heart-pounding powerful energy. The lightning power in this thunder pool was extremely violent. Any object that approached would be mercilessly devoured. The thick ice and snow that originally covered the ground rapidly melted and disintegrated the moment they touched the edge of the thunder pool. The ice and snow seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, unable to withstand this scorching and violent force, turning into a puddle of water in the blink of an eye, then evaporating without a trace. Zhong Hongshan turned to his disciples and said, "I will weaken the resistance of the thunder pool and release some ice and snow." You quickly mobilize the thunder technique, using thunder to protect your bodies from the ice and snow's erosion. Huang Chao, you haven't learned the thunder technique yet, so use your blood energy to resist. This can also serve to temper your body. The 3 disciples immediately understood what was happening. Their master intended to use the opponent as a sharpening stone. In the center of the thunder pool, the 3 disciples standing behind Zhong Hongshan, upon hearing his words, did not hesitate for a moment and immediately began to mobilize the powerful energy hidden deep within their meridians. In that instant, Li Shuya's originally delicate and perfect body seemed to be wrapped and entwined by a mysterious purple lightning. The purple lightning flickered with dazzling light, like agile purple snakes, constantly weaving around her. At this moment, Li Shuya resembled a valkyrie descending upon the world, majestic and imperious. She gently rose on her tiptoes and casually tapped the ground. Yet, this simple action caused her entire body to slowly float as if it had lost gravity. Meanwhile, her long, lustrous black hair, cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, was lifted by the purple lightning, dancing wildly in the air, exuding an intoxicating charm. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that the thunderous power Li Shuya wielded was strikingly similar to that of her master, Zhong Hongshan. Whether in the color of the lightning or the energy fluctuations it contained, there was a remarkable resemblance. Zhao Huangchao speculated that Li Shuya's talent must be quite similar to her master's. However, the abilities displayed by her third senior brother, Wang Yu, were different from theirs. When Wang Yu unleashed the lightning within him with all his might, everyone saw a blinding red light instantly fill the entire space. This was because Wang Yu's lightning was not merely lightning, it was intermingled with a rich blood energy. This blood energy fused with the red lightning, making the lightning he released even more powerful and explosively potent. From a distance, the red lightning resembled a ferocious lightning beast roaring at the sky, its gaping maw revealing sharp, jagged fangs, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Seeing this, Zhao Huangchao couldn't help but speculate, a dual cultivator of body refinement and lightning techniques? The path of cultivation is not about quantity but quality. Cultivating too many different systems can lead one to become a jack of all trades, master of none. Therefore, aside from a few exceptionally gifted warriors, no one would choose to cultivate multiple paths. Of course, this excludes monsters like Zhao Huangchao. Wang Yu's dual cultivation of body refinement and lightning techniques also had its advantages. The two had many commonalities. Possessing a strong physique allowed one to bear more thunderous power, and they did not conflict. Cultivating together, aside from a slower progress, had no drawbacks. Moreover, this method of cultivation had a much higher ceiling than that of ordinary lightning warriors. Furthermore, Wang Yu's body refinement method seems somewhat different. Wang Yu's approach to body refinement is somewhat unlike the body refinement warriors I've seen. It seems he has some kind of beast blood within him. He appears honest and simple, but once he enters combat, he becomes like a rampaging beast. Warriors with beast bloodlines generally possess considerable talent. Except for a few special beasts, most beast bloodlines are very suitable for the path of body refinement. Moreover, since Wang Yu was accepted as a disciple by Zhong Hongshan, his talent must be considerable. Zhao Huangchao murmured, I remember learning about the advantages of beast bloodline warriors over ordinary warriors back in the martial arts school in Tianhai City. Aside from showcasing impressive physical strength early in their cultivation, they can undergo a second awakening once they reach a certain level of cultivation. During the awakening, there is a chance for their talent to upgrade, and the purity of their beast blood increases. This is the most formidable aspect of beast bloodlines. Suddenly, Zhao Huangchao understood why Wang Yu, being the oldest, lagged behind his two senior sisters in cultivation. It turned out this kid was a potential stock. After the second awakening, his future was limitless. Just as Zhao Huangchao was pondering, he suddenly felt a bone-chilling cold. The chill instantly penetrated his body, and his spiritual energy began to deplete almost immediately. No! This was not depletion, it was being frozen. Is this the martial technique exhibited by top-tier warriors? Zhao Huangchao immediately used his blood energy, countering the cold with his own. Suddenly, Zhao Huangchao sensed a different kind of power within this icy chill. This power is not strong, but it constantly stimulates him. Zhao Huangchao suddenly froze. This is Bai Feng's ice sword intent. This sword intent continuously stimulated Zhao Huangchao, and suddenly, he felt that his B-level, 99%, bloodthirsty sword intent was about to break through its limits. Bai Feng really is a sharpening stone. As Zhao Huangchao felt Bai Feng's sword intent, he actually gained some insights. He instantly retracted all the energy and blood power from his body, and the originally surging power quickly retreated like a tide. At the same time, a powerful and violent bloodthirsty sword intent erupted from him. This sword intent spread out like a fierce beast, clawing and roaring in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by this violent sword intent, emitting sharp howling sounds. At this moment, the snowflakes falling from the sky were also affected by the sword intent. They no longer danced lightly. Instead, they seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, rapidly converging towards the bloodthirsty sword intent. In the blink of an eye, the bloodthirsty sword intent and the snowflakes in the sky intertwined and merged together. The cold snowflakes collided and surged with the blazing sword intent, creating a strange and shocking scene. The snowflakes transformed into countless tiny ice crystals under the impact of the sword intent, sparkling with a cold light. Meanwhile, the sword intent became even sharper due to the integration of ice and snow. carrying a bone-chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. Li Shuya suddenly noticed that her junior brother had retracted his energy and blood power. In front of the 6th-tier powerhouse Bai Feng, retracting his energy and blood power was tantamount to seeking death. She anxiously scolded, "Junior brother, quickly release your energy and blood power, or you will." Before Li Shuya could finish her sentence, a strong and dazzling light erupted from Zhao Huangqiao, and countless sword intents surged, directly shaking off the surrounding coldness. The terrifying sword intent shot straight into the sky. Li Shuya's pupils trembled. Is this talent evolution? Wasn't it said to temper the body? How did your swordsmanship talent evolve? Li Shuya had always known that her adorable junior brother possessed astonishing physical talent, with a strong physique and resilient bones that often made others envious. However, today, when she witnessed her junior brother displaying his extraordinary swordsmanship talent, the shock in her heart was beyond words. She widened her eyes, looking at the scene in disbelief. Although Zhao Huangqiao had no sword, countless sword energies surged endlessly. At this moment, she truly realized that her understanding of this junior brother was still far from deep enough. The potential hidden within him was likely beyond anyone's imagination. He actually upgraded his talent in battle. At the grand and magnificent entrance of the Bai family, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could condense water. Zhao Huangqiao sat cross-legged on the cold, hard ground, like a statue, completely motionless. However, as time passed, a chilling and terrifying sword intent continuously surged from his body, like an invisible storm sweeping around. Gradually, Zhao Huangqiao's body began to slightly levitate off the ground, about a few inches high. With each breath, intense sword intent fluctuations accompanied him, spreading out like ripples in all directions. Where he passed, the thick layer of snow on the ground was instantly cleared, creating a patch of open space, as those crystal-clear snowflakes seemed to encounter a natural enemy, scattering away in all directions. Bai Feng, standing not far away, was already stunned, his eyes wide open in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape, murmuring to himself, What is going on here? You must know, he is a dignified 6th-tier warrior, his strength far surpassing that of Zhao Huangqiao, who was merely a 3rd-tier warrior in front of him. But now, not only is the other party able to withstand the sword intent he unleashed with all his might, but he also feels an inexplicable sense of being suppressed. This situation is truly unfathomable, completely beyond Bai Feng's understanding. Countless questions and confusion surged in his heart. Could it be that Zhao Huangqiao is hiding his true strength? Or does he possess some mysterious and powerful technique or skill? Or is there some other unknown factor at play? For a moment, various thoughts flooded in, plunging Bai Feng into deep contemplation. Just as Bai Feng was filled with confusion and furrowed brows, something unexpected happened. Zhao Huangqiao's previously motionless body suddenly began to radiate dazzling light. Like a golden sun suddenly rising, it instantly illuminated the entire space as bright as day. The light was so intense that Bai Feng had to squint and shield his eyes from the blinding brightness. However, even so, he could still feel the immense energy fluctuations emanating from that light. When the blinding radiance gradually receded and finally disappeared, Bai Feng was astonished to find that Zhao Huangqiao's body had become completely transparent. At that moment, he resembled a flawless piece of white jade, crystal clear and pure, without a trace of impurities or dirt, as if transcending the mortal realm, appearing exceptionally sacred and extraordinary. What was even more shocking was that from Zhao Huangqiao's transparent body, an incredibly pure sword intent was continuously emanating. This sword intent was extremely sharp, as if it could sever all obstacles in the world. It was also pure and unblemished, containing not a single stray thought, simply pursuing the ultimate in the sword path. Faced with such a powerful and pure sword intent, even Bai Feng, who had practiced swordsmanship for many years and considered himself accomplished, couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. He felt as small as an ant in the presence of this sword intent, completely unable to contend with it. That shuddering sensation from deep within made him involuntarily take a few steps back, beads of fine sweat even forming on his forehead. Bai Feng instinctively took a step back, and in that instant, a flash of inspiration suddenly crossed his mind. It was as if a long-standing mystery had been unveiled. It turned out that the reason he was so thoroughly suppressed by Zhao Huangqiao was not because of the other party's powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. After a bout of sparring and sensing, Bai Feng had already realized that Zhao Huangqiao was merely a 3rd-tier warrior. So where exactly was the problem? Bai Feng furrowed his brows, pondering deeply. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, he seemed to think of something, his gaze sharpening. It's the sword intent. Yes, it's the sword intent. He finally realized that the key to why he was completely powerless to fight back lay in Zhao Huangqiao's astonishing sword intent. This kid, isn't he a body cultivator? How could he also practice the sword path? And from the looks of it, his attainments in the sword path seemed quite impressive. Bai Feng speculated inwardly, disbelief etched on his face. he couldn't help but begin to reassess the seemingly ordinary opponent before him. Bai Feng slightly squinted his eyes, focusing intently on observing Zhao Huangqiao, trying to find any flaws or patterns. However, as time passed, his astonishment only grew, because from any angle, Zhao Huangqiao's displayed sword path talent far exceeded his imagination. It even made Bai Feng feel a sense of inferiority. Could it be that his sword path talent is truly much higher than mine? No! Bai Feng suddenly felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, a flash of insight crossing his mind. In an instant, he understood the truth of the matter. He stood there like a statue, his face filled with disbelief. Zhao Huangqiao actually possesses A-level swordsmanship talent, and it's exactly the same as my talent level. This discovery left Bai Feng utterly shocked, his eyes wide open as he stared intently at the figure not far ahead, Zhao Huangqiao. However, what astonished him even more was yet to come. The reason the other party could suppress him was, Zhao Huangqiao originally had only B-level swordsmanship talent, but just in this life and death duel, he had suddenly comprehended the true essence of swordsmanship, as if enlightened. In an instant, his B-level talent was upgraded to A-level, unleashing an extremely powerful and terrifying force. It was precisely with this sudden surge of strength that Zhao Huangqiao was able to temporarily suppress Bai Feng. Thinking of this, Bai Feng felt a storm of emotions rise within him, the shock beyond words. What kind of monstrous genius was this? To be able to comprehend sword intent in such a perilous battle, where life and death hung by a thread, and successfully achieve a breakthrough in talent, from B-level to A-level, on par with himself. Such an unfathomable event was beyond all of Bai Feng's previous understanding. What exactly is this A-level swordsmanship talent? Bai Feng felt as if he were facing a great enemy. He never imagined that one day his use of absolute zero would be seen by an opponent as a sharpening stone for his disciple. Even less did he expect to be suppressed by a mere third-tier martial artist. Zhong Hongshan also looked at his disciple's transformation with great surprise. Talent upgrade? Ha ha ha! Zhong Hongshan burst into hearty laughter. He looked at Bai Feng, seemingly understanding the other's confusion, and generously said, "His talent is precisely what all sword cultivators dream of. The pure sword body. This is the talent that all of you have longed for, the pure sword body." Zhong Hongshan's voice was not loud, but it accurately reached everyone's ears. Why did he openly speak of his disciple's talent, when normally, one would hide such a treasure? This kind of talent is usually kept secret. Zhong Hongshan's lack of concealment had a simple purpose: confidence in his strength. He believed he could protect his disciple's growth. After the Bai family's display of strength today, he was sure no one in Jinling City would dare to lay a hand on Zhao Huangqiao. Bai Feng's pupils suddenly trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. His face was filled with astonishment, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. What? He exclaimed in disbelief, his voice filled with horror and astonishment. The pure sword body? How? How could this be possible? It should be known that although the pure sword body and his own talent both belonged to A-level talents, there was a world of difference between the two. The pure sword body was the most special and top-tier existence among A-level talents. Anyone possessing this sword body talent would find it easy to practice any swordsmanship technique, as if it were a simple task. Moreover, the power of the techniques they executed would multiply, making them unattainable for others. As the saying goes, pure and unblemished, the ultimate sword heart. Those who possess the pure sword body have hearts as pure and flawless as the sword itself, without impurities, clear and transparent. Their understanding of swordsmanship can reach an extraordinary level. In that moment, the dazzling light surrounding Zhao Huangqiao began to slowly recede, like the tide gradually withdrawing. As the light diminished, his tightly closed eyes slowly opened. After this talent upgrade, Zhao Huangqiao seemed to have been reborn, slowly rising from the ground. At this moment, he had undergone a tremendous transformation. His once slightly dark and rough skin had now become fair, smooth, and delicate, radiating a warm luster like mutton fat jade. Beneath his thick, ink-like eyebrows were a pair of bright, star-like eyes, deep and sharp. Just a single glance felt like a piercing sword intent rushing towards one. Looking closer, the space between his brows subtly revealed an extremely fierce aura, as if a peerless sword was about to be unsheathed, its edge exposed, making it hard to look directly at him. Such an outstanding appearance and unique temperament made him seem extraordinary and sacred, as if completely isolated from the mundane world. At this moment, Zhao Huangqiao resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens into this earthly realm. Every movement and expression of his appeared so elegant and natural, exuding an indescribable nobility and majesty. Everything around him seemed to pale in comparison, with only he shining with dazzling brilliance. Bai Feng's heart was filled with mixed emotions, envy and jealousy, but more than that, anger. He was about to fight to the death with Zhong Hongshan, yet the latter had used his S-rank martial skill, Absolute Zero, as a sharpening stone for his disciple. What was more critical was that it had truly sharpened him. Zhao Huangqiao broke through his shackles and became the top A-rank swordsmanship talent holder. Who could bear such a thing? At this moment, Bai Feng seemed to transform into an enraged lion, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, as if they were about to bleed. He waved the heavenly spirit ice blade in the air recklessly. Waves of unmatched sword energy howled out, piercing straight through the sky. In an instant, the temperature between heaven and earth plummeted to an extreme chill. At the same time, countless massive ice cones formed from condensed snow appeared out of thin air. These ice cones resembled inverted icebergs, suspended in mid-air, giving an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even more shocking was that countless crystal-clear snowflakes began to flutter down. However, these seemingly beautiful snowflakes concealed a secret. Each one contained an unparalleled sword intent. Their power was astonishing. When these snowflakes reached mid-air, they suddenly exploded, unleashing an extremely terrifying force. Ripples surged through the air, echoing back and forth continuously. Bai Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on Zhong Hongshan not far ahead, letting out a deep and furious roar from the depths of his throat. Die! This roar was like a towering mountain collapsing in an instant, its sound rolling like thunder, resonating throughout the heavens and earth, echoing endlessly. Immediately after, a sharp, piercing sound of breaking air rang out. Those inverted icebergs fell rapidly like meteors. From a distance, they looked like enormous meteors streaking across the sky, crashing down to the earth with a destructive force. Before these icebergs could truly touch the ground, the land below could no longer withstand such terrifying pressure, beginning to crack open, with massive deep pits appearing one after another before people's eyes. Such a shocking and defiant martial skill was enough to make this world tremble. Many martial artists stood far away, watching in horror, their faces pale, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Just witnessing such a scene had already filled them with despair, completely robbing them of the courage and confidence to resist. At that moment, as the terrifying six-stage five-fold martial artist unleashed a deadly strike with all his might, a hint of seriousness finally appeared on the face of Zhong Hongshan, which had always been calm and unruffled. However, this seriousness was fleeting, as if it were merely a slight ripple in his state of mind. He casually raised one arm, and in an instant, the vast and boundless thunder pool, stretching for miles, seemed to be summoned by some mysterious force. It rapidly shrank at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, all the power of thunder converged into the palm of his hand. The thunder surged wildly in his palm, pressing against and colliding with each other, accompanied by deafening roars. They were continuously compressed to their limits. Each bolt of thunder contained terrifying energy capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. When so many bolts of thunder gathered together, the power unleashed was beyond imagination. At that moment, Zhong Hongshan resembled a deity wielding the might of heaven and earth. He slowly parted his lips and softly uttered 4 words. Though his voice was light, it resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the entire space. As his words fell, the extremely compressed thunder suddenly erupted into a dazzling purple light, illuminating the surrounding darkness, its might enough to change the color of mountains and rivers, and dim the sun and moon. Purple sky divine thunder. With a furious shout, Zhong Hongshan abruptly raised his strong and powerful arm. In an instant, the entire sky was enveloped in a brilliant purple light. Countless bolts of purple divine thunder danced like silver snakes, weaving and flickering in the high sky, as if a thunderous feast was unfolding. These purple divine thunders resembled ferocious lightning dragons, swirling and flying high above, each twist of their bodies triggering deafening roars. The sound was like 1,000 drums beating in unison, akin to mountains collapsing and the earth splitting, shaking the very souls of those who heard it, as if they were about to be completely torn apart by the endless thunder. The extreme thunder poured down like a raging river breaching its dam. The torrent of thunder instantly connected the heavens and the earth into a vast, boundless sea of thunder. Everything within this sea of thunder seemed to become incredibly small and fragile. At this moment, Zhong Hongshan floated steadily in the air, emanating an unparalleled powerful aura. It was as if he were the ruler of thunder between heaven and earth. The god of thunder descended. His deep, ocean-like eyes now shot forth 2 blazing bolts of lightning, dazzling like burning flames. From a distance, he appeared as an insurmountable mountain of thunder, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Many martial artists watching trembled like leaves in the wind, their faces filled with terror. Is this the purple sky divine thunder? Oh my, I only knew that Zhong Hongshan's thunder technique was strong and that he was exceptionally gifted, but I never expected his talent to be the legendary purple sky divine thunder. No wonder they say it's a pity Zhong Hongshan has hidden injuries. With this talent, if he were at his peak, I can't even imagine how terrifying he would be. I never thought I would witness the power of the purple sky divine thunder in my lifetime. In the distance, on a mountain peak, an old man and a young man were still watching the battle. The inscrutable old man's expression changed drastically upon seeing Zhong Hongshan's purple sky divine thunder. It was far more terrifying than witnessing my phone unleash the S-class martial skill, Absolute Zero. His deep-set eyes widened, his arms trembled uncontrollably, and his mouth slightly opened. It's actually the purple sky divine thunder. I never expected that in the small Jiangnan province, there would be a martial artist with the purple sky divine thunder. The old man, having traveled the world, encountered a young man in Jiangnan province with remarkable talent and took him as his disciple. He was not a local of Jiangnan province and had nowhere to settle, so he simply became a nominal guest elder in a first-rate power in Jiangnan province. The young man looked up at his master and curiously asked, "Master, does the purple cloud divine thunder have any special significance? Isn't it also an A-level talent?" The young man had just emerged from seclusion and was witnessing such grand scenes. In his eyes, both the Absolute Zero and the purple cloud divine thunder had a similar shock value. He did not understand why his master was so astonished, even fearful. The old man slowly explained, "Do you know what is meant by ultimate elements?" The young man nodded and said, "Among elemental warriors, each type of element has a distinction in quality, aside from the talent itself having varying levels. Generally, the higher the quality of the element, the higher the talent. In talents of the same level, the higher the quality of the element, the greater the power. Moreover, each type of element has an ultimate element, which is the pinnacle of ability. The quality of the ultimate element reaches the upper limit of the element, and there is no significant difference between different ultimate elements, only differing attributes. As long as it is an ultimate element, the quality is indistinguishable, because only by reaching the limit can it be called an ultimate element. However, different elements, or even the same type of element, can have functional differences due to their attributes. For example, the same would attribute ultimate element. Some ultimate elements may primarily serve a defensive role, while others may be used for offense or healing, but their qualities are indistinguishable. Hiss! The young man suddenly realized, could it be that the purple cloud divine thunder is an ultimate element? The young man was greatly shocked. He looked at his master, who remained silent, which he took as an acknowledgement, and immediately pressed on, "But aren't ultimate elements only S-level talents? Zhong Hongshan is clearly A-level." The old man shook his head slightly and said, "Not all holders of ultimate elements possess S-level talents. The only exception is the purple cloud divine thunder. Among all A-level talents, the purple cloud divine thunder is the most outstanding, without exception. Even the immaculate sword body awakened by that sword cultivator whose talent just upgraded cannot compare to the purple cloud divine thunder." The purple cloud divine thunder is also universally recognized as the A-level talent closest to S-level. Because of its unparalleled destructive power, many S-level talents focused on killing cannot compare. The young man widened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. Then, if the purple cloud divine thunder is so strong, why is it still only an A-level talent? The old man's deep eyes moved slightly, as if he had come to understand much, and said, "The reason the purple cloud divine thunder is only an A-level talent is that it has its drawbacks. The purple cloud divine thunder possesses unparalleled destructive power, containing even the power of the law of destruction. But the biggest flaw is precisely because it is too powerful to the point of being uncontrollable." The old man looked at his disciple and asked, "Have you heard of warriors who were killed by their own talents?" The young man shook his head in shock. The old man said, "There have been precedents among the holders of the purple cloud divine thunder talent. Thousands of years ago, there was a top-tier lightning law warrior who, while using the purple cloud divine thunder, failed to maintain the balance of the lightning law and was directly backfired to death by the purple cloud divine thunder. Many predecessors who possessed the purple cloud divine thunder were also severely injured by their own talent. The purple cloud divine thunder is indeed powerful, but few can truly control it. If it weren't for its instability, the purple cloud divine thunder would undoubtedly be an A-level talent. Perhaps, Zhong Hongshan's difficulty in advancing is not solely due to the hidden injuries left from that battle years ago. It is highly likely that he is also affected by the purple cloud divine thunder within him." The old man shook his head slightly and said, "It has already ended." The young man looked at his master in surprise and said, "Who can win?" The old man replied, "Is there any need to think about it? It can only be Zhong Hongshan." The young man retorted, "Master, you just said that Zhong Hongshan is bound to lose, and Bai Feng is sure to win." The old man's face turned red, he coughed twice, and then gave his disciple a sharp knock on the head, making a loud sound. "You brat! Are you arguing with your master? How could I know that old guy Zhong Hongshan actually hid the purple cloud divine thunder?" Thunder rolled, like dragons of lightning dancing wildly between heaven and earth. Just as everyone focused their attention on Zhong Hongshan, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from his body. Following that, a purple lightning bolt surged from him like a dragon emerging from the sea. This bolt of lightning flickered with dazzling light, carrying a destructive force that instantly shocked the entire venue. At the same time, Bai Feng also unleashed the Bai family's ancestral S-rank martial skill, Absolute Zero. However, when he saw the terrifying purple cloud divine thunder from Zhong Hongshan, a hint of fear rose in his heart. He knew very well that the purple cloud divine thunder was an extremely rare and powerful talent, not something that could be easily resisted. But at this moment, he was already riding a tiger, with no way to retreat under the watchful eyes of so many spectators. He gritted his teeth and glared at Zhong Hongshan, his originally neatly combed hair now disheveled from excessive excitement. He completely lost the demeanor and grace expected of the head of the Bai family. His face was as pale as paper, his eyes bloodshot, looking exceptionally frenzied. Zhong Hongshan, today, I will make sure you have no place to be buried. Bai Feng roared, his hands wildly waving, as an extremely cold air continuously surged from his palms. It collided and intertwined with Zhong Hongshan's purple cloud divine thunder. In an instant, the venue was filled with flashes of lightning and thunder, and cold air surged, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Countless snowflakes, rushing like shooting stars, each wrapped in an incredibly sharp sword aura, intertwined and collided with the violent and rampant thunder that seemed to tear the sky apart. They entangled and fused, creating a chilling scene. The ground trembled violently under the impact of this terrifying energy. It was as if an enraged giant beast was roaring madly. Many martial artists who came to watch were filled with terror and began to retreat. Although they had initially retreated to a distance of 20 miles from the battlefield, they could still feel the immense pressure from the terrifying aftermath. This pressure was so heavy that it made it almost impossible to breathe, and many couldn't even utter a word. Helpless, these martial artists could only continue to retreat desperately, until they finally felt a slight relief after retreating 100 miles away. Looking at the intense battle scene in the distance, someone couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this the legendary life and death struggle between top martial artists? It's truly terrifying." Meanwhile, in the ancestral land of the Bai family, generations of powerful ancestors were buried here. The martial artists fortunate enough to be buried in this area had a minimum strength of level 6. Although they had long passed away, their spirits had not dissipated and continued to silently protect the Bai family. At that moment, the Bai family's ancestral land suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful force. This force acted like an invisible shield, rapidly spreading out and enveloping the entire Bai family. It successfully blocked the terrifying aftermath generated by the battle between the two martial artists, preventing it from penetrating into the Bai family. Otherwise, the Bai family's magnificent ancestral residence, covering hundreds of acres, would likely have turned into ruins in an instant. A loud rumble echoed. The sound was like a stampede of thousands of horses, deafening. Following that, a series of even more intense sounds continuously came from the distance. It was as if towering, majestic mountains had exploded in an instant, breathtaking. Accompanied by the thunderous roars, dazzling white light burst forth in the sky like fireworks, illuminating the entire sky as bright as day. These white lights intertwined, forming a vibrant and heart-pounding tapestry. The immense roar continued for several minutes before gradually subsiding. The powerful wave of destruction that had filled the air slowly dissipated with the passage of time. At this moment, 100 miles away from the scene, a group of onlooking martial artists had gathered. Each of them stared wide-eyed, fixated on the direction of the fierce battle ahead, filled with curiosity and anticipation. After all, the outcome of such a world-shaking battle was something they could hardly wait to know. Unable to contain their inner impulses any longer, the martial artists began to rush toward the center of the battlefield one by one. As time passed, the dust that had filled the sky began to slowly settle. Gradually, people could see that the once smooth ground at the entrance of the Bai family had now revealed a deep, bottomless, and enormous pit. This pit looked as if it had been formed by a violent impact from a meteorite, shocking to behold. In the very center of that pit, Bai Feng was kneeling on the ground in a state of utter disarray. His eyes were hollow and lifeless, as if he had lost his soul, staring blankly ahead. His once neatly combed hair was now a tangled mess, falling haphazardly like a pile of weeds. The magnificent garment he wore had been torn into countless strips, barely hanging on his battered body. Moreover, he was covered in dark blood, with some areas still oozing blood, making him look utterly ghastly. However, when one turned their gaze to his opponent, Zhong Hongshan, the situation was entirely different. The old man stood firmly in place, his blue robe only slightly fluttering, showing little sign of damage. Throughout it all, Zhong Hongshan's expression remained calm and composed, as if the intense battle he had just experienced was merely a trivial matter to him. A closer look revealed that aside from a slight stain on the hem of his robe, he was virtually unscathed. The contrast was stark. Everyone who witnessed this scene was left dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Although many martial artists had already come to a conclusion after Zhong Hongshan unleashed the purple sky divine thunder, believing that he was slightly stronger than Bai Feng, the sheer shock of the purple sky divine thunder was overwhelming. Yet, no one expected Bai Feng's fate to be so tragic. He had been left half dead, while Zhong Hongshan appeared as if nothing had happened. The chasm-like gap between the two was something many martial artists found hard to accept. Both were 6th-tier martial artists, with the other being from the Bai family, and yet, with injuries sustained, how could the difference be so vast? The battle between Bai Feng and Zhong Hongshan finally reached a conclusion. Many who had witnessed the entire event were unable to accept the outcome. But even more so, Bai Feng himself could not accept it. He knelt in the center of the giant pit, his eyes filled with despair. It was a despair of absolute suppression. Others merely watching could feel the unparalleled destructive power of the purple sky divine thunder. But Bai Feng had experienced it firsthand. Bai Feng, as the head of the Bai family, was almost a local emperor in Jiling City. Even when looking at the entire Qian Empire, he could still have a say. He had encountered countless geniuses and strong warriors. He had even had the fortune to witness an S-rank gifted warrior in action. Now he could be certain of one thing: even an S-rank talent's destructive power could not compare to the Zhixiao divine thunder. The terrifying sense of oppression was on a completely different level from his proud A-rank talent. It was nothing but despair. He could clearly feel that if Zhong Hongshan did not hold back at the last moment, he would undoubtedly die. There was no ability to resist. Before both sides launched their desperate strikes, Bai Feng sensed that his S-rank martial skill, Absolute Zero, could not contend with the opponent's A-rank talent, Zhixiao Divine Thunder. But he was confident that his cultivation was far superior to that of his opponent. Zhong Hongshan was at most a beginner in the 6th stage, while he was at the 5th level of the 6th stage. After reaching the 6th stage, every step forward required tremendous effort and brought significant improvement. Not to mention the small realm differences. Even if both were at the 5th level of the 6th stage, they would still be divided into early, mid, and late stages. The differences in strength among martial artists at different stages of the same small realm were quite evident. Moreover, he was several small realms higher than Zhong Hongshan. Even if the opponent's talent surpassed his own, he absolutely could not lose, and to lose so thoroughly was unthinkable. Bai Feng's heart was momentarily unstable. He slowly raised his head to look at the old man in the purple robe. The purple robe fluttered in the air, so blaringly bright. Bai Feng's eyes were filled with anger and jealousy, but he was shocked to find that the old man was merely looking at him calmly. This made him even more desperate. That calmness was a form of disregard. The other party had never taken him seriously from the beginning. He was not seen as a rival, as if he were just a slightly larger stone encountered while walking, easily stepped over with a slight lift of the foot. The old man did not care at all why he was there. Bai Feng awkwardly lifted his head, looking desperately at the old man before him, his voice trembling as he asked, What level of cultivation are you?" Zhong Hongshan did not hide anything, replying, 6th stage perfection. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue erupted. Not just the 6th stage, but perfection. What did this mean? It meant he was only one step away from becoming a 7th stage warrior. Once a law enforcer became a 7th stage warrior, he would be granted a black robe. He would become the only black-robed law enforcer in the entire Jiangnan province. The status of a black-robed law enforcer was incredibly prestigious, and the power was frighteningly great. If a black-robed law enforcer appeared in a region, he was almost the ruler of that area. Even the headquarters of the Justice Church would not impose too many restrictions on him. What law enforcement bureau directors? What local family patriarchs? All nonsense. The black robe represented everything. The crowd was in an uproar. What? He is actually a 6th stage perfection warrior. Damn, 6th stage perfection? Does that mean he is only one step away from the legendary 7th stage warrior? 6th stage perfection? This can't be true, right? It does sound unbelievable, but considering his combat performance, it's possible. He isn't lying. Bai Feng is a 5th level 6th stage warrior, and Zhong Hongshan was able to easily defeat him, so he must be a late 6th stage warrior. 6th stage 7th level? 8th level? 9th level? It's all possible. Since he is at this level, there's no need to lie about being at perfection, so he really is only one step away from the 7th stage. In the crowd, Xin Liang was filled with regret. Brother, why didn't you say you were a 6th stage perfection warrior earlier? If you had said so, I would have definitely stood by your side. I chose the wrong side. A 6th stage perfection warrior with the Zixiao Divine Thunder talent. Shen Liang did not believe that Zhong Hongshan had no backing. However, he had never seen the forces behind Zhong Hongshan appear, nor had he heard him mention them. This could only indicate one thing: the family behind Zhong Hongshan was terrifyingly powerful. It was already a realm beyond his reach. If he risked everything to stand by Zhong Hongshan's side and draw closer to him, then when the time came, if the other party's family could support him, he would rise to prominence without any obstacles. What was a Mirbai family in Jinling City? Shen Liang felt extreme regret in his heart, pinching his thigh, vowing that he would cling tightly to Zhong Hongshan's leg in the future. Moreover, Zhong Hongshan was a man of integrity. Working for him was far better than helping the Bai family with a guilty conscience. The 3 people standing behind Zhong Hongshan, Zhao Huangqiao, Li Shuya, and Wang Yu, were greatly shocked. They never expected their master to be so powerful. They all knew that their master was a purple-robed enforcer, a martial artist of the 5th to 6th rank. At the very least, he was a 5th-rank martial artist. Looking across the entire Jiangnan province, 5th-rank martial artists were still very rare and held a high status. But they never imagined that their master was at the pinnacle of the purple robe. 6th rank perfected, just one step away from the black robe. Among martial artists, every small realm difference meant a vast disparity in strength. The purple robe and black robe were 2 major realms apart. The 2 were not even from the same world of martial artists. Zhao Huangqiao looked deeply at his master's back, thinking to himself, "The secrets on my master are probably no less than mine." Among the 4 disciples, only the senior sister who has been in seclusion for a long time probably knows more about the master. Zhong Hongshan, a martial artist with 1 foot in the 7th rank. He also possessed the reverse heaven talent of the purple sky divine thunder. Such a terrifying person. How could he have been severely injured by a 6th rank martial artist back then? If he was injured, what about the family behind him? Would they really neglect such a terrifying genius? Even if he had hidden injuries, he was still a 6th rank perfected martial artist. Any family in the Qian Empire would not neglect such a powerful martial artist. The heavy mysteries were perplexing. Bai Feng looked at Zhong Hongshan with red eyes. No matter how unwilling he was to believe that the other party was 6th rank perfected, the facts were right before his eyes. If the other party was not 6th rank perfected, how could he have so easily defeated him? No, it's impossible. When you were at the peak of the 5th rank, weren't you severely injured, making it difficult for you to advance? You could at most break through to the early 6th rank. How could you possibly cultivate to 6th rank perfected? Bai Feng shouted angrily, voicing the confusion in many people's hearts. You were clearly severely injured back then. How could you cultivate to 6th rank perfected? Bai Feng roared. In the face of the questioning, Zhong Hongshan merely replied calmly, "I was indeed severely injured, and that hidden injury has never healed, making it difficult for me to advance." Difficult to advance does not mean I cannot cultivate. If it weren't for the hidden injury, your Bai family wouldn't even be worthy of speaking to me. Even your ancestors, who are hiding in the ancestral land, are not qualified to meet me. Zhong Hongshan's words shocked Bai Feng greatly. What he meant was that he had cultivated from the peak of the 5th rank to 6th rank perfected despite having hidden injuries. If he had no hidden injuries, what rank would he be at now? 7th rank? 8th rank? Bai Feng didn't dare to think about it. What kind of terrifying talent was this, to be able to cultivate a major realm despite the difficulty in advancing? If he were in peak condition, he couldn't imagine what realm he would be at now. It was probably an existence he couldn't even look up to. More crucially, how did he know that the Bai family's ancestor was still hidden in the ancestral land? Although the Bai family had always claimed that their 7th rank ancestor was still alive, it had never been confirmed. Many people believe that the Bai family is merely using the power of others to intimidate, yet many are genuinely frightened. After all, no one dares to gamble on whether the Bai family truly has a 7th-tier monster alive. What Bai Feng wants is the fear of everyone. The ancestor of the Bai family is indeed alive and is indeed a 7th-tier warrior, currently in seclusion within the ancestral land. However, the ancestor is on the brink of death, with only a breath left. With the ancestor's vitality, he can only act once at most. Unless absolutely necessary, the Bai family will never let the ancestor take action in the face of a catastrophic disaster. This is also why Bai Feng releases smoke screens to let them consume themselves with speculation. This way, they will be too afraid to act against the Bai family, and the opportunity for the ancestor's last action can be preserved. They need to give birth to a second 7th-tier warrior in the Bai family before the ancestor completely passes away. Even without a 7th-tier warrior, the number of 6th-tier warriors in the Bai family can still maintain the status of a 1,000-year-old family. But their goal is not just this, it is to become a transcendent family. Only by simultaneously having one 7th-tier warrior and several 6th-tier warriors can they possibly develop into a transcendent family. Of course, only the core of the highest level of the Bai family knows all of this. But the problem is, how did Zhong Hongshan accurately guess that the ancestor was hiding in the ancestral land? Could it be a fluke? Bai Feng leaned more towards another guess. That is, Zhong Hongshan sensed the existence of the 7th-tier ancestor. If that is the case, it would be terrifying. The Bai family's ancestral land has a spiritual barrier that can isolate all breath from within. That barrier is formed by the countless deceased ancestors. It is not something that ordinary magical tools or formations can compare to, let alone Zhong Hongshan, who is only at the 6th-tier perfection. Even if a 7th-tier warrior came, they would absolutely not be able to perceive the situation inside the ancestral land. Bai Feng was suddenly both shocked and terrified. Since you know that my Bai family's ancestor is in the ancestral land, how dare you come here to cause trouble? Bai Feng mustered his courage and shouted in a deep voice. Zhong Hongshan calmly replied, as an enforcer, backed by the righteous church, I uphold justice and law. My purpose here is to enforce the law. What does it matter whether your family has a 7th-tier warrior or not? Bai Feng was almost driven to the point of spitting blood by Zhong Hongshan's words. With every mention of justice and law enforcement, it was clear that he was deliberately looking for trouble. All those cases he spoke of were trivial matters. Bai Feng angrily retorted, Zhong Hongshan, don't go too far. Do you really want to destroy our Bai family? Our Bai family has a large population, countless warriors, and many allied forces. We can fight to the death if it comes to it. Who is afraid of whom? So tell me, what exactly is your purpose in coming to the Bai family? Bai Feng was almost laying all his cards on the table, starting negotiations. If you want to harm me, although I can't defeat you, our Bai family is not to be trifled with. We can fight to the death, and neither side will have it easy. But deep down, Bai Feng felt that Zhong Hongshan's sudden visit to the Bai family must have other reasons. Otherwise, with Zhong Hongshan's strength, he wouldn't be wasting time talking to me here. He would have directly stormed into the Bai family. Perhaps the other party is also wary of the ancestor's existence but has a special mission that requires entanglement with the Bai family. Rather than that, Bai Feng thought it would be better to soften his stance first. If you want some rare treasures or need certain assistance from the Bai family, just state your true purpose, and we can discuss it. Seeing that the other party had laid their cards on the table, Zhong Hongshan felt the timing was right and spoke, Divine Dragon 6 transformations. In that instant, Bai Feng's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. It was as if he was shrouded in a heavy gloom, dark enough to drip water. Moreover, his cheeks were stained with still-drying bloodstains, making him appear even more chillingly cold. He stared wide-eyed, glaring at the person in front of him. The originally handsome face was now nearly twisted and deformed from extreme anger. A roar erupted from his mouth. Zhong Hongshan, you think you can disrespect me and get away with it? Do you really think Bai Feng is afraid of you? Immediately after, Bai Feng stepped forward, exuding a chilling aura. He continued to roar, do you know what the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon mean to the Bai family? That is our family's unparalleled skill passed down for thousands of years, the crystallization of countless ancestors' wisdom and effort. How dare you brazenly demand to take the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon? It's simply the talk of a madman. Zhong Hongshan's expression was cold, and he remained silent, but suddenly, dazzling purple lightning erupted from his body. The lightning twisted and coiled like a spiritual serpent, enveloping him entirely. As the lightning flashed, a terrifying aura of destruction surged forth like a tidal wave, as if it would devour everything around it. This powerful aura was like a ferocious beast, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at the person opposite, clearly demonstrating its intimidation and threat. Bai Feng immediately shrank back, sighed, and said, the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon are the foundation of the Bai family's existence. The difficulty of cultivation, its power, and quality are all above absolute zero. The 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon cannot be given to you. How about this? The 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon have derived a few S-rank martial arts. I can gift you 2 of them. How about that? Bai Feng realized that Zhong Hongshan was not here to enforce the law but to extort. Since such a commotion had been made, and the Bai family had lost, it was impossible to let this plague god leave easily. Giving away 2 S-rank martial arts was fine, after all. The Bai family was large and prosperous. However, Zhong Hongshan simply said, hand over the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon. The 6 transformations of the Dragon God, hand them over. Zhong Hongshan showed no signs of backing down. His voice was not loud, but his attitude was resolute. Upon hearing Zhong Hongshan's words, everyone was shocked. What? Zhong Hongshan actually wants the Bai family's Dragon God 6 transformations? This is the very foundation of the Bai family. The top martial arts passed down from the Bai family's ancestors, inherited for thousands of years, stronger than Absolute Zero, almost legendary. It is said that when the Dragon God 6 transformations is perfected, the physical body can rival that of a true ancient dragon clan. Zhong Hongshan really dares to ask for it. In the distance, an old man and a young man watched the battle, both with faces full of shock and disbelief. The Dragon God. The Dragon God 6 transformations? The master and disciple had just been discussing the Bai family's two ancestral martial arts, Absolute Zero, and Dragon God 6 transformations. They had witnessed Absolute Zero. As for the Dragon God 6 transformations, they had never hoped to even catch a glimpse. After all, its cultivation difficulty was far beyond that of Absolute Zero. It was almost a legendary martial art. What does a legendary martial art mean? It means it only exists in legends, something to fantasize about, with a clear understanding that there is not a shred of hope. But now, when Zhong Hongshan uttered the words Dragon God 6 transformations, the young man's heart suddenly stirred. It seemed that the legendary S-rank martial art, Dragon God 6 transformations, was not as distant from him as he thought. The young man, also a body cultivator, had greed in his eyes and said, "Master, do you think the Bai family will hand over the Dragon God 6 transformations?" The old man firmly believed that the Bai family would never give it up, but he was so shocked that he never expected Zhong Hongshan to come to the Bai family to rob them. For a moment, he was a bit dazed and said, I don't know." In the distance, Bai Feng was extremely angry and sternly reprimanded, "Zhong Hongshan, do you know what the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon mean to my Bai family? You speak of the Divine Dragon's 6 transformations as if it's nothing. Do you really think I have no temper?" Zhong Hongshan replied, "Are you going to give it or not?" Bai Feng's face darkened, knowing that Zhong Hongshan wouldn't let him off so easily this time. It was clear he was after the Divine Dragon's 6 transformations. As a Thunder Law warrior, why was he fixated on the physical cultivation techniques of the Bai family? Bai Feng said in a deep voice, "The Divine Dragon's 6 transformations is the foundation of the Bai family. If you suddenly take it away, it would be like taking half of the Bai family's life. What face would my Bai family have left to stand in Jinling City?" Zhong Hongshan remained silent, just standing there, the purple sky divine thunder on him never ceasing, constantly flickering. The purple lightning carried a breath of destruction, quite terrifying. Bai Feng's originally fair face was now so dark it seemed like it could drip water. He gritted his teeth tightly, squeezing out a chilling sentence through clenched jaws. "Zhong Hongshan, do not go too far. Do you really think my Bai family is at the end of its rope, with no power to fight back?" Immediately after, Bai Feng's eyes widened in anger, stepping forward and continuing in a deep, powerful voice, "You are merely a 6th-level perfect realm warrior. Do you really think you can act recklessly here, without any regard for the law?" As he said this, Bai Feng secretly pondered that if he weren't pushed to the brink, he would never easily bring out the mysterious and unfathomably powerful 7th-level ancestor of the Bai family. However, circumstances were stronger than man, and he was now in a situation of utter helplessness. Bai Feng had no choice but to grit his teeth and shout loudly, "Let me tell you, my Bai family still has a 7th-level ancestor stationed here. If you dare to act recklessly again, don't blame my ancestor for being merciless." But at that moment, Zhong Hongshan laughed fearlessly, his laughter echoing through the sky, deafening. Once he stopped laughing, he abruptly ceased, responding with an imposing demeanor, "Ha ha 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 ha, good. Since your Bai family has a 7th-level ancestor, let him show himself quickly." At this point, a cold glint flashed in Zhong Hongshan's eyes as he coldly added, "7th level, can also be slain." With a loud bang, it sounded like a thunderclap exploded by his ear. Bai Feng felt his mind go blank, as if time had stopped at that moment. The phrase 7th level, can also be slain, echoed in his mind like a spell, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. He had witnessed talented individuals who could defeat 5th-level warriors as a 4th-level warrior. He had also heard tales of 5th-level perfect realm experts successfully defeating 6th-level warriors. However, at this moment, hearing someone boldly claim they could slay a 7th-level warrior at the 6th-level perfect realm shocked him to the core. Only someone like him, who had personally experienced the gradual growth from a 6th-level warrior, could truly understand the immense gap between the 6th and 7th levels, a gap as insurmountable as a chasm. This difference was like comparing the light of a firefly to the brightness of a full moon, utterly incomparable. Even within the 6th level, just a small increase in realm brought about significant changes in strength, let alone the difference of an entire major realm. Yet, when Bai Feng's gaze fell upon Zhong Hongshan before him, he had to admit that the other's strength was unfathomable. Zhong Hongshan stood tall, his demeanor relaxed, exuding an unparalleled aura of confidence. Coupled with the powerful strength he displayed, it made one dare not underestimate him. In an instant, Bai Feng's heart was filled with concern. Could it be? No, impossible. A 6th-level warrior could never defeat a 7th-level warrior. But if the ancestor really came out and was defeated by him, then the Bai family would truly be finished. Bai Feng suddenly came to his senses. Right, what was I thinking? How could a 6th-tier warrior possibly defeat a 7th-tier warrior? Zhong Hongshan was clearly just trying to scare himself. He actually got tricked for a moment. He could easily defeat me. But what does that represent? A perfect 6th tier fighting a 7th tier? What a joke! Just as Bai Feng regained some confidence, Zhong Hongshan's words once again sent his heart plummeting. Zhong Hongshan said, I just have never used any martial skills. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Feng's mind went blank again. Yes, in the fight with Zhong Hongshan, even if he exerted all his strength and used the S-rank martial skill, Absolute Zero, the opponent had never used any martial skills from start to finish. He only used the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, which was merely his talent. Talent, cultivation, and so on, these are the foundation of a warrior, equivalent to the source of energy. To unleash this power, one needs to rely on martial skills, spiritual weapons, and so forth. Yet Zhong Hongshan defeated him effortlessly without using anything. Could it be that he really possessed the strength to defeat a 7th-tier warrior? Bai Feng didn't dare to gamble. Now, in his eyes, Zhong Hongshan was like a bottomless pool. The sense of oppression he brought was even greater than that of the ancestors sleeping in the ancestral land. But, did he really have to hand over the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon? Although the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon was a martial skill, giving it up didn't mean the Bai family would lose it. However, for a prestigious family with a 1,000-year legacy to be cornered and have their core martial skills robbed, that would be too humiliating. It was likely that the Bai family would never be able to hold their head high in Jinling City again. Many other forces that were vassals to the Bai family would inevitably betray them upon witnessing such an event. After all, the Bai family would have lost the deterrent of their dominant position. Just as Bai Feng was in turmoil, the ancestor sleeping in the ancestral land suddenly awakened. He transmitted a message to Bai Feng. Hand it over. These simple 3 words made Bai Feng tremble. Ancestor? Bai Feng was extremely shocked. Every additional word the ancestor spoke was a tremendous drain on his life force. He could only slow the loss of life force by hiding in the underground tomb of the ancestral land. Bai Feng frantically called out to the ancestor in his heart, but there was no response. After contemplating for a long time, Bai Feng finally said, Alright, this time, my Bai family admits defeat. I can hand over the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon to you, and you can pass it on to your disciples. But it must never be leaked to the outside. This was the last shred of dignity for the Bai family. If one day, the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon became something common, where would the Bai family's face be? No problem. Zhong Hongshan readily agreed. A high-quality S-rank martial skill. He naturally wouldn't leak it. He wouldn't even take pleasure in publicly revealing the cultivation methods of the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon nationwide just to take revenge on the Bai family. Many onlookers widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock. What? The Bai family actually handed over the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon? This is the top-tier S-rank martial skill that has been passed down for 1,000 years. Doesn't the Bai family have a 7th-tier ancestor overseeing them? Why are they letting a 6th-tier perfect warrior ride on their heads? Maybe the Bai family doesn't even have a 7th-tier ancestor. It's all just their boasting. Yeah, it's been over 600 years since the Bai family last produced a 7th-tier warrior, and the lifespan of a 7th-tier warrior is only about 500 years. Considering the time that old predecessor spent cultivating to the 7th tier, if that old predecessor were really still alive, he would probably be over 700 years old. Ordinary 7th-tier warriors can live a maximum of 400 years, and those who are a bit longer lived can reach 500 years. Even with some heavenly materials and earthly treasures to extend their lifespan, they can at most live a little over 500 years. It's impossible to live past 600 years. It seems the Bai family's 7th-tier ancestor has really passed away, and the Bai family is merely relying on the tiger's might. The top family in Jinling City has actually been blocked at the door by a purple-robed enforcer. Sigh. Jinling City is about to change. The 4 of them waited at the door. Bai Feng returned to the Bai family's ancestral land and after a long time brought out a copy of the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon. It was a round crystal ball, shining like a brilliant star in the night sky, quietly placed there. Yet it emitted a dazzling and mesmerizing glow. Its surface seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of mist, making the light appear both mysterious and enchanting. Upon closer inspection, one could see several colorful streams of light swirling within the sphere. Like lively spirits, they spun and danced continuously. These streams of light were so vivid, red like blazing fire, blue like the deep sea, green like emerald. Intertwining and merging, they formed exquisite and beautiful scrolls. As the streams of light twirled and leaped, the entire crystal ball seemed to come to life, like a small universe full of fantastical colors being nurtured within. Bai Feng reluctantly handed it over to Zhong Hongshan, saying in a deep voice, "Enforcer Zhong, I hope you can keep your promise." Zhong Hongshan accepted it, replying lightly, "Of course." An absurd and sudden farce ended with the Bai family completely yielding. On the way back, Zhong Hongshan handed the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon to Zhao Huangqiao, saying lightly, "This is a gift from my master to you." Although the 3 little disciples guessed that this was a martial skill for Zhao Huangqiao, they were still somewhat shocked when they saw their master hand it over to him. Although their master was a powerful warrior at the 6th level of perfection, this was still a top-tier S-level martial skill, the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon. Even a 7th-level warrior would go crazy upon seeing it. Zhao Huangqiao was somewhat flattered and felt a bit moved. "Master, aren't you going to cultivate it yourself? Although you are a lightning law warrior, your physical strength is much stronger than that of other warriors. Cultivating the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon would also help with your lightning law cultivation. Moreover, perhaps cultivating this could heal the hidden injuries in your body." Did Zhao Huangqiao want the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon? Absolutely. He wanted it desperately. This was an S-level body refining martial skill, and the very best S-level body refining martial skill. Each transformation of the Divine Dragon, when simplified, could rival S-level martial skills. This was not something that the low-level S-level martial skill 10,000 Swords returning to origin from the Sun family in Tianhai City could compare to. Moreover, his physical strength was currently stuck at A-level 99%. He only needed an S-level body refining martial skill to upgrade to S-level physical talent. Looking across the entire Qian Empire, he was among the top genius warriors. There were many A-level warriors, but there probably wasn't a single S-level warrior in the entire Jiangnan province. This was a true qualitative change, but one must have a conscience. Zhong Hongshan treated him very well, and this martial skill was something he had fought for himself. Zhong Hongshan smiled with satisfaction and said, "The hidden injuries in my body are very special. You don't need to think about how to heal me. This level of martial skill is already useless to me." Zhao Huangqiao was somewhat surprised. He didn't know if it was his illusion or what, but he felt that his master seemed to look down on this martial skill. This was the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon. The Bai family's ancestor was a 7th-level warrior, and that sword cultivator's wife was a powerful 8th-level body cultivator. Normally, 7th-level warriors couldn't even touch the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon. Only that powerful 8th-level body cultivator from the ancient clan could possess it. An unparalleled martial skill that only 8th-level warriors could access, and yet his master seemed to look down on it? Zhao Huangqiao was momentarily bewildered. Zhong Hongshan explained lightly, "Moreover, the cultivation of the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon has special requirements. One must have S-level physical talent to cultivate it to perfection. If not, no matter how high the innate talent of a martial artist, they will never be able to reach the perfect realm." Li Shuya pouted and said, "Even if they can't reach perfection, mastering it should be enough to crush most martial artists, right?" Zhong Hongshan shook his head and said, "No, for the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon, reaching perfection is just the beginning. Only after reaching perfection can one begin to cultivate the remaining 6 transformations. Once the 6 transformations are completed, one can transform into a half-dragon." Hearing his master's words, Zhao Huangqiao felt curious. Half-dragon? He couldn't help but ask, "Master, why only half-dragon? Isn't the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon even more powerful than Absolute Zero? Can't one transform into a true ancient dragon clan?" Wang Yu and Li Shuya were equally curious. The master had said that the minimum threshold for cultivating the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon to perfection was an S-level physical talent. People like them, who were physically strong but lacked physical talent, could also learn, but at most, they could only reach the proficient or mastery level. Moreover, it would consume a lot of energy, delaying their original lightning techniques. The 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon are good, but not worth the loss. They didn't envy their junior brother for having the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon, because both of them practiced lightning techniques, and their master was also a lightning martial artist. Would Zhong Hongshan treat them unfairly? The heavenly materials and treasures used by Li Shuya and Wang Yu, the martial skills and methods they practiced, would only be better than Zhao Huangqiao's, definitely not worse. Zhong Hongshan explained slowly, "You underestimate the ancient dragon clan too much. This world is far larger than you can imagine. Don't just talk about the whole world, even the Crimson Flame Empire is definitely not as you think. In your understanding, how powerful is the Church of Justice?" Zhao Huangqiao was somewhat surprised. Wasn't this a question with an obvious answer? The Church of Justice inspects all martial artists in the empire. it is the state religion of the Crimson Flame Empire. Its power is naturally beyond doubt. Zhong Hongshan asked again, then do you think the Church of Justice is the most powerful force in the Crimson Flame Empire? Zhao Huangqiao thought for a moment and said, the power of the Church of Justice should be about the same as that of the imperial family of the Crimson Flame Empire. Zhong Hongshan nodded and said, their power is similar, but there are more than a dozen forces like the Church of Justice in the Crimson Flame Empire. Upon hearing this, the three disciples were shocked beyond measure. More than a dozen? How is that possible? Zhong Hongshan looked towards the horizon, seemingly sensing something amiss, his brow furrowed, and said, a great change is coming. There are some things you can know in advance. Martial artists' cultivation is divided into 10 ranks, but the 10th rank is not the end for martial artists. Do you know what lies above the 10th rank? The three of them were momentarily stunned. They had once fantasized about what existed above the 10th rank, but it was just a fantasy, as they had always believed that the 10th rank was the end for martial artists. Just like many children wonder if they will go to another place after death. Zhong Hongshan said, it is the divine. Above the 10th rank, there exists the divine. The reason the Church of Justice is powerful is that they have divine inheritance. 1,000-year-old families, inheriting for 1,000 years without decline. Transcendent families have inherited for thousands of years. Immortal families have inherited for tens of thousands of years. And the Church of Justice's divine inheritance has lasted for over 100,000 years. There are more than a dozen forces in the Crimson Flame Empire that possess divine inheritance. And the angelic divine inheritance of the Church of Justice can only rank in the top 10. It has been over 100,000 years since the last god was born, and the inheritance was interrupted for 100,000 years due to the depletion of the world's fortune. During this time, many martial artists have reached the 10th rank but could not inherit the divine, simply because there was no divine fortune. Humanity no longer has fortune on its side. Zhao Huangqiao couldn't help but ask, why is that? The human race does not have the fortune of the gods, do other races have it? Zhong Hongshan replied, all other races do, except for the human race because of the war between humans and demons over 100,000 years ago. In order to win, the human race overdrawn their divine fortune, leading to the ascension of 100 gods. In just a few decades, 100 gods were born and engaged in the final battle against the demon race. Listening to the history from over 100,000 years ago, the master provided no excessive description, just a few words conveyed the grandeur of that epic. Zhao Huangqiao asked, did the human race win? Zhong Hongshan's expression was complex. A Pyrrhic victory. The demon race was sealed away, and all the 100 deities fell. At the moment of their final fall, they forged the last wall for the human race to prevent them from being harmed by other races. But the human race also lost their divine fortune and can no longer become gods. The three young disciples were greatly shocked. 100 deities, and it was merely a Pyrrhic victory. This was under the condition that the human race had overdrawn their future fortune. The strength of the demon race was chilling. Moreover, there were other races with deities eyeing them covetously. This world was more dangerous than they had imagined. Do you know why there are so many magical beasts in this world? These magical beasts are creatures infected by the remnants of the demon race's aura left behind back then. They are currently our greatest enemies. Other races have gods, while the human race has none. The situation is extremely dire. Zhao Huangqiao continued to ask, is there a connection between the witch church and the demon race? Zhong Hongshan nodded and said, yes, the witch worshipped by the witch church is one of the 100 deities of the demon race from back then. After the war between humans and demons ended, the demon race was not completely sealed away. The witch was the only god who managed to escape, but the witch was also severely injured, and her strength plummeted. After the war, several 10th-tier warriors from the human race joined forces to hunt down the witch, ultimately forcing her into a desperate situation. Li Shuya couldn't help but ask, did the witch die? Zhong Hongshan shook his head slightly and said, gods cannot be killed by mortals. The witch was not completely killed, her primordial spirit escaped her body, and one day, she will return for revenge. When the witch returns, the human race will face a catastrophic disaster, and she will definitely release those sealed demon deities. Therefore, the Qian Empire and other empires are joining forces to hunt down the remnants of the witch church, determined to find the reborn witch before the witch church does and eliminate her before she regains her full strength. Listening to the master's account of that history, the three of them grew serious. Zhong Hongshan continued, however, recently, the divine fortune of the human race seems to be reviving. More and more geniuses are emerging. Seeing the sorrowful expression on the master's face, Zhao Huangqiao asked, isn't the revival of divine fortune a good thing? Zhong Hongshan shook his head, unable to suppress a sigh, and said sadly, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The revival of the human race's divine fortune may indicate that the human race's barrier has become weak, making it vulnerable to other races. It may also mean that the seal on the demon race has weakened, or it could mean that the witch has been reborn and is regaining her strength. In short, a great upheaval is imminent, and the human race will once again fall into chaos. The only thing we can do now is to quickly improve our own strength. Perhaps we can survive the turmoil. If what I think is true, warriors below the 8th tier will have no chance to resist at all. If one can cultivate to the 8th tier, perhaps there might be a slim chance of survival. Hearing the master's words, Zhao Huangqiao and the others immediately felt a sense of pressure. The turmoil was right before their eyes, and their current 3rd tier cultivation was simply insufficient. Zhao Huangqiao had originally thought that with the system, he could slowly cultivate and eventually reach the 10th tier, just biding his time. But now it seemed that he could no longer afford to wait. Zhong Hongshan suddenly realized he had said a bit too much and returned to the main topic, saying, "You just asked why the 6 transformations of the divine dragon cannot transform into a dragon. Over 100,000 years ago, the human race had not yet separated from other races. The dragon race is one of the most powerful races, with multiple deities inheriting within the race, dominating the ancient times. The physical strength of an adult dragon is comparable to an 8th tier cultivator, and its power is on par with a 7th tier warrior. This means that a dragon, from the moment it is born, does not need to cultivate, it just waits to grow up and becomes an adult, possessing the strength of a 7th tier warrior. Its physical body can even crush 8th tier warriors. What terrifying power that is. When the 6 transformations of the divine dragon is fully cultivated, and all 6 transformations are completed, reaching great perfection, it is only equivalent to the strength of a half-dragon. That is because the 6 transformations of the dragon god is an incomplete technique. Zhao Huangqiao was somewhat surprised. Such a powerful martial art, a treasure passed down through the Bai family for 1,000 years, turned out to be just an incomplete technique. Zhong Hongshan said, the complete martial art should be called 9 transformations of the dragon god, but the complete martial art has long been lost. Although it is just an incomplete technique, it still belongs to the top S-class martial arts, enough for you to use. A half-dragon body is also sufficient to crush an ordinary S-class talent body cultivator. Zhao Huangqiao nodded. Although it was just an incomplete technique, it was enough for him. They returned to the Zhong residence. The few of them went back to rest. Li Shuya and Wan Yu both gained insights from their master's earlier battle. Zhao Huangqiao also returned to his room to begin cultivating the 6 transformations of the dragon god. System, max out the 6 transformations of the divine dragon for me. Ding! The host consumes 30,000 points of justice value to cultivate the 6 transformations of the dragon god. Zhao Huangqiao's eyes trembled. What the heck? It takes 30,000 to reach perfection? After the chaos in the Sun family, Zhao Huangqiao had accumulated over 100,000 points of justice value, thinking he could relax. He didn't expect that cultivating a single technique would cost 30,000 points. This is just too much of a ripoff. It seems that this 100,000 isn't going to last long. The host begins to cultivate the 6 transformations of the divine dragon in the first year. When you first obtained this martial skill, you were filled with awe. This martial skill is extremely difficult to cultivate after a year of effort. You still couldn't find the method to cultivate it, let alone perfection. You encountered a bottleneck just at the entry level. You possess a top-tier A-level physical talent and have perfected many martial skills, yet this time you faced a setback at the entry level of a martial skill, which dealt a heavy blow to you in the 3rd year. You finally reached the entry level of the 6 transformations of the divine dragon. At this moment, you realized how small humanity is. Even martial artists, and even high-level martial artists, are still very weak in the face of the powerful dragon clan. Humanity is fragile. Even the most ordinary dragons possess strength comparable to that of a 7th tier in the 8th year. You finally cultivated the 6 transformations of the divine dragon to a proficient level. You began to master some combat techniques of the dragon clan, able to release a faint dragon pressure, which, although very weak, carried the aura of the dragon, causing almost no harm but could scare low-tier magical beasts out of their wits in the 28th year. After a full 20 years, you finally cultivated the 6 transformations of the divine dragon to a mastery level, your internal energy and blood surging. Reaching a peak moment, you gradually noticed something was amiss. It seemed that the bloodline within you was evolving towards that of a dragon, and the dragon pressure within you was growing stronger at the same time. You also found yourself becoming irritable and bloodthirsty, as if some power within your strong blood was trying to control you in the 38th year. You still had not perfected the 6 transformations of the divine dragon, which troubled you greatly. It wasn't that you hadn't succeeded in 10 years of cultivation, but rather that you hadn't found any possibility of reaching perfection. The difficulty of cultivating this martial skill far exceeded any you had encountered before. In the 39th year, during a mission, you accidentally lost control, causing widespread destruction. This was your first time losing control, but you were not surprised. as you had already sensed that some power was controlling or influencing you during your previous cultivation. You had hovered on the edge of losing control several times before, but with your strong willpower, you resisted. This time, however, you did not. After the loss of control, you were taken into the Law Enforcement Bureau for investigation. While you pondered the reasons, it was evident that it was caused by cultivating the 6 transformations of the divine dragon. The bloodline continuously evolving towards dragon blood made it increasingly difficult for you to control yourself, leaving you in a dilemma. Should you stop cultivating the 6 transformations of the divine dragon? You had not yet perfected it. Once, the master also said that the dragon god's 6 transformations is merely an incomplete technique. The complete form is the dragon god's 9 transformations, and reaching perfection is just the beginning. Yet now, you haven't even started, and you are already unable to resist, beginning to lose control, so you choose to enter seclusion. In the 43rd year, after several years of seclusion, you did not engage in any cultivation. Every day, you sat by the waterfall, listening to the sound of the water falling, calming your heart, and starting to think seriously, introspecting. In the continuous contemplation, you finally calmed your mind. Through this ongoing reflection, you found a way to achieve perfection in your cultivation. Humans are too weak in front of the dragon race. The power of the dragons makes humanity obsessed. What truly causes you to lose control is not the dragon blood, but your own endless greed. The power of the dragon god's 6 transformations is too strong, and you currently lack the ability to control it. Such overwhelming power, if left unchecked, will ultimately lead to your own destruction, much like the purple cloud divine thunder on the master. In fact, the purple cloud divine thunder does not devour warriors. It is merely that the warriors themselves are too greedy, continuously overextending the power of the purple cloud divine thunder, which ultimately leads to backlash. In the face of immense power and endless temptation, one must maintain their true heart and restrain themselves. In the 53rd year, you perfected the dragon god's 6 transformations. Ding! The host has perfected the dragon god's 6 transformations, and the progress of physical talent cultivation has increased. Ding! The host's physical talent cultivation progress has reached 100% and begins to evolve. The A-level talent, indestructible body, evolves into S-level physical talent, primordial dragon body. In an instant, Zhao Huangqiao opened his eyes, and an endless terrifying power erupted within him. The powerful blood energy continuously surged outward, echoing with waves of dragon roars. It was as if a true dragon had descended upon the world. The dragon god's 6 transformations had reached perfection, and the physical talent had upgraded to S-level. Zhao Huangqiao felt the changes in his body, powerful blood energy resonating within him. Compared to top A-level talents, it was not even on the same level. Relying solely on physical strength, he could easily crush a 4th-tier blood realm warrior without any reliance on spiritual power or martial skills. At that moment, Zhao Huangqiao's heart suddenly shook. A strange feeling surged within him. He clearly sensed that within his body, a long-sleeping giant beast was slowly awakening, and a powerful and mysterious force began to gradually awaken. As this power awakened, Zhao Huangqiao felt his blood energy boiling. It surged and gathered within him like roaring waves, continuously rising. At the same time, deep and majestic dragon roars echoed in his ears. The sound seemed to come from ancient times, shaking his soul. Zhao Huangqiao's eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly, and he thought to himself, not good. The cultivation I've suppressed for so long can no longer be contained. It seems I must break through this time. For a long time, he had been suppressing his cultivation, remaining at the bottleneck of the 3rd tier's perfection. Although his strength was not weak, he had never stepped into the 4th tier of the blood realm. However, at this moment, after experiencing the upgrade of his talent, he could no longer suppress it. Zhao Huangqiao took a deep breath, fully guiding the vast blood energy within him to surge towards a higher level. The blood energy surged like a wild horse that had broken free, each impact akin to a heavy hammer striking an indestructible wall, attempting to break the shackles that bound it. To his surprise, this breakthrough progressed exceptionally smoothly. Zhao Huangqiao, who had originally thought he would encounter numerous difficulties and obstacles, found that the seemingly unbreakable shackles gradually became weaker under the continuous impact of the blood energy. Finally, with a crisp crack, the shackles shattered completely, and Zhao Huangqiao felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if he had shed a 1,000-pound burden. Immediately, the surging power of blood and energy spread rapidly throughout his body like a flood breaching a dam, nourishing his meridians and bones. The entire process was as quick as lightning. In less than a minute, Zhao Huangqiao had successfully stabilized his 4th-tier cultivation. At this moment, his aura was even more robust and powerful than before, exuding a heart-stopping pressure with every movement. The 6 transformations of the divine dragon had been perfected. He had advanced to the 4th-tier blood realm. His physical talent had upgraded to S rank. With these 3 enhancements, Zhao Huangchao's body had reached an astonishing level. He casually threw a punch, producing a thunderous sonic boom. Such terrifying power even shocked him. He attempted to fully unleash the power of his blood and energy, and the surrounding space seemed to be on the verge of compression. Although he was only at the first level of the 4th tier, other martial artists at the same level could hardly stay near Zhao Huangchao. He stood there with a confident expression, as if nothing in the world could hinder his progress. Even when facing the fearsome 4th-tier magical beasts, he felt no fear at all. It should be noted that this was a presence so powerful that many experts would hesitate to confront it, but Zhao Huangchao firmly believed he did not need to use even a shred of spiritual power or martial skills. With pure physical strength alone, a simple punch could instantly kill a 4th-tier magical beast. This immense confidence was not unfounded. It stemmed from years of extreme honing of his physical strength and the combat experience accumulated from countless life and death battles. Zhao Huangchao was surprised to find that the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon was different from other martial skills. Almost all martial skills required spiritual power to activate, with blood and energy serving only as an aid. However, the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon could be activated with spiritual power, but if the spiritual power was exhausted, it could also be activated using blood and energy. Moreover, in his current state, using blood and energy to activate the 6 transformations was even more formidable. Zhao Huangchao looked at his system panel. Cultivation, 4th tier, talent, S-rank ancient dragon body, 10%, A-rank immaculate sword body, 1%, D-rank manipulation, non-upgradable, breathing technique, S-rank just breathing technique, perfected, martial arts, S-rank martial skill 6 transformations of the divine dragon, perfected, S-rank martial skill witch's song, perfected. S-rank martial skill 10,000 swords returning to the origin, perfected. A-rank martial skill phantom sword dance, perfected. A-rank martial skill dragon roar dominance, perfected. Justice value 100,034. There are still 100,000 points of justice value left. This justice value should be enough to complete the training of the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon. After perfecting the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon, each transformation needed to be retrained. This was also why Zhong Hongshan said that training the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon to perfection was just the beginning. Zhao Huangchao suddenly recalled that perfecting the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon had consumed 30,000 justice points, and his brow couldn't help but twitch. It should be enough, right? Zhao Huangchao suddenly noticed that after his physical talent upgraded to S rank, he had not stopped training. Current training progress, 10% martial artists' talents are divided into 5 types, S, A, B, C, and D. Shouldn't S rank be the strongest talent? Why can I continue training after upgrading to S? Zhao Huangchao thought for a moment and considered 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that it is similar to martial skills, although they are all S rank, 10,000 swords returning to the origin, absolute 0, 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon, and even the complete 9 transformations of the Divine Dragon. These are all S-rank martial skills, but there is a huge difference in quality. Perhaps it's not just that, talents are the same. Currently, the training progress of my S-rank talent is 10%, which should only be an ordinary S-rank talent. If the training progress can be raised to 99%, it might be the top-tier S-rank talent. And the second possibility, perhaps above S-rank talent, there exists SS-rank talent. Zhao Huangchao speculated like this. System, help me cultivate the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon. However, the system replied, Ding, the host's 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon has been fully cultivated and cannot continue to be cultivated. The remaining transformations can only rely on the host's own cultivation. Zhao Huangchao's brow twitched. Can I only fully cultivate martial skills? It seems the system's justice points are not all powerful. Zhao Huangchao thought to himself, forget it, if I have to cultivate on my own, then so be it. Currently, my physical body has reached S rank. If I want to continue cultivating, with my current abilities, I still can't access those resources. At present, the most critical thing is to cultivate the sword path and obtain more cultivation resources. The next morning, Zhao Huangchao pushed open the door, and sunlight poured into the room. Wang Yu, who was practicing in the morning, saw him and greeted him with a smile. At this moment, Li Shuya also yawned and pushed open her door. Seeing Zhao Huangchao's unusual vitality fluctuations, she exclaimed, Junior brother, you broke through to the 4th rank? Zhao Huangchao smiled and nodded. I gained some insights from cultivating the 6 transformations of the Divine Dragon and broke through. At this time, Zhong Hongshan walked out of the room and said lightly, breaking through to the 4th rank is just right. Now you qualify to participate in the Youth Martial Artist Competition of the Qian Empire. Youth Martial Artist Competition? Zhong Hongshan's words surprised Zhao Huangchao. It sounded like a significant competition. After all, the name of this competition included the Qian Empire. This indicated that it was a national competition. The Qian Empire has vast territory, and Jiangnan Province is just a small corner. Its overall strength ranks at the bottom nationally, and there are many more powerful figures in the outside world, especially in the imperial capital. Almost everyone is a martial artist, and there are countless powerful forces. Families with a 1,000-year legacy are as common as dogs, and transcendent families are everywhere. Don't be fooled by the Bai family being a 1,000-year legacy family that dominates Jiangnan Province, acting like a local tyrant, a kind of local emperor. But when the Bai family arrives in the capital, they can only keep their tails between their legs. Li Shuya exclaimed excitedly, "What? Is it starting? Is it early this year? Ha, it's finally starting. This lady is going to show off her skills." Zhong Hongshan nodded slightly and said, "That's right, this session has been moved up. The National Youth Martial Artist Competition is held every 10 years, and martial artists from the Qian Empire can sign up. But there are a few conditions. First, you must be under 50 years old. Second, your cultivation must reach a certain rank. Due to the differences in cultivation, the lifespans of martial artists also vary. Generally, 4th-rank martial artists can live up to 200 years. 7th-rank martial artists can live around 500 years. But regardless of lifespan, the peak cultivation period for martial artists is within the first 100 years. Once they reach 100 years old, their cultivation is basically fixed, and if they want a breakthrough, it usually takes several decades, or even 1 or 200 years, to slowly reach a new realm. Basically, if a martial artist reaches the 6th rank, 5th level at 100 years old, their lifetime limit is likely to be around the 6th rank, 9th level, or possibly even less. If a martial artist reaches the 6th rank, 9th level at 100 years old, they will most likely remain at that level or reach the full 6th rank in their lifetime, with only a very few martial artists able to continue breaking through to a major realm after 100 years. In the first 100 years, the first 30 to 40 years are crucial. A martial artist's future potential can generally be seen by the age of 30. Unless they encounter a super opportunity later on. But such rare cases are not within consideration. Therefore, the age limit of 50 years or younger for the youth martial artist competition is very reasonable. Talented martial artists from all over the country will compete on the same stage here. Many powerful martial artists at the 7th and 8th ranks basically emerge during the youth martial artist competition. The Qian Empire is too large. Most martial artists only know about the talented martial artists within their own province. It is completely unclear what other kinds of monsters and freaks are hidden in other places. Not only that, but the rewards for martial artists are also abundant. Zhong Hongshan said calmly, "This year, not only has the date been moved up, but the rewards offered by the royal family of the Qian Empire far exceed those of previous years. Perhaps they have also sensed the revival of divine fortune, and chaos is approaching. Once turmoil descends, no matter how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures there are, they will be useless. Only powerful martial artists are the foundation." They want to use this youth martial artist competition to invest resources in young talented martial artists and accelerate their training. "This is also an opportunity for you." Zhao Huangchao couldn't help but sigh. "When I was in Tianhai City, along with the 4 cities that make up the 5 cities, the strongest martial artist was only at the 3rd stage completion. Later, when the head of the Sun family broke through to the 4th stage Blood Realm, he nearly destroyed the entire 5 cities. At that time, the 4th stage was something to look up to. And looking at the entire Qian Empire, only those who have just qualified can participate in the competition at the 4th stage, and still only in the youth group." Zhong Hongshan explained, "Many martial artists below the 4th stage can directly participate in provincial martial artist competitions, and each city in different provinces will also hold their own martial artist competitions. For example, in Jiangnan Province, the participation requirement for the Jiangnan Province martial artist competition is the 2nd stage. If you meet this requirement, you can directly participate in the provincial martial artist competition. Each city will also hold martial artist competitions, and there are no cultivation requirements. As long as you are under 50 years old, you can participate. Those who rank in the top 50 in the city, even if their cultivation has not reached the 2nd stage, can still be sent to the provincial martial artist competition. This is relatively reasonable. The proportion of martial artists who can reach the 4th stage before 50 is ultimately a minority. In many remote places, such martial artists are even called top geniuses. If there were only a national martial arts competition, many martial artists would miss the opportunity to participate in the competition, gain rewards, and improve themselves." Zhao Huangchao asked, "Then will martial artists who rank very high in the province be sent to the national martial arts competition?" Zhong Hongshan shook his head and said, "Not at all. The national competition and provincial competitions are independent of each other. Only martial artists who have reached the 4th stage can register directly, otherwise, there is no other way to participate in the national competition. Many martial artists who have just reached the 4th stage will not achieve good rankings even if they participate in the national competition. They would rather give up the national competition and participate in the provincial competition. As long as their ranking is good enough, they can receive better rewards. This is a trade-off. The national competition is a 4-person team. With your senior sister in seclusion, it just fits. I want to remind you that all 3 of you are 4th stage martial artists and are in your early 20s. Participating in the national competition will put you at a disadvantage. In the national competition, after a few rounds, there will basically be no 4th stage martial artists left. The lowest will be 5th stage martial artists. Even in the finals, there may be 6th stage martial artists. But the benefit is that the national competition is not a one-time event. After each stage, there will be phase rewards. However, if you 4 participate in the Jiangnan Province Provincial Martial Artist Competition with your strength, you will definitely take the top spot and win 1st place. Although it's only provincial, the reward for 1st place is also very generous. S-grade martial arts, A-grade spirit tools, S-grade treasures, you can choose one. Hearing Zhong Hongshan's words, the few of them couldn't help but get excited. These 3 treasures were things they had never even dared to think about. Li Shuya exclaimed, "Wow, this year's rewards are so much richer than before." I remember the reward for 1st place in the last Jiangnan province competition was only an A-grade martial art. This time, they are directly offering S-grade martial arts and A-grade spirit tools. Zhong Hongshan nodded and asked again, "I respect your choice. Will it be the national competition or the provincial competition?" Let me remind you, the best result from the last Jiangnan province martial artists in the national competition was being in the top 300, and the reward was only an A-level martial skill. Li Shuya puffed out her chest and said, "If the provincial competition rewards are this good, I can't even imagine what the first prize for the national competition would be. Haha, this young lady will definitely take 1st place in the national competition." Zhao Huangchao nodded and said, "Since we have the qualification to compete, we must seize every opportunity." The 3 of them said in unison, "We will participate in the national competition." Damo Province. This is the largest province within the territory of the Qian Empire. Although it has the largest area, its terrain is remote and desolate, with most of the land being desert. In terms of economy, urban development, and the overall strength of martial artists, it ranks among the lowest in the Qian Empire, even lower than Jiangnan Province. However, some knowledgeable martial artists know that one must never underestimate the martial artists from Damo. Because of its remoteness and long history, it hides many ancient clans. The strength of ancient clan martial artists cannot be measured with normal standards. What is generally considered an ancient clan? They are families or sects that have existed for tens of thousands, or even over 100,000 years. They practice the oldest methods and possess martial skills that have undergone countless generations of reform. Their strength is unfathomable. Some ancient clans may have declined, their strength not even matching that of third-rate families. Yet some ancient clans may rival the immortal forces like the Righteous Church, or even have ancestors who achieved divine status. In short, when facing ancient clans and their martial artists, one must never let their guard down. This is the consensus among all martial artists. In their eyes, it represents mystery. However, since ancient clans remain hidden from the world and rarely appear before the public, they do not participate in the assessment of provincial overall strength, which is why Damo Province ranks among the lowest. The reason for this is simple. The strength of ancient clans is unfathomable and cannot be assessed. This time, the highly anticipated Qian Empire Youth Martial Artist Competition has surprisingly chosen to hold its venue in the vast Damo Province. The reason for this choice is not complicated. This area is vast with a relatively sparse population. More importantly, it is home to large expanses of desert, towering mountains, and dense forests. This diverse and expansive terrain is practically tailor-made for this grand event. It is important to note that the martial artists coming to participate in the competition are not to be underestimated. The weakest among them has reached the 4th level, with some having already stepped into the profound realms of the 5th and even 6th levels. In the face of such fierce confrontations among numerous strong opponents, if there is not a sufficiently spacious battlefield for them to showcase their skills, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, this magical land of Damo Province just happens to meet all the requirements. Here, martial artists can fully unleash their strength and skills without worrying about being restricted by space or accidentally harming innocent bystanders. Whether racing like the wind across the endless desert, maneuvering between steep and perilous peaks, or weaving and hiding within the deep and mysterious forests, they can freely display their true abilities. Zhao Huangchao and his companions also arrived in Damo Province to compete, accompanied by their master. Since they were all members of the Law Enforcement Bureau, The registration process was exceptionally simple. The youth martial artist competition is organized in teams of 4. Including the mysterious senior sister who is in seclusion, there are exactly 4 of them. As for the senior sister, their master had already registered her in advance, so even if she cannot arrive in time due to her seclusion, it doesn't matter. It only requires a maximum of 4 people per group, and it's okay if someone temporarily can't make it. However, Zhao Huangchao and the others will have to face a 3 against 4 situation. The martial arts competition adopts different competition systems such as team battles and will battles. But regardless of the system, the more people in the team, the better, so 99% of the teams are small groups of 4. After the 4 of them arrived in the desert province and completed their registration, they were arranged to stay in the officially designated accommodation. After a brief rest of 3 days, they entered the intense routine of the competition. Zhao Huangchao did not rush to use his justice points to enhance his cultivation, as he could improve his cultivation anytime and anywhere, so it didn't matter to wait a bit. Moreover, he still needed to participate in the competition, and temporarily not enhancing his cultivation was also a way to hide his strength. On the other side of the desert province, in a luxurious residence, a middle-aged man wearing glasses, with fair skin and handsome features, dressed in a soft white robe, exuded an elegant demeanor. His name was Ningfeng. He looked young and handsome, but in fact, he was nearly 100 years old. He was a genuine 6th-level perfect martial artist. At his age, it was certainly impossible for him to participate in the youth martial artist competition, but reaching the 6th level before 100 years old meant he had a high chance of becoming a 7th-level martial artist in the future. He was an elder of the Tianshan sword sect, bringing 4 disciples from the sect to participate in the competition. The Tianshan sword sect was a truly transcendent force, with several 7th-level martial artists within its main sect. There was even one 8th-level martial artist who was half a foot in the grave. Located in the southeast direction of the Qian Empire, it was the local overlord with incredibly strong overall strength. Ningfeng adjusted his glasses and looked at the information in his hand, saying, "Tomorrow's opponent is the team from the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau. It's a 4-person team, but only 3 will be present, and one of the members seems to be in seclusion." Hearing the elder's words, a young martial artist clenched his fists together, visibly displeased, and said, "Is the Jiangnan province team that arrogant? Only 3 people coming? How boring. When the time comes, you guys don't need to go on stage. I can take down all 3 of them by myself." The young martial artist exuded a strong aura of blood and energy, clearly a body cultivator, and his strength was not to be underestimated. A body cultivator being able to join a sword sect indicated that his body cultivation was not simple. Ningfeng frowned slightly and said, "Zhang Chang, do not underestimate the enemy. Although there are only 3 of them, their strength is not weak. 2 of the martial artists are in the early 4th stage, but their talent seems quite strong, having reached the 4th stage in their early 20s. They are just at a disadvantage due to their age. If they were all in their 40s, they would likely reach the late 4th stage or even the 5th stage." The body cultivator named Zhang Chang pouted and said defiantly, "Humph, so what if they are 4th stage martial artists in their 20s? What's so impressive about that?" A female martial artist beside him ruthlessly countered, "How many stages were you at in your 20s? I remember you only broke through to the 4th stage at 35, right?" Zhang Chang's face turned red, and he retorted, "So what? Martial artists are judged by their strength, not their talent. Many geniuses die young. They might not even live to 35. Once on the arena, swords have no eyes. It doesn't matter how old they were when they broke through to the 4th stage." Humph. Ningfeng continued, "One is named Zhao Huangchao, and the other is Wang Yu. These 2 are not a concern, but there is another martial artist in their team, a 20-something 4th stage perfect martial artist, Li Shuya." Upon hearing Li Shuya's cultivation level, the expressions of the group turned serious. Even Zhang Chang couldn't maintain his bravado, because he was now in his 40s and had not yet reached the 4th stage perfect, while she had achieved it in her early 20s. No matter how arrogant he was, he had no confidence in defeating a genius martial artist at the 4th stage perfect. In the hotel where the young martial artists of the Qian Empire were staying, the elder of the Tianshan sword sect, Ningfeng, was analyzing their upcoming opponent, the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau. 20. Just over 20 years old and already at the 4th stage perfection? You're joking. According to normal martial artists, it takes 10 years of honing at the 4th stage to break through to the 5th stage. That genius from the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau, Li Shuya, is estimated to break through to the 5th stage in 5 to 8 years. Doesn't that mean he could break through to the 5th stage around 30 years old? God, breaking through to the 5th stage at 30, that would make him a top genius even in the imperial capital. Ningfeng nodded and said, "That's right, so do you still think you can take on all 3 of them by yourself? That girl Li Shuya is indeed a bit tricky." At her age, she can still participate in the national martial arts competition twice more. The competition is held once every 10 years, with a limit of under 50 years old, but there is no limit on the number of times one can participate. At just over 20, Li Shuya can still compete twice more after this one, once in her 30s and once in her 40s. Ningfeng said, in the future, during Li Shuya's last national competition, if her teammates don't hold her back, she will definitely achieve a terrifying result. It's very likely she could break into the top 50. As a nearly 100-year-old elder of the sect, Ningfeng had seen much and had participated in the National Youth Martial Arts Competition 3 times himself. The first time, he was basically eliminated in the first round. He had just broken through to the 4th stage and barely met the participation requirements. The second time he participated, he was also eliminated in the first round. Although his strength had increased significantly and the overall team configuration was very good, their luck was terrible. Encountering a team from the imperial capital, they were directly overwhelmed by one person from the opposing team. The third time he participated was also his last. Over the past 10 years, he had gained considerable opportunities and his strength had soared. He was very confident about his last competition, believing he could at least make it into the top 50. After all, the Tianshan Sword Sect's team was very strong that time. Even though Ningfeng had gained significant opportunities and his strength had greatly increased, he could only rank 3rd in the team. His teammates included a top genius from the Tianshan Sword Sect who had just finished seclusion, now the current sect master. They fought their way through, defeating a large number of experts. In the end, however, they fell short in the competition to enter the top 50. He thought it was just bad luck for the team, running into a strong team. But after watching the subsequent matches, they realized that the team they had encountered was not a strong dark horse team at all. In fact, they ranked lower among the top 50 teams. A team of 4, with the top 50 teams totaling 200 people. That basically represented the strongest batch of young martial artists from the Qian Empire. Among them were martial artists from the imperial capital, heirs of immortal forces, and even many hidden ancient clans. Each one was as strong as a monster. It could even be said that their own team's entry into the top 100 was purely due to luck. Therefore, when Ningfeng said that Li Shuya might enter the top 50 in her last competition, it was a very high evaluation. A martial artist named Li Chang still refused to accept it, saying, "Humph, what's so great about reaching the 5th stage at 30? Our Tianshan Sword Sect isn't without such geniuses." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's gaze turned to a female martial artist sitting in the corner. She was 32 years old. 5th stage. The woman wore a short skirt as white as snow, the hem gently swaying, resembling a blooming white lotus. Beneath the short skirt, her fair and slender legs were partially visible, with graceful and smooth lines. Like a finely crafted work of art, she was captivating. Her long hair, as soft as silk, fell casually behind her, gently swaying with the breeze, adding a touch of ethereal beauty. At this moment, the woman was quietly seated on a chair, her posture graceful and elegant. She held a long sword in her arms, the blade shimmering with a faint glow, as if containing endless mysterious power and a strong aura. The woman tightly closed her eyes, her expression aloof, like an iceberg that instilled fear in those who gazed upon her. People dared only to observe from a distance, not daring to approach easily. It seemed that just getting a little closer would cause the surrounding temperature to plummet, chilling to the bone. At that moment, a faint murmur came from somewhere, and the woman seemed to sense it, slowly opening her previously shut eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, like a butterfly preparing to take flight. When her eyes were fully opened, everyone was captivated by her gaze. No matter how many times one looked, her beauty was still shocking. Her eyes were deep as the sea, as if they held brilliant stars, shimmering brightly. They resembled clear lake water, glistening with waves, breathtakingly beautiful. Looking again at her stunning face, it was exquisitely flawless. Her skin was whiter than snow, delicate to the touch, her brows like distant mountains, and her lips painted a vivid red. She seemed like a fairy who had descended from the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful. Her name was Lu Ruen, the direct disciple of the Tianshan Sword Sect's master. She was hailed as the greatest genius of the Tianshan Sword Sect in 300 years. Possessing top-tier A-level swordsmanship talent and an innate sword body, she could control flying swords at will since childhood. With steady and solid cultivation, she was bound to break through to the 7th level in the future. When Ningfeng saw Lu Ruen, his worries were instantly dispelled, and he asked, "Ruen, can you fight Li Shuya tomorrow?" Lu Ruen replied coldly, "I alone can break through their ranks." When she said this, no one dared to question it. Lu Ruoi's strength was evident to all. They had hardly seen any peers who could defeat Lu Ruen. At just over 30 years old, she possessed the terrifying cultivation of the 5th level. Compared to the other 3 in the team, she was on a completely different level. Ningfeng's brow twitched slightly, "Ha, Rui, I certainly believe in your strength. But your junior sisters and brothers are also participating in the National Youth Martial Arts Competition for the first time. Let them take the stage first to gain some experience and adapt to the competition. You can come out last, and leave Li Shuya to you." Lu Rui held her long sword, her beautiful eyes filled with indifference and coldness, as if everything in the world was just fleeting smoke to her. "I don't even need to use my sword against her. Warriors below the 5th level, whether early 4th level or perfected 4th level, are not worthy of me using my sword." Ningfeng helplessly rubbed his temples. This Lu Rui was perfect in every way, but she was just too aloof and proud, yet she indeed had the capital to be proud. "Alright, let's go with this strategy for now. Their order of appearance shouldn't be too far off: Zhao Huangqiao, Wang Yu, Li Shuya. Tomorrow, Zhang Chang will handle Zhao Huangqiao, and Xiaoda will deal with Wang Yu. Any problems?" Both were very confident. "No problem. After all, the opponents were only early 4th level, while they had all reached mid-4th level. Mailing, your cultivation has already reached the 8th level of the 4th stage. Do you want to challenge Li Shuya?" Mailing nodded. "Although the opponent is 2 small realms higher than me, I want to give it a try. I might not be weaker than her." The next day, the National Youth Martial Arts Competition commenced. Countless geniuses from ancient families, transcendent masters from prestigious families, and hidden experts from the Red Flame Empire gathered from all over. At 50 years old, 4th level masters. These 2 restrictions eliminated the vast majority of martial artists from the Red Flame Empire. Those who remained were absolute elites. Even the weakest 4th level martial artists under 50 years old were undoubtedly national level geniuses. Even looking a bit further afield, they were directly powerful figures in their regions. The clash between these top national level geniuses attracted the attention of countless martial artists, and even people from other countries were secretly watching the Red Flame Empire's competition. Zhong Hongshan brought Zhao Huangqiao and others into the competition venue. Zhao Huangqiao's eyes widened. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. In that moment, he was completely stunned by the magnificent scene before him. The first thing that caught his eye was the towering, majestic buildings that seemed to pierce the clouds. Like a series of unparalleled swords, they shot straight into the sky, as if they were going to tear apart the heavy, leaden clouds above and create a gaping hole. The height of these buildings was astonishing. Looking up, he could see no end, only a sense of oppression coming from the heights that filled him with awe. The walls of the buildings shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, like an impenetrable armor, exuding a bone-chilling coldness. Even from a distance, Zhao Huangqiao could clearly feel that chill seeping into his very bones, making him shiver involuntarily. What was even more astonishing was the vast area occupied by this complex of buildings, stretching endlessly as if it had no end. Such a colossal scale undoubtedly showcased the strength of the Crimson Flame Empire and its emphasis on the national youth competition. As he got closer, Zhao Huangqiao saw a giant dragon sculpture intricately carved on the building, its lifelike scales and eyes that seemed to hold stars staring intently. A terrifying pressure erupted from the black dragon sculpture, sweeping towards Zhao Huangqiao like a surging tide. This pressure was as heavy as a mountain, making it hard for him to breathe, and his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. With a flick of his sleeve, Zhong Hongshan allowed Zhao Huangqiao to catch his breath, like a drowning person just pulled from the water, gasping for air. "Master, what is this? It's your first time here, and you don't know this yet." The second senior brother beside him explained with a smile. "This is where a master of the Crimson Flame Empire fought fiercely against the abyssal demon dragon for days and nights, exhausting all his energy to slay it. It is said that the place has now become a battlefield of the gods. This sculpture is based on the dragon corpse that the master brought back. You just looked into the eyes of that black dragon, right? These eyes were taken from the dragon corpse back then, placed here to showcase the might of the Crimson Flame Empire." Zhao Huangqiao couldn't help but click his tongue. Just a single eyeball was enough to intimidate a 4th-tier warrior like him. He couldn't imagine how strong the black dragon must have been when it was alive. To a low-tier warrior, the black dragon would be like a grasshopper that could be killed with just a glance. Zhong Hongshan stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. "It's just a vile beast. You will be able to kill them like slaughtering dogs in the future." Zhong Hongshan waved his hand, signaling the disciples to catch up. The people entering the competition venue nearby were stunned by his words. "Come on, you look like you have an ethereal presence and decent strength, but you can't boast like that. A few low-tier warriors, and you're saying it's like that?" Back then, the master of the Crimson Flame Empire and that black dragon turned the battlefield into a divine battleground. Just getting close to that place would suppress low-tier warriors with its intertwined aura. What are you even? Even the champion of the youth competition wouldn't dare to boast like that. Who is this person? Is he an old fraud? Zhong Hongshan didn't care how the people behind him discussed. If he believed it could be done, then it could be done. Whether one could slay vile beasts wasn't something to be spoken of. but something to be proven with the thunder in one's hands. Zhao Huangqiao, when there's no competition in the martial arts tournament, you can come here to train your willpower. The eyes of that black dragon are not just for show, they have some effect. Yes, master. Zhao Huangqiao quickly agreed, but in his heart, he was dismissive. My will is closely related to justice. This little black dragon is less helpful than a single hair of justice. However, when the teacher speaks, one must comply, whether to do it or not is my business. Understanding human relationships and social dynamics is essential. Upon entering the venue, a few people felt as if they had stepped into another dimension, an incredibly vast space with viewing stands in several arenas, each gleaming with a black metallic luster, resembling the colors of the gates and walls. This year's martial arts youth competition has really invested heavily. The construction of these arenas has upgraded to high-grade materials that can withstand impacts. Li Shuya stretched lazily, her full figure on display. I know about this. I didn't have time to participate last time, but I paid close attention to the event. I heard that a high-level martial artist directly smashed an arena to pieces, which infuriated the higher-ups, who worked overnight to reinforce the arena's quality. It's said that even a fourth-tier powerhouse can only leave a small mark on it when using their full strength. Bang! Li Shuya jumped in shock and quickly looked over. Zhao Huangqiao had one hand on the arena and awkwardly waved at Li Shuya with the other. This shouldn't require compensation, right? As Li Shuya approached, she nearly blacked out. There was a glaring fist imprint on the arena. A body refinement expert, terrifying indeed. But we should leave, we can't let anyone see us. We can't afford to pay. The competition was about to begin, and the people from the Tianshan sword sect slowly started to enter the arena. Under the gaze of thousands, they walked up to the stage, dressed in flowing long robes that seemed to have come from the snowy mountains, their garments as light as clouds and mist. Their long hair danced wildly in the wind, as if possessing a life of its own. When they appeared before everyone, the entire scene erupted in excitement. Cheers and roars rose and fell like a pack of frenzied monkeys. However, the members of the Tianshan sword sect maintained cold expressions, as if everyone present owed them a fortune. Even so, the audience remained incredibly enthusiastic. In contrast, the applause for the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau was sparse. There were hardly any supporters for them, not even those from Jiangnan Province cheered for them. After all, the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau had only ranked in the top 300 last year, akin to a fighter jet among cannon fodder. The Tianshan sword sect, on the other hand, boasted the extraordinary strength of 7th-tier martial artists, undoubtedly filled with countless geniuses, and had ranked in the top 50 last year. The top 50 against the 300, it was clear to any discerning eye where to place bets. The probability of the Tianshan sword sect losing was no less than that of the national football team defeating Argentina. Everyone marveled at the extraordinary power. The disciples who appeared were all formidable, truly worthy of being a team aiming for the pinnacle in this national youth competition. Their presence is entirely different. Just a glance fills one with a sense of oppression. I feel my skin trembling all over. Even from this distance, I can sense that piercing sword aura. In contrast, those from the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau look lazy and lackadaisical. They clearly came just to fill the numbers. There's no suspense in this match. How could a poor, shabby law enforcement bureau compete against the disciples of an extraordinary power? At this moment, someone noticed an anomaly among the snow-white-robed swordsmen. Wait, did I see that right? I remember that the Tianshan sword sect only accepts sword cultivators, right? How did a nearly bursting out of his clothes man get mixed in? This is clearly a body refinement cultivator. A discerning martial artist instantly recognized the issue. As this was said, the surrounding martial artists were momentarily stunned. What the hell? The Tianshan sword sect actually took a body refinement cultivator as a disciple? How is that possible? When I participated in the Tianshan sword sect's recruitment trials, one couldn't enter without comprehending sword intent. He must have cultivated a powerful sword intent, enhancing his body to be like that of a body refinement cultivator. Is this the Tianshan sword sect's trump card? Comparable to a martial artist who practices both swordsmanship and body refinement, an invincible warrior who embodies the sharpest sword and the sturdiest shield? So powerful, is this what genius looks like? If I were his opponent, I wouldn't even know which finger he would use to crush me. As the martial artists watching the match discussed, the electronic screen displayed the battle information. First match, Wang Yu from the Jiangnan Law Enforcement Bureau versus Zheng Chang from the Tianshan sword sect. With the battle information appearing on the big screen, the third senior brother Wang Yu looked towards Zhao Huangqiao and others. Wait for me to scout the way first. After saying that, he stepped onto the arena that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Go, senior brother. Go, junior brother. Zhao Huangqiao and Li Shuya cheered for Wang Yu from the preparation area. Although they were facing a transcendent force, there was no sign of tension on their faces. Although Wang Yu's strength was not strong, being a disciple of Zhong Hongshan surely meant he had his extraordinary qualities. A mere transcendent force was not enough to make them take it seriously. The one appearing from the Tianshan sword sect was Zhang Chang. He wore a long robe as white as snow, and the thin fabric could hardly conceal his explosive, muscular physique. Each muscle was well-defined, as if meticulously sculpted, containing boundless power. As he moved, his muscles trembled slightly, exuding a heart-pounding aura. What was most striking was his long hair, as red as burning flames. The hair danced wildly in the air, leaping and tumbling like a raging fire, seemingly igniting the surrounding air with its heat. That muscular guy has appeared. Does the Tianshan sword sect have a backup plan? Or are they going all out, going for a quick win against the Jiangnan Law Enforcement Bureau? I remained silent, only coveting his muscles. This Wang Yu seems to be a body cultivator too. Look at his steps, so steady. He must have practiced body refinement techniques for some time. The Jiangnan Law Enforcement Bureau, those words carry no weight at all. My neighbor, who joined a first-rate force, is stronger than the city-level director of the Law Enforcement Bureau. In this competition filled with geniuses, the Law Enforcement Bureau should take a back seat. Exactly, last year's Law Enforcement Bureau participants were just going through the motions. Not to mention the top 3, they didn't even make the top 10. And core disciples wouldn't even use the Law Enforcement Bureau's name to compete. As everyone discussed, the two on the stage had already begun to fight. Wang Yu stood quietly, like a statue, motionless. However, the moment his gaze met Zhang Chang's, the lazy aura that had surrounded him dissipated like smoke blown away by the wind, vanishing without a trace. In its place were eyes as sharp as a hawk's, locking onto Zhang Chang as if trying to see into the depths of his soul. At that moment, Wang Yu exuded a chilling aura, a terrifying momentum brewing and accumulating within him, making the surrounding air feel heavy. Zhang Chang also did not back down, needing Wang Yu's gaze. From the powerful aura displayed by his opponent, he could clearly sense that this martial artist was definitely not as weak as described in the intelligence gathered yesterday. A slight smile curled at the corners of Zhang Chang's mouth, hinting at something profound. Then, he suddenly unleashed his own momentum, erupting like a volcano. With the explosion of this terrifying aura, Zhang Chang's snow-white robe could not withstand such immense power, instantly bursting apart into countless fragments that scattered in the air. He himself radiated a dazzling light, with powerful blood energy surging like a burning flame, soaring into the sky. The rolling blood energy even dyed the sky above into a shade of crimson, as if the entire world was shaken and enveloped by this powerful force. Very good, this kind of match is interesting, Wang Yu said, revealing his white teeth with a smile. You're lucky to have chosen me. Oh, are you saying you're the weakest? Zhang Chang glanced at the two on the preparation bench, one of whom seemed to be there just to make up the numbers, leaning back with closed eyes as if about to fall asleep at any moment. The other sat cross-legged, his eyes filled with fear of his own terrifying blood energy. Just these two? Zhang Chang said disdainfully. To crush you, they are merely my background props. Wang Yu, the last one so arrogant should have already crossed the Mangpa bridge. Zhang Chang pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent, his strong legs slightly bent, like an arrow ready to be released. In the next moment, he suddenly exerted force, his entire body shooting out like a bolt of lightning. Accompanied by this astonishing explosive power, a shocking red wave of blood surged behind Zhang Chang. The blood wave, like a raging tide, swept forward with an endless aura of brutality, tearing through the air and producing a series of piercing howls. At this moment, the violent blood energy radiating from Zhang Chang ran wild like a runaway stallion, as if it wanted to break through all restraints and shatter this world completely. This overwhelming power left the surrounding spectators pale with fear, all of them instinctively leaning back. Damn, is this terrifying aura really something a fourth-tier warrior can achieve? This blood energy could injure me. Meanwhile, that crimson, brutal blood energy quickly coalesced into a dripping red blood sword. Like a deadly weapon summoned from the depths of hell, it shot straight towards Wang Yu's forehead. Its speed was so fast that there was no time to react, and in the blink of an eye, it was already close to Wang Yu. In that instant, Wang Yu felt an overwhelming pressure that was suffocating. He focused his gaze and saw Zhang Chang radiating an extremely terrifying blood energy, like a ferocious beast pouncing towards him with claws bared. Faced with such a terrifying momentum, Wang Yu showed no sign of retreat. His eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he intended to burn away all obstacles before him. He quickly crossed his arms in front of his chest, adopting a defensive stance. However, that was far from enough. With a roar erupting from Wang Yu's mouth, all the muscles in his body tensed up, every blood vessel seeming to ignite, surging with boiling blood. In an instant, a violent blood energy erupted from within him, sweeping out like a raging storm. This power was so strong that even the surrounding air trembled. It surged towards Zhang Chang with the force of a landslide, crashing violently against the opponent's overwhelming blood energy. Everyone stared in shock at this scene, no one expecting Wang Yu to dare to confront Zhang Chang's fully charged, deadly strike head-on. The audience was dumbfounded. Is Wang Yu crazy? He actually wants to take it head-on. Did you see, kid? This is what happens when a body cultivator lacks brains and is stubborn. He doesn't even know to avoid the sharp edge at this moment. You must become a sword cultivator in the future, with a quick mind and great killing power. Simply overestimating himself, Zhang Chang's blood wave is enough to block out the sun, and even those sitting in the audience can feel that terrifying pressure, yet he doesn't dodge. A genius is nothing more than this. The audience scoffed at Wang Yu's actions, while in the VIP viewing box, Zhong Hongshan and an old man sat among them, leisurely watching the match below. Wow, the younger generation of the Tianshan sword sect has quite a bit of vitality. Your disciple is going to suffer a big loss, Zhong Hongshan said, sitting calmly on the sofa. The old man beside him felt something was off. This old Zhong was known far and wide for being protective of his disciples, and now his disciple was about to be trampled on. Why was he acting so indifferent? Could it be that this Wang Yu? The old man smiled slyly at old Zhong. Well, it seems this kid's strength is not to be underestimated. I remember this Wang Yu, wasn't his physique not very good? Compared to the other freakish disciples you've taken in, he's hardly worth mentioning. Isn't he at the early stage of the 4th rank? Old Zhong, say something. Is this kid not A-grade talent? The old man was about to go crazy. Zhong Hongshan remained as steady as a mountain, completely unfazed by the old man's chatter. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, the old man ran up to Zhong Hongshan. Old Zhong, let's make a bet. I bet your disciple can't beat this kid from the Tianshan sword sect. Zhong Hongshan revealed a meaningful smile. What's the wager? The old man immediately furrowed his brows. Something felt off. Why did old Zhong agree so quickly? But now he couldn't care about anything else. His curiosity was piqued. I bet an S-grade martial skill, but you have to tell me why he can win. An S-grade martial skill is too boring. Bet something you have that's valuable. The old man immediately stared at Zhong Hongshan, thinking, are you trying to trick me? Gritting his teeth, the old man replied, fine. Old Zhong wore an expression that said, you finally took the bait, making the old man feel uneasy. Surely he wasn't really being set up? But it didn't matter. He had previously chatted with Ningfeng from the Tianshan sword sect, and the kid with the overwhelming vitality below had a hidden skill. With old Zhong's disciple at the early stage of the 4th rank, it would be hard for him to turn the tables. Come on, tell me, what's so impressive about your A-grade talent disciple? Old Zhong remained silent, merely pretending to be profound. My disciple can use lightning techniques. What? This kid isn't a body cultivator? The old man was shocked. Zhong Hongshan's lightning techniques were renowned. He was known as the Lightning King. Body cultivator plus lightning cultivator equals might guy who can unleash electromagnetic cannons. The old man looked in disbelief at the target being struck by the red waves of energy, momentarily falling into silence. He didn't know whether to think about what treasure old Zhong had his eyes on or whether Zhang Chang's hidden skill could possibly compete with the lightning techniques personally taught by Zhong Hongshan. In an instant, the two collided violently, producing a deafening roar. The raging energy exploded, forming an enormous energy vortex that rampaged through everything around it. At the edge of the arena, a transparent shield rose in response, shimmering with dazzling light, straining to keep this terrifying energy contained within the arena. However, even so, the spectators could feel an almost lethal threat approaching just by watching this intense duel with their naked eyes. Accompanied by the explosion of the energy vortex, two figures flew backward like kites with severed strings, heading in opposite directions. Wang Yu fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his originally honest and simple face now appearing somewhat twisted and ferocious. But the bloodiness deep within him was completely ignited at this moment. He pushed off the ground with his feet, and his whole body shot toward Zhang Chang like an arrow released from a bow, at an astonishing speed. On the other side, Zhang Chang, although not seriously injured in the recent thrilling collision, was filled with horror at the immense power displayed by Wang Yu. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary opponent would possess a physical strength even greater than his own. Zhang Chang's eyes widened as he stared intently at Wang Yu, who was rapidly approaching like a bolt of lightning. He could clearly sense the powerful aura emanating from Wang Yu, as if he were a volcano about to erupt, sending chills down his spine. However, Zhang Chang showed no signs of retreat. Despite the blood still lingering in his throat from earlier, he gritted his teeth and forced the surging energy within him to its peak once again. In an instant, his entire body was filled with a torrent of power, and he seemed to ignite, radiating a dazzling light. With a roar, Zhang Chang charged towards Wang Yu without hesitation. At the same time, he waved his hands repeatedly, unleashing sharp streams of energy that shot from his fingertips, transforming into a myriad of light and shadow, sweeping towards Wang Yu. These energies were like a raging dragon emerging from the sea, imposing and powerful, or like a venomous snake striking, cunning and fierce, making it hard to defend against. Facing Zhang Chang's ferocious assault, Wang Yu grinned. He swiftly dodged the incoming energy attacks with a flicker of his body. Then, with his palms flying, he unleashed his own skills, and in an instant, the winds from their strikes howled, colliding violently in the air, producing a series of deafening booms. The audience was stunned. How was the scene before them so different from what they had imagined? The only possibility they could agree on was that Zhang Chang's strength was formidable. No wonder he could enter the Tianshan sword sect, a transcendent force that only accepted sword cultivators, as a body cultivator. Is this really someone from the Law Enforcement Bureau? How can he be so strong? That punch must have at least 10 years of cultivation behind it. As a body cultivator, I can tell, such abundant energy and solid physique must be the result of decades of hard training. This Wang Yu is surprisingly strong. I hadn't heard of him before. Wang Yu is going to win. Zhang Chang is starting to struggle. The first contestant from the Tianshan sword sect shouldn't be weak. I have faith in the Tianshan sword sect. Suddenly, Wang Yu's eyes widened, and with a roar, his energy surged forth like a volcanic eruption, shooting skyward. He flickered and transformed into an afterimage, dashing towards Zhang Chang with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yu had caught up to Zhang Chang, his right fist carrying boundless power, striking towards Zhang Chang's face with a sound that pierced the air. Zhang Chang hurriedly raised his arms to cross in front of him, but the immense force still made him stagger back a few steps. Wang Yu, seizing the advantage, pushed off the ground with his left foot, leaping high into the air, his left leg sweeping out like a whirlwind. The speed of this kick was so fast that Zhang Chang had no time to evade and could only brace himself to take the hit on his shoulder. With a dull thud, Zhang Chang was knocked off balance, nearly falling to the ground. However, Wang Yu's assault did not cease. After landing, he charged forward again, raining down punches and kicks on Zhang Chang like a torrential downpour. Each strike contained terrifying power, leaving Zhang Chang with no chance to counter, only able to defend. At that moment, the originally disadvantaged Zhang Chang suddenly let out a loud shout, and the energy within him erupted violently. A powerful aura surged from his body, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Seizing the moment when Wang Yu's attack slowed, Zhang Chang forcefully waved his hands, pushing Wang Yu back several steps. Immediately, he turned his body and quickly distanced himself from Wang Yu, temporarily shaking off his entanglement. Zhang Chang stared intently at Wang Yu, both of them covered in blood. However, only Zhang Chang's breath was chaotic, while Wang Yu's breath remained long and steady. If this continued, Zhang Chang would surely lose. You forced my hand. This move was originally meant for your next opponent. Since you have this strength, I will generously let you bear this move. Zhang Chang suddenly let out a deafening roar, the sound echoing like thunder in the clear sky. At the same time, his entire body's muscles turned a deep red, as if they had been scorched by a raging fire. Shockingly, the originally bright red blood energy began to undergo a strange transformation, gradually shifting from red to black. In the blink of an eye, this black blood energy became as thick and deep as ink, seemingly containing endless darkness and destructive power, capable of easily incinerating all things in the world. Looking at Zhang Chang's eyes, they no longer resembled those of a normal human. Instead, two blazing balls of black flames erupted from them. These black flames flickered and danced, exuding a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. With the sudden shift in Zhang Chang's momentum, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Standing nearby, Wang Yu merely glanced at the black flames, and an unprecedented sense of immense fear and strong threat surged within him. This feeling came like a tidal wave, making it almost impossible for him to breathe, and his body involuntarily trembled slightly. Zhang Chang grinned savagely and shouted, "Purgatory Black Flame, go! What the hell? There's a master!" A shocking turnaround. I thought Zhang Chang was going to lose, but he actually transformed his blood energy. Is this the foundation of the Tianshan sword sect? Indeed, disciples of transcendent powers should not be underestimated. Victories of the weak over the strong are everywhere. It seems Wang Yu is going to lose. That flame is very strange. I can feel my body trembling. Zhao Huangqiao felt a jolt in his heart upon seeing the bizarre black flames. The third senior brother's blood energy could not be sustained for long, and the gap in realms at the early stage of the fourth level was already significant. Now the opponent had such a strange transformation. Li Shuya, the third senior brother, is at a disadvantage. Junior brother, don't worry about your senior brother. This kid looks honest, and if he can't win, he knows to run. Now that he hasn't run, it means that the black flames are within his ability to handle. Zhao Huangqiao cast a doubtful glance at Li Shuya, his eyes showing some disbelief. The third senior brother looks honest. You're not being overly optimistic, are you? Hearing this, Li Shuya snorted, and upon hearing Zhao Huangqiao not calling her senior sister but referring to her as junior brother, she was instantly filled with anger. He looks honest? Humph, you'll know soon enough, you naive junior brother. At this moment, in the private room, the old man was joyfully dancing in front of Zhong Hongshan. Old man, still trying to trick me? Who would have thought that Zhang Chang has a trump card? Ah, after all these years, I can finally win against you once. Ha ha ha, bring it on. The old man swaggered up to Zhong Hongshan, arrogantly extending his hand. Take out your treasure. Let me appreciate it thoroughly today. Zhong Hongshan pushed him away. Hey, you're trying to play tricks, aren't you? I tell you, that kid's black flames were specifically gained by absorbing a certain treasure tainted with the aura of destruction. Your disciple definitely can't withstand it. Honestly, take out your treasure. Zhong Hongshan merely pointed slightly with his hand. Look, the old man looked over with satisfaction, muttering, what's there to see? It's all bound to lose. Oh my. On the wide and sturdy arena, a violent and fiercely burning dark purple flame surged forth, like a ferocious beast bearing its fangs and claws, pouncing towards another equally imposing black flame. Wang Yu's vital energy had actually transformed into dark purple flames. The two forces collided violently in an instant, producing a deafening roar, sparks flying and illuminating the entire dim space. The once noisy and bustling stands fell into a deathly silence. The audience stared wide-eyed, fixated on the shocking scene on the arena. Even their breathing became cautious, afraid to miss any thrilling moment. The spectators on the stands were horrified, trembling as they pointed at the two below. These two's vital energy martial arts can actually change the form of their vital energy. It's simply terrifying. Is this what genius looks like? Even if I could reach their level of robust vital energy, it would take decades of relentless body tempering and vital energy enhancement. Zhang Chang from the Tianshan sword sect is already a master among the 4th tier. I didn't expect this unknown enforcement officer from Jiangnan province to produce a genius capable of contending with him. But even so, the enforcement officer should stop here. How could someone purely focused on body cultivation be accepted by the Tianshan sword sect? A nearby spectator disagreed. Why can't they accept him? Would a power refuse a genius? The Tianshan sword sect is also eager for talent. What do you know? The rules of transcendent powers are greater than heaven. Can they be casually crossed? That person spoke as if he were from the Tianshan sword sect, arrogantly saying, do you understand what transcendent power means? If the rules are truly broken, it must mean that this body cultivator is powerful enough to make the Tianshan sword sect's rules yield. If that's the case, no matter how strong Wang Yu is, he can't possibly surpass Zhang Chang. In the end, he's just a green leaf. The surrounding audience nodded in agreement. Although that person exaggerated, the reputation of the Tianshan sword sect was undeniable. This person named Zhang Chang still likely had hidden strength. The members of the Tianshan sword sect standing in the preparation area looked indifferent. They knew Zhang Chang's strength. Although he was somewhat reckless, his power was among the top tier of the younger generation in the Tianshan sword sect. However, Xiaoda's expression was somewhat grim. Wang Yu's first appearance had already disrupted their plans, and Xiaoda had to face the younger early 4th tier contestant, Zhao Huangqiao. Youth meant genius, and the strength of a genius could not be measured by common sense. His own strength was already inferior to Zhang Chang's, and now even if Zhang Chang won, it was likely to be a narrow victory. He might very well encounter a fully powered Zhao Huangqiao. Wang Yu's display of formidable strength made him pay more attention to the young man opposite him. He could actually find time to cultivate amidst such a noisy battlefield, and he could even sense the surge of his aura. Could it be that by watching others compete, he gained insights? Just then, Zhao Huangqiao seemed to sense Xiaoda's gaze. Zhao Huangqiao grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Xiaoda's heart tightened. What keen perception! At that moment, an astonishing roar erupted from the audience. Xiaoda hurriedly looked towards the arena. Sure enough, Wang Yu's early 4th tier vital energy was somewhat lacking, the color of his vital energy noticeably fading. Meanwhile, Zhang Chang's robust mid-4th tier vital energy remained strong, the hellfire enduring longer. Seeing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Zhang Chang's eyes as he shouted loudly, to be able to fight me to this extent is already enough to prove your strength. You're only at the early 4th tier. If you concede now, I can still give you a dignified exit. Wang Yu remained silent, merely outputting with all his might. Zhang Chang's robust blood energy continuously eroded Wang Yu's vitality. Wang Yu's situation grew increasingly perilous. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. In the VIP box, the old man slapped his thigh and jumped up in delight. I almost got fooled by you, old fellow. Your disciple is only at the initial stage of the 4th rank. Even if he can resist Zhang Chang's martial skills, once his blood energy is exhausted, he will have to admit defeat. What do you think, old Zhong? This time you have to lose to me, right? Zhong Hongshan didn't even glance at him. After losing for so many years, you're still like this. The old man glared. What do you mean? What's wrong with me? This time, you will undoubtedly lose. At this moment, you might as well go down and see when to intervene to minimize the damage to your disciple. Your little disciple is also stubborn to the extreme. Even now, he still won't admit defeat. If he doesn't, he might lose his life. The old man couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a bit regretful. Hearing this, Zhong Hongshan couldn't help but laugh. You really think my disciple is bound to lose? Do you not believe in my disciple, or do you not believe in me? Is there even a need to look? How can he turn the tide? The two high-ranking martial artists argued in the VIP box while the battle below raged on, and Wang Yu's situation worsened. Ningfeng was watching the match in another VIP box. Sipping some wine, he commented on the two fighters' battle. This time, Zhang Chang is having a tough time. It's not beneficial for the Tianshan sword sect to establish a strong image. But it doesn't matter. Once Lu Ruen makes her move, it will be the moment for our Tianshan sword sect to gain fame. Wang Yu, the Law Enforcement Bureau of Jiangnan Province, is merely a stepping stone for our Tianshan sword sect. Ningfeng was very confident. He had the experience of 3 youth martial arts competitions. A genius like Lu Ruen was definitely among the top in this match. That 20-year-old, 4th-rank perfectedly Shuya was nothing but a mere chicken in front of her. Just at this critical moment, a decisive look suddenly flashed in Wang Yu's originally deep eyes. He gritted his teeth tightly, glaring fiercely ahead as if he wanted to completely tear apart the enemy before him. In the next moment, he unhesitatingly detonated his own blood energy. In an instant, a torrent of terrifying power erupted, like a volcanic explosion. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the black flames instantly crumbled under this powerful force, turning into countless splashes of black blood energy. At the same time, both Zhang Chang and Wang Yu were violently sent flying backward by this tremendous impact. Their bodies, like broken sacks, traced a long arc in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, unexpectedly, despite suffering such a heavy blow, Wang Yu showed no sign of retreat. He exerted all his strength, charging towards Zhang Chang like an arrow released from a bow. This is an A-level footwork. This person is actually disregarding the chaotic blood energy within his body? Zhang Chang's pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints, and a strong sense of fear surged in his heart. It was clear that Wang Yu intended to risk serious injury to win this round. Zhang Chang was not easily intimidated. If Wang Yu was willing to risk his life, why couldn't he? Damn it! Condense the blood energy for me. Zhang Chang's already robust body was now tensed to the extreme, like a volcano about to erupt. Every muscle in his body was as hard as steel, clearly defined and bulging, filled with explosive power. A thread of vital energy surged through his body like a lively dragon, darting swiftly within him. This vital energy seemed to possess its own life and consciousness, flowing rapidly through his veins. Zhang Chang's vital energy soared to the heavens. A powerful surge of vital energy erupted like a volcanic explosion. However, unlike before, this time the blood energy that burst forth seemed to have its own life and awareness. It no longer crashed about chaotically as it had in the past, but instead resonated with one another, intertwining and merging. This blood energy quickly gathered in the air, continuously weaving and entangling. Each strand of blood energy was as if controlled by an invisible hand, precisely arranging itself into specific shapes. Gradually, a clear outline emerged, a remarkably sharp longsword. As time passed, the sword formed from the condensed blood energy became increasingly solid, its blade shimmering with a glaring crimson light, as if it had just been pulled from a pool of blood. Even more astonishing was that this blood sword seemed to contain a mysterious and unfathomable power, making anyone who merely glanced at it feel a chill run down their spine. This Zhang Chang's vital energy has actually transformed into a long sword? Everyone present was dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. They had never imagined that someone could wield their vital energy to such an extraordinary level, turning it into a tangible weapon. The members of the Tianshan sword sect were left speechless and utterly shocked by the stunning scene before them. The technique of transforming blood energy into a sword was not unfamiliar to them. It had once been a legendary existence. Recalling the past, when the Tianshan sword sect was still weak, they had faced a joint siege from several transcendent forces. Just as the Tianshan sword sect was about to be torn apart by these powerful forces, with their years of accumulated assets on the verge of falling into others' hands, a highly respected elder stepped forward. This elder single-handedly withstood the immense pressure exerted by several 7th-tier martial artists. His vital energy surged, and in the blink of an eye, that overwhelming blood energy coalesced into a colossal blood sword that reached the heavens and the earth. The elder grasped the giant sword, standing tall like a pine tree, as if a war god had descended upon the world. One man, one sword, engaged in a fierce clash that shook the heavens and moved the spirits against several elders of the same rank. That battle was nothing short of apocalyptic, with darkness enveloping the sky and the sun and moon obscured. In the end, the elder, relying on his incredible willpower and superb swordsmanship, successfully suppressed several formidable foes, preserving the foundation and legacy of the Tianshan sword sect. Unfortunately, this brave elder sacrificed his precious life to protect the sect's traditions. Nevertheless, his miraculous and immensely powerful technique of transforming blood energy into a sword was preserved within the Tianshan sword sect. However, mastering this secret technique was no easy feat. The difficulties and dangers involved were beyond imagination, making those who could truly master it exceedingly rare. There were even rumors that this secret technique not only had stringent requirements for practitioners but also came with an extremely high cost. This terrifying pressure is the unique secret technique of that legendary elder from the Tianshan sword sect. I didn't expect this technique to have an heir. The Tianshan sword sect is bound to rise. It seems that one of the top 10 spots in this martial artist youth competition will surely belong to the Tianshan sword sect. Is this the foundation of transcendent forces? Just the emergence of a single secret technique brings me an unparalleled sense of dread. Moreover, the descendants of surviving elders from the transcendent forces who participated in that battle recalled their ancestors' writings in their autobiographies. The once talented youth, full of vigor, had stepped into the realm of 7th-tier martial artists, becoming a high-tier martial artist. However, during the attack on the Tianshan sword gate, he was struck by an elderly elder using a blood energy secret technique, leaving him utterly disoriented. His descendants remember that period very clearly, as it was filled with the word terror. Even every single word contained fragments of their ancestors' shattered resolve. The old man beside Zhong Hongshan also put away his playful mood. He had not received the news that a genius inheritor of the blood energy sword had emerged from the Tianshan sword gate. On the contrary, as a well-informed person, he understood even more the terrifying nature of the blood energy sword technique. It not only kills enemies but also devours the host's lifespan. Zhong Hongshan asked, "You know this kid can use the blood energy sword technique?" The old man rolled his eyes. "If I knew, I would be an elder of the Tianmen Sword Mountain by now. How could such confidential information about this technique be shared with me? I thought his infernal black flame would be enough to make your disciple retreat, but who knew he was so stubborn, insisting on fighting even to this extent? Hey, aren't you worried about your disciple? The lethality of the blood energy sword is absurdly great." Zhong Hongshan merely smiled. How could he not know his own disciple? This battle was arranged by him to allow Wang Yu to break through during the fight. The blood energy sword technique is practically a strategic weapon. How could the Tianshan sword gate let him participate in the young warriors competition? The old man, seeing that Zhong Hongshan was ignoring him, pondered to himself. Could it be that the Tianshan sword gate has an even more powerful genius? Very likely. A glint of shrewdness flashed in the old man's eyes. Zhong Hongshan just smiled and calmly said, "If the Tianshan sword gate has geniuses, does that mean my disciple Zhong Hongshan isn't a genius?" Upon hearing this, the old man looked at Zhong Hongshan with suspicion, circling him several times before muttering, "So brave? Did Liang Jingru give him that?" The old man said seriously, "No matter what you think, your disciple must be extra cautious. One misstep with the blood energy sword could lead to death." Zhong Hongshan looked at the terrifying blood energy sword aimed at Wang Yu and couldn't help but think, the pressure is already in place. It all depends on whether Wang Yu can break through the barrier in his heart. Wang Yu's blood energy surged as he shouted, "Mountain-splitting palm." He took a deep breath, and with a powerful push of both palms forward, a tremendous force of blood energy erupted from his palms like a surging torrent, quickly coalescing into a gigantic and solid hand. At the same time, the sharp long sword formed from the gathered blood energy rushed towards him with thunderous momentum. Just as these two attacks, each containing terrifying power, were about to collide, time seemed to freeze. However, the next moment, when they truly made contact, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The entire space trembled, and the surrounding air was violently torn apart, creating visible shockwaves that swept outward. At that moment, Wang Yu's face suddenly turned dark red, clearly suffering from backlash. Shockingly, a trace of purple blood began to flow slowly beneath his dark red skin, winding and twisting like a lively little snake. Wherever this purple blood passed, it emitted a strange and mysterious aura that sent chills down one's spine. The terrifying energy collision erupted with a deafening roar, and the audience could no longer sit still, eagerly anticipating who would emerge victorious. Zhang Chang's blood energy sword technique is absolutely something Wang Yu cannot withstand. Even the martial skill he released earlier was earth-shattering. Indeed, that was the Tianshan sword gate's protective divine skill from back in the day. My old man once said that even though the Tianshan sword gate is not ranked very high among the transcendent forces now, but if the blood chi transformation sword technique finds a suitable heir, once that heir grows, the Tianshan sword sect's ranking will definitely enter the top 10 of the transcendent forces. The blood chi transformation sword is not the S-rank martial skill we know. it signifies the complete inheritance of the elder behind that technique. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding audience was still somewhat skeptical. An S-rank martial skill is not surprising among transcendent forces. The person coldly smiled. Do you think the story of that legendary elder is fictional? Everyone recalled the legends of the Tianshan sword sect mentioned earlier. Although they sounded thrilling, they didn't truly believe it. After all, such stories exist in many forces today. Whether they are purely fictional, they did not know. But if there are similarities, it must be purely coincidental. I can responsibly tell you that the story is true. My ancestor was one of those who participated in the battle back then. Do you know what this means? It means that the elder who practiced the blood chi transformation sword, being a genius high-level martial artist, far surpasses the other 7th-level martial artists. They are all 1 in 10,000, absolute geniuses. So since Zhang Chang is his heir, Wang Yu will definitely lose. What does it matter if he is a genius? My ancestor left behind only this one sentence about that elder of the Tianshan sword sect. What did he say? There are many geniuses in this world, but the moment I saw him, I called him a genius. The crowd was astonished upon hearing this. A 7th-level martial artist, feeling inferior about his talent when encountering that elder? The inheritance of the blood chi transformation sword is actually that terrifying? Elder of the Tianshan sword sect, Ningfeng, was leisurely sinking into the sofa. Today's battle will surely make the name of the Tianshan sword sect known to other transcendent forces. But so what? Not just Zhang Chang, there's also Lu Ruen. I have no idea how we will lose in the next transcendent force ranking. Ningfeng took a sip of red wine, his gaze gradually sharpening. This time, it's our stage to show our muscles. I just didn't expect that Zhang Chang would be forced to use his ultimate move. A hint of helplessness appeared on Ningfeng's face, yet he remained incredibly proud. I clearly told him before the match that there was no need to fight for momentary pride. If you can win, then fight. If you can't, then admit defeat. Next is Zhao Huangchao, early 4th level. Since Zhang Chang has revealed his strongest ultimate move, then let's fight to the end. Ningfeng downed the red wine in his hand, his voice resonating. Before he could place the wine glass back on the table, a pillar of blood chi shot up into the sky from the transparent glass in front of him. Ningfeng frowned and looked down, still murmuring, "What's going on with Zhang Chang? How could he unleash such a powerful blood chi force? Doesn't he want to fight two at once?" When Ningfeng looked down, in that instant, everyone's gaze was drawn to that wildly violent pillar of blood chi. And Wang Yu, who was in the midst of it, seemed to merge with the world around him, becoming the focal point of attention. At this moment, Wang Yu was bathed in the surging, tumultuous blood chi, like raging waves. His eyes had turned a deep crimson, revealing endless killing intent and majesty. His already strong and solid muscles bulged even more due to the influx of blood chi, coiling like a dragon, exuding a sense of power. However, despite being in such a powerful state, Wang Yu's body still trembled slightly. Clearly, controlling such terrifying energy was no easy task. But he showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he gritted his teeth, striving to keep himself calm. Slowly, Wang Yu struggled to raise one arm. As he moved, the surrounding blood chi seemed to be drawn by some force, beginning to converge towards his fingertips. He first slowly retracted the other four fingers, leaving only a solitary index finger pointing straight at the sky. At the same time, the originally violent and rampant pillar of blood energy seemed to receive an order, rapidly shrinking and condensing, until it transformed into a dazzling point of light, steadily resting at the tip of Wang Yu's outstretched index finger. At this moment, Wang Yu exuded an unparalleled aura, as if he were the sole ruler of this world, a king reigning over all. His slightly parted lips gently uttered a single word, suppress. Although the word was not loud, it contained boundless power, as if it could suppress all evil and darkness. Accompanied by the sudden fall of that voice, a faint light streaked across the night sky like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, it rapidly evolved into a gigantic and brilliant blood-red character for suppress. This character seemed to possess endless pressure and power, carrying a momentum like a landslide, forcefully descending towards Zhang Chang below. Zhang Chang's eyes were filled with horror as he looked up in terror at Wang Yu, who was floating in midair. He couldn't help but ponder, how could Wang Yu, whose blood energy was nearly exhausted, still unleash such an astonishing and shocking power? What was even more unbelievable to Zhang Chang was that his unmatched blood energy sword was actually caught by the opponent like this. It should be known that, despite his current poor condition due to the previous fierce battle, that sword strike was by no means an ordinary attack. Every mid-stage 4th-tier martial artist from the Tianshan sword sect had been defeated by this move. Even though he was not in peak condition, it should absolutely not be something a mere early 4th-tier martial artist could withstand. However, before Zhang Chang could recover from his shock, Wang Yu's martial skill had already gathered its power. The vast and mighty blood energy surged together like a roaring torrent, condensing in an instant into the enormous blood-red character for suppress, radiating an endless sense of suppression. The entire space seemed to tremble slightly under this terrifying power, and the surrounding air was compressed, emitting sharp and piercing howls. As Zhang Chang watched the approaching martial skill, a certain invincible belief in his heart exploded with the fall of the character. Ningfeng stood there as if under a freezing spell, dazed, as if he had lost his soul. His eyes were fixed on the arena ahead, his pupils seemingly frozen, not moving at all. The empty goblet he had been holding slipped from his stiff fingers and fell to the ground. With a crisp sound, it was like a thunderclap, instantly waking Ningfeng from his daze, pulling him back to the harsh reality. How is this possible? Zhang Chang actually lost, defeated by someone weaker after using the blood energy sword. Ningfeng muttered to himself, as if recalling something. Right, this kid's blood energy was clearly about to be exhausted. How could he possibly unleash such high-quality blood energy? Something's not right, very not right. However, Ningfeng did not take any action, because if Wang Yu had cheated, it was not for a mere 7th-tier martial artist like him to intervene. This match was definitely being watched by 7th-tier, or even higher-tier martial artists. He was just a 7th-tier martial artist. He had to weigh his options before causing trouble. Wang Yu, disciple of Zhong Hongshan. Ningfeng's teeth ground in frustration. Truly worthy of being a natural-born disciple, even a casual body cultivator he took in was hiding a great secret. It was simply drool-inducing. Ningfeng's gaze swept across the entire venue, and the moment he saw Lu Ruen, his somewhat restless heart instantly calmed down. What am I thinking? Just a Wang Yu, after all, merely a matter of Lu Ruo's sword. That Li Shuya is just a 4th-tier warrior, not worth worrying about. Just as Ningfeng began to doubt his life, the old man in the opposite box was also questioning his existence. The heir of the Tianshan sword sect, who could transform blood into sword, had been sent out, yet he couldn't even defeat a small disciple of Zhong Hongshan. Is this a beaver? This is not very beaver-like. Just as the weathered old man, with an involuntary new wrinkle on his face, stood there filled with suspicion, he began to deeply doubt his past understanding. Suddenly, a sensation like a thorn in his back surged from behind. It was a chilling, soul-stirring gaze. Under the scrutiny of this mysterious and sharp gaze, the old man felt a jolt, as if all his secrets were laid bare. Zhao Woyo, isn't it time to settle the bill? The old man wanted to cry but had no tears, even feeling like kneeling on the spot. This familiar gaze, this familiar smile, everything was just like before. He had lost the bet again. What a sin! Zhao Woyo tearfully pulled out his treasure, the 8 treasure compass, S-rank martial skill, high-level spiritual artifact. A dazzling array of items appeared before Zhong Hongshan. Then he turned to look elsewhere, crying with tear-filled eyes, "You choose, just don't tell me which one it is. I'll pretend I've never seen it. Just take it and go. Treasure, you must remember, this is the 15th time I've lost a bet to this son of a bitch." Zhong Hongshan smiled as he took away the treasure he had long been eyeing, a bloodline fruit for his disciple. This kid Zhao Woyo, aside from his high strength, had an exceptional talent for treasure hunting. Not only could he acquire resources and intelligence among the major powers, but he also navigated effortlessly among them. Zhong Hongshan's eyes seemed to see the past, those glorious years. He had upheld justice, willing to do anything for the righteousness in his heart, which led to that earth-shattering event back then. He had wagered all his future and hope. Zhao Woyo was once his teammate, who had warned him countless times that being too rigid could lead to breaking, that when facing powerful forces, one should be shrewd and not confront them head-on. But the trajectory of life is closely related to one's character. My path is different from his. Zhao Woyo, what? Did you have your eyes on my treasure long ago? I knew you would take my treasure. Zhao Woyo looked at Zhong Hongshan warily. This shameless one wouldn't want to trick me out of another treasure, right? That's impossible, absolutely impossible. Do you remember what you said back then? I think it's not wrong, but that's not my path, just like now. I walk my path, you walk yours, and one day, we will meet in the Roman arena of martial arts. Zhao Woyo looked at Zhong Hongshan and said, "What's this? Changing tactics this year? No more using tricks to stir emotions? Let me tell you, it won't work. These treasures are my life. I won't fall for this. Don't think you can take more." After saying that, Zhao Woyo vanished with a whoosh. Zhong Hongshan stared blankly at the place he had left. He just muttered to himself, "The law enforcement team of those years, now only you and I remain." Zhong Hongshan turned back to the sofa, preparing to continue watching the match. Just as he turned his head, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an object placed on the sofa. It was actually a strange spiritual fruit. This spiritual fruit was about the size of an enlarged lychee, but unlike ordinary lychees, its surface was covered with mottled patterns and raised spots, appearing somewhat rough and bizarre. However, despite its unassuming appearance, when Zhong Hongshan gazed at it, he could feel a powerful and mysterious spiritual energy continuously emanating from the spirit fruit. The spirit fruit shimmered with dazzling spiritual light, as if brilliant rays of light were interweaving together, forming a layer of resplendent and colorful light shield. These spiritual lights seemed to possess life, dancing and flowing with vitality, illuminating the entire room with brightness and warmth. Even more astonishingly, just a single glance made Zhong Hongshan feel as if his soul had received immense nourishment and fulfillment. It was as if an invisible force was being injected into his body, invigorating him and instantly sweeping away his fatigue. This spirit fruit was the legendary soul-replenishing fruit. Such spirit fruits were extremely rare in the world, said to only grow under specific environments and conditions. Moreover, due to its rarity, it had always been a coveted treasure for many martial artists. Zhong Hongshan fell silent for a moment and put away the spirit fruit. His teammate was indeed quite proud. Zhang Chang lay on the ground like a puppet with its strings cut, having lost consciousness, unaware of life or death. On the other side, Wang Yu was not in a much better state. He was gasping for breath, half kneeling on the ground, his body trembling slightly, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. That breathtaking strike seemed to have drained all the vital energy from Wang Yu's body. At this moment, his face was as pale as paper, his lips devoid of color, and his originally bright eyes had become dull, revealing deep exhaustion and weakness. At this time, the referee, who had long been dumbfounded, walked onto the stage and announced with a slight tremor, "Wang Yu wins." As the referee's voice rang out, the venue fell into silence. No one could believe what had just happened. Just last time, the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau, which had over 300 members, had defeated the super genius of the Transcendent Force in the very first round. Although their battle was thrilling, one could even say it showcased a spectacular duel. Deep down, they all knew what it meant to be a disciple of the Transcendent Force. But now someone was telling them that even if you came from a mediocre background and could only join the Law Enforcement Bureau to gain resources, you still had the chance to catch up with those of noble birth, even those born into the Transcendent Force. This shattered the understanding of the rules of this world for the vast majority. Is this Wang Yu merely an enforcer of the Law Enforcement Bureau? Impossible. Maybe he just joined the Law Enforcement Bureau, not a disciple of some major force. This is just the first disciple to take the stage. According to past patterns, the disciples usually come out from weak to strong. Although he lost, his strength is evident. I can't even imagine how powerful the later disciples will be. This is the foundation of the Transcendent Force. And what about the Law Enforcement Bureau? With all due respect, they encountered the Transcendent Force in the first round. Perhaps they thought to send out their top players first. At least they wouldn't be easily defeated. That person commented disdainfully. Such situations had occurred before. In last year's National Youth Martial Artists Competition, an ordinary force had also strongly defeated a disciple of the Transcendent Force in the first round. Everyone thought this time would be a dark horse team, but the subsequent contestants were worse than the last. They were directly overwhelmed by the second disciple of the Transcendent Force. This was merely history repeating itself. Everyone suddenly realized that such situations had indeed occurred. After all, the level of the forces was evident. Cultivating a genius required vast resources, top-notch martial arts techniques, and rich experience in realms. Each of these was indispensable. This also determined the ceiling of the geniuses that various forces could cultivate. Thinking of this, everyone turned their gaze to the preparation area of the Tianshan sword sect. Among the remaining three, not a single person showed a look of panic. As expected, Zhang Chang's failure has not affected the other team members' state at all. They still seem so relaxed and at ease. Especially that girl, dressed in white, holding a long sword in her arms, her indifferent gaze devoid of any emotion. She is definitely the true trump card of the Tianshan sword sect. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's attention was drawn to her. There stood the graceful girl, her delicate figure gently leaning against the wall of the preparation area. She tightly held a long sword that radiated a cold light, the gems embedded in the hilt emitting a mysterious and alluring glow. The girl wore a long dress as white as snow, the hem swaying gently in the breeze, light and ethereal like the wings of a dancing butterfly. Her eyes, cold as the stars, revealed a chilling indifference and detachment. It seemed that everything in the world was but a fleeting moment in her eyes. No matter how thrilling the events unfolding before her, they could not stir the slightest interest or concern within her. She stood there quietly, looking down upon everything around her with an air of superiority, as if she were above all. The sunlight fell upon her skin, which was as fair as frost and snow, casting a faint golden glow, sparkling like pearls, radiating a dazzling brilliance that was hard to look at directly. Her long, black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, casually gathered together with a simple ribbon, enhancing her ethereal beauty, as if she were a fairy descended from the heavens, breathtakingly beautiful. In that moment, everyone present was momentarily stunned, their gazes magnetically drawn to this girl who resembled a celestial being. They could not tear their eyes away. Time seemed to stand still at that instant, and the entire world was reduced to that exquisite figure. The girl seemed to have noticed the gazes upon her, and a glimmer of light flickered in her indifferent eyes. In an instant, the cold, gleaming long sword lifted slightly. All the spectators felt a chilling flash pass by, as if a colossal ice dragon from the heavens was roaring angrily at them. A brutal aura ravaged their minds. Each person's vision was filled with a vividly lifelike ice dragon, exhaling a coldness that seemed capable of freezing even the spirit of a person. "Wake up!" A deep voice thundered in their ears like a clap of thunder. The illusions before everyone shattered, returning them to reality. At that moment, they broke into a cold sweat, realizing that they had unknowingly been pulled into an illusion. They had almost been severely injured by the dragon's breath within the illusion. The voice from above seemed to hesitate for a moment, and finally, after a long silence, a few words came through in a low tone. "This shall not happen again." Instantly, everyone's gaze focused on Lu Ruen. Lu Ruoi's fellow disciples also looked at her in shock. She had merely drawn her sword slightly, yet had pulled most of the audience into an illusion. Lu Ruoi's strength was truly terrifying. Xiaoda and Mei Ling, upon seeing Zhang Chang's defeat, did not feel panic, for even if they lost to Zhao Wangchao, who was at the early stage of the 4th rank, or Li Shuya, who was at the perfected 4th rank, it did not matter. Lu Ruen would cover for them. Any 4th rank warrior before her was like a mere chicken or dog. This was the true confidence of the Tianshan sword sect. Xiaoda casually said, "Mei Ling, I'll go up first to deal with Wang Yu and Zhao Wangchao. You rest well and keep an eye on my battle with Li Shuya." After Xiaoda finished speaking, he immediately laughed and said, "Although Zhang Chang lost, Zhang Yu is just a strong bow and crossbow. Who knows, maybe the two of us can break through the 3 people from the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau." Mei Ling, hearing this, revealed a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. "But be careful, Zhang Chang has already stumbled. If he had gone all out from the start, this match would have been over long ago." Mei Ling's words were filled with indifference, even feeling that Wang Yu's victory was merely due to luck. Even though Wang Yu had displayed terrifying strength in battle, in Mei Ling's heart, she looked down on Li Shuya. She was just a little girl at the 4th stage perfection. If Xiaoda were to use his full strength, he might even drain half of her combat power. Reaching 4th stage perfection at 20, how could she have time to cultivate martial skills? It was highly likely that she was just a martial artist with a high realm but lacking strong martial skills. Mei Ling curled her lips, secretly thinking that Elder Ningfeng was somewhat overestimating them. Zhao Huangchao looked at the somewhat exhausted Wang Yu on the field and turned to ask Li Shuya, who was squatting there doing nothing, "Isn't your senior brother letting him down?" Li Shuya shook her head, not knowing what she was thinking. "If your senior brother isn't coming down, just ignore him. This kid isn't as weak as you." Hearing this, Zhao Huangchao's face darkened. "Who does he look down on? I can unleash my full power with the 6 transformations of the divine dragon and crush that thing called Zhang Chang with a single punch. That so-called blood chi transforming into a sword can't even cut off a hair on my leg in front of my S-class ancient dragon body. At most, it can just pick my teeth." Seeing that his senior brother wasn't coming down, Zhao Huangchao continued to be bored at the preparation area with Li Shuya. Meanwhile, Wang Yu had once again restored his honest demeanor, looking like someone anyone could step on. He was a completely different person from just now when he had unleashed all his power, with his hair standing on end. He switched between the max-level Lu Ziqiao and the first-level Lu Ziqiao states at will. The referee was somewhat surprised. After such an intense battle, Wang Yu was able to quickly adjust his state in a short time. Could it be that he was hiding something? The referee was puzzled, but his actions didn't stop. He waved his hand, signaling that the Tianshan sword sect could send someone up. Xiaoda jumped onto the stage with a big grin. He extended a hand, signaling the referee not to speak yet. "Wang Yu, you must have shown all your cards in the fight with my senior brother Zhang Chang, right? Although senior brother Zhang Chang is the inheritor of the blood chi transforming into a sword, he hasn't trained for long, and his combat power is still below mine. I advise you to jump off the stage now. I won't hold back because of your exhaustion. If you get hurt later, don't blame me." Wang Yu, in a gentlemanly manner, extended a hand forward, slightly bent at the waist in a bow, looking like a French gentleman. "Kill me." Xiaoda was taken aback for a moment, then revealed a cruel smile. "That's a request I've never heard before. Then I'll do my best to satisfy you." With the referee's command, the match began. Xiaoda retreated swiftly, quickly creating distance. He knew that Wang Yu was a body cultivator, and in close combat, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. He needed to leverage his greatest advantage and use his cultivated techniques to teach Wang Yu a lesson. Wang Yu looked at Xiaoda, who started running back before they even began fighting, somewhat stunned. The gap between his earlier harsh words and this was too great, wasn't it? Running away before the fight even started? I thought you wanted to have a thrilling physical clash with me. Wang Yu's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly exerted force in his legs, charging towards Xiaoda. He knew he couldn't give Xiaoda any chance to catch his breath or create distance. He had already fought in front of him, and creating distance would definitely put him at a disadvantage. At this moment, however, Xiaoda appeared unusually calm, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a barely noticeable smile. Clearly, he had anticipated Wang Yu's attack and was fully prepared to respond. Just as Wang Yu approached Xiaoda, he suddenly heard Xiaoda shout, pointing one hand to the sky and the other to the ground, "Wang Yu, take a look at this move, the sky-piercing spear." As his voice fell, the originally clear sky suddenly changed, and a massive blue vortex rapidly formed in the air. The vortex resembled an endless abyss, exuding a terrifying aura that made one's heart race. Following that, a long spear, entirely black and covered in mysterious golden runes, slowly emerged from the center of the vortex. This spear was several zhang long, its tip shimmering with a cold light, as if it could tear through the void. Even more astonishingly, surrounding the spear were lifelike blue dragons, roaring and clawing, their cries echoing throughout the arena, creating a spectacular scene. At the same time, the sky was filled with thunder and lightning, bolts of lightning streaking across the sky in response to the sky-piercing spear. The spear, made of weak water, carried a destructive momentum, like a mountain descending from the heavens, crashing straight towards Wang Yu. Faced with such a powerful strike, Wang Yu's expression turned serious. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he gathered all the energy and blood within him, attempting to withstand the attack. Yet, before the spear adorned with mysterious runes, Wang Yu's figure seemed as insignificant as a grain of sand in the vast ocean, with nowhere to escape. A smug smile crept onto Xiaoda's lips. This martial technique was incredibly powerful. An ordinary fourth-tier practitioner would either die or be injured if hit, but it had a fatal flaw. The sky-piercing spear required coordinates for targeting. It could only lock onto the enemy when the target stepped into the preset coordinates. Thus, Xiaoda pretended to create distance, but in reality, he was luring Wang Yu to pursue him, leading him to the prearranged coordinates. This way, he could eliminate Wang Yu at minimal cost. In the audience, those from the Tianshan sword sect looked on at the formidable sky-piercing spear and instantly felt a surge of pride. What did I say? The foundation of transcendent powers is beyond ordinary imagination. The power of this sky-piercing spear can compete with a perfected fourth-tier master. This is the true genius of the Tianshan sword sect. The enormous sky-piercing spear, with its earth-shattering momentum, charged towards Wang Yu like a roaring dragon, crashing down with tremendous force. At this moment, Wang Yu's expression was grave. There was no time to unleash his ultimate move again. He concentrated all his energy and blood into his palms, executing his ultimate technique, mountain-breaking palm. In an instant, a rich, almost tangible blood-red light erupted from Wang Yu's body, transforming into a gigantic blood-red hand that met the oncoming sky-piercing spear. However, at the moment of collision, a heart-stopping explosion erupted, and the violent energy surged like a volcanic eruption, scattering in all directions, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. The crowd gasped in horror as they realized that the seemingly indestructible blood-red mountain-breaking palm began to crack under the impact of the sky-piercing spear. Moreover, these cracks rapidly spread, covering the entire palm in the blink of an eye. With a crisp sound of shattering, the once mighty mountain-breaking palm completely shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the air. The unstoppable sky-piercing spear continued its assault towards Wang Yu, as if it aimed to crush him in one blow. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Seeing the scene before him, Xiaoda felt completely assured. The victory of this battle undoubtedly belonged to him. A confident and composed smile appeared on his face as he gracefully turned to face the audience. Xiaoda slowly bent down, bowing deeply to the crowd at a perfect 90-degree angle. He resembled a famous actor who had just finished a brilliant performance and was taking his final bow. A thunderous roar erupted behind him. It was the powerful energy contained in the soaring spear that had exploded violently, and the surging shockwaves swept out in all directions like a tidal wave. The battle is over. Please welcome the next contestant. The people from Tianshan sword sect are indeed formidable. Xiaoda's skills are entirely aimed at body cultivators, and he understands their psychology perfectly. Xiaoda is strategizing and controlling the entire battle. Every step Wang Yu takes is within his calculations. Alas, what a pity. Are you saying you have more faith in Wang Yu? Do you know the strength of Tianshan sword sect? I know. Then why do you still support Wang Yu? The person said with a hint of despair. Someone just opened a bet on whether Wang Yu can withstand 3 moves from Xiaoda. I know that kid. He's just a Tianshan sword sect fanboy, always bragging about how powerful they are. I trust the bet he opened. It definitely wasn't researched. I've investigated seriously. That kid is just the foolish son of a landlord who knows nothing, merely cheering for his favorite faction. He thinks he's so clever, betting along. The odds he offered were very high, and I couldn't help but bet a lot of money on Wang Yu holding up. If I win, a villa by the sea. If I lose, see you on the rooftop, brothers. Who knew Wang Yu might not even withstand one move? This energy fluctuation is truly terrifying. even a perfected 4th-tier warrior might be severely injured. The person beside her looked at her with some pity, their eyes devoid of light. Poor child, 9 out of 10 bets lose. Just as everyone was discussing, the energy explosion on the stage dissipated, revealing a man lying straight on the arena. Xiao De stood behind him, smiling at the audience. However, he surprisingly did not hear the referee's whistle signaling the end of the match. Xiao De turned his head in confusion to look behind him. Wang Yu lay straight, his body torn apart, blood gushing out. His vitality was dim and lifeless. Xiao Da's rising alertness suddenly diminished significantly. It is known that when any body cultivator's vitality is exhausted, their strength is greatly reduced. Before Xiao Da could relax for long, he suddenly felt an increase in the activity of water molecules in the air. Before he could comprehend this unusual situation, Wang Yu had already stood up from the ground. Wang Yu stood quietly, slowly extending his arms out to the sides, palms facing up, as if to receive power from the sky. At the same time, his long, straight legs were tightly closed together, making him resemble a human crucifix, solemn and mysterious. Just then, his previously slightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide. A dazzling flash of lightning shot through his eyes, quick as lightning, catching everyone off guard. Immediately, bright sparks began to flicker in his deep-set eyes. Streams of brilliant light intertwined, shining like the dazzling stars in the night sky. This extraordinary sight left people in shock, as if the entire world was illuminated by the lightning in his eyes. What the hell? Wang Yu actually stood up. It's useless, in the face of absolute strength, his power is insignificant. Look, what is flashing around Wang Yu? At that moment, an astonishing change occurred around Wang Yu's previously calm body. His 128 acupoints began to flicker simultaneously, shining brilliantly like the dazzling stars in the night sky. As the flickering of these acupoints accompanied him, arcs of electricity danced around him like silver snakes, flashing wildly. These electric arcs intertwined and coiled around each other, ultimately converging into an incredibly powerful current that flowed rapidly along the 128 major acupoints on Wang Yu's body. In the blink of an eye, these 128 acupoints connected into one, forming a massive energy field. From a distance, this energy field resembled a lightning sword that had just been unsheathed, its blade shimmering with blinding light, exuding a heart-pounding aura. This lightning sword appeared extremely sharp, its brilliance even more dazzling than the sun. It hovered quietly in the air, slightly trembling, as if showcasing its unparalleled power and majesty to the world. Just a glance was enough to make one feel the terrifying might contained within, as if a mere wave could tear the entire world in half. Beside him, Xiao Da's expression changed drastically, recalling that Wang Yu's master was exceptionally skilled in lightning techniques. It turned out that Wang Yu was not only a powerful body cultivator but also a lightning warrior with unparalleled offensive power. Not only was Xiao Da cursing under his breath, but even the organizers of the competition were starting to feel uneasy. If Wang Yu were merely a strong body cultivator, he would be just an ordinary genius, bound to be defeated by those with formidable offensive capabilities in this youth martial arts competition. But now that he had mastered the foremost of all techniques, the lightning method, he would belong to the top tier of geniuses in the history of the youth martial arts competition. Wang Yu had become a genius without weaknesses, a supermodel hero combining the traits of both warrior and mage. In the viewing room of the organizers, several elders sat together, silently watching the match, secretly contacting their families. Whose disciple is this? A dual cultivation of lightning and body. We must strive to recruit him. What a good seedling! If he didn't come from a prominent family, he could be absorbed. A rare top-tier genius, if there's a chance, we must recruit him. Ning Feng, however, paced the room with a grim expression. He never expected that in just the first battle, the Tianshan sword sect would suffer consecutive defeats. He was shocked that the first to appear, Wang Yu, was actually a dual cultivation warrior of lightning. The combat power of a dual cultivation warrior of lightning was unimaginable. Only Lu Ruen might be able to suppress him. The defeats of Zhang Chang and Xiao Da seemed almost certain, and whether Meiling could defeat Wang Yu was still an unknown. Could it be that this time, the Tianshan sword sect could only rely on Lu Ruen alone? It was simply absurd. Ning Feng took out the analysis report from the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau, clenched it tightly, and crushed the report into pieces. A 4th-tier initial stage warrior is actually a dual cultivation of lightning. What kind of luck did that Zhong Hongshan have? The Tianshan sword sect might only receive such a disciple once in 100 years. In the preparation area of the Tianshan sword sect, Meiling's expression was somewhat grim. She was a 4th-tier 8th-level warrior, but dealing with an initial stage dual cultivation warrior of lightning was still quite troublesome. Moreover, Xiao Da was almost certain to lose. Now, they could only see if Xiao Da could exhaust some of his strength. Then she could reap the battlefield. Meiling couldn't help but feel regretful. She couldn't fight Li Shuya with all her strength. If it weren't for the previous two 4th-tier warriors, she would have had an 80% chance of defeating Li Shuya. After defeating Zhao Wangchao, her winning odds against her would drop to 60 to 40, or even 30 to 70. Thinking of this, Meiling shouted to Xiaoda, use all your strength. This time, we represent the Tianshan sword sect. Meiling's voice reached Xiaoda's ears, and at that moment, Xiaoda was filled with regret. If only he hadn't been careless and had struck when he sensed something was off. Now, Wang Yu should be in the hospital treating his injuries. He's just a dual cultivation warrior of lightning. I'm a mid-stage 4th-tier warrior, there's still hope. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Xiaoda leaped back like a swift cheetah, quickly creating a safe distance from his opponent. At the same time, his hands did not pause for a moment. The speed was astonishing, leaving only vague afterimages in the air. At that moment, the atmosphere on the arena became exceptionally tense. The tiny particles that had been floating around seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, continuously converging towards Xiaoda's direction. As these particles gathered more and more, they gradually formed a thick, unbreakable cloud of energy. Within this cloud, it seemed that some earth-shattering powerful technique was brewing and fermenting. As time passed, finally, when Xiaoda completed the last of the incredibly complex hand seals, he let out a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief. The frown that had been tightly knit began to relax slightly, but the sharpness in his gaze did not diminish in the slightest. Heaven and Earth Unite sword. Accompanied by Xiaoda's deep and commanding roar, a tall and mighty figure suddenly appeared behind him without warning. This figure resembled a war god from ancient times, with a face as resolute and cold as if carved from stone, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. Even more astonishing was the enormous sword tightly gripped in his hand, with a layer of violent and terrifying energy fluctuations swirling around the blade. It seemed that with just a gentle swing, he could tear the entire world in half. Upon witnessing Xiaoda's terrifying combat prowess, the audience, who had lost hope in the Tianshan sword sect, suddenly regained their faith. This kind of world-destroying power, this martial skill was absolutely S-class, and Xiaoda's proficiency had reached mastery. Those who practiced both Thunder Body and another discipline were exceptionally gifted, but the age limit of the youth martial artist competition was a reality. In this world, there were many who could not excel at even one thing, and practitioners who attempted to cultivate in two directions often found themselves overwhelmed. They often appeared strong in the early stages, but as time went on, the gap between them and specialists became increasingly apparent. Although Wang Yu practices both Thunder Body techniques, he is too young, and his cultivation level must be average. One could even say he only has a superficial understanding of Thunder Law. After all, if Thunder Law were so easy to cultivate, he wouldn't have waited until now to use it. Exactly, Wang Yu is probably just a show-off. He looks strong, but he's just a candle in the wind. Just looking at that phantom from the Tianshan sword sect, I felt my soul being torn apart. It's terrifying. The killing power of someone who specializes in swordsmanship is far greater than that of Thunder Law. The audience was abuzz with discussion, while Wang Yu on the stage seemed oblivious to Xiaoda, who was gathering energy to cast his spell. At that moment, the crowd noticed that they could clearly see the once faint lightning flickering and Wang Yu's acupoints becoming thicker and thicker, like silver dragons swimming within him. Meanwhile, a long sword flashing with dazzling lightning seemed poised to burst forth from those acupoints, appearing before everyone. Xiaoda stared intently at Wang Yu, noticing that the latter still had his eyes tightly shut, showing no signs of opening them. His expression grew darker, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, and he shouted angrily, "Heaven and Earth Unite sword!" Slash! As this roar echoed, the massive phantom behind him suddenly opened its eyes wide. In an instant, a violent, earth-shattering wave of energy surged outward like a tidal wave, shaking and distorting the void wherever it passed. And this terrifying energy, like carrying the weight of 10,000 June, fiercely pounced towards Wang Yu, who at this moment appeared as small as an ant. In that instant, Wang Yu's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened like two bolts of lightning, and a dazzling electric light burst forth from them, shooting straight into the sky like a sharp arrow. In an instant, the entire world changed color. The originally clear sky was quickly obscured by rolling dark clouds. The thick black clouds loomed over the land like a ferocious beast bearing its fangs and claws. At the same time, several thick bolts of lightning danced wildly in the air like mad dragons. They intertwined and collided, producing deafening roars that sent chills down the spine. Amidst this breathtaking scene, a long sword shimmering with brilliant lightning appeared before Wang Yu. Faced with such a mighty lightning sword, Wang Yu showed no fear. He extended a hand and firmly grasped it. At that moment, he exuded an unparalleled aura of majesty, as if he had become the absolute master of thunder and lightning in this world. The wild wind howled past, causing Wang Yu's hair to fly wildly. He glared fiercely and shouted, "The sword of heaven and earth unification? Today, let me show you what true power in this world really is." Immediately after, he shouted again, "Annihilation, divine thunder, destroy for me." As his voice fell, the lightning sword in his hand erupted with blinding light, and a terrifying energy that could destroy heaven and earth surged from the sword, crashing forward. The lightning and sword light intertwined, and each collision was deafening, leaving everyone stunned by the scene before them. Wang Yu's lightning technique was shockingly powerful. Each divine thunder seemed to be the full-force strike of a fourth-tier initial stage warrior. Under such a fierce assault, Xiaoda's face grew increasingly grim, and the blood on his clothes became more and more. The figure of the swordsman behind him also grew fainter, as if it would disappear at any moment. Xiaoda gritted his teeth. He could not afford to lose here, for standing behind him was the honor of the entire Tianshan sword sect. He roared, striking his palm heavily against his chest, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The blood exposed in the air swirled like a dragon, merging into the figure of the swordsman behind him. In an instant, the swordsman's phantom solidified again, but this time it was different. The swordsman that appeared was like a peerless general who had walked out of an ancient battlefield, covered in the blood of countless enemies. He exuded a chilling aura of slaughter, which surged forth like a torrential flood, sweeping in all directions, changing the winds and clouds, and startling the grass and trees. The elderly officials of the youth martial arts competition, upon seeing the blood-colored swordsman standing in the void, instantly changed their expressions. This is the swordsman of the ancient era. How could the Tianshan sword sect find a descendant of the swordsman? The density of the bloodline can actually summon the blood-colored swordsman, an elder exclaimed in shock. This scarlet armor, the unique sword-holding style, is that of the swordsman from the ancient era. How could the bloodline inheritor of the ancient swordsman suddenly appear? Perhaps the bloodline of the descendants of the ancient swordsman has awakened. Nonsense! The appearance of such a high-tier swordsman is definitely the bloodline inheritor of the ancient swordsman. A group of high-tier warriors shouted together, completely losing their composure. It was because the ancient swordsman was too famous, renowned for his profound swordsmanship and terrifying achievements. The ancient swordsman was the first human to slay a deity with the power of a mortal. Historical records state that battle darkened the sky and earth, shattered mountains and rivers, and the terrifying energy waves seemed to threaten to obliterate this world. 10 days and nights later, a high and mighty deity was first struck down to the mortal realm by a human. The bloodied god was ultimately slain by the sword-bearer. Although the sword-bearer was gravely injured, it was undeniable that he had once possessed the strength to slay a deity. This battle completely overturned humanity's fate as subjects of the gods, allowing humans to step onto the stage of the ancient era. Humans were no longer mere vassals and gained space for survival from the war against the deities. The powerful bloodline of their ancestors had been diluted through generations, and to this day, no one with a once top-tier bloodline had appeared. One of the purposes of holding the youth martial arts competition was to find warriors with ancient bloodlines. Such warriors, when stimulated in high-intensity battles, had a significant chance of returning to their ancestral bloodline. It might take decades of competition to find even one, but as long as a single ancestral warrior appeared, it would be a successful investment. At this moment, the powerful force displayed by Xiaoda was remarkable, clearly stemming from the inheritance of a sword-bearer with a high concentration of bloodline within him. Moreover, various signs indicated that Xiaoda might have already begun to show signs of returning to his ancestral lineage. Among the martial skills Xiaoda practiced, there was a unique method that could summon sword-bearers with higher agility. This summoning method was vastly different from ordinary martial skills, as only those with a high concentration of bloodline could perform such techniques. The sword-bearers summoned from a high concentration of bloodline possessed terrifying lethality. They were like kings ruling over the world, instantly suppressing enemies and delivering fatal blows. As the martial artist's level continued to rise, especially when Xiaoda advanced to a higher level, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. At that time, he would even be able to transcend the boundaries of time and space, summoning those incredibly powerful sword-bearers from the distant past to aid him. These sword-bearers from the ancient era, having endured the test of time, possessed unparalleled swordsmanship and were nearly invincible. Dual cultivation of thunder and body versus sword-bearer bloodline. A clash of top-tier talents. Zhao Huangqiao looked at his senior sister, feeling somewhat dazed. Having just entered the 4th tier and perfected the 6 transformations of the divine dragon, his confidence had somewhat inflated. He silently positioned his combat power in his mind. The mysterious senior sister, he hadn't seen her yet for comparison. Li Shuya, with her fierce combat power, was not to be compared for now. he also had a rather ordinary third senior brother among his peers. After thinking it through, he concluded, I, Zhao Huangqiao, am at least ranked third in combat power among my peers. The third senior brother, looking like an honest person, was most likely a tough body cultivator, whose combat power was probably not as good as my S-rank talent of the ancient dragon body. When the third senior brother took the stage, Zhao Huangqiao was still worried whether brother Wang would be beaten into a pig's head, and he would definitely step in to reclaim the honor. But the third senior brother played the role of a pig eating a tiger. As soon as he entered the martial arts competition, he immediately threw himself into the fray. First a body cultivator, then thunder, he pressed the opponent down all the way. The momentum of the battle was enough to contend with late-stage fourth-tier martial artists. Meanwhile, Zhong Hongshan looked at Wang Yu's performance and nodded in satisfaction. The third senior brother, who practiced dual cultivation of thunder and body, was a junior he had high hopes for. His talent was far beyond what he had imagined. This youth martial arts competition was a crucible prepared for him. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the private box. It was Ning Feng. Ning Feng's expression was somewhat grim as he spoke to Zhong Hongshan. Zhong Hongshan, where did you find such a good disciple? Dual cultivation of thunder and body is one thing, but his proficiency in martial skills is also very high. Do you train your disciples on a 24-hour schedule? Zhong Hongshan had long known that this time, the Tianshan sword sect was led by Ning Feng. The circle of high-tier martial artists was small, and they basically all knew each other. Ning Feng had come over, of course, because he knew that Xiaoda was likely to lose. Don't be fooled by Xiaoda's fierce momentum now, sharing the spotlight with Wang Yu. But he knows that although Xiaoda has the bloodline of a sword wielder, he doesn't know who Wang Yu is. He understands his teacher, Zhong Hongshan, who is known as the King of Thunder and Lightning. How could a disciple taught by him be weak in thunder techniques? Moreover, not long ago, he single-handedly confronted the Bai family, forcing them to retreat, which is enough to demonstrate his strength. However, as a leading elder, he feels somewhat embarrassed. A transcendent force being outmaneuvered. The purpose of the Tianshan sword sect's visit this time is to improve their ranking among transcendent forces. Zhong Hongshan turned to Ning Feng and said, it's just teaching according to one's aptitude. Their gazes collided. Ning Feng's eyes shifted strangely, while Zhong Hongshan seemed to hold mountains and rivers, calm and unruffled. Seeing this, Ning Feng flicked his sleeves and looked at the battle below, saying, your disciple is indeed excellent, but our Tianshan sword sect is not to be underestimated. Zhong Hongshan smiled silently as he watched Xiaoda being continuously suppressed by Wang Yu. Ning Feng noticed that this embarrassing disciple was now unable to hold on, and his face showed some discomfort. He quickly changed the subject. This time, you have caused significant damage to the reputation of the Tianshan sword sect. Although we will inevitably win, losing 2 consecutive rounds in the first match has already nailed us to the pillar of shame. Zhong Hongshan, you know that the aristocratic families and transcendent forces are targeting you, while the people of the Tianshan sword sect are not. If you could provide an explanation for this matter, our sect would still maintain a neutral stance. Zhong Hongshan looked at him with some amusement. How can you be so sure that you will definitely win? And as for the targeting by the aristocratic families, do you think I, Zhong Hongshan, would be afraid? They should be the ones afraid. Will my Tianshan sword sect lose? Ning Feng said this, but in his heart, he felt a chill. It seems Zhong Hongshan has high hopes for his disciple Li Shuya, believing she can win against our Tianshan sword sect. Ning Feng felt somewhat disdainful. Zhong Hongshan had no idea what level of strength the team sent by the Tianshan sword sect for the youth martial artist competition possessed. Even compared to previous years, they were among the top 10. Zhong Hongshan actually said we might not win. Does he think that just relying on his 3 disciples can defeat the outstanding talents that have emerged from countless prodigies of the Tianshan sword sect? Truly, as one ages, their mind also becomes less sharp. Do you think your disciples can compare with the geniuses of the entire Tianshan sword sect? The 4 of them have gone through a brutal selection process to enter the youth martial artist competition. The guidance of high-level martial artists and the resources provided by the sect are things you cannot compete with. What makes you think you can compare? You obtained the S-level martial arts cultivation method from the Bai family, but in our sect, there are dozens of S-level martial arts. Zhong Hongshan said nothing, merely watching the match silently. It wasn't that he thought Ning Feng's words were incorrect. He indeed lacked the resources to cultivate disciples compared to the sect. But so what? If resources alone could cultivate high-level martial artists, then there would be no gods in this world. Ning Feng, you have great trust in the Tianshan Sword Mountain, so let's make a bet on who can win the next round. The wager is the S-level martial arts that you look down upon. Deal. Ning Feng readily agreed, and the next to take the stage was Mei Ling, a 4th-tier 8th-level martial artist. How could a late 4th-tier martial artist lose to an early 4th-tier martial artist? Ningfeng quickly confirmed the bet with Zhong Hongshan and comfortably sank into the soft sofa. With his 7th-tier vision, he could clearly see that Xiaoda was already unable to hold on. Even a sword wielder with a certain level of spirituality was once again becoming insubstantial. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was giving it his all, having defeated 2 mid-4th-tier competitors in 2 matches as an early 4th-tier martial artist. Such a record could be called the genius among geniuses. Wang Yu, countless geniuses gathered at the National Youth Martial Artists Competition. I don't know why I came to participate. I only know they all call me a genius. But for a martial artist at the early stage of the 4th rank to defeat one at the late stage of the 4th rank is simply a dream. Just when Ningfeng felt confident of victory, he saw Zhong Hongshan pull out a piece of white paper from his sleeve, drafting a betting agreement. He casually handed it to Ningfeng, signaling him to put his handprint on it. Ningfeng stared at the paper, somewhat dazed. You dare to bet on such a losing situation? Also, why is there black and white on this paper? Can a 7th rank martial artist really play tricks with you? Forget it. Whatever you say goes. I can't beat you anyway. Just as the two reached a betting agreement, Wang Yu, controlling the vast divine thunder, had already shattered the sword-wielding phantom behind Xiaoda. The scene seemed to freeze in time, falling into a deathly silence. Every gaze was tightly locked on that arena, filled with disbelief and shock. Who would have thought that the seemingly ordinary member of the Law Enforcement Bureau, merely at the early stage of the 4th rank, could defeat 2 mid-stage 4th-rank martial artists from the Transcendent Forces with such astonishing momentum? It is known that the Transcendent Forces are the top existence in the martial arts world, and every martial artist among them is exceptionally gifted and powerful. They have undergone the most rigorous training since childhood, possessing resources and opportunities that ordinary people can hardly reach. For these martial artists from the Transcendent Forces, fighting at lower ranks is simply a common occurrence. However, today's battle completely overturned people's perceptions. At this moment of public attention, Wang Yu stood quietly in the center of the arena, his figure appearing incredibly tall and upright. The sunlight fell upon him, casting a faint golden glow. There was no trace of pride on his face, only an extraordinary calmness and composure. Around him were countless surprised and admiring gazes. Wang Yu remained silent, simply showing his prowess. Next, the scene erupted with a roar like a tsunami, Wang Yu's name echoing throughout the venue. Now everyone was somewhat eager to see if this seemingly honest young man could defeat the disciples of the Transcendent Forces once again. The referee walked to the center of the ring with a complex expression, announcing Wang Yu's victory. The referee also hoped Wang Yu could continue to defeat the disciples of the Transcendent Forces, teaching them how to respect others. However, he received the battle information, and Wang Yu's next opponent was the late-stage 4th rank Mei Ling. After the referee announced the battle information, a 20-minute intermission began. Yet, not a single spectator left the venue. Everyone was shocked by the previous information. A contestant from the Tianshan sword sect was actually at the late stage of the 4th rank. The gap between the early and late stages of the 4th rank is not trivial. It can even be said to be as different as heaven and earth. A string of hopes was thus shattered before everyone's eyes. Moreover, it made everyone once again feel awe towards the Transcendent Forces. So terrifying, that contestant named Mei Ling is actually at the late stage of the 4th rank. Yes, and there's still one more contestant. If we follow the order from weak to strong, the last contestant must be at least a perfect 4th rank. It could even be a 5th rank martial artist. How could there be a 5th rank martial artist at 50? I'm only a 2nd rank martial artist at 50. It's very possible. Is this the true strength of the Transcendent Forces? Most of the people at the competition site were either wealthy or noble, and they felt a greater empathy for Wang Yu. They even thought of Wang Yu as representing them in challenging the Transcendent Forces. Meanwhile, Mei Ling's expression was not good. Xiaoda was simply too useless. She had no interest in Wang Yu and even felt that fighting him was somewhat beneath her. How could a contestant at the early stage of the 4th rank, no matter how capable, be worthy of battling her? The only one matched against me is Li Shuya. Lu Ruen leaned against the wall and spoke calmly. Mei Ling will go all out. Victory is allowed, but defeat is not. I can help you deal with everyone, but you have lost so many rounds. It's simply a disgrace for the Tianshan sword sect. Mei Ling dared not voice her anger and meekly agreed. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Yu walked honestly onto the stage, while Mei Ling stepped into the arena with a graceful leap. This display of skill instantly drew attention. She loved the feeling of being watched, the focus of the crowd. She looked at Wang Yu. I don't want to bully you, you jumped down yourself. Let Li Shuya come up. Wang Yu clenched his fists, slightly raised his arms, shifting his center of gravity down, his legs firmly planted in a bow stance. He took a deep breath, as if all his strength was gathering in his fists, ready to strike. He exuded a powerful aura, like a tiger preparing to pounce on its prey, poised for action. Seeing this, Myling couldn't help but frown slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. She parted her red lips and said, "Humph, since you are so unappreciative and insist on competing with me, don't blame me for being merciless." With that, the air around Myling surged, her aura of late-stage 4th rank erupted violently, signaling an intense battle about to unfold. Myling held a long sword, its blade long and sharp, glinting with a cold light. The hilt was intricately engraved with countless lifelike snowflake patterns, each one detailed as if it truly existed. The entire sword radiated a chilling ice-blue hue, emanating waves of bone-piercing cold, making anyone who merely glanced at it feel a chill rising from the depths of their heart. When this sword appeared before the crowd, the previously noisy audience instantly fell silent. People widened their eyes, staring in shock, as if just looking at it could injure them with its sharpness. Moments later, someone seemed to snap back to reality and screamed in terror, "Heavens! What kind of treasure sword is this? It's so chilling!" With this exclamation, others quickly echoed in disbelief, and soon the entire audience was drowned in a chorus of gasps. "I recognize this sword," a voice exclaimed, sounding as if it had struck like thunder among the crowd. The person looked very pale, as if he had recognized something. "I didn't expect the person I encountered back then would be her." He then explained, "Back when I was in the mid-stage of the 4th rank, I took my team to the Jutian icefield to see if we could find something good. At that time, the Jutian icefield was covered in heavy snow, severely obstructing visibility. It was almost impossible to see anything. The blizzard that day was terrifying. We lost our way and then encountered the Snow Mountain Violent Bear." The crowd gasped in shock. The Snow Mountain Violent Bear was a powerful 4th rank beast. In that vast, bone-chilling Jutian icefield lived a terrifying beast that struck fear into the hearts of many, the Snow Mountain Violent Bear. This powerful creature, from the moment it reached maturity, possessed strength that could shock anyone, having already reached the late stage of the 4th rank. It is known that ordinary 4th rank perfected martial artists could only be utterly suppressed by it, unable to fight back. The Snow Mountain Violent Bear's most lethal weapon was its incredibly sharp and explosively powerful claws. Whenever it swung its claws, it would create a fierce gust of wind, as if it could tear through the void. Even those renowned for their physical strength among 4th rank perfected bodies would find it hard to withstand such ferocious attacks. Often, just a few moves later, these body cultivators would be easily torn apart as if made of paper. Additionally, the Snow Mountain Violent Bear had an extremely strong sense of territory. The ice field is a sacred and inviolable territory for them. Any creature daring to intrude will immediately trigger their alertness and hostility. Therefore, when people unfortunately encounter the Snow Mountain Violent Bear on the desolate ice field, they have already unknowingly become targets of attack in the eyes of this giant beast. What awaits them next will be a brutal confrontation that is a matter of life and death. The man smiled bitterly, as if the scene from that day caused him great pain. "We were very unlucky. We encountered not just one Snow Mountain Violent Bear, but dozens." Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces turned pale with terror, and they exclaimed, "Dozens? Wouldn't that mean no one survives?" The man continued, "Yes, with the strength of our team, encountering this Snow Mountain Violent Bear would surely mean certain death. They tore our team apart like swatting flies. My teammates were shredded without even a scream. Only I and 2 other teammates survived. Because just when I thought I was doomed, I realized those violent bears were not after us, but were being hunted." "Hunted? How is that possible?" The Snow Mountain Violent Bear is a dominant beast in the desolate ice field. Some martial artists have even said that there are century-old violent bears on the ice field. There must be king-level beasts among the Snow Mountain Violent Bears. The man seemed to be recalling something. That day, the violent bears were indeed being hunted, and I sensed something was wrong when they hurriedly left. The violent bears have a strong territorial awareness. Any foreign entity must be destroyed. Just as I was puzzled, a person walked out from the blizzard. She was tall and graceful, with a perfect body proportion, as if she were a delicate doll sculpted by Manhwa. That day she wore a veil, so I couldn't see her face clearly. In the haze, I heard her ask where the violent bears had gone. My brain had already fallen into a daze, and I pointed in the direction the bears had left. But I remembered the sword she carried, which was engraved with countless vividly lifelike snowflake patterns, as if those snowflakes were alive on the blade. The crowd stared blankly, some in a daze, seemingly unable to look directly at this woman on the stage. Among the spectators were many 4th-tier martial artists, who clearly understood the terror of the Snow Mountain Violent Bears. The more they realized this, the less they could believe that the woman holding the long sword was single-handedly pursuing dozens of Snow Mountain Violent Bears. The only thing that made the Snow Mountain Violent Bears flee was fear. This woman made even the Snow Mountain violent bears tremble. On the stage, Mei Ling had already given the weak a chance. Since Wang Yu refused to leave, even if he died, it was what he deserved. Mei Ling gently closed her eyes, as if immersing herself in a mysterious and profound world. Her breathing gradually became steady and prolonged, emanating an elusive aura. The tassel of the long sword in her hand swayed gently in the breeze like a lively dancer, seemingly anticipating the moment it would be drawn. As time passed, the momentum around Mei Ling began to rise and accumulate. This momentum was like a long dormant volcano, silently gathering strength, waiting for the moment of its final eruption. The further it went, the more surging and overwhelming this momentum became, as if it contained endless destructive power, sending chills down one's spine. Wang Yu, standing opposite, wore a serious expression. Although Mei Ling had yet to make a move, and even her eyes were still tightly closed, as a powerful body cultivator, he possessed an extraordinary sense of perception. Just as Mei Ling's momentum continued to rise, Wang Yu clearly felt that every muscle in his body seemed to be locked down by sharp sword energy. That feeling was like countless sharp swords hanging above his head, ready to fall at any moment and completely tear him apart. Faced with such terrifying pressure, Wang Yu dared not be the slightest bit careless. He focused all his attention on Mei Ling, knowing he could wait no longer. He had to take the initiative and break her accumulating momentum. With a loud bang, Wang Yu surged forward like a bamboo being split, a terrifying force of vitality trailing behind him like a red chain. This Wang Yu's vitality is surprisingly solid. This child should not be underestimated. The strength of a dual cultivation of thunder body is too formidable, unmatched among peers. If this Mei Ling, a late-stage 4th rank, is defeated, the Tianshan sword sect will lose all face. Being pierced through by a 4th rank early-stage warrior is indeed a disgrace for a transcendent force. Others were displeased upon hearing this. Did you not hear that elder just now? This woman is chasing after the Snow Mountain violent bear. What kind of strength must one have to do such a thing? Perhaps he can even contend with a 5th rank warrior. They're all geniuses. Can Wang Yu surpass the level of genius? I don't believe it. Most believed Wang Yu could definitely defeat Mei Ling. Today he had already created numerous legends, and his name was almost synonymous with counterattacks. Those who thought Wang Yu could not defeat Mei Ling felt that a 4th rank early stage warrior could never overcome a late stage 4th rank. Outsiders watched the excitement, while insiders looked for the subtleties. A master sitting nearby interrupted their debate. This time, the Law Enforcement Bureau's contestant is likely to lose. His earlier outburst seemed like a surge of momentum, but in reality, he was forced to act by the pressure from the Tianshan sword sect's contestant. The understanding of sword momentum by the Tianshan sword sect's contestant is extraordinary. As soon as the man finished speaking, Wang Yu's momentum visibly faltered, even seeming to pause for a moment. The one who had just spoken's expression darkened, as if sensing a shift in the atmosphere. The sword of the Tianshan sword sect contestant is coming. At that moment, the situation on the stage suddenly changed. The previously still and unmoving Mei Ling suddenly took a step forward. This seemingly simple step triggered an earth-shattering avalanche. A powerful momentum that was chilling to the bone erupted like a volcanic explosion. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena transformed into a world of silver and ice. Wang Yu's previously rapid advance came to an abrupt halt, and his expression turned extremely grave. At this moment, every pore in his body clearly felt the bone-chilling sword aura continuously invading. An unprecedented sense of immense threat enveloped him, making it impossible for him to muster the courage to take even half a step forward. A boundless fear surged within him, as if he would kneel under this pressure at any moment. The overwhelming sword aura locked onto him, making him feel that any slight movement would result in being pierced through by that incredibly sharp sword energy. He knew very well that the beautiful woman standing before him had the capital to be proud and arrogant. However, even so, he would never easily bow his head in defeat, because at this moment, he was no longer alone. He represented not just his own honor and disgrace, but also the face and dignity of the Zhong Hongshan lineage behind him, as well as a model and encouragement for his 4th junior brother Zhao Huangqiao. Thinking of this, Wang Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes in anger, as if a raging flame was igniting within them. In this battle, he would not allow fear. Then, he let out a furious roar, embodying a resolute will that charged forward without hesitation, and suddenly unleashed his most powerful punch, Mountain Shaker. Facing Wang Yu's thunderous strike, Mei Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. His fellow disciple had already been defeated by him, and now only he could restore the glory of the Tianshan sword sect. She had long been accumulating her sword momentum, which now poured out without reservation. In an instant, the surrounding space began to visibly shake and distort under the weight of this terrifying power. A chilling cold light sliced through the night sky like lightning, illuminating the entire world in an instant. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, as if even the ethereal void was bound by this cold light. Myling's thin lips parted slightly, slowly uttering two words, startling swan. Startling swan, a sword that startles the swan. Ningfeng watched as Myling's powerful sword momentum soared into the sky, unable to suppress his pride. This was the disciple of their Tianshan sword sect, a disciple who emerged from the Tianshan sword sect. The way she wielded this sword momentum was so masterful that even if Wang Yu and Myling were in the same realm, he would not be her match. The terrifying power of the Thunder Law attack, so what? Our Tianshan sword sect can cut it down with a single sword. Let you know that in this world, only swordsmanship has the greatest killing power. Ningfeng lay on the sofa, a smile on his face as he stared at Zhong Hongshan, who showed no trace of a smile, not even a hint of expression. He looked at the battlefield where the momentum was like a rainbow, brewing sword momentum to its peak, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. I don't know if this is right or wrong, Zhong Hongshan said inexplicably. Ningfeng, hearing this, felt as if he had heard Zhong Hongshan's admission of defeat, and his heart swelled with joy. How strong could Wang Yu be? The prestige of the Tianshan sword sect was established from this moment. Let the world know that true geniuses can only develop well in transcendent forces, especially in the Tianshan sword sect. But at this moment, there was no need to fall out with Zhong Hongshan, so he smiled and said, Elder Zhong, with your high moral standing, if you feel this bet is inappropriate, I am willing to dissolve the bet with you. After all, the strength of the Tianshan sword sect is there. Ningfeng's words were quite insidious. The premise of dissolving the bet was that Zhong Hongshan acknowledged the status of the Tianmen Sword Mountain. Since you have gone back on your word, the bet can be dissolved, but you, Zhong Hongshan, must acknowledge that the strength of the Tianmen Sword Mountain is formidable. As someone who once acted in anger and spilled blood, Zhong Hongshan's capitulation would undoubtedly elevate the status of the Tianmen Sword Mountain once again. Zhong Hongshan merely gazed at the soaring sword momentum, his eyes deep. His hands behind him were already clenched tightly. As for Ningfeng's words, he didn't hear a single one. Zhao Huangqiao watched his senior brother Wang Yu's performance on the stage. Feeling a surge of tension, this sword momentum was simply too sharp. The gap in strength brought by the difference in levels was somewhat insurmountable. Even his S-class ancient dragon body felt a strong sense of danger. It was as if there was a towering mountain before him, ready to be split in half, and his senior brother was facing this terrifying sword momentum head-on. Even though he practiced both thunder body and swordsmanship, under the surging and sharp sword momentum, he was still lacking. Zhao Huangqiao turned to look at his senior sister. The showy senior sister had long stopped leaning against the wall pretending to be a master. She had lost the mood to show off. Instead, she stood outside the railing, looking worriedly at the arena, her hands gripping the railing tightly. Lei Shuya, Zhao Huangqiao called softly. Lei Shuya seemed not to hear, her eyes fixed on the soaring sword momentum. She murmured, "This big fool, if you can't win, just come down. What's the point of pretending without strength? I could go up and stab her to death with a single sword." The majestic and spectacular mountains towered into the clouds, their peaks undulating like a giant dragon winding and coiling. The mist in the mountains was thick and ethereal, sometimes dense like cotton, sometimes thin like a light veil, shrouding the entire mountain range in a layer of mystery. At the edge of the white clouds, elegant flying cranes spread their wings and soared, their postures graceful, feathers as white as snow, as if they were one with this fairyland. And in this place, resembling a paradise beyond the world, the powerful existence at the top of the transcendent forces ranking of the Crimson Flame Empire was hidden within. Among the mountains, there stood an exceptionally towering peak that pierced the clouds, its summit broad and flat, resembling a natural observation deck. At this moment, a group of distinguished individuals gathered here, chatting idly. Among them, some wore luxurious brocade robes, exuding elegance, some donned battle armor, exuding majesty, and others carried long swords, looking heroic. "Hey, the youth martial arts competition should have started this year, right?" "Yes, big brother, we took first place in the competition last time, and didn't you say this competition was too boring?" The man with the long sword said with a smile, "This competition is indeed boring, but a friend I know is participating in it. He said someone has already defeated 2 contestants from the Transcendent Forces." "What?" The man in battle armor was taken aback. He had fought in the national youth competition, and those who participated in the national competition from the Transcendent Forces were all extremely powerful, capable of defeating opponents of higher ranks. The fact that a non-transcendent contestant had defeated 2 transcendent martial artists was simply unbelievable. One must know that the resources possessed by the transcendent forces were not something an individual could compare to. Anyone who could reach the level of a genius in the transcendent forces was undoubtedly a very strong existence. The competition just started this year, how could it be so explosive? "Brother, can you tell me the specifics?" "The match between the Jiangnan Law Enforcement Bureau and the Tianshan Sword Sect." "Ah, The law enforcement bureau's people bullied the Tianshan sword sect? How could that be? Brother, don't joke around. Have you not weighed the strength of the law enforcement bureau's people last time? Which province's law enforcement bureau hasn't been defeated 4-1? The man in battle armor couldn't help but speak. After all, the geniuses of the law enforcement bureau were indeed few, and if one truly appeared, they would likely be taken in by the Holy See of Justice. You'll see for yourself. After saying that, the man with the long sword took out a tablet, opened the National Youth Competition, and watched the progress of the matches. I want to see what the situation is. We can't have won the championship once, and now it's an era of dark horses. Doesn't that mean our championship isn't worth much? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Myling on the tablet. Upon seeing Myling's soaring sword momentum, everyone felt as if they were present at the scene, experiencing that sharp sword energy, which had an extremely terrifying suppressive force. This move, I couldn't handle it back then, one person said, somewhat dazed. The peers beside him also shook their heads. They had all participated in the National Youth Competition back then, and their past selves found it hard to deal with that stunning sword strike. Although they were the top-ranked force among the Transcendent Forces, it did not mean that the younger generation had a significant gap. On the contrary, the strength gap among the younger generation within the Transcendent Forces was not as pronounced as the rankings suggested. Any genius within the Transcendent Forces enjoyed top-tier resources, and the gap in realms would not be very large. Only a few anomalies could make rapid progress in cultivation. The ability in actual combat was different. Without long-term honing of martial skills and combat experience, the gap was very large. Everyone present felt somewhat overwhelmed by Myling's powerful sword momentum. At the fourth stage of this realm, Myling's move was nearly at the level of a combat power ceiling. That Wang Yu, he's the one who defeated 2 disciples of the Transcendent Forces? Yes, that's him. This kid has some strength, but unfortunately, he encountered Myling. The sword's momentum is truly terrifying. I can almost feel its light cutting through my skin. Yes, there are indeed too many geniuses. I didn't expect to encounter one right in the first match of this session. It seems this is all the combat power the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau has, otherwise, they should have sent someone else. It's quite normal. The Law Enforcement Bureau sometimes sends out their strongest to save face. It seems the Tianshan Sword sect is about to soar, having received such a strong disciple. Sigh, isn't our sect the same? The real geniuses are hidden away, secretly organizing a ranking plan within the sect. Those who win can enter the ranking and enjoy the top resources and power of the sect, on par with the Holy Sun. Unfortunately, those hidden in the mountains are too monstrous, simply like demons. The few of them chatted casually, already aware of the outcome of the match through their words. What they were more concerned about was the upcoming reassessment of transcendent powers. On that wide and towering arena, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, with everyone fixated on the 2 people fiercely clashing in the center. As everyone had anticipated, Wang Yu's blood and energy appeared so weak in the face of his opponent's incredibly sharp sword momentum, as if it were merely a piece of paper as thin as a cicada's wing. He simply could not withstand the impact of this powerful force. In a flash, the sword light flickered, carrying an endless aura of brutality, sweeping towards Wang Yu with the force of a landslide. In an instant, Wang Yu felt as if he were a small boat in a stormy sea, on the verge of being completely swallowed. Just as he thought, that brutal sword momentum mercilessly collided with Wang Yu's body. In a moment, his body trembled violently, and the once abundant blood and energy collapsed at that instant, being forcefully torn apart. That terrifying sword force rampaged through his body like a wild horse, recklessly destroying every inch of tissue and meridian. Almost in the blink of an eye, an intense pain surged like a tide, quickly drowning Wang Yu's entire mind. This pain penetrated to the bone, nearly causing him to faint, and the world before his eyes began to blur. However, despite being in such a desperate situation, Wang Yu's fighting spirit still burned fiercely within him. He gritted his teeth, desperately trying to resist this terrifying sword momentum, but his body gradually lost control. Mei Ling's stunning sword strike obliterated Wang Yu. On the entire arena, only she remained, along with the tattered clothing across from her. Mei Ling's gaze was indifferent, her long sword lowered, and she calmly spoke, "Once on the arena, life and death are your own responsibility." Next, Zhao Huangqiao looked at the empty arena, his mind blank. Just moments ago, a living person stood right in front of him, and now, in a match, they had been completely erased? Where the hell is my senior brother? In Zhao Huangqiao's heart, it felt as if small bubbles were popping up, each bubble containing memories of his third senior brother. Although he had only spent a few days with him, his kindness was selfless. Damn! Zhao Huangqiao's face darkened as he stepped forward, unleashing his initial stage 4 blood and energy. The surrounding objects were blown about, making a rustling sound. His fierce gaze seemed to devour everything. "You bastard! Come here and die!" Immediately, he turned his steps and pounced towards the arena like a swift leopard. However, unexpectedly, Li Shuya's movements were as fast as lightning. Almost the moment Zhao Huangqiao made a move, her figure appeared on the arena like a ghost. The second senior sister, who usually wore a smile and gave a friendly impression, now had a face of indifference and calmness. On that originally fair and delicate face, there was not a trace of color, so pale it resembled the legendary black and white messengers of death. Li Shuya tightly gripped a long sword in her hand, the blade glinting with a cold light, and she pointed the scabbard directly at Meiling, who stood opposite her. At the same time, she slowly uttered a single word, "Come." Although it was just a simple word, the murderous aura it contained was overwhelming, making one shiver involuntarily. Even the person acting as the referee turned pale, secretly lamenting in his heart. This momentum was clearly aimed at killing. "With the two of you in such a stance, do you even need me as a referee? I haven't even had the chance to call the starting command yet." Inside the private room, Zhang Hongshan's hands were tightly clenched together, and the atmosphere was nearly frozen. Ningfeng watched Zhang Hongshan's actions, hesitant to speak. At this moment, Ningfeng dared not provoke him. After all, this was an era that revered martial prowess. What if he got beaten up? He couldn't fight back, so after thinking it over, Ningfeng decided to be a wise man who knows when to yield. Zhang Hongshan murmured, "Could it be that I was wrong?" Zhang Hongshan's complexion visibly worsened, as if all his energy had been drained in an instant. Wang Yu's body concealed many secrets, even Zhang Hongshan's master had not deciphered what lay within. However, his master had provided a method of exploration. That was to seek a glimmer of opportunity in the struggle between life and death, to unravel the secrets hidden within Wang Yu's body. This time, the youth martial arts competition was a perfect sharpening stone for the Tianshan sword sect. No one expected that Wang Yu would be shattered by the sword's momentum, not even having the chance to strike back. The torn clothes, the vanishing figure, everything proved that Wang Yu had been completely obliterated by the sword's force. At that moment, he saw his second disciple already leap onto the stage. He took a deep breath, as if trying to expel the frustrations hidden in his heart along with that breath. "Come back!" His powerful voice echoed throughout the martial arena. However, Li Shuya was not swayed. She was determined to avenge her junior brother. Just then, a voice came from the void, "Senior sister, come down." Li Shuya's expression instantly changed from black to white. The indifference on her face vanished, replaced by an extremely joyful smile. "Junior brother, you're not dead. Senior sister, I told you I have a strong life force. I'll be out soon, and when I do, I won't look like I used to. Alright, junior brother, do your best and make her regret it." Li Shuya was instantly overjoyed and dashed off the stage, as if the earlier bravado had never been hers. Meiling had no idea what had happened, but she saw her opponent had jumped down. The suffocating aura disappeared. She realized that she had been afraid just now, and suddenly felt both surprised and angry. She shouted in the direction Li Shuya had left, "Stop, I want to fight you." Li Shuya glanced at her but ignored her and continued down. Meiling frowned. What did she mean by that? Did she look down on her? Meiling felt a surge of anger, and the momentum within her long sword erupted violently, her 3,000 strands of hair dancing in the air. "I said stop. Sword energy, scatter." Meiling's delicate body leaned slightly forward, her feet suddenly exerting force as she stepped forward. Her long, straight jade-like legs instantly tensed, like a bowstring drawn tight, ready to unleash its power. At the same time, the long sword she held aloft pointed straight at Li Shuya, not far away. At this moment, it seemed that all of Meiling's strength was converging at a single point, continuously pouring into the sword through her arm. With the surge of this powerful force, a dazzling sword energy erupted from the tip of the sword. This sword energy was like a lightning bolt tearing through the night sky, carrying a destructive might, racing towards Li Shuya at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it let out sharp whistling sounds wherever it passed. Its brilliance illuminated the surrounding space as bright as day. Just as this sword energy was about to strike Li Shuya's back fiercely, the battle was on the verge of breaking out. What the hell? The people from Tianshan Sword Sect actually launched a sneak attack. How shameless, attacking someone from behind on the arena. The law enforcement bureau is going to be in trouble. If she gets injured, they probably won't dare to ask Tianshan Sword Sect for an explanation. This woman has a heart as venomous as a snake. This is a full force strike. What the hell? So shameless. Not shaking the green lotus. The surrounding audience shouted angrily. The terrifying sword energy approached Li Shuya from behind, about to pierce her body. But the audience's furious roars got stuck in their throats the next moment. Li Shuya didn't even turn her body, she simply raised a finger, casually pressing against the surging, sharp sword energy. The violent energy was instantly obliterated. The scene was as silent as if Sun Bin had started fighting, the entire venue fell into silence. The quiet atmosphere made even the sound of one's heartbeat feel like a drumbeat. That casual indifference of her finger deeply imprinted itself in everyone's mind. Sitting in the Tianshan sword sex preparation area, Lu Ruen suddenly opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her gaze. This Li Shuya is quite interesting. Lu Ruen chuckled softly, feeling a bit of anticipation for the upcoming battle. However, it was just a bit interesting. The one who would ultimately win would definitely be herself. Lu Ruen closed her eyes again. Everyone only saw the moment when the sword energy was obliterated. And facing Li Shuya, Meiling sensed the breath of death. In Meiling's terrified eyes, Li Shuya's figure was no longer just a slender silhouette. She resembled a deity high above in the heavens, overlooking all things in the world, exuding a chilling pressure and an unfathomable aura. The fierce sword energy that Meiling had unleashed with all her might now seemed like a tiny insect, attempting to disturb this powerful deity who was in deep slumber. As the sword energy gradually approached, the previously silent deity suddenly opened her eyes. In that instant, an indescribable terrifying power surged forth from her gaze. Meiling felt a blinding light flash before her eyes, followed by a wave of overwhelming pain crashing over her. She felt as if her body had been crushed by countless speeding heavy trucks, every inch of her skin and every bone sending waves of excruciating pain. At the same time, her soul felt as if it had been thrown into a high-speed meat grinder, mercilessly torn apart and crushed. At this moment, Meiling deeply experienced an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and insignificance. In front of Li Shuya, she felt like a trivial ant in the vastness of the world. Any resistance was futile. She could only let the other party manipulate her at will, fragile and vulnerable. Yet Li Shuya seemed to merely wave her hand, delivering a casual strike. Li Shuya turned her head and grinned widely, saying, "Your opponent is not me, oh." Upon hearing this, Meiling instantly relaxed, as if her entire body had been drenched in sweat. The pressure Li Shuya exerted on her was almost the same as that of the fifth-tier Lu Ruen. All the audience members were stunned. Is this the young martial artists competition? Did I walk into the wrong venue? Is there really someone this strong? The sword energy that could unleash sonic booms was unexpectedly blocked by a single fingerdip, without even turning to face the ambush. This year's youth martial arts competition is terrifying. It's truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger situation. Look at that Lu Ruen from the Tianshan sword sect. She's a fifth-tier martial artist, and she just opened her eyes. It seems this girl has already caught the attention of the strongest in the Tianshan sword sect. Her strength is also incredibly frightening. It looks like there will be a final showdown of kings. After Li Shuya's left the arena, the referee finally dared to step forward. He walked towards the pile of tattered clothing, raised his left hand high, preparing to blow the whistle to declare the victor. However, something unexpected happened. The previously calm air suddenly rippled with subtle waves, like the layers of water rippling when a stone is thrown into a lake. Brilliant golden light split the darkness like lightning, quickly spreading outwards. This golden light poured over the land like warm sunlight, bringing with it a rich and vibrant life force. Under the magical illumination of this golden light, the once dying flowers and grasses in the city seemed to be infused with new life, beginning to grow wildly. They sprouted branches and leaves at a visible speed, blooming into vibrant, colorful, and dew-kissed flowers in an instant. Red as fire, pink like dawn, white as snow. Various colors intertwined, forming a breathtaking painting. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the fragrance of flowers, intoxicating all who inhaled it, as if they were in a fairyland. A voice rang out, sounding like a temple bell ringing in the morning, resonating in all directions. "I haven't lost yet." Upon hearing this, Meiling from the Tianshan sword sect's expression changed instantly. What was going on? That was Wang Yu's voice. Hadn't he been obliterated by my stunning sword? How could he still be alive? The changes in the surrounding plants astonished everyone. The once withered grass was now rejuvenated. What is happening? Is this a miracle? This must be a miracle. It can make the grass grow instantly. Could it be caused by that beam of light just now? Very likely. I have a bold idea. If that golden light shines on my head, will I grow hair? Are you a genius or something? Meanwhile, at the top, Zhong Hongshan finally relaxed his clenched fists and let out a long breath. Ningfeng's expression was not good. What was going on with Wang Yu? How could he come back from the dead? Did he have a spatial talent? Was he hiding in another dimension? That was impossible. Any spatial talent had to be reported to the state, or else it would be considered treason. Ningfeng couldn't help but speak up. What is going on? Your disciple? Ningfeng hesitated, unsure how to ask, as he wasn't clear on Wang Yu's current situation either. At that moment, a massive phantom slowly emerged behind Wang Yu. The phantom seemed to come from ancient times, exuding a mysterious and majestic aura. It stood quietly behind Wang Yu, like an immovable mountain. This enormous phantom was pure white, as pristine and flawless as the snow in winter. It held its large head high, its gaze sharp as lightning, seemingly able to pierce through all illusions and fog. Above its head, 2 sharp horns grew, glimmering with a cold light, instilling an endless sense of intimidation. Looking at its sharp claws, they were sometimes clearly visible, sometimes hidden in the void, adding an air of mystery to its elusive presence. Its body was as large as a mountain, strong and powerful like a giant bear, but its head resembled that of a dragon, exuding an imposing and domineering aura. Not only that, but its limbs were also densely covered with a layer of hard scales, which shimmered with a dazzling array of colors under the sunlight, a breathtaking sight. Mei Ling was taken aback. The aura of Wang Yu before her was completely different from before. His entire presence had condensed significantly, especially the massive shadow behind him, resembling a mountain. This bizarrely shaped beast's shadow gave Mei Ling a strong sense of oppression. Mei Ling snorted coldly. Even if Wang Yu had changed, it was of no consequence. In front of him, they were all mere chickens and dogs. She lightly twirled her sword, her expression indifferent, the sword tip pointing directly at Wang Yu in midair. This time, I'll still give you a chance. Will I beat you down to the ground to be carried back, or will you admit defeat now and leave gracefully? Wang Yu ignored her, merely extending his right hand. He spread his fingers apart, a slender palm brewing with thunder. It was as if the thunder in his hand was the king of thunder, instantly attracting the surrounding lightning, with countless dark clouds following, as if attending a royal ceremony. What the hell, isn't Wang Yu dead? Maybe he faked his death. Could it be that he dodged that sword strike just now? Wang Yu is too powerful. Is this a spatial talent? Did he hide in another space to evade his opponent's sword strike and then come out? Could it be that Wang Yu is a dual talent? Does such a defying person really exist in this world? The audience was dumbfounded. This Wang Yu, who looked ordinary and would blend into a crowd without a trace, was suspected to be a dual talent genius and a powerful body cultivator. Meanwhile, other transcendent forces that had been paying attention to the National Youth Martial Arts Competition noticed the anomaly surrounding Wang Yu. Normally, the preliminary rounds of the National Martial Arts Competition would have multiple matches happening simultaneously, with the winning teams advancing to the next round. In this phase, weaker teams would crush stronger ones, and there wouldn't be any significant upheaval. However, this time, a weak team from the Provincial Law Enforcement Bureau turned the tables on a strong team from a transcendent force. Even the first-place member of the Law Enforcement Bureau had not exited the arena. When Wang Yu was presumed dead, everyone thought that was the normal progression of events. If he still stood on the field, then the Tianshan Sword Sect was unworthy of calling itself a transcendent force. Now, other transcendent forces learned that Wang Yu was still fighting. What are the people from the Tianshan Sword Sect doing? Can't they even handle a member from the Law Enforcement Bureau who came out first? It's simply embarrassing for our transcendent forces. Even if he ranks lower among the transcendent forces, it shouldn't have fallen to this level. It seems next time the rankings can kick the Tianshan Sword Sect out of the transcendent forces, there's no need for our reputation to be tarnished because of a useless force. Ha, exactly. Our reputation as transcendent forces has been sullied. Notify our own teams to finish battles quickly and uphold the reputation of our transcendent forces. What about the Tianshan Sword Sect's match? Let's go see together, see what the Tianshan Sword Sect is up to. Alright, several elder-level figures gathered together, preparing to head to the Tianshan Sword Sect's competition venue. When they hurried over, the scene before them left everyone dumbfounded and shocked. The entire venue looked as if it had experienced an apocalyptic catastrophe, presenting a shocking scene of devastation. They saw Mei Ling half kneeling on the ground, her body trembling slightly. She gripped the sword hilt with one hand to support her swaying body, while the other hand hung limply by her side. At this moment, Mei Ling was unrecognizable. Her originally fair and delicate skin had been burned to a charred black, emitting a pungent smell of burning flesh. A dazzling arc of lightning flickered like a lively little snake, leaping wildly across her charred body, each jump bringing a wave of painful convulsions and moans. Looking at the ground not far in front of Mei Ling, deep and shallow sword marks crisscrossed, unfurling like a terrifying and grotesque painting before people's eyes. Some of these sword marks were so shallow they left only faint traces, while others were deep enough to reach the bone, making one involuntarily gasp. The most striking was the deepest sword mark that extended straight ahead, resembling a giant dragon with bared fangs and claws, charging directly towards the man in the black coat standing not far away. Surrounding this sword mark were numerous other sword marks, densely intertwined, forming a complex web that tightly enveloped the two. An old man furrowed his brow and asked, "What happened? Did the kid from the Tianshan Sword Sect lose again?" It seems so. The kid standing opposite is Wang Yu. What a waste from the Tianshan Sword Sect. The old man passionately spoke, even wanting to replace the Tianshan Sword Sect and go to the arena himself. After all these years of being a transcendent force, they haven't even trained a genius to suppress all enemies, pure waste. With so many resources, even a dog could compete, let alone a human. Have they gone mad practicing swordsmanship all these years? The spectators nearby had not yet recovered from the terrifying battle just witnessed. Suddenly hearing the old man cursing the Tianshan sword sect, they felt a bit displeased. "Old man, do you even know what a blood-boiling battle is?" The young man beside him couldn't help but interrupt the old man's tirade. "Did you even watch the match? You're just here talking bad about the Tianshan sword sect?" The old man glanced at the young man disdainfully and said with a sneer, "When I was your age, I was already at the peak of the 4th stage. Get lost. It would be better if your grandpa came to talk to me." The young man immediately laughed instead of getting angry. "Listening to your nonsense, one would think you're something impressive. Do you know how strong this contestant from the Tianshan sword sect is? At your age, you probably struggled just to fetch water." The old man was instantly furious, his aura bursting forth uncontrollably, his arm raised high. "You sharp-tongued little brat." The old man beside him stopped him. After all, they were there to observe, not to cause trouble. Moreover, the organizers wouldn't allow them to be so unruly, not to mention transcendent forces, even hidden ancient clans were keeping a low profile there. The old man smiled and suppressed his agitated companion, asking, "This young man, could you tell me what happened here? Why did the Tianshan sword sect lose again?" The young man saw that the rude old man had retreated, and a polite elder had come out, feeling a bit more comfortable. Seeing the elder's courteous inquiry, he began to explain that man in black is called Wang Yu, a contestant from the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau, and the one kneeling on the ground is Mailing from the Tianshan sword sect. Originally, we all thought that the man named Wang Yu had been crushed to pieces by the violent sword force. Who would have thought that in a one-on-one match, with a flash of light, Wang Yu appeared at the spot, even advancing to a mid-stage 4th-level warrior. The young man's eyes were filled with admiration and a hint of envy. As soon as he appeared, he summoned lightning from his hands. And then guess what happened? The heavens changed suddenly, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and lightning flew across the sky. The scene was like the end of the world. The thunder of heaven and earth obeyed Wang Yu's command, and the violent lightning was as docile as a little kitten before him. That day, the contestants from the Tianshan sword gate were absolute geniuses, but unfortunately, they ran into Wang Yu. This year's Tianshan sword gate is quite strong, but it's a pity they are not in the right time. The young man seemed to lament the contestants from the Tianshan sword gate, his gaze directed towards the charred body. Time passed during Zhao Huangchao's training. The second National Youth Martial Arts Competition belonging to the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau arrived. Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau vs. the 1,000-year-old family, the Shao family. The first battle of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau was a peak showdown against an extraordinary force, showcasing exceptional combat power. In the end, they even defeated a 5th-tier martial artist with a 4th-tier breakthrough. The name of genius quickly spread throughout the youth martial arts competition. The popularity of the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau reached a terrifying level. Before the match even began, the entire audience area was packed. Betting is final. Betting is final. Will the 1,000-year-old family, the Shao family, win, or will the rare dark horse, the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau, take the victory? In the audience, some had already started betting on the outcome of the match. Hey, didn't they say the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau's people are particularly strong? Why is the odds for them to win so high? Are the bookmakers drinking fake wine at home? Could it be that some young kid is out here doing charity? Haha, it's really possible. This dark horse actually eliminated the extraordinary force directly, too impressive. But that's still an extraordinary force with 5th-tier martial artists. Brothers, hurry up and bet on the Law Enforcement Bureau to win. This time, we'll win the bookmakers' pants off. Someone shouted, calling others to bet on the Law Enforcement Bureau's victory. Just then, someone cursed, "Are you all idiots? Don't you know that both contestants from the Law Enforcement Bureau are severely injured and haven't recovered? Only one can participate in this battle. Do you really think those who set the odds are fools?" A man in a black robe disdainfully looked at those preparing to bet on the Law Enforcement Bureau's victory. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look. The man wore a black robe embroidered with intricate golden patterns, the complexity of which was dazzling. The embroidery seemed almost alive, vividly presenting itself on the fabric, even subtly moving with the man's actions, as if trying to break free from the constraints of the clothing. Looking at the upper right corner of the black robe, there was a strikingly embroidered character Shao, soaring and majestic. This character appeared as if it had been created by a calligrapher with bold strokes, each line imbued with boundless power and charm. On the man's back was an enormous Shao character, occupying the entire back space. Particularly eye-catching was the vertical stroke above the character, which was a pitch-black machete. Even more peculiar was that the surrounding light seemed to be swallowed by this long knife. It was as if that sharp, Black Blade was right in front of them. So it's a member of the Xiao family. Is he serious? Damn, the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau can only send one person to fight. No wonder the odds are still so high for a dark horse team. I thought the Xiao family had produced some unparalleled genius. I searched online for a long time. Is the one who can fight that fourth-tier perfectionist? If it's that fourth-tier perfectionist, then they will definitely win. The Xiao family members sneered. Fate favors our Xiao family. The two fierce warriors from the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau have already fallen. They will surely be defeated by us. That day, he and the boss watched the whole match. He knew those two contestants were indeed terrifying, and the stronger they were, the less chance they had of winning. But who would have thought they would run into an extraordinary force right from the start? That was an existence even more terrifying than a 1,000-year-old family. Thousands of years of accumulation meant nothing in front of them. It might even be just a drop in the bucket. The foundation is so rich that it can even nurture a waste into a high-level martial artist. Yet, even so, the transcendent forces still lost. Fortunately, such a terrifying opponent is already severely injured. The arrangement of fate is so clever. When the mountains are exhausted and the waters run dry, a glimmer of hope appears. The next opponent is their Xiao family. With only one person left, their combat power is still at the early stage of the 4th level. Isn't this just a loser? How could a loser possibly be a match for their 1,000-year-old family? The man thought to himself that in this competition, apart from their Xiao family and the transcendent forces, the others are not worth worrying about. As long as they defeat this dark horse, entering the top 100 will be a piece of cake. This reward is all well deserved. Upon hearing this, the people around instantly erupted in an uproar. Wow, yes, both of them are heavily injured. 3 days of recovery is definitely not enough. Then isn't that a disaster? The dark horse team only has a limping leg left to walk. I bet on the Xiao family to win. What storm can a mere early 4th level stir up? Do they really think a 1,000-year-old family is made of clay? Exactly, I was still looking forward to seeing the dark horse explode everything. But who knew the dark horse is limping? Bet on the Xiao family. I also bet on the Xiao family to win. Me too. I believe in miracles, boss. Place a bet of 100 on the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau, and another 1 million on the Xiao family to win. People around hurriedly followed suit, fearing they would miss out on the opportunity. At this moment, a tall young man in a black cloak walked over, and upon seeing the heated betting, his mouth curled up slightly. Not bad. I knew some smart ones would open the betting. Let me see what our winning odds are. The newcomer was Zhao Huangqiao in disguise. Soon, Zhao Huangqiao emerged with a beaming smile. Great, it's a fool, we are saved. Due to the overwhelming number of bettors, the odds were adjusted. The odds for betting on the Xiao family to win were 1:1. While the odds for betting on the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau to win were 1:100, meaning that if the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau won, the bettors would receive a 100-fold return. Zhao Huangqiao directly placed bets on several small targets. However, this stunned the bookmakers, who would dare to bet so much on the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau. This was likely a fool who didn't know about the significant loss of combat power in the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau. The people around were also shocked, exclaiming whether this person had forgotten to pour out the water in his brain when he got up last night. Even after Zhao Huangqiao left, people were still discussing this individual. The bookmakers were grinning from ear to ear. The money he was about to make this time was from these fools. He knew the inside story. Neither of the two from the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau had fully recovered, and only one person would be on the field, Zhao Huangqiao. The winning probability for the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau was almost non-existent, and defeat was certain. A 1,000-year-old family is not some small fry. Although the winning probability for the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau is minimal, who are the ones placing bets? Gamblers. Gamblers see this odds and only want to believe in miracles, hoping for high returns. So he deliberately lowered the odds for the Xiao family to win and infinitely raised the odds for the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau, profiting from this group of foolish gamblers. The match had not yet begun, but many big shots had already arrived. The uproar caused by the previous battle had attracted the attention of many bigwigs this time. On the arena, the box with blue tiles and white walls quietly sat above. It resembled a pearl embedded in this tranquil world, exuding a unique charm. Upon entering the box, the first thing that catches the eye is the clusters of dripping green bamboo. They stand tall and slender, with lush branches and leaves, as if they are the green guardians bestowed upon this space by nature. A gentle breeze rustles the bamboo leaves, as if softly narrating the stories of time. A delicate stone arch bridge spans the crystal-clear stream below. This bridge has weathered the storms of time, yet remains as sturdy as ever, silently bearing the footsteps of passers-by. Beneath it, the babbling stream flows slowly like a silver ribbon, its ripples reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and the lush bamboo and blooming flowers along the banks. Droplets of water, crystal clear and translucent, fall from above, striking the calm surface and producing a crisp, melodious sound, like pearls dropping onto a jade plate. Accompanied by the sound of rushing water, the entire scene is filled with endless zen. It inevitably brings to mind the ancient poem, a small bridge, flowing water, and homes nearby, and what lies before one's eyes resembles a vivid and lively landscape painting, enchanting and making one reluctant to leave. A few elderly men sit together in this inkwash painting-like room, gathered around a stove brewing tea. Ah, haha, I didn't expect you all to come this time. After all, we are the geniuses of the Justice Church. Isn't it normal for me to be here? Said an old man in a black robe. I'm looking forward to it. The elder pouring tea couldn't help but shake his head. You, as always, are terrifyingly quiet. Being with you makes me afraid of killing the conversation. Please forgive me. After all, I'm just an old fellow from an ancient hidden clan. Ha ha ha. The tea-pouring elder asked, so, who do you think will win this match? Naturally, it's our Justice Church's people. The Law Enforcement Bureau is just a branch of the Justice Church. Don't flatter yourself. Humph, but it's still under our Justice Church. The tea-pouring elder couldn't help but laugh. You Justice Church folks have had treasures for a long time. Why not cherish them? These few are all trained by Zhong Hongshan. I suspect that kid named Zhao Huangqiao is not an ordinary person. A hint of unease flashed across the black-robed elder's face as he chuckled. You all know that many things are beyond one's control. Haha, that Zhao Huangqiao, I looked at his information. It doesn't show anything out of the ordinary. But, in the Law Enforcement Bureau, the cleaner the information, the more suspicious it is. A glint of shrewdness flickered in the black-robed elder's eyes. He knew that this kid's information had definitely been tampered with by Zhong Hongshan. However, it didn't matter. What he sought was not a clean background but loyalty to the Justice Church. This world needs the Justice Church to maintain order. I think that Zhao Huangqiao probably has some strength, but they are facing the Shao family. This match is likely a bit precarious. The black-robed elder said with a smile, though precarious, since you're here, aren't you also looking forward to some change? The silent elder beside them remarked, the ancestor of the Shao family is strong. Indeed, the ancestor of the Shao family is truly extraordinary. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. Yes, the ancestor of the Shao family has already passed away, but his strength has long been etched in this world. The story of this legendary figure is still recounted by people today. Recalling those years when foreign forces surged like a fierce tide, the entire world fell into panic and chaos. At this critical moment of life and death, the ancestor of the Shao family stepped forward, like an indestructible mountain, facing dozens of equally powerful enemies alone. On that day, the sky was stained dark with the fires of war, and the earth trembled violently under the fierce impacts. Even the towering mountains and rivers crumbled and collapsed in this earth-shattering battle. People gazed from afar at the distant battlefield, occasionally hearing the ancestor of the Shao family's proud and unrestrained roars, like thunderclaps breaking through the sky. They saw the ancestor of the Shao family tightly gripping his world-shaking blade, the Zhang Tian Kuang Dao, each swing stirring up a howling wind, the blade's light flashing, ultimately leading to the demise of several enemies. His head full of silver strands danced wildly in the wind, his entire being like a burning silver flame, soaring and swaying into the sky. At this moment, his originally sharp eyes emitted a chilling light that struck fear into the hearts of those who beheld him. The ancestor of the Shao family had become one with the heaven-slaying mad blade. The blade was him, and he was the blade. His figure moved like a ghost through the enemy ranks, slaying gods when encountering them, and slaying Buddhas when meeting them. No one could withstand his brilliance. However, the prolonged and intense battle eventually wore down the ancestor of the Shao family. Yet even so, he stood firm, using his last strength to protect the homeland behind him. In the end, the ancestor of the Shao family exhausted the last trace of his life force, standing with the blade in hand until he perished. But what was shocking was that none of the surviving enemies dared to step forward to approach his body. They either looked on in terror at the lifeless form that still radiated endless majesty, or they felt a deep respect for this brave and fearless warrior. Some powerful beings from beyond the realm, despite their differing stances, could not help but be awed by the ancestor of the Shao family's feats, expressing their sincere admiration for him. The Shao family was originally meant to be a transcendent force, but unfortunately, with the death of the ancestor and the suppression by hostile forces, they ultimately fell to the status of a 1,000-year-old clan. This was the price of the ancestor of the Shao family's madness. However, the inheritance of the Shao family's blade techniques had not been severed. As long as a peerless genius emerged one day, inheriting the heaven-slaying blade technique of the ancestor would mean that reclaiming their status as a transcendent force was merely a matter of time. This was also the reason why the three of them had come here, to see if the Shao family had produced an heir to the heaven-slaying blade technique. Although it was a technique from long ago, its past achievements were too illustrious, and even now, people still felt awe towards it. This included these old fellows. The old man brewing tea saw that the competition below was about to begin and said, "Look, the Shao family members are coming out." The old man in the black robe said, somewhat displeased, "The Shao family is just mad. Look at that outfit. It's made in the style of the heaven-slaying mad blade, and it even carries a hint of the blade's aura." The Shao family's contestants had cold expressions, each of their auras sharp as if carved by a knife. They stepped into the arena, each step met with thunderous cheers from the audience. There were simply too many people betting on them. In contrast, on the side of the law enforcement bureau, Zhao Huangchao took off his cloak, donning the robe of an enforcer, while pushing two side-by-side wheelchairs in front of him. The two people in the wheelchairs wore bright and warm smiles. The man merely calculated the amber beads in his hand, no longer debating this matter. Fortune-telling, since it's about fate, one must naturally pay an equivalent price. Then it's not worth it. Fortune-telling is too much of a loss. It's better to see it with my own eyes. After all, I won't need to intervene in the battle now. Mumbling nonsense, how boring. The woman said no more and turned her gaze to the arena. The man from the Kunlun hidden dragon lineage, although still smiling, had a hint of seriousness in his eyes. His talent was extremely special, not an awakening, but a legacy. Only the core disciples of the hidden dragon lineage could inherit this talent, the Kunlun Eye. Observing the earthly energy below and the heavenly numbers above was never an empty phrase. The last time he came to see the three of them, Li Shuya's and Wang Yu had purple energy soaring behind them, a sign of great talent and fortune. Everyone in this world has their own fortune. Ordinary people have white fortune, while warriors generally have yellow fortune. The higher the talent, the deeper the color. True geniuses possess purple fortune, like Li Shuya's and Wang Yu. If they were to grow, they would undoubtedly become great figures. But when his gaze turned to Zhao Huangchao, he felt a shiver run through him. Zhao Huangchao stood quietly in place, shrouded by a dense mass of black mist behind him, as if an endless abyss of darkness tightly enveloped him. The black mist rolled and surged, seemingly containing endless evil and mysterious power, instilling fear in those who beheld it. Su Xiang widened his eyes, staring intently at the bizarre scene before him, a wave of intense fear and unease surging within him. The black mist was like an invisible net, obscuring all colors, making Zhao Huangchao appear eerie and terrifying. Zhao Huangchao had no color representing fortune at all. Su Xiang felt a bone-chilling cold rise from his spine, instantly spreading throughout his body. That coldness was like a current, rushing straight to the top of his head, causing him to shiver involuntarily. At the same time, he found his body becoming unusually stiff, as if bound by a powerful force, unable to move at all. Su Shiheng's heartbeat grew increasingly intense, almost leaping out of his throat. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and cold sweat continuously emerged from his palms. At that moment, he felt as if a deity from the void was coldly watching him, that gaze sharp as a knife, capable of piercing his soul. That day, he could only move after all the spectators had left and the darkness before him had dissipated. On his way back, he dared not entertain a single thought about probing into that black fortune. Thinking of this, Su Xiang couldn't help but recall a phrase his master had said when passing on his talent to him. This world is filled with too many mysteries. Even the world's #1 hidden ancient clan is nothing more than that. Yes, master, this world truly has too many mysteries, Su Xiang silently said to himself. Pulling away from his memories, he looked towards the arena. All right, Zhao Huangchao, now show me your strength. Let me see what a person with black fortune is truly like. At this moment, the referee had already announced the order of appearance for the Shao family, Shao Zian, Shaoyi, Shao Xintong, and the final act, Shouting Fei. When the referee saw the order of appearance for the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau, his eyes couldn't help but raise slightly. The contestants from the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau are Zhao Huangchao. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in an uproar. They never expected the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau to be so decisive, even giving up the chance for Wang Yu and Li Shuya, who were in wheelchairs, to take advantage. This meant that as long as Zhao Huangchao could not stand until the end, the Jiangnan Province Law Enforcement Bureau would be eliminated. Zhao Huangchao, dressed in a law enforcement robe, entered the arena with poise. Shao Zian followed suit. Shao Zian, 47 years old, a mid-stage 4th-tier martial artist. Shao Zian, sin value, 799. To maintain his genius reputation, he chose to brutally kill his relatives at the peak of the 3rd tier to please the deities, successfully breaking through his own talent, and at 40 years old, hunted other family geniuses to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources. Zhao Huangchao sighed. Good news, encountered a big client again. Bad news, can't kill him now. Xiao Ziang stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze arrogant. I am a mid-stage 4th tier, a higher level than you, and I won't bully you. I'll give you a chance to go first. After saying this, Xiao Ziang unleashed the legendary skill, come at me. Xiao Ziang looked down on Zhao Huangqiao. Thoughts of Zhao Huangqiao's information floated in his mind. At under 20 years of age, he had safely extricated himself from the witch church incident, suspected to be protected by Zhong Hongshan. He had displayed suspected A-level swordsmanship talent in the battle against the Bai family. The martial arts he practiced were unknown. His swordsmanship talent was very high, likely capable of cultivating extremely powerful sword techniques. But how much could a person under 20 achieve in martial arts? The martial arts he was currently practicing had only reached a high level after several years, and there was still a long way to go before mastering it. What could a 4th-tier genius under 20 do? Without combat power, one is merely a cash machine for oneself. Zhao Huangqiao smiled, for he most enjoyed encountering such people in the martial world, those who pretended to be strong without any real ability. Thank you, then you better be ready, Zhao Huangqiao said with an unchanged expression, while his left foot slowly took a small step back. His body slightly crouched, his center of gravity sank, and his hands quickly rose like eagle claws, tightly clenched into fists and positioned at his sides in front of his chest, striking a pose of gathering strength. Accompanied by his rhythmic deep breaths, a powerful aura that made one's heart race surged forth from his body like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly spreading outwards. The surrounding air seemed to be stirred by this aura, forming visible ripples that expanded outward. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, like a mountain collapsing or a tsunami roaring, deafening to the ears. Immediately after, a figure as fast as lightning and shaped like a sharp arrow charged forward at an astonishing speed. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Xiao Ziang. At this moment, Xiao Ziang's face was twisted into a somewhat terrifying grimace, his eyes fixed on Zhao Huangqiao, flashing with fierce light. A proud and unruly smile hung at the corner of his mouth, sending chills down one's spine. He shouted, "Foolish child, today I will generously teach you a lesson. Never easily believe anything your opponent says." Soul-breaking fist. The audience was dumbfounded. Didn't Xiao Ziang just say he would let him have one move? How could he launch an attack so quickly? Li Shuya was so angry she almost jumped out of her wheelchair. Her small face was filled with frost. Damn it, shameless. Wasn't it agreed to let him have one move? Wang Yu's expression was also serious. He didn't expect the opponent to be so shameless. In a competition, to actually resort to underhanded tactics. In an instant, Xiao Ziang reached Zhao Huangqiao's side, his cold long fist aimed directly at Zhao Huangqiao's face. A fierce light flashed in Xiao Ziang's eyes. Kid, don't blame me. I can only say that the rewards for winning a match in the national youth competition are simply too great. As long as you win against him, it's like winning the entire competition, and you can receive 10 times the resource reward. Kid, if I ruin you in this life, don't blame anyone but yourself for lacking ability. In your next life, just be an ordinary person. Xiao Ziang's martial arts were quite sinister. The soul-breaking fist, once successfully cultivated, would cause the knuckles to turn black. This was a martial art granted by a certain deity he secretly served, not rated among mortals. Anyone who received 3 soul-breaking fists would have their soul scattered within days. For those with weak souls, one punch would suffice. But as he approached, he saw Zhao Huangqiao's eyes suddenly freeze. He showed no fear or trembling. Instead, there was a hint of mockery in his gaze. What was going on? Zhao Huangqiao's eyes, devoid of warmth, stared at Xiao Ziang. How could someone who their own parents be a trustworthy person? Don't you think so, Xiao Ziang? Upon hearing this, Xiao Ziang's face changed dramatically, his whole body trembling as if electrocuted. His greatest secret had been exposed. At that moment, the wails of his direct blood relatives seemed to echo in his ears, clawing out from his heart, wanting to tear him apart. Impossible. No one could know. He roared in his heart. He had done this very secretly. No one had discovered his tracks. No one could find the crime scene. Xiao Ziang's gaze instantly turned brutal, the fierce bloodlust seeming to overflow from his eyes. In that case, you have even less reason to live. Die for me. Xiao Ziang took a deep breath, the torrent of power surging within him once again roiling and condensing. He tightly clenched his fists, and a rich, almost tangible black light gradually emerged on his knuckles. The light flowed like a viscous liquid, exuding a heart-pounding aura of destruction. This aura was like a fierce beast, baring its fangs and glaring hungrily for prey, seemingly ready to pounce and tear its opponent to shreds at any moment. The scent of destruction made even the spectators far from the battlefield feel a strong discomfort. What kind of martial skill is this? It's terrifying. The Xiao family actually has such a talented individual. This oppressive force is horrifying. Zhao Huangqiao is still too inexperienced. After all, he's just a teenager. He's going to get a harsh lesson from the seasoned veterans. Ha! The first round I bet on the Law Enforcement Bureau just lost. with odds as high as 4-1. Zhao Huangqiao, good job, keep standing there and don't move. On the stands, Su Xiang frowned slightly as he saw the viscous black fist light. What kind of strange martial skill is this? A woman beside him echoed, I've never seen it before, but for some reason, I feel a strong sense of disgust. Su Xiang nodded, he felt the same way, even sensing a hint of threat. As a 5th-tier martial artist, and a standout among them, he shouldn't feel threatened by a mid-4th-tier martial artist. However, facing such overwhelming might, Zhao Huangqiao, standing opposite, merely curled the corners of his mouth slightly. Young man, you need to keep your composure, Zhao Huangqiao said with a light laugh. Before his words fell, the originally calm aura around him suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. In an instant, an unmatched sharpness erupted from him, like a peerless sword about to be unsheathed. At that moment, Zhao Huangqiao became extremely sharp, and the air around him was stirred into a tempest by his aura. He focused intently on Xiao Xiang, his body slightly leaning forward. Zhao Huangqiao sensed a strange aura from that black fist light. There were too many bizarre things in this world. He decided not to take it head-on with his physical body. Dragon's Roar, Sword Slash. After countless falls during his leveling up, he integrated his martial skills, combining the blood and chi from the A-grade martial skill Dragon's Roar with sword techniques. The power of blood and chi coalesced into a fiercely lethal sword strike. The sharp sword slash instantly collided with Xiao Xiang's fist light filled with a sense of destruction. The energy clash rippling as black and blood-red light alternated. This guy's physical body is surprisingly strong. The power of blood and chi is terrifying. A mid-4th tier can actually exchange blows with a sudden attack from a mid-4th tier. Zhong Hongshan's disciple shouldn't be underestimated. The crowd couldn't help but marvel. A junior disciple in the early 4th tier was not an easy opponent. Xiao Yi and Xiao Xintong, seeing the situation on the field, couldn't help but look at Xiao Tingfei, who was sitting nearby with his eyes closed, resting. Xiao Yi directly said, Captain, it seems Xiao Xiang can't handle Zhao Huangqiao. Should we let him down? I'll take care of it. Xiao Tingfei didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, casually saying, he just can't suppress it. Doesn't he still have the family-given pills? What I want is absolute certainty. Xiao Tingfei suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring fiercely at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's pupils constricted, as if a pitch-black long knife was heading straight for his face, threatening to cleave him in two. He staggered back repeatedly, lowering his head and not daring to speak. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiang's expression was very poor. He had originally planned to launch a sneak attack and quickly end the fight. Unexpectedly, this kid seemed to have anticipated it, even giving a feeling of a cat playing with a mouse. Moreover, he actually knew his biggest secret. This made Xiao Xiang feel very uncomfortable. Xiao Xiang quickly retreated, retracting his fist. His gaze was fierce, like a cobra that could bite at any moment. His goal was not to defeat but to kill. He needed to find an opportunity for a one-hit kill. Seeing that the opponent had retracted that heart-pounding black fist light, Zhao Huangqiao wasted no time and stomped his foot directly onto the ground. A powerful force erupted from beneath his feet, propelling him forward like a cannonball, shooting towards his opponent at an astonishing speed. As he rushed forward, countless streams of air flowed from his slightly parted mouth, as if manipulated by an invisible hand, moving in a rhythmic pattern. Each stream carried a unique cadence, as if playing a mysterious and passionate melody. Just as these air currents danced around him, a faint golden light suddenly flickered among them. Though it was only a brief moment, it radiated an overwhelming aura of majesty and sanctity. The formal S-level breathing technique, Justice Breathing Technique. With the full application of the Justice Breathing Technique, Zhao Huangqiao's already terrifying aura erupted like a volcano. In that instant, he seemed to merge with the heavens and earth, becoming the master of this space. Behind him, dazzling mock rings were instantly formed, accompanied by thunderous sonic booms. A serious punch. Faced with such a shocking scene, Xiao Xiang couldn't help but be taken aback. After all, he was merely a beginner in the 4th stage of martial arts. However, the speed Zhao Huangqiao displayed was terrifying, far beyond his understanding of what someone at this stage could achieve. As he watched the enemy close in within the blink of an eye, Xiao Xiang dared not hesitate for a moment, quickly gathering all his strength, crossing his hands in front of him, ready to face the impending fierce attack. The audience erupted in an uproar. What the hell? Is this a counterattack? So fierce, so cool, so admirable. Is this really a beginner in the 4th stage chasing after someone in the mid-4th stage? That terrifying aura, Zhao Huangqiao is definitely not an ordinary 4th stage martial artist. Just looking at the power of that punch makes my heart race. Su Xiang was so shocked that he shouted, his face contorting, his eyes nearly popping out. The woman beside him remained composed, as if nothing in the world could shake her. What the hell? What's going on? The woman beside him was disturbed, her brows involuntarily furrowing. Is Su Xiang out of his mind? The pale blue long sword instantly unsheathed, hovering in front of Su Xiang. Her expression was not good, and she muttered, Su Xiang, You funny guy, go be funny somewhere else, don't ruin my cool image. As a member of a hidden family, her reputation was at stake when she walked outside. She absolutely could not reveal her true nature. Damn it, sitting in this 5-heart position for so long made her but ache, all to maintain her family's image. And now this big fool beside her was jumping up and shouting, embarrassing her. She should have known better than to talk to him earlier. Su Xiang looked at the floating long sword, cold sweat trickling from the corner of his eye. He quickly sat up straight, but his rapidly beating heart and trembling eyelids betrayed his inner turmoil. He could hardly believe it. Just now, Zhao Huangchao's entire body had transformed from a black aura to a golden one. Moreover, that golden aura resembled a colossal dragon, soaring into the sky. Damn it, this is insane. Su Xiang could swear to the heavens that he had never seen such an aura in his life, so wickedly golden. What kind of person is Zhao Huangchao? Beside him, Shi Anjing quietly spoke, look, Zhao Huangchao is something else. The power of that punch, an average mid-4th stage can't withstand it at all. The proficiency of this martial skill is at least above mastery. Don't underestimate him, he seems to be 18 years old. Su Xiang smiled and said, he is indeed impressive, I'm quite curious about him. Shi Anjing lowered her head, glancing sideways. Oh, curious, huh? I won't chat with you anymore, I need to maintain my image. After finishing speaking, Shi Anjing continued to sit upright, the long sword resting on his legs. At this moment in the arena, Zhao Huangchao had knocked down the retreating Xiao Ziong with a single punch, leaving a web of cracks on the ground. Xiao Ziong lay in the center, unconscious. The entire venue fell silent. The audience stared wide-eyed at the stage, filled with disbelief. Damn, I lost so quickly. This Xiao Huangchao has some real strength. What a fierce young man. Everyone around was astonished by Zhao Huangchao's power, even doubting whether he could take on 4 opponents in a row. Just then, a middle-aged man spoke up. It's hard for him to win, a warrior's vitality is limited, and his explosive fighting style can't last long. Moreover, the Xiao family isn't foolish. They arranged for the weaker ones to go first to wear down Zhao Huangchao. If they all lose, their strongest will come in to finish the job. Upon hearing this, the people around instantly understood that the chances of winning were very low. Zhao Huangchao didn't care about this and simply signaled for the Xiao family to send in the next fighter. But Xiao Tingfei showed no intention of letting the next contestant move. He coldly said, Xiao Ziong, it's your turn. Hearing this, Zhao Huangchao was somewhat surprised and looked at the spot where Xiao Ziong lay. He saw Xiao Ziong, covered in dirt, getting up, blood still flowing from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Huangchao, I didn't expect you to have this kind of strength, but our Xiao family isn't to be trifled with. Xiao Ziong's fierce roar echoed in the arena, and the muscles on his body visibly twitched. Zhao Huangchao frowned, did you take something? At that moment, Xiao Ziong's face twisted into a terrifying grimace as he gritted his teeth and said, humph, even if it costs me dearly this time, it doesn't matter. As long as I can completely defeat you, I would willingly spend a whole year recovering. As his words fell, the previously stable aura around Xiao Ziong suddenly began to fluctuate violently. Initially, it was just a slight rise, but in the blink of an eye, it surged like a roaring wave. It broke through the mid-stage bottleneck of the 4th level, reaching the 4th level's 4th and 5th stages, until it finally stabilized at the late stage of the 4th level. At this moment, Xiao Ziong resembled an enraged ancient beast, exuding a chilling pressure. His vitality surged, like a volcano about to erupt. That immense momentum exploded like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly filling the entire space. Surrounding his body were terrifying streams of pitch-black energy, swirling rapidly and emitting sharp, piercing howls, as if they were going to devour the entire world. Zhao Huangchao, take this. Xiao Ziong's eyes widened, glaring fiercely, and he let out a thunderous roar. The sound was deafening, piercing through the hearts of those present, and even the surrounding space seemed unable to withstand such a powerful sonic impact, trembling slightly and creating visible ripples. In the next moment, Xiao Ziong's figure flashed, transforming into a bolt of lightning that shot out. The speed was astonishing, leaving behind a series of long shadows and the sound of whistling wind. At the same time, a gleaming long sword appeared in his hand, its blade shimmering with a cold light under the sun. As he charged forward, a black whirlwind suddenly formed, sweeping forward at an incredible speed. Wherever it passed, the void shattered, as if even space itself was being torn apart by this terrifying force. The dreadful momentum crashed against the arena's protective barrier in waves, causing the surrounding audience to feel fear. Xiao Ziong has actually broken through to the late 4th level. Zhao Huangchao is doomed. He just unleashed his power, and he definitely can't take this next move. With this sword strike, Xiao Ziong has at least reached the mastery level, equivalent to a casual blow from a 4th-tier perfection. This is the foundation of a 1,000-year-old family, but it's a pity that Zhao Huangchao is from the Law Enforcement Bureau. It seems this round is going to be lost. The people from the Tianshan Sword sect, who were taken away by the Law Enforcement Bureau a few days ago, also arrived at the arena and shouted as they saw the Xiao family exerting their strength, "Xiao family, give it to them hard." The people from the Tianshan sword sect all knew that the Xiao family was preparing to challenge the transcendent forces. They were allowed to win but not to lose. If they lost and couldn't make it into the top 100 of the National Youth Martial Arts Competition, there would be no chance of advancing to the transcendent forces. Senior brother Wang Yu frowned as he watched from the preparation area. "Sister, does Xiao Ziang have any grievances with the junior brother?" Although his words aren't harsh, his moves are extremely ruthless, all life and death martial skills. "I don't know, the junior brother was just a genius from an ordinary city before. How could he have contact with someone from a 1,000-year-old family? Even if there was a chance to make contact, they wouldn't look down on us mud-legged folks." Then that's strange. When he went on stage, Xiao Ziang seemed quite normal, but now he's all about killing. Hey, is this important? Shouldn't you remind the junior brother about the treacherous opponent's name? Li Shuya knocked on Wang Yu's head in dissatisfaction. She really couldn't understand what he was thinking. He looked so honest, yet had so many thoughts. Li Shuya opened her mouth to remind the junior brother that the opponent was an old coin, but Wang Yu said, "I can realize it, the junior brother must be able to realize it too. Come on, the junior brother isn't as cunning as you." Li Shuya pouted and stopped preparing to remind him. Wang Yu remained silent, only forcing a smile, his face twitching. In the Xiao family's private box, several clan elders were very satisfied with Xiao Ziang's performance. Although Xiao Ziang is a bit older, he is still very meticulous in his work. His proficiency in martial skills is also quite good. Being the first to go on stage in this competition has showcased our Xiao family's momentum. Ha, that's right. Go all out to suppress the opponent. Ziang is fighting so fiercely against the opponent, and Tingfei hasn't even gone up yet. It seems this time the top 100 is secured. This time, our Xiao family will definitely enter the ranks of the transcendent forces. The elders expressed their relief. Thanks to the Law Enforcement Bureau in Jiangnan Province for clearing the obstacles. Tell the people below to give the Law Enforcement Bureau some face, so the enforcers won't be hanging around at the door every day. Yes, Clan Elder. Clan Elder, look. At that moment, a guard noticed something was off in the battle below the arena. The fierce attacking Xiao Ziang was actually caught by a giant hand formed from Zhao Huangchao's blood energy. The clan elder leisurely sipped his tea, spat some tea foam into the cup, and said calmly, "Xiaohua, I've told you long ago, don't be too impatient in your work. When encountering major events, you must have composure. Don't be so loud. When you are out, you are the face of the Xiao family. I'll say it again, you must have composure." Elder Mo Xian really knows how to teach his disciples. He doesn't forget to teach them the composure of a big family at this time. Yes, Elder Mo Xian truly cares for the Xiao family. The other elders nearby also praised him, all with kind expressions, waiting for the guard named Xiao Sihua to speak. The guard named Xiao Sihua swallowed hard, his peripheral vision sweeping over the battle on the stage. With a trembling voice, he said, "Not good, clan elder, Xiao Ziang is about to lose." Xiao Mo Xian spat out his old tea all over the guard's face, jumped up, and exclaimed, "What? What did you say? Let me see. How could it be? Xiao Ziang is an elite within our clan. How could a mere enforcer defeat our clan's elite?" Several clan elders hurriedly ran to the viewing area to check the situation. One look left him dumbfounded. Xiao Ziang's full-powered sword strike was actually gripped tightly by Zhao Huanchao's blood energy hand, unable to move. This little brat's blood energy quality is surprisingly high. Could he have a powerful body refining martial arts talent? It's truly terrifying. It seems Xiao Ziang can't hold on much longer. It's okay, we still have Tingfei. Don't you all know Tingfei's strength? The clan elder wore a proud expression. Tingfei was his protege, and Tingfei's outstanding talent had helped him gain prestige within the clan. Yes, we still have Tingfei. Elder Mo Xian is indeed fortunate. Elder Mo Xian trains his disciples well. Look at Tingfei, even sitting in the audience, he doesn't forget to cultivate. Hearing this, Xiao Mo Xian's expression improved significantly. Below the stage, Xiao Ziang's face twisted in disbelief. He never expected that despite using drugs and exerting all his strength, he would still be blocked by the opponent. Xiao Ziang made a quick decision. He had to kill this brat here today. Even if it involved the Law Enforcement Bureau or even the Holy Tribunal, he would still take action. He knew too much. A trace of determination and ferocity suddenly flashed across Xiao Ziang's originally cold face. He clenched his fists tightly, his muscles trembling slightly from the extreme exertion. At this moment, he was crazily compressing all the energy he had gathered in a way beyond ordinary imagination. "Explode for me!" With Xiao Ziang's furious roar, the energy he had gathered began to rapidly collapse and expand, like the singularity of the Big Bang. endlessly absorbing all surrounding energy. With a loud boom, that massive energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, the powerful shockwave tearing apart Zhao Huangchao's blood energy hand in an instant. In that moment, the entire space was violently distorted by this terrifying energy fluctuation, with black cracks appearing in the void, rapidly spreading in all directions. The once imposing blood energy hand was instantly shattered by this violent force, turning into countless blood-red fragments that flew everywhere. All the spectators present were stunned by this scene, their faces filled with disbelief. Are the scions of noble families this ruthless? This kind of fighting style is simply self-destructive. It's too terrifying. That energy vortex seems to possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. It feels like this space is about to be completely shattered. The combat power of a late-stage 4th rank is indeed terrifying. This is completely a life-or-death fighting style. Xiao Xiang is really going all out. Xiao Xiang was closer to the explosion center than Zhao Huangchao, and the damage he sustained was definitely greater than Zhao Huangchao's. However, at this moment, Zhao Huangchao's blood energy was somewhat disordered due to the explosive shockwave. Zhao Huangchao cursed inwardly, "Damn it, those with high sin values are ruthless to themselves. Such a massive energy shock just exploded without warning." Before Zhao Huangchao could recover, a figure burst out from the explosion. Tattered clothes barely covered anything, and his body was riddled with countless wounds, torn apart by the violent energy shock. Blood was everywhere, and he had even lost an eye. The person was none other than Xiao Xiang. Li Shiya tightly gripped the wheelchair, nearly breaking the specially made wheelchair. Damn it, is it really necessary to fight to the death for a competition? This is clearly aimed at taking lives. Referee, aren't you going to do something? Wang Yu was also very anxious, one hand comforting his senior sister while the other gripped the wheelchair armrest, his palm full of sweat. But a competition is a competition. As long as one side does not concede, the referee cannot stop the match. In the eyes of the Empire's high-ranking officials, martial artists must have a competitive spirit, even at the cost of death. Thus, the National Youth Martial Arts Competition has a certain mortality rate. Now on the field is the junior disciple, and I have no authority to decide whether to concede or not. Even for myself, during the last battle, I was also forced into a desperate situation but still did not concede. Senior sister, don't worry, we must believe in the junior disciple. The junior disciple has just come of age. Li Shiya looked at Wang Yu, her eyes filled with concern. Wang Yu was taken aback. It turned out his junior disciple was so young. The cheers behind him were like a tidal wave, the fierce performance of the Xiao family contestant instantly igniting the audience's fighting spirit. Charge! This is how to fight. Throw your arms wide and just go for it. What do martial artists play for if not for their lives? To play with their lives, right? Young master of the Xiao family, full of spirit. Zhao Huangchao has overstepped this time. Defeat is already certain. Still too young. Xiao Xiang's desperate fighting style was extremely dangerous, but equally unexpected. As the two clashed, the more it came to this point, the more perilous it became. Xiao Xiang had blood in his mouth, and in his hand was a broken blade from a violent explosion. Whether he succeeded or failed depended on a single tremor. In an instant, Xiao Xiang was before Zhao Huangchao, and in that moment, Xiao Xiang's resolute gaze met Zhao Huangchao's eyes. As expected, there was a hint of panic and urgency on Zhao Huangchao's face, but in this life and death struggle, no one waits for you to calm down. Xiao Xiang endured the excruciating pain in his veins, spat out a mouthful of blood to obstruct Zhao Huangchao's line of sight, and the glinting blade flashed by, as if even the air was about to be sliced open. A trace of pride flickered across Xiao Xiang's face. He could already imagine the sound of the sharp blade cutting through flesh. He aimed directly at Zhao Huangchao's heart. As long as he cut in, a massive amount of blood would spurt out instantly. Just now, he had secretly poisoned the broken blade. As long as he cut through the flesh, the toxin would spread rapidly. Even if he didn't die from blood loss, the poison in his body would take his life. Xiao Xiang knew this was his only chance to silence him. If the battle ended, the 18-year-old genius would surely be strictly monitored by the righteous church, and he would have no more opportunities. Die, die. No one can know about those things. I didn't do it. At this moment, Xiao Xiang was somewhat deranged. His original purpose for entering the competition was to gain resources from the family reward to enhance his martial arts cultivation. But Zhao Huangchao somehow unearthed the hole-ridden pants he had once hidden away. That represented his once mediocre and sinful past. He was a genius, always a genius. Just awakened late, how could he be that kind of waste trapped by the third-tier threshold for decades? The next moment, before Xiao Xiang could fully vent the roar of anger in his heart, the scene before him made his pupils constrict. The poisoned broken blade shattered. How could this be possible? Wasn't he a sword cultivator? Wasn't his master the Thunder King? How could it break? Zhao Huangchao looked at the Xiao Xiang before him, the evil value above his head slowly fluctuating, evil value, 799, 800, 810, 847, attempting to use the poisoned broken blade to cut open the heart of the fourth tier Zhao Huangqiao. The poison spreads throughout the body along with the heart's blood flow, no remedy. Zhao Huangqiao revealed a big white smile, looking at Xiaoxiang and said, "Sorry, I am a body cultivator. Also, thank you for the opportunity." Opportunity? What does that mean? Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiang felt something was wrong and quickly wanted to escape. The young man before him seemed to transform into a devil from hell at that moment, extending a pitch-black chain to seize his soul and drag him into the 18 layers of hell for suppression. Zhao Huangqiao's aura surged explosively. "Open for me." With a loud bang, it resonated like thunder, shaking the heart, and that overwhelming momentum suddenly erupted. A giant dragon, shining with brilliant golden light, soared into the sky, as if it were about to break through the clouds. Nearby, Xiaoxiang had no time to react at all. He was instantly swept away by the powerful shockwave, like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. At the same time, the broken blade in front of Xiaoxiang was also involuntarily caught up in this overwhelming momentum. The blade began to tremble violently, emitting a heart-wrenching buzzing sound, as if it were enduring immense pain and pressure. Just then, a chilling flash of blade light suddenly streaked by, fast as lightning, almost impossible to track. In the next moment, this blade light accurately pierced through Xiaoxiang's mouth, ruthlessly severing his tongue. Xiaoxiang's face instantly displayed extreme terror. His previously rosy complexion turned as pale as paper, devoid of any color. He widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at Zhao Huangqiao before him, his heart filled with fear and despair. A terrifying thought quickly formed in his mind. Zhao Huangqiao actually knows that this broken blade is poisoned, and he wants to kill me. However, at this moment, Xiaoxiang could not utter a single word to express his shock and anger. His tongue had been completely severed by the sharp blade, blood gushing from the wound, staining his chest. Worse still, Xiaoxiang was acutely aware that the pill he had taken to temporarily enhance his abilities was about to wear off. Once the effect faded, he would be faced with severe aftereffects. He clearly remembered that feeling weakness throughout his body, dizziness, and even the possibility of losing consciousness entirely. If he could not inform others of his poisoning before the effect ended, he would inevitably face a tragic end, slipping into death while unconscious. But his body had been injured by the earlier force, leaving him with only the prospect of fainting. What a ruthless heart! That vicious little bastard! Xiaoxiang silently cursed in his heart. Yet he could only watch helplessly as Zhao Huangqiao's indifferent face gradually receded, while he himself slowly sank into darkness. The arena was silent. From the moment Xiaoxiang decisively self-destructed the surging energy before him to break free from the explosion range, to the counterattack with the broken blade, everyone was too tense to breathe. This life and death struggle stirred the blood of the onlookers. The entire venue was silent, even the sound of the fan sign still swaying in the wind was distinctly audible. The audience, who believed that the 1,000-year-old Xiao family would surely win the first round, could hardly believe their eyes. The Xiao family has lost the first match? Xiaoxiang was actually defeated by that golden dragon's momentum. No. An onlooker explained, it wasn't that Zhao Huangqiao's move was so powerful, it was that Xiaoxiang was risking his life, betting everything on this one chance. What a pity, he failed. The person lamented, as the money he had bet on a complete victory for the Xiao family went down the drain. The referee, hovering in the air, saw that Xiaoxiang had lost consciousness and directly announced Zhao Huangqiao's victory. Xiao Tingfei waved his hand, signaling his team members to come and provide aid. Xiao Yi and Xiao Xintong hurriedly approached to check on Xiaoxiang. After all, they were all members of the same family, and when Xiao Yi and Xiao Xintong saw Xiaoxiang's body up close, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Xiaoxiang's body was a mess, with not a single piece of good flesh left, and one of his eyes had fallen out. Blood flowed continuously from his mouth. His limbs were twisted at strange angles. Although these injuries could be healed for a martial artist, the current state was enough to ignite a nameless fury in Xiao Yi and Xiao Xintong. In this match, they were representatives of a 1,000-year-old family. They could lose, but they could not be humiliated. Xiao Xintong stood up and shouted loudly, "Since you can defeat him, why humiliate him like this? Do you not take our Xiao family seriously?" This was her first time participating in the National Youth Martial Arts Competition. She was very angry. From the moment she stepped out of the Xiao family, everyone regarded them as honored guests. In any competition she had participated in, it had always been a matter of keeping it within limits, and they would never let the Xiao family lose too disgracefully. This time, the Xiao family demanded victory, but the Xiao family must not be humiliated. Zhao Huangqiao looked at the woman with interest. She was dressed in a Lolita outfit and wore a cute hairpin. Above her head was a sin value 860. At 3 years old, she killed her genius sister for exclusive favor. At 4, she began to reform the kindergarten. At 5, she secretly incited others to harm for treasure. At 6, she realized her talent for cultivating sycophants. Do you know the story of the mantis shrimp and the shrimp goby? She is the mantis shrimp with a machete. Goodness, is your Xiao family full of villains? Aunt, are you talking to me? You! Xiao Xintong almost couldn't catch her breath. Although she was already over 40, who in the clan would not call her a great beauty? The little ones in the clan looked at her as if they wanted to devour her. Did you just call me aunt? A chilling look filled Xiao Xintong's eyes, and a cold aura instantly rose. Brat, do you not know if your skin is tougher than your mouth? Letting you live another second is making this world unfortunate. You have harmed my Xiao family members in battle to this extent. The Xiao family will not let you go. Xiao Xintong wanted to kill him right now, but she had been steeped in this web of deceit for too long. She instinctively brought up the Xiao family. 1,000-year-old family is not some small fry, but 1,000-year-old power entrenched in one place. A mere law enforcement officer, upon hearing that the Xiao family was targeting him, would be scared to the point of trembling. Xiao Xintong suddenly wanted to take a closer look at the somewhat arrogant, even disdainful face across from her. What kind of expression would they have after the competition, realizing the Xiao family's formidable strength? Young man, Humph, what do you have? Thinking of this, Xiao Xintong chuckled lightly. Zhao Huangqiao was too lazy to engage with them. They were just a bunch of fools trapped in a well. He extended his hand, clenched it into a fist, turned it over, and slowly extended his thumb, playfully swaying it left and right. The audience on stage was stunned by this scene. This Zhao Huangqiao has guts. He actually provoked the Xiao family in front of so many people. He really has some spirit. When is youth not reckless? Just for this, I support Zhao Huangqiao. But God of Wealth, you must not support him. I have placed my bets. Arrogant! Someone shouted angrily from the side. This is the Xiao family. Winning or losing is part of the competition, but mocking them will surely anger the Xiao family. The Xiao family is known for being petty. He will definitely be retaliated against. How could a genius possibly contend against a major power? But another fallen genius under a major power. Those who know the times are wise. Exactly, a fourth tier in front of the Xiao family is just a middle tier force. Li Shuya saw this gesture. She immediately beamed with joy. Little junior brother is so cool. That old woman across is turning green, and the old hag is still dressing in Lolita to look young. Wang Yu facepalmed beside her. His senior sister was a bit unreliable. With this attitude, it was clear she wanted to do the same in the next battle. This is troublesome. Master, you should be able to withstand the pressure, right? Right? Xiao Xintong saw this gesture, her beautiful eyes narrowed in anger, her brows furrowed. What courage! Do you really think no one can deal with you? With a flick of her hand, a pitch-black long spear whistled towards him. The momentum seemed to break through everything in an instant. Mad Dragon Thrust. A terrifying pressure descended instantly, scattering the martial technique Xiao Xintong had gathered. The match has not yet begun. Who allowed you to act on your own? The old man with white hair descended from the sky, hands clasped behind his back. His white robe billowed in the wind. He was a fifth-tier martial artist, the referee for this match. Xiao Xintong, interrupted in her martial arts, flushed and glared at the old man with an unfriendly expression. Although you are a referee, isn't it a bit inappropriate to interrupt my martial arts? My father, Xiao Badian, has told me about the rules for martial artist referees. Upon hearing a certain word, the old man swayed slightly but maintained his composure as a referee. You acted on your own. I am merely representing the rules to halt this. Xiao Xintong's eyes were like a cold, lurking snake, waiting for the right moment to strike hard. Then that is my fault. This matter ends here. The injured will leave the stage, and the contestants should prepare to enter. The old man coughed and spoke. Xiao Yi quickly took Xiao Ziang off the stage. He did not dare provoke this big sister. Zhao Huangqiao watched the scene unfold, translating the dialogue in his mind. Old man, how bold. This is the competition arena, and you dare to act recklessly? Let me teach you a lesson. Xiao Xintong, my father is Xiao Badian. Old man, damn, iron plate. Old man, sorry, that was just the rules of the arena. It has nothing to do with me. And don't tell your father when you go back. Xiao Xintong, do you think I will let you off? Just wait to die, you old man. It seems that Xiao Badian is indeed formidable. This old man has at least late-stage 5th-tier martial arts strength and is still quite fearful. Seeing that Xiao Ziang had already exited the arena, the old man immediately announced, "The second match begins now." Then he hurriedly left the scene. Xiao Xintong watched the old man's departing figure, muttering, "Old man, go back and prepare for your funeral." Zhao Huangqiao looked at the changing evil value above Xiao Xintong's head and couldn't help but sigh. What a wicked person, wanting to take out this old man. not a shred of respect for the elderly or love for the young. The evil value above Xiao Xintong's head had already changed. Evil value, 870. Dissatisfied with Zhang Qingliu's actions in the arena, planning to harm Zhang Qingliu's family. What to do with too many big clients? So tempting. Xiao Xintong coldly withdrew her gaze, focusing on Zhao Huangqiao in the arena. The pitch-black spear in her hand suddenly erupted with black flames, the flames terrifyingly intense, as if they would collapse the very space, the dark flames swallowing all light. Little beast, get down now, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, it's very easy to get hurt in this arena. Zhao Huangqiao looked at Xiao Xintong's half-smiling face and waved his hand. Zhao Huangqiao, you think you can act tough? It's written all over your forehead that you want to take me out. Seeing that he was not preparing to leave the stage, Xiao Xintong immediately revealed a happy smile. Little brother is very brave. In the next moment, Xiao Xintong vanished from her spot. A shadow flashed and instantly appeared beside Zhao Huangqiao. Demonic flame, furious dragon thrust. Countless air currents gathered at the spear tip, black flames intertwining with the airflow, spinning like a high-speed drill, ready to tear everything apart in the next moment. The spear, enveloped in dark flames, appeared like a ghost at Zhao Huangqiao's waist, about to pierce through his body. Xiao Xintong was not foolish. She had clearly seen the battle between Zhao Huangqiao and Xiaoxiang. Zhao Huangqiao's physique must have been trained. The flames on her spear were specifically designed to break through physical defenses. The spear thrust in, feeling utterly insubstantial. Fake. Xiao Xintong immediately withdrew her strength, carefully surveying her surroundings. Meanwhile, Zhao Huangqiao appeared where Xiao Xintong had just stood. The moment the black flames erupted, the audience erupted with terrifying shouts. Damn, this flame is so terrifying, it even distorts space. The temperature in the arena seems to have risen. This woman's combat power is somewhat terrifying. Dressed in Lolita, she looks quite cute, but her attacks are at the level of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, too brutal. One spectator couldn't help but tremble as he spoke. I've seen this flame before. That was the first time I encountered a team wipe. What? A team wipe? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding audience could no longer sit still. Many people form teams when exploring secret realms or gathering resources. The team explores the secret realm within their capabilities. A team wipe means that the secret realm is abnormal. Did you encounter this flame and get wiped out? That's terrifying. Everyone was waiting for his continuation. The man continued, at that time, I was a third-tier warrior, and I joined a high-level hunting team mainly composed of fourth-tier members. We roamed among various secret realms, and that time in the Magic Tower secret realm, we encountered a terrifying situation that happens once in 100 years. Suddenly, the sky darkened in the secret realm, and in the blink of an eye, the earth shook and the sky collapsed, with magic towers rising from the ground. Every magic tower had a treasure at its peak. At that time, the captain felt that the abnormal situation in the magic tower secret realm was both a danger and an opportunity. So he led all the fourth-tier members to prepare to seize a treasure from one of the magic towers. I was only third tier and was left behind. I watched them go to the magic tower with that black flame. The man seemed to recall some terrifying scene, his eyes filled with fear. That was the first time I felt the insignificance of humanity. The captain was a perfected fourth-tier body cultivator, just a step away from advancing to a fifth-tier warrior. But when the captain and the others approached that black tower, preparing to collect the flame from the black tower, the flame seemed to be enraged, and the aura of death and destruction filled every inch of space in an instant. That black flame was just a process of breathing. It seemed to expand and contract, and all my teammates turned to ashes. Only my captain remained, wailing in pain, and that sound seemed to come from the eerie cries of the 18 layers of hell. I don't know what my captain encountered. I only know he committed suicide. Everyone present was too frightened to speak. A perfected fourth-tier body cultivator requires constant honing of both will and body, and is an absolutely strong-willed existence among warriors of the same tier. Body cultivators, like Might Guy from Naruto, undergo endless training of body and will, breaking the limits of their bodies. Even so, that perfected fourth-tier body cultivator was actually driven to suicide by that flame. No wonder Zhao Huangqiao dodged that shot just now. This flame is so powerful, yet the Xiao family managed to obtain it. The foundation of a 1,000-year-old family, just the treasures alone could crush me, and I estimate that I will only ever possess the broken sword in my hand until I die. How can we win? This specifically counters Zhao Huangqiao. He is a body cultivator. This black flame has been tamed. Its power must not be as terrifying as that person said, otherwise Xiao Xintong would already be dead. Sitting nearby, Zhong Hongshan listened to the audience's discussion and couldn't help but sigh. That's how aristocratic families are, they monopolize resources and continuously strengthen their own abilities. My own power is insignificant before them, let alone they have 1,000 years of accumulation. I even have to confront the Bai family to get my disciple an S-level suitable martial skill. And in the eyes of the Xiao family, the Bai family is merely an insignificant force. S-level martial skills in the Xiao family's library might be lined up in rows, and some may have gathered dust for 1,000 years. But now I am here, and my disciple is here. Everything will be different. Zhong Hongshan looked at the calm Zhao Huangqiao on the stage, and for some reason, he always had a premonition when he saw his little disciple. The future world will be overturned because of him, and the monopolies of those aristocratic families will turn to ashes. Everyone's promotion path will be as broad as a highway. All secret realms will be open to the public, and there will no longer be noble families oppressing ordinary people, nor will there be a situation where justice is no longer justice as it is now. Justice will no longer be a slogan, but a spirit that exists in everyone's heart. Thinking of this, Zhong Hongshan's usually stern mouth curved into a smile. Zhong Hongshan, want to see such a prosperous world. At the battle preparation area, Wan Yu's eyes were somewhat serious. As a martial artist who cultivates both the thunder body and the physical body, he could still feel the tremors of fear in his flesh even from such a distance. It was the bloodline within him that was conveying a sense of dread. This black flame has a problem. Isn't it just a colored flame? Lei Shiya asked, somewhat confused. Wang Yu was left speechless. Should I guess why the flame can change color? Flames can't play dress-up games, senior sister. It's because of the temperature. This flame poses a great threat to body cultivators. Junior brother is a body cultivator and is being restrained. The martial artist's realm is also not as high as the opponent's. Could it be that the Xiao family prepared this specifically for us? I heard that this group of beasts wants to challenge the transcendent forces. If they lose to us, they won't have any hope of surpassing the forces in the coming years. Wang Yu said with a serious expression, then the little junior brother is in danger. The Xiao family will definitely go all out in preparation for battle. On the stage, the appearance of the black flame raised the temperature on the arena by several degrees. Zhao Huangqiao looked at the nearly distorted black flame in surprise. Even his S-class physical talent, the ancient dragon body, felt a sharp sense of danger. His mind raced. No wonder the children of noble families can thrive in this competition filled with geniuses. Even if you have top-notch martial arts talent, it won't work. The children of noble families invest heavily, and a poor ghost relying solely on mutations might not be able to win. Fortunately, although I am a poor ghost, I am still a wall hanger. The danger sensed by my S-class physical talent is not very high. I can try the intensity of this black flame later. Xiao Xintong looked at Zhao Huangqiao, who stood still in thought, and assumed he was already scared. A contemptuous smile appeared on her face. What's wrong? Now you know fear? You still have a choice. Xiao Xintong pointed her spear at the battle preparation area of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Get down now, and you might save your life. I think your genius brain can figure out where your way out is, right? Zhao Huangqiao assumed a fighting stance, his eyes focused, and with each breath, his momentum instantly surged. S-class justice breathing technique. Auntie speaks quite interestingly. I wonder if your skills are as sharp as your tongue. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xintong's chest heaved violently, clearly angered by the term auntie once again. Good. Through gritted teeth, she uttered a few syllables of good, and her mid-stage 4th-tier combat power erupted. Her aura surged violently, like raging waves crashing endlessly. The powerful momentum of the mid-stage 4th tier erupted like an unstoppable volcanic eruption. A fierce intent, capable of breaking through all things in the world, instantly merged into the spear in her hand. At this moment, the spear was already enveloped in black flames. From a distance, it looked like a black dragon with its claws outstretched, swirling and flying in the air, occasionally letting out low, terrifying roars that sent chills down one's spine. Desolation Spear Technique. Accompanied by Xiao Xintong's furious shout, her figure leaped high into the air, tightly gripping the spear engulfed in black flames, swinging it as if it were a massive dragon thrashing and roaring in midair. A violent force continuously surged into the spear, making its power even more terrifying. Go! Another crisp and loud shout rang out. In an instant, the black dragon formed from the long spear, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, charged straight towards Zhao Huangqiao with the force of a thunderbolt. Everywhere it passed, everything fell silent, as if time and space had frozen at that moment. Even the air seemed to be completely drained by this terrifying power, creating a bizarre vacuum zone. Damn! This is the power only S-rank martial arts possess. Not only that, but this Xiao Xintong has also mastered the S-rank martial arts to the realm of proficiency. which is why it has such power. Xiao Xintong has actually cultivated S-rank martial arts to this extent. Zhao Huangqiao is only 18 years old, he definitely can't compete in martial arts proficiency. Then why isn't he dodging? Why is he just standing there like an idiot? One person looked at the one who had just spoken as if he were a fool. He should eat something, don't make it hard on himself. The old man beside them had sharp eyes and was the one who had just assessed the martial arts proficiency. It can't be just simple martial arts, if I'm not mistaken. This thrust has incorporated Xiao Xintong's spear intent, locking onto Zhao Huangqiao. The more Zhao Huangqiao tries to dodge, the more this spear intent will accumulate power, and then it will break through everything. The surrounding audience was shocked, not expecting the situation to be so perilous. Damn, is this woman really that fierce? The jewel of the Xiao family's second master, if she's not powerful, who is? She has been raised on fine nectar and jade liquid since childhood. Does Zhao Huangqiao still have a chance to win? That previous bookmaker has opened the betting again. The odds for Zhao Huangqiao to win the final match are 200 to 1. I bet 1 million. I bet Zhao Huangqiao can win. The old man just shook his head. If this move didn't have the spear intent locking on, there would still be a chance to dodge. Now, with the spear intent support, the only thing Zhao Huangqiao could do was withstand this blow. How can a 4th tier early stage withstand a full force strike from a 4th tier mid stage? You've seen too many battles across tiers. You can't understand the gap between the 4th tier mid and early stages. The old man just shook his head, sighed, and fell silent. He seemed to lament the genius's misfortune, as if he were sighing for himself. In the VIP box, several clan elders of the Xiao family were lamenting. This is also one of our Xiao family's prodigies. This spear intent is extremely sharp. The realm of the silent destruction spear technique has reached proficiency. The younger generation is formidable. The younger generation is formidable. If I were at the 4th tier, I would be severely injured before reaching perfection. Let's see how this kid fights. Now he has only 2 paths to take, either admit defeat or die. As the clan elder spoke these words, the atmosphere in the box instantly turned grim. Zhao Huangqiao had injured Xiaoxiang of the Xiao family and mocked their actions, which had drawn the attention of the Xiao family. Their highly anticipated Xiaoxiang had been treated like a dead dog and sent flying. This made them furious. This was not just an attack on Xiaoxiang, it was clearly a slap in the face to our Xiao family. Zhao Huangqiao felt countless spear shadows appearing around him, sealing off all his escape routes. He realized in his heart that this woman had spear intent. He had truly underestimated her. Zhao Huangqiao took a deep breath, and the blood and energy within him surged like a raging torrent. The advantage of the S-rank breathing technique manifested at this moment, providing Zhao Huangqiao's seemingly ordinary body with endless energy. As the blood and energy rolled violently, the law enforcement robe that symbolized supreme authority on him rustled in the terrifying momentum. His gaze became incredibly sharp, with a flash of sword light that seemed capable of severing all things in the world. At this moment, Zhao Huangqiao resembled an unparalleled long sword just drawn from its sheath, exuding a chilling light and a cold aura that instilled fear. Pure sword body, activate. He raised both hands, forming a pair of sharp sword fingers, one pointing to the sky and the other to the ground. In that instant, the terrifying energy that had been permeating the surroundings seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force, quickly converging together, and in the blink of an eye, it condensed into crystal-clear transparent long swords. These long swords were densely arranged in the air, each one shimmering with a chilling light that made one's heart race, exuding a terrifying aura capable of intimidating anyone. All swords return to their origin, break for me. Accompanied by Zhao Huangqiao's furious roar, the sword fingers in his hand suddenly shot towards the horizon. In an instant, countless sword energies surged forth like wild horses breaking free, crisscrossing in a torrent towards the incoming spear light. Spear tip against sword light. The power of Zhao Huangqiao's sword technique was like a landslide or a tsunami, with powerful waves suppressing all around. The audience was dumbfounded. Was this really the kind of fluctuation that a beginner in the 4th stage could produce? If you told me he was at the peak of the 4th stage, I would believe it. What has Zhao Huangqiao been eating to grow up? This sword technique has such terrifying power. I seriously suspect this is a huge blue star OL, and we are all just NPCs here to fill the numbers. They are the real protagonists. Bro, no need to doubt, we are indeed NPCs. I'm convinced, with such power and sword skills, his rank must be A level, or even possibly S level. Is it that easy for a genius to cultivate S level martial skills? With such terrifying power, the realm of martial skills cannot be low. Can someone at 18 really master S level martial skills to a proficient level? The audience looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. The more they looked, the more they resembled machines. For people like them, even if an S level martial skill was placed before them, it would probably take years to even begin to cultivate it. They might even waste years without being able to enter the realm of S-level martial skills. Meanwhile, the knowledgeable elder was already trembling with excitement, nearly throwing away his cane. "Old man, what's wrong with you?" the people around him asked, seeing the elder's earlier excitement. The elder stood up shakily, and the first thing he said was a national treasure. "My goodness, Zhao Huangqiao actually has a talent for swordsmanship. I can see such a genius in my twilight years." "Martial talent? Old man, are you saying he has a talent for swordsmanship? Isn't this guy cultivating his body?" The long swords of that level were just shattered by his body. "Old man, are you implying that Zhao Huangqiao, like his senior brother, is a dual talent cultivator? Wow, is this even livable?" The elder nodded. This indeed was a talent for swordsmanship, enhancing the power of his sword move. "My father once told me that practicing swordsmanship is different from cultivating other techniques. It emphasizes the state of mind the most. The purer the state of mind, the more one can cultivate sword techniques to the extreme. Zhao Huangqiao's sword technique realm is definitely not ordinary. It is very likely to have surpassed proficiency." "What? The proficiency of S-level martial skills has exceeded proficiency? How is that possible?" The elder ignored the doubts of those around him and continued. "He is only 18 this year, yet he can cultivate sword techniques to a subtle level. He must be the legendary A-level swordsmanship talent Immaculate Sword Body. Even with the Immaculate Sword Body, cultivating sword techniques to such a level is not as simple as eating or drinking. Talents emerge from generation to generation." The elder sighed. The older he got, the more he hoped to see those talented rising stars. Meanwhile, the audience looked as if they had been completely broken, their expressions dazed, almost foaming at the mouth. Terrifying physical talent. Immaculate Sword Body. S-level sword techniques at the subtle level. Fourth stage. 18 years old. They murmured these words. Any one of these terms, when granted to anyone, would be an absolute genius. But now these words are actually describing a person. Especially since he is only 18 years old. What do ordinary 18-year-olds do? They are delivering cold medicine to their childhood friends next door, anxiously wondering if they can get into martial arts university, whining under their parents' protection. Compared to Zhao Huangqiao, what difference is there between an ordinary 18-year-old and playing house? The terrifying words, incredible talent, constantly impact every spectator. On the arena, the two gathered their strength and collided, the brutal energy scattering everywhere. The black flames wrapped around the long spear were shattered at that moment, scattering into tiny sparks drifting away. Xiao Xinton's expression changed drastically. She never expected Zhao Huangqiao could withstand her full-force strike and even directly shattered her black flames, which she had not fully controlled. The terrifying force transmitted from the spear made Xiao Xintong realize that this young man was extraordinary in combat power. This person must not be left alive. Xiao Xintong thought of this immediately. Being able to match her at 18 years old, this talent was simply terrifying. The scattered black flames drifted onto Zhao Huangqiao, the sound of his flesh being burned echoed sharply. Excruciating pain surged into Zhao Huangqiao's cerebral cortex like a tide. Unfortunately, it was utterly useless. In the face of Zhao Huangqiao's daily training, his will had long been tempered into steel and could naturally withstand this pain. What surprised Zhao Huangqiao was that he felt the progress bar of the ancient dragon body slightly tremble. This black flame could actually enhance the completion of his S-level ancient dragon body. Zhao Huangqiao's mind raced. He needed to use this black flame to improve himself. When the next piece of black flame fell on him, Zhao Huangqiao's scream suddenly erupted, like the scream of a worker being forced to start their shift at 8 in the morning. The energy of the 10,000 swords returning to origin became unstable in an instant. The colliding energies exploded violently. A voice crashed onto the arena like a cannonball. Xiao Xintong, suspended in midair, showed a pleased expression. Good. It seems this black flame is indeed useful. Zhao Huangqiao's energy instability just now seemed to be caused by the black flame burning his flesh. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Xintong's eyes, and the black flames on the long spear surged violently. She prepared to stab the long spear into the spot where Zhao Huangqiao fell. Terrifying power brewed in Xiao Xintong's hands. Li Shuya and Wang Yu, witnessing this scene, had their eyes widen in shock and shouted frantically, "Junior brother, quickly admit defeat." Zhong Hongshan could no longer sit still. The Xiao family clearly intended to kill Zhao Huangqiao. The aura of a 6th-tier martial artist soared into the sky as Zhong Hongshan appeared on the arena. Before he could make a move, 8 6th-tier martial artists appeared in 8 directions around him. The powerful auras of the 8 were connected by some formation, firmly suppressing Zhong Hongshan's movements. "Zhong Hongshan, do not do anything irrational. I admit defeat on behalf of my disciple." Zhong Hongshan's deep voice rang out. "Impossible. Only the person involved can admit defeat, that's the rule." A strong voice came from afar. belonging to the patriarch of the Xiao family, a 6th-tier perfect martial artist. At this moment, he wore an angry expression. He had just learned that Xiao Xiang had actually died. This news instantly ignited the patriarch's fury. This Zhao Huangqiao has malicious intentions and deserves to die. If he doesn't admit defeat, his death will benefit the peace of the world. The patriarch of the Xiao family snorted coldly, his wide sleeves making a loud sound as they swished. Zhong Hongshan looked expressionlessly at the referee and asked, "Referee, I represent Zhao Huangqiao in admitting defeat. It's time to announce the results." The referee looked at the Xiao family, his face filled with difficulty. According to the competition rules, it must be the person involved who admits defeat. Suddenly, the atmosphere on the field froze, the pressure of the 6th-tier martial artists wreaking havoc everywhere. And Xiao Xintong, watching everything happening above, flashed a hint of pride in her eyes. "This is the Xiao family. I want to kill, and you old man can stop me?" Xiao Xintong slammed the long spear down. The surging black flames seemed to toll a death knell. Seeing the long spear thrust out by the younger generation below, Zhong Hongshan's expression changed instantly, and the terrifying aura of a 6th-tier martial artist erupted in an instant. 3,000 silver threads danced like silver snakes, each one crackling with electric light. A purple lightning flashed in Zhong Hongshan's eyes. "Since you dare to touch my disciple, today I will let you see what the purple sky divine thunder is." Zhong Hongshan's silhouette stood tall like a mountain, his hair flying wildly, the purple lightning exuding a destructive aura, as if it aimed to annihilate everything in the world. The 8 6th-tier martial artists around felt as if they were facing a great enemy. This terrifying aura made all 8 of them feel a deadly sense of threat, as if they would be struck by terrifying thunder in the next moment. They all operated their breathing techniques, closely watching every move of Zhong Hongshan. The momentum of the 6th-tier martial artists clashed in the air, the space twisting as if a stone had been thrown into a lake. The powerful clash of momentum made the elder of the Xiao family feel as if he was about to suffocate. He couldn't help but retreat far back, allowing the sense of death's threat to dissipate. The elder of the Xiao family looked at Zhong Hongshan, who seemed ready to fight to the death, and smiled as he stroked his beard. What if his combat power was strong? Without a backing, he was just a martial artist. As long as he dared to strike today, he would surely not leave this arena. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in the elder's eyes. Although he was a 6th-tier martial artist, he had climbed to this level relying on countless resources from his family. The talents from the outside world only reminded him of his own lack of talent. He could almost see Zhong Hongshan kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. What if he is a genius? In front of the Xiao family, he is just a speck of dust. The elder clasped his hands behind his back, as if he could see through everything in the world, floating like a transcendent being. At that moment, a voice came from below. "I won't lose. Master, don't worry about me." The voice was hoarse, as if he had exhausted all his strength. Upon hearing this, Zhong Hongshan's martial arts paused, and the crackling purple lightning vanished into the air. He knew that this little disciple of his was not reckless. Since he wasn't seriously injured or unconscious, he must have his own way to resolve the situation. Zhong Hongshan retracted his aura and was about to return to the audience seats. The 8 enforcers immediately felt relieved. They couldn't imagine if they had really acted just now, whether they could hold on for a few seconds without being defeated. The momentary burst of momentum from Zhong Hongshan had truly terrified them, as if they were facing a 7th-tier powerhouse. What was unbelievable to them was that, in that instant, they didn't even dare to entertain the thought of making a move. But in the next moment, they felt a chill all over. Zhong Hongshan, like a flash of lightning, left behind afterimages in the air and appeared before the elder of the Xiao family in the blink of an eye. In the elder's wide-eyed stare, he waved his hand. A lightning bolt as thick as a water barrel struck the elder of the Xiao family instantly. He didn't even have time to react, letting out a scream as he was struck down. Zhong Hongshan calmly withdrew his hand and coldly looked at the 8 enforcers. "It was just a lesson for a fly. I did not interfere in the competition. You colleagues can continue to maintain order." After saying this, he floated back to the audience seats. The enforcers didn't dare to say much, their eyes twitching slightly. "Enforcer, are you kidding? What do I dare to care about? That lightning strike was enough for me." The farce ended, and the enforcers quickly left, somewhat fearful. The audience, seeing Zhong Hongshan's demeanor, couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, the master is bold, the disciple is also bold. Look at Zhao Huangqiao down there screaming in agony from the black flames, yet he didn't admit defeat. His master is so cool, not only protecting his disciple but also so strong." That elder of the Xiao family was suppressed with just one hand. Zhong Hongshan back then he was a rare genius in the world, like a luminous pearl appearing in the sky, powerful, upright, kind to others, and to the world. It's a pity that at the peak of the 5th stage, he was severely injured by a mysterious 6th stage warrior, interrupting his path of advancement. What the hell, such a legend? He was interrupted on his path of advancement and still became a 6th stage warrior? His talent back then must have been terrifying. The audience did not expect that this seemingly unremarkable old man was such a genius. No wonder his disciples were all more ferocious than the last. First, there was the dual cultivation of Thunder Body and a string of 3. Then a disciple who reversed the 5th stage with the 4th stage. Now there was the unruly Zhao Huangqiao, who was being roasted by the black flames and still refused to admit defeat. Zhong Hongshan's aura was too terrifying. Everyone dared only to steal a glance. They quickly turned their gaze back to Zhao Huangqiao, who was rolling in the black flames. The cries of agony echoed throughout the competition venue. What was unexpected was that Zhao Huangqiao actually persisted for several minutes without surrendering, and the black flames seemed to be on the verge of extinguishing. Zhao Huangqiao's willpower is too strong, isn't it? Terrifying talent paired with terrifying willpower. This child has the demeanor of an emperor. Just listening to his screams gives me goosebumps. These black flames are simply too terrifying. The black flames are almost consumed. It seems the situation is about to be reversed. Do you think Xiao Xintong is a fool? She definitely won't sit idly by. Seeing Zhao Huangqiao persist so fiercely, many audience members felt admiration for him, even turning into fans and cheering for Zhao Huangqiao. Hang in there, Zhao Huangqiao. You can definitely win. What are these black flames? You can definitely turn the tables. At this moment, Xiao Xintong stared at Zhao Huangqiao, who had been burned for several minutes, feeling somewhat shocked. She knew the power of these black flames. She had tested it with one of her toys. That toy, which she had trained to the peak of the 3rd stage, had directly committed suicide in agony after being tainted by the black flames. Even on its face, one could see a look of relief. But this Zhao Huangqiao could actually hold on for so long, even making the black flames fade a bit. If he escaped this calamity, there would surely be endless troubles in the future. Xiao Xintong understood that she could not sit idly by. If Zhao Huangqiao escaped from this demonic flame, it would inevitably lead to another fierce battle. It would be better to pour all the demonic flames in. Directly erase him here. With this thought, Xiao Xintong took out a pitch-black demonic flame seed, and with a pull of her hands, the wave of flames surged instantly, covering her somewhat pained face. Completely consuming this treasure, even she couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. What the hell? This woman still has such terrifying black flames. This dosage, this can definitely incinerate Zhao Huangqiao. This is the foundation of a 1,000-year-old family. Zhao Huangqiao is not losing unjustly. This is clearly aimed at defeating Zhao Huangqiao. It's obviously meant to kill him. If you can't win, just admit defeat. Zhao Huangqiao, don't do anything foolish. However, what surprised everyone was that Zhao Huangqiao, who was screaming in the black flames, began to act arrogantly. Is this it? Is this it? This little flame is just enough to warm my foot bath. You waste of the Xiao family. You can't possibly have only this little ability, right? Auntie, if I come out, I will definitely make you fly. Increase the intensity. This is just the beginning. The screams mixed with nonsensical chatter flew through the air, and Xiao Xintong's eyes were icy cold. Zhao Huangqiao kept calling her auntie, constantly bringing up her age. Little beast, even if you turn to ash, you'll still have a hard mouth. Xiao Xintong gritted her teeth and threw all the demonic flames forward. Die in endless pain. The magic flames that trapped Zhao Huangqiao suddenly surged violently, the once dim flames instantly roaring like a tidal wave, as if they were going to burn through this world. Zhao Huangqiao's screams rose and fell once more, leaving him no time to even threaten back. The scene fell into silence. Everyone was waiting to see if Zhao Huangqiao could hold on and break through the limits of his own will. However, in that private room by the small bridge and flowing water, the old man looked in disbelief at the black flames. How is this possible? The old man sensed that Zhao Huangqiao's life force within the black flames had become even stronger. What is happening? The appearance of the black flames surprised the old man. It was clear that someone had weakened the original power of these flames to make them suitable for a 4th-tier warrior. When Xiao Xintong took out that seed, the old man understood that this black flame had an even more terrifying fire seed. Thus, the old man knew that this flame was definitely a huge threat to 4th-tier warriors. But why did Zhao Huangqiao feel as if he were in water, thriving within it? The old man was puzzled, and at that moment, Zhao Huangqiao lay in the black flames as if soaking in a hot spring, with his phone beside him repeatedly playing back his earlier screams. This feels good. The S-class physical talent is indeed terrifying. It actually requires this intensity of flames to upgrade. Zhao Huangqiao looked at the progress bar of his continuously improving S-class ancient dragon body and felt somewhat grateful to Xiao Xintong. 10%, 14%, 20%. What a good person. Just when I was dozing off, someone brought a pillow. 24%, 25%. 30%. When the progress bar of the S-class ancient dragon body reached 30%, the body's absorption speed of the black flame suddenly changed. Sipping water turned into a water pump. Oh no, why is my body absorbing so fiercely all of a sudden? In an instant, the black flames swayed violently, and the next moment, all the black flames were absorbed by Zhao Huangchao's body. Ancient dragon body, 35%, Zhao Huangchao, hold on. When the body can't hold on, the will help you break through. Go for it. Come out and show them what a genius is. Damn it, if you can survive in this black flame, I'll bet my entire fortune on you winning. All the cheers abruptly stopped, as if a tape had suddenly cut off, and the arena fell into a silence so clear that even breathing could be heard. Everyone saw a man in a law enforcement robe, one hand gripping a trembling spear, the other hand holding a phone. The phone was still playing his screams. What the hell? The first audience member exclaimed, followed by a series of similar exclamations. The scene was filled with a cacophony of voices. Wait, I thought he was going to be burned to ashes, and you tell me he seems to be enjoying it in there? This is just like when I was tricked by Digga as a child, and now I'm being tricked into tears as an adult. How is he so strong? I love him so much. Zhao Huangchao, you think I'm miserable, but I'm actually enjoying myself. Xiao Xintong was also dumbfounded. The scene before her was simply unbelievable. Zhao Huangchao hadn't even burned his skin, and she could feel his physical presence becoming even more powerful. Zhao Huangchao didn't expect the black flames to be so easy to absorb. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. The first to break down was Xiao Xintong. Such terrifying black flames had actually failed to injure Zhao Huangchao. Everything before her shattered her psychological defenses. Zhao Huangchao suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Xintong, and with a whistling kick, he struck her instantly. Panicked, Xiao Xintong crossed her hands to brace for the kick. Ah! The scream erupted instantly, and in that moment, Xiao Xintong heard the sound of her own bones breaking. With his enhanced physical strength, Zhao Huangchao's power surged further, and with the next kick, he sent Xiao Xintong flying. He murmured, "Thank you for nature's gifts." Xiao Xintong had lost the courage to resist. Her pride had been shattered. Or perhaps she was afraid that if the fight continued, she might lose her life. After all, she was the young lady of the Xiao family. How could she risk her life against a commoner? I concede. The crowd erupted with cheers like a tidal wave. Zhao Huangchao, Zhao Huangchao, Zhao Huangchao. Zhong Hongshan's lips curled into a smile. When his disciple uttered those words, the flustered Zhong Hongshan finally sensed the vibrant life force of Zhao Huangchao beneath the arena. He was not at a disadvantage at all. There was no need for him to step in. He hadn't expected that Zhao Huangchao could use the black flame to enhance his physical talents. The more Zhong Hongshan looked at Zhao Huangchao, the more satisfied he became. The White family's divine dragon transformation was certainly worth it. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Xiao family members were quite grim. Now Zhao Huangchao had already taken down 2 opponents, and Xiao Xiang was dead. Xiao Tengfei's face was very unpleasant. This was the second battle of the national youth competition he was leading, and it had turned out like this. The blow to his reputation was immense. The calm demeanor he had maintained in the preparation area was gone. Next up was Xiaoyi. If he lost, even if he won the match, he would surely be scolded upon returning to the family. Xiao Tengfei coldly looked at Xiaoyi. In this match, you are only allowed to win, not lose. Xiao Tengfei added coldly, if you have the chance, kill him. Yes, Captain. Xiaoyi was tall and powerful, his muscles coiling like dragons, clearly defined and full of strength. The specially made battle uniform of the Xiao family perfectly showcased his massive muscles. He stared at Zhao Huangchao with fiery eyes, already unable to contain himself. He was a body cultivator, and seeing a fellow body cultivator like Zhao Huangchao filled him with overwhelming battle intent. Only battles between body cultivators, where every punch lands with flesh against flesh, are filled with a violent beauty. Xiaoyi couldn't help but lick his lips, secretly thinking, how could a useless young lady like Xiao Xintong possibly defeat you? She's just trash who doesn't even dare to put her life on the line, playing with people's hearts. Only someone like me, a desperate outlaw, can personally take your head. Zhao Huangchao, you should be able to let me fight to my heart's content. Inside the private room, the old man in the black robe had a suspicious look in his eyes, as if he was still recalling that flame. What's wrong? You were just shouting and making a fuss. The old man in the black robe said, that black flame is not simple, its characteristics, its appearance. It could very well be the legendary flame that burns everything. The surrounding elders were immediately shocked, looking at the old man in disbelief. You can't just say that. How could a legendary object possibly appear in the world? Only the madmen of the witch church would believe that all legends are true and recklessly seek out those ridiculous things. If that is indeed the demonic flame, then its power is certainly beyond what a 4th-tier warrior can control. In response to his old friend's doubts, the old man in the black robe simply shook his head. Impossible, I can't be mistaken. There are records in the Justiciary Church that this flame is pitch black and has the ability to target willpower. It weaves fire from evil, burning all sins. In other words, the more sins a person has, the more nutrients the fire receives, and its power increases exponentially. It was born from sin itself. The sins of the world are its nourishment. This fire is likely a weakened ember created by human hands. The old man in the black robe said decisively, "Are you saying the Shao family has mastered this demonic flame? It's very possible. But any spirit being that exists between heaven and earth must have its source of sustenance. How does the Shao family know how to nurture the demonic flames?" The old man in the black robe clasped his hands behind his back and spoke, "Then we can only find out by visiting the Shao family." Hey, the Justice Church won't care about these matters. The aristocratic families have united and their power is great. It's not the time to confront them. The old man in the black robe paused, unable to speak for a while. But such a malevolent spirit must require a large amount of malevolent material to. Old Chen, an elder beside him, interrupted the black-robed elder's words in a deep voice. "You are merely a black-robed enforcer of the Justice Church. Do you really think your teammates or anyone else would be willing to accompany you to challenge a millennium-old family? Look at Zhong Hongshan, peak level 5, backed by the Zhong family, and yet what happened? Was he not interrupted on his path to advancement by a level 6 powerhouse?" That interruption led to over a decade of silence. "Have you ever seen Zhong Hongshan come out and boast again? Old Chen, the backbone of the Justice Church has already been broken. Stop thinking about enforcing justice. What you should do is focus on improving your own strength. Ensure that you can survive in the impending Great Era." The elder in gray beside him persuaded the black-robed elder, his eyes unable to hide the doubt. He knew his old friend's character well, willing to sacrifice everything for the righteousness in his heart, which is why he joined the Justice Church, while he himself joined the Transcendent Forces. What was the result? "I have already reached peak level 7, just a step away from becoming a level 8 warrior. With the resources of the Transcendent Forces, I might be able to break through to level 8. What about that so-called genius who was once hailed as the #1 in the Dragonflame Empire? Back then, he was full of ambition, claiming he would show the world his vision. He rejected countless offers from Transcendent Forces and even hidden clans, resolutely joining the Justice Church. After being in the Justice Church for so long, he is now only at the initial stage of level 7 in martial arts, with countless hidden injuries. Level 8 feels like an insurmountable mountain to him. Soon, he would be reduced to a pile of soil, holding on to his righteousness. What meaning does that have? Practicing martial arts is meant to strive for higher realms, right? What use is that so-called nonsense righteousness? This world is one of the survival of the fittest. Sacrificing one's future to punish the evil of others is simply foolish. As an old friend, I must pull him back." The elder in gray kept watching Old Chen. The black-robed elder said nothing more, quietly watching the competition below. His old companions continued discussing Zhong Hongshan's disciples, their words revealing a desire for genius, hoping to gain talent to maintain the family's prosperity. Old Chen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Thoughts of what the Shao family might do kept forming in his mind. "Justice Church, oh Justice Church, when will you achieve the justice you speak of? Will I, Old Chen, with my old bones, ever have the chance to see the doctrines of the Justice Church spread across the world?" The referee had announced Zhao Huangchao's victory, and Xiaoyi couldn't wait to enter the arena. He twisted his neck left and right, swung his arms, and leaped powerfully, crashing onto the stage. His massive muscles and streamlined physique appeared before everyone's eyes. Xiaoyi exuded the aesthetic of a tough man. "Kid, you're a bit lucky. I'm itching for a fight. I haven't had a decent opponent in days. You're different. You make me feel an almost thrilling sensation. I hope you can last a few more punches." Xiaoyi revealed his white teeth, a cold and sinister smile on his face. "Go, Zhao Huangchao. I bet on you to last past the 3rd round, so hit him hard." A disciple of the Shao family beside him couldn't help but laugh out loud, his eyes filled with mockery for the ignorant. "Win the 3rd round? Do you know about the internal ranking competition within the Shao family? Anyone under 50 can compete for the Shao family's ranking, but only the top 5 will be recognized as the family's prodigies. Every year, 5 geniuses are selected from the challengers to challenge the ranking heirs, and the winner becomes the new heir. The heir enjoys the best resources of the Shao family, so every year's ranking competition is extremely brutal. Many even die tragically in the ranking competition. And Xiaoyi is the heir for this session, ranked 2nd. Only 2nd? With Zhao Huangchao's strength just now, he could definitely beat him. "Ha! What do you know?" A disciple of the Shao family scolded with a frown. "I was there when Xiaoyi fought to become the 2nd heir. He was drenched in blood, fighting like a madman. Just standing in the audience, my cells were screaming. That day, he stood on the stage like a god or demon, tearing the previous second heir apart. Since then, Xiaoyi has firmly held the second position among the heirs. Zhao Huangqiao, a body cultivator? In front of Xiaoyi, he's like a child playing with dumbbells. You talk a big game, but how did the first two lose? Het, the third, fourth, and fifth ranked in the clan are all over 50, otherwise, Xiaoyi wouldn't even get a chance to fight. The Xiao family disciple looked disdainfully at the few spectators. Third-tier martial artists, second-tier martial artists, second-tier martial artists. Useless, no wonder they lack insight. Audience, what the hell are you, a first-tier martial artist, bragging about? On the stage, the referee stood in the center, his gaze sweeping over both competitors. With a serious expression, he said, "Friendship first, competition second. Please, competitors, uphold the principles of fair competition and respect for your opponents." Now, the match officially begins. As the referee's words fell, Xiaoyi, who had seemed relaxed and casual, suddenly tensed up. Like a cheetah poised to pounce, his muscles highlighted, exuding a powerful sense of strength. He suddenly pushed off the ground, his body shooting towards Zhao Huangqiao like a cannonball, the speed astonishing. Xiaoyi's voice was even faster than his movement. "Kid, let me test your body cultivation strength." In the blink of an eye, the two were within arm's reach. Xiaoyi's fist, as large as a sandpot, carrying a fierce gust of wind, smashed straight towards Zhao Huangqiao. A loud bang echoed as the intense collision of flesh resounded throughout the arena. With this strike, Zhao Huangqiao felt an overwhelming force crashing towards him, and he was shocked to realize Xiaoyi's strength was so formidable. However, there was no time for him to think. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to try to withstand Xiaoyi's thunderous attack. "I'm a 4th-tier 8th-level body cultivator. If you don't use all your strength, you'll die." Xiaoyi smiled wickedly as he threw his punches, as if he were a gentleman allowing a lady to go first. Zhao Huangqiao certainly knew he couldn't be that kind-hearted, warning him to be careful. The evil value above his head had already told Zhao Huangqiao who he was. Evil value, 720, after awakening the A-level physical talent, blood battle frenzy, he takes pleasure in killing. He has slaughtered countless martial artists, regardless of gender or age, currently attempting to break through the A-level flesh talent through continuous extreme battles. Truly a bunch of villains. Fortunately, he had just raised his S-level physical talent, the Desolate Dragon's sacred body, to 35%, significantly enhancing his recovery. This was the only way he could withstand this storm-like barrage of violent fists. After throwing hundreds of punches, Xiaoyi looked at Zhao Huangqiao, who was defending effortlessly, and revealed a satisfied smile. "Indeed, I didn't misjudge you." Xiaoyi firmly settled into a horse stance, his fists clenched, and as he assumed a fighting posture, his entire demeanor underwent a sudden transformation. The previously lazy and casual appearance vanished in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented focus and seriousness. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, locking onto the front. At the same time, an unmatched powerful aura erupted from his body, rising like a mountain, soaring into the sky. Just then, a shocking scene unfolded. Behind Xiaoyi, a gigantic phantom of a warrior monk, towering several dozen meters high, slowly emerged. This monk radiated an endless pressure, resembling a diamond descending to the world. Suddenly, the monk's eyes snapped open. In that instant, a dazzling golden light exploded, illuminating the entire arena. Following that, the monk assumed the same fighting stance as Xiaoyi, and the overwhelming aura surged like a tsunami, crashing against everything around. Heavenly Gang dominating fist. Xiaoyi let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. With this shout, a terrifying shockwave surged forth with the force of a landslide, tearing the air into countless fragments, producing a sharp, piercing whistle. Standing opposite, Zhao Huangqiao couldn't help but gasp, secretly marveling. What kind of monster is this guy? The strength of his physical body is simply beyond imagination. Although this fist technique seemed to be of a low rank, its astonishing martial prowess was already enough to rival those top-tier S-level techniques. The audience on the platform immediately recognized the origin of this martial skill. Damn, Xiaoyi is too strong. This Heavenly Gang dominating fist is just a B-level technique, yet it has such terrifying power in his hands. I'm impressed. I've practiced this move, and I can't even blow a leaf away. He blew my wig off with one punch. Is this the gap between a genius and me? I just threw a punch, sorry. I couldn't blow your wig back with my fist wind. Those muscles are so fierce, I really like them, but I'm afraid he could kill me with one punch. The elder who had commented on the previous match stepped forward. Xiaoyi's punch has already reached the transformation realm. The elder continued, this punch has reached the subtle level, and combined with his innate physical talent, it has directly summoned the phantom of the one who created this technique back in the day. His strength is simply terrifying. No wonder he is the scion of the Xiao family. It is said that those who master the Heavenly Fist can communicate with their ancestors and gain the pure essence of the technique, thus accelerating their understanding of it. It seems that Xiao Yi is indeed one of those heavenly fist masters. Someone nearby asked with a trembling voice, "Are the scions of noble families really that terrifying? The power of this punch is so great, does Zhao Huangqiao still have a chance to win?" The elder shook his head and sighed. In life, when one walks the path, how can others push them along faster with a cart? Moreover, the path of the scions of noble families is always the most suitable for them. Ordinary people are constantly trying and failing. It is difficult to become a martial artist, even harder to advance, and reaching a higher level in martial arts is even more challenging. The people around couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in their hearts. In their eyes, Zhao Huangqiao represented themselves, ordinary people who silently strive, seizing every opportunity without letting go. If even a genius among ordinary people cannot compete with the scions of noble families, how could they ever hope to win? Even if they believed in their hearts that Zhao Huangqiao could never defeat a millennia-old family while continuously boosting the Xiao family, they would secretly place bets on Zhao Huangqiao's victory, investing hundreds or thousands. They didn't think they could win money, they were thinking of that glimmer of hope in their hearts. It represented the hope of ordinary people. At this moment, the scene was filled with a sense of gloom, as if something had suddenly happened. A deafening roar erupted. Before them, Zhao Huangqiao appeared, with a towering phantom behind him, standing dozens of meters high. The figure wore a yellow law enforcement robe, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. It was none other than Zhao Huangqiao himself. The two, one large and one small, assumed their stances, and the fierce spiritual energy instantly wreaked havoc across the arena, matching Xiao Yi's heavenly gang overbearing fist. Zhao Huangqiao bared his teeth at Xiao Yi. "No matter how hard you train, how can you compete with my day and night grinding? This punch, I have spent decades of sleepless nights cultivating. Finally, on a rainy night, I had an epiphany, one move into the punch, every move into the punch." Xiao Yi's expression changed drastically. He never expected his opponent had created his own fist technique. Xiao Yi's body tensed up, unconsciously increasing the output of his own blood and energy. This punch, catch it well, specifically targeting the turtle punch.